The vast and magnificent temple plaza was already filled with countless young men and women. All eyes were fixed on the towering, dark boulder several meters high in the center of the plaza, their gazes filled with tension and excitement. That is the fusion stone. It will also be the medium through which they will undergo their awakening ceremony, communicate with the vast star field, connect with billions of planets, and ultimately become the creator. Qin Tian, standing in the crowd, was also staring intently at the fusion divine stone in the center of the square, his heart pounding with tension, for this awakening ceremony would completely determine his future. Due to an accident, he was transported to a different world where everyone was a creator. In this world, some people merged with a savage beast planet, established a savage beast civilization, and the roar of countless beasts shook the heavens. Some merged with technologically advanced planets to create technological civilizations, their starship legions sweeping across the land. Others merged with magical planets to create magical civilizations, where a single forbidden spell can destroy the world. More importantly, all creators can summon the civilizations and races they create into the real world to gain supreme power. In this world, everyone who reaches adulthood has the opportunity to enter the temple for an awakening ceremony and merge with the planet. Once the fusion is successful, one can become a supreme creator, establishing civilization, cultivating races, and building legions on their own planet, ultimately becoming a hegemon commanding billions of troops. From then on, they will defy fate, wield extraordinary power, and enjoy supreme authority. Those who fail to awaken will forever remain at the bottom of society, clinging to the powerful for survival, and may even die in this dangerous world at any moment. Today is the day Qin Tian awakens. The awakening ceremony began quickly. As time passed, those at the front of the line completed their awakenings one after another. Some successfully merged with the planet, their faces flushed with excitement, cheering wildly. Some failed to awaken, their faces turning pale, weeping bitterly. Some even fainted on the spot, unable to accept the blow. Such is the myriad nature of human existence. A moment later, it was finally Qin Tian's group's turn to awaken. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all the emotions in his heart, and then quickly walked up to the plaza and came to the fusion divine stone. Let's begin. At the signal of the temple elder, Qin Tian suddenly felt everything go black before his eyes, and his mind became hazy. When the dizziness gradually subsided and his vision returned, Qin Tian found himself inside a fiery red planet. At the same time, an incredibly hot aura surged into his mind. Success! Qin Tian was overjoyed. This was the sign that consciousness and the planet were beginning to merge. The intense heat he felt was the energy emanating from the planet itself. Once the fusion is complete, the two will truly become one. This also means that he will officially become the creator of this planet, thus defying fate. However, just as Qin Tian was fantasizing about his rise to power and becoming a top expert, he suddenly discovered that the environment of the planet he had merged with was extremely harsh. Looking around, all that could be seen were volcanoes and scorching lava, making it impossible for any life to survive. This was a dead planet. Qin Tian never imagined that he would merge with such a desolate and barren planet. This meant that he was completely unable to establish a civilization here, let alone cultivate his own race. This cruel reality instantly plunged Qin Tian into utter despair. Just as he was sinking into despair, a clear system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host is detected to be merging with a planet with a poor environment. The God-level creator auxiliary system is beginning to bind. Ding! God-level deduction technique has been obtained, capable of deducing all things. No life signs detected on the creator-fused planet. The God-level creator assist system has automatically activated rescue mode. The species suitable for survival on the creator planet in the universe has been locked, the Zerg. Zerg species, 10 million. Number of organisms, 10 billion. Begin migration. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Qin Tian's despair vanished instantly. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He never imagined that he would activate a system so perfectly suited to him during his most desperate moment. It was truly a gift from fate. The next moment, a plan for rapid development took shape in Qin Tian's mind. He wanted to use the system to transform his planet into a Zerg civilization. Next, he will make billions of Zerg evolve and grow to the highest level, building a Zerg army that can sweep across the universe. He wants to lead this invincible Zerg army to conquer all the planets, create a powerful Zerg empire to dominate the universe, and become the supreme Zerg emperor. The system notification continued to ring in Qin Tian's mind. Ding! All Zerg have successfully migrated. The next second, Qin Tian felt the previously violent and chaotic planetary aura instantly become gentle and majestic. This is the breath of life. It is the vigorous vitality formed by the convergence of countless lives. At the same time, an incomparably vast planetary energy suddenly surged into Qin Tian's consciousness. The fusion was successful. The entire planet was completely integrated with his consciousness. From this moment on, he was the planet, and the planet was him. At this very moment, like all creators who have successfully merged with planets, Qin Tian couldn't wait to see this world that truly belonged to him. With a slight thought, Qin Tian appeared above the planet in the next instant. Below, on the earth, volcanoes were everywhere, and lava flowed freely. The scorching heat even caused the air to distort slightly, forming visible heat waves. In the clearing between the volcano and the lava, a black ocean surged. It was made up of countless black worms crawling about. They were so numerous and densely packed that their numbers were impossible to count. Each one was the size of a millstone, resembling an N magnified countless times. They used their sharp mandibles to grip pebbles and dirt, constantly moving in and out of a huge pit. After observing for a moment, Qin Tian's mind stirred again. The next instant, he appeared in front of a towering volcano. This is also one of the most fundamental abilities after becoming the creator of a planet. With just a thought, one can reach any place on the planet. At the foot of this colossal volcano, towering 10,000 meters high, lie hundreds of enormous creatures, each the size of a ship. They were covered in thick, fiery red carapaces, had 6 pairs of robust limbs, and constantly emitted deafening roars, as if declaring their territory. The next second, Qin Tian found himself once again above a river formed from magma. Inside the river, scorching magma churned and bubbled, bursting one after another. Even in such harsh conditions, life still exists. Insect-like creatures, resembling giant crabs, constantly crawl out of the lava and then burrow back in. The temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius seem to have no effect on them. Qin Tian's figure disappeared again. Next, he continuously changed positions, observing hundreds of different insect creatures in a short period. Finally, Qin Tian returned to his initial location. On the one hand, the initial novelty had worn off. On the other hand, there were a full 10 million different types of Zerg creatures that had migrated from the system, making it impossible for him to examine them all. To create a Zerg civilization within a biological civilization system, Qin Tian murmured softly. The civilization integrated by the creator is divided into 3 major systems. The strongest among them is the energy civilization. Also known as the extraordinary civilization, its individual combat power is extremely strong. Next is the technological civilization. While the technological civilization also possesses immense development potential, it is heavily reliant on external equipment and prone to technological bottlenecks. The weakest are biological civilizations. Biological civilizations generally have low racial intelligence, weak individual combat strength, and face extremely harsh survival limitations. Within these 3 major civilization systems, countless different branches have emerged, each with its own hierarchy. If we were to say that the cultivation civilization is the most powerful among the extraordinary civilization systems, so the Zerg civilization, in this world's ranking of biological civilizations, belongs to one of the lowest levels. However, Qin Tian wasn't too disappointed. Being able to successfully create a civilization was already fortunate enough. Even the lowest-ranking civilization was far better than failing to awaken. Soon, an information panel appeared before Qin Tian. Planet name, none terrain features, volcanoes, lava planet environment, extremely harsh overall rating, under exploration planet name, none civilization race, none evolutionary stage, none number of races, none auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Each creator who successfully merges with a planet will automatically generate a civilization/race interface, in addition to basic planetary information. At this point, the planet's overall rating is not yet fully displayed, and the race interface is also blank. Only after the creator officially determines the dominant civilization/race will the corresponding race data be refreshed. After pondering for a moment, Qin Tian suddenly asked the system the question he cared about most. Can the god-level deduction technique even predict my future? Yes. Upon hearing the system's answer, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Start the deduction. Ding, insufficient conditions, unable to deduce. Please determine the race and civilization first, creator. Do I need to choose the main biological race first? Qin Tian looked down at the swarm of insects below that resembled giant ants. He then casually pointed. Let's take them as the main race and civilization on this planet. Let's do some calculations and see if I can survive in the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. A few seconds later, the system's voice sounded again. Civilized race, rockworm. Calculation result 1. Hidden in the mountains, creator's survival rate, 80%. Calculation result 2. Residing in a remote corner, creator's survival rate, 50%. Calculation result 3. Heading to Kyoto, creator's survival rate, 0.1%. The survival rate is so low? Qin Tian never expected that even after becoming the creator of a planet, his chances of survival in the Great Xia Kingdom would still be so slim. However, upon closer reflection, this is quite normal. Before the race is truly invoked into reality, there is no fundamental difference between the creator and ordinary people. Both are still just ordinary people. Even with racial protection, it doesn't guarantee absolute safety. For example, if he had created a rockworm civilization, summoning just one rockworm would be incredibly difficult. Let alone creators with more advanced civilizations, even a common wild beast could easily kill him. This is probably why, in the system's simulations, even hiding in the mountains doesn't guarantee a 100% survival rate. Of course, Qin Tian couldn't actually choose the rockworms as his primary civilization. That was merely an experiment. Qin Tian looked again at the diverse insected creatures on the distant planet's surface. He had to select the strongest among these 10 million species. Just then, the system seemed to sense Qin Tian's thoughts. A massive light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, clearly displaying information on all the Zerg species on the entire planet, sorted by strength. Whenever Qin Tian's gaze lingered on a particular species, the corresponding information would immediately magnify. Not only would a three-dimensional, realistic image of that species appear, but its advantages and disadvantages would also be displayed in detail below. Truly worthy of being a god-level system, Qin Tian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The first-ranked insectoid race. He had seen them before. They were the colossal creatures that lurked beneath the giant volcano. Flame gold-eating insect, size, 50 meters, ability, breathes flames, capable of releasing fire at tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Advantages, extremely strong carapace defense, extremely powerful attack. Disadvantages, slow movement, extremely poor reproductive ability. System, using the flaming gold-eating insects as the primary civilization of this planet. Begin calculating my survival rate in the capital region and major towns of the Great Xia Kingdom. Qin Tian used a more precise approach this time. The previous question was too vague, resulting in a rather general answer from the system. Prediction route, the future fate of the creator in the capital and towns of the Great Xia Kingdom. Civilized race, flaming gold devouring insect. Prediction result 1. Act discreetly and cautiously, the creator's survival rate, 30%. Result 2. Acting voluntarily and without arrogance or impatience, the creator's survival rate is 10%. Result 3. Unruly and reckless, the creator's survival rate is 1%. The system quickly provided 3 different results. The first was easy to understand. Simply put, it meant that even if someone slapped you, you could only smile and endure it. The second meant not actively causing trouble, but also not always backing down. As for the third, it didn't need any explanation. The survival rate is still so low. Qin Tian sighed helplessly. Even if he chose to keep a low profile, he only had less than a 50% chance of survival. But there was no other way. Because the flaming gold-eating insects were already the most powerful species on the entire planet. Biological civilization was the weakest of the three major civilization systems. Moreover, the Zerg civilization is at the very bottom of the biological civilization system. Let alone cultivators and mages who can destroy the world with a wave of their hand, even a high-energy particle cannon from a technologically advanced civilization would be enough to instantly blast the flaming gold-eating insect into ashes. Moreover, even choosing the flaming gold-devouring insect civilization wouldn't be as simple as it seems. Their reproductive capacity is far too poor. Among the three major civilization systems, extraordinary civilizations rely on cultivation to enhance their overall racial strength. Technological civilizations rely on continuously breaking through technological bottlenecks. Biological civilization, however, relies entirely on the evolution of life. The evolution of all things in the world is inherently an extremely long process. But due to the intervention of the Creator, this time has been greatly shortened. After centuries of continuous exploration, the creators of biological civilization have already summarized a set of the simplest and most effective methods of evolution. That is, by devouring the flesh and blood of other species on the planet, constantly influencing and modifying themselves. Through generations of reproduction, a mutant, even more powerful than the original individual, is eventually born. This mutant then serves as the new reproductive core, driving the entire species to complete its evolution at the life level. Therefore, in this process, reproductive ability acts as the connecting link. If this link breaks down, it will inevitably significantly reduce the efficiency and speed of racial evolution. If only their reproductive capacity were stronger. And, ideally, they could possess even greater intelligence. Thinking this, Qin Tian suddenly realized a crucial point: the strength of a race doesn't necessarily depend entirely on the power of its individual members. This is especially true for the Zerg. Moreover, there is one word that can completely replace intelligence in determining the true potential of a race. This word is even sufficient to encompass both technological and extraordinary civilizations. That word is potential. The overall development potential of a race. Reorder according to racial development potential. Qin Tian immediately issued the command to the system. The information screen in front of him flashed rapidly. A moment later, the new ranking results stabilized completely. Sure enough, after being ranked by potential, the first place was no longer occupied by the flaming gold-eating insect, but by a small insect called the parasite insect. System using the parasite as the primary civilization of this planet. Begin calculating my survival rate in the capital region and major cities of the Great Xia Kingdom. A moment later, the calculation results appeared. However, the instant he heard the results, Qin Tian froze on the spot. Chapter 5 Deduction Results. Invincible in the world, the system's deduction results have finally been revealed. This time, there were no complicated conditions, only 4 simple words: deduction result, invincible in the world. Upon seeing this line, Qin Tian immediately turned his attention to the detailed information of the parasites, wanting to understand why they were judged to be invincible. The parasite is about 50 centimeters long, resembling a black earthworm, and appears quite fragile. It has no offensive or defensive capabilities, and moves extremely slowly, seemingly placing it at the very bottom of the food chain. But what's truly crucial are its 3 abilities. First, they possess parasitism, allowing them to burrow into other organisms to survive. Second, they absorb genes, constantly improving their own genetic chain and achieving evolution. Third, they have a collective consciousness, with all individuals sharing a unified thought network. The combination of these 3 abilities grants this race limitless potential for growth. Qin Tian quickly grasped the core of the problem. Parasitism ensured survival, gene absorption led to limitless evolution, and collective consciousness enabled the entire race to achieve efficient unity. The combination of these 3 elements, once developed, could easily give rise to an invincible civilization. It was not an exaggeration, but rather an inevitable trend. The ability to absorb genes, in particular, almost completely breaks the randomness of evolution. While other organisms need to go through generations of trial and error, parasites can directly replicate their advantages. If you have a strong attack, it will evolve the same attack. If you have high defense, it will also have the same level of defense. They can even absorb and integrate any advantage the opponent possesses, such as flight, speed, or special abilities. Ultimately, they use your strengths, combined with the advantages of countless races, to completely crush you. This method of growth is truly terrifying. But there's only one prerequisite: successful parasitism. And the initial weaknesses of parasites are extremely fatal: slow speed, no defense, and no aggression. This means they are very likely to be devoured by other creatures before they even have a chance to grow, never even having a chance to begin. Qin Tian had just scouted the area. The swarm of parasitic worms was nearby, and below them was the rockworm's nest. Once the rockworms ventured out to forage, the slow-moving parasitic worms were unable to parasitize them, and would ultimately become food. It could be said that this was a contradictory race possessing both the strongest potential and the weakest start. However, all of this was no longer a problem for Qin Tian. As the creator, he wouldn't let such potential go to waste. With a thought, he appeared above the flaming gold-devouring insects, his powerful will instantly pressing down. The next moment, the earth trembled, and hundreds of flaming gold-devouring insects, as large as small mountains, moved simultaneously, rushing madly towards the host insect. This is precisely the creator's most important ability: control. His will can drive all life, even determine life and death. Even the most powerful beings in the cultivation world, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, are powerless against the creator. Then Qin Tian descended upon the parasite's territory once more, his terrifying pressure spreading outwards, causing all the surrounding creatures to flee in terror. The rock worms to the south retreated, the fire bees to the north scattered, the giant crabs to the west scrambled for their lives, and the ironclad beetles to the east ran with their heads down. In a short time, the area was cleared out, becoming an absolute forbidden zone, where no creature dared to approach even a step further. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the fiery gold-eating insects were racing at breakneck speed. They traversed volcanoes, crossed lava rivers, and even sacrificed their own kind, all to reach their destination faster. Originally numbering over 500, fewer than 100 arrived, but that was enough. At this moment, the parasitic insect swarm numbered only 18, almost on the verge of extinction. Under Qin Tian's control, they slowly wriggled and crawled towards the flaming gold-devouring insect, burrowing into its body through the gaps in its carapace to complete their first parasitism. The remaining flaming gold-devouring insects quickly dispersed, surrounding their parasitized companions in the center. Their existence is not for defense, but for another purpose. Because under Qin Tian's will, the only resource needed for this forbidden area is food. Chapter 6: Under the Spotlight. The Chosen One, the light screen in the temple square kept refreshing, broadcasting the fusion results of each person. Number 85, fusion complete, rating, intermediate. Number 82, low rating. Number 87, failure. The system would give an initial rating based on the detection data, ranging from infinite to low. Generally, civilizations below the intermediate level are mostly biological civilizations, while those above the advanced level represent technological or extraordinary civilizations. Although this is only a preliminary judgment, and will be revised later, the overall error should not be too large. As the announcements continued, the crowd sighed and murmured intermittently. Number 89, advanced. Number 86, failure. Just as everyone was becoming numb, a voice suddenly broke the rhythm. Number 80, fusion complete, rating, infinite. At that moment, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Unlimited level? This is definitely a transcendent planet. Some excitedly analyzed its attributes, while others began to fantasize about the possibility of a cultivation civilization. Just as everyone was discussing this, someone exclaimed, "Look, number 80 has woken up!" Inside the temple, the elder greeted the young woman with a broad smile. Not bad at all. An infinite rating must mean it's a transcendent planet." He lowered his voice and asked, "What attribute?" Bai Shusher suppressed her excitement and softly replied, "Spiritual energy." The elder's expression shifted, and he immediately exchanged the 500,000 gold cards he had prepared for 1 million. He then pulled her to the front of the stage and loudly announced, "This year, The first cultivation civilization has been born. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted again, with cheers sweeping across the area like a tidal wave. It really is a cultivation civilization. A meteoric rise to the heavens. Bai Shirshi's cheeks flushed slightly, unable to hide her excitement any longer. Countless eyes were fixed on her, a mixture of admiration and awe filling her with elation. Soon, the crowd chanted her name in unison. From initial envy to this moment of reverence, everything had changed. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the cultivation of immortality signifies reaching the pinnacle, and she has already stepped into that realm. Bai Shirshir was already exceptionally beautiful, but now she appears even more unattainable. As is customary, she will receive a title bestowed by the emperor and be sought after and nurtured by various vassal states. Almost without exception, she will become a pillar of the nation, leading her family to its zenith. She gazed at the crowd, a slight sense of intoxication washing over her. Is this what it feels like to be a top-tier expert? At this moment, she seemed to see power, wealth, and fame simultaneously opening their doors to her. The elder was also thrilled, proclaiming loudly, "This year may see the birth of multiple cultivation civilizations. This will be the most glorious year for Great Xia." As he spoke, he had already prepared the $1 million gold card, intending to present it to everyone as a gesture of friendship. However, halfway through his speech, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The once bustling square had eerily fallen silent. All eyes were fixed on the light screen on the other side. Number 88, Fusion Complete, Initial Planet Rating, Infinite. Upon seeing this, the elder was instantly stunned. He clearly remembered that Planet 88's environment was extremely harsh. Under such conditions, it should have been a dead planet, an immediate failure. Yet now, it was rated as infinite. This couldn't possibly be a system glitch. It could only mean one thing: that planet, in its dire circumstances, gave birth to an even more terrifying civilization. Thinking this, the elder's expression changed drastically. Like everyone else present, a chilling legend surfaced in his mind. Chapter 7: The Demon Lord Appears. The whole nation shakes the legend. 800 years ago, a cultivation planet with an extremely harsh environment appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom. At that time, the creator system was still in its exploratory stage, and the means of investigation were lacking, so this matter initially attracted almost no attention. Over the decades, the creator gradually realized that most people could only summon 1 or 2 planetary beings. But the creator from that harsh environment could summon hundreds of cultivators with a wave of his hand, his strength far exceeding common sense. His origins are long lost to history. All that is known is that he led cultivators to sweep across the Great Xia dynasty, unleashing a reign of terror. Single-handedly, he nearly destroyed 2 of the Great Xia's vassal states, shaking the world. In this crisis, the other 2 states, feeling the pinch, united to fight him. That battle lasted either 10 days and 10 nights or several months, stretching from south to north, across all directions, its flames engulfing the entire Great Xia. In the end, the 4 kingdoms paid a heavy price to finally slay that demon. This catastrophe severely weakened the 4 vassal states, causing the fall of many creators, plunging the era into a deep abyss, nearly causing its collapse. Even worse off were the civilians. After the war, the population of the Great Xia dynasty, numbering in the hundreds of millions, plummeted to less than 10 million, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. It wasn't until a century later that the population and the creator system gradually recovered to their former prosperity. Yet today, a similar situation has occurred again. A cultivation civilization planet born in an extreme environment has once again descended upon the world. In the square, everyone stared at the information screen, then at Qin Tian, number 88, who was still unconscious, their expressions filled with fear. The temple elders, however, were descendants who had truly experienced that shadow. In their memories, the demon was a symbol of fear for their elders. "If you don't behave, the demon will eat you." This phrase accompanied them almost throughout their childhood. At this moment, Qin Tian detached from the planet's consciousness and slowly awoke. He had already found a host for the parasite, and its subsequent evolution could not be interfered with for the time being. The time difference between the inside and outside of the planet was enormous. What had happened to him for more than 10 hours was only a few minutes outside. However, When he opened his eyes, he found the square eerily silent. Everyone was staring at him, the air seemingly frozen. "What's going on?" Qin Tian frowned, walking to the front of the stage and scanning the crowd. Anyone who met his gaze instinctively looked away. He then looked at Bai Shishir beside him, who trembled, involuntarily taking a step back and lowering her head, unable to look him in the eye. From a celebrated genius to someone no one dared to look him in the eye, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Shishir felt no jealousy, only a pounding heart and a sense of oppression. Born into a powerful family, she knew more. Within the same cultivation civilization, those raised in harsh environments were fundamentally different from those raised in gentler ones. The tragedy of a century ago was the most direct proof. That kind of civilization, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was utterly overwhelming to ordinary cultivators. When something becomes so powerful that even looking up to it is impossible, all that remains is instinctive fear. Qin Tian then looked at the temple elder, who also avoided his gaze, unwilling to respond. He had no choice but to step down and leave, all eyes following his retreating figure. Only after he disappeared did the square gradually return to silence, but the oppressive atmosphere lingered. This scene quickly spread throughout the city, and various families and forces sent people to investigate Qin Tian's background. Spies from the 4 major vassal states immediately sent out urgent reports. The contents of the secret letters were almost identical. "A calamity of a century, a demon has appeared!" In an instant, the entire 4 major vassal states were shaken. Chapter 8 Special Envoys from 4 Nations. Vying for invitation. As the person directly involved in stirring up this storm, Qin Tian now arrives at the library in the capital. While undercurrents surge outside, Qin Tian remains completely unaware. Having only been in this world for a year, he is naturally ignorant of these secrets. Standing in front of the bookshelf, Qin Tian skillfully flipped through several history books, namely the brief histories of the Great Xia Empire and the 4 kingdoms of Jinbei, Jing'an, Anong, and Pingxi. He had already read these many times before, since he had transmigrated here, understanding the world as Giju, a term referring to the overall situation or overall landscape, was the most basic thing to do. The beginning of this world felt quite familiar to him. The initial Great Xia Empire was similar in structure to the Ming dynasty in his previous life. To stabilize the borders, the founding emperor enfeoffed his 4 sons as vassal kings to guard the 4 directions, but this also sowed the seeds of a huge hidden danger. With the emperor's sudden death, the problems quickly erupted. The vassal kings became too powerful, the new emperor was weak, and he was even powerless to push forward with the reduction of the vassal king's power. If things continued this way, the world would inevitably fall apart sooner or later, and warring kingdoms would be almost unavoidable. But just as the empire was on the verge of collapse, a strange phenomenon occurred. A meteorite fell on the outskirts of the capital, and when someone touched it, their consciousness was able to bind to an alien planet. As similar occurrences continued, the situation miraculously stabilized. The massive population loss rendered the 4 great vassal kings powerless to contend for supremacy. Having witnessed the power of the Creator, they began to develop alien planets and recruit creators who owned them. For the next century, these nations focused on strengthening themselves. After all, as long as there are enough creators, it is not impossible to sweep across all countries in the future, so no one is obsessed with temporary territories anymore. Although the Great Xia Empire has been able to continue, the imperial power has long been a hollow shell. The emperor was treated as a symbol, nominally worshipped but utterly powerless. Even the capital was firmly controlled by the 4 kingdoms. Among the 4 vassal states, Jinbei Kingdom was the most powerful, absorbing a large number of creators from the Immortal Cultivation civilization and was known as the Immortal Cultivation Kingdom. Jing'an Kingdom was second, primarily based on magical civilization, and was therefore also known as the Magic Kingdom. Anong Kingdom ranks third, attracting a large number of technological creators due to its ruler's preference for technological civilization. Pingxi Kingdom, the weakest and located in a harsh, cold region, can only accept the biological civilization creators rejected by the other 3 kingdoms. As is customary, after a successful planetary fusion, the creators must choose one kingdom to develop in. Although the 4 nations appear to treat each other equally, they have diverged over the past century, with each civilization going to the place most suitable for it. Otherwise, if a technologically advanced civilization went to a cultivation-based nation, would they expect cultivators to teach them how to build electromagnetic cannons? Such a mismatch simply wouldn't work. So I have no choice but to go to Pingxi Kingdom. Qin Tian closed the book, his mind made up. He had originally hoped for a world of cultivation or magic, or even a technological civilization. As for biological civilization, although he believed the parasites had considerable potential, they were still considered the weakest system in the early stages, and it would be difficult for them to compete with extraordinary civilizations. However, precisely because of this, he was even more confident in standing out. It was better to be a leader in a weaker country than a follower in a powerful one. With this in mind, Qin Tian no longer hesitated. After leaving the library, he returned to the small house in the suburbs where he had lived for a year, only to find the door already crowded with people. Each of them was dressed in fine clothes and possessed an extraordinary air, clearly indicating high status. Even more extravagant was the presence of top-tier mounts parked nearby, including a golden magic spaceship, a sublight-speed airship, a golden Qilin beast, and an 8-winged crane, a truly impressive display. Leading the group was a portly middle-aged man who, upon seeing Qin Tian, jogged forward and shouted from afar, "Brother Qin, you're finally back!" Qin Tian looked at the other person, his brows furrowing slightly. "Who are you?" He was certain he had never seen this person before. The fat man quickly introduced himself. "I am Fan Yixian, the Inspector General of Jinbei Kingdom stationed in the capital. I have come specifically to invite you to join my Jinbei Kingdom." Seeing that Qin Tian still had doubts, he patted his chest and said boldly, "Name your terms, and I'll admit defeat if you even frown." As soon as he finished speaking, the other three stepped forward, clasped their hands in greeting, and bowed respectfully. "Inspector General of Jingnan Kingdom, we cordially invite Mr. Qin to our Jingnan Kingdom. Inspector General of Anong Kingdom, we respectfully invite Mr. Qin to our Anong Kingdom. Inspector General of Pingxi Kingdom, we earnestly invite Mr. Qin to our Pingxi Kingdom." Chapter 9 My Kingdom of Anong. Foolish and rich. Inside the room, Qin Tian sat at the head of the table, with the inspectors from the 4 kingdoms standing on either side. The atmosphere was oppressive and subtle. He could tell at a glance who these people came from. After all, with a century of development, since the Creator era, each country had long since evolved unique clothing based on its own civilization, which was especially evident in a mixed place like the capital. One could identify someone simply by their attire. Fan Yixian wore a white veil, which, despite her plump figure, still exuded a certain elegance. The inspector of Jingnan Kingdom wore a black robe and hood, typical of a magic-based society. The one from Anong Kingdom was impeccably dressed in a suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses, appearing remarkably modern. As for Pingxi Kingdom, he still wore the old-style long robes of the great Xia dynasty, which were magnificent but also gave off an old-fashioned feel. The Pingxi Kingdom had always harbored resentment towards this. While other countries were adopting new styles, they alone clung to their old ways. But they were helpless. They couldn't very well emulate those primitive biological civilizations and revert to barbarism. "Gentlemen," Qin Tian began, but hesitated. Foreign nations coming to recruit him, such treatment was rare even for ordinary extraordinary civilizations. Usually, only cultivation civilizations were qualified. Even more outrageous was that it had alarmed the Inspector General himself. These people held positions equivalent to ambassadors. Normally, even when cultivation civilizations appeared, they would only send people for symbolic contact. After all, each country has a distinct system, and geniuses usually choose a path that suits them. But he was merely from the lowest level of the Zerg civilization, so why was he being fiercely fought over by 4 nations? Qin Tian's heart tightened, and he could only think of 2 possibilities: either his system had been exposed, or the parasite's potential had been discovered. Either way, it was enough to trigger the current situation. "Brother Qin, enough with the nonsense. Name your terms, and I, on behalf of my king, will agree." Fan Yixian spoke first. Quite the boast. "Would you give me your throne?" The Jingnan Kingdom's inspector sneered, then turned to Qin Tian. "Mr. Qin, Jingnan Kingdom is practical. 5 million gold coins plus." "Haha, comparing money?" The Inspector General of Anong laughed out loud. Among the 4 countries, Anong's wealth was unmatched, its technology industry spread throughout the land, and its reconnaissance system alone brought astonishing profits. He looked at Gray with disdain. 5 million? That's like begging. Then he said to Qin Tian, Anong has nothing but money. A 50 million gold card, plus an additional 1 million in expenses every year. This figure carried immense weight. An average family spends no more than 5,000 a year. 50 million is enough to support 10,000 families for a year. Gray's face darkened. He was about to retort when a single sentence shut him down. No matter how much you offer, I'll multiply it tenfold. In terms of financial resources, Jing'an Kingdom was no match. Guo Wenzu didn't stop there, continuing to raise the stakes. Choose any residence in the most prosperous area of the capital, styled to your liking, designed entirely by top designers. You, surnamed Guo. Gray jumped up and roared. Don't go too far. What's the rush? I haven't finished yet. Guo Wenzu adjusted his glasses, his tone becoming increasingly relaxed. And give me an 80 million sublight speedboat as well. Gray was so angry he couldn't speak. Oh, right, Guo Wenzu added casually. My country, Anong, is located by the sea, so I'll also add a 200 million ultra-luxury anti-gravity yacht. The air instantly went silent. Gray was completely speechless. Chapter 10 Acquiring Such a Person. Unifying the great Xia Fu Wahai, the Inspector General of Pingxi Kingdom, sitting at the lowest position, watched the 2 inspectors generals arguing heatedly, their faces flushed and their expressions uncertain. He wanted to speak up several times, but he never had the confidence. Compete with them in financial strength? Pingxi Kingdom was located in a harsh, cold region, its treasury perpetually in deficit. Speaking up would only invite ridicule. But the king's decree was strict. If he couldn't win over Qin Tian, he shouldn't return. He should find a river to end his life. Fu Wahai knew the weight of this order and understood the king's urgency. A century ago, the catastrophe nearly destroyed the Pingxi Kingdom, causing its national strength to plummet from its peak. Now, with the reappearance of a peerless prodigy like Qin Tian, who wouldn't be tempted? If they could bring him under their command, once he matured, the Pingxi Kingdom might be able to turn the tide, perhaps even sweeping across the 3 kingdoms and unifying the great Xia. Not only him, but the inspectors of the other 3 kingdoms had probably received the same order, to win this person over at all costs. Thinking of this, Fu Wahai felt a bitter taste in his mouth. With the resources of Pingxi Kingdom, what could they possibly offer to compete with others? Qin Tian finally broke the silence. He had just confirmed with the system that the detection methods were completely unable to identify him. It was most likely just a misunderstanding. He had barely opened his mouth when Gray from Jing'an Kingdom interrupted him. Mr. Qin, there's no need for further words. Although our country is not as wealthy as Anong, you can take whatever you want from the national treasury. Tens of millions are nothing, billions are fine too. The entire nation's resources will ensure your wealth and prosperity. Ignorant! Fan Yixian of Jinbei Kingdom sneered. Wealth is merely an external thing. Our nation's elixir can prolong life. That's the fundamental thing. Guo Wenzu laughed upon hearing this. Coincidentally, our Anong Kingdom has just developed a gene serum that can extend lifespan by 10 years. A lifespan of 100 years in the future is not impossible. Upon hearing this, the other 3's expressions changed drastically. Not from shock at the news, but from understanding. They had lost their eligibility to compete. Seeing Qin Tian slightly moved only sank their hearts even further. If they failed to win him over, not only would they be in danger, but their families might also be implicated. The atmosphere instantly froze. After a long silence, Fu Wahai suddenly gritted his teeth and stood up. Wait! Mr. Qin is so young, surely he is not yet married? He changed the subject, almost openly proposing to find a son-in-law. Before Qin Tian could respond, he said directly, My king has no sons, only one daughter. If you are willing to enter Pingxi Kingdom, you can be granted the title of Prince Consort, marry the princess, and inherit the position of Crown Prince. Before he finished speaking, everyone understood clearly if you help Pingxi unify the Great Xia in the future, the Crown Prince will become the Crown Prince, and even the throne is within reach. For a moment, the room was completely silent. Fu Wahai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He believed no one could refuse such conditions. Once the Great Xia was unified, gene serums would be readily available. As for the arranged marriage, there was no royal decree. He had simply acted on his own, sending the princess as a hostage. But in his view, what did this price matter as long as it brought Qin Tian? After all, compared to his ambition for lasting power, what was a woman? Chapter 11. Selling the princess first, then the prodigy. The atmosphere in the room froze again. The three inspectors' expressions flickered. They knew that Fu Wahai was falsely conveying the king's order. Given the Prince of Pingshi's doting on his only daughter, it was impossible for him to marry her off easily. But facing Qin Tian, this former devil, none of them dared to gamble. If they went back on their word, they could very well bring about the destruction of the country. After a moment's deliberation, Fanny Xian gritted her teeth and said, "To be honest, my king also has this intention. Princess Champing is of marriageable age, so Mr. Qin can be granted the title of prince consort and inherit the position of crown prince." Since someone had spoken first, Gray and Guo Wenzu no longer hesitated and echoed, "My king also has this decree, granting him the title of prince consort and the position of crown prince." They all knew in their hearts that they couldn't avoid this blow, so they might as well go all out. If you dare to betray the princess, so do I. Anyway, the outcome was uncertain, and if they didn't fight, they would only wait to die. Qin Tian was about to explain. "Gentlemen, I think you may have misunderstood," before he was interrupted by the impatient Gray. "Mr. Qin, no, Prince Consort, you don't need to say anything. Come to my Jing'an kingdom, and you will immediately be second only to the Emperor." Guo Wenzu wasn't to be outdone. "Your Highness, come to Anong kingdom, and you'll have endless wealth and a long life." Fanny Xian was even more ruthless. "Enter my Jinbei kingdom, and you'll enjoy the same glory, with cranes for transportation. My king is even willing to bestow upon you the Kunping he just summoned as your mount." He even used the opportunity of becoming a prodigy as a bargaining chip. Fu Wenhai's face turned ashen. The advantage he had desperately gained by selling out the princess was instantly wiped out by these people. Not only did the other party sell out the princess, but they also summoned the prince consort and the young master in advance, and even offered elixirs, gene potions, and a kunping, a mythical bird. He simply couldn't offer any more decent bargaining chips. Helpless, he could only grasp at the last glimmer of hope and asked in a low voice, "May I ask, young master, what planet are you merging with?" This was his only chance to turn the tide. He could only gamble that Qin Tian was following the path of biological civilization. Fanny Xian suddenly realized what was happening and quickly asked, "Young master, is it a planet of spiritual energy?" Qin Tian shook his head. Gray's eyes lit up, and he cautiously probed. "A planet of magic?" Qin Tian still denied it. "It's not a supernatural civilization." Guo Wenzu immediately perked up. "Then it's a technological civilization?" But Qin Tian shook his head again. "No, it's not either." The three of them guessed wrong one after another, and the scene became awkward. Fu Wenhai was taken aback at first, then his emotions suddenly erupted, and he laughed wildly. "Ha! Heaven is on my side! It's a biological civilization!" He was so excited he almost lost his composure, and he quickly stepped forward to grab Qin Tian's hand. "Young master, is it a monster planet? Or perhaps winged people? The ocean? Savage beasts?" he asked repeatedly, his tone becoming increasingly urgent. But Qin Tian kept shaking his head. Fu Wenhai's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and he tentatively asked one last possibility. "Could it be a plant planet?" Qin Tian said calmly. "It's an insectoid planet." Chapter 12. We are like a clown. Fu Wenhai released Qin Tian's hand, sighed softly, and returned to his seat. The other three straightened their robes and sat down again, their expressions instantly shifting from obsequious to serious, regaining the dignity of a national envoy. "You brat, why didn't you say so earlier? Were you playing us for fools? This is outrageous." The three rebuked him in succession, their faces showing both shame and anger, their tone clearly filled with dissatisfaction. In their view, if Qin Tian had awakened a normal biological civilization, such as a monster planet, where he could summon hundreds of monsters with a wave of his hand and possess combat power comparable to a transcendent creator, they wouldn't have reacted so irrationally. Even a slightly weaker savage beast planet, with a few hundred savage beasts gathered, would be enough to form a powerful fighting force. But Qin Tian, unfortunately, awakened an insected civilization. What good are a multitude of insects? 100 are not enough, 1,000 or 10,000 are still no match. Before a true savage beast, they are utterly helpless. The saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, but it has to be a dead elephant. The thought that they, the dignified inspectors of 4 kingdoms, had argued so heatedly over such a lowly civilization, even going so far as to promise the princess, invoke the king's decree, and finally address someone as Crown Prince, filled them with utter shame, making them feel like mere clowns. However, amidst their shame and anger, they felt a sense of relief. If Qin Tian was truly the creator of an extraordinary civilization, no matter who succeeded in winning him over, the other 3 would be unable to escape the king's wrath, and might even lose their lives. Gentlemen, I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave first. Fan Yixian rose, cupped his hands, and left. The other 3 did not linger and followed closely behind. The area outside was already packed with people. Representatives from the major families of the 4 kingdoms had all arrived, some carrying treasures, others carrying exorbitantly priced gold cards, all vying for a chance. For them, there was the struggle between the 4 kingdoms above and the infighting within their own families below. Once they managed to win over a powerful figure, their family's status would inevitably rise, perhaps even changing their destiny. After a long wait, Fan Yixian finally appeared. An elderly man with a cane hurriedly greeted him. Lord Fan, how is it? Has our Jinbei kingdom succeeded? His tone was full of tension and anticipation. This old man was the head of a powerful family in the Jinbei kingdom, and he was even prepared to spend his entire fortune for this. In his eyes, this might be a once-in-a-century opportunity that could change the fate of his family. No, Fan Yixian replied coldly. The old man was stunned, while the other family members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was still a chance to compete. However, when the other 3 inspectors also stepped forward, their faces equally gloomy, unease gradually arose in everyone's hearts. Fan Yixian suddenly sneered. Just the creator of an insected civilization, is it worth making such a fuss? What a joke! With that, he turned and left, his laughter tinged with self-mockery. The old man sighed. What a pity! He then turned and got into his car, leaving. The rest of the group also dispersed, their faces full of regret. Inside the house, Qin Tian wasn't disappointed by being ignored. On the contrary, like the other inspectors, he secretly rejoiced that he was merely a member of the Zerg civilization. He knew very well that there were no free lunches in this world. What you gain, you must pay back later, especially in the power struggles between great nations. Qin Tian, however, failed to realize that if he truly chose one of the 3 nations, the other 3 would not stand idly by. Before he matured, he would face relentless assassination attempts. After calming his mind, Qin Tian focused his consciousness on his own planet. What was merely a few hours outside had passed on his planet over several months. The nearly 100 flaming gold-devouring insects had vanished, and the entire insected territory had undergone a dramatic transformation during this time. Chapter 13 First Generation Evolution. Journey into the nation. Within the restricted territory, where there were originally only 18 parasitic worms, the number has now expanded to several thousand. Looking out, a crimson expanse surges. The parasitic worm war worms that have completed their first-generation evolution, densely covering the entire area. These war worms resemble miniature versions of the flame-eating gold worm, about 1 meter tall, but unlike their original form, they possess a sharp, single horn on their foreheads. The troop moved with orderly efficiency. Some carried the carcasses of their prey back to their nests, while others went out hunting in packs. Though seemingly chaotic, it possessed its own rhythm. In the center of their territory, a gigantic queen lay silently, the troop's queen. Her body had swelled to over 10 meters long, resembling a giant python from afar. Aside from her feeding head, almost the entire body was a bloated abdomen, her sole purpose being to reproduce continuously. As Qin Tian watched, the queen mother rapidly laid over a dozen half-meter-tall insect eggs from her tail, an astonishingly efficient process. Hundreds of auxiliary insects around her busied themselves, some breaking down the prey, some feeding the queen mother, and others carrying the prey and eggs into the underground pit. Qin Tian's consciousness penetrated deep into the pit, discovering its simple yet interconnected internal structure. One side was piled high with thousands of insect eggs, while the other side contained a similar number of larvae. The newborn larvae were entirely soft white, while the slightly more mature ones had begun to turn reddish and harden, clearly undergoing evolution. These rudimentary pits effectively insulated against the intense external heat. Qin Tian had only given one order: full-scale reproduction. He wouldn't allow the parasites to waste time building nests. This area had been designated an absolute no-go zone. Leaving the nest, Qin Tian arrived at the outer edge of the restricted area. Hundreds of meters away, beside a lava river, a swarm of war insects was hunting a 3-meter-tall giant crab. They split into two teams, one to distract it, and the other to spew high-temperature flames to scorch its carapace. When the giant crab turned around in pain, the distraction team immediately charged, striking the softened parts with their spikes. After more than a dozen rounds of attacks, they finally broke through its defenses and killed it. After reviewing the data, Qin Tian uttered only one sentence: "Weak! Too weak!" Even though these war insects possessed the ability to coordinate attacks, he was still unsatisfied. Their combat strength was far from sufficient. The next moment, he issued a series of orders. Select the species with the fastest speed, strongest attack, and most agile reaction. The system responded swiftly, filtering out nearly 1,000,000 advantageous targets from among tens of millions of species. Qin Tian's will descended upon the territories of various races like a ray of light, but this time he was not in a hurry to merge them. Instead, he ordered these species to converge on the Forbidden Zone, ensuring their safety. After all, while they were strong individually, they were fragile as a whole, and long-distance migration would easily lead to their being devoured. At the same time, he conveyed the order to the Queen Mother to suspend reproduction. After everything was arranged, Qin Tian began to name the planet Mars. Covered in lava volcanoes, this name couldn't be more fitting. The system interface updated accordingly: Mars, parasitic Zerg, first-generation evolution, totaling over 5,000. Each war insect is 1 meter tall, with a combat power of 135 points. Although a significant improvement over the original form, they remain relatively weak within the overall civilization system. Qin Tian, however, was not worried. This was just the beginning. Each future generation of evolution would integrate the advantages of more species, resulting in a geometrical increase in combat power. Back in the real world, Qin Tian quickly packed his belongings and headed to the Creator Recruitment Office in the capital of Pingxi Kingdom. He ultimately chose to join the nation because only in this way could he obtain resources, status, and opportunities for upward mobility, such as being granted a noble title. Chapter 14: Zerg Civilization. Encyclopedia. The creators who settle in Pingxi Kingdom will be uniformly settled in 5 major cities: the Royal City, Immortal Slaughtering City, Demon Slayer City, Alien Extinction City, and Linen City. The names of the 3 cities correspond to the 3 major powers of today. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, it also carries the ambition of King Pingxi to unify the great Xia dynasty. Aside from the higher entry requirements of the Royal City, creators from the 3 dominant civilizations, Beast Men, Winged People, and Oceanic civilizations, were mostly assigned to the top 3 cities. Linen City, located at the easternmost point, became a concentration of weaker creators from civilizations below the Beast Man level. Qin Tian, as a creator from the Zerg civilization, was naturally assigned to Linen City without any surprise. The city houses 3 major academies: Beast Man, Plant, and Insect. Each academy is further subdivided into multiple branches, forming a very complete system. "Welcome, students, to the 8th branch of the Insect Clan in Linen City," a burly middle-aged man announced from the podium. "My name is Su Jian, and I am your instructor from the Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion civilization." He scanned the crowd with a satisfied expression. "This year is the most exciting one ever. The 8th Division has 308 creators, including many powerful races such as the Ghost Mantis, the Unicorn Golden Beetle, and there may even be unknown new insect species. He then changed the subject, his tone becoming firm. People outside say the Zerg are weak and have no potential, but I don't agree. There are no inherently inferior civilizations. What is called weakness is simply that their potential hasn't been tapped yet. So-called limitations can perhaps be overcome by devouring a species, Su Jian said, looking at the crowd. So don't be discouraged, and don't despair. Remember this: there are no weak civilizations, only weak creators. These words immediately ignited the entire audience, and many students were moved. Well said. My fate is in my own hands. With effort, anything is possible. Seeing that everyone had regained their fighting spirit, Su Jian gestured for them to return to the main topic. The preliminary test is in 3 days, and it will determine your future. You must prepare diligently and build your own planetary civilization. The enthusiastic atmosphere instantly cooled down, and many people showed expressions of worry. The preliminary test assesses the strength of a civilization through practical combat, and will also determine whether to enroll in elite or ordinary academies, directly impacting resources and future career prospects. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. There are so many people this year, it'll probably take 3 rounds of elimination. Your Sand Scorpion clan will be in the top 20, no problem. I'm in trouble, the demonic flying ants are too weak. The atmosphere grew tense. Instructor Su interrupted the discussion. Start distributing the teaching materials. Let's learn about the characteristics of the various Zerg races. The so-called teaching materials were actually a compilation of Zerg data from previous years, ranked by strength, essentially a Zerg encyclopedia. Qin Tian, sitting in the back row, received the textbook, but froze after opening it. He thought he had misread the first page, started frowning at the second, and finally raised his hand at the third. Excuse me, is my textbook wrong? Su Jian walked over and looked at it. No problem, it's the Myriad Insect Manual. Qin Tian was silent for a moment, then could only say, Then I might have made a mistake. He then lowered his head and continued flipping through the pages, his expression becoming increasingly strange. The book clearly recorded, the mantis, 50 centimeters in length, combat power 58, the golden beetle, 46 centimeters in length, combat power 52, the tiger tarantula, 40 centimeters in length, combat power 48. He was speechless at the data. What are these things? Qin Tian was stunned. This past year, he had mostly encountered powerful civilizations, and he had assumed that even the weakest Zerg would be considered a monster. But it turned out they were just slightly larger insects. At this moment, he finally understood why the world underestimated the Zerg, and he understood the reaction of the 4 envoys. Because in most people's minds, the Zerg civilization was nothing more than an enlarged version of ordinary insects. Chapter 15: Myriad Planets. After the ruling race dispersed, Qin Tian returned to the academy and immediately channeled his consciousness back into the planets. Within the Forbidden Zone, the parasitic civilization continued its high-speed operation, with all evolution proceeding smoothly under his control. Of the millions of hosts previously selected, dozens of nearby races had already arrived. Under Qin Tian's will, these creatures dared not resist. Even the aerial races landed, allowing the war insects to slaughter and devour them. After the first generation of evolution, the Queen Mother's abilities had significantly improved. She no longer relied on parasitism. She only needed to devour her prey, and her internal organs could automatically extract superior genes and integrate them into the next generation, greatly increasing her evolutionary efficiency. After surveying the area, Qin Tian returned to the Queen Mother and issued the command to continue breeding and evolution. Several days later, the Queen Mother began laying eggs again, and within a month, a new batch of war insects hatched. This generation of war insects is completely different from the previous ones. They are only a foot long, but they have 6 long limbs as sharp as bayonets, supporting a body that is 5 meters tall. Their entire bodies are covered with hard black carapaces, and their appearance is ferocious and terrifying. This is the strongest individual born from the fusion of multiple superior genes, including speed, defense, and attack. Qin Tian named it the Slayer. Their sole purpose is slaughter. Sure enough, the newly born slayers immediately pounced on the first-generation war insects. Even those that had fought to the death for their clan were slaughtered without hesitation. The Zerg have no emotions, only the instinct to perpetuate. The birth of a new generation means the elimination of the old, and the only fate of the eliminated is to become nourishment for the swarm. Half an hour later, the massacre ended. Apart from a little over 1,000 Zerg responsible for transportation, the remaining 4,000 plus first-generation war Zerg were all wiped out, and the red tide within the Forbidden Zone was completely replaced by darkness. The system data was updated accordingly. Mars, parasitic Zerg, second-generation evolved beings, totaling over 2,000. The Slayer is 5 meters tall, with a combat power of 980 points. Its overall strength has leaped again. Although the increase is not as dramatic as the first evolution, it is still close to a 10-fold increase. However, according to the system's assessment, as long as the combat power doubles, the evolution level will only increase by 1 tier. Even so, a force of nearly 1,000 was already extremely astonishing. Qin Tian even felt a sense of oppression. The ghost-faced mantis, ranked first in the myriad insect ranking, had a combat power of only 100 points, completely on a different level from the Slayer. At this moment, he gradually realized the problem. These species, migrated by the system, are likely not ordinary organisms. Even the weakest rock worm is enormous, far exceeding conventional understanding. To survive on a desolate planet, they must have already evolved to their limits, possessing a complete and powerful life structure. In other words, these species were very likely originally the apex predators of their respective planets' food chains. 10 million species meant 10 million planetary rulers. And now, these former masters were all gathered on his Mars, at his mercy, to be selected and utilized. Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but gasp, muttering to himself, "This is too extravagant." Chapter 16. The preliminary examination begins. A battle of strength. On the day of the preliminary examination, the 8th branch of the Zerg was bustling with activity once again. After 3 days of development outside and 3 years of development on the planet, the new generation of creators gathered together. As everyone expected, the preliminary examination consisted of 3 rounds, using an elimination system. In the first round, there were 308 people, fighting in pairs, with the winners advancing. The final 77 people would enter the elite academy. This battle was both a selection process and the first direct clash of strength. Under Instructor Su's direction, the projection screen lit up, randomly matching the battle list. Soon, the first match was decided: Fenglu vs. Zhao Wenbo. Fenglu is finished, he's running into the unicorn golden beetle. That's the second-ranked race, he has no chance at all. The crowd discussed among themselves, almost unanimously pessimistic about Fenglu's chances. The two stepped forward, placed their hands into the device, and their consciousness entered the battlefield. Within the light screen, a vast plain unfolded, with spatial rifts slowly opening at both ends. Fenglu appeared first, followed by hundreds of blood beetles, small in size but densely packed, spreading out like a crimson wave. On the other side, Zhao Wenbo appeared, leading fewer than 100 golden unicorn beetles. These were much larger, their carapaces gleaming with a metallic sheen, and their sharp spikes on their heads radiating a chilling light, exuding a completely different aura. The difference between the two sides was immediately apparent. Although the blood beetles were numerous, their individual combat strength was only around 20, while the golden unicorn beetles had completed their first generation of evolution, with each possessing a combat strength exceeding 100. As the command was given, the two swarms of insects clashed violently. The result was a foregone conclusion, a near one-sided rout. Blood beetles were knocked away, pierced, and fell in droves. They couldn't even break through the other's carapace. The battle quickly devolved into a massacre. In just a few minutes the battle was over. Zhao Wenbo wins! Instructor Su announced the result. The battle continued relentlessly. Li Weiran wins! Pu Gaoi wins! The pace was incredibly fast, with most duels ending in a single, decisive blow, and some even choosing to surrender outright. Qin Tian, watching from the back row, found nothing of interest. In his eyes, this swarm clash was more like a chaotic free-for-all, lacking variety, even bordering on childish. He simply hoped it would be his turn soon, to end this selection as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the screen finally flashed. Qin Tian's parasitic insect clan vs. Xiong Hanlin's tiger-striped wolf spider clan. The news caused a slight stir in the crowd. Tiger-striped wolf spiders, the third most powerful race. Most of the top 20 have already made their appearances. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone noticed Qin Tian's race. A parasitic worm? Never heard of it. It should be a parasitic worm, the bottom kind. This gap is even more exaggerated than the first match. Almost everyone believed that this duel wouldn't really begin. He'll definitely concede right away. Why even fight? In the arena, a fat man weighing over 200 pounds slowly stood up. It was Xiong Hanlin. His face showed no excitement, only regret. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to show off, but instead encountered such a weak opponent. He didn't even immediately go on stage, but waited with everyone else for Qin Tian to concede defeat. After all, the difference in skill was obvious to everyone. But just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly froze. Because Qin Tian, who should have conceded, had already stood up and walked straight to the dueling platform. Chapter 17 Unparalleled Genius. Completely stunned. Chapter 17 Unparalleled Genius. Completely stunned in the schoolroom. Inside the classroom, a crowd stared in astonishment as Qin Tian walked directly onto the stage. He actually dares to go up? Hoping for a miracle? The gap is so huge, it's a complete waste of time. Discussions rose and fell, with many feeling the outcome of the duel was a foregone conclusion. Even Xiong Hanlin was stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Tian to actually accept the challenge. But soon, a look of wild joy appeared on his face, and he immediately dragged his obese body to the front of the battle platform, quickly pressing his hand into the instrument, fearing that Qin Tian might concede defeat at the last minute. Soon, the battlefield of consciousness unfolded. On a wide open plain, Xiong Hanlin's consciousness floated in midair, with 50 tiger-striped wolf spiders lying in wait below, emitting piercing hisses and exuding a terrifying aura. These tarantulas are a meter long, with sickle-shaped fangs. The tiger stripes on their fur have turned dark gold, and their 8 long legs are spread out, making them look like ferocious beasts ready to pounce, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Xiong Hanlin tilted his head back, his expression one of rapture. He could almost imagine the astonishment of the students outside. Both their numbers and forms indicated that his race had completed its second-generation evolution. The second-generation evolved form has a combat power of nearly 200. It completed 2 evolutions in just 3 years, a speed that is extremely rare in all previous generations, let alone the third-ranked tiger tarantula. In his view, entering the elite academy was a foregone conclusion, and he was even very likely to secure first place. Compared to having the results announced by the instructors, the feeling of crushing his opponents in public was much more addictive. At the same time, the school was in complete uproar. A second-generation evolved form? How did he do that? And a tiger-striped tarantula at that, that's too incredible! Exclamations of surprise rang out continuously. Someone recalled. The last person to evolve to the second generation in the preliminary test was that genius 5 years ago, who was later directly granted a title. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Xiong Hanlin completely changed. Even some girls' eyes lit up. What was once considered undesirable as obesity now seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Faced with absolute talent, all appearance becomes unimportant. Su Jian was equally excited. He knew very well that a genius could change an instructor's fate. With the example from 5 years ago before him, and now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he naturally couldn't hide his anticipation. However, just as he was envisioning the future, the school suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared intently at the light screen behind him, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Su Jian frowned and turned around. He only glanced at her before his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze on the spot, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xiong Hanlin's expression completely collapsed. He stared wide-eyed, his previous confidence and elation vanishing instantly, leaving only endless fear. In just a few minutes, he plummeted from the heights of success to the depths of despair, as if swallowed by a chilling aura. The dramatic fall left him frozen in place, almost unable to think. Opposite him, Qin Tian stood silently in midair. Below him, the earth cracked open, and countless terrifying, utterly unimaginable insectoid monsters surged forth like a black torrent. Chapter 18: A Devastating Slaughter. Instant Carnage. Chapter 18: A Devastating Slaughter. Instantaneous massacre inside the schoolroom. The students stared blankly at the black monster in the light screen. Its streamlined, slender, and smooth body seemed to have been machine-polished. Those long, sharp limbs, like swords and spears. The dense, sharp barbs covering its entire body. And its enormous size, as tall as a house. This. What the hell is this? Which bastard said it was a parasitic worm? This has even the slightest connection to worms? A stark contrast. This caused everyone's minds to freeze for a long time. Within the battlefield, Qin Tian stood in midair. A group of killer insects has assembled below. The quantity is not large. Only 10. But this also means that each one is several times stronger than a tiger tarantula. The instant I appeared on this unfamiliar grassland, a group of war insects immediately set their sights on the group of tiger-striped wolf spiders on the other side. In their simple understanding, there is no distinction between friend and foe. Any other creature is prey in its eyes. No order from Qin Tian is required. The next moment, the 10 killer insects then pounced fiercely on it. The chilling screech of the war insects. In an instant, the sound resounded throughout the battlefield. Until this point, Xiong Hanlin suddenly woke up with a start. In a panic, he ordered his tiger spiders to engage the enemy. But it was clearly too late. The two sides had closed the distance to within a few dozen meters. This effectively deprived him of his last chance to fight back. Certainly, it was nothing more than a struggle. The webs sprayed by the tiger tarantula have little effect on the war insects that are charging at high speed. Even if you get entangled with it, its 6-bladed legs can easily cut through spider webs. A distance of tens of meters can be covered in the blink of an eye. The dozen or so tiger tarantulas in the front row were immediately gutted. But the swarm of killer war insects did not stop hunting other prey nearby, and continued to advance at high speed. Their attack method does not involve biting. Instead, it has 6 sharp limbs, as sharp as knives. From the moment of its birth, the war insects knew their own advantages. And during hunting, they can maximize this advantage. This is an instinct etched into our genes. 10 killer war insects. Like a series of high-speed meat grinders, it slashed fiercely into the tiger tarantula swarm, which resembled blocks of tofu. In the blink of an eye, juice flowed freely, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. After just 2 rounds of sprinting back and forth, more than 50 tiger tarantulas were slaughtered. On the huge field, it was almost impossible to find a complete corpse. Some were cut into several pieces. Some were trampled and trampled by the killer insects. It turned into a messy pile of minced meat. In the school, a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the image on the screen, speechless for a long time. Some were still reeling from the shock of seeing the black insects. Then, in the blink of an eye, the battle ended so easily and decisively? Xiong Hanlin's gaze was also vacant. Even to withdraw from planetary consciousness and return to the outside world, he still looked dazed. How could that be? How is that possible? Xiong Hanlin murmured as he looked up. Staring at the group of tiger tarantulas in the still image, their shapes indistinguishable and nearly turned into puddles of flesh. In a short time, he simply couldn't accept this cruel reality. The preliminary test was suspended for the first time in history. After announcing in public that Qin Tian would directly advance to the elite academy, and would not have to participate in the next 2 rounds of battles, Su Jian went straight back to the instructor's room. Close the door. Su Jian, with a flushed face. I could no longer suppress the surging emotions in my heart. He would sometimes burst into laughter. At times, he would excitedly swing his fists a few times. He was completely out of his mind. He couldn't help but be so agitated. I waited for 5 whole years. He was already extremely satisfied with the fact that a genius like Xiong Hanlin had emerged. Unexpectedly. Suddenly, another being appeared who could wipe out all the species under Xiong Hanlin's command with a wave of his hand. This kind of person. It's beyond what you can describe as genius. It's simply evildoer. He quickly walked to the desk. Among a pile of case files, Su Jian pulled out Qin Tian's naturalization file. The file information is very simple. It is difficult to discern his family background from this. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Su Jian immediately closed the case file. He quickly got up, went over, and opened the door. "Instructor, you wanted to see me?" Qin Tian stood outside the door and said, "Yes, come in quickly and tell me." They let Qin Tian into the house. Su Jian personally moved a chair. I sat down next to him as well. And in a very friendly manner, he took Qin Tian's hand. He asked with a smile, "Brother Qin, where are you from? How are your parents?" Qin Tian subtly withdrew his hand. His brows furrowed slightly. This inappropriate and nonsensical name. This subconsciously reminded him of the scene when he first met Fan Yixuan, the special envoy of Jinbei Kingdom. But he immediately replied, "A native of the capital, born an orphan, without father or mother." "Haha, that's great. No, what I mean is, from now on, our Zerg 8th branch will be your home." Su Jian was so excited that he was incoherent. I was overjoyed. If you are not born into a prominent family, or even have no family at all, you will not have any ties. Like plain water. Only then can you better build relationships. "Thank you, instructor." "Yes, that's right." Su Jian managed to calm himself down. "Now let's get down to business. You know about the annual college competition, right?" "No." Qin Tian nodded. This was his main purpose in coming to Pingxi Kingdom. In 3 months. Then the annual academy competition, hosted by the Linen City Guard, will begin. Preliminary test. It was actually preparation for the competition. At the time, the 3 academies of insectids, plants, and savages in Linen City will each select their strongest warriors to fight. Firstly, it is to test the achievements of the new generation of creators. Secondly, it was also to generate some revenue for the already impoverished city of Linen. At that time, not only will people from surrounding towns flock to Linen City, countless families, large and small, as well as royal envoys, will come to observe. A huge flow of people. This will directly boost the city's economy. Certainly, these weren't things Qin Tian cared about. Rather, it's a reward for the competition. According to the rules of previous years, the highest reward of the competition. It's a title. It is a title that allows an ordinary creator to directly ascend to the noble class. Chapter 19: The Grand Competition in Linen. Warcraft Civilization. Chapter 19: The Grand Competition in Linen. Since the arrival of the Warcraft civilization in this world, Qin Tian deeply understood one principle. To live a better life, not only do you need to have strength, they also need to have corresponding power and status. Otherwise, ultimately, they can only become tools manipulated by those powerful families, at the mercy of others. You will only give birth if I want you to. If I want you dead, you will surely die. Even the fiercest tiger. Ultimately, they couldn't defeat a pack of wolves. As for the conditions offered by the special envoys of the 4 countries, he neither cared about them nor regretted them. Those are all fleeting moments. Only what you earn yourself truly belongs to you. As in previous years, each department will select 10 people to compete in this year's competition. Su Jian glanced at Qin Tian. He continued, smiling. According to the rules, before the competition, the elite academies of each branch will conduct an internal selection to determine the top 10. However, based on today's preliminary results, Brother Qin can be a slated candidate for our Zerg 8th branch. There is no need to worry about the second round of selection. You can focus on developing your skills. Thank you, instructor. Qin Tian responded. He knew that Su Jian had given him special treatment, which was also a form of recognition. Even if we follow the rules, there would be no problem for a parasite to compete for a spot in the competition. 3 months outside. That is, the past 100 years on this planet. Such a long time. He could no longer imagine how terrifying his parasites would evolve. Forget about instructors, that's too formal. We're not that far apart in age, how about we call each other brothers from now on? Yes, teach Brother Su. Haha, that's more like it. Come to think of it, I'm the one who got the better deal. Su Jian laughed heartily twice. Then he got up and poured 2 cups of tea. He handed one of the cups to Qin Tian. Brother, I come from humble beginnings and am a rough man with no particular manners. If you think I'm a good match, let's have tea instead of wine today and become sworn brothers. To be honest, I have my own selfish motives. I'd like to take shelter under your wing and benefit from your influence in the future. Qin Tian. He initially thought Su Jian was just saying it casually. I didn't expect them to actually do it. And he said it so bluntly? Qin Tian smiled. They had no choice but to accept the tea. The 2 clinked glasses. He drank it all in one gulp. Haha, Brother Qin, to be honest, I was a little worried that you wouldn't appreciate my favor. Su Jian wiped his mouth, put down his teacup, and smiled. What if I don't answer? If you didn't answer, you didn't answer. I wouldn't make things difficult for you in the future over such a small matter. Su Jian said matter-of-factly. After today's battle, anyone with eyes can see that you are no ordinary person. If I weren't tired of living, I wouldn't have done anything to offend you. Brother Su is joking. Qin Tian felt somewhat helpless. The strong, rugged-looking man in front of me truly lived up to his appearance. She has a straightforward personality, doesn't beat around the bush, and says whatever she thinks. Oh, right. Su Jian got up and went to the table, taking out a blue gold card. The color of the gold card represents its face value. Green represents 10,000. And blue represents 100,000. This is the reward for first place in the preliminary test. Please accept it. Although the preliminary test is not over yet. But Su Jian doesn't think that among the remaining trainees, whose race could be stronger than Qin Tian's. First place in the preliminary test. Well deserved. So much? Qin Tian knew that there were rewards for the preliminary test. But over the years, the top student in each department only gets 50,000. Consider the extra money as my early investment. Brother Qin, please don't refuse, otherwise it means you don't think much of me. Okay, thanks Brother Su. Now that things have come to this point, Qin Tian didn't hesitate any longer and accepted it directly. Brother Su, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Alright, go back and focus on your development. If nothing unexpected happens, with the strength of your race, getting into the top 20 in the competition after March shouldn't be a problem. No, Brother Su. Qin Tian stopped upon hearing this. Looking at Su Jian, he said seriously. I don't want to be in the top 20, I want to be number 1. After all, only the first place winner receives a noble title. First place? Su Jian was taken aback. He then sighed and said, Brother Qin, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but in previous years, based on your performance in the preliminary rounds, if you had developed for a few more months and evolved a few more generations, you wouldn't have had no chance of winning first place, or at least securing a place in the top 3. But this year is truly a bit special. Special? I just received the news that 2 creators from the magical beast civilization have come to the Beast Academy this year, and they are powerful races such as the demonic dragon and the fire phoenix. How did the Warcraft civilization end up in Linen City? Qin Tian asked in surprise. It is said that the woman is a member of the local Dawn family, who stayed because she was attached to her homeland, while the man is the son of the Lin family from Wanqing, who traveled a great distance to Linen City to pursue the Duan family's daughter, so... Su Jian sighed helplessly again. He genuinely felt resentful for this brother he had just recognized. They felt it was unfair to themselves and even to the 8th Division. 5 whole years. The 8th Division has finally produced a prodigy who has the potential to soar to great heights. However, it was forcefully suppressed by 2 suddenly descending mountains. The Warcraft civilization was inherently incredibly powerful. They can also use all sorts of powerful magic. How could the Zerg, which has only evolved a few generations, possibly contend with it? Chapter 20 Invading the Planet. Stealing Genes. Chapter 20 Invading the Planet. Stealing Genes inside the library of Linen City. Qin Tian was flipping through several documents about Warcraft civilization. For the college competition. He was initially very confident. But the 2 magical beast races that suddenly appeared. This undoubtedly creates some gloom. No wonder the system's prediction of a win rate is so low. The strength of the Warcraft civilization is indeed beyond imagination. Qin Tian put down the documents. The first thing I did after receiving the news from Su Jian was... He immediately had the system simulate and predict a battle between the parasitic insectoid race and these 2 magical beast species 100 years from now. The results were very unsatisfactory. The win rate is less than 50%. However, after looking at the information in front of him, Qin Tian felt relieved. In fact, the Warcraft civilization and the Magic civilization share significant similarities. Both can use a variety of powerful and even world-destroying magic. Difference. It's just a matter of varying levels of wisdom. Or rather, the Warcraft civilization was a failed product of a planet with magical energy that could not give rise to intelligent species. But even if it fails, it also cannot erase its magical creature nature. The insectid species on Mars are all ordinary organisms. No matter how much parasites evolve. Ultimately, they could not break through the limits of ordinary living beings. This planet has an upper limit. Only invade the planets of other creators. Steal the genetic material of the organisms on their planet. This is the only way. Having made up my mind, Qin Tian left the library. Invading a planet with a creator is unrealistic. No one wants others to run rampant and commit mass killings on their planet. So, Qin Tian plans to find an unclaimed planet to test his skills first. When the creator dies naturally or falls unexpectedly, he will leave behind a fused planet. Countries will gather these unclaimed planets together. It is generally used for the trials of other creators. Or it could be used by those who failed to merge to tour the alien landscape. Over a century, it has gradually developed into a stable industrial chain. Not long after, Qin Tian arrived at the Planetary Merchant Guild in the city. This place specializes in the business of dealing with unclaimed planets. In the lobby on the first floor, it was bustling with people coming and going, very lively. Long queues have already formed in some places. However, they were mostly rich kids who hadn't successfully integrated into the family. They were just there to see something unusual. Qin Tian glanced around. His gaze lingered briefly on the Warcraft planet counter. Then he shook his head. Walked towards the Beast planet counter next door. With the current strength of the war bugs, going to challenge Warcraft is pure suicide. Sir, please go first. Upon seeing the clothing worn by Qin Tian, which symbolized his status, the person at the very front of the line immediately and obsequiously gave up their place. As the creator, with this privilege, there's no need to queue. Even the Chamber of Commerce clerks behind the counter, who had been listless, immediately perked up. He said with great respect, "Hello, Your Excellency Creator, are you looking to rent a planet? I want to lease a level 2 planet." Qin Tian nodded in agreement. Planetary levels represent stages of biological evolution. Level 2 planet. It is a planet where the main race has evolved to the second generation. How long would you like to rent it for? 1 day. 1 day outside. Equivalent to 1 year on a planet. It's sufficient for experimental purposes only. Okay, renting a level 2 savage beast planet for 1 day will cost 500 gold. The waiter said familiarly. The price is not expensive. It's cheap, at least for Qin Tian. The creator receives a monthly stipend. The Zerg branch's monthly salary is 100 gold. After being promoted to the Elite Academy, the reward increases directly to 1,000 gold. In addition to the initial test bonus of 100,000. A mere few hundred gold coins is just a drop in the ocean. Qin Tian handed over the gold card. All done. The waiter waved for a maid to come over. They led Qin Tian to the rental room at the back. The indoor space is not large, but it has all kinds of facilities. On the middle table, a light blue crystal ball was placed there. It stores the coordinates of the corresponding planet. Close the door. Qin Tian took the crystal ball and sat down on a recliner. I changed to a more comfortable position. Close your eyes. Sinking into consciousness. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stage, second generation evolution. Population size, 20,580. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Killer war bug. Rank, second generation evolution. Size 5 meters. Combat power, 980 points. Quantity 18,500. Abilities, none. Above the penalty area. Qin Tian brought up the information interface and checked it. After 3 days outside. That is, the planet's development over 3 years. The entire parasite population has reached more than 20,000 individuals. Among them, there were 18,500 war insects. The queen mother lays 500 eggs each time. The egg-laying and growth cycle takes about a month. That's 6,000 a year. Converted to external time, that's 6,000 second-generation war bugs per day. It's still a bit slow. Looking at the entire Zerg civilization, the parasite's reproduction rate is already terrifying. But since the plan is to invade an unclaimed planet and steal the genetic material of its inhabitants, the faster the reproduction rate, the better. After all, the number of war insects. This will directly affect the efficiency of the theft. However, there's nothing we can do about it right now. The development of an ethnic group has its own balance. If we forcibly interfere to increase fertility, this will inevitably lead to an overall decline in the combat effectiveness of adult insects. It's not worth the risk. Close the information interface. Qin Tian's gaze swept towards the restricted area. Under its will, swarms of black war insects immediately gathered like a tide. At the same time, using the coordinates inside the crystal ball in one's own hand from the outside world, Qin Tian quickly sensed the exact location of the level 2 savage beast planet called Myriad Beast Star. The next moment, a spatial rift then slowly opened. Qin Tian was the first to float into the passage. As a conscious entity, there is absolutely no danger in entering an unclaimed planet. A short while later, Qin Tian stepped out of the passage. What was presented to him was, it is a vibrant and extremely peaceful world. Chapter 21 Hundreds of Millions. The War Insect Legion. Chapter 21 Hundreds of Millions. At the end of the War Insect Legion passage. Lush and verdant, full of life. On the earth, it is a vast expanse of lush green grassland. Countless creatures live in it. Some deer-shaped horses are grazing peacefully. Some of them, with slender bodies, were chasing and playing. Further away, several ferocious beasts were running and hunting. compared to its own Mars. The environment here is simply paradise. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. After the creator died, the planets they merge with will not be significantly affected. Without the interference of the creator. This significantly slowed down the evolutionary speed of the dominant civilization race. Life on the planet will continue to reproduce and develop according to the laws of nature. At this time, more than half of the more than 20,000 killer war insects have already emerged. Qin Tian glanced at the horde of savage beasts that had fled far away in fright. He waved gently, in accordance with its will and commands. The massive, dark waves below instantly transformed into torrents of black water that swept outwards. We arrived on this alien planet. Qin Tian lost his ability to create. It's impossible to travel thousands of miles in an instant, and do whatever you want like you would on your own Mars. I want to go and observe the warbugs hunting. It can only float slowly. However, there are still compromise solutions. Immediately, Qin Tian stood with his eyes closed. To inject one's consciousness into the swarm. Gradually, the darkness before my eyes disappeared. Instead, a dimly lit space was created. The space was filled with countless intertwined, shimmering points of light. This is the collective consciousness of the swarm, huh? Qin Tian quickly understood. Parasites do not possess independent consciousness. All individual consciousness is concentrated in a unique network of consciousness. Every point of light he saw. They all represent a killer war insect. At this time, Qin Tian suddenly noticed that several points of light in a certain area were rapidly disappearing. At the same time, the war insect swarms on the outer planets seemed to sense something. The person who was running and chasing stopped. The hunters, who were in the process of encircling and hunting, abandoned their prey that was almost within their grasp. All the war insects turned their heads in unison. Look in the same direction. Squeak! Squeak! The swarm of war insects roared to the sky. A piercing, sharp shriek instantly echoed across the land. The next moment, one by one, the war insects turned around. It rushed towards that area at breakneck speed. Qin Tian focused his consciousness on a nearby war insect. Soon, a scene of violent turbulence appeared before Qin Tian's eyes. A gray sky. Gray earth. A gray grassland. This is from the perspective of the war bug. Their world has no other colors except for a monotonous gray. After running wildly for several minutes, the gray, jittery animation gradually stabilized. One after another, enormous and majestic figures began to appear in sight. Those were ferocious beasts, each larger than a 5-meter-tall war insect. It looks like a tiger and a bear, with fangs covering its mouth and sharp claws several inches long sticking out from between its paws. Not far ahead, lying there were the mangled corpses of 8 killer insects. Roar! As the number of war insects gathered around, it increased. A group of tiger-bear beasts sensed the threat, crouched down with their mountain-like bodies, and roared with wide eyes. A powerful sound wave. It was almost like small whirlwinds rising up in the air. Squeak! The insect swarm showed no weakness, even under the other party's provocation. This triggered the warrior insect's instinctive ferocity, causing them to hiss and pounce on the attack. Qin Tian hurriedly released a burst of will. Suppress the restless activity of this possessed war insect and let it act as your eyes. As expected of a savage beast, their combat strength is incomparable to that of the Zerg in the preliminary rounds. This pack of tigers and bears. Each battle must involve at least several thousand people. Qin Tian watched the one-sided massacre unfolding before him. One glance. The killer insects suffered heavy casualties. Some were slapped away. Some were torn to pieces. Some were pounced on by tiger-bear beasts, and had their heads bitten open. Its ferocity was truly terrifying to Qin Tian. This is just a creature from a level 2 savage planet. And they are not the dominant civilization or race. The main race will definitely not consist of only a dozen or so individuals. Surprised as I was, Qin Tian was not worried about the outcome of the fight. Even the strongest tiger bear beast is still made of flesh and blood, and its strength has its limits. Under the onslaught of tens of thousands of fearless and valiant war insects, their deaths are only a matter of time. However, but things happened much faster than Qin Tian had anticipated. As more and more war bugs from the periphery joined the battle, they were stacked up one by one. Not long after, a group of tiger bear beasts were submerged in a dense sea of insects. Qin Tian withdrew from the war insect consciousness and returned to Mars. The Zerg Swarm's highly efficient collective combat model, where help comes from all sides when one is in trouble, is a prime example of this. As long as you don't encounter a large-scale main beast race, you can rest easy. An hour later, some more insects began to return with their spoils. A group of camel-carrying insects gathered around the Queen Mother immediately crawled over and dragged the prey to feed her. Basically, the Empress always only dabbled in things. Mars has no shortage of food. The Empress's actions were also carried out at Qin Tian's behest, allowing her to extract the genes of savage beasts. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Qin Tian was stunned. I thought I had misheard. But very soon, 2 more system notifications sounded in succession. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.002. Qin Tian seemed to realize something. He immediately turned around and looked towards the entrance of the passage. Most of the prey brought back by the war insects were already dead. But inevitably some still have a breath left. As expected, as a war insect carrying a deer-like beast that was not yet fully dead emerged from the passage. And in the instant that the savage beast succumbed to the harsh, high-temperature environment of Mars, it perished. The system notification immediately sounded. Planetary origin. It can actually be obtained by sacrificing the lives of living beings? It has been confirmed. Qin Tian was initially somewhat taken aback. Then came a burst of ecstasy. The origin of a planet is the core energy of a planet. At the same time, it is also the basis for summoning creatures to accompany you. But when summoned, the consumption of vital energy is terrifying. The entire original reserves of a planet. It can barely be summoned twice. Over a century, countless creators and sages have tried countless methods. No method has been found to increase the planet's origin or the number of summons. But unexpectedly, is it possible to increase the planet's origin through this method? This means Qin Tian's breathing suddenly became rapid. This means that he will not be subject to the limit on the number of summons. He will be able to summon Martian war bugs continuously. From the outside world. Summon 1. An army of hundreds of millions of war insects. Chapter 22 2 months of accumulation. 3rd generation war insects. Chapter 22 2 months of accumulation. 3 generations of war insects under the setting sun. The setting sun was like blood. Thousands of wild beasts fled in terror across the land. Slightly slower, they will be swarmed by the outer war insects. After scattering, all that remained were pools of scarlet blood. A brutal expulsion. Its effect. It is obvious. In less than half a day, thousands of savage beasts were driven into the crevice passage. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.002. Ding, planetary origin plus 0.001. Listening to the system prompts constantly ringing in my mind. Qin Tian's emotions had already stabilized. I just feel a bit sentimental. Perhaps countless creators, in their quest to find a way to increase the planet's origin, They have also attempted to plunder creatures from unclaimed planets in a similar manner. But there would never be a large-scale raid involving tens of thousands of animals. It's mostly experimental. The meager, almost negligible, increase in origin power gained by a few dozen or so creatures. It is impossible to perceive. If it weren't for a deliberate system prompt, they themselves were completely unaware of it. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stage, second generation evolution. Population size, 20,580. Planetary origin, 81622. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Qin Tian summoned the system information. On the interface, an additional original value has been added. This is a new feature added to the God-level creator auxiliary system. It presents the origins of planets in a more intuitive way through data. The original Mars was only about 80,000 tons. The difference between having the ability to summon countless war insects to accompany you and having the ability to do so is enormous. However, once a method is found, the rest is just accumulation. We will achieve this goal someday. And, in comparison, the speed at which biological genes are stolen, simply driving them away is far faster than hunting and killing them. After conveying a will to the Queen Mother, Qin Tian then left the planet. The war insects that hatched afterward, the Queen Mother will follow his command and continuously send supplies to the Beast Star. As for that spatial rift passage, it won't close unless he actively disconnects. Back to the outside world. Qin Tian took the crystal ball and went to the counter. Under the astonished gaze of the waiter, they bought the Savage Beast planet for 5,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Qin Tian went to the counter on the Warcraft planet again, seeing the same surprised look on the other man's face. They bought 2 Warcraft planets for a total of 90,000. The 2 men stared blankly at Qin Tian's departing figure. They couldn't help but shake their heads. He sighed inwardly. Being rich means you can do whatever you want. After all, in their view, used solely for training the creatures under my command. They just bought a few expensive planets. They're incredibly extravagant. Back at the school dormitory, Qin Tian re-entered his consciousness onto Mars. The 2 Warcraft planets purchased. One Grade 1. Another second-order satellite. He did not intend to immediately open a spatial portal to capture the monsters on the 2 planets, both in terms of the strength and the number of war insects. Right now, it's far from enough to develop a new Warcraft planet. Furthermore, opening the passage also requires a continuous drain on the planet's energy, although extremely small. But compared to obtaining 1 point of essence from nearly 1,000 savage beasts, that makes it incredibly precious. The province still needs to save money. Above Mars, Qin Tian habitually first surveyed the area inside and outside the restricted zone. Now that we've bought that savage planet, so he wasn't in a hurry anymore. The millions of insect species selected earlier are still arriving. The most distant groups may still need hundreds of years. Mars is too big. According to Qin Tian's estimate, it must be at least 10 times the size of Earth in its previous life. The distance is too far. It was another large-scale migration of the entire ethnic group. They traveled over mountains and valleys along the way. They also had to avoid countless other insected species along the way. It's easy to imagine how long it would take. This can't be rushed. After the inspection, Qin Tian then entered the Myriad Beast Star. Next, aside from resting and eating, Qin Tian basically spent all his time on the planet. Occasionally, they would patrol their own planetary territory. Occasionally, I would wander around the planet of beasts to see the alien scenery. Or you could adopt the perspective of a Zergling and personally command several capture operations. In addition, the consciousness entity has no concept of time on the planet. The days didn't seem boring at all. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months have passed in a flash. 2 months outside. The time on the planet is as long as 60 years. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stage, second generation evolution. Population size, 405,681 individuals. Planetary origin, 127435. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Killer war bug. Rank, second generation evolution. Size 5 meters. Combat power, 980 points. Quantity 357,486. Abilities, none. 60 years. This caused the entire parasite population to expand wildly to over 400,000. Besides the more than 40,000 camel-carrying insects that resemble worker ants. Then deduct the casualties from deaths in battle. The number of war bugs has reached nearly 360,000. Within the planet of 10,000 beasts. What catches the eye? It was a swarm of black insects. It stretches as far as the eye can see. But such a large number of war insects. It did not improve the efficiency of obtaining the source. On the contrary, they are gradually decreasing. According to the time on the planet. In 60 years, only 45,000 new sources have been added. On average, you can only earn 2 to 3 points per day. But there's nothing we can do. The savage beasts near the spatial passage were all captured. The war insects must travel long distances to find herds of beasts. Now, the journey has reached thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. The further along, the lower the efficiency, the better. Turn your gaze away. Qin Tian returned to Mars. The selected insect population of nearly 1 million has reached more than half of its target. Besides selecting a few from each group for the queen to absorb genes, the vast majority of the rest scattered around the restricted area to survive. The area of the restricted zone at this time. To satisfy the enormous population of parasites. It is no longer limited to the initial mere dozen or so miles. Under Qin Tian's will. Its range extends for tens of thousands of miles. Arriving above the Queen Mother. Evolution! Qin Tian conveyed a slightly trembling command to him. There is excitement. I have some feelings. It has weathered many changes. So much accumulation over such a long time. After such a long and arduous wait. For the purpose of. Isn't this the moment? Below. The Queen Mother's enormous body trembled slightly. It probably fused with the genes of countless insects and savage beasts within its body. Qin Tian waited patiently. This wait. It's only half a month. Finally. On the 16th day. The Queen Mother made a move. They began to lay their eggs one by one. Unlike the previous white. These insect eggs, reaching up to 2 meters in height, are speckled with various colors. It also exudes a very clear and fierce aura. 2 more months passed. Roars gradually emanated from the newly expanded, enormous insect nest. Buzz! A loud roar, like a fighter jet passing by, followed. Under Qin Tian's expectant gaze. Huge black shadows. Take flight. Soaring straight into the sky. Chapter 23 Hybrid Species. Tens of thousands of battle power. Chapter 23 Hybrid Species. Qin Tian's gaze sharpened as he surveyed tens of thousands of combatants. The will of the Creator surged forth in an instant. The group of enormous creatures that had just soared into the sky immediately suppressed their ferocity. They all became as docile as little lambs and flew down, bowing their bodies low. A hybrid species? It's completely unrecognizable. Qin Tian sized him up for a moment. The color of the creatures in front of us hasn't changed. Pitch black all over. There wasn't a single impurity. But it has almost completely lost its insect-like appearance. It's more like a combination of insects and wild beasts. The most striking feature is their mouths. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a beak. It is nearly 1 meter long. When closed, it resembles a sharp spear. These wings. That's way too exaggerated. It should have evolved from the genes of the main race on the planet of 10,000 beasts. Qin Tian looked at the enormous wings of these creatures, which span tens of meters. The main race of the beast star was encountered by the war bugs 30 years ago. They were a group of flying species that closely resembled pterosaurs, due to the lack of air attack capabilities. At that time, it took nearly 1,000 killer insects to barely kill a dozen or so pteranodons. However, unlike the fleshy wings of pterosaurs, the queen mother likely incorporated some genes from flying insects. Its wings are almost entirely composed of bones. Only a thin layer of skin adheres between the bones. It also has a pair of exaggerated bony claws under its body. Overall, it still has more characteristics of insects. After a little thought, Qin Tian named it the Annihilator War Bug. Striker War Bug. Rank, 3rd generation evolution. Size, 68 meters. Combat power, 25,800 points. Quantity, 300. Ability 1, rapid piercing, curling up the body to transform oneself into a weapon. Capability 2, bone spur ejection, ejecting bone spurs from the body using cavity pressure. He actually has 2 abilities? Qin Tian looked at the information about the Slayer War Bug that appeared in front of him with surprise. As for combat strength, it's barely passable. This was something he had kept bottled up for 60 years. The 3rd generation war bug was hatched by combining the genes of countless insects and savage beasts. Of course, in order to balance the structure of life, the queen mother only selected the best parts of the genes. It's impossible to actually pile up the genes of millions of organisms into one species. That would only produce a deformed creature that is neither fish nor fowl and has no fighting power. A short while later, Qin Tian led this batch of slayer insects to the beast planet. As soon as they exited the spatial passage, the slayer war bug then set its sights on the killer war bugs below, which were driving away the savage beast horde. Their gazes all turned fierce. This is their instinct. A stronger generation emerges. This foreshadows the obsolescence of the previous generation. Just like how the 2nd generation war bugs slaughtered the 1st generation war bugs after hatching. Qin Tian immediately released a burst of will. This prevented the eager striker war bug from launching its attack. Now is far from the time for upgrading and replacement. He also needs a massive number of killer war bugs to plunder the biological essence of Beast Planet for him. Suspended above the passage, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the distance on the ground. Will bursts forth and descends. A swarm of fighter insects immediately spread their wings and flew rapidly in the southeast direction. 1,000,000 kilometers away in that direction. The dominant race on this planet is the pteranodon. Back to the outside world. It was early morning. Qin Tian got up and stretched. I was just about to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Then Su Jian suddenly arrived. Brother Qin, how have you been lately? Good. Qin Tian poured Su Jian a glass of water. There wasn't much polite talk afterwards. Asked directly. Brother Su, is there something you need? The other party obviously wouldn't come to the temple without a reason. It's impossible for someone to come over so early in the morning just to chat. It's nothing major, it's just that my brother just received a notice that there have been some adjustments to this year's competition. Before Qin Tian could ask a question, Su Jian continued. Previously, each of the 3 colleges had 10 slots for the competition. Our Zerg Academy has 8 divisions, which adds up to 80 places. This year, we have made significant reductions, with each of the 3 colleges having only 30 regular participants and 1 seated participant. A total of 31 people. And it will no longer be divided equally, but will be subject to elimination. In 2 weeks, our Zerg Academy will hold a centralized internal competition among its departments. Select the 31 strongest individuals from among them to represent the entire Zerg Academy in the grand competition. Qin Tian nodded upon hearing this. I didn't pay much attention to it. For him, it was just a formality anyway. Brother, notifying me about this trip is secondary, hee. Su Jian smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He then subconsciously rubbed his hands together. With a hint of expectation, he said, Actually, I mainly wanted to ask how Brother Qin's racial evolution is going? Not bad, it just evolved to the 3rd generation. 3rd generation? Su Jian's smile froze. He originally thought. 2 months later. Qin Tian can evolve to at least 3 or 4 generations. Can. Compared to the preliminary test, it has only evolved for 1 generation. Su Jian stood there stunned. I felt incredibly disappointed. Before coming here, he made a special inquiry about it. It is said that many people in other branches have already evolved their races to the 7th generation. Some rare geniuses. It has even reached the 8th generation of evolution. If Qin Tian continues to develop at this snail's pace, even if it evolves into another generation in half a month, it is still far from being a match. Seeing Su Jian's expression, Qin Tian quickly understood the other party's concerns. He opened his mouth to comfort her. Don't worry, Brother Su. Racial strength isn't determined by the number of generations of evolution. Although my Zerg has only evolved to the 3rd generation, its combat power has reached over 20,000. In the internal competition in half a month, securing a spot in the grand competition will be no problem at all. Yes, racial strength isn't determined by evolution. Su Jian responded listlessly. A moment later, he suddenly woke up with a start. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Startled, I jumped up from my chair. He shouted with wide eyes. Etc. What did you say? A combat strength of over 20,000? Chapter 24 The Foundation. The Viscount's Fiefdom. Chapter 24 The Foundation. Su Jian, the Viscount, was truly terrified. The path of biological civilization evolution is widely recognized as rugged and arduous. For a biological species to meet the requirements of evolution, the next generation of combat power must be more than twice that of the previous generation. Countless creators have tried and struggled, cautiously and continuously. After more than 10 times, even hundreds of reproductions, almost in a slow, cumulative way, it was only with great difficulty that the combat power of the new generation gradually increased to twice the rating standard. The effort and energy required for this. For the creator of biological civilization, this is equivalent to immense mental torment. But this monster before me. The combat power of the 2nd generation evolved form in the initial test was clearly less than 1,000. It evolved only once. It directly caused his race's combat power to skyrocket by 20 times? To be precise, the combat power of the 3rd generation seems to be... Qin Tian recalled the information about the Slayer War bug. Finally, it was confirmed that. That's right, it's 25,800 combat power. Su Jian felt his head buzzing. My heart was in turmoil, like a stormy sea. In another 2 weeks, before the internal competition, it won't be a problem to evolve another generation. Qin Tian didn't pay attention to Su Jian. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. He hesitated and said, But this will inevitably slow down the reproduction rate, which is not worth the risk. Su Jian opened his mouth. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. People go to great lengths and painstaking efforts to evolve their species. When I arrived here, is it as simple as eating and drinking? Evolve whenever you want? If you don't want to evolve, then you won't evolve? Still think it's slowing down reproduction? Do you think it's not worth it? If someone else said this, Su Jian would definitely slap him without saying a word. Curse. Stop spouting nonsense and get back to developing your business. But it comes from a once-in-5 years event. No. It is a monstrous mouth that is unprecedented in a century. Nothing is impossible. At least, in Su Jian's memory. He evolved his species to the second generation in just 3 days of the initial trial. Furthermore, the combat power of the second generation evolved form is as high as nearly 1,000. Only Qin Tian was there. "Brother Qin!" Su Jian reached out and patted Qin Tian's shoulder forcefully. He suppressed his joy and excitement. He said in a deep voice, "Just focus on your development, and don't worry about those internal competitions. Your goal is the big competition." "Good." Qin Tian nodded. He didn't really care about the internal competition. Also, although the number of participants in the major competitions for each branch has been reduced this year, the rewards have been significantly increased. The number of titles alone has increased to 2. It is said that the first place winner was exceptionally given the title of Viscount. However, these 2 titles may also be intended for those 2 creators of the magical beast civilization. So, to put it bluntly, brother, let's forget about the title. Even 3rd or 4th place is probably out of reach. But there's still a chance for 5th place, and at the very least, we can get into the top 10. If you can get into the top 10, you will not only receive a more generous bonus than in previous years, but you will also be included in the inspection department's reserve list. After graduation, you will be directly appointed to the inspection department and become an inspection commissioner." The last sentence. Su Jian emphasized his words. "The censorate is an office that specifically manages the creator of the country. It holds real power and is not like those nominal positions assigned in previous years." Fearing that Qin Tian wouldn't understand, Su Jian added another explanation. "Viscount?" Qin Tian's gaze narrowed slightly. "He came to pacify the Western Kingdom. Enter this Academy of the Creator. All for the sake of obtaining a title. In previous years, it was always a baron of the lowest rank. Baron. They can establish their own government and military headquarters, recruit soldiers, enjoy a fief, and receive a noble salary. And the Viscount. Although it's only 1 level higher. But they can have their own fiefdom. This is the true foundation." Qin Tian sighed inwardly. As for the inspector mentioned by Su Jian, he didn't take it to heart at all. Even the most powerful government offices. It was also controlled by those powerful families. If in the end I'm still working for them, why not just find a master early on? After leaving the school, Su Jian went straight to the dean's office. He placed a pre-prepared list on his desk. "Dean Ma, this is the preliminary list of participants from our 8th branch." Dean Ma was a thin man, not much older than Su Jian. "I am currently reviewing a case file." Hearing this, he didn't even raise his head. He simply waved his hand casually, as if shooing away a fly. At this time, 2 more instructors from the branch school walked in. They all submitted their respective departments' list of participants. Dean Ma put down the case file in his hand. While receiving the list, he looked at one of them with a smile and asked, "Old Chen, how's your branch going? Are you confident about the competition?" "It's alright. A lot of geniuses have emerged this year. Getting into the top 50 in the competition shouldn't be a problem." "Oh?" Dean Ma's eyes lit up. The Zerg branch has never broken into the top 100 in any of the years. Immediately, he then looked at another person. The man hurriedly said, "My second branch can't compare to Old Shen's, but getting into the top 80 shouldn't be a problem." "Old Lu, you're too modest. I heard that one of your students has just evolved to the 8th generation. Just one person is nothing compared to you. Your first branch is full of talented people every year." "Haha, that's how it is." After the 2 finished joking around, it was as if he had just noticed Su Jian standing next to him. "Hey, isn't this Instructor Su? How's Instructor Su's 8th branch going? I heard that 2 geniuses have emerged from there?" "2 is far too few." "Haha, indeed, this year is different from previous years. There are only 31 spots for the grand competition in the entire Zerg Academy. Coach Su needs to work harder. It would be bad if he didn't get a single spot and ended up empty-handed. The two joked and teased each other. It seems they've become accustomed to it. It is well known that the 8th branch is suffering from a severe shortage of talent. Every year, he is eliminated in the first round of the competition. This is actually related to the dean's deliberate suppression. Perhaps the way someone rises to power is the one they least want others to emulate. He usually assigns the best talents among the newly promoted creators to other branches. The 8th division consisted of ordinary people. In fact, the branch number. This basically represents the strength of each branch school. In previous years, Su Jian could only silently endure the teasing and slink away. But at this moment, in his eyes, the two people in front of me were talking nonsense like idiots. First 50? The first 80? Oh. Once I become the dean, the first thing I'll do is fire you all. Su Jian glanced at the two of them. After leaving the dean's office. At the same time, I couldn't help but silently say to myself, Brother Qin, my reputation depends on you, so please don't make any mistakes. Chapter 25 The First March. Warcraft Planet. Chapter 25 The First March. Evening on the Warcraft planet. Qin Tian woke up. After dinner, we entered Mars. Inside the penalty area. 1 day on the outside world equals 1 year on the inside of the planet. The Slayer war bug has also reached a certain scale. Looking around, swarms of war insects soared through the sky. Its enormous body blotted out the sky and the sun. The shadow cast. This occasionally causes a disturbance among the insect populations outside the restricted area. Compared to the killer war bug, the reproductive rate is still too slow. The queen mother can only lay 300 insect eggs at a time. The in vitro ovulation and development cycle can take up to 2 months. Nearly twice the number of killer war bugs. Over the course of the year, we only added 1,800. Qin Tian checked the information interface. After inspecting the area, Qin Tian followed the spatial passage to the beast star. Imbue your consciousness into a slayer insect. This year on the planet, the first batch he brought consisted of 300 slayer war bugs. Besides hunting and eating from time to time, the rest of the time was spent traveling. At the end of the line of sight ahead, hundreds of towering ancient trees can already be faintly seen. That area of ancient trees is the territory of the pterosaur race, the main civilization of this planet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the Slayer war bug drew closer, groups of pterosaurs immediately flew away from the ancient trees and swarmed over. Kill! Qin Tian released his will. He sent these Slayer insects a million miles away. One reason, of course, was to capture the pterosaur pack that he had previously been forced to abandon because he couldn't defeat them. Another reason was to see the power of the third-generation war bugs with their own eyes. Roar! Upon receiving the order, the Slayer insects let out a series of low growls. But they did not immediately charge forward. Instead, they are arranged in rows. They began to flap their wings violently in unison. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a large black shadow swept out. Those were sharp bone spurs, several meters long, like spears. It is ejected through the powerful special cavity pressure in the abdomen of the fighter insect. The pterosaur herd was still several thousand meters away at this time, faced with bone spurs flying at high speed from an extremely long distance. Plus, there were too many of their own kind crowding together. They simply have no way to dodge effectively. The first 100 or so pterosaurs to be hit were immediately pierced through their bodies and fell downwards with mournful cries. From Qin Tian's perspective, it was as if a rain of beasts had fallen from the distant sky, a truly spectacular sight. Unfortunately, the bone spur can only be shot once. If continuous launches are possible. Qin Tian watched as a swarm of Slayer war bugs charged forward. Unfortunately, this unrealistic idea was abandoned. The bone spurs need to slowly regrow inside the war bug's body. How could it possibly be infinite and uninterrupted? However, even if only one volley can be fired, that's an extremely powerful ability. Distance. Fast. Faced with an equal number of enemies, a single volley of long-range fire can wipe out most of the enemy. Far away, the swarm of war insects and the pterosaur horde are getting closer and closer. When the two sides were less than 500 meters apart, a swarm of slayer insectids suddenly began to twist their bodies and spin as they flew. And it continuously retracts its wings to tightly wrap its entire body in a spiral. The speed is getting faster and faster. It's getting more and more urgent. Final. They transformed into rapidly spinning spears and plunged fiercely into the pterosaur horde. In the blink of an eye, screams of agony filled the air. A series of mournful cries. The sound resounded throughout the land. After passing through, a swarm of slayer war bugs unfurled their bodies and flew forward a short distance. Subsequently, the group turned around. The same method was used to transform the pterosaurs into spinning spears that pierced and weaved through the horde. Fine. The war insect's ability can be used repeatedly. Qin Tian nodded with satisfaction. This is actually the main attack method of the striker war bug. Their long bodies, exaggerated bony wings, and spear-like beaks. This was designed specifically for this purpose. After watching for a while, Qin Tian then issued an order to surround and drive away the group of slayer war insects. Back to Mars. I glanced at the swarm of war insects soaring in the sky. 1,000 or so slayer insects should be just about enough. It's time to develop the Warcraft planet. Ideally, we can evolve the 4th generation war bug within half a month. Qin Tian weighed the options. This decision was not made for the sake of the internal competition. To deal with those Zerg civilizations, the Slayer war bug is more than capable. But the competition. He dared not let his guard down. The stronger the war insect, the more complex the genes in the body. Correspondingly, the longer the incubation speed and growth cycle, the better. Stealing and plundering Warcraft genes in half a month. The remaining 2 weeks will be used entirely for breeding. Upon thinking of this, Qin Tian no longer hesitated. Immediately communicate with one of the lighter-colored purple crystal balls outside. A short while later, a spatial rift began to gradually take shape. As before, Qin Tian was the first to enter the crevice. As soon as I stepped out of the passage, a blinding light from a large patch of Angelica suddenly swept over. Immediately afterwards, it was an immense and overwhelming pressure. A profound and powerful force. Caught off guard. It felt almost like my own consciousness was being crushed. Chapter 26, The Wrathful Invasion. The Swarm Unleashed. Chapter 26, The Wrathful Invasion. The swarm of insects pours forth before our eyes. It was a vast, cold, white world. On the earth, the cold wind howled and the snow was white. The air was filled with energy, both violent and chilling. I remember when I bought this planet. The accompanying planetary information suggests that it is called Ice Crystal Star. Snowflakes filled the sky, and ice crystals covered the ground. It certainly lives up to its name. And the rich aroma in the air. Is it magical energy? Qin Tian carefully sensed the immense and powerful force emanating from the air. The pressure he just felt didn't really break him. That was just a temporary discomfort caused by entering an energy planet for the first time. It's like being unaccustomed to a new environment. It poses no threat to him. Not to mention, he entered the planet as a wisp of consciousness. Manifested consciousness entity. It was actually formed from the condensation of the Martian origin. Below, following closely behind, were swarms of destroyer Zerglings. A momentary commotion also occurred. But, They calmed down quickly. As for the cold, icy environment, it had no effect whatsoever on the war bugs. The system migrated millions of insect species. It's not like we're born into an environment with volcanoes and high temperatures like Mars. There is a gradual process. It is possible that vegetation degradation is caused by gradually rising temperatures. It's also possible that the melting snow and ice gradually covered the volcano. When the Queen Mother absorbed these races, their original genes were naturally preserved and incorporated into their offspring. So, the war bug can adapt to a wide variety of extreme environments in a very short time. Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to rise into the sky, to gain a wider perspective. Not long after, to the due north direction, a kilometer away from the passage, Qin Tian discovered a large group of wolf-like creatures with white fur. The quantity is extremely large. It's densely packed at first glance. There are at least tens of thousands of them. But compared to the vast ethnic group, they are incredibly tiny. Less than 2 meters. Faced with war insects that could stretch for tens of meters. Like tiny ants. Qin Tian glanced downwards. More than 1,000 slayer insects immediately ascended into the air and fired a volley of bone spikes at the wolf pack. After bone spurs, they were bodies that transformed into spinning spears. They're not even going to dodge? Qin Tian was somewhat surprised. Faced with the oncoming bone spikes and a swarm of destroyer insects that turned themselves into weapons, the wolf-like creatures did not flee in terror. Instead, they gathered together. It emitted threatening wolf howls. Soon, Qin Tian then witnessed an extremely shocking scene. With the howl of wolves, they were only visible in the air above them. Similarly, sharp ice spikes were formed. A huge number. It almost completely covered the entire land. Clang, clang, clang! Amidst a series of loud crashes, more than 1,000 bone spurs were quickly neutralized by the ice spikes. Without any preparation. Maintaining a rapid sprint state once again. The swarm of slayer warbugs didn't have time to react much. In an instant. Then they were met with countless ice spikes. In a short time. A mournful cry. A painful roar. The sound resounded through the sky. The intense barrage prevented the destroyer warbug from maintaining its spinning state. They all spread their wings. But before they could fly away, the deafening howl of wolves rang out again. Ice spikes had already formed in front of the war insects. Qin Tian watched as the annihilator warbugs fell to their deaths under the second wave of ice spikes. Heart. It's bleeding. Anger. It's rising. Buzz! In boundless rage. As the will of the Creator. It was released instantly. At the same time, countless swarms of insects surviving on the outskirts of the Martian Forbidden Zone. They suddenly raised their heads. Squeak! Chirp! Grumble! Roar! The swarm of insects roared to the sky. They felt the wrath of the Creator. They sensed the will of the Creator. The next moment, the earth roars. The roar was deafening. Hundreds of millions of insects. They stretched out their limbs, crossing the restricted area. They ran hysterically toward the passage. Inside the Warcraft planet, Qin Tian's face was gloomy. A surge of intense emotions. It even caused the consciousness to twist and deform for a while. Below it, at the exit of the passage. At this moment, it's like a dam bursting. Black torrents are pouring outwards in a frenzied manner. All the insects that swarmed out. His eyes had turned completely a blinding crimson. They are not afraid of the cold. They are fearless and undaunted. Almost like moths drawn to a flame, it screeched and pounced toward the wolf pack. Under Qin Tian's will. From this moment on. No longer hunting. It's no longer a roundup. It's no longer about driving them away. Instead, An invasion of species across the entire planet. Chapter 27 Fighting to the Death. Dragon Clan Creatures. Chapter 27 Fighting to the Death. As a creator, the dragon race. At this moment, that's when their truly ferocious side was revealed. Choose a single dominant race. It is for better development and evolution. This does not mean that the creator cannot command other creatures on his planet to wage war. The invasion of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of species across the planet. For another unclaimed planet without a creator. It was almost catastrophic. Ahead, in less than an hour, tens of thousands of ice wolves were then slaughtered. The entire territory was completely wiped out. No matter how powerful their ice spike magic is, it cannot go on forever. After leaving behind the corpses of hundreds of thousands of their kind, the remaining swarm of insects began to rush towards a more distant location. Rear. The passageway was still being swarmed with insects. A black torrent is rapidly spreading across the entire surface of Ice Crystal Star. Qin Tian arrived in the Ice Wolf territory. The original 1,800 Slayer insects were mostly lost. The rest were all wounded. Some wings were pierced and unable to fly. Some were so badly injured they were on the verge of death. Only about 500 remain who can rejoin the battle. Angry? Of course I'm angry. The third-generation war bug, which took 60 years to evolve. To suffer such heavy losses against a not-so-powerful Ice Wolf clan. But the idea that revenge is driven by a loss of reason goes far beyond that. A single Ice Wolf is no match for a Slayer war bug. This battle. The main problem was that the war insects were thrown into disarray by the magic released by the monster species when they first encountered them. Furthermore, the number of ice wolves was too large. More than 1,000 against tens of thousands. Outnumbered. To be caught off guard again. It's already quite good that the entire team wasn't wiped out. Regardless of the losses, they poured Martian species into scavenging the icy planet. This was also a last resort for Qin Tian. The competition will be held in a month. He didn't have time to wait for the number of Slayer war bugs to grow slowly. They then gradually hunted down the monster races to obtain their genes. Unfortunately, the other Zerg lack collective consciousness. And their intelligence is too low. Give them a simple kill command, and they can do it. But the encirclement and capture. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. Let alone surrounding and driving them away. Even getting them to bring the carcasses of their prey back to Mars is a pipe dream. This is also why he only used the killer war bug on Beast Planet. Back on Mars, Qin Tian transferred 200,000 Slayer war insects from the Beast Star to the Ice Crystal Star. Their mission is not to hunt down. Instead, they followed behind other Zerg, hauling away the corpses of monsters. The remaining 500 or so Slayer insects. Under his orders, they all flew away from the Ice Wolf territory. To broaden our horizons on this planet and search for the dominant race. The hatched striker Zerglings will then be continuously deployed. In the following days, the first thing Qin Tian does every day upon entering the planet is. The mission was to check whether the Slayer war bugs had detected the main race on Ice Crystal Star. As the dominant race that transcends all magical beasts. It is undoubtedly the most powerful. But behind this power, it is the result of evolving by devouring countless demonic beast races. What Qin Tian wanted. It's their genes. Finally, on the 8th day, that is, 8 years later on the planet, Qin Tian received feedback from a striker war bug. Possessing one's consciousness into the past. At the end of the line of sight. It is a majestic mountain covered by swarms of black insects. On the mountaintop, two enormous, dragon-shaped magical beasts, resembling ice crystals, were roaring towards the sky. Such an exaggerated size? Qin Tian was instantly stunned. From a distance, The two frost dragons occupied an area of several thousand meters on the mountaintop. Each one is at least 500 or 600 meters long. It's a full 10 times the size of the striker war bug. Moreover, that naturally evolved and powerful body. It is far superior to the slender, stick-like body of the striker war bug. In terms of visual impact, it is absolutely awe-inspiring. Fighting. Or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. It may have been going on for a long time. The mountaintop was surrounded by a dense mass of insect carcasses. Area magic? Qin Tian noticed the ice blades that appeared in the insect swarm. At first glance, the ice blades affected an area of at least several kilometers. All insects within the range were crushed into piles of minced meat. This creates a huge vacuum zone. Qin Tian also possessed the body of the Slayer war bug during this period. I specifically went to check out some monster species. The strongest were only a group of snow apes that were a dozen meters tall. It only released a small area of magic. Such a large-scale spell. And yet another figure with such an exaggerated physique. This is the first time I've seen this. At this time, one of the frost dragons leaped into the air. It unleashed a continuous stream of white, icy dragon breath. The refilled open space, along with the surrounding swarm of insects, was transformed into ice sculptures. Come closer! Qin Tian transmitted the order to the possessed war insect. They didn't pay attention to the large-scale death of the insect swarm. He drove these ordinary insects in. The purpose was to send them to their deaths. They used their lives to forcefully whittle down and destroy the monsters. No traces of civilization. Not a mainstream civilization or race. Qin Tian carefully sensed it for a moment. After the creator selected a dominant race or civilization, because of prolonged contact, the main race will gradually be imprinted with the primordial aura of the creator. However, neither of the two dragons showed any sign of primal energy fluctuation. But it is indeed ridiculously strong. Even if it's not the dominant race, they deserve my special attention. Qin Tian did not hesitate. Immediately spread your will. Summon all the nearest striker zerglings. Relying solely on those distant swarms of insects, it's estimated that it will be very difficult to overwhelm those two giant dragons. The distant horizon. Sunlight shines on the earth. To add a touch of warmth to this cold world, Qin Tian controlled the possessed destroyer insect to raise its head. I glanced at the sun, which had risen for who knows how many times or how many 20th times. Then he looked at the ongoing killing on the mountaintop. There must be at least 1 million dead insects by now. Is this never going to end? It must be said. Qin Tian truly admired the two giant dragons' perseverance. It lasted for such a long time. So many insects were slaughtered. They stubbornly refused to back down, clinging to their single-minded approach. But it will be soon. The two dragons' crystal-clear bodies had long since faded. This means that they have very little magic left in their bodies. A few days later, the two giant dragons let out low, mournful cries. After annihilating a large swarm of insects, they then spread their wings and soared into the sky. That is, Qin Tian was taken aback. He finally understood why the two dragons were so persistent. Inside the dragon's nest where the giant dragon had just been lying down. 2 dragon eggs. Under the sunlight, it was shimmering with a crystal-clear luster. Chapter 28: The Second Generation Mother Queen. Hatching from her shell. Chapter 28: The Second Generation Mother Queen. The 8th branch of the Zerg emerges from its shell. On the way to the canteen, you can see people rushing around from time to time. The internal competition is about to begin. Those who are qualified to participate are all striving to evolve their race. They hope to improve their racial strength as much as possible before the competition and secure a spot in the grand tournament. To this end, I don't want to waste a single second. Even when eating, they would wolf down their food and rush back immediately. I watched as several more people hurried past me. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. Compared to these people, I am undoubtedly lucky. They were free from evolutionary obstacles. What he needs to do, it is merely the accumulation of primitive genes. Others have to go through dozens or even hundreds of breeding cycles to reach the combat power rating standard of the next generation of evolved beings. And each time they reproduce. Not to mention that they can all meet the standards. Furthermore, their combat power far exceeds the standard by several times or even dozens of times. Back at the school dormitory, Qin Tian entered the planet. According to convention, he first surveyed the area inside and outside the restricted zone. When passing through the insect's nest, Qin Tian paused for a moment. In the end, I still put my consciousness into it. In the middle of the wormhole, 2 dragon eggs, each over 10 meters tall, stand tall. These are the children of those 2 frost dragons. As for their parents, Qin Tian naturally wouldn't let it go. Even after exhausting all magic power. Without magic as a support. After dozens of days and nights of continuous fighting, millions of insects were wiped out. When both energy and physical strength have dropped to an extremely alarming level. Qin Tian still lost more than 4,000 Slayer warbugs before he finally wore them down and killed them. The power of dragon creatures. It completely overturned his understanding. 8 years on the planet. The more than 14,000 Slayer warbugs that we had finally managed to develop. Nearly a third of it was lost in one go. However, Qin Tian was not distressed by the loss of the Slayer warbugs. How large were the battle losses? This shows just how powerful the dragon is. War insects hatched by incorporating dragon genes. Its combat strength. Qin Tian could no longer imagine. The 2 dragon eggs were just side prizes. At the time, Qin Tian felt it was a pity to leave the dragon egg there to fend for itself. They had the Slayer insects transported back along with the dragon's corpse. I don't know if it will hatch. But even if it hatches, compare it to the cold environment of Ice Crystal Star. It would be impossible to survive on Mars. In response, Qin Tian didn't take it to heart. A short while later, he then entered another, separately established nest. Here, it also contains a batch of enormous eggs. Not many. Only 100 pieces. But it's much smaller than a dragon egg. Each is less than 10 meters long. This was born from the fusion of the Queen Mother's genes with those of a giant dragon. Overall, it completely transcends species. It has moved beyond the realm of eggs. It rises to the level of an egg. I remember when the Queen Mother fused with dragon genes. It only took a little over 6 months. Let's calculate the days. 2 days have passed so far, which is equivalent to 2 years on this planet. A full 2 years. There's still not the slightest sign that it's going to hatch. Qin Tian entered the planet these past few days. Each time, he forced himself not to pay attention to the batch of dragon eggs that made him so eager. But I can't control myself every time. At last, let me grumble like this again. He looked just like a father anxiously waiting for his child to be born outside the operating room. After leaving the nest, Qin Tian arrived at the center of the restricted area. The place where the Queen Mother originally lived. At this moment stands a giant white cocoon, hundreds of meters long. Since laying the 4th generation of dragon eggs, the Mother Queen immediately laid a special insect egg. At the same time, a sense of sorrow washed over him. They have reproduced continuously for decades. This had already placed an unbearable burden on the Empress. Those dragon eggs drained its last bit of life force. Final. It brought its life to an end. The Empress Dowager is dead. Before it died, it gave birth to offspring to succeed it. More than 2 years. It has also reduced the size of the insect egg from its initial dozen meters. It slowly grew into a cocoon, reaching its current length of several hundred meters. Decades on the planet. It's only been a few dozen days for the outside world to experience this. Qin Tian sighed somewhat. I looked up and saw a hill not far from the insect nest. There. It is the place where the Empress Dowager was buried. They have worked so hard to propagate the entire tribe for so long. It's not good to die without a peaceful place to rest and be eaten by its offspring. Squeak! Roar! Just then, a series of loud hissing and roaring sounds suddenly came. Killer insects were moving in and out of the passage, carrying away the corpses of monsters. Groups of camel-carrying insects are dragging their prey back and forth from their burrows to feed the larvae. Even under Qin Tian's perception, this includes countless parasitic insect swarms within the Beast Star and Ice Crystal Star. Everything stopped moving at that moment. They raised their heads. It emitted a series of sharp, trembling roars. Qin Tian could clearly sense the emotions within. They were cheering. They were jumping for joy. They are excited. They are welcome. Qin Tian seemed to realize something. Immediately look in the direction of the giant cocoon. Really? At this moment, the huge cocoon was covered with cracks. Crack gap. A jet-black body is struggling to emerge. The new generation of Empress. Arrive. Chapter 29. You guys are awesome. You're so arrogant. Chapter 29. You guys are awesome. Your arrogance lasts. It's passing by quickly. The days of the internal competition. After countless hardships, we finally arrived. Inside a spacious and enormous battlefield at the Zerg Academy. It was overcrowded and noisy. More than 2,000 students in total across 8 branches. Today, everyone gathered together. Although 99% of people are not eligible to participate. But this is, after all, the first ever internal competition. Furthermore, not eligible to participate. They can always cheer for their own team members participating in the competition and boost their morale. Qin Tian arrived later. As soon as I stepped into the venue, I couldn't help but slow down. The people from the 8 departments were not as chaotic as one might imagine. On the contrary, they are clearly distinct. They deliberately left an entire vertical row of empty seats between each other to distinguish them. At first glance, it was divided into 8 parts. You can faintly hear the sounds of students from different departments hurling insults and hurling accusations at each other. No one would give in to anyone else. If it weren't for the instructor standing in front of the stage. It is estimated that before the start of the game, the people below are likely to start fighting first. But where is the 8th branch? Qin Tian looked at the densely packed crowd in the arena. With each department sticking together, he couldn't just randomly pick a seat and sit down. Otherwise, it would be easy to incur public wrath. The key point is, people from each branch. They've broken up. However, they are not arranged according to the branch numbers from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4. For example, as soon as Qin Tian entered, he heard the people sitting in the second section, pointing to the group of people on the far left against the wall. They were cursing the little trash from the 6th division. More importantly, in the past 2 months, besides the preliminary test, he rarely went to school. I hardly know anyone from the 8th division. Brother Qin! Brother Qin! Here it is! At this time, a shout came from over. Qin Tian looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing the big fat man sitting in the front row waving at him, he breathed a sigh of relief. The fat man was none other than. It was Xiong Hanlin, whom he had defeated in the first examination. She was also the only person he was familiar with. After all, that enormous mountain of flesh. Once you see it, it's hard to forget. What's with your arrogance, 2nd division? Calling us trash? Alright, I'd better not run into any of your people later. You guys from the 6th division are laughing, Don't you know what kind of pathetic you are? How dare you have the audacity to laugh at others here? And the 5th branch hospital over there. Don't think I didn't hear you whispering that our 8th division is just here to make up the numbers. When I run into your people later, I'll beat them to a pulp. After calling out to Qin Tian, Xiong Hanlin immediately launched into a tirade, his face flushed and neck red. They even turned their attention to other departments that were far away from them. Upon seeing Qin Tian approaching, while shifting his buttocks, while doing so, he didn't forget to unleash a barrage of curses. As you approach, Qin Tian discovered that there was a reserved seat here. However, it was blocked by Xiong Hanlin's obese figure. The front row seats. They should all be participating students from various departments. Come, Brother Qin, have a seat. Xiong Hanlin squeezed his buttocks and greeted them warmly. What's wrong? Qin Tian gestured to the group of people that fatty Xiong had just been cursing. Damn it! These little brats are just asking for it. They've been mocking our department. Xiong Hanlin said angrily. Then, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly said to Qin Tian. By the way, I have to thank you for your help, brother. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get into the elite academy, let alone participate in this internal competition. Oh, you're too kind. Qin Tian knew what the other person was referring to. Some time ago, Su Jian came to see me specifically about Xiong Hanlin's matter. Originally, given Xiong Hanlin's racial strength, they are more than qualified to enter the elite academy. But he was eliminated in the first round simply because of bad luck, as he ran into himself. It's such a pity. At that time, Su Jian asked if he could make an exception and allow him to enter the elite academy. Qin Tian naturally had no objections. The two had no grudges or animosity towards each other. The opponent in the first test is not a mortal enemy. He wouldn't be so absurd as to care about this. This didn't require his consent. Su Jian was also trying to express an attitude. Otherwise, the person who was clearly defeated and eliminated by him, they actually advanced without making a sound. Without telling him. It's inevitable that they're taking him too lightly. However, on the other hand, if Qin Tian doesn't agree, Su Jian would never risk offending himself for this. Is that the genius from the 8th division that's been rumored to be there? I think so. Didn't you see the way the people from the 8th division looked at him? I remember the preliminary exam caused quite a stir, and this person was almost praised to the skies by the 8th division. I've heard about it too, things like second-generation evolution, and a size of 5 or 6 meters. The funniest thing is that they actually boasted that their combat strength had exceeded 1,000. They don't really have any outstanding people, so they just grab someone who's somewhat presentable and start praising them. Ha ha ha, only the 8th branch hospital would do something so shameless. In our department, this person probably wouldn't even qualify to participate. As soon as I sat down, the undisguised laughter of a group of people could be heard from not far away. Qin Tian frowned before he could speak. Then I heard the fat bear next to me shouting in a sarcastic tone. Oh, so what if you're from the 2nd division? You're so high and mighty. Our 8th branch is nothing special, not even worthy of your attention. Right. Continue. Keep showing off. If I don't beat the shit out of you later, I'll change my surname to yours. Chapter 30 Competition Rules. Unfair Treatment. Chapter 30 Competition Rules. Unfair Treatment. Yes, keep showing off. Haha, if you don't show off now, you won't have the chance later. A bunch of snobbish bastards. Pah! What a piece of junk! Under the leadership of Fatty Bear, the group of people from the 8th division immediately started shouting. Humph, you're all just talking big. A bunch of worthless trash. Wait a minute, let's see who beats the crap out of whom. The people from the 2nd division were equally defiant and retaliated with insults. In a short time, this made the already noisy atmosphere even noisier. They are all young people. Everyone has a temper. Neither side would back down. They continued hurling insults at each other, as if they wouldn't back down even if they lost. Among them, Fatty Xiong was the one who cursed the most enthusiastically. He relied on his obese figure and loud voice. He single-handedly withstood almost the entire majority of the enemy's firepower. Various foul language was almost constantly heard. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. As Dean Ma walked onto the opposite platform with a microphone in hand, the noise gradually subsided. Hello everyone, welcome to observe our Academy's first internal competition. Compared to the decline of the creator in previous years, this year is particularly prosperous. Our Zerg Academy alone has enrolled as many as 2,157 people. Among them, a great many talented individuals have emerged. As the Dean, I feel very gratified. But it is precisely because of the large number of participants that this internal competition was held. Those who are qualified to participate should not feel too much pressure, just do their best. Those who are not qualified should not be discouraged. This competition will be a rare learning opportunity for you. After finishing the opening remarks, Dean Ma didn't waste any more words. Let's begin explaining the rules. In this internal competition, each department will send 20 people, for a total of 160 people. The list of participants has been submitted in advance by the instructors of each department. Also submitted were the seated players from each department. Dean Ma reached out and opened the projection screen. The names of the seated players began to appear above. The rules of the internal competition are entirely modeled after the major competition. Therefore, seated players were also set up. In the light screen, in the list of seated players, Qin Tian's name was prominently listed, according to the branch number. Ranked 8th. The seated players are the strongest candidates selected from various departments through competitions in the past few days. Although Qin Tian did not participate. But naturally, he became a top pick in the 8th division. Su Jian reported it to the authorities. In response, no one questioned it. On the light screen, in addition to the names of each seated player, there are also corresponding generations of racial evolution. For example, under Qin Tian's name, the markings indicate the third generation of evolution. However, 8 seated players were displayed. It didn't stop there. Then a series of names gradually emerged. There are a total of 23 people. Just as everyone was wondering, Dean Ma stepped in front of the light screen. Pointing to the 23 extra names, he opened his mouth and said, "These are the top 23 people selected based on the number of generations of racial evolution and time among 160 ordinary contestants. They will also be seated players, including the 8 people in front. A total of 31 seated players, corresponding to 31 spots in the main competition. So, the rules for this internal competition will no longer follow the elimination system of previous years. It's a challenge system. The remaining 137 people, you are free to choose to challenge a seated player. The winner will replace the seated player's name and accept challenges from other players. Unlimited attempts, unlimited opponents, absolutely fair and just. The final 31 people will participate in this year's competition." As soon as he finished speaking, this immediately caused an uproar among the students below. Didn't the instructor say it was an elimination tournament with 2 teams of students competing against each other? When were the rules changed? Why haven't we received any notification? The participating students from the 8th branch were all puzzled. Xiong Hanlin nudged Qin Tian beside him. "Brother Qin, did you know this beforehand?" "I don't know either." Qin Tian shook his head. He subconsciously looked at Su Jian on the stage. Su Jian also looked completely bewildered. In contrast, the other instructors all appeared calm and composed. Obviously, they know. Even the students from their branch who were participating in the competition showed no surprise whatsoever. So, this was during the dean's discussion of the internal competition rules with the instructors. Did they completely exclude Su Jian? Xiong Hanlin soon noticed this situation as well. He sneered. "Hey, do you see that, Brother Qin? This is what the dean meant by fairness and impartiality. As expected, the weak have no voice. They simply won't include you anymore." On the platform, Dean Ma picked up a cup of tea and slowly took a few sips. He didn't look at the angry, questioning gaze that Su Jian, whose face was ashen, was casting over him. They also ignored the protests of some contestants from the 8th branch who had come to their senses, shouting that it was unfair. A moment later, Dean Ma put down his teacup, pointing to the bamboo tubes that several instructors had placed under the names of each seated player. Loudly. "Under. Please come up to the stage to receive a bamboo stick with your name engraved on it. Who do you want to challenge? Place your bamboo stick in the bamboo tube corresponding to your name." The students quieted down. Even the people from the 8th division stopped causing trouble. In short, it's unfair, but that's all. The internal competition will continue. One by one, the contestants went up on stage to receive bamboo sticks and choose their opponents. If we follow this challenge system, Qin Tian sighed inwardly. Look at the 3 generations of evolutionary forms displayed after your name. Really? Not long after. As he expected. But in that utterly speechless gaze, the number of challenged bamboo sticks in the bamboo tubes under his name is increasing. In the end, it was almost overflowing. Chapter 31 Furious. Dare to bet? Chapter 31 Furious. Dare to bet on picking on the weak? This is a truth that everyone knows. Among the 31 seeded players, only Qin Tian is an extremely dazzling 3rd-generation evolved being. All 23 seeded players have reached the 7th generation. The 1st through 7th original seeded players. They were all 8th generation evolved forms. 137 challengers. Almost 80% of the people voted for Qin Tian. In addition, of the 20% who didn't vote, we have to remove the 20 people from the 8th division. As for the remaining students from the other departments, perhaps they didn't want to compete with so many people. There's no limit to the number of challenges you can take. Haha, so this is the genius from your 8th division? They boasted so much, and this is all they've got? Why are you all so quiet? Have you all become mute? Where did your arrogance go? This is hilarious! A 3rd-generation evolved being can actually be selected as a race's champion. What's so strange about that? There's just no one else around. That's true. Of these 31 seeded players, apart from those selected by the 8th division themselves, not a single one is from the 8th division. TSK, everyone knows that your 8th division is suffering from a lack of talent, but I never expected it to have fallen to such a state. Don't fight me for it, I'm the first one to vote for the challenge. Alright, you can have it first. The last few 7th generation students are all from the 1st branch, so this competition spot is definitely ours. He was met with loud laughter from the group of students from the 2nd division standing nearby. The people in the 8th division remained silent. One by one, their faces flushed red, they wanted to refute but couldn't find any reason to do so. After all, the facts are there. Although Qin Tian's initial test showed that the 2nd generation race had a combat power of nearly 1,000. However, according to twice the rating standard, the combat power of the 3rd generation evolved form is only a little over 2,000. In fact, the 8th branch wasn't as bad as the 2nd branch had been. No one had the talent to select a 3rd generation evolved form as the seed player. At least half of the participants from the 8th division have reached the 6th generation. In terms of combat strength, their numbers are naturally far higher than Qin Tian's 2,000. If it weren't for the desire to unite and avoid being labeled as traitors and lackeys, many people from the 8th branch wanted to cast their bamboo sticks for Qin Tian. Even if they ultimately cannot withstand the challenges from others, they can always put their names on the list to show their faces and bring honor to their department. Below the stage, Qin Tian ignored the noisy clowns around him. I don't have that in mind. He stared bitterly at the bamboo tube filled with challenge sticks under his name. How long will this fight last? On the contrary, Fatty Xiong couldn't stand this rudeness. He suddenly stood up. He angrily said, "So what if they're third-generation evolutionaries? They'll still crush you. Ha ha ha, yes, keep bragging, keep using your mouth to beat us to a pulp." The people from the second division laughed even harder. In their view, this fat guy is just being stubborn. A bunch of bastards. This is outrageous. Xiong Hanlin glared at a group of people from the second branch. His face turned red as if a sore spot had been touched. So what if I bully you? Ha, that's right, the weak should be aware of their weakness. Being weak is one thing, but acting so arrogantly is another. What an idiot. Just lie there obediently. You all. Fatty Xiong pointed at the group of people. He was so angry that he became incoherent and trembled all over. His body was covered in fat that even formed layers of waves. Finally, in a fit of exasperation, he angrily rebuked. A bunch of scum dare to bet. Let's gamble, I'm not afraid of you, you fat pig. Okay. Xiong Hanlin stared intently at the person who responded. He seemed to be red with anger. He blurted it out without any regard for the consequences. I'm the banker, I pay out 10%. I bet you'll lose. The man was taken aback. He immediately replied. Okay, I'll bet 100, no, I'll bet 1,000, and we'll win. He immediately ran over after saying that. As if afraid that Xiong Hanlin would change his mind, he forcefully snatched the gold card from his hand. Then stick your gold card on. In addition to special denomination gold cards, the public gold card issued by the Academy in the hands of the creator, which is specifically used to receive monthly salaries, can be used for card payments. The people from the second division stared at this scene in utter bewilderment. But he quickly realized it. I'll also bet 500, betting we'll win. I'll bet 1,000. I'll bet 2,000. A group of people took out their gold cards and shouted. That fat guy was clearly out of his mind when he did something so stupid. This is practically free money. Etc. Seeing so many people suddenly emerge, Xiong Hanlin finally came to his senses. She hurriedly snatched her gold card from the man's hand and hugged it to her chest. What? Trying to slack off? You said yourself that you wanted to be the bookmaker and place bets. Damn it! You're going to gamble today whether you like it or not! A group of people shouted in unison. Especially when you see the smug look on the face of the person who swiped their card. This made them extremely envious. Bet 1,000 gold coins. That's 10,000 gold coins if you multiply it tenfold. It's almost equivalent to a year's salary at an elite academy. This is equivalent to nearly 10 years' worth of monthly salary for an ordinary school. Driven by the lure of enormous sums of money. A few with fiery tempers. He grabbed Xiong Hanlin's collar tightly. It's as if I'd beat you up if you dared to go back on your word. Take it easy, I didn't say I wouldn't gamble. Fatty Xiong broke free from the men's hands. He straightened his clothes. With 7 parts timidity and 3 parts stubbornness that refused to admit defeat, he said weakly, I just don't care about betting hundreds of dollars at a time. If I'm going to place a bet, the minimum is 2,000 gold coins. Okay. I'll bet 2,000. I'll bet 2,000 too. I'll bet 3,000. Some of the students from the elite academy immediately started swiping their cards without hesitation. 2 months' salary is exactly 2,000 gold coins. Some even paid out of their own pockets to increase the stakes by varying amounts. I'll bet 100,000. Sudden. A low shout came. Xiong Hanlin's cheek twitched, and he looked up. A man dressed in luxurious clothes stood up in the second courtyard. holding a blue gold card with a face value of 100,000. He slowly approached Xiong Hanlin. What? You're afraid to answer? Humph. What's there to be afraid of? Fatty Xiong gritted his teeth and snatched the gold card from the other person's hand. The man in fine clothes didn't pay any attention. He simply chuckled lightly, a hint of aloofness in his expression. Do you know who I am? I know, the second young master of the Song family, a powerful and wealthy family in Linen City. Don't worry, I'll honor my bet and won't renege on it. Hey, brother Qin, don't pull me away. It's alright, really alright. Winning or losing is a small matter, but saving face is a big deal. Besides, my Xiong family is a well-known wealthy family in the area. A few million is nothing, we can afford to lose. Qin Tian, who was watching the show with great interest. Hearing this, he looked completely innocent and bewildered. Did I just pry him apart? Chapter 32, How joyful they laughed. How tragically they died. Chapter 32 The more they laughed, the more horribly they died. Inside the battle room. The number of people placing bets is increasing. The level of madness was almost terrifying. Not only did people from other departments rush to participate, but they also joined in. Even the people in the 8th branch no longer cared about being labeled as traitors. They all pulled out their gold cards to bet on their own people losing. And then there are those students who genuinely can't afford the 2,000 gold coins but are extremely envious. Finally, it almost came down to a threatening and intimidating approach. They forced Xiong Hanlin to lower the betting standards again and again. Starting from 2,000 at the beginning. Ultimately, they simply stopped setting any limits. No one is worried that Xiong Hanlin will dare to shirk his responsibilities. Besides the original second son of the Song family, among those who placed bets. Later, more than a dozen other members of prominent families also placed bets ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Unless Xiong Hanlin doesn't want to live anymore. Otherwise, they would never renege on their debt. Of course. Similarly, no one would think that Xiong Hanlin couldn't afford it. Many locals know about this fat man's family background. Just as he said, the Xiong family were wealthy merchants in Linen City. Although the family's business could not compare to that of truly powerful clans. But its heritage is quite rich. And everyone, without exception, everyone bet on Qin Tian to lose. Can I place a bet? Get off. Xiong Hanlin slumped in his chair, looking utterly hopeless. Okay, I'll bet 1 million gold coins on Qin Tian to win. Okay, swipe your card. Xiong Hanlin didn't even look up. Numbly, he took out his gold card, ready to throw it over. He seemed to be filled with utter despair at the prospect of impending bankruptcy. Immediately, his body trembled. He suddenly jumped up from his seat. After recognizing that the speaker was Qin Tian beside him, he then breathed a sigh of relief and said, Brother Qin, let's stop joking. Can I bet on myself to win? It's possible, but... Keep pretending. Hey. Fatty Xiong suddenly smiled sheepishly. Then, he narrowed his already small eyes and quickly scanned the area from left to right. Seeing that quite a few people were still looking at him, he immediately slumped back into his seat. He put on a desperate face. Whisper. Brother Qin, don't worry, we'll split the money in half after this is over. Are you so sure I'll win? Qin Tian asked curiously. Of course, with a combat strength of over 20,000, I really can't think of any reason to lose. Did Instructor Su say that? He mentioned it casually when he talked to me about the elite academy last time. So. Qin Tian smiled. You deliberately provoked them and exchanged insults with them before, just to provoke them and set up this bet? I had that idea, half and half, but I never expected the rules to become a more convenient challenge system. What if I lose? How could that be? I mean, what if? Qin Tian emphasized his words slightly. Definitely not. Fatty Xiong was taken aback. They quickly understood. He immediately sat up, no longer bothering to pretend. With a mournful face, he said, Brother Qin! Brother Qin! Don't scare me like that. If you deliberately let us win, my Xiong family is definitely finished. Split it 30/70ths, you get 30% and I get 70%. Okay, no problem. Fatty Xiong agreed without the slightest hesitation. Although he didn't have time to calculate the exact amount of gambling winnings he collected. But I reckon it must be at least 1 million. Once we lose. Tens of millions in compensation. His dad would probably beat him to death. Sigh, those kids are just causing trouble. Old Chen, that's not right of you. If I'm not mistaken, you placed a bet too. Hey Lao Lu, you're actually making fun of me? I saw you spend a whopping 80,000 yuan. How can this be the same? All the students from the first branch are out, so the spots for the 8th branch's competition will definitely go to our 2nd branch. I'm just going to support our branch, hee hee. Oh look, Instructor Zhao and the others just came back from placing their bets. Old Zhao, how much did you bet? Not much, just joining in the fun. He took 50,000 gold coins to join in the fun. And you're talking about me? Didn't you also bet 50,000? Ha! On the sidelines, several instructors gathered together, chatting and laughing. There were people setting up betting operations inside the competition venue. They not only didn't stop it. Instead, they happily participated in the betting. The Creator Academy is unlike those rigid, traditional Chinese academies that simply teach and impart knowledge. There are no strict rules or regulations. They also don't value being a role model for students. That's Dean Ma. They also tacitly approve of this. They even deliberately delayed the start time for this reason. We cannot be too harsh. They didn't dare to be strict. Leaving aside some scions of powerful and influential families. Even ordinary students would receive an official position upon graduation. A few of them will hold important positions or be granted high-ranking official titles and honors. How could he dare to offend them so easily? In fact, those who stayed to teach. They are mostly people with mediocre talents, and no other way out, who have only studied the evolutionary path of species in great depth. Hey, Instructor Su, how much are you betting? Instructor Lu from the 2nd branch turned to Su Jian, who was passing by, and asked him with a smile. Old Lu, have you forgotten? He's an instructor from the 8th division. Haha, what's the big deal? You can bet on your own people to lose. Who doesn't like money? Hee hee, the 8th branch has really suffered a lot this time. Not only did they lose their spot in the competition, but they also have to lose one student's entire fortune. I always feel like I bet too little, it's such a loss, 10 times the odds. Go on, add some more, or the game will start soon. Let's go together, I'll add some too. Su Jian ignored their teasing with a cold face. He walked straight past them toward the old man near the door, who was not far away. Xiao Su, don't take it to heart, just bear with it, and it will pass. The old man offered a word of comfort. He was an instructor at the 7th division. He was also the oldest among all the instructors. At the same time, he was also the former dean who had been replaced. As the former dean, naturally, they also became the target of the new administration's crackdown. They weren't involved in setting the internal competition rules this time. The two were in the same boat. Fine. Su Jian glanced at the laughing and joking group. Laugh. Laugh as much as you want. How happy they are now. They'll die a horrible death soon. Chapter 33 No Payment Upfront. One-shot deal. Chapter 33 No payment first. The uproar gradually subsided. The prelude to the internal competition. It officially kicked off amidst the excited gazes of more than 2,000 people. A competition that was originally only open to a very small number of people. Because of the off-field betting. Yet it involves everyone. At this moment, nobody cared about any of that bullshit competition quota anymore. At least, most people didn't take it to heart. The competition had nothing to do with them. Our branch has secured a spot in a major competition. At most, they have something to be proud of. Where is the real value of money more important? World War I. All it takes is one decisive battle. They can then reap a reward so great it would drive them mad. Even the scions of those prominent families couldn't hide their joy at this moment. They are not short of money. But nobody wants money to burn. Just casually throw in a few 100,000 yuan of pocket money. One could reap millions in profits. This is making money much faster than the businesses under their family name. Under the spotlight. Among the participating students from the second branch academy, a thin man stood up in a daze. He was the first to vote for Qin Tian. He should be the one to take on the first challenge. Feeling the envious glances from other contestants, and countless burning eyes, Zhou Feng felt as if he were in a dream. It was all unreal. He never imagined he would be so lucky. They won the first game by taking the lead in the draft. It wasn't to compete for a spot in the competition. He is self-aware. Their race has just evolved to the 6th generation. Not to mention other branches. Even among the contestants from this branch, they ranked at the bottom. In the end, he will definitely be challenged and defeated by someone else. But in any case, his name always manages to appear first on the competition roster, and hang there for a while. You can brag about it when you go out in the future. Lao Tzu was the first person to defeat a seeded player in the Zerg Academy tournament. But things are unpredictable. A bet completely changed the nature and importance of the first battle. We won. Everyone will receive a huge amount of gambling money. In other words, everyone received tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars. It was all thanks to Zhou Feng's hard work. This is no longer just about saving face. It also involves personal relationships. He will gain countless favors as a result. The male student would be grateful to him. Female students will favor him. Those scions of powerful families would also think highly of him. After this battle, not only can he thrive in the academy, it could even directly affect one's future career. A double win of fame and fortune. A true win-win situation for both fame and fortune. Thinking of this, Zhou Feng's face flushed with excitement, and his whole body trembled. If it weren't in front of everyone, he really wanted to burst out laughing. Seeing Qin Tian already walking towards the stage, Zhou Feng quickly suppressed his excitement. After thinking for a moment, he immediately went up and quickly chased after them. Wait, brother Qin, how about we discuss something? What's up? Qin Tian slowed his pace and asked. Brother Qin, don't give up later, how about a fight with me? Zhou Feng changed his previous disdain and contempt, and became extremely respectful. After all, his future depends on the person in front of him. If the other side surrenders immediately after the battle begins, what business is it of his if other people win money? Admit defeat? Qin Tian glanced at Zhou Feng. They were looking at him like he was an idiot. He then ignored them and went up to the battle room. The battle room is designed to resemble a large-scale competition. It was enclosed on all four sides like a side room. This can minimize external interference for both sides in the battle. 5,000 gold coins, fight me! Qin Tian looked up at Zhou Feng, who had followed closely behind. Is this how you give away money? 10,000 gold pieces, no bargaining. Qin Tian silently doubled the price. Why not take money that's free? 10,000? Zhou Feng's expression changed. But considering the significance of this battle, finally he nodded. Okay, but you have to drag it out as long as possible, you can't finish it right away. The longer this battle lasts, the more intense the battle, the more thrilling it becomes. The greater the effort and cost he paid, the more favors you ultimately receive, the greater the amount of goodwill you will gain. This does put you in a bit of a difficult position. Zhou Feng nodded in complete understanding. A mere third-generation evolutionary being confronts its own sixth-generation evolutionary being. A gap of 3 whole generations. No matter how much you suppress it, it won't last long. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Here's the deal, a minimum of 10,000 gold, and an additional 10,000 gold for every minute you drag it out. You can drag it out for as long as you can." Qin Tian's eyes flickered. "I think I understand something." A short while later, he nodded and said, "Okay, pay me first." "I don't have that much money right now, I'll pay you later." "Then why should I trust you? Either pay up front, or we'll start a war and wipe you out in one fell swoop." "Okay, I'll go borrow it. Wait a minute." After saying that, Zhou Feng then left in a hurry. They arrived again in a hurry not long after. Looking at the blue gold card handed to him by the other party, Qin Tian suddenly felt a pang of pity. What an innocent child. "Are you sure you just want to stall for time, or that you want me to deliberately admit defeat?" Qin Tian felt it was necessary to confirm. "No, Brother Qin, just stall for time. Just stall for time, but don't be too pretentious, don't let people see through your act at a glance," Zhou Feng said hurriedly. "His future hinges entirely on this battle." "How about this? 100,000 gold coins to stall for 10 minutes, right?" Qin Tian accepted the gold card. After thinking about it, "I still feel a little embarrassed to accept this money," he added. "An additional 5 minutes will be given away for free." Chapter 34. The war insects appear. The entire arena falls silent. Chapter 34. The war insects appear. The entire Martian restricted area fell into dead silence. A giant beast lay prone on the ground. Its jet-black body stretches for hundreds of meters. Beside him, groups of camels carrying insects kept going back and forth. They were tirelessly dragging the carcasses of their prey to feed them. After incorporating the genes of the frost dragon, the image of the second-generation Queen Mother underwent a dramatic change. Overall, it clearly presents itself as a creature that is half dragon and half insect. A body as black as ink. Layers upon layers of hard dragon scales. A pair of inverted fleshy wings attached to the forelegs. The ferocious dragon head and the deep, star-like dragon eyes. If it weren't for the enormous, fleshy abdomen that also took up most of the body, it's hard to see any resemblance to the Queen Mother anymore. Parasites evolve primarily for survival. First, it will instinctively focus on selecting the strongest biological genes. Subsequently, in order to balance the structure of life, or strengthen a specific area, then, select and integrate some special genes in a targeted manner. Like the striker Zerglings, they are primarily based on mammalian genes and the power of the dragon race. It is clear that the previous generation of female insects completely eliminated other genes. Choose a single dragon gene as the main component. Only the second-generation queen, who evolved from this lineage, exhibited such dragon-like characteristics. Suddenly, the Queen Mother stopped eating, raising its massive dragon head, looking towards the figure that was gradually appearing in the sky. "Dominate!" the Queen Mother spoke. At the same time, they bowed their heads to welcome the arrival of the Creator. "How is the group cohesion?" Qin Tian flashed to the Empress Mother's side and asked. "Incorporating dragon genes." It gave the Queen Mother the ability to speak. Qin Tian was initially taken aback. "You'll get used to it eventually." Not too surprised. Dragons are intelligent beings. Although they cannot be compared to truly intelligent species. But it's not much different. In accordance with the will of the Overlord, 38,465 third-generation war insects have been assembled. Yes, from this moment forward, focus all efforts on breeding the 4th generation of war insects. Qin Tian relayed the order. Besides intelligence and appearance, the dragon gene also greatly enhanced the 2nd-generation queen in all aspects, especially physical fitness. It is almost comparable to the real dragon race. This directly affected the queen mother's reproductive efficiency. A strong physique can support the greater energy consumption required for laying eggs. For example, the previous queen could only lay 300 slayer eggs at a time. The number of queen mothers increased to 1,200 for the second generation. The 4-day continuous reproduction of the outer planet has lasted for 4 years, adding to the nearly 10,000 remaining from before. The number of third-generation slayer war bugs has increased to over 38,000. He glanced around at the swarms of war insects that had landed on the ground of the restricted area. Qin Tian randomly selected 10,000 people to step onto the gradually opening space passage in the air. There are no combat strength requirements for the competition. The number of restrictions was set according to the relative strength of the 3 major civilizations. For example, the Zerg civilization limits its population to 10,000. An internal competition modeled after a major tournament. This rule is naturally maintained. On the surface covered by yellow sand, Zhou Feng's consciousness stood proudly in midair. Behind him, a dense swarm of bluish-gray bees, each over 10 meters long and resembling a fighter jet, gathered together. The buzzing roar from the flapping wings almost pierced the entire earth. We need to suppress some of it later. No, at least half of the tribe must be forced to their deaths. It would be best to win this battle with an extremely painful, Pyrrhic victory. Only in this way can we maximize our benefits, win favor, and gain goodwill. Zhou Feng muttered to himself. This battle. He was prepared to harm the vast majority of his ethnic group. The races under his command are gone. It will recover after a period of reproduction. If we miss this rare opportunity, how could he possibly accept this? Zhou Feng looked up at the spatial passage opposite him. A look of worry crept onto his face again. It's easier said than done. But it's difficult to do. The most crucial thing is that the opponent cannot be too weak. Brother Qin, you'd better be strong, otherwise no matter how much I sacrifice myself, it will be in vain. Zhou Feng suddenly got stuck. What is that? Inside the spatial rift opposite, a sharp, straight spear was the first to extend. Then, they were a pair of eyes, as fierce as a hawk's. Then, it has a streamlined head covered with grooves. And those jaw-droppingly exaggerated giant wings. Zhou Feng stared blankly at the thing that took a full half-minute to slowly float out. The pupils gradually contracted. The mouth grows bigger and bigger. In the end, the entire person was completely frozen into a human-shaped sculpture. The massive battlefield also remained frozen in time. Everyone maintained the same expression as a second ago. Some had smiles on their faces. Some raised their eyebrows slightly. Some of them curled their lips in disapproval. As if at this moment, time seemed to stand still. It instantly captured the myriad expressions on everyone's faces. They stared in shock at the enormous object that almost filled the entire field of vision of the light screen. In a completely blank mind, the same question emerged at almost the same time. What kind of creature is that? No. That's not a living thing. That slender, spear-like body was designed entirely for slaughter. Those wings, tens of meters long, were so enormous that they completely transcended the structure of normal life forms. Combined together, it completely overturned everyone's inherent concept of life. Under the platform, the instructors instinctively held their breath. I almost completely forgot to breathe. Even Su Jian was no exception. Even if he knew Qin Tian's species' combat strength in advance. But I never imagined that the species would look so terrifying. Through the light curtain, he could almost feel the ferocious aura emanating from those javelin-like creatures. A long time. Su Jiankai snapped out of his daze. His gaze swept over the other instructors from different departments who were still standing there in a daze. He uttered a cold, nasal sound. Not smiling anymore? Stunned? A bunch of snobs. You deserve to lose money. Chapter 35 Bloodstained Sky. Instant Kill. Chapter 35 Bloodstained Sky. A swift and decisive victory beneath the dim, yellowish sky. Two species with vastly different body sizes. An extremely unusual and evenly matched battle is taking place. Even more unusual is, you can still see them from time to time. Those who should have been stronger were defeated and fled in panic. Damn it! I shouldn't have been so greedy! In midair, Qin Tian looked pained, while doing their utmost to suppress the war insect swarm. Countless times, he felt resentful and regretful towards himself for his past actions. Heaven have mercy! He must be so exhausted right now. He had considered that the opponent's sixth-generation evolutionary body, with a combat power of less than 4,000, would be very weak. You'll definitely need to put in some effort to control the war bugs and buy time. But I never imagined those wasp-like creatures would be so ridiculously weak. Its speed is less than 1/10 that of the Slayer war bug. Their only means of attack is to shoot venomous needles from their tails. But it couldn't even break through the exoskeleton of the Slayer war bug. And the accuracy is terrible. In this case, he could only imbue each war insect with his will and perform an extremely complex micromanagement. The instinct to retaliate against the emergence of war bugs at all times. Constantly suppress the speed of the war bugs and keep pace with the opponent. It's like holding 10,000 puppets in your hands. I dare not be distracted in the slightest. Sometimes, Qin Tian had no choice but to order some of the war insects to flee in order to relieve the operational pressure. If it weren't for the money I received, the promises I made, and the fact that I've held on for so long. He really wanted to let go. Let the Slayer war bug end this torment in an instant. I knew it! How could a third-generation evolved form be that much stronger? It's just a bit big, it looks nice but isn't very practical. Haha, that just startled me. It looks pretty intimidating. What's the use of intimidation? They have absolutely no fighting ability. TSK, it can't even beat Zhou Feng's 6th-generation Ghost Bee. On the battlefield. Laughter returned. A battle of 20,000 insects. A huge scene. The vast battlefield area. This forces the system to repeatedly raise the viewing angle. The overhead view presented is concentrated within a limited external light screen. The battle between the two insect swarms. As tiny as a swarm of ants. It only allows people to get a general overview and a rough sense of the whole situation. It's impossible to suddenly show a close-up like in a movie. But the enormous Slayer war bugs were still quite conspicuous in the light screen. Their defeat and retreat were quite evident. This student Qin is too foolish. What's the use of only evolving his size? And its appearance, with such a slender body and such large wings, is simply contrary to the life structure of a living creature. Such disregard for the balance of life is destined to only breed a bunch of useless, deformed wastes. Not only that, it can also easily cause the ecological collapse of the entire species, gradually leading to extinction. Didn't Professor Su teach you this most basic knowledge of evolutionary theory? He's just desperate to turn his life around. As an instructor, he only cares about his own future and doesn't care about the lives of his trainees. There is a reason why the 8th branch has been mediocre and has failed to produce any outstanding talents over the years. He's a bad influence on students. The dean has disliked him for a long time. After this battle, do you think the dean will keep him around? After the initial shock. Seeing the battlefield scenes on the light screen. Several instructors, looking embarrassed, began to offer their critiques. He would occasionally shake his head slightly and glance sideways at where Su Jian was standing, with a disdainful look. The voice was not concealed. I'm too lazy to even try to cover it up. How is that possible? Su Jian paid no attention to their jeers. He stared in disbelief at the battlefield shrouded in light. I felt extremely disappointed. He didn't believe Qin Tian would deceive him. But the defeat in the picture is so obvious. And the chubby bear in the audience. At this moment, it was as if all the strength had been drained away. I completely slumped into the seat, staring blankly at the image on the screen. In his chaotic mind, all that remained was the enormous sum of tens of millions in losses. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhou Feng stared blankly at the fierce battle unfolding before him. Unlike outsiders who can only see the overall picture, he can clearly capture every detail on the battlefield. He did indeed harbor a sliver of wishful thinking. Perhaps the other race is not as powerful as it appears. Perhaps they are just a bunch of empty, ineffective creatures. However, reality quickly and ruthlessly shattered all his illusions. His own ghost bees, known for their speed, could barely keep up with the opponent's pace. Even the most prized venomous bee stings cannot pierce the skin of its prey. Shoot it on top. It bounced off like it hit a steel plate. Those seemingly defeated figures. It's more like a ridiculous joke or a farce. 15 minutes are up. The voice in his mind brought Zhou Feng's gaze back to focus. He stiffly raised his head. He looked at Qin Tian, who was staring at him from the opposite side. Soon, Zhou Feng then understood what was going on. He actually. Zhou Feng opened his mouth wide. A profound sense of humiliation instantly filled his mind. Before he could react, a series of piercing screams shattered the sky. All that could be seen were those enormous figures. With a series of roars cutting through the air, they collectively flapped their wings and soared into the sky. The next moment, arrows rained down. In the blink of an eye, a deafening scream shattered the silence of the battlefield. Splattered blood. Moreover, in this desolate and barren desert, scattering patches of scarlet. Chapter 36, 10 please. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 36, 10 to start. I'm in a hurry inside the battlefield. Silence reigned. Everything happened too fast. It happened so fast that no one was prepared at all. What was just a closely fought tug-of-war? It ended in an instant? And will the winning side or the side that is clearly losing be the one that wins? Smack! Inside the battle room, Zhou Feng slammed his fist on the table in anger and stood up. You surnamed Qin! You've gone too far! How did I bully you? You! Zhou Feng's face turned ashen. Yet I felt incredibly frustrated. He begged the other party to stall for time. He repeatedly emphasized that the other party should not go easy on them. They've already done it. Is there something wrong with it? But what kind of situation is this? I'll take 100,000 gold coins myself. In exchange, was it merely to delay the inevitable defeat? How can I avoid losing too badly? I must have been out of my mind to do such a stupid thing. Qin Tian ignored Zhou Feng, who was furious. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one came in, the second round of the challenge began. He then got up and went outside. Who's next? Qin Tian shouted something to the silent audience. A long time. In the second courtyard, a man in fine clothes slowly stood up with a troubled expression. All eyes instinctively turned to that direction. It's Song Zipping, the second young master of the Song family who was the first to bet 100,000. That's right. I heard from the instructors that he's the strongest contender for a spot in this year's competition. Then why weren't they selected among the 23 reserve seeds? It seems to have evolved to the 7th generation, only half a day later than the last few, but its racial combat strength is stronger than all of them. As expected, they have the confidence to spend 100,000 gold coins. With him in charge, there shouldn't be any problems, right? You never know. Didn't you see Zhou Feng's 6th generation ghost bee get instantly killed? But alas. Off the field, a gloomy and desolate atmosphere prevailed. They are from the second branch, including Song Zipping himself. None of them had much confidence in winning. After all, that battle ended too quickly. No one really saw clearly what happened. It felt as if those deformed creatures swooped down and instantly annihilated their opponents. When this happens, either the gap between the two sides is too large, and they were playing cat and mouse. Alternatively, the opponent may have been accumulating strength to deliver a fatal blow. Regardless of which one, all of this is enough to demonstrate the opponent's strength. It's not difficult for a 7th-generation evolutionary form to defeat a 6th-generation evolutionary form. But no one was confident that they could carry out a massacre in a short period of time. The second young master of the Song family, is that right? Fine, come up on stage, let's finish this quickly. Qin Tian remembered this person. But I didn't pay much attention to it. He turned around, preparing to enter the battle room. My gaze inadvertently fell upon the numerous challenge bamboo sticks bearing my name on the table. His body paused for a moment. He turned around and shouted again. Forget it, let's not come one by one, it's too troublesome. Let's bring 10 together first. Wow! The next moment, the audience erupted in cheers. 1 against 10? Has he gone mad? No matter how strong his species is, it's impossible for it to be so outrageous as to be 10,000 versus 100,000. Song Zipping's face darkened even more. He shouted sharply, as if he felt deeply humiliated. Qin Tian! What do you mean? Some of the challengers also looked furious. They all angrily shouted. Damn it, he's so arrogant! Who gave him that confidence? Absolutely arrogant! While shouting and cursing, these people were quick to act, immediately getting up and leaving the field. Fine, I'll see if you really have the right to be so arrogant. Song Zipping angrily rebuked. Instead of insisting on a dignified one-on-one fight. Instead, as if afraid that Qin Tian would change his mind, she quickly followed him onto the stage. The trainees watched as one by one the figures went up on stage. For a moment, I felt a burning sensation on my face. The instructors on the sidelines also felt their eyelids tremble, and were somewhat ashamed. Those who went on stage. Besides Song Zipping's 7 generations, the 3 people from the 2nd division are also 7th generation. The remaining 6 are the strongest of their races in the 6th generation. It can be said that these 10 people represent the remaining 137 people. The most competitive and powerful player. People say one can take on 10. It would be fine if you all immediately accepted the challenge. They also lack any sense of martial ethics and only pick on the strong. Have you no shame at all? Certainly. At that moment, no one was foolish enough to speak up and stop it. With gambling as a base. One-on-one or not. Group fight or not. As long as we can win, that's all that matters. Wait. Xiong Hanlin, who was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, saw this scene. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly got up and ran onto the stage. Where is your face? Where is your face? How shameless! How shameless! How dare you even step onto the stage? Fatty Xiong glared at the group. Immediately moved closer to Qin Tian. He pleaded in a low voice. Brother Qin, can you stop being so reckless? What if you lose and have to pay out tens of millions in compensation? What am I going to do then? Qin Tian pursed his lips. He was also holding back his anger from the last battle. In addition, seeing that there are still so many challenges. That's why they simply suggested that all 10 of them play together and finish the game as soon as possible. They completely forgot about the betting game. However, Qin Tian still comforted him. Fatty, you can't. But I'm not confident and I don't feel at ease. These people are all top experts in their respective departments. That's perfect, one game decides the winner, saving us the trouble of going through round after round. No, 28-19, Brother Qin, as long as you beat them one by one, we'll split the bet 19 out of 10, how about that? Don't worry, if you lose, I'll pay out all the bets. Qin Tian didn't want to dawdle any longer. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the battle room. Sink into consciousness. Entering Mars. Qin Tian flashed to the sky above a lava lake that was bubbling with intense heat. Thousands of giant crabs live here. They had long been slaughtered and their corpses lay scattered everywhere. Instead, a group of enormous monsters with dragon heads and insect bodies appeared. That batch contained a total of 100 dragon eggs. They hatched on the third day. After another 4 days, the planet underwent a 4-year growth cycle. Yesterday, they have all grown into adults. The overall appearance has been changed from dragon scales to the glossy black carapace unique to the Zerg. It is roughly the same as the Frost Wyrm. It's just that the size has shrunk a lot. Only 100 meters. Also, the most significant difference. There were 3 sharp whip-like tails, each tens of meters long, resembling steel chains. They can be closed together to support body balance and turn during flight. It can also be used as a weapon for close-quarters strangulation. The 4th-generation whiptail dragon boasts a combat power of up to 200,000. That's the source of his confidence in taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. Chapter 37 The Dragon Appears. The crowd erupts. Chapter 37 The Dragon Appears. The entire arena erupts in cheers above the battlefield. 10 spatial rifts opened one by one. Swarms of all kinds of insected creatures poured out of the passage. Without exception, all Zerg. They are all flying species. This is an inevitable trend in the development of the Zerg and even the entire biological civilization. Regardless of maneuverability. Still, it's about the limitations of survival. Flying species are far superior to terrestrial creatures. 10 challengers stood suspended in midair. They gazed down at the vast, densely packed ocean of Zerg below. They were all in high spirits, their faces beaming with smugness. 100,000 against 10,000. They couldn't think of any reason why they would lose. At the end of the opposite line of sight, a solitary spatial passage gradually took shape. They saw the terrifying beasts slowly appearing. I could feel the violent aura emanating from them as if I were there. Even if the 10 people here were mentally prepared. Yet I still couldn't help but feel a chilling sense of dread. But they adjusted quickly. No matter how powerful you are. No matter how fierce you are. Only about 10,000. We have a total of 100,000. Even if it's a pile. Even if it's a waste. That would be enough to wear them all down to death. However, when they saw the final group of even larger creatures appear, they were suddenly stunned. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through my body. That is... Dragon? A dragon? How is that possible? How could a Zerg civilization have dragon-like creatures? Am I fucking dreaming? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! In the outdoor venue. After a moment of stillness. Then it boils violently. Everyone stared in horror at the dragon-like creatures flying out of the passage through the light screen. The screams that erupted were almost enough to pierce eardrums. Several instructors also showed expressions of fear. Dean Ma sitting on the stage. The hand holding the teacup trembled uncontrollably. He had long intended to humble himself and curry favor with Su Jian. Upon seeing this scene, he could no longer hold back. He immediately got up and walked quickly towards Su Jian. In her panic, she even lost her footing and almost fell. However, no one noticed the Dean's disgraceful behavior at that moment. Dean Ma didn't care about his image at all. He hurriedly came to Su Jian's side. He bent slightly forward. He asked nervously, "Old Su, is this student Qin really from the Zerg civilization?" "Perhaps." Su Jian gave a blank reply. My heart was filled with a turbulent mix of emotions. At this moment, Su Jian suddenly remembered when he was looking for Qin Tian. The generational evolution that Qin Tian mentioned is not a problem. So, He was referring to the random evolution of one generation. Did they just evolve into dragons? Kill! Above the battlefield, Qin Tian's will cover the entire swarm of war insects. A very brief command was issued. The next moment, all the slayer insects took flight in unison. A dense barrage of bone spurs immediately shot out. Less than a kilometer away. It will arrive in an instant. Puff! Puff! Accompanied by a series of sounds of bones piercing the body. The insect's mournful cries and screams instantly pierced the sky. An excessively large population. It even caused individual bones to pierce through the body and protrude like a string of gourds. At least two. There are often 3 or 4 huddled together. It fell helplessly to the ground. Spread! Scatter, everyone! The mournful cries of the dying insect swarm. Finally, the 10 challengers were awakened. Their consciousnesses were connected. There were no communication barriers. Significant efficiency. The results were indeed quite remarkable. The destroyer war bug followed closely by the spinning bone spikes. After the other side dispersed into a dense group. The number of enemies killed was extremely limited. Fortunately, the striker war bug flies fast enough. Through repeated back and forth chiseling, little by little it adds up. The opponent is too fast. Gather in the middle. Draw fire. Hold on and don't move. Hold them off. Flank from both sides. Quickly! The 10 people opposite were communicating in a chaotic and heated manner. The intense fluctuations of consciousness that spread outwards. It was almost clear to Qin Tian's side. Call. Qin Tian closed his eyes. He let out a very comfortable sigh of relief. It seems that the pent-up resentment from the last battle. And so it was all released. There is no harm without comparison. The opposing side was frantically and urgently directing the battle. He completely let things slide, acting like a bystander. In fact, under a simple kill command, his war insects neither need nor require his intervention. Each slayer insect will follow its hunting instincts to kill its prey. And under the network of collective consciousness, they can achieve near-perfect coordination. However, the opponent's command was not entirely useless. Under the encirclement that disregards losses, soon, some of the striker Zerg were blocked from advancing. Then, a large swarm of insects frantically pounced on it, tearing it apart and causing it to fall. I overestimated their strength. It depends on the situation. This number is 100,000. It's estimated that it could barely consume 10,000 war insects. Qin Tian gazed at the carnage on the battlefield. The constant death of the Slayer war bug. It didn't cause him much concern. The initial wave of bone spikes wiped out nearly 30% of the enemy's clan. After several rounds of drilling and excavation, nearly 30% was taken away. The remaining 40,000 or so. It generally takes the loss of 3 or 4 to barely take down one destroyer Zerg. He can afford to risk it. Can the other side afford to fight back? Moreover, he also had 100 whip-tailed dragons by his side. Unless necessary. He had no intention of using this batch of 4th-generation war bugs. Time. It's gradually passing by. On the ground below the battlefield. It was covered with thick layers of insect corpses. Fresh blood. Mixed with various juices. It dyed the sand and soil with all sorts of colors. And in the skies above the battlefield, the number of tribes fighting each other is decreasing. Finally, the last slayer insect, along with 5 insect corpses, fell to the ground. Qin Tian's consciousness floated forward. Behind, following a group of whip-tailed dragons that were already eager and ready to pounce. He glanced at the 10 people in front of him. He glanced again at the few hundred creatures remaining behind them. Qin Tian sent out a slightly weary thought. Should we continue? Chapter 38, Another Expedition. Warcraft Planet. Chapter 38, Another Expedition. Warcraft Planet. Should we fight again? The 10 people looked at each other in bewilderment. He was filled with shame and anger, and his expression turned dejected. Beat? I'll beat your sister up. How can we challenge a group of dragons with the remaining, flawed creatures? Of course. It's not that no one has thought of it. Perhaps we can use several times the population to try and create a miracle? Who knows? But his gaze swept over the group of dragon-like creatures that were so close at hand. They immediately and fearfully extinguished the tiny spark of hope that had been rising in their hearts. No one believes that these dragons are merely empty shells with no substance. The scorching dragon breath spewing from the nostrils of the dragon's head. And the terrifying aura emanating from his body. Especially those 3 tail whips that crackled and whistled through the air like steel cables whipping around. Every word speaks volumes about its terrifying combat power. If the fighting continues, they will only bring shame upon themselves. Not to mention the remaining few hundred Zerg creatures. Even adding 2 more zeros at the end would probably be difficult. Faced with overwhelming strength, a numerical advantage will always seem so pale. The recent battle perfectly illustrates this fact. 100,000 against 10,000. In the end, they ended up in a ridiculous mutual destruction. Back to the outside world. Stepping out of the battle room, Qin Tian looked down at the audience. He opened his mouth and said, "Who else?" The voice was neither too fast nor too slow, either too soft nor too loud. But it resonated in everyone's ears like a bombshell. No one spoke. The remaining challengers unconsciously lowered their heads even further. Even the 10 strongest players in this competition were defeated. How can we fight like this? After waiting for a moment, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the dean standing next to Su Jian on the sidelines. Dean Ma suddenly jolted awake. They were preparing to go on stage to announce the results, and what would happen next. Suddenly, something occurred to me. She took another step back, looking dejected and forlorn. This step. It expressed a stance. At the same time, it is also a form of early transfer of power. A good teacher produces outstanding students. Conversely, this statement also applies to the teaching system of the Zerg Academy. Which branch has the strongest creator students? The instructors of the branch institutes will have a higher voice and status. When it becomes strong enough, he would then replace the dean and take charge of the Zerg Academy. This is a rule that has been passed down for centuries. After this battle, regardless of Qin Tian's performance in the competition 2 weeks later, all of these factors are sufficient to lay the foundation for Su Jian's promotion to dean. What is lacking? It's just a legitimate official document. Su Jian did not hesitate. He glanced at the several instructors beside him who were bowing and scraping to him. He went straight up on stage and began to speak. Qin Tian is a fixed-seed player for this year's Zerg Academy competition. Does anyone have any objections? After inspecting the area, seeing that there were no objections and no one was likely to object, Su Jian operated the instrument for a while. Removed Qin Tian's name from the list of names displayed on the screen. There are 30 remaining challenge slots. No. The challenge continues. Participants can re-enter the challenge. Qin Tian said goodbye to Su Jian and then left. His goal has always been the Grand Slam, and the Viscount title in the Grand Examination. As for this internal competition, he was just there to go through the motions. I never took it to heart. Back at the school dormitory, Qin Tian sank his consciousness into the planet. He slipped to the edge of the penalty area. What catches the eye? It was a vast, dark swarm of insects. Previously, the proposal was made to fight 10 against 1. Aside from being genuinely angered by the battle with Zhou Feng, the main reason is that I don't want to waste time on internal competitions. He has been preparing to invade Thundercloud Star for the past few days. Lei Yunqing. That's the name of that level 2 monster planet. Qin Tian planned to do so before the competition. Try to accumulate enough Warcraft genes to evolve into the 5th generation of war bugs. When they invaded Ice Crystal Star, he then expanded his will. He ordered all species on Mars to gather outside the restricted area. 7 days. 7 years on the planet. Tens of millions of species and nearly 10 billion insected creatures. Less than 1/10 arrived. It's still far from enough. The estimated number is less than 600 million. But we can start even if it's just make do. Qin Tian blinked around in several directions to estimate the size of the insect swarm. Invading Ice Crystal Star. He sacrificed all the tribes that originally occupied the outer perimeter of the restricted area. The number is approximately 500 million. It looks like a lot. But for a planet, it's like throwing a pebble into a lake and creating ripples. After 7 years of relentless fighting on the planet, the swarm of over 500 million insects has long since died out. The 200,000 killer insects originally tasked with cleaning up the mess. He also summoned me back some time ago. They were reassigned to the beast planet to drive away the beast hordes and plunder their origins. Moreover, with all the magical beasts near the Ice Crystal Star space passage slaughtered, then, the subsequent 600 million insect swarms that arrived were also thrown in. We can only move further afield. In the short term, it won't have much effect. The only way to see returns is to develop a new planet. There are still more than 28,000 striker warbugs remaining. It's enough for exploration purposes only. Qin Tian turned around and glanced at the densely packed dark figures gathered in the restricted area. He then looked away. Regarding communication with the well-prepared crystal ball on the thundercloud star. A spatial passage has been opened. The moment I stepped out of the passage, Qin Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before our eyes, a gray sky, gray earth, gray plains. This is not from the perspective of the war bug. Rather, it was the real senses he perceived. Also, and there was that overwhelming sense of decay. So, is this a dead planet? Chapter 39 Ecological Collapse. Species Extinction. Chapter 39 Ecological Collapse. Species Extinction in the haze smoggy sky. A fierce wind swept through. On the barren plain, dust filled the air. Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to rise higher and higher. What one sees is still a scene of decay and desolation. The entire planet is devoid of any green vegetation or signs of life. It rose all the way up to several thousand meters. Finally, Qin Tian felt a little relieved. This is indeed a decaying planet whose vitality is fading away. But some creatures still stubbornly survive. Below, a swarm of striker zerglings has emerged. Qin Tian floated down. Attach your consciousness to one of them. It was driven to fly with all its might toward the species it had discovered. A dozen minutes later, a group of magical creatures resembling golden-winged rock gradually came into view. Its size is comparable to that of the 4th generation of whiptail dragons. Its wingspan reaches around 100 meters. The quantity doesn't seem to be too much. There are probably only a few dozen. Moreover, they seem to be killing each other. From a distance, figures leaped and tumbled, chasing each other. The fierce struggle was interspersed with bursts of mournful cries, which never ceased to be heard. A dozen or so smaller, slender rock beasts were being hunted down by their own kind. A lightning-type magical beast? Qin Tian noticed the purple lightning magic weaving through it. He wasn't too surprised by this. From the name of a Warcraft planet, you can basically tell its magic type from that. After all, the names of each planet. They were all named by the creator based on the characteristics of the planet. In this short interval, under the brutal siege of a large number of their own people, the group of thin, weak rock birds soon let out miserable cries and fell to the ground. The strong members of their kind immediately pounced down and began scrambling to eat the corpses on the ground. Boom! Just then, Qin Tian felt a loud bang. My vision suddenly blurred violently. Then comes the shaky animation of a rapid fall. In the last glimpse of the warbug's perspective, several giant rock-like demonic beasts appeared and began to pounce. Have we been discovered? Qin Tian lost consciousness. They didn't care about the death of a mere striker zergling. My gaze swept across the passage below. They gathered outside the other entrance. All the flying insects that received the order immediately rushed into the passage. It frantically pounced towards the location of the rock. How could a Warcraft planet have fallen to this state? What exactly happened? Qin Tian gazed curiously at the surface of Thundercloud Star. Under normal circumstances, without the interference of the Creator, a planet, on the contrary, will thrive and prosper according to the laws of nature. It is simply impossible for it to head towards self-destruction. Unless... Qin Tian looked up at the gray and gloomy sky. The only possibility. Only external factors can influence it. For example, the ecological extinction caused by a huge meteorite falling to the surface of a planet. A short while later, Qin Tian conveyed the spirit of exploration. Swarms of slayer insects immediately scattered and flew away into the distance. But soon, Qin Tian summoned it back again. Only about 200 remained to continue exploring the surrounding area. There's no need to waste a war bug's life for a moment's curiosity. Those giant rock beasts should be the dominant species on this planet. Even they've reached the point of cannibalism among their own kind. One can imagine just how scarce food was on that planet. Very likely. Those dozens of rock birds. They are the only surviving life forms on the entire planet. Given the high probability that there will be no food supplies along the way, allowing the strike Zerg to fly aimlessly into the vast wilderness is tantamount to sending it to its death. 2 million? Qin Tian had just left the planet and returned to the outside world. Then Xiong Hanlin arrived in a hurry. He was holding 2 purple gold cards in his hand. Purple denomination 1 million. The internal competition was still ongoing at this time. It will last at least 1 or 2 days. These 2 gold cards must have been obtained by Fatty Xiong from the money shop when he had some free time. The total amount of gambling money received was less than 2.03 million. According to our prearranged 10/90th split, I'll just round it up. Brother Qin, please don't be so polite. I do love money, but I enjoy the process of making it even more. Besides, my Xiong family is a very wealthy and powerful family, so a few million is really nothing to us. Anyway, Fatty Xiong gave a rather subtle but understandable look. She squinted her small eyes. Okay, thanks. Qin Tian accepted it without hesitation. The other party was clearly like Su Jian. They wanted to take this opportunity to curry favor with me. Regardless of how things develop in the future. Based solely on the strength he has displayed so far. She certainly has the qualities that make people want to befriend her. Brother Qin, I'll be going now. The internal competition isn't over yet. Okay, take care. After Xiong Hanlin left, Qin Tian didn't stay in the dormitory for long either. After leaving the academy, they arrived at the Planetary Merchant Guild once again. That planet, Thundercloud, whose ecosystem is nearly extinct. Their plan to plunder large amounts of Warcraft genes to evolve the 5th generation of warbugs failed. We currently have sufficient funds on hand. I'll just go and buy another one. However, Qin Tian was not in a hurry. Upon entering the Chamber of Commerce, head straight to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is for rent and sale. It represents a biological civilization planet. The 2nd floor is a planet of technological and extraordinary civilizations. Compared to the overcrowded 1st floor, the 2nd floor was much quieter. You can hardly see any people. There was only one counter. The other 2 major civilizations in Pingxi had very few creators to begin with. The planetary legacy left behind is naturally very limited. rare quantity. This results in extremely high rental prices. It far exceeds what most people can bear. "Hello, sir." The clerk at the counter greeted Qin Tian as he approached. "Are there any planets that are not yet leased?" "Yes, sir, there's one more." "Oh?" Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Although the rental prices for the other two major civilization planets are very high. But there will never be a shortage of rich people in this world. Moreover, whether it's the various novel technological weapons and equipment on the technological planet, or perhaps it's the various magical arts and immortal techniques from extraordinary planets that can move mountains, fill seas, and destroy the world. In addition, there are national alliances established by intelligent races, as well as cultivation sects and magical factions. Everything. All of these deeply attract people's curiosity. Even at exorbitant prices, demand still exceeds supply. Those wealthy family scions who don't lack money, they wouldn't queue up like the ordinary people downstairs. Generally, people arrive on time according to the rental license plate number they receive. Qin Tian's trip was also a chance to try his luck. "I didn't expect to actually find a bargain?" They paid an exorbitant price of 1,000 gold coins per hour. Qin Tian followed the maid to one of the rented rooms. The interior decoration is magnificent. The space is also much more spacious than downstairs. Besides a deep blue crystal ball, there was also a table in the center. It also includes a brief history of the planet. "Oh? No wonder you can find bargains." After reading the information about this planet and a brief history, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. Chapter 40 Intelligent Races. Endless Ambition. Chapter 40 Intelligent Races. A brief history of the planet of endless ambition, in detail. To summarize, it can be seen as a process of destruction leading to rebirth. This planet is called Blue Sun Star. It was originally a highly advanced technological planet. Intelligent races are also human, but without the intervention and suppression of the Creator. The Human Federation, which had once unified the entire planet, gradually fell apart, and it quickly escalated into a global war. Several countries on the verge of defeat used weapons of mass destruction. Its power is countless times greater than the nuclear weapons Qin Tian knew from his previous life. With countries unleashing their superior weaponry on each other, the destruction of the entire human race became inevitable. However, they were not all extinct. A small number of humans hid underground and survived. Tens of thousands of years have passed. The harmful substances on the ground gradually dissipated. Humans who had multiplied underground for hundreds of generations had become like savages. The technological heritage has long been lost. The ruins of those former high-tech buildings on the ground, and all traces of the existence of our ancestors. It was also completely wiped out by the newly grown, lush vegetation. But relying on their innate survival wisdom, after thousands of years of development and the efforts of countless generations, humans, after returning to Earth, eventually stood atop the pyramid on this planet. We are currently in the era of cold weapons. It is similar to the ancient Xia dynasty of 100 years ago. Dozens of feudal dynasties, large and small, were established on the planet. And that's why Qin Tian was able to snag a bargain. Familiar local customs and traditions. A familiar ancient country. Who would pay exorbitant prices to travel the world they know? Human beings. No. It should be all intelligent races. They will all have endless greed and ambition. At this point, they can never compare to biological civilization. Qin Tian put down the brief history in his hand. Although technology and extraordinary civilizations are powerful, but how to control them is a major headache for those creators. Qin Tian had read related books in the library. Under normal circumstances, the creators of technological civilizations always choose the upper echelons of a particular country, using the power of the creator to support its rapid unification and integration of other small countries. This allows them to control the overall situation and guide the direction of technological development. The creators of extraordinary civilizations would then take on identities such as immortals, gods of magic, or gods of war, to single out and command the world by mastering the strongest sect. But intelligent races are called intelligent races because they will think, they would suspect, they will rebel. So, wars frequently broke out between the two great civilizations on their respective planets. To this end, the creator had to intervene and eliminate those sovereigns or upper classes who tried to break free from his control. On the one hand, they need to support a new puppet to take power. On the one hand, they also have to clean up the mess caused by the chaos. One bad thing. War and destruction on a technologically advanced planet could set back technology by decades or even longer. On extraordinary planets, even those sect geniuses who had the potential to break through to higher realms may perish. Biological civilization doesn't have these kinds of troubles. Low-level collective intelligence. Let them never think about the origin of the Creator. And we will not question the will of the Creator. Qin Tian chuckled. Calm down. Appearing in the restricted area of Mars, Qin Tian couldn't help but look in the direction of his mother. The Queen Mother has now evolved a certain level of intelligence. Fortunately, it is not very intelligent. Moreover, for the sake of the tribe's hunting efficiency, the Queen Mother's instinct to breed war insects did not endow them with the genes of intelligence. Qin Tian was suddenly taken aback. The blue sun star crystal ball, which was used to communicate with the outside world, was shut down. Puzzled, he slipped into the space passage of Thundercloud Star. Under the relentless attacks of countless flying Zerg, the few dozen remaining rock demonic beasts on Thundercloud Star were almost all killed or wounded. But one is still putting on a stubborn struggle. Furthermore, the battlefield has shifted to a location less than 100 meters from the entrance of the passage. Help me! Help me! Qin Tian gang appeared outside the passage. The intermittent cry for help echoed in my mind once more. Disperse! Qin Tian shouted and drove back the fighting swarm of insects. Following the open enclosure, they arrived at the rock in the middle, its wings broken and covered in wounds, lying on the ground struggling. He asked in a doubtful voice. Is that you speaking? The rock's eyes are very intelligent. It almost clearly revealed the despair he felt at that moment. What surprised Qin Tian even more was that it seems to be able to see itself. His eyes remained fixed on his own consciousness floating in the air. Save me! Save me! Save me! Me! The weak voice continued for a while. The rock suddenly screamed and turned its head in terror to look at the sky. Qin Tian followed his gaze and looked in that direction. The sky remained gray. There's nothing special about it. But upon closer inspection, the entire sky seemed to be peeling away rapidly. Gradually, a vast expanse of angelica light began to appear on the distant horizon. The light grew brighter and brighter. It's like a sun rising rapidly. But how is that possible? How could the sun rise so quickly? Just as Qin Tian was surprised, a dark curtain gradually emerged below the sun on the horizon. At first, Qin Tian thought it was an asteroid blocking the sun. But as the boundless gray sky descended and obscured the sun and the asteroid, then immediately flip it upwards and pull it away. Suddenly, Qin Tian seemed to realize something. I instinctively tried blinking. The mouth opened wider and wider. A sudden roar filled his head. If I'm not mistaken, that was actually so enormous that it completely obscures the eyes of the entire planet beneath our feet. Chapter 41 Cosmic Creatures. Terrifyingly so. Chapter 41 Cosmic Creatures. Terrifyingly, Qin Tian stared blankly up at the sky. As the sky rapidly disappeared. At this point, the view in the sky was completely clear. That was indeed a huge eye. There is white in the eye. Having pupils. Has eyelids. It also blinks up and down from time to time. The gray we saw earlier. What color is the sky there? It's clearly the dark gray skin around that eye. No. His eyes were fixed on the swarm of insects at the entrance of the passage. The skin above the corners of the eyes sometimes folds up slightly. At times, it slowly relaxes. Qin Tian watched this scene with shock. One can almost picture the owner of this eye, as it tilted its enormous head and looked at the ground strangely. The bewildered expression on his face. Seemingly curious. Where did these ants come from? Run! Run! Run faster! A terrified scream came from the rock on the ground. It flapped its damaged wings and rushed frantically toward the entrance of the passage ahead. Just then, the eyes in the celestial canopy seemed unwilling to remain confused any longer. Or perhaps their curiosity got the better of them, and they were annoyed by being bothered by these ants. The enormous eyes suddenly turned backward and moved away. It's like tilting your head back slightly. But even such a tiny movement for them. However, it stirred up the air currents across the entire planet, forming a terrifying vortex that rushed rapidly toward the eyes. Then, Qin Tian gradually saw the area below his eyes clearly. Nostrils like black holes. She slightly opened her mouth, which resembled a galaxy. And a dazzling, radiant light, imbued with terrifying energy, spewed from its mouth. Qin Tian's expression changed. He immediately turned around and quickly floated into the passage. Turn it off! Turn it off immediately! Close the passage immediately! The rock that burst forth from the spatial passage. One side emitted a series of hysterical screams. Wrapped in a lightning shield covering his entire body, he scrambled forward as he continued to run. Qin Tian followed closely behind. Without any hesitation, they immediately cut off the source of the supply. The passage is slowly closing. But in the instant it was completely shut off. A small streak of light still shot out. The scattered energy turbulence surged forth instantly. Buzz! A violent tremor erupted in the air. A terrifying gust of air swept across and spread rapidly. Wherever they went, countless swarms of insects fell in droves. And in an instant, it dissolved into dust and scattered. Call out! In the midst of the panic, Qin Tian had a thought. They instantly teleported thousands of miles away. Just as its form appeared. Turbulence then reached you. Laugh! Outdoor rental indoors. Qin Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen as he frantically rubbed his head, which felt like it was about to explode. The images of planets on Mars and the indoor scene in front of you are constantly switching and interweaving. At this moment, it was as if consciousness was forcibly torn out of the brain. It caused him immense pain, and his expression became contorted. Splash! The tea set on the table was accidentally swept off the table by Qin Tian. It shattered into pieces all over the ground. My lord, are you all right? The maid who had been waiting outside heard the noise and knocked on the door to ask what was wrong. Fine. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and forced out 2 words from the corner of his mouth. He then closed his eyes tightly. His body trembled slightly as he endured the tearing pain in his mind. A long time. Qin Tian let out a breath. The trembling body gradually came to a stop. The distorted expression slowly subsided. When I opened my eyes again, the indoor scene in front of us has stabilized. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I straightened the wrinkled clothes. Qin Tian summoned a maid to clean up the mess inside the room. What kind of creature is that? That terrifying? A cosmic being, perhaps? Qin Tian took a sip of the freshly brewed tea, still feeling a lingering sense of unease. The fleeting glimpse I had seen on Thundercloud's star last flashed through my mind. The eyes alone are like stars. The entire head and the body behind it. In fact, the planet merged by the Creator. It is a real celestial body that exists in a certain plane of the universe. A cosmic creature, larger than a planet, has appeared, roaming the vast star field. Qin Tian was not unable to accept it. What truly horrified him was that cosmic creature's attack was actually able to damage the creator's consciousness. The breath that was casually exhaled. Even if it's just a wisp. And it has already spread far and wide, leaving only a tiny trace. It almost caused him to suffer brain death. Could it be that? Is this how the creatures on Thundercloud were wiped out? And the creator of this planet? Did they die in the same way? After a moment of reflection, Qin Tian didn't pursue the matter any further. After resting for a while, reintroduced consciousness to Mars. The original passage was located within a radius of thousands of miles. It has completely turned into a white expanse. White powder piled up like mountains on the dark red soil, stretching far into the distance. An attack from that cosmic creature. This resulted in a devastating loss for him. The people on the other side of the passage hadn't had time to evacuate. Adding to the nearly 600 million insects gathered near the Martian passage. They all died and vaporized into dust. Not even a body was left. Fortunately, he had previously deployed over 28,000 Slayer insectids. They are currently scattered throughout the ice crystal star, continuing their search for the main race. Moreover, to facilitate the invasion of insect swarms, he set up the entrance to the passage connecting to Leyun's star outside the restricted area. The disaster did not affect the Queen Mother and the insect nest, which were thousands of miles away within the restricted area. Otherwise, "Help me! Help me!" He heard a cry for help coming from within his consciousness. Qin Tian's face twitched involuntarily, a look of surprise appearing on his face. That rock is still alive? So tough? He darted to the location from which the sound came. The rock is indeed not dead. But it's pretty much the same. The bird's appearance was beyond description, it was utterly miserable. Its already severely injured wing was completely broken off and drooped to the ground. Almost all of its feathers had fallen out, making it look like a plucked chicken or duck. And his body was covered in open wounds. The blood dripped onto the ground and evaporated due to the high temperature of Mars, producing puffs of white smoke. His entire head drooped limply. Now, it was peering at Qin Tian in the sky with its still intelligent eyes, as if pleading for help. It seems that even the power to speak has been lost. Qin Tian didn't rush to rescue him. He squinted, staring into the eyes of the rock. A short while later, he suddenly asked, "You are the creator of Thundercloud Star?" Chapter 42 Dare to act tough again. I'll destroy you right now. Chapter 42 Dare to act tough again. I'll wipe out your entire beast star right now. It was several hundred meters away from the entrance of the passage. The rock perched under the shade of a large tree. Although his breath was weak and he was almost dying. But at least it's not like being on Mars where the heat is so intense that even breathing is incredibly difficult. The extremely mild environment of the beast's planet. It can basically adapt to the survival of most organisms. Qin Tian floated to the side. After a moment's thought, separate a wisp of the essence from the consciousness body. It was slowly injected into the dying rock on the ground. Originally, it was a desperate attempt, a last-ditch effort. The effect was surprisingly good. Some of them are even quite unbelievable. Having absorbed that wisp of primordial energy, aside from remaining listless, the rock, external wounds begin to heal and scab over rapidly. It was almost to the point of being visibly exaggerated. On second thought, Qin Tian, on the contrary, felt it was only natural. Primal energy can be obtained by sacrificing lives. It contains immense vitality. This trace of essence doesn't seem like much. Converted to numbers, it would only amount to a few points. But it would require the consumption of tens of thousands of wild beasts. In other words, it's equivalent to pouring the life energy of thousands of savage beasts into the rock's body. It's no surprise that the damaged body was quickly repaired. In less than a few minutes, the wounds on the rock's body were completely healed. Even the broken bones inside the wings miraculously recovered. The rock uses its wings to support its body, leaning against the tree trunk behind him. They made a very humane move. At the same time, it nodded to Qin Tian in the air. That answers the previous question. So it really is the creator. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. I wasn't actually that surprised. This rock's eyes are as expressive and lifelike as a human's. It can transmit consciousness for communication, knowing the spatial passage. In addition, the stream of light energy emitted by that cosmic creature caused a sense of disruption to his consciousness. This is simply stating a fact. Consciousness possessing one of one's own creatures. This is something all creators would do. Qin Tian also frequently possessed the Slayer war bug to conduct reconnaissance. Therefore, perhaps when the creator of Thundercloud Star attached his consciousness to this rock, suddenly attacked by that cosmic creature, cut off its consciousness from the external body. Therefore, it could only remain inside the rock's body. What's the deal with that cosmic creature on Thundercloud Star? Qin Tian asked. The rock turned its head away. Looking towards the distance, they saw the Slayer war insects driving a horde of savage beasts into the spatial passage. He turned back and stared at Qin Tian in the air for a while. His eyes flickered. They seemed to be hesitating and weighing the options. After a while, it transmitted a message. My name is Qin. Okay, Qin, what happened to your planet? You're not surprised at all? A strange fluctuation of consciousness emanated from the rock. What's so surprising? The name? What's so surprising about a name? You're not surprised by the name. How could you not be surprised? The rock glared with its bird eyes. His tone was full of disbelief. Qin Tian stared speechlessly at the rock. Could it be that this guy suffered too much damage and burned his brain? He kept giving irrelevant answers. The two are simply not on the same wavelength. Aren't you one of this world's people? The rock tilted its head and emitted another thought. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. But soon after, the rock muttered to itself. It is indeed possible that outsiders or villagers on the borders of the Great Xia dynasty would not know this. Alright, just answer the questions, stop arguing with me about names. Qin Tian was getting impatient. Well, first you need to know this name. Oh. I sensed a clear smile in my mind, mixed with a hint of contempt and arrogance. Qin Tian smiled too. It's already like this. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Buzz! A command of will was issued. One of the fighter insects in the sky immediately flapped its wings. Bang! A bone spike instantly embedded itself in the tree trunk against which the rock was leaning. It was less than half an inch from the bird's head, floating in front of the rock. Qin Tian lowered his body slightly, staring into the other person's panicked eyes, which were so close to his own. He said coldly, If you keep putting on airs, believe me, I'll wipe you out right now. I can only answer your question if you know my name, otherwise, I would need to expend a great deal of effort to explain. I can transfer some more of the source to you. The source cannot repair trauma to consciousness. Okay, if I see you again and you dare to spout nonsense like that, you'll never need to answer again. Qin Tian did not press the matter further. Damage at the level of consciousness is indeed unlikely to be restored by the source. Moreover, the severe damage to the rock's consciousness suggests that it is not faking it. The sounds that came through were intermittent and exhausted. It doesn't get tired of talking. Even I find it tiring to listen to. You should rest and recuperate. I have ordered my tribes not to harm you. And they will provide you with food. Qin Tian summoned several killer war insects, which dragged the corpse of a savage beast and threw it in front of the rock. Without further ado, they returned directly to the outside world. After this incident, He also lost interest in continuing his sightseeing on Blue Sun Star. Back on the first floor, Qin Tian also purchased 2 Warcraft planets. Certainly, we learned a lesson from Lei Yunqing. Payment was made for both Warcraft planets, only after it was confirmed they were not Death Stars. Before leaving, Qin Tian thought of what the rock had said. He then turned back to look at the counter clerk. Asked, "By the way, do you know who Qin is?" The waiter's eyes narrowed sharply upon hearing this, staring at Qin Tian in terror. He was as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 43, On the Road to Conquest. The Human Planet. Chapter 43, On the Road to Conquest. Back at the Academy on the Human Planet, Qin Tian had a smile playing on his lips the whole time. He offered 100 gold tip. The man immediately recounted everything about the name Qin in detail. In fact, this is a story that has been passed down through generations of the great Xia dynasty. Only he, an outsider, knew nothing about it. The catastrophe of a century ago? A cultivation planet born from an extremely harsh environment? A demon who can summon hundreds of cultivators with a wave of his hand? Killed countless people and nearly destroyed 2 countries? It took the combined might of the 4 nations, who exhausted all their resources, to finally slay this demon? Hee, what a pity, this thing not only didn't die, but is still alive and well inside a rock. And those 4 envoys, no wonder they were so obsequious and flattering to me back then. So they mistook me for another demon being born. I learned about this legend from 100 years ago. The question that had been puzzling Qin Tian was immediately dispelled. But, to some extent, I can indeed be called another version of the devil. Having a channel to obtain the planet's origin. Given time, let alone summoning a mere few hundred creatures to accompany him. Even if tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even countless war insects come out, it's no problem. Qin Tian smiled. Then came a bitter taste. That's why. Even if it becomes possible to summon war insects in large numbers in the future, but without the ability to truly guarantee one's absolute safety, he cannot summon it easily. Otherwise, to avoid future troubles, Shikoku is just like it was 100 years ago. Let's launch another joint annihilation campaign, drawing upon the combined might of all the creators within the country. He's definitely going to die. Qin Tian took out the crystal ball he had purchased. 2 Warcraft planets. A star named Xingmu Star, which belongs to the wood element. The other one is called Blazing Star, which is of the fire element. Both are level 3. That is, the main race has evolved to the 3rd generation. It cost a total of 200,000 gold. In addition, after hearing the legend of the demon told by his companion, Qin Tian went back to the 2nd floor and bought the Blue Sun Star. The price is outrageously expensive. It's taller than 2 Warcraft planets combined. A full 300,000 gold. This is because the human race on Blue Sun Star has not developed a technological civilization. They had to offer significant discounts because they couldn't rent them out or sell them. I don't know if the plan will work. If it is not feasible, then this money was wasted. Qin Tian looked at the deep blue crystal ball in his hand. They spent an astronomical sum to buy this ordinary planet. What he values. They are the human race living on Blue Sun Star, not much different from the Great Xia. If we can summon them in large numbers in the future, at least it won't attract attention. However, this will raise many issues. For example, how much of the source energy is consumed? Or is it worth it if the combat power is too weak? Most importantly, absolute control is impossible. He is not the creator of Blue Sun Star. Naturally, it's impossible to control their life and death and guarantee their loyalty in a single moment. However, the main focus for now should be on the competition. They obtained the title. They have been granted fiefdoms. They now have their own troops. Only then can everything proceed smoothly. Otherwise, all our ideas will just be empty talk. Qin Tian sank into his consciousness. To enter Mars. Welcome, Sovereign! I will obey the will of the Sovereign. 100,000 second-generation war insects have returned from the Beast Planet and are now assembled and ready for deployment. 20,000 third-generation war insects have returned from Ice Crystal Star and are now assembled and ready for deployment. 100 fourth-generation war insects have returned from outside the territory and are now assembled and ready for action. The consciousness has not yet fully manifested. The voice of his mother echoed in Qin Tian's mind. This was the order he gave to his mother, the Empress, before leaving the Chamber of Commerce. The Queen Mother's increased wisdom. There are advantages and disadvantages. At least for now, it can serve as a medium for communication. It saved him a lot of trouble. Well done. How is the fourth-generation war bug breeding going? Qin Tian asked casually. Reporting to the Lord, 800 fourth-generation insect eggs have been laid. So little? Qin Tian frowned. Upon closer examination, calmness was quickly restored. The deadline for the internal competition was set to breed 4 generations of war bugs. Only about 12 hours have passed since then. Converted to planetary time, that's half a year. It takes about 180 days. 800 pieces. On average, each batch lays 400 eggs. The in vivo ovulation cycle takes about 3 months. That is, a new batch is produced every 90 days within the planet. Compared to the first generation of queen mothers. Not counting the production of 100 pieces over 6 months of fusion. Indeed, there has been a several-fold increase. But take into account the 3-year incubation period. In addition, there is a 4-year growth cycle from childhood to adulthood. All things considered, it will take 7 days for the number of adult whip-tailed dinosaurs to increase. Too slow. However, Qin Tian could understand. Although the second-generation queen mother had enhanced her physique by incorporating dragon genes, it can withstand more energy expenditure from egg production. However, it will not accelerate the growth rate. The fourth-generation war bugs are almost completely dragon-like. The time required for their growth is naturally incomparable to that of the Zerg. Connecting 2 warcraft planets to the outside world. The spatial passage was opened. Qin Tian ordered 20,000 annihilator war insects to enter in 2 batches for reconnaissance. It will take time for other ordinary swarms of insects on Mars to regroup. But he simply didn't have time to waste. We can only discard the dross and select the essence. To discover the dominant race or a more powerful species on both planets. Then concentrate efforts on hunting and obtaining genes. After the arrangements were made, Qin Tian communicated and opened the space channel of Blue Sun Star. Compared to the low intelligence, speechless monsters and savage beasts on those biological planets, an ordinary human planet, it is indeed very attractive. Especially having the power to conquer. Qin Tian glanced at the swarm of war insects waiting below. He waved his hand. 100,000 slayer war insects and 100-headed whip-tailed dragon. Immediately, a series of hissing and roaring sounds emanated from him as he surged into the Blue Sun Star passage. Chapter 44 The Emperor dies. The Prince seizes the throne. Chapter 44 The Emperor dies. The Prince seizes the throne on Blue Sun Star. Great Yen Kingdom. The Emperor of Yen passed away. A drama of princes vying for the throne has just come to an end. The most powerful prince, Ji Mingqing, quelled the internal strife. Even a few days ago, at the foot of the imperial city, he defeated his only and strongest opponent, the 6th prince. At this time, hundreds of miles away from the imperial city, a huge military camp stood tall. Inside the camp, morale was low and the atmosphere was listless. Many soldiers still bore the lingering fear and apprehension of defeat. Inside the commander's tent, I was equally immersed in the experience, especially with the reports from scouts coming back one after another. This made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Report! A main force of 200,000 enemy troops has been spotted 80 li to the west. Report. An enemy force of 80,000 men has been spotted on the flank 60 miles to the north. Report. Enemy forces of 50,000 men have been spotted on the flank 50 miles to the south. Report. 100,000 enemy troops spotted 100 li to the east. The generals inside the tent had somber expressions. Even if they are exceptionally talented, intelligent, and brave, faced with such a deteriorating situation, it was beyond saving. Report. Urgent report from Qianqing, border region. The sixth prince, who was seated at the head of the table. He reached out and took the military intelligence report handed to him by his personal guard. I opened the seal and glanced at it. The sixth prince's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He then slammed his fist on the table and stood up. He laughed loudly. Good! A report from Qianqing states that 150,000 reinforcements have crossed the Bian River and will arrive soon. All generals, listen to my command. You all hurry up and prepare the troops. Tomorrow at dawn, set up the cooking pots and cook the meal. At dawn, we will march eastward to join forces with reinforcements to attack the 100,000 rebel troops on the eastern route. The generals were overjoyed upon hearing this. They all stood up and clasped their hands in greeting. Here you go! Here you go! General Wen, please wait! The sixth prince called out to an old general with white hair and beard. Your Highness! General Wen turned around. When he raised his head. But they discovered that the sixth prince, who had just been so spirited. At this moment, his face turned ashen, and he swayed uncontrollably as if he had lost all his strength. It's nothing. The sixth prince waved his hand to stop General Wen from coming to help him up. He slowly sat down, supporting himself with both hands on the desk. Your Highness, has something happened in Qianqing? General Wen seemed to have a vague sense of something. The sixth prince licked his dry lips. There was no response. A long time. He suddenly smiled and asked, Uncle Wenjiang, do you still remember how old Xiao was? This humble general certainly remembers. Your Highness is someone I watched grow up. You are 28 years old this year. I remember when Father Emperor exiled Xiao to Qianqing on the frontier. Xiao had not yet undergone the coming-of-age ceremony. In the blink of an eye, he is almost 30 years old. The sixth prince sighed with emotion. Another silence fell. Then he suddenly looked up and asked, Uncle, do you think Xiao did something wrong? What makes you say that, Your Highness? General Wen immediately said angrily, Ji Mingqing murdered his father and brother, which is extremely rebellious. Later, he falsely claimed to have the late emperor's dying wish and forced his highness to commit suicide. This was an act that aroused the wrath of both gods and men, and everyone had the right to kill him. Your Highness is acting in accordance with the will of heaven and the hearts of the people, leading a righteous army back to the capital to punish the rebels. What is wrong with that? The sixth prince heard this. He shook his head with a wry smile. What talk of popular support and divine will? To put it bluntly, isn't it all about fighting for that chair? Your Highness. Furthermore, if there were truly any will of the people or divine will, why would my 200,000 strong army suffer more than half its losses? And why would I find myself in this desperate situation, surrounded on all sides? Your Highness, please do not be discouraged. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. We will soon reunite with the reinforcements. Do you really think reinforcements will arrive? Even without reinforcements, our army can force a breakout and return to Qianqing to hold the city, hoping to change the course of events in the future. Qianqing? Heh. The sixth prince unfolded the military intelligence document he had been holding in his hand. The 4 large characters clearly visible above read, Qianqing has fallen. Uncle, Qianqing is gone, our home is gone, our escape route is cut off, we are now trapped in Fourth Brother's clutches. Why? General Wen's expression changed drastically, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. The sixth prince rose sadly. He walked up to General Wen. Kneel on the ground. Your Highness, you mustn't! General Wen hurriedly tried to bend his knees. But the sixth prince reached out and supported him. Uncle, Shower has given up on the idea of vying for the throne and has no other thoughts. Please cut off Shower's head and hand it over to fourth brother to save the lives of the entire army. Your Highness! General Wen forcefully broke free from the sixth prince's grasp. Step back a few steps. Kneel on both knees, he said loudly and authoritatively. The Wen family and its army are not cowards who fear death. How could they betray their master for personal gain and break their promise? Your Highness, please retract this thought immediately. This humble general will rather die than obey. The sixth prince straightened up. Looking at the elderly general, who was over 70 years old, he said, I know you're not afraid to die, uncle, but even if you're not afraid to die, you have to think about your family in Xianqing. This humble general will not. Yes, you may not care about your family, but what about them? The sixth prince pointed outside the tent. The sudden defeat had already destabilized the morale of the troops, and the soldiers were filled with anxiety. Once news of the fall of Qianqing spreads, even if it doesn't immediately cause a mutiny, how much fighting spirit do you think they still have? Late at night, the sixth prince sat alone on a small hill within the military camp. Push yourself up with your hands behind you on the ground. I looked up, lost in thought, at the twinkling stars in the sky. For his last night. Everyone will cherish it all the more. Until the sky turned white. The sixth prince reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He looked at the sword that he always kept beside him. He knew it in his heart. The old general was loyal and righteous. I would fight for him to the last man. But why bother? They're all going to die eventually. Why sacrifice so many lives in vain? Do you want the throne? Sudden. A voice appeared in my mind. The sixth prince looked around at the empty space, puzzled. He glanced again at the guards in the distance. I initially thought it was a hallucination. But soon, that ethereal voice, seemingly emanating from Sangxiong, echoed in my mind once more. Want the throne? At noon today. We're heading towards the enemy's southern camp. Chapter 45 I can help you. Sweep away the mighty enemy. Chapter 45 I can help you. On the vast plains, we will sweep away the powerful enemy. More than 100,000 soldiers in black armor are moving south. At the front, the sixth prince sat high on a warhorse. He was followed closely by a group of generals. Your Highness, I know what you want to say. The sixth prince interrupted General Wen, who was standing beside him. But I must say, this is very likely a trick by the enemy to lure our troops into a trap. Is this necessary? The sixth prince glanced at the old general. We are already in a dead end, surrounded on all sides. If we besiege them without attacking, our supplies will run out in a few days, news of the fall of Qianqing will spread, and our army will collapse on its own. Why bother with all this trouble, fourth brother? Could it be that your Highness truly believes in those words of gods and ghosts? I don't believe it. Why then? Since the situation is already like this, why not go and take a look? At this time, squads of scouts began to return. Report! No enemy troops detected within 10 miles ahead. Report! No enemy troops detected 15 miles ahead. Report! No sightings detected 20 miles ahead. The sixth prince and General Wen exchanged a glance. The other generals looked at each other in bewilderment. According to yesterday's reconnaissance by the sentries, the enemy camp to the south is no more than 50 li away. They had already traveled more than 20 miles. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have failed to even encounter enemy scouts. After traveling another 10 miles or so, several scouts rode up at high speed. And they were all pale, terrified, and at a loss. Report! Enemy camp spotted 10 miles ahead. The enemy forces have been annihilated. Enemy forces annihilated. The sixth prince looked at the scout squad leader who was rushing towards him. Asked, "What happened?" "Your Highness, the enemy's southern camp of 50,000 troops has been completely annihilated. Can you see clearly? My men have penetrated deep into the enemy camp, and the camp is full of corpses, not a single one alive, and the deaths are all extremely gruesome." The sixth prince frowned. He then spoke. "Order the entire army to advance at full speed." Not long after, the army of over 100,000 stopped in front of a camp. The camp was situated in a wide open area, with a clear view of the surroundings. There is absolutely no possibility of faking death to lure the enemy into an ambush. They rode slowly into the camp. The sixth prince's expression shifted from initial astonishment to growing horror. The generals around him were in no better shape. Even though they were seasoned veterans and accustomed to the bloodshed of the battlefield, they were also stunned by what they saw. In the camp, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Most of it was broken into several pieces. The face on each corpse. They were all frozen in a hysterical look of terror. It was the sixth prince, who wasn't very knowledgeable about military affairs. That's also evident. The entire camp of soldiers was massacred in one fell swoop. They were unable to put up any resistance whatsoever. Just then, a series of rustling sounds could be faintly heard. On the plain at the end of the line of sight, an endless black tide is rapidly sweeping in. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Form ranks! All troops form ranks!" Messengers frantically shuttled through the army formation, issuing orders to defend against the enemy. "My God! What is that? A monster! A monster from head to toe! There are monsters in the sky too!" As the distance gets closer. In the distance, they saw rows of dark, ferocious monsters, as large as small mountains, charging forward. All soldiers, including the sixth prince who returned to the front lines and a group of generals. Their teeth were chattering. His body began to tremble violently involuntarily. Escape! Run! Dominated by endless fear. Just when everyone instinctively wanted to scatter and flee at all costs, the horde of monsters that filled their field of vision suddenly came to an abrupt halt. They all stopped a kilometer away. "Come over!" A voice that rang in his mind startled the sixth prince, who was stunned by the shock. He looked at the terrifying beast that had flown to the middle of the field and hovered there. He swallowed hard. He then turned to look at the soldiers beside him. Seeing that the others did not seem to have heard the sound, dawdle a little, he had no choice but to brace himself and ride forward, his body trembling. "Your Highness!" Hearing the old general shout, he then hurriedly led a group of his personal guards, who were also trembling all over, to follow. "Do you want to be emperor?" Another voice came. The sixth prince reined in his horse and stopped, looking up at the enormous body that stretched for hundreds of meters in the distance. Despite the chill running down his spine, he asked, "What are you?" There are no dragons or related legends in this world. Therefore, the sixth prince did not recognize the dragon as a creature. "Answer the questions. Think. I can help you wipe out all enemies." "Then what should I do?" The sixth prince turned his head and glanced at the dense horde of monsters in the distance. He glanced again at the enemy's southern camp that had been trampled to death behind him. A sliver of clarity remained in my mind. No one was so delusional as to believe that divine intervention had descended from the heavens. "You need to sacrifice tens of thousands of your most elite suicide soldiers. Now? 10 years later? Okay, but..." The sixth prince was about to ask in detail. The next moment, a piercing roar shattered the heavens. The earth trembled. In his terrified gaze, that black torrent surged forth. It points directly towards the western imperial city. In a chaotic mind, only a faint, fading sound remained. "Remember the promise! I will come back to collect it in 10 years. Chapter 46. 6 sons assumed the throne, acting as shepherds of the people. Chapter 46. 6 sons assumed the throne. Soldiers! Ji Mingqing murdered the king and usurped the throne, cruelly harming his own brothers, causing the lives of my great Yen to be utterly lost and corpses to litter the ground. Such heinous crimes! They aroused the wrath of both gods and men. They have already incurred the wrath of heaven and brought down divine punishment. Today, I have been summoned by heaven, and thus I have gathered here to respectfully welcome the myriad divine beasts that heaven has sent down. Just now, heaven has appointed me as the sole and legitimate son of heaven of the great Yen. I, the emperor, have been ordained by heaven to uphold the state of great Yen and save the people from suffering. Before the army, the sixth prince shouted loudly. General Wen immediately dismounted. Kneel on both knees. Your Majesty, acting in accordance with the will of heaven and with its assistance, will surely crush the traitors and restore order to our great Yen. Long live the Emperor! 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 All the generals dismounted and knelt down. Tens of thousands of soldiers in black armor crowd out. The sixth prince's words about the divine beast were a pronouncement from heaven. No one doubted it. No one dared to question it. Those terrifying creatures as big as houses. It was far beyond their comprehension. It was such a large quantity again. Only the heavens could bestow such a miracle in an instant. Furthermore, they also witnessed the sixth prince walking alone on the front lines. It seems to be communicating with the heavens. It also seemed as if they were receiving orders. Subsequently, then they saw countless divine beasts rushing away. In this age of ignorance, the idea that the right of kings is divinely ordained will always win the hearts and minds of the military and the people. Emperor. Emperor. They were originally acting as shepherds on behalf of heaven. The divine beast sent by heaven has already cleared the way ahead. All troops heed my command. Follow my lead. Shoot straight for Kyoto. Annihilate the traitors. The sixth prince drew his sword. The sword is pointed at the west. Here you go. Here you go. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers rose to their feet. High morale. The roar was deafening. The fear I had felt earlier had vanished. Instead, there was a solemn excitement. Because they are an army of justice. They are truly the heavenly army favored by God. Report! Enemy retreating soldiers spotted ahead. Report. As the army advanced westward, scouts began to continuously report news of the enemy's routed troops. Issue the order! Gather the defeated soldiers. Those who surrender will not be killed. The sixth prince issued the order. At the same time, they couldn't help but speed up. The further you go, the more news of the fleeing soldiers they received, the more they became aware of the situation. From the initial 2 or 3 people who were routed, in the end, there were tens of thousands of defeated soldiers, almost as a whole. It was even large enough to rival the 100,000-strong main army of the sixth prince. But no one resisted. All the routed soldiers were terrified. Upon encountering the sixth prince's troops, they turned pale and surrendered immediately. Because when that group of enormous monsters, which appeared out of nowhere, charged forward, in everyone's mind a voice, seemingly emanating from the heavens, resonated deep within. With the blessings of heaven, the sixth son has ascended to the throne, serving as the shepherd of the people on behalf of heaven. 6 sons? He's just the sixth prince. After receiving confirmation from the soldiers under the sixth prince that they had received a divine mandate, the routed troops dared not even entertain the slightest thought of resistance. They were just ordinary soldiers. Having lost their general, they were filled with the same fear as headless flies. They can fight desperately. They can also fight valiantly. But How could they possibly fight against fate? How could they dare to wield their swords against the emperor appointed by heaven? So much so that wherever the sixth prince went, large numbers of defeated soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" The original army of 100,000. Before reaching the enemy's main camp, the number has increased dramatically to over 200,000. This is even more than when the sixth prince raised an army in Xianqing on the frontier. The entire enemy main force camp. It had by then been completely wiped out. The ground was riddled with gullies. It felt as if it had been plowed over. However, there weren't many corpses. It wasn't as horrific as the previous massacre of 50,000 flank troops. Those giant beasts should have been swept away in one go. They didn't linger or pursue them for long. Inside the commander's tent, the sixth prince saw the corpses of a group of enemy generals. Among them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, just like General Wen. He was the commander of this main force. "Give him a proper burial!" The sixth prince waved his hand. "I remember when I was young." He was also hugged by this old general. Pity. In the end, however, he joined the fourth brother's faction. 2 days later, the sixth prince arrived at the foot of the imperial city where he had suffered a crushing defeat. The army behind them. It has now grown to nearly 300,000. On the towering walls of the imperial city, the once formidable army is gone. Looking around, the scene was one of utter devastation. More than a dozen huge gaps. There were no piles of broken bricks and rubble below. It was as if the whole thing had been vaporized. Within the gap, on the city tower, inside and outside the city, everywhere you look, there are waves of black waves made up of ferocious beasts. On the open ground in front of the city gate, the enormous beast, which had been waiting for a long time, finally saw the sixth prince, who had arrived late. They immediately flapped their wings and took flight. He threw ahead, its blood already dried, in front of the sixth prince. "Is that fourth brother?" The sixth prince's eyelids twitched. He led an army of 200,000 men in battle for dozens of days and nights, but could not defeat his opponent. It just happened like that. At this moment, the sixth prince felt as if he were dreaming. "Shao, you will certainly live up to heaven's expectations, work diligently, and strive for excellence. Train the most elite soldiers. Train the strongest elite troops. Defend our great Yen. Protect my people." The sixth prince knelt down on the ground. The nearly 300,000 troops behind him trembled and worshipped. "Roar!" in response to him. It was a long, resounding dragon roar. Under the dragon's roar, all the ferocious beasts immediately retreated as quickly as the tide. A terrifying horde of beasts, as they drift further and further apart. Final. They all disappeared into the afterglow of the setting sun at the edge of the world. Chapter 47. He was born to save the world, but he became a demon. Chapter 47. He was born to save the world, but he became the demon Lan Yanxing. Great Yen Kingdom. In a huge canyon deep in the mountains, Qin Tian broke free of the consciousness attached to the whiptail dragon. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Turning one's hand to make clouds, turning it back to make rain. In the blink of an eye. Then the world was turned upside down. To manipulate the regime of a country. The pleasure it brings. It would be far more powerful than invading and conquering those stupid, life-bearing planets. A mythical beast? Heh. That sixth prince really has the nerve to say that. They've abandoned all shame for the throne. The monstrous appearance of the killer war bug, capable of stopping a child's crying. Has it even remotely related to mythical beasts? But he's not stupid. Know how to seize the opportunity, promptly deify a group of monsters, and then put on the halo of divine protection for yourself. Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. If it weren't for the war insects charging into the enemy camp, He took the opportunity to expend some energy to transmit the concept of 6 suns inheriting positions to each of the routed soldiers. The 6th prince's journey will not be so smooth. Even so, that's still a bit of a stretch. If he is the creator of Blue Sun Star, a single thought could cause the entire enemy army to die instantly. That would truly be called a miracle. It truly belongs to the power of heaven. In fact, this is also a common trick used by the creators of intelligent civilizations to feign divine intervention. It's a pity that sacrificing humans won't allow us to obtain the essence. Qin Tian sighed helplessly. Purchase Blue Sun Star. Besides summoning a group of humans in the future, this was intended as a temporary guarantee of one's safety from the outside world. He had also planned to open up channels for obtaining the origin of Blue Sun Star. But perhaps it's because humans are physically weak and have poor vitality. The humans he captured and threw onto Mars. After death, no system notification was received. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind staying on Blue Sun Star a little longer. To install the 6th prince as a puppet to unify some human kingdoms surrounding the Yen kingdom, and even the entire world. After all the war insects returned, Qin Tian then closed the spatial passage on Blue Sun Star. Regarding the subsequent development of the Yen state, will the chosen 6th prince be able to secure the throne and eliminate the remaining rebels? He didn't care much. This was something he did casually. This lays the groundwork for future plans that may or may not be feasible. Moreover, heaven has already shown its face in this ignorant world. Regardless of who sits on the throne, he didn't believe this person would dare to defy the will of heaven. They really dare to resist. Deploy some more insects. Just crush them. Qin Tian looked down. Under its command, 100 dragons flew back to their roost. 100,000 killer insects were reintroduced into the beast's planet. After thinking about it, Qin Tian followed him inside. You've arrived. The rock has recovered well these past few days. The consciousness that was transmitted was no longer as intermittent as before. Moreover, feathers grew all over his body. It can barely maintain flight. However, he was always protected by 10 destroyer insects. It didn't dare to run far. Their activity area was limited to a small area near the passageway. You're the demon from 100 years ago? Qin Tian approached the rock and asked curiously. Demon? Demon! Is this the title that ungrateful and treacherous people of later generations gave me? Qin emitted a slightly agitated fluctuation of consciousness. Hell, what else? Qin Tian was amused. Are we supposed to treat you like a savior and worship you? Of course. They not only have to make offerings, but they also have to burn incense every day and pray every night. Without me, they wouldn't be where they are today. Qin Tian was speechless. This thought process is truly something else. They slaughtered 90% of the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Xia dynasty. It is only right that he is called a murderous monster. But this guy had the audacity to demand that people burn incense and make offerings. However, Qin Tian was too lazy to argue with him. He is not from this world. There wasn't much sense of identification with them to begin with. Just like not long ago when he ordered the war insects to slaughter tens of thousands of soldiers on Blue Sun Star. It's really hard to feel any emotional turmoil. At this time, a swarm of killer war insects is driving hundreds of savage beasts in a stampede. The rock turned its head and glanced in that direction. He opened his mouth and asked, You've discovered the method to obtain the source? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. But I quickly felt relieved. Qin is now just a lonely ghost residing inside a demonic beast, unable to return to the outside world. What good would it do to know? Yes. Qin Tian readily admitted it. What about the other creators? If I said I knew everything, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Qi Yin's answer was resolute. Oh, Why? Because if this secret were made public, you wouldn't be alive. Qin Tian was initially confused. He quickly frowned thoughtfully. Then, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Until his eyes revealed a deep sense of caution. Now, do you think that future generations should burn incense and worship me, or is it a joke? Qin let out a cold laugh. You slaughtered countless people back then to protect this secret? Qin Tian seemed to understand something. What do you think? I'm not a pervert who enjoys killing for fun. The secret of the method for obtaining the source had already been spread, and its reach was growing wider and wider. I have no choice but to kill all the creators of those generations who know the secret. Although countless civilians died as a result, it was all worth it. At least this secret was preserved. That's fucking ridiculous, all that I've done. Those beasts who survived, they're not even grateful. And they still have to call me a demon. Don't wait until I get out or else. Qin became more and more excited as he spoke. Finally, they started hurling insults and profanities. Qin Tian sighed softly. I could completely understand the other person's frustration. To describe Qin as a savior, it's really not an exaggeration at all. Imagine. Once the method for obtaining the original source is made public, countries will inevitably tighten restrictions on the outflow of unclaimed planets from their borders as soon as possible. The Planetary Merchant Guild will cease to exist. Further on, in order to seize an unclaimed planet, the 4 countries may clash over this issue. We'd fight a war if it meant war. After all, who can possess enough unclaimed planets? Whoever obtains the inexhaustible source can summon an endless array of planetary creatures. The war to unify the Great Xia dynasty has begun. At the time, dozens of them. Even on many more planets. Millions upon millions of cultivators, magicians, hordes of magical beasts, and all sorts of high-powered, cutting-edge technological weapons. All of them are concentrated within the small territory of Great Xia. The Outbreak of Horrific War. Chapter 48 The Great Rock Immortal Beast. The Evolution of Thunderstar. Chapter 48 The Great Rock Immortal Beast. The evolution of Leixing reveals that human nature is greedy. Blue Sunstar is one such example. Even a war that broke out in a technologically advanced civilization could lead the entire human race to destruction. Not to mention, within the territory of Great Xia, an earth-shattering war initiated by countless civilizations? Besides extinction, there is absolutely no chance of getting away with it. Like Lan Yanxing, even the few remaining humans who hide underground to eke out a living cannot do that. After all, the entire planet was destroyed and collapsed. Hiding underground. What's the point of using it anyway? I want to get out. After venting for a while, Qin suddenly conveyed an unusually resolute thought. Do you think that's possible? Qin Tian refused without hesitation. Sympathy is one thing, but he won't overdo it to the point of summoning it out. Leaving aside the question of how much energy is consumed and whether it's worthwhile. They didn't even discuss whether it was useful to them or the issue of loyalty. Knowing only the method of obtaining the source, he would never allow Qin to see the light of day again. Don't you want to know the secrets of Thundercloud Star? Qin asked. You mean, why would a creator of a cultivation civilization like yourself end up on Thundercloud Star? Or is it about that cosmic creature? Qin Tian smiled indifferently. He glanced at the body of the rock that Qin was residing in. Road. If I'm not mistaken, this rock was originally a celestial beast. So, it's nothing more than you possessing the body of the rock, while commanding other rock clans to drive away the demonic beasts on Thundercloud Star to obtain their essence. Perhaps life is unpredictable, or perhaps I was just unlucky. In short, you're unlucky enough to be suddenly attacked by that cosmic creature, severing your connection with your external body. Ultimately, it can only survive inside the rock's body. Over the past century, the rock has gradually degenerated. Probably in order to adapt to the environment of Thundercloud Star, they were assimilated into magical beasts. That cosmic creature never left, and it sneezes every now and then. This has gradually led to the near extinction of the creatures on Thundercloud Star and the flock of rock birds under your command. Until I happened to run into him. Oh, right, and one more thing. 100 years ago, the creators of the Four Kingdoms joined forces to kill those hundreds of cultivators you summoned and left behind in the outside world, right? As for that cosmic creature, what difference does it make whether you know or not? Could it be that I would dare to be so reckless as to open the spatial passage to Thundercloud Star again? To endure a sneeze that comes out of nowhere? Or why not simply order a group of planetary creatures to try and kill that cosmic being? Speaking of which, Qin Tian suddenly held his breath. It must be said, this idea was really attractive to him. No need to kill. Only a small amount of epidermal tissue was obtained, provided for the mother to absorb genes. Perhaps they could breed space-traveling war bugs. But I'll just think about it. Even the most powerful fourth-generation whiptail dragons are unable to escape their planet. Unable to reach anyone. What else is there to talk about? After, when the parasites evolve to a certain extent, perhaps he will give it a try. Alright, just stay here and don't have any other thoughts. This is the last bit of mercy I can show you. Otherwise, you should know. With a single thought, I could easily annihilate you. After saying that, Qin Tian returned directly to Mars. A calm expression. The instant they entered Mars, it immediately sank. System. Immediately simulate and use the exploration system to determine the time required for the sacrificial creatures to obtain the planet's essence. God-level divination techniques can deduce everything. This is clearly also within the scope of deduction. Based on the premise of Anong. Qin Tian thought for a moment, and then added a sentence. The detection system was originally developed by Anongwa. Currently, there is the capability to improve and upgrade it. Only the kingdom of Anong, which gathers countless creators of technological civilization, could do so. A few seconds later, the system's voice sounded. Deduction route. The exploration system determines the time required for the sacrificial creatures to obtain the planet's origin. The proposed nation is Anong. Result 1. Steady development, 2280. The second prediction is a technological explosion in 855. Call. Qin Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Although it lacks the sense of touch as a conscious being. But I still made that movement subconsciously. It will take at least 800 years. That's enough. As long as Qin is not released. At least, during his lifetime. This secret will remain a secret forever. As for more than 800 years later, he died. Who cares about the devastating floods that will follow? During the war. Whether the entire planet explodes or disintegrates. Want to die? No one can stop it. At this time, Qin Tian's expression shifted. Suddenly, I sensed the fluctuations in consciousness transmitted back by the Slayer war bug. And it was 2 streams in a row. They are located on Aoki Star and Ice Crystal Star, respectively. The Slayer war bugs should have already discovered the main races on these 2 planets. But he had previously stayed on Blue Sun Star. Upon returning, they immediately went to the planet of 10,000 beasts. I chatted with Qin for a while about the impermanence of life and how the large intestine wraps around the small intestine. 2 spatial passages were successively isolated. This resulted in the inability to receive timely feedback from the Striker war bug. This is why the phenomenon of near synchronization occurred. The original creator of Ice Crystal Star. They abandoned the powerful Frost Dragon race. Instead, they chose other species as their primary civilization. Then this dominant race. What exactly does it look like? Qin Tian went directly into the ice crystal star passage. This problem. It had been a mystery to him for a long time. Chapter 49 Feeling Insulted. Chapter 49 Feeling Intelligence. Deeply insulted by the biological civilization's creator choosing the primary race. First, let's look at its reproductive ability. The second factor is whether it is powerful or not. Some species initially appear weak. However, they have an extremely fast reproduction rate. This means there is a lot of room for evolution. When evolution reaches a certain level, it can far surpass those initially powerful species. Certainly, there are exceptions. For example, the dragon race. The dragon race was chosen as the dominant civilization. A slow reproductive cycle measured in decades. In addition to the range of egg production efficiency measured in units of number. It was destined that the starting point would also be the ending point. It is virtually impossible for them to evolve into even more powerful offspring. But conversely, many species have devoted countless efforts and resources to this. Even if they evolve to the strength of dozens or hundreds of generations, it might not even be as good as a fully grown dragon. In comparison, the choice is then quite simple. And the creator of Ice Crystal Star, they abandoned the dragon race, choosing other species as the dominant civilization. There could only be one reason. That is the evolutionary potential of this species and its eventual evolutionary offspring. Stronger than the dragons. We have arrived at Ice Crystal Star. Qin Tian attached his consciousness to the Slayer war bug that was transmitting the message. This is fucking ridiculous. I just got a clear look at the main group from the perspective of the war bugs. Qin Tian was so frightened that he shivered. In front of dozens of caves at the foot of a snow-capped mountain below, a large group of densely packed, monkey-like creatures lived there. The body size is about 5 meters. Its entire body was covered in thick, long hair. 2 strong arms hung down at his sides. Its lower body only has 1 thick, large foot. They walk entirely by hopping. Alternatively, one can move slowly by touching the ground with both hands. It looks both stupid and ridiculous. But that face. Like a centenarian woman, she had layers of loose, flabby flesh hanging down. The sight of them piled up together is enough to make your scalp crawl. And that gaping, blood-red mouth. It almost reached the base of both ears. The key is that not only are their lips thick and everted like sausages, it was also extremely disgusting, as if it had been smeared with lipstick, with a very conspicuous bright red color. Ugly is not even a sufficient word to describe these creatures. It's like a devil that was randomly fabricated and deliberately designed to be disgusting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After calming down for a while, Qin Tian barely managed to adapt. Take a closer look. It was discovered that these ice demons did not seem to have strong magical energy fluctuations. Ice demon. It was Qin Tian who named these ugly creatures. It was also the only word he could think of that matched its characteristics. The magic fluctuations are very weak. It looks like a typical low-level magical beast group. But low-level magical beast groups are basically food for those powerful magical beasts. It's impossible for an ethnic group to grow to so many. Even a territory wouldn't be this vast. Qin Tian glanced around in confusion. This majestic snow-capped mountain, nearly 10,000 meters high, and extending for thousands of meters down the mountain, the ice demon's hopping and skipping figure could be seen everywhere. Not counting the ice demons in those dozens of caves. Only those active in the outer territories. There are hundreds of thousands of them at a glance. Everything. They all conform to the characteristics of the dominant civilization. Most importantly, Qin Tian could easily sense the residual traces of the creator's essence on the ice demon's body. Even if the original creator was in a moment of madness and actually chose a low-level magical beast race. But without the protection of the creator, it can still grow and thrive steadily, without being devoured by other monster races. It must have its own unique characteristics. Qin Tian, out of curiosity, spurred the Slayer warbug to fly toward the edge of its territory. Gradually, in a forest covered in white snow, several ice demons, ready to hunt, came into view. Their gaze. They spotted a flock of giant white birds perched atop several large trees. Roar! Several ice demons let out a series of roars. It seems to be trying to lure its prey down. The flock of giant birds seemed to be passing by and taking a temporary rest on the tree. This grove is not their territory, and they might not be hungry after just having hunted. Completely too lazy to pay attention to the provocations of the ice demon below. Seeing that it had no effect, several ice demons slowly bent their bodies. A huge hand swept across the ground. I scooped up a large handful of snow. The thick arm was raised. Start by vigorously rubbing your palms together. Does the attack method require snow as a medium? Ice magic? Or some other special ability? Qin Tian guessed as he went. He ordered the war bugs to increase their distance, to avoid being caught in the attack that the ice demons were about to unleash. Wait a moment. Finally, under Qin Tian's expectant gaze, several ice demons completed their spellcasting animations. I weighed the snowball, which had been compressed and thickened, up and down. He slowly raised it. Then, was it thrown away? Qin Tian, who was far away at the exit of the passage, turned pale. I instantly felt that my intelligence had been deeply insulted. I carefully imagined it for a long time. And that's what his mother did. A snowball fight? Chapter 50 Special Ability. Incomparable to Invincible. Chapter 50 Special Ability. Incredibly invincible, whoosh. A large snowball slammed into the giant bird. It is certain that no harm was caused. However, the effect was remarkable. At least it successfully provoked the ferocity of a flock of giant birds. They all immediately took to the air. Coo-coo! The giant bird emitted cries like those of a raven. Then the wings flapped. Sharp ice spikes, several meters long, quickly condensed in front of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A large expanse of ice spikes emitted a series of sharp whistles. It spun and shot towards the ice demon. Roar! The ice demons did not dodge. In fact, given their slow speed, it's impossible for them to dodge. Instead, he roared and puffed out his cheeks. Ugly, enormous mouth. It suddenly swelled up like a balloon to an extremely exaggerated and terrifying degree. It almost completely covered their heads and entire abdomens. The next moment, all the ice spikes that were shot at them, without exception, it swallowed them all. Soon, several more low growls rang out. The ice spikes that had just been swallowed by the ice demon were now visible. It then ejected an even greater quantity from its mouth. Could it be that? Qin Tian's brows furrowed. I glanced at the giant bird that had fallen to the ground, its body pierced by a large expanse of icicles. They immediately controlled the war insects to fly to other places. Not long after, the scene showed a group of ice demons attacking two snow apes. The snow ape is one of the few magical beasts capable of casting area of effect magic. Moreover, it is enormous. Their towering bodies, several meters tall, resemble buildings. But as before, the snow ape unleashed a large barrage of ice blades. They were all sucked into the mouths of a group of ice demons. It then quickly reflected out even more ice blades. Absorb? A rebound? These two words popped into Qin Tian's head. No wonder those ice demons had to provoke the flock of giant birds first. Because their magic is very weak. It is difficult to cast magic. Or it may be impossible to cast attack spells at all. But they can absorb magic. And it can bounce back in many times greater quantities. Taking advantage of the enemy's attack. Go and kill the enemy. This ability is indeed very strong. On this magical beast planet where magic is used as a means of attack. It can even be called invincible. No wonder the original creator chose the ice demons as the main race and civilization. If they evolved to a certain level, even those two frost dragons might not be a match for them. Qin Tian secretly admired it. It's just that his appearance is disgusting. Perhaps before that creator made the choice. It must have been a huge internal struggle. The evolution of any organism. They will all fit their own abilities. In order to use its abilities to hunt for food and survive. The ice demon's face was covered with layers of sagging flesh. And that terrifying mouth. Obviously, it's to grow as big as possible. It uses the magic released by its prey to retaliate. As for beauty and ugliness, that makes it seem less important. It can reflect magic. I don't know. Can it rebound bone spurs? Qin Tian immediately ordered the Slayer war insects to fly down. At the same time, a bone spike shot out. The battle below is not over yet. However, the dozen or so ice demons on guard duty on the perimeter had already spotted the enormous figure in the sky. Faced with attacks from the air, the ice demon quickly raised its head and opened its blood-red maw. Pfft! Bone spurs posed no obstacle whatsoever. It pierced the ice demon's throat in an instant, emerging from the back of its head. And due to its powerful inertia, it was pinned to the ground. Fresh blood quickly flowed out, staining a large patch of white snow around them red. Cannot absorb substantial physical attacks? Can it only absorb magic? Qin Tian was somewhat disappointed. But then I thought about it again. That's quite normal. Whether it's ice blades, ice spikes, or ice cones, the magic unleashed by the monsters. They all appear to be solid-state features. In reality, they are all composed of magical elements. The ice demon's absorption and rebound principle. It's roughly similar to a process of reverse energy decomposition and reduction. Like an ice skate. The ice blade is decomposed in reverse into its most primal magical elements. Then convert and restore to batch copy more ice skates. And bone spurs. These are real, grown bones. After ordering the Slayer warbugs to retrieve the dead ice demon's corpse and return to Mars, Qin Tian broke free from the war insect's consciousness. They then arrived at Aoki Star. Hiss! Such powerful vitality! Floating at the exit of the space passage, Qin Tian couldn't help but close his eyes, revealing a hint of enjoyment. When we bought the Azure Star and the Blazing Star, to avoid buying a dead star like Thundercloud Star, he made a point of going to both planets to check them out. He was quite surprised by the vibrant life force of the Azure Star at that time. Returning to this planet, I couldn't help but be amazed. The air was thick with the scent of life. It gave his consciousness a feeling of being immersed in a hot spring. The land is also teeming with life. The towering trees stretch as far as the eye can see, resembling a primeval forest. The number of organisms living in it can almost be described as overwhelming. The planet of beasts is teeming with life. Using it here is practically an insult. For example, the woodland on both sides in front of the space passage. There, a two-headed wolf pack and a unicorn pack lived in distinct communities. Perhaps the group was too large and too crowded. Neither side had any sense of territory. You can do that? Their teamwork has reached this level? Under Qin Tian's incredulous gaze, a dramatic hunting scene unfolded ahead. Even in his mind. A scene that could never exist in nature. Yet it truly happened right before my eyes. Chapter 51 Continuous Evolution. Two dragons emerge simultaneously. Chapter 51 Continuous Evolution. Two dragons surge forward simultaneously. In the woodland formed by towering trees, a small pack of two-headed wolves were probably hungry. They left the herd and began hunting several unicorns. Neither side used magic. Instead, they used the most primitive methods of pursuit and killing. Aside from the few prey that were targeted, The other unicorn herds seemed not to notice. They remained leisurely, either grazing or lying on the ground playing, without panicking and scattering to escape. The pack of two-headed wolves were also very coordinated. Sometimes they would rather leap over a unicorn that's blocking their way. There was no other easier target to approach. There is absolutely no pressure to survive. Isn't this life too leisurely? And this recovery speed? That's terrifying. Qin Tian stared at one of the unicorns that had escaped after being bitten by a two-headed wolf. The wound on his abdomen was originally covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped, and the wound began to heal gradually. Then, Qin Tian instinctively moved his consciousness to the side. We watched helplessly as the unicorn, having narrowly escaped death, frantically charged into the passage. Ding! Planetary origin plus 0.02. The system prompts that appeared in my consciousness. Qin Tian was taken aback. Soon, the two-headed wolves, in hot pursuit, chased him into the passage. 2 more notifications sounded in quick succession. Ding! Planetary origin plus 0.03. Ding! Planetary origin plus 0.05. He stood there for a moment. Qin Tian turned and looked at the crowd gathered in the woods. The dense, countless packs of two-headed wolves and unicorns. It felt as if a vast expanse of the origin was beckoning to me. The origin of this magical beast. They were dozens of times larger than the savage beasts on the beast star. Is it because the planet Aoki contains abundant life force? The powerful life energy aura caused by would attribute magical elements. So, a creature that has absorbed life energy. Is that why so much life essence was sacrificed? That's inevitable. Qin Tian hesitated for a long time. In the end, he suppressed the urge to immediately plunder the source. The swarm of 600 million Martian insects that had previously reached the periphery of the restricted area. They were completely incinerated by that cosmic creature. Other insect groups that are on their way will need time. What we can use right now. Only the host parasite family exists. However, the Slayer Warbug's combat power is too low. It's good at driving away a herd of wild beasts. The casualties from fighting monsters would be enormous. Even if all 300,000 plus killer insects were transferred here. The efficiency is also not high. It will also lead to the rapid depletion and annihilation of the warbug swarm. The striker warbug could barely handle the job. But the quantity is too small. There are only over 28,000. It won't do any good either. In addition, injuries and deaths were unavoidable during the drive-away process. The efficiency is even worse. The remaining 104th generation whiptail dragons. Sending them in would only be a waste of time. I adjusted my emotions. Qin Tian attached his consciousness to the reconnaissance fighter insect. The main civilization's magical beasts that appeared in sight. They were a flock of giant birds, similar to eagles and vultures. After ordering the war insects to charge and observe for a while, the attack methods of this main race were found to be nothing special. Released. It's a large patch of vines, a spell that's both binding and offensive. But its vigorous recovery is outrageously powerful. His body was pierced by several bone spikes. Not only did he not die, in just a few breaths, it was completely restored. After waiting for several days, the Slayer warbugs brought back the corpses of the main race from both planets. An ice demon. In addition, there were several eagle-like magical beasts. Qin Tian waited quietly for his mother to finish absorbing the genes. He opened his mouth and said, "Using ice demon genes as the primary source and frost dragon genes as a secondary source, we will fuse and evolve the 5th generation war insect. Using eagle beast genes as the primary source and frost dragon genes as a secondary source, we fused and evolved the 6th generation war insect." Qin Tian issued 2 orders in succession. Compared to the past. This time, his message was extremely clear. Currently, the dragon race has the strongest genes. If they were to reproduce according to the Queen Mother's instincts, they will only continue to evolve with the dragon race as the main gene. Even if the next generation of fighters is enhanced, it is estimated that they will not be much stronger than the whip-tailed dragon. In the limited time before the competition, he could only try to evolve some war insects with special abilities. "I will obey the will of the sovereign," the Queen Mother responded. The dragon lowered its head and closed its eyes. The gene sequences within the fusion body began to be adjusted. 4 days later, after dinner, I returned to the dormitory. Qin Tian sensed something. "Immediately sink your consciousness into Mars." Looking up, I saw 2 generations of war insects soaring through the sky after breaking out of their nest. More than 4 years. The first batch of 605th and 6th generation war bugs finally completed their long growth cycle. From hatching to juvenile stage, and then to adulthood. Both generations of war insects still exhibit distinct dragon-like characteristics. One of them has blue spots all over its body. Another type is covered with a dense layer of tiny, semicircular scales. Besides, the appearance and closed tail of the whip-tailed dragon are not much different. However, its body was slightly smaller than that of the whip-tailed dragon, which was over 100 meters long. It is also larger than the striker war bug. In terms of combat strength, more than 100,000 points for the entire parasite population. This is a very serious form of degeneration. It is almost half the size of the whip-tailed dragon. Although the 2 generations of war insects are not very powerful and have not reached the standard of evolution, they are only reproductive forms, not evolved forms. But they are all quite capable. It is especially effective against magical creatures. And then there's the whip-tailed dragon. Facing the Fire Phoenix and the Demon Dragon clan in the grand competition. We should be able to win, right? Qin Tian stared at the information interface of the 2 generations of war insects. I was also a little unsure. The Fire Phoenix clan is easy to deal with. But the dragon race is known for its powerful physique. Moreover, it is an extremely rare dark attribute species. There's nothing we can do about it. The distance to the final match is getting closer and closer. The remaining time was insufficient for him to deal with even stronger dragon creatures. I pondered it for a while. Qin Tian named the 2 generations of war insects respectively. 5th generation reproductive war insect, devouring dragon. The 6th generation breeding war insect, blue-spotted dragon. Chapter 52. The grand competition begins. Black maggots' hearts. Chapter 52. The grand competition begins. May 10th, 149th year of the Great Xia calendar. For most people in Pingxi Kingdom, it was just an ordinary day. But for Linen City, it is an annual grand event. Early in the morning, the entire city of Linen was in an uproar. On the street, people were everywhere. The cacophony of noise piled up in the air, layer upon layer. Especially as the horse-drawn carriages slowly drove by. It further ignited the already high enthusiasm of countless people. The crowd pushed and shoved to make way for them. They shouted excitedly. Because of these carriages, the horses pulling the cart were not ordinary horses. Instead, they are various giant crawlers. Distinctive features. So it's obvious. The people sitting in the carriage are all contestants from the Zerg Academy who are participating in this year's competition. Inside one of the carriages pulled by a giant ice crystal scorpion. Qin Tian opened the car window. Whoosh! A powerful sound immediately surged in. Isn't the level of excitement surrounding this year's competition a bit excessive? Qin Tian looked at the dense crowds on both sides of the street. He frowned and rubbed his ears, which were still throbbing from the shock. Normal. Aren't there 2 creators of the Warcraft civilization participating this year? Xiong Hanlin, who was sitting opposite, shouted loudly. Fatty Bear is also a contestant in this competition. It is said that on the 2nd day of the internal competition, This guy was incredibly lucky and evolved his tiger tarantula to the 7th generation. Finally, they will challenge the next seeded player. He lost to several more people in a row. In the end, they got a last place spot. Besides the two people, Song Zipping, who led the challenge against Qin Tian, was also sitting there. Both are contestants representing the Zerg Academy in the competition. At this point, none of the three harbored any resentment. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the Castle Lord's tireless and vigorous promotion. Not only people from more than a dozen surrounding towns came here. It also attracted many people from the other 3 kingdoms. Look at those." Song Zipping pointed outside. Really? There were many people in the crowd dressed in strange clothes. Also, where the carriage passed, many civilians knelt and kowtowed along the street. Upon seeing this scene, the 3 of them remained calm and showed no surprise. Normally, within the Creator Academy, they all seemed to have the same, ordinary identities. It even led to events like internal competitions. Speaking without restraint and spewing profanities is like being a scoundrel. But in the eyes of those ordinary people at the bottom of society, even the worst Zerg civilization creator, they were all far more noble and transcendent than ordinary family members. If they got out of the car at this moment, grabbed a knife, and killed someone, the patrolling guards would not punish them. Instead, they will arrest and imprison the family members and friends of the murdered person for questioning. This is the privilege and status of the Creator. The carriages went straight out of the East Gate. More than a decade ago. In order to accommodate the large number of spectators, the city garrison then moved the entire competition venue outside the city. Once outside the city gate, then you can see rows of simple houses stretching out in the distance on both sides. It stretches as far as the eye can see. At the edge of sight, you can also see countless artisans at work. TSK, I heard a while ago that the inns and restaurants in the city were packed with people. The city garrison hastily constructed numerous shelters outside the city to provide for those who come to watch the battle. The price is outrageously expensive, just as expected. Damn it, when it comes to making money with a ruthless heart, no one can compare to the government. I'm cursing, the fat bear muttered. You're not bad either. Qin Tian made a joke. Song Zipping grinned sheepishly. He seemed to still be lamenting the 100,000 gold coins he had given away like an idiot during the internal competition. Brother Qin, do you know how much it costs to stay in those huts for a night? Before Qin Tian could speak, Fatty Xiong then held up 2 fingers and gestured. 2,000 gold coins a night. Not including meals. There must be at least tens of thousands of rooms on both sides. Compared to them, I'm just a nobody. Are people even staying at such high prices? Qin Tian asked in confusion. 2,000 gold coins is almost half a year's income for an ordinary person. Moreover, according to market conditions, a typical inn costs only a dozen or so gold coins per night. It is said that the starting price of newly built sheds has been driven up to 4,000 or 5,000 gold in the past 2 days, and even then, the supply cannot meet the demand. Song Zipping was clearly aware of the relevant situation. If it weren't for the government prohibiting outsiders from getting involved in this business, I would have done it long ago. This is blatant robbery. Fatty Xiong smacked his lips. He added, and the tickets for the competition venue, those private rooms cost hundreds of thousands, and even ordinary seats cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Damn it, they're really heartless. Hey, isn't the grand competition held by the city garrison just a way to generate revenue? Qin Tian smiled nonchalantly. Pingxi Kingdom was bitterly cold and impoverished. The funds allocated by the national treasury for the creator's stipend are limited. Most of the problems need to be solved by the 5 major cities themselves. If we don't rely on the annual competition to make a fortune, it is estimated that Linen City cannot even afford to pay the monthly salaries of the tens of thousands of creators in the 3 major academies. At this time, The convoy slowly came to a stop. A group of soldiers were setting up a roadblock ahead. A large crowd had already gathered in front of the checkpoint. They were all turned away outside even though it wasn't time to enter yet. Certainly. Like wealthy families who have purchased private rooms. Or members of distinguished families are eligible to enter in advance. Their carriages were all put inside. The ordinary people didn't have any complaints either. It was a society with a very strict class system. Where would you find the concept of equality for all? As participants in the competition, they naturally have special privileges. Enter the level. After driving for another 10 minutes or so. Finally, a massive building covering several kilometers. It gradually came into view. Chapter 53 Plant Civilization. Completely based on looks. Chapter 53 Plant Civilization. The carriage, drawn entirely by appearances, stopped in front of the giant venue. All the participating students got off the bus. Around the huge venue. Aside from some high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, and businessmen who arrived early. The largest group of people were soldiers arranging seats. They lined up in dense circles around the venue. Obviously. The competition not only had an inner field. An outdoor area was also arranged. Compared to the expensive tickets for the inner field, the outdoor area will inevitably be much more expensive. In front of the rows of seats, many engineers from Anong were also installing projection equipment. Dark blue modern work clothes and white round safety helmets. At first glance, it almost made Qin Tian feel like he had returned to his past life. As a major technological power, the industrial chain of Anong is spread throughout major cities and towns in the 4 countries. Large projectors, which are essential for preparing for large-scale events, are their most basic product. Pooh! A heartless maggot! When Fatty Bear saw those rows of seats, he then cursed again, his eyes filled with extreme envy. For someone who loves money and enjoys making money, this scene is like having purple gold cards scattered all over the ground, but being unable to bend down and pick them up, a truly frustrating situation. Inside the carriages ahead, the dean and several instructors got off the bus. Qin Tian's strength has not yet been officially recognized. Su Jian has not yet taken over the Zerg Academy. Therefore, this competition still requires the current dean to take the lead. But 7 instructors, including the dean. They all implicitly followed Su Jian's lead. He stood by with a smile. On Qin Tian's side. After getting off the bus, all the trainees spontaneously gathered around. Brother Qin, it's been half a month. How is your race developing? Cheng Song, you're asking the wrong question. So what if Brother Qin hasn't made much progress in the past 2 weeks? That's true. With Brother Qin's strength in the internal competition, getting into the top 20 in the grand competition should be a piece of cake. It's not just the top 20. Have you forgotten Brother Qin's dragon creatures? Ha ha ha, in my opinion, those dragons are definitely no weaker than Brother Qin's 3rd generation evolved form. That's right, I wouldn't be surprised if Brother Qin makes it into the top 10. With Brother Qin here this year, our Zerg Academy can finally have some glory too. Faced with the adulation of a group of people around them, Qin Tian simply smiled subtly. However, he remained undecided. If it's just for a mere top 10, why should he spend all his time on the planet during this period? Look! People from the College of Botany have arrived. Someone shouted towards the rear. Far away, dozens of horse-drawn carriages were slowly approaching. The carts in front were pulled by various tall treemen. Not long after, one by one, students dressed in emerald green robes stepped out of the carriage. The creators of the 3 academies all wore clothes with similar styles. Uniform, specially made gold-threaded long gowns. But in order to distinguish them, besides the racial and cultural nameplate embroidered on his chest, the colors are also extremely vibrant. For example, everyone in the Zerg Academy is dressed in gray. The College of Plants, on the other hand, is green. I heard from people in the College of Botany that their college produced quite a few ancient civilizations this year. Isn't this normal? With so many students in the Botanical Academy every year, there are bound to be some lucky ones. No, there's more. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that there's a female student who fused with an ancient planet. Ancient times? Hiss. That's terrifying? The group of people who hadn't paid attention just moments ago. They all immediately paled and gasped. Even Qin Tian was startled when he heard this. In the branch of biological civilization, plant civilization is the most unique and also the most useless anomaly. They cannot rapidly evolve by cannibalizing their own kind. The strength of different plant species is not obvious. The only means of evolution. It can only be built up slowly over a long growth period. The longer the growth period, the stronger it is. The creator cannot interfere. Therefore, plant civilization is unlike other biological civilizations. The strength of a race is measured by its number of generations of evolution. Its time. It is divided into 7 levels based on time. Those within the last 100 years are collectively referred to as the new generation. The next categories are near ancient, over 100 years, ancient, over 1,000 years, prehistoric, over 1,000 years, archaic, over 10,000 years, ancient, over 1 million years, and eternal, over 10 million years. The reason it's considered a chicken rib, meaning it's neither good nor bad. It was because when the creators of the plant civilization merged, the initial level of the plant races on its planet. This basically determines the final upper limit. The creator's life is finite. Even if I could live for 100 years, 100 years outside, more than 36,000 years on the planet. Based on the general trend of new type planets formed within a century of the integration of plant civilization creators. Throughout his life, they can only reach the ancient level of civilization, and cannot break through to the primordial level. The endpoint can be seen at a glance during the fusion process. The evolution of other biological civilizations also requires an element of luck. But no matter how dark the face is, as long as you persevere and keep trying, each generation is slightly better than the previous one. Through repeated accumulation, the evolutionary standard will eventually be reached. Plant civilization, on the other hand, truly relies entirely on appearance. This is also the person who just spoke. The reason for describing it as luck rather than genius. New level fighters within the last 100 years have a combat strength of around a few hundred. There are several thousand ancient era artifacts. The number of ancient level artifacts is roughly in the tens of thousands. And the ancient level. Qin Tian silently calculated in his mind. The time range for classifying plant civilizations is extremely wide. There is also a significant gap in their combat capabilities. For example, the 2010 freshman class and the 1990 freshman class. Their combat capabilities are definitely not comparable. However, there has been a relatively accurate reference system over the years. Ancient level plant-based combat power. It is equivalent to the 11th or 12th generation of evolution under the normal standard evolution of the Zerg civilization. Starting from a minimum of 100,000. The highest is around 200,000. If the combat power is infinitely close to 200,000. Qin Tian pursed his lips. Looking towards the distance, there was a group of contestants from the College of Plant Sciences who were clearly surrounded by them. The female student seemed to be the center of attention. Suddenly I felt. This year's competition seems to be a bit tricky. Chapter 54 The Centennial Grand Competition. Last place in a century. Chapter 54 The Centennial Competition. Bottom of the list for a century. Oh, Dean Ma, you've arrived so early. Upon seeing the Zerg Academy that had arrived earlier, they realized that the Zerg Academy was ahead of them. The dean of the Botanical College immediately came over with the instructors. The other participants naturally followed. However, these trainees did not approach. They deliberately kept their distance from the Zerg Academy members. Not that great, but they're pretty enthusiastic about participating in competitions. How could we not be eager? If we didn't arrive early, would they expect us to wait for them? That's called having self-awareness. Several instructors from the Botanical College whispered a few words to each other. But we weren't far apart to begin with. They were walking right over there. Even if you speak very softly, it's impossible for someone not to hear you. Dean Ma gave an awkward smile. I can only pretend I didn't hear it. He opened his mouth and said, Dean Wang, you've arrived. Hey Lao Ma, judging from your smug look, you must be pretty confident of getting a good ranking this year, huh? A genius has emerged. They should be able to break into the top 20. Dean Ma glanced at Su Jian beside him and gave a conservative estimate. That's alright, it's a big improvement over previous years. Dean Wang gave a perfunctory reply. The instructors behind him couldn't help but roll their eyes. It has never even made it into the top 100 in previous years. Still in the top 20? If you're going to brag, at least be realistic, okay? That. Dean Ma looked at Dean Wang, who had finished his perfunctory reply and was now staring at him with a smile, and then fell silent. He then glanced at the instructors behind him who were also staring intently at him. Although I was very reluctant to climb the ladder, but under so many eyes, he could only smile wryly and ask, And you? Call. Several instructors from the College of Botany breathed a collective sigh of relief. Comfortable. Dean Wang, who was just waiting for these words, immediately smiled and said, It's all right. Only one genius emerged, who fused with an ancient-level race planet. It seems like there haven't been any ancient-level ones for over 50 years, right? What stage are they? Dean Ma then asked the question. The ladders are already up. So they wouldn't mind adding another one. That's how it is. We're lucky, probably in the middle stage. Mid-stage? Then he should be able to break through to the primordial level by the end of his life. The primordial era is a bit difficult, but it's a grand competition, after all. Hee hee. Dean Ma smiled but didn't reply. I really don't want to see their smug faces anymore. Dean Wang didn't pay any attention. He spoke loudly to himself. However, in the grand competition, we can certainly put up a fight against the two magical beast civilizations. Winning is probably unrealistic. I can barely manage third place. Ha ha. After saying that, Dean Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. The instructors behind them smiled and looked at each other with an annoying glance. Even the students from the Botanical Academy puffed out their chests and revealed a hint of disdain at this moment. This made Dean Ma, the instructors, and the Zerg Academy members extremely uncomfortable. Annual competition. The Zerg Academy consistently ranks last year without exception. Every year, he becomes the target of ridicule and mockery from the audience. I thought a genius had emerged this year. Finally, I can hold my head high. No longer do I have to endure the ridicule and mockery of outsiders. Unexpectedly, the College of Botany, which was originally supposed to take their place at the bottom, it suddenly became incredibly fierce. So fierce. A level they wouldn't even dare to imagine. So, still can't stand up straight this year? Humph, it's just that they were lucky enough to fuse with an ancient race. What's so great about them? Look at how they look down on people. Are they deliberately keeping such a distance from us because they feel ashamed to be with us? Pah! What a bunch of snobbish, petty people. A group of Zerg Academy participants looked displeased. I felt both frustrated and helpless. Some people glanced at Qin Tian, wanting to say something tough. But I really don't have that confidence. Even the usually stubborn Fatty Xiong looked angry but dared not speak out. Qin Tian has evolved into a dragon-like creature. However, their insectoid characteristics are obvious, making them incomparable to true dragons. Secondly, no one has ever seen how strong these creatures really are. And, after the internal competition, Fatty Xiong revealed the combat power of Qin Tian's third-generation war insect. combat strength of 25,800. With a reference point for comparison. Even if those dragon-like creatures are strong, there are limits to their power, they won't go too far. They could not possibly be a match for an ancient race. After all, that's an existence that can rival the two top-tier magical beast races. Midterm? Qin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The middle stage of the ancient level is roughly 50,000 years ago. The corresponding combat power is around 150,000. I wouldn't say I completely overwhelmed the 4th generation whip-tailed dragon with its 200,000 combat power. At least we can maintain a perfect victory. At this time, a group of ferocious beasts pulled a series of horse-drawn carriages at high speed. The car at the very front nearly hit the people from the Botany Institute. It simply stopped right in front of them. A burly man with a full beard was the first to jump out of the carriage. He laughed and shouted loudly. "Ha ha, Lao Ma, Lao Wang, you're here really early." Dean Ma. Dean Wang. A group of Beast Academy students dressed in black followed them down. He glanced in their direction and gave a disdainful snort. His disdain was palpable. The plant college instructors and participating students who were just moments ago displaying an arrogant demeanor. They had all wilted long ago. Chapter 55: A Perfect Match. A Match Made in Heaven. Chapter 55: A Perfect Match. A Match Made in Heaven. From the Academy down to the branch campus. Whether externally or internally, this naturally forms a clear hierarchy of contempt. The strong look down on the weak. Human nature. The weak fear the strong. It's also due to our nature. Certainly. If it were any other year, the people from the Plant Academy might still dare to challenge the Beast Academy. But what can you do when they release 2 Warcraft civilizations this year? Chirp. A long, drawn-out bird song suddenly rang out at that moment. Then a large shadow fell over the area. In the sky, a colorful golden pheasant with a wingspan of 100 meters glided past. A man and a woman were sitting on it. The man was dressed in white, his eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright, and he was handsome and dashing. The woman's colorful dress flowed freely, and her long hair cascaded down, making her look like a celestial being. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. Upon seeing this, the group of savage beast civilization students became even more arrogant and overbearing. The students from the Plant Academy and the Zerg Academy all looked on in awe. That's the Warcraft civilization. Since its opening a century ago in Linen City, the Academy has remained unchanged. The only 2 creators of the Warcraft civilization to be present. Furthermore, they are among the top 10 most powerful races in the Warcraft civilization. As expected of the creator of the Warcraft civilization, even his entrance was so stunning. The people up there are even more amazing. It is said that the man's name is Lin Tianyang, born into the Lin family, a powerful family in the royal city, and whose main civilization is the Demon Dragon clan. Oh? Where's the woman? The woman's name is Duan Yuding. She is the eldest daughter of the Duan family, a prominent local clan in Linen City, and her main civilization is the Fire Phoenix clan. A dragon and a phoenix? They make a good match. What do you mean by a perfect match? Whether it's family background, wealth, or appearance, they are a perfect match, okay? So, this young master of the Lin family pursued the young lady of the Duan family all the way to Linen City? Otherwise, why would a creator of a powerful dragon civilization condescend to come to Linen City? Logically speaking, Duan Yuding should have gone to the royal city, and the Fire Phoenix clan civilization is fully qualified to do so. It is said that he stayed in Linen because he was attached to his homeland and did not want to go far away. A group of Zerg Academy students looked up and discussed it with envy. If I'm not mistaken, that mount doesn't seem to be a magical beast, it's a savage beast. Someone looked up at the one bird in the sky and asked. So what if it's a savage beast? It's not like it's a summoned companion. Bought? Nonsense, but the price is too high, most people simply can't afford it. It's not a question of whether you can afford it or not, it's a question of whether you're even eligible. That's right. My Song family is a very prestigious family in Linen City. Not to mention savage beasts, we're not even qualified to buy a single insected creature. The creator who has reached the end of his lifespan or died unexpectedly. Besides the planets it merged with, it will also leave behind the summoned creatures. This group of organisms far surpasses that of humans. It is truly a national treasure. They are usually nationalized. Some also ended up on the black market. However, their numbers are extremely small. It's basically available at a price but not in the market. Without some power and status, you can't buy it even if you have a lot of money. Only true nobles of the royal city like the Lin family. Only then can one casually buy a savage beast to serve as a mount for one of the family members. Amidst the envious murmurs of the crowd below, the golden pheasant circled once in the sky. It landed directly at the top of the venue. There is also an entrance at the top of the competition venue. All right, everyone, please follow me into the arena. Dean Ma gave a greeting. They led the Zerg Academy members behind the other two major academies. People began to enter the venue one after another. Wow! This place is spacious. It's so big, it must seat tens of thousands of people. As soon as I stepped through the gate, everyone was stunned. The venue is just too big. A team of nearly 100 people from the 3 colleges combined. Walking in the field, they felt like a group of tiny ants. In the middle of the venue, a high platform stands tall. On the stage is a battle room. Above, a straight pipe hangs down. At the very bottom of the pipe, 4 enormous light curtains were flashing. Several engineers from Eton were suspended by safety ropes as they conducted final adjustments. Around the high platform, it consists of countless tiered seating arrangements arranged in concentric circles. There are 5 more floors above. Each floor is densely packed with private rooms. Each floor has 4 light curtains around the corresponding pipes. It can present the best viewing angle. Damn it, I underestimated how ruthless the government can be. According to this layered private room design, prices will definitely increase. Those dozen or so private rooms on the top 5th floor must cost over $1 million. That's what Fatty Bear muttered to himself. Qin Tian found it amusing. Everyone who came in was amazed by the grand scale of the venue. The first thing this guy noticed was the price and how much profit he could make. They really are the kind of people from wealthy merchant families who only care about money. Chapter 56 Generous Rewards. Commander-in-Chief Position. Chapter 56 Generous Rewards. The positions of contestants for the Commander-in-Chief position. The seats were arranged in the first 3 rows for easy access to the stage for the match. A group of instructors were led separately to a private room on the 2nd floor by staff. Seats are arranged in rows of 10. There are upward passageways on both sides. To the left of the Zerg Academy is the Plant Academy. The 2 sides were separated by an aisle. Further down another passageway were the people from the Beast Academy. The contestants took their seats. Not long after, ticket holders began to enter the venue in an orderly manner. The number of people is increasing. The huge venue, from initial emptiness and silence to gradual bustling with activity. Tens of thousands of people gathered together. Even if everyone is talking in hushed tones, the combined sounds created a buzzing noise, much like a bustling market. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the hall. At the entrance, 2 elderly men in their 60s were being led up the side stairs by a large group of people. He was followed by dozens of guards with swords. Those following behind are all heads of prominent families in Linen City. Among them was the middle-aged man dressed in fine gray clothes. It is the city garrison commander of Linen City, the head of the Zhang family. The chubby guy sitting next to Qin Tian glanced at him and said, as a local family of merchants, some high-ranking figures were basically aware of the situation. Subsequently, this guy couldn't help but add in a low voice, He is also the heartless boss behind this competition. Obviously. Regarding the enormous sums of money amassed through this competition, this has always been something that Xiong Pengzi has been holding a grudge against. Those two old men at the front look unfamiliar. They don't seem to be locals. But even the city lord and the heads of various families are obediently following behind as his attendants. That speaks volumes about their status. They must be special envoys from the capital. Qin Tian responded. He remembered that during the grand competition, the capital city would send people to observe. Brother Qin is absolutely right. The one on the left is the special envoy from the capital, and the other one with gray hair is an official from the Ministry of Rights from the capital. Jian Yuanyan, who was sitting on the other side, spoke up. During a previous casual chat, the group had become quite familiar with each other. The Jiang family is a truly prominent family that can be ranked among the top 10 in Linen City. Their family background was far superior to that of Song Zipping, whom Qin Tian knew. Among those who had just accompanied the special envoy and officials from the Ministry of Rights. Then there was the head of the Jiang family. At the same time, Jian Yuanyan is also the strongest contestant besides Qin Tian. The races under its command have evolved to the point of approaching the 9th generation of evolution. The combat strength reaches over 18,000. Isn't it enough for the special envoy from the capital to come? Why send someone from the Ministry of Rights in Beijing? Of course, a ceremony to confer a title will be held. This year's first-place winner has been newly awarded the title of Viscount, so the Emperor of Great Xia will definitely need to issue an edict to confer the title. That's really unnecessary. Just going through the motions. Although the Great Xia Kingdom had long since ceased to exist in name only. But in the end, the country was not destroyed. None of the 4 major vassal states established their own independent kingdoms. In name only, they are still subjects of the Great Xia. So, the process of bestowing titles still requires going through a formality. However, the person in question entered the venue. This indicates that the competition is about to begin. Soon. Then a host carried a high-frequency microphone up to the platform. Gentlemen, welcome everyone to the annual 3 Academies Grand Competition in Linen City. Amid the impatient gazes of the audience, the hosts tactfully shortened their opening remarks. Let's begin explaining the competition rules. Because 2 creators of the Warcraft civilization are participating this year, some adjustments have been made compared to previous years. The competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a group battle. The second stage is the battle for supremacy. The third stage is the championship battle. The Warcraft civilization will be the grand finale and will not need to participate in group battles. In response, the audience was not too surprised. The contestants took it all for granted. If you encounter the Warcraft civilization early on, what's the point of fighting then? Just admit defeat. Please watch the light screen for detailed rules. The host turned on the screen. Display according to the rules of the screen. The 2 Warcraft civilizations are not included in the Beast Academy's entry list. In other words, the Beast Academy is the same as the Zerg and Plant Academy. A total of 30 regular players and 1 seeded player will participate. And the group stage. First, the 3 seeded players were divided into 3 groups. Then, the regular contestants were divided into 3 groups. Each group has 31 people. In order to maintain fairness and impartiality, each of the 3 groups will be randomly assigned 10 Zerg players, 10 Plant players, and 10 Beast players. Battle mechanics. It involves 2-on-1 matchmaking. The winner advances to the next round. In addition, the seeded players in each group. No need to participate in the first round of elimination. They can directly enter the second round of the group stage. They will compete against the 15 other contestants who advanced. Why does the group stage show 4 rounds of matches? Generally speaking, isn't it the case that each group ultimately selects 1 winner? Fatty Xiong stared at the light screen and asked curiously. The others around him also looked puzzled. A battle of 31 people. This should involve 5 rounds of competition, until the last person is decided. However, only 4 wheels are visible in the picture. So, this means that each group will have 2 qualifying spots. A total of 6 people advanced to participate in the next stage of the battle for supremacy. This is an arrangement made by the inspection department. It is said that the Linen City Supervisory Office is preparing to expand its scale. These 6 people who have qualified will be included in the list of candidates for Commander-in-Chief of the Linen City Surveillance Bureau. After graduation, he can directly assume the newly created position of Commander-in-Chief in the Inspectorate. It was Jiang Yuanyan who spoke. As a member of a prominent local family, they must have learned some information from their family beforehand. Commander-in-Chief? The contestants were startled by what they heard. Qin Tian was also somewhat taken aback. The censorate was an office dedicated to managing the creator. Furthermore, it was independent of the official system of the Pingxi Kingdom. It was directly controlled by the Prince of Pingxi. Its power is self-evident. The Commander-in-Chief was the second in command after the Chief Justice. He has hundreds of creators' watchers under his command. The power is so great. High status. Like the Jiang family, a prominent local family in Linen City. Or the city garrison commander of Linen. They don't even take them seriously. The most famous and also the most terrifying example. It is said that more than 10 years ago, a member of the royal family offended a military commander. That very night, the commander-in-chief led his men to massacre the entire family. The entire clan consists of 381 people. Leave no one alive. Chapter 57 Collective Despair. A Terrifying Generation. Chapter 57 Collective Despair. A Terrifying Era. The Pingxi Kingdom had 5 supervisory offices. They are distributed among the 5 cities where the creator is concentrated. Although the powers of the censorate offices in different cities varied, just like the Linen City Surveillance Bureau, it certainly can't compare to the Royal City Surveillance Bureau. But the words of a military commander carry weight. They were all superior to the many ordinary officials in the city. Within a region, he was truly second only to the emperor and above all others. Such power, such a status. How could anyone not be tempted? If there are 6 qualifying spots in the group stage, maybe our Zerg Academy can secure one. In my opinion, besides Brother Qin, Brother Jiang is also very promising. Yes, compared to previous years, if we're a bit luckier, Brother Jiang might also qualify. In previous years, Zerg Academy contestants. They are mostly 5th generation evolutions. Very few 6th generations. The colleges of botany are not much different. The students from the Beast Academy were generally only 1 level stronger. And this year, Zerg Academies are springing up everywhere. Not only were the participants at least 7th generation descendants. Among them are several 8th generation descendants. The main reason is that we recruited far more students this year than in previous years. It nearly tripled. In this case, it's not surprising that there are more outstanding individuals. He was met with envious murmurs from a group of people. Qin Tian was fine. Aside from being a little surprised by the news, my mind quickly calmed down. He wasn't doing this for the mere supervisory department. Instead, it is the higher-ranking title of Champion Viscount. Jiang Yuanyan was different. At this moment, it's inevitable to feel emotional and have a flushed face. He had no desire to compete for first place. That's not realistic either. His goal is to secure a spot in the knockout stage. And there is indeed a great deal of hope. Competition rules. Seeded players do not need to participate in the first round of the group stage. He just needs to avoid facing seeded players in the last 3 rounds. Based on the combat strength standards of the 3 major academies in previous years. With the strength of the 8th generation, qualifying shouldn't be a problem. Once they qualify, after graduation, he became a military commander in the Sensate. Subsequently, the head of the Jiang family took up the position of city garrison commander of Linen. It was just a matter of him saying a few words. However, Jian Yuanyan was lost in thought and receiving compliments from a group of people. The hosts on stage switched the screen to display the names of the contestants from the 3 colleges. The other 2 academies' names are followed by their levels and evolutionary generations. Everyone was stunned. They're all from ancient civilizations. How could the Botanical Academy possibly have so many ancient civilizations? A group of Zerg Academy members gasped in surprise. In the picture, except for that ancient seed player, everyone from the Plant Academy. The rest were all ancient civilizations. The ancient races that are comparable to them. At the very least, they are comparable to the 8th generation evolution of the Zerg. The maximum combat power can reach 50,000 for 10 generations. And there's the Beast Academy. It's at least a 5th generation evolutionary form. There are 2 more 6th generation and 1 7th generation. How are we supposed to fight like this? Seeing the name of the Beast Academy on the other side, a chill ran through everyone's hearts in an instant. Since the average combat strength of a primordial beast is nearly 1,000. It is equivalent to the 4th generation of the Zerg. So, the 5th generation evolution of the Beastman civilization is equivalent to the 9th generation of the Zerg. Old Ma, your class of students is still not very good. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, the dean of the Beast Academy frowned when he saw the image on the screen. This person's surname is Zhao, and his given name is Meng. The person is as their name suggests. He has always been outspoken and blunt. He didn't mean it in a sarcastic way. Hey Lao Ma, I heard you could break into the top 20, and I thought it was true. You probably won't even make the top 50, TSK. Compared to Zhao Meng, Dean Wang's words from the College of Botany were clearly loaded with barbs. It's like slapping someone in the face. The highest is only 7/8 generation, which is equivalent to the weakest dozen or so people in our Plant Academy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the top 50 will basically be swept by our 2 colleges. Isn't this the usual practice? But the Zerg Academy should at least be in the top 100 this year. That's right, there are only about 90 people in total, ha ha ha. A group of instructors from the Botanical College were not so polite. They all burst into laughter. The shrill laughter. This made Dean Ma's face turn red. The instructors from the Zerg Academy were extremely furious. At this moment, they finally experienced the feelings they had when they mocked Su Jian. In previous years, whether it's the deans or the instructors of the 3 academies, they actually got along quite well. Nothing else. The Beast Academy has never been on the same level as the other 2 academies. No matter how much you mock them, it won't give you much satisfaction. The Zerg and the Plant Academy are evenly matched. They were in the same boat, so the older brother didn't laugh at the younger brother. But this year, the College of Botany suddenly rose to prominence. It has become capable of competing with the Beast Academy. The brothers who were once in the same boat are still just as weak. This sense of superiority immediately arose. Huh! I'm not seeing things, am I? The Zerg Academy's top player is actually a 6th generation player? Dean Wang noticed Qin Tian's name at the very top of the image. Yeah, Lao Ma, your regular players are already at the 8th generation. How come the seeded players are only at the 6th generation? Could there be a mistake? Zhao Meng asked curiously. This student's 6th generation combat power is slightly higher than that of the 8th generation. Oh? How much combat power? It should be. Dean Ma glanced at Su Jian. After hesitating for a moment, to avoid being embarrassed again, he could only force a smile and reply reluctantly. A combat strength of over 25,000. Well, not bad, not bad. At least we have something that's somewhat presentable. Dean Wang immediately replied with a smile. You can't blame him for jumping so dramatically. After all, the image displayed on the light screen is clear at a glance. That 7th generation seed from the Beast Academy. It is roughly equivalent to the 11th generation evolution of the Zerg. Their combat strength is approximately over 100,000. The ancient seed players from the Plant Academy have a combat power of over 150,000. If we exclude those 2 Warcraft civilizations, this year, his Plant Academy is very likely to defeat the Beast Academy. They ultimately won the championship. This is the first time since he took over as dean. This is unprecedented in the history of the College of Botany in the past 50 years. His name. This will be recorded directly in the annals of the College of Botany. That's fine too, Zhao Meng casually replied. But I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Given the current favorable situation, it was a year that could almost be described as a miraculous year of the creator's vigorous outburst. The Zerg Academy remains as decadent and weak as ever. A top seed. They're not even as good as the average players from their own academy. Is that really true? You can't make a good impression on someone who's hopeless. Chapter 58 Tiger-Striped Wolf Spider. Dead Tree Man? Chapter 58 Tiger-Striped Tarantula. The Dead Tree Man chuckled. Inside the venue, Jian Yuanyan gave a self-deprecating, bitter laugh. He was just dreaming of becoming the Governor-General. The bloody reality is, even the weakest average player is stronger than me. Let alone qualifying from the group stage. They'll probably be eliminated in the first round. Qin Tian wanted to offer a word of comfort. It also feels a bit like someone talking without understanding the situation. We had no choice but to give up. He turned his head to look at the fat bear on his right. This guy wasn't as pessimistic as the others. On the contrary, he seemed quite enthusiastic. Don't you feel even a little bit of despair? Qin Tian asked. Why am I so desperate? I'm not aiming for any ranking. I'll just go out there, fight, and make a show of it. Fatty Xiong shrugged. I have a good mindset. It's not that we have a good mindset, it's that we know what we're doing. Fatty Xiong winked. Then he chuckled again. Besides, if I can get free admission by being a contestant, I'll have made a huge profit. You don't lack that. Halfway through the conversation, Qin Tian paused. He sighed inwardly, no matter which world. The richer people are, the more stingy they tend to be. Actually, this is quite normal. Fatty Xiong pointed to the screen and said. Really? Qin Tian nodded. He understood what Fatty Xiong meant. Everyone knows that. This is because the Zerg Academy has enrolled several times more students this year than in previous years. This is why so many talented people have emerged. However, they overlook the fact that the other 2 academies also enrolled a considerable number of students. In fact, in biological civilization, the planets that merge each year, the most numerous were the savage beast civilizations. Even the Plant Academy is ranked above the Zerg Academy. A large number of people. This resulted in their average number of generations of evolution increasing by 2 levels consecutively. How could the other 2 be any worse? On the high platform, under the host's guidance, begin grouping. In the light screen image, the first group consists of seeded players from the Beast Academy. The second group consists of seeded players from the College of Plant Sciences. The third group consists of seeded players from the Zerg Academy. That is, the group that Qin Tian belongs to. The names of the 3 seeded players remain unchanged. The names of the remaining 90 ordinary contestants flashed rapidly and erratically. A short while later, grouping complete. I'm lucky, I was actually assigned to Brother Qin's 3rd group. Me too. I'm in the 1st group. Damn it! What bad luck! I've been placed in the 2nd group, which includes the top-seeded players from the Plant Academy. Looking at the frozen image, the Zerg Academy players experienced both joy and sorrow. But that's all. Seeing the strength of the other departments, most people have given up on having any illusions. Start matchmaking for the first game. The host shouted something. All the names then jumped around rapidly. Soon, 2 of the names are displayed in a frozen, enlarged frame on the screen. The first match of the first round of the group stage. The third group. Zerg Academy Xiong Hanlin vs. Plant Academy Hanbo. Tiger Spider Clan vs. Dead Tree Clan. The group stage matches are not in order. It uses a completely random matching system. Ha, I'm so lucky, I'm the first one to go on stage. Fatty Xiong stood up excitedly. He then glanced at a person who had stood up in the Botanical Academy next to him. 4 Zerg Academy contestants. Loudly. Fellow students, watch as I beat that plant college rival to a pulp. Come on. You'll definitely avenge us. Beat him up. Everyone immediately offered their blessings. Ha, you think you can be a mere 7th generation evolved being? What a joke. Let's see who beats whom. Keep it up, Brother Han. A group of people from the Botanical College also cheered on their own team without giving an inch. Fatty Xiong ignored it. He waved his hand. Like warriors who are determined to fight to the death. Having ascended the high platform. Enter the battle room. A moment later, a vast plane appeared in the light screen. Xiong Hanlin was the first to float out of the spatial passage. 10,000 tiger tarantulas, which had evolved to the 7th generation, followed suit and emerged one after another. Compared to the first test, the tiger tarantula only increased in size by 1 size. It's not obvious. The physical form of biological civilizations will become fixed after evolving to a certain extent. It won't grow indefinitely. However, the stripes on the tiger tarantula have completely turned gold. It reflects golden rays of light in the sunlight. Opposite. One by one, treemen 5 or 6 meters tall began to slowly appear. It's genuinely slow, not just an adjective. He walks slowly, taking 1 step at a time. It gives the feeling of watching a slow-motion video. This is actually a common problem in the entire plant civilization. This is also the reason for their low combat strength. The weakness is too obvious. This is still an ancient civilization. One can imagine how sluggish the responses were for ancient and neologism-level plant species. The dead tree figure is gray in color. It has a relatively clear head and limbs. Its entire body is covered with branches of varying lengths. A small tuft of green leaves still grows on the branches extending from its head. In terms of quantity, only 6,000. This is the rule for the competition, which is based on the relative strength of the 3 major civilizations. 10,000 Zerg. 6,000 plants. The number of savage beasts was even lower, only 2,000. After preparation is complete, there was no wasted words between the 2 sides. He immediately ordered his tribes to launch an attack. The tiger tarantulas sprayed patches of white webs from afar. A large group of dead tree people charged at each other with all their might. This scene. Many people in the audience burst out laughing. After all, with the slow pace of the tree man, they charged forward with all their might. In reality, it's no different from an ordinary person taking a slow walk. Moreover, the dense spider webs hindered the tree man's movements. Make its movements even slower. Even with his hands and feet bound, he was unable to break free for a while. The withered tree doesn't seem to be that strong? Indeed, they couldn't break through the spider web in such a short time. Several Zerg trainees discussed among themselves. Perhaps the fat guy might actually win this battle. Qin Tian unconsciously straightened his posture. The chubby bear in the picture clearly noticed this as well. At this moment, he had clearly abandoned the casual attitude he had displayed in the earlier battle. They became extremely cautious. The consciousness rapidly moved back and forth among the tiger spider swarm, directing the battle. Hee, that fat student is lucky, he actually ran into our weakest student. Han Bo only recently advanced to the ancient level, and has not yet fully solidified his races into humanoid forms. It's hard to say who will win this battle. It's alright, It's only the first battle, so what if we lose? Inside the private room, a group of instructors from the Botanical College were talking boastfully. But none of them took it seriously. And a group of Zerg Academy instructors, including Su Jian and Dean Ma, they all instinctively stepped forward and gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Despite the hardships, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He stared intently at the battle scene on the screen. If we can win the first battle, regardless of the final result, at the very least, it can boost the confidence of the students from this academy in the competition. Incidentally, to save face. Chapter 59 Brother Qin takes the stage. Avenging our shame. Chapter 59 Brother Qin takes the stage. The scene unfolds as he avenges his previous defeat. A dense web of spider webs cascaded down. The withered tree spirit had just torn off the spider webs stuck to its body. It was soon covered by even more spider webs. Large swaths of white piled up like bloated cotton candy. Continue. This will only make the tree people more and more passive. Han Bo, who was in the sky, also understood this principle. Immediately, accompanied by a command from the will, he roared. Tree form! Strangle! The next moment, the tree men collectively stopped struggling. They remained still and exhibit a state of degeneration. Dense branches grew rapidly from their bodies. The lush green leaves bloomed rapidly, like a profusion of flowers. In the blink of an eye, towering trees rise from the ground. Treization is complete. All the tree men simultaneously plunge their hands into the ground. Boom, boom, boom! Accompanied by a series of dense sounds of earth breaking apart. Thick, intertwined roots. It moved rapidly forward, back and forth on the ground like an earth dragon. Squeak! Amidst deafening screams. At the very front, a group of tiger tarantulas took the lead. Its body was tightly bound by the roots that spread out from the soil. As the roots tightened further, nearly 1,000 tiger tarantulas were quickly strangled into several pieces. Disperse! Rush! Kill! In a moment of desperation, Fatty Bear shouted out 3 commands in quick succession. All the tiger tarantulas immediately scattered. They swarmed towards the opposite side in a massive, overwhelming attack. Treification? Is this the attack method of plant civilization? Qin Tian stared at the battlefield scene with great interest. He has always focused his attention on the civilizations of savage beasts and magical beasts. I haven't learned much about plant civilization. However, it is quite obvious. This long-range attack by plant civilization is extremely energy-intensive. Its roots grew and strangled a large group of tiger-striped wolf spiders in the distance. The green leaves on each tree man's body began to turn yellow at a visible rate. Han Bo probably wanted to get closer to him. Ideally, one should rush into a group of tiger tarantulas before manifesting in tree form. This forms a large-scale domain resembling tree people. This way, a lot of energy can be saved when fighting. In the picture, more and more tiger tarantulas swarmed into the tree-dwelling group. The poisonous needles protruding from its tail pierced wildly. Inject the venom into the tree's body. Highly toxic. The branches and leaves of the tree people withered rapidly. It gradually lost its vitality. But the tree man's final, desperate counterattack was equally fierce. They have the advantage of playing on their home turf in close combat. Countless branches sprouted from his entire body, entwining and pressing against him. This caused the tiger tarantula to suffer heavy losses. Almost every tree man that dies. This will cause 2 or 3 tiger tarantulas to perish along with it. The situation on the battlefield was chaotic. It's hard to tell who has the advantage and who has the disadvantage. However, as time went on, the situation in the battle began to become clearer. The numbers on both sides are decreasing. Finally, only a few tiger tarantulas remain. Under the combined strangulation of the 2 remaining tree men, it turned into clumps of minced meat. The first match of the first round of the group stage. Han Bo from the College of Plant Sciences, winner! The presiding officer delivered the verdict in a loud voice. This determined the outcome of the battle. We've lost! In the end, we still lost! The gleam in the eyes of the Zerg Academy players slowly faded. We won! We won! I told you, that fat guy was bound to lose. Ha ha ha, they can't even beat our weakest player. That's for sure, otherwise why would it be called the Zerg Academy? The people from the Botanical College cheered excitedly. I have no idea what they're so happy about. An ancient civilization attacked a 7th generation evolved being like us, and we almost perished together. They still have the nerve to laugh. It was a Pyrrhic victory. If it were someone from our 8th generation, Han Bo would be no match for him. The Zerg Academy members whispered amongst themselves in dissatisfaction. But no one argued about it. A victory is a victory. A defeat is a defeat. Even if the opponent wins a Pyrrhic victory, that cannot erase the fact that they were defeated. Inside the private room, the instructors at the Zerg Academy loosened their clenched fists. Dean Ma, who had just straightened his chest a little, unconsciously hunched over again. Listening to the unrestrained laughter of the group of botany instructors. This further dampened their already low spirits. It was so oppressive that it was beyond measure. On stage, Fatty Xiong walked down dejectedly. His face was full of disappointment. He returned to his seat, rested his head on his hands, and remained silent. Just do your best. Qin Tian offered a word of comfort. The fat bear raised its head. With soft, sticky lips. Unwilling to accept it. Brother Qin, I thought we could win. We were so close, just a tiny bit short. Try to think positively, it's not a big deal. Qin Tian offered some words of advice. Indeed. Fatty Xiong never took the competition seriously. Just as he said. Just play a token match, that'll suffice. His righteous indignation before taking the stage was just a frivolous thought. But under this intense public scrutiny, we can win. Who wants to lose? Especially when they encountered an evenly matched opponent. It gave him hope of winning. If we win, it's not just about yourself. It also represents the honor of the entire Zerg Academy. It's okay, we lost. It's nothing, this is only the first match. The Zerg Academy players around them didn't complain. They all offered words of comfort. It's obvious. Fatty Bear really did his best. With a mere 7th generation of evolution, facing an ancient race comparable to the 8th generation of the Zerg, they fought to the point of mutual destruction. They almost wiped out the opponent and ended in a draw. It's already extremely difficult, it can be called a miracle. Besides, even if we all lose, so what? We still have Brother Qin. That's right, once Brother Qin takes the stage, he will surely avenge our previous defeat. With the voice, everyone looked at Qin Tian. Facing a crowd of expectant eyes, Qin Tian could only nod in agreement. He opened his mouth and said, Everyone, don't worry, I'm here. Chapter 60 Zerg Trash. How dare you insult me? Chapter 60 Zerg Trash. How dare they call me? The 10th match of the first round of the group. The third group. Beast Academy Xinghu vs Zerg Academy Jiang Yuan Nian. Storm Tiger Eagle Clan vs Ghost-Faced Mantis Clan. Beast Academy Xinghu, victory. The 38th match of the first round of the group stage. The second group. Yu Kaolan from the Zerg Academy vs Luo Jingqiang from the Plant Academy. Flaming Golden Beetle Clan vs Calamity Trant Clan. Luo Jingqiang from the College of Plant Sciences, winner. The battle lasted for several hours. The Zerg Academy was just incredibly unlucky. The jinx from before came true. The subsequent showdown. The Zerg Academy players suffered defeat after defeat. Don't even mention struggling. Even someone as evenly matched as Fatty Xiong couldn't achieve that. They were basically all pushed to a draw by their opponents. The most promising 8th generation players to advance to the second round. Without exception, they all lost. Jian Yuanyan was even more unlucky to run into one of the two 6th generation members of the Beast Academy. The 6th generation of the Beastmen is equivalent to the 10th generation of the Zerg in terms of combat power. More than double the difference. The battle situation at that time could no longer be described as simply overwhelming. It was an absolute and utter massacre. The 45th match of the first round of the group stage. The Zerg Academy is defeated. Wan Hishu from the Beast Academy wins, as the host announced the result of the final battle. This immediately caused the people from the botany department to burst into laughter again. As expected, the Zerg Academy has lost again. Haha, 30 consecutive losses. Not a single player advanced. It's hilarious, there's not a single one who can fight. In previous years' competitions, they were able to have several people advance in the first round. So, this Zerg Academy is getting worse every year. Faced with the ridicule from the College of Botany, the initial confrontation between the Zerg Academy and the Zerg Academy had long since subsided. They were all like wilted eggplants. He lowered his head dejectedly. She was so ashamed and angry that she wished she could disappear into the ground. Since the beginning of the century-old competition, an unprecedented first-round wipeout. This actually happened to their graduating class. This is an utter disgrace. Qin Tian frowned and looked at the botanical college students who were cheering and jumping for joy. Every time the Zerg Academy is defeated, those people all made a few sarcastic remarks. The words they spoke became increasingly harsh. It's understandable that their opponent is their botanical college. They were defeated by the Beast Academy. They also thoroughly enjoyed it. It's as if the Zerg Academy's defeat would inexplicably trigger their excitement. Even the best-tempered person. They also could not tolerate this repeated ridicule. Starting matchmaking for the second round of group stage matches. The host held the microphone and spoke loudly. The group stage has gone through the first round of eliminations. All the ordinary players from the Zerg Academy were wiped out. Those who advanced from each group. Most of them are from the Beast Academy. Like Qin Tian's third group. Of the 15 people who advanced to the second round, there are 9 Beast Academy. The remaining 6 people are from the College of Plant Sciences. In the picture, including the seeded players from each group, the names of a total of 48 people began to jump randomly for matching. First match of the second round of the group stage. Group 1. Beast Academy Meng Wu vs Plant Academy Peng Xinyue. Thunder Beast Clan vs Fearful Treant Clan. Beast Academy's Meng Wu, winner. The 8th match of the second round of the group stage. The third group. Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy vs Zhou Peng from the Savage Beast Academy. Parasitic Zerg vs Night Panthers. Finally, Qin Tian was impatient. My name appeared on the screen. What a pity! Qin Tian glanced at the group of people from the Botany Academy with some regret. What he most wants to fight right now is... These are the people. He got up and walked towards the high platform with a tall, strong male student from the Beast Academy. Enter the battle room. After the two sat down, Zhou Peng glanced at Qin Tian. He opened his mouth and asked, "You're the top prospect from the Zerg Academy?" "It's me, what's wrong?" "Although you only marked it as a 6th generation, since you can be a seeded player, you should be stronger than those 8th generation players in your academy." He's not completely brainless," Qin Tian commented in his heart. "But," Zhou Peng grinned, "if you run into that bunch of trash from the Plant Academy, you might still make it to the third round, but if you run into me, you're out of luck." "Oh? You're very strong?" Qin Tian asked with amusement. "Not strong, but dealing with you will be as easy as killing a chicken or a dog," Zhou Peng said confidently. Sorry, I take back my previous assessment of you." What kind of evaluation? You brainless idiot! You! Qin Tian didn't waste any more time with him. Place your hand inside the instrument. Sinking into consciousness. Inside the Martian restricted zone. Batches of war insects have assembled and are ready to be deployed. According to type. They gathered together in batches. Besides the 3 strongest dragon clans. There are also second-generation killer Zerg and third-generation destroyer Zerg. However, these 2 generations of war bugs. There have been very obvious changes. Like the killer insects. Her body was no longer as slender as before. It is already approaching the form of a savage beast. Whether it's the 4 limbs used for movement, or the sickle-like forelimbs. They all became extremely thick and powerful. And its protruding mouth is filled with fangs. Everything. Both are well suited for close-quarters combat. This is Qin Tian's order to the Empress. Primarily based on savage beast genes. It is supplemented with a certain amount of dragon genes. An upgraded version of the evolved killer insect. Designed specifically for the grand competition. The average combat strength reaches 50,000. In the past 2 weeks. A full 15 years inside the planet. He spent every day and night on Mars. It couldn't have been just for the sake of tinkering with Devourer Dragon and Blue-Spotted Dragon. Enter! Under Qin Tian's orders. 8,000 upgraded killer insects began to swarm into the open space tunnel. The opponents were not strong in the early stages. The current 5th generation Shadow Leopard clan only has a combat strength of 20,000 to 30,000. The 3 major dragon species are mobilized. It's a complete waste. Moreover, 10,000 Zerg units can participate in the battle. He specifically reserved 2,000 units. In case of any unforeseen circumstances. It's not too late to have the whiptail dragon fill in. Damn Zerg Academy trash, how dare you call me brainless? Damn it, just wait and see how I wipe out your race. No! Wouldn't a simple massacre be too easy on him? I'll slowly toy with you and slowly watch your despair. Above the battlefield. Zhou Ping stared intently at the spatial passage opposite him, his face gloomy. He secretly made a tough decision. However, soon, he was stunned. Staring wide-eyed at the tall, ferocious creatures pouring out of the passage. Wasn't it supposed to be Zerg? What the hell is this? Savage beasts? Chapter 61 Bloody Slaughter. Azura Hell. Chapter 61 Bloody Slaughter. Azura Hell. What is that? Brother Qin's newly evolved race? Why isn't it a dragon? That's right, why didn't Brother Qin's dragon creatures participate? Perhaps Brother Qin feels that a savage beast race is not worthy of the dragon race's appearance. The scene depicted on the battlefield. This slightly lifted the spirits of the group of dejected Zerg Academy players. Beside, just now, after this battle, the Zerg students can leave the Plant Academy early. The smiles froze on everyone's faces. Second floor. The instructors from the Botanical College stopped joking, staring at the screen in astonishment. Zhao Meng quickly walked up to Dean Ma. Frowning, he asked, "Old Ma, is your seated player really a Zerg player? Is that so?" Faced with this question that I myself had been very puzzled about at the time, Dean Ma also gave an uncertain answer. If it's an internal competition. Qin Tian's dragons also had some insected characteristics. But now the creatures in this picture have almost lost their insect-like appearance. They were like a pack of savage beasts. Inside the top-floor private room, Lin Tianyang, dressed in white, shifted his gaze from the chessboard in front of him. Looking at the light screen in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he laughed and said, "Interesting, very interesting. A Zerg civilization has actually evolved savage beast characteristics. Who is this person? Young master is joking. Does he truly not know who this person is?" "Oh?" Lin Tianyang looked at the stunningly beautiful woman opposite him, with whom he was playing chess. Asked the way? Miss Dawn, what makes you say that? Outsiders all think that the young master came to Linen City for Tinger, but Tinger knows her own limitations. With Tinger's looks, how could she possibly catch the young master's eye? Otherwise what? A playful smile appeared on Lin Tianyang's lips. Just like this game of chess. Duan Yuding placed a piece. He smiled and said, Just now, young master made his moves arbitrarily, without any strategy. His eyes were on the chessboard, but his mind was outside of it. Inside another private room on the top floor. The head of the table. An elderly man with white hair and beard held a cup of fragrant tea. Looking at the screen outside, he exclaimed in surprise. Am I mistaken? This Qin Tian seems to be an insectoid, but instead a group of savage beasts have appeared. Is there some mistake? The old minister is unaware of this. The other elderly man sitting at the head of the table replied with a smile. The path of evolution is ever-changing and unpredictable. When it evolves to a certain extent, it is inevitable that some abnormal characteristics will appear. What Lord Yu said is absolutely right. Biological civilizations evolve by devouring their own kind. With each generation of evolution, the changes from the original form are extremely different. The head of the Zhang family sat at the lower end of the table. Zhang Wushan, who was also the city garrison commander of Linen, quickly chimed in to agree. That's right. Those Zerg look like savage beasts, but they actually have many Zerg characteristics. Yes, for example, those 6 limbs, and that black carapace. Moreover, the battlefield system will check the race information upon entry to determine whether the player belongs to the dominant race, so there will be no mistakes. The other family heads below also spoke up. I forced a smile. The scene is set on a battlefield. Qin Tian didn't give his opponent much time to be surprised. Under its will, 8,000 killer insects immediately charged forward. Opposite, Zhou Pingqiang suppressed his fear. He ordered the 2,000 shadow panthers below to meet him. Battles between savage beast races. There are no fancy skills or miscellaneous abilities. Only through direct confrontation. The Shadow Panther's entire body has a streamlined, silky structure. Not exactly muscular. It's much thinner than the upgraded killer war bug. And its size is only 3 meters. Less than half the number of war bugs. But its advantage lies in its speed. The Shadow Panther is an agile type of beast. Their movements were so swift that they seemed to appear and disappear without a trace. If it's one-on-one. Even if their combat power is much higher. It's unrealistic for the killer war bug to kill its opponent in a short time. In situations where large-scale group battles leave no room for maneuvering or jumping. The Shadow Panther's advantage has undoubtedly dropped to rock bottom. From God's perspective in the sky. It was like a pack of hungry wolves rushing into a sheepfold. A vast black wave below instantly engulfed a group of swift gray figures. Facing the first wave of shadow leopards at the very front. The killer warbugs didn't even make any other moves. The sheer force of its massive body sent it flying. The second wave merely waved their sickle-like forelimbs. The third wave lunged forward, tearing at the ground with its mouthful of fangs. Under the onslaught and slaughter of swarms of killer war insects. Like harvested wheat. Shadow leopards fell in droves. The hard skull was cracked. Its small, thin body was torn to pieces. In a short time, blood flowed freely, and severed limbs littered the ground. Bloody and cruel scenes. It was like a hellish scene, too terrible to look at. The scales of victory. No. In Qin Tian's eyes. In fact, there was absolutely no possibility of a mishap in this battle. It's one thing that their individual combat strength is nearly twice that of the opponent. They had 4 times more of the quantity than the other side. 4 against 1. A blatant gang beating. Looking at the horrific battlefield strewn with blood and flesh. He glanced again at Chopin, who was now ashen-faced and looking like a puppet. Qin Tian pursed his lips. I suddenly felt quite embarrassed. Isn't this going too far? Chapter 62. Rest assured, everyone. I'll teach him a lesson. Chapter 62. Don't worry, everyone. I'll teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha, brilliant! Good! That's exciting! Compared to the previous dozens of matches, the reaction to this battle was exceptionally intense. As ordinary citizens watching the game, they don't care who wins or loses. They don't care why a Zergling would exhibit animalistic characteristics. What they want, it's this kind of bloody, fierce battle scene. The previous war between the three races. At most, it would bite through the throat, pierce the body, and leave a pool of blood. There's nothing as thrilling and exciting as this near-total dismemberment. One by one, the killer wore insects. Each time the Shadow Panther's sharp scythe-like forelimbs were swung. The blood splattered everywhere, and limbs flew in all directions. This would cause a series of cheers and applause to erupt in the huge venue. Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy, victory! As the last Shadow Panther fell amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the host announced the results of the match. This is also the name of the Zerg Academy player who defeated the opponent. The sound reverberated throughout the venue for the first time. For the other two colleges, maybe it's nothing. But for the Zerg Academy, but it is of great significance. At least, this allows the dean and instructors in the private box, as well as the Zerg Academy contestants in the audience, to participate. Slightly lift your chest. The seeded players from the Zerg Academy are nothing special. Their combat strength is at most 40,000 to 50,000, which is far inferior to our seeded players. If we really encounter it, it will be an absolute one-sided massacre. You overestimate him. With that kind of fighting strength, there's no need for us seeded players to step in. I could easily take him down myself. Just step down from the stage. Qin Tian then heard disdainful remarks coming from a group of students from the botanical college next to him. Upon witnessing the ferocity displayed by the killer war insects, they certainly couldn't be as arrogant and conceited as before. But his words inevitably carried a hint of sarcasm. I'm really looking forward to facing you. Qin Tian looked at the person who had just spoken. He wasn't provoking anyone. Instead, I really want to slap these people's faces. 1 hour later, the second round of matches has concluded. Still can't find them? Qin Tian looked at the list of those who advanced on the screen with disappointment. The people who advanced from the third group. Besides him, there are 4 beast players and 3 plant players. This lineup, encountering people from the botany department. It cannot be said that there is no hope. But the chances are really low. The matchups appear to be randomly matched. In reality, there is an inherent fairness mechanism. First, contestants from the same college. You generally won't encounter it. Unless, like in the first round of the group stage, each group has 10 players from the 3 major academies. Unequal distribution. That's when internal strife occurs. Secondly, when one college has more participants than the other 2 colleges, the cost will generally be distributed to the side with more people. Really. After several matches concluded in the third round, Qin Tian's opponents were from the Beast Academy. Damn it! How was it matched? A group of Zerg Academy members around them grumbled indignantly. During this period, they had endured far too much ridicule from the Botanical College. Qin Tian could also go on the field and fight to vent his frustrations. They could only suppress their resentment and anger. If it weren't for a sliver of hope still clinging to my heart, they had already left in anger long beforehand. Or you could just ignore everything and fight the people from the College of Botany to vent your anger. This battle. Qin Tian continued to choose the upgraded killer war bug. The enemy's race was a group of colorful giant pythons. Low combat strength. It is roughly equivalent to the previous Shadow Panther. Its most powerful attack is the venom it spews. In the Zerg civilization, what it has in abundance is all kinds of poisonous insects. The number of highly toxic genes fused in the war insects is unknown. It is basically immune to the opponent's poison attacks. There were no setbacks during this period. They easily defeated their opponents and slaughtered all 2,000 giant pythons. Another half-hour passed. Qin Tian and the Zerg Academy members around him, and the deans and instructors upstairs were eagerly waiting. The fourth round of the group stage of the competition has finally arrived. It was also the final round of the competition. What excited them even more was that the third group of contestants who advanced this time consisted of 2 plant-based contestants and 1 beast-based contestant. This means that the final battle, Qin Tian will inevitably encounter someone from the Botany Academy. Group play round 4 matchmaking begins. The third group, Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy versus Yanfeiyu from the Plant Academy. Parasitic Zerg versus Ironwood Treant race. Brother Qin. Fatty Bear raised his head, which had been hanging down. Turning to Qin Tian, he opened his trembling lips. What do you want to say? But he seemed unable to speak. Rest assured, I will teach them a lesson. Qin Tian reached out and patted the fat man's shoulder heavily. He understood what Fatty Xiong meant. They can also empathize with the other person's feelings. Fatty Bear was the first person to be defeated by the Academy of Plant Sciences. She was also the first person to be laughed at. Given this guy's fiery temper, how could I possibly stand such rudeness? In the past, they were already shouting and arguing like they were in an internal competition. But since the defeat, the fat man may have really suffered a big blow. Despondent, feeling lonely and frustrated, faced with the constant barrage of malicious words, he remained seated silently with his head down and eyes lowered, without uttering a word. One can imagine just how much repression was in the fat man's heart. Qin Tian stood up. He looked around at the group of Zerg Academy classmates sitting there. At this time, no one spoke, but the intense longing and anticipation in everyone's eyes. It seemed to transform into streams of scalding flames. It landed on Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded to everyone. There was also no word spoken. Everything. It's all understood without saying a word. Just as they were about to go on stage, Qin Tian unexpectedly discovered that the people who stood up in the College of Botany, it turned out to be the same person who had previously threatened to beat him to a pulp. The other party also seemed a little surprised. However, he quickly laughed and said, You're lucky to have run into me, Qin Tian, right? You'll be the first seeded player to be kicked out of the group stage. Okay, I'll wait. Qin Tian didn't waste any more words. They went straight up to the high platform. There's no suspense in this battle. Of course, Yanfeiyu is the strongest person besides our seeded players. This kid's race is almost at the 10,000-year-old ancient level, isn't it? It's still 100 or 200 years away. If the competition were delayed by a few months, our Botanical Academy would have produced 2 ancient-level beings. What a pity. There's nothing to regret. With a combat power of nearly 100,000, it won't affect our chances of advancing from the group stage. It's just bad luck for the Zerg Academy to run into Yanfeiyu. Indeed, not to mention the difference in combat power, there is no solution to this kind of restraint alone. Yes, Yanfeiyu's Ironwood Treant has amazing defense, making it the nemesis of their seeded player. We've secured this qualification spot. Haha, with our seeded players from Group 2, our college is guaranteed 2 of the 6 qualifying spots in the group stage. Inside a private room on the 2nd floor. In contrast to the relaxed and excited atmosphere among the instructors at the College of Botany, the Zerg Academy instructors on the other side. My breath almost stopped. Especially by listening to the other person's conversation. This made them extremely nervous. Dean Ma hesitated for a moment. Arriving beside Su Jian, he asked with difficulty. Old Su, how strong are Qin's dragon creatures? This? Su Jian licked his dry lips. In fact, he didn't know either. Before the competition, he went to Qin Tian several times to try to understand the details. But each time, the other party was busy on the planet. He didn't disturb them. Can we win this battle? Dean Ma couldn't help but ask again. It's about 50-50ths. Su Jian gave a wry smile. We can only make the most conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, Dean Ma sighed helplessly. The other instructors also shook their heads bitterly. No one knows better than them the significance of qualifying for the next round in the final group stage match. This is no longer a matter of losing face after a defeat. Rather, it directly involves the personal interests of each individual. Group stage qualification spots. This means that he will be the future head of the inspectorate. Victory. All instructors, including Dean Ma, who is about to step down, because he trained a commander-in-chief. Their net worth will rise accordingly. Increasing monthly salaries is one aspect. Most importantly, everyone might find a better job than the instructor because of this. After all, with the authority of the commander-in-chief, several mere instructors were transferred. Even without them speaking, there will naturally be countless people below who want to curry favor with him and make proper arrangements. Defeat. The entire Zerg Academy has completely fallen into decline. The instructors in charge. The best outcome. It means spending one's entire life doing nothing but remaining a teacher in the academy. Chapter 63 Ironwood Treant. Heavy Armor Legion. Chapter 63 Ironwood Treant. Inside the battlefield of the Heavy Armor Legion, Qin Tian floated in midair. The black swarm of killer war insects beneath it has been fully assembled. In the opposite spatial passage, one after another, ironwood tree men surged out. These trees are 10 meters tall. His movements and steps were not sluggish or stiff in the slightest. His facial features are extremely clear and distinct. In the deep-set eyes, two faint, eerie green lights flickered within them, swaying endlessly like ghostly flames. Its entire body is not like the rough structure of ordinary tree people with vines and branches. Instead, it is encased in a complete, thick bark. It was as if it were wearing a heavy armor. Most strikingly, their left hand has a thick shield that is more than 5 meters high. His right hand transformed into a long, cold blade, several meters long, with a slight curve. Although they are all woody structures that grow from the body. But look at how it shimmers with a metallic luster in the sunlight. Hardness and sharpness. It goes without saying. And, after exiting the passage, the ironwood tree people immediately formed neat and orderly queues between each other. Furthermore, it extends out vines that intertwine and become firmly attached to each other. Oh! Qin Tian smiled and glanced at the group of ironwood treants who were forming an array. She looked up at Yan Feiyu, who stood opposite her with an arrogant air. It must be said, they are arrogant. They certainly have the right to be arrogant. Previously, Xiong Pengzi's opponent. If we were to compare them to a group of second-rate, scattered soldiers. So, what he is facing right now is... It's like a well-trained, regular armored legion. Both. They are almost worlds apart. I'm actually afraid you won't last long. That's perfect. Qin Tian unleashed his will and command. The killer insects below immediately hissed and pounced. Clang, clang, clang! A dull impact. It resounded across the battlefield instantly. The physique of the ironwood tree man. That determines their power. Shields stood perfectly aligned in front of him. It remained completely still, like a giant steel boulder. It easily blocked the onslaught of the killer insects. Whoosh! The next moment, all the ironwood tree people were in perfect unison. Move the giant shield aside. He slashed out with his right hand, wielding a long sword. Fortunately, the armor shell evolved by the killer war bug is also quite formidable. The long sword fell heavily on it, leaving only cracks. It didn't kill him with a single blow. But the pain coming from my body. This completely unleashed the ferocity of the war insects. They all let out a series of high-pitched neighs. It swung its two scythe-like forelimbs, repeatedly slashing at the shield in front of it. The war insects that followed. Because of limited space, they could not reach the enemy. They immediately dispersed to both sides. Soon, the entire ironwood treant formation. They were then surrounded by layers of killer insects. This impenetrable formation might be surprisingly effective against those savage beasts. They couldn't bite through the outer shell of the turtle. They can only be gradually devoured by the other party. It is even possible to end a battle without losing a single soldier. But for a group of fearless war insects, it's a complete joke. It's essentially a formality. In the midst of crowding, the killer insects quickly piled up. They climbed up in no time. They charged fiercely into the treant formation, stepping over the bodies of their own kind. The number is increasing. The sounds of hacking and slashing grew increasingly frequent. Wood chips began to fly everywhere. The juice began to evaporate. The ironwood treant let out a deep roar, mixed with the piercing screams of the killer insects. It began to ripple back and forth across this chaotic battlefield. Above, Yanfeiyu kept a close eye on the situation on the battlefield. When the swarm of war insects surged into the treant formation, his brows furrowed noticeably. But gradually it relaxed again. Raise your head. He looked at Qin Tian, who had a calm expression on his face. A consciousness was transmitted. You seem completely unconcerned about the war? From beginning to end. Qin Tian paid no attention to the fighting below, even compared to the ironwood treants. At this point, the casualty rate of the war bugs was much higher. I didn't even bother to take a look. His gaze. It seems to keep falling on me. The outcome is already decided, why bother about a predetermined result? Qin Tian said. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness, but I have to admit, your race is indeed quite strong. It's alright. Huh? Getting a little too cocky? I meant a little, you get it? Yanfeiyu raised an eyebrow. You're right. Hee, the previous battles did not cause me any losses. This battle, however, has caused me to lose some of my tribe. You should be proud of that. Okay, I'll brag about it after this is over. Yanfeiyu hadn't expected the other party to become so obedient and sensible. So much so that he couldn't respond to many of the teasing remarks he had prepared. Feeling bored, he simply spoke up. Forget it, this is pointless. You might as well surrender. I do not want to surrender. Why? Do you still expect some miracle to happen? Yanfeiyu pointed amusedly to the battlefield below. The situation is very clear. More than half of your insects are dead, and I still have nearly 5,000 treants. What's the point of continuing to fight? Surrendering is too humiliating. Face? Losing to me is already a huge loss of face for you. Yanfeiyu snorted dismissively. But I didn't want to waste any more breath on him. Half an hour later. Finally, Yanfeiyu looked impatient. All the insects in the field died. You won. Nonsense! Yanfeiyu glanced disdainfully at Qin Tian, who had spoken up across from him. He seemed too lazy to waste words with this defeated opponent. Then why don't you detach yourself from consciousness? Why not leave? Qin Tian slowly drifted over, arriving in front of Yanfeiyu. Stare into the other person's eyes. A slight smile curved the corners of her lips. Road. You. What are you waiting for? Chapter 64. A dragon's roar shakes the heavens, piercing through the azure sky. Chapter 64. A dragon's roar shakes the heavens, piercing through the azure sky. What are you waiting for? Isn't it all over? What is a TV host supposed to do? Inside the venue outside. Seeing the battlefield scene where the outcome was already decided. Then we noticed that the host hadn't announced the results yet. Some people couldn't help but start arguing. Among them, the students from the College of Botany were the most enthusiastic. They clearly won. Why haven't they announced their victory yet? Inside a private room on the second floor. The instructors at the Botanical College were also somewhat puzzled. Only the instructors from the nearby Zerg Academy, including the Zerg Academy contestants off stage. At this moment, they all wore thoughtful expressions. Gentlemen. The noise was getting louder and louder. The host on stage had no choice but to pick up the microphone and loudly explain. The battle is not yet decided. According to the regulations of the competition, the Beast Academy has 2,000 participating creatures. The College of Botany has 6,000 students. The Zerg Academy costs up to 10,000. That was just a seeded player from the Zerg Academy. Only 5,000 participated in the war. So, the number of insects you deployed was not 10,000. Above the battlefield, Yan Feiyu's expression suddenly changed. He was just waiting for the system's judgment. During battle, a battlefield system specifically designed for large-scale competitions. In addition to detecting the racial information of both sides involved in the war, it will also send a win/loss notification after the event ends. It's like a referee on the battlefield. But he never received a notification. Seeing the smile on Qin Tian's face again, he glanced down at the mountain of dead insects. Yan Feiyu finally understood the problem. Before he entered, the other side had already set up their formation. A dark, dense swarm of insects. He had no time to carefully check the quantity of the other party's goods. Moreover, several thousand and 10,000. The difference is not significant. Not to mention inside the venue. Those are the viewers watching the screen from the outside. It is impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye alone. Only a battlefield system can perform a detailed inventory. Then it is displayed on the instrument screen, which can only be seen by the host. Yan Feiyu's expression darkened slightly. Staring at Qin Tian, who was so close at hand, he said angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Qin Tian smiled but remained silent. "Humph, so what if you're holding back? I still have 4,000 treants. Defeating you is more than enough. Indeed, with 5,000 war insects, I originally thought I could wipe out at least half of your race." Qin Tian suppressed his smile and sighed helplessly. 5,000? Yan Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of urgency that had just arisen in my heart immediately dissipated. He chuckled softly. "What, you still have hope of winning? Who wants to lose when they can win? Ha, you think you're worthy? Alright, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Let's finish off the rest of your bugs and end this sooner." Good. As soon as he finished speaking, from inside the Mars tunnel, one by one, the destroyer insects slowly spread their wings and flew out. It is also an upgraded version evolved by incorporating certain frost dragon genetic components. However, no other savage beast genes were incorporated. Therefore, it only increases the body's strength and the hardness of bone spurs. It did not change the original external structure or attack methods. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The thousands of destroyer zerglings that had just assembled. A wave of reinforced bone spurs poured down from the sky. "Prepare for the enemy! Raise your shields! You idiots! Raise your shields! Quick!" Yan Feiyu didn't have time to be shocked by the exaggerated size of the other group of creatures. In the midst of the panic, he hurriedly spread his will and commands. It's obvious. He did not usually train his races to defend against aerial attacks. Therefore, the group of ironwood tree people reacted somewhat slowly. Almost all of them were exposed to the rain of bone spurs. Bang! Bang! Boom! In a short time, A deafening sound erupted. Some of the bone spikes struck the tree man's chest, which was covered in iron, and broke into pieces. Some shots hit the Trent's weaker head, knocking it down. A very lucky few managed to pierce the tree man's eye socket directly. A wave of attacks let more than half of the ironwood tree men be killed or injured before the remaining survivors could reassemble. One by one, the Slayer warbugs, closely following the bone spikes, spun down. Is it over? Yan Feiyu stared in disbelief at the pile of flesh and corpses scattered on the ground below. The battle came suddenly. The ending was also quite unexpected. Almost there. He had just given the order to raise the shields. Then we saw those enormous creatures swooping down in suicidal attacks. Hee hee. Ha! He was stunned for a long time. Seeing that nearly 1,000 tree people still survived on the battlefield. Yan Feiyu laughed. The laughter grew louder and more manic. Laughing loudly, pointing at Qin Tian in front of him. Haha, so what if you had a backup plan, Qin? You still got defeated by me. When it comes to strength, sheer numbers are always a joke. An insect is an insect. Even if it evolves into an enormous size, so what? Just a pile of garbage. If we hadn't been caught off guard, my treants wouldn't have had time to raise their shields, and with your trash. As they talked, Yan Feiyu finally realized what was going on. The voice unconsciously weakened. His face grew increasingly gloomy. He stared intently at Qin Tian, whose lips still held a slight smile. He gritted his teeth and almost squeezed out a few words. You have less than 10,000 creatures participating in the battle. Hee hee. Qin Tian smiled. I'm not pretending anymore. That's enough. Do you know? I'm enjoying the look on your face right now. It seems to allow me to appreciate things more clearly. Qin Tian moved forward a little more. They were less than a finger's width away from Yan Feiyu's furious, almost distorted face. Your repeated mockery. Your endless, tireless mockery. Completely disregarding our feelings. Completely ignoring our frustration. Do you really think our Zerg Academy is without anyone? Do you really think we're easy to bully? As the one who jumps the most enthusiastically among you. You think, would I be content to simply crush them with a single wave of power like before? Wouldn't that be too easy on you? Giving you hope time and time again. Time and time again, I'll drag you down to the bottom. At last, I'll shatter all your hopes. To plunge you completely into the abyss. It will make you feel the chilling despair. Roar. After speaking, a series of earth-shattering dragon roars, piercing the sky. Chapter 65 The Ultimate Battle. 1 against 2. Chapter 65 The Ultimate Battle. A one-on-one duel between two people in the penthouse box. The game of chess between Lin Tianyang and Duan Yuding has been paused. The two walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring intently at the screen. The Slayer warbugs appeared with a fierce and menacing aura. Then, a dragon's roar resounded. Seeing groups of giant dragons pouring out of the spatial passage. The two were even more startled. His eyes kept flickering. His expression kept changing. At the same time, other top-floor private rooms. And inside the numerous private rooms on the lower level. From the special envoy of the capital to the old minister of rights. From the heads of large and small families. They all gathered at the window. His eyes were fixed on the giant dragons on the screen. After a moment of astonishment, a complex and serious expression appeared on everyone's face. Some storms. Some secrets. Ordinary people may have already forgotten. But as a local powerful figure, how could they not take it to heart? How could we dare to be careless? Even. Many people came specifically for this reason. The huge venue. Complete silence. Everyone stared in horror at the giant dragon on the light screen. Unlike the other family heads upstairs, each with their own agendas. They were simply stunned. This year's big competition. The vast majority of people came for the two great Warcraft civilizations. Especially the dragon race. Everyone wanted to see the legendary dragon race in person. But unexpectedly, in the group stage alone, surprisingly, a dragon-like creature appeared. Whoa! After a brief silence. Excited cheers. A surging cry. The entire venue instantly erupted in excitement. On the battlefield, Yan Feiyu was completely terrified. He stared at the dragons in terror, as if he were a statue. They even forgot to breathe and forgot to think. At the same time, they also forgot to command their subordinate races to fight. In fact, there's no need to struggle at all. If we say, the 10-meter-tall ironwood tree was like a child in front of those annihilator insects. So, at this moment, beneath the massive dragons, some reaching hundreds of meters in length, they were like a group of tiny ants. Its massive body lunged down, covering everything in its path. 3 sharp whip tails, like steel chains, pierced and tore through the ironwood tree's formidable defense, which it takes great pride in. It was as fragile as a piece of paper or tattered cotton. The whole body, along with their thick shields, which are shaped like door panels. In an instant they were all crushed into countless flying wood chips and fragments. On the high platform outside, the host who received the system notification of win or loss. Then, with a startled look, he glanced at the ferocious dragons roaring and shaking the heavens on the screen. Pick up the microphone. With a trembling voice, he announced, Qin Tian from the Insect Clan Academy, victory! In the rear battle room, Qin Tian, who had withdrawn from consciousness. He glanced at Yan Feiyu, who was sitting opposite him with a blank expression. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He got up and went straight down from the platform. They came off the field, where Qin Tian's gaze swept across. The group of people from the Botanical College finally put away their arrogant attitude. They all lowered their heads deeply. Even that beautiful ancient-level female student. Under the lingering power of the dragon, she subconsciously looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Haha, Brother Qin is mighty. With Brother Qin here, so what if we are all wiped out and defeated? There is only Brother Qin. That's enough. The Zerg Academy players burst into laughter. Dean Ma and the instructors were in the private room upstairs. The gloom on his face vanished instantly. No matter how much frustration, no matter how much anger, no matter how urgent. At that moment, it all came out. All that remained was a thoroughly exhilarating and heartfelt sense of comfort and excitement. The noisy meeting room. The situation gradually calmed down as the next battle began. A dozen minutes later, the 4th round, consisting of 6 battles across the 3 groups, has concluded. The group stage has now come to an end. The 6 players who qualified. Apart from Qin Tian, the dark horse in the 3rd group. The other 2 seeded players advanced as expected. The remaining 3 ordinary contestants who advanced were all from the Beast Academy. 2 of them are 6th generation. The other is the 5 dynasties. That Yan Feiyu is truly a pity. Yes, he should have had a great chance of qualifying. With his Ironwood Tree Man, he could easily defeat at least the 5th generation of the first group. You can only say he was incredibly unlucky to run into a dragon. There was much discussion in the room. Most people felt sorry for Yan Feiyu. After Yan Feiyu stepped down, his condition was far more depressed than when he was the chubby bear. He sat there blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Qin Tian turned his head and glanced at it. Honestly, putting aside personal disputes, to be fair, it's him. Or perhaps people from the Zerg Academy. I felt the same way. The strength of the Ironwood Tree Man is evident to all. They were trained by Yan Feiyu to be comparable to a regular heavy armored legion. Place it in any group. They can easily secure a qualifying spot. Even against the other two seeded players, they are not without a fighting chance. But they encountered an opponent they couldn't possibly defeat. They have lost their qualification. It also ruined his promising future. He missed out on the position of Governor General, which held immense power. Before taking office and on the battlefield, Yan Feiyu kept mocking Qin Tian for his bad luck. Little did they know, he himself was truly the unluckiest person ever. Begin the second phase of the battle for supremacy. With the host's voice, the venue returned to silence. Because there are fewer people. Also for the sake of fairness. The first round of the championship will adopt a cross-challenge format. The seeded players from each group will challenge the regular players from the next group in turn. 3 winners advance. In the second round, 1 person will be chosen from the 3. In the third round, the final qualifier will challenge the final challenger, the Fire Phoenix clan of the Warcraft civilization. The rules are simple and clear. It did indeed ensure the greatest possible fairness. This can prevent the strongest seeded players from being eliminated early. Only, the battle has not yet begun. The 3 ordinary contestants in the audience all stood up and immediately announced their defeat. But this is understandable. All 3 were from the Beast Academy. He challenged his own seeded player during the internal competition. And the seeded players from the College of Plant Sciences. Their ancient race has a combat power of over 150,000. Almost twice as many as them. That's 3 times their number again. There was absolutely no need to fight. As for the dragons in the Zerg Academy, would you go on stage and humiliate yourself? The first round was skipped peacefully. It is impossible to clearly judge the strength of the 3 seeded players in the second round. Therefore, it is still a random matching. A short while later. Matching complete. First match of the second round. Savage Beast Academy Tianhao vs Zerg Academy Qin Tian. Red Scaled Ape Clan vs Parasite Clan. Under the spotlight, Qin Tian got up and climbed onto the high platform. Just as they were about to enter the battle room. After thinking about it, Qin Tian turned around and stood in front of the host. Sir, is there any problem you have? The host immediately bowed slightly and asked with a smile. I'd like to ask, can the 2 matches be combined into one? Merge one? The host didn't seem to understand. But they will soon realize it. He exclaimed in surprise. Does Your Excellency mean you wish to challenge the other 2 simultaneously? Right. I can't make that decision myself. Please wait a moment while I consult with my superiors. The host's face twitched. He immediately summoned a staff member from the audience. He gave a few instructions. Then the staff member was seen running upstairs quickly. Not long after, the staff member returned and nodded to the host. Everyone! At the request of the party concerned. It also received the approval of the special envoy, the minister, and the city garrison commander. So, some adjustments were made to the second round of the championship battle. The host is holding a microphone. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Tian's back as he walked towards the battle room. With a sigh of regret, he continued loudly. 2 matches in the second round. They will be combined into one. By Qin Tian of the Zerg Academy. Simultaneously challenge Tianhao from the Beast Academy and Zhong Yanxue from the Plant Academy. Chapter 66 A Thousand-Headed Dragon. This battle is enough. Chapter 66 A Thousand-Headed Dragon. This battle is enough. Whoosh! As soon as the host finished speaking, this immediately caused a sensation throughout the venue. 1 against 2? Has he gone mad? Isn't he underestimating his opponent? The Crimson-Scaled Ape Beast is famous for its steel-like bones and immense strength. And there are ancient-level tree beings, which are far superior to the ironwood tree being from before. You can't be so absolute. After all, they are dragons. It's just that it's as obvious as an insected carapace, so it can't be a real dragon or a magical beast. That's right. In melee combat alone, those dragon creatures would never be able to defeat the two top races. A commotion erupted downstairs. The people in the private rooms upstairs were also astonished. But many people quickly realized what was happening. The outcome of this battle is hard to predict. Don't forget, they are the Zerg. What happened to the Zerg? According to the competition rules, the Beast Academy can only send 2,000 soldiers, while the Plant Academy can send 6,000. And the Zerg Academy has as many as 10,000. Hiss! 10,000 dragons. Upon thinking of this, everyone's eyelids twitched involuntarily. However, a look of excitement and anticipation immediately emerged from among them. Haha, this battle is going to be interesting. 2,000 crimson-scaled ape beasts, plus 6,000 ancient-level treants, totaling 8,000. Facing 10,000 Zerg dragons. The outcome is truly unpredictable, compared to the excitement and anticipation of others. Everyone from the Zerg Academy appeared uneasy. Especially Dean Ma and a group of instructors. They couldn't understand why Qin Tian would abandon the steady and methodical approach. One-on-one. Not to mention crushing. The chances of winning are still very high. It's advisable to take risks against two opponents. Even a slight numerical advantage cannot guarantee a high chance of victory. But things have come to this point. They could only pray in silence. In the light screen image, the creatures from all three races began to swarm out of the spatial portal. The upper right corner of the screen. The three sets of numbers then began to jump and increase wildly. Ever since the blunder Qin Tian caused during the group stage, the host then specifically displayed the number of races representing each side in the battle. Everyone subconsciously stared at the fluctuating numbers. However, to everyone's surprise, not long after, the number representing the number of people in Qin Tian's race, it suddenly stopped. It stopped at 900. Only 900 dragons? 900 against 8,000? The difference is just too big. How are we supposed to fight this? In an instant, everyone froze. The expressions of Dean Ma and the group of instructors. In an instant, it turned completely gray and lost all its luster. On the battlefield, one after another, ferocious red-scaled apes roared and leaped out of the spatial passage. General appearance. It's like an ape magnified countless times. Broad and thick palms. Both feet on the ground. Its mouth has fangs. But unlike apes, a powerful and robust body, tens of meters tall as a mountain peak. It's not covered by hair. Instead, there were layers of dense, crimson iron armor scales. Not far away, in the other passage, one after another, the tree people were quickly filing out. Like Yan Feiyu's ironwood tree man before. These tree people were exceptionally clean. There wasn't a single extra branch on its body. The facial features are also clearer. It can display a wide range of expressions. His arms transformed into two sharp blades. They resemble two daggers. It's not very big. It's only about 7 or 8 meters long. In front of that group of majestic dragons or those giant apes beside them, they could all be described as extremely thin and small. But he is extremely agile. It seems that the more plant species evolve, the more rigid the body becomes, the more it will exhibit characteristics that are the opposite of its initial rigidity. Above the passageway, Shi Tianhao and Zhong Yanxuan naturally came together. Qin Tian arrogantly proposed to fight two opponents at once. Neither of them felt the slightest bit ashamed or angry. Instead, they secretly rejoiced. The powerful dragon race. It is a taboo in the hearts of all creators of biological civilizations. Even a dragon-like creature. In a one-on-one situation, no one was confident that they could win. I'll take care of holding them off from the front. You find the right opportunity to attack from the flank. Shi Tianhao spoke up. His crimson scale-8 beasts are renowned for their strength and defense, especially defensive capabilities. It is enough to rank it among the top 10 in the entire biological civilization system, compared to Yan Feiyu's Ironwood Tree Man. Just like the difference between an egg and a stone. Good. Zhong Yanxue nodded in agreement. He then asked, "Their dragon can fly. Do you have a way to counter it? My crimson scale ape is a terrestrial species, how could I possibly have a way to counter it? Your abyss treant doesn't have any means of attacking airborne targets either?" "Yes, but my race's evolutionary path is towards agile melee combat, and I'm relatively weak in ranged attacks." "Alright, it's fine. Let's just wait for him to attack. The key question is, are you sure your crimson-scaled ape can hold them off? Don't worry, as long as those dragons dare to come down, they will never be able to fly back, unless they can drag a creature weighing tens of tons, but that's not realistic. Anyway, you need to be quick and order those abyssal treants to attack their weak points, such as their eyes." With their respective races fully assembled, the two had to end their discussion on battle strategy early. They turned and looked across at each other. The next moment, the two of them were stunned again. So little? From a distance, the group of dragons flying in the air was not very large. Rare quantity. It is perfectly distinguishable with the naked eye. There are definitely not tens of thousands. It's less than 1/10. The two exchanged a glance. Shi Tianhao sent a thought to Qin Tian with a puzzled expression. "Are you sure you don't want to send more dragons into the war? 1,000 dragons are enough." "Oh." Shi Tianhao chuckled. They didn't reply further. Turning to Zhong Yanxue beside him, he said awkwardly, "He really doesn't take us seriously. He thinks he can defeat us with just 1,000 dragons? Wouldn't it be better to underestimate our opponent? Haha, indeed, I've always been unsure how to deal with tens of thousands of dragons, but with 1,000. He'd better send them out in batches like this." "Yes, send out a batch and we'll wipe them out. We'll win after 10 rounds. Opposite. Qin Tian, who had just finished transmitting his consciousness. He looked down at the group of dragons beneath him with a hint of helplessness. He wasn't deliberately showing off. He also wanted to send more dragons to participate in the war. But that's all the family has to offer. In half a month, a total of 800 adult whiptail dinosaurs were hatched, including the first batch of 100. In total, it's actually less than 1,000. But, just like he just said, that's enough. Roar! Under Qin Tian's will, the dragons roared in unison and spread their wings. Its 100-meter-long body cast patches of shadow on the ground. Roar! The giant apes below, showing no sign of weakness, thumped their chests and let out fierce howls. He stood upright, tilted his head back, and stared intently at the charging dragon. Their mission is not to fight. It's a check. Grab the dragon and drag it down. Create an opportunity for the abyss treant beside you to deliver the fatal blow. Chapter 67, A Complete Crush. Sweeping away everything. Chapter 67, A Complete Rout. The battlefield is utterly annihilated. One after another, giant apes faced the charging dragon horde. They were eager to try their hand at it. However, what awaits them? It wasn't the body of a dragon pouncing down. Instead, it was a continuous stream of fiery dragon breath, like molten lava. In the blink of an eye, the entire earth was then transformed into a sea of fire. The giant ape's screams and howls pierced the sky. The mountain-like body collapsed with a crash and rolled back and forth. Countless abyssal treants were transformed into balls of fire. It kept making crackling and popping sounds as it burned. Disperse! Scatter! Intense fluctuations of will surged from Shi Tianhao and Zhong Yanxue. The two men's faces were ashen and terrifyingly gloomy. Who would have thought? The opponent's dragon. It can actually breathe dragon breath like a real dragon? before the war. They then mixed their respective races together. Beneath each giant ape, 2 or 3 abyss treants gathered there, originally intended to facilitate the hunt for dragons. But under the sudden burst of dragon's breath and flames, they became each other's graveyard. Dense quantity. Not only did it amplify the damage, it even fueled the fire. One by one, the tree men were set ablaze. Like piles of burning firewood, it spread wildly and rampantly. At the same time, it was also constantly roasting the giant apes around it. Those crimson scale apes have incredibly strong defenses. Tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. They can't burn through their scales in such a short time? Qin Tian stared in amazement at the tall figures in the sea of fire. Although it was somewhat unexpected. However, the terrifyingly high temperature transmitted through the scales still caused the giant ape to suffer excruciating pain and scream repeatedly. It's like having countless red-hot irons covering your skin. Some giant apes rolled on the ground. He even started scratching his body frantically. It seemed to want to tear off the scalding hot scales. A chaotic and tragic scene. It's almost unbearable to look at. Tree form. Strangle. Zhong Yanxue unleashed a powerful will. Her originally beautiful and fair face. At this moment, so grotesque it was almost distorted. The abyssal treants escaped the inferno. They immediately took root and grew into towering trees. One by one, roots broke through the soil. Like a swift serpent, a giant dragon sweeps into the sky. But as she said before, its weakness lies in ranged attacks. The roots that shoot into the sky are as thin as ropes. Trying to imprison a giant dragon is almost a pipe dream. Even if it gets tangled in some roots, the dragon could incinerate everything with a single breath of its breath. It's just a death throes. Qin Tian paid no attention to the tree-like tree beings that had already been targeted by the whip-tailed dragon. He seemed rather bored and listless. He proposed a 1-against-2 confrontation. It's not that he's arrogant. It wasn't that he underestimated his opponent. The facts are as they are before our eyes. A terrestrial species without entire capabilities. A natural restraint is equivalent to the existence of an accelerant. 1 battle and 2 battles. What's the difference? Outsiders believe that Whip-tailed dragon is not a true magical beast-type dragon. They can only fight like wild beasts, relying on close-quarters combat. Yes. They're not wrong. But who says that non-monster species can't unleash magic? At least, it can unleash similar magic, or a similar dragon's breath. The first host that the parasite protozoan parasitizes. They are those fiery golden beetles that can breathe fire. Subsequently, the habitat of a hatchling population of adult whip-tailed dinosaurs. They even took over the lava river that only Cancer could set foot in. In the blue sun star, the dozen or so gaps in the imperial city wall that disappeared completely vaporized. It was the masterpiece of the whip-tailed dragon's flaming breath. Otherwise, how could the killer insects possibly scale the towering city walls and storm into the city so easily? The earth is burning. The flames are raging. The thick black smoke almost completely obscured the entire battlefield. In the dim light, all that could be seen were the occasional silhouettes of giant dragons passing by, and streams of red flames cascading down. When the smoke and dust cleared, the entire land seemed to have been thoroughly washed clean. What catches the eye? There were no charred corpses. There were no trees emitting blue smoke. All living things and vegetation. Under the continuous, raging flames spewed out by the dragon, it all turned into dust that filled the sky and drifted away with the wind. A huge venue. It fell into a prolonged silence. Even if the battlefield scene on the light screen disappears and becomes a black screen, everyone still instinctively stared at it. The host on the high platform also became a sculpture. Qin Tian, who had been waiting for quite some time. I couldn't help but go over and remind him, and that's when he came to his senses. They hastily announced the results of the battle. Under the host's words. The silent meeting room. Finally, some sounds began to gradually return. The younger generation is truly formidable. A tiny insectoid race has actually evolved to such a terrifying level. Not a dragon, but no different from a real dragon. But that's where it ends. Indeed, although the Fire Phoenix clan has not yet evolved to its next generation and its original combat strength is only a few 100,000, its strength lies in magical attacks. Most importantly, they are naturally immune to fire damage, which makes them the natural enemy of those Zerg dragons. There's no point in fighting anymore, they'll probably just concede. What a pity for such a talented person. If it were in previous years, he would have easily won the championship title and been the champion. The exciting, evenly matched battle that I had imagined did not take place. It's inevitable that people will feel slightly disappointed. But the one-sided slaughter. It evoked awe in everyone, while also prompting some sighs of admiration. The audience. The students from the College of Botany remained silent. They didn't even dare to make eye contact with the people from the Zerg Academy next door. Before the war, they held on to their hope of winning and tried to keep a straight face. But unexpectedly, the ending was so tragically unbearable. The flames of those dragons. Not only did it obliterate everything on the battlefield, it also shattered the last shred of pride they had left. How happily they laughed back then. The slaps that landed on their faces at that moment were incredibly loud. Facing the silent stares of the group of Zerg trainees beside him, it made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Under great torment, many people simply got up and left in a disheveled state. Old Ma, congratulations! With such talent, your Zerg Academy will surely soar to great heights and become renowned. In the private room on the second floor, where they had been immersed for a long time, Zhao Ming's hearty voice rang out. Hee hee, just lucky, just lucky. Dean Ma responded with a reserved tone. He then glanced sideways at the location of the Botanical Academy on the other side. Feeling the gazes fixed on me, Dean Wang could only force a strained smile. She said softly, her lips trembling. Dean Ma, congratulations. Hey Lao Wang, I thought it was true when you said you could go toe-to-toe with the two great monster civilizations. The difference is really something. The same words. The same tone. Dean Ma sent it back intact. Upon hearing this, Dean Wang's face instantly turned a deep liver color. The other instructors from the Botanical College turned away in utter shame and indignation. A group of Zerg Academy instructors burst out laughing. Even Su Jian couldn't help but reveal a hearty smile and genuine satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Qin Tian, who was taking the stage below. This final battle. Brother Qin will probably choose to surrender. Su Jian muttered to himself. But it doesn't matter anyway. To have reached this point, to achieve such an impressive record, it has far exceeded his expectations. Amidst the quiet regret of everyone in the hall, and in Su Jian's satisfied gaze, Qin Tian taking the stage. He actually walked straight into the battle room. Sidelines. As the final character in the battle for supremacy, Duan Yuding gracefully lifted her dress and walked onto the high platform. After entering the battle room, she looked at Qin Tian, who had entered the room first. Her pearly teeth parted slightly. He opened his mouth and laughed. Young Master Qin's race is truly an eye-opener. I admire him greatly. You flatter me, Mississippi. Compared to your magical beast civilization, it is nothing. Qin Tian responded with a laugh. I initially thought it was just polite talk between the two sides before the battle. Unexpectedly, Duan Yuding nodded directly and said, What you say is absolutely right, young master. There is indeed a huge gap between us. These words caught Qin Tian off guard. Just like what Yan Feiyu said when he mocked him before. They're really pushing their luck. It's a polite exchange of compliments and humility among the participants. You actually took advantage of the situation and climbed up the ladder. Did you really believe it? Hee hee, young master, please don't misunderstand. My daughter's words were not meant to be disrespectful or mocking in the slightest. Duan Yuding chuckled softly. Then he asked, Does the young master know anything about the Fire Phoenix clan? I know a little bit about it. Then you should know, young master, that the Fire Phoenix clan is immune to all fire attribute attacks. Your dragon cannot harm me in the slightest, therefore. So you want me to just admit defeat? No, sir, you've misunderstood again. What I mean is that I surrender. I'll gladly relinquish the title of Baron. Chapter 68 Ultimate Showdown. The Battle of Dragon and Phoenix. Chapter 68 Ultimate Showdown. The long-lasting battle between the dragon and the phoenix is now shrouded in darkness. This fueled the increasingly heated discussions among the audience. But soon, the battlefield scene suddenly flashed on the screen. This caused the entire venue to freeze in an instant. Within the battlefield, Duan Yuding stood gracefully in midair. Hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but send a thought to Qin Tian on the other side. Does the young master truly intend to abandon the readily attainable title and insist on fighting? Thank you for your kindness, miss, but I don't like owing favors. Please do your best otherwise. The following words. Qin Tian didn't continue. The implication is that, even if you deliberately let the water go, I wouldn't present that situation either. Although the other party had not explicitly stated why they were giving up their titles so readily. But it's nothing more than an attempt to win them over. Today you've received this free title. I have to go to the Duan family tomorrow. He was willing to risk his life for the Duan family. All along, Qin Tian was trying to avoid becoming a tool manipulated by powerful families. How could it possibly falter at this time? Right. Status. He doesn't care about anyone's charity. Want to? Just take it yourself. All right then. A hint of disappointment flashed across Duan Yuding's face. However, he felt no resentment or anger towards Qin Tian for being ungrateful. Even if the other party stops here, the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Inspectorate he obtained was enough to put him on par with the Duan family. Not to mention. And what about the added advantage of his identity? Giant birds with fiery red feathers and wingspans reaching hundreds of meters. They began to slowly fly out from the space passage below. The appearance of a fire phoenix. It is extremely similar to the phoenix that Qin Tian knows. But it lacked the auspicious and peaceful aura of a phoenix. Instead, it was filled with a violent atmosphere. His eyes were like those of an eagle. His entire body radiated immense magical power. With each flap of the wings, this can create a visible heat wave. Wherever the body passed, heat and thick smoke filled the air. It was as if the air itself had been steamed and boiled. No wonder they are among the top 10 magical beast races. He has such an imposing presence just by making his entrance. True strength. Qin Tian was secretly alarmed. I'm not panicking. Inside the passage below, one after another, whip-tailed dragons are spreading their wings and flying out. Having just experienced World War I, the whip-tailed dinosaurs did not appear tired or listless at all. This is due to the time difference between the outside world and the planet. I've been dawdling outside for almost half an hour. More than 7 days have passed on the planet. Whip-tailed Dragon has already recovered from the losses incurred in the previous battle. Moreover, the main force in this battle was not the Whip-tailed Dragon. Soon, from behind the Whip-tailed Dragon, one after another, devouring dragons began to appear, their bodies covered with tiny, semicircular scales. Competition rules. The number of warcraft participating in the battle is 500. Qin Tian had no intention of using numbers to bully the few. They only selected 500 whip-tailed dragons and 500 devouring dragons to fight. Compared to the Zerg civilization's upper limit of 10,000. That's already quite fair. Chirp! accompanied by a high-pitched phoenix cry. 500 fire phoenixes swarmed over. Opposite. Under Qin Tian's will. The 500 devouring dragons that led the charge quickly met them. After closing the distance, the fire phoenix hovered in midair, with the wings flapping violently. Fireballs the size of cartwheels condensed in the air ahead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, amidst another burst of rapid phoenix cries, huge fireballs filled the sky, leaving long trails behind them. It emitted a series of sharp sonic booms as it attacked the devouring dragons. Like a cannonball speed. A dense, terrifying number. It instantly engulfed the entire space in front of it. What happened? Duan Yuding frowned slightly. The audience watching from the sidelines were also quite bewildered. There was no scream as expected. There was not even a single scene of a dragon being injured and falling. Countless exploding fireballs slammed into the swarm of giant dragons. Not even a single spark was ignited. That is, as the fireball gradually died down, Duan Yuding quickly saw the scene that made her scalp tingle. The layers of semicircular dragon scales that originally covered those dragons. They all stood up at that moment. Like gaping, enormous mouths. It forms a dense array of dark holes. The fireball that landed on it flowed slowly into it like melting snow. Dissolution? No! It's absorption! As a creator who deals with Warcraft all day long, Duan Yuding immediately understood the principle behind it. Immediately afterwards, her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, all the dragons opened their mouths wide. One after another, explosive fireballs of similar size to the previous ones shot out from its mouth. This? How is that possible? Duan Yuding was horrified. It immediately floats forward a distance. Upon closer inspection, the dragon they were facing had been discovered. It was clearly different from the group of giant dragons with 3 whip-like tails in the distance. Besides the scales covering its entire body, it's also a bit smaller. Most importantly, Duan Yuding could clearly feel it. The fireball that the dragon just spewed contained a rich magical aura. Absorbing and reflecting magic, huh? Duan Yuding's expression darkened slightly. The will and command were unleashed in an instant. Spear of Flame! The Fire Phoenix clan, just baptized by the exploding fireball. It also remained completely undamaged. Phoenix is immune to fire damage. Especially fire magic. It's like the most natural tonic to them. In midair, giant spears, each as thick as an arm and burning with raging flames, quickly took shape. However, the same scene unfolded once again. The flaming spear was blocked and absorbed by the holes in the dragon's scales. It was then sprayed out again. Duan Yuding bit her lip tightly. He immediately ignored everything and shouted again in a low voice. Explosive flame technique! Fire and thunder explosion! Flame storm! Fire domain! Off the field. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the image of flames shooting into the sky on the light screen. Everyone looked bewildered and shocked. At the beginning, both sides unleashed massive amounts of fire magic at each other. It gradually became a regional outbreak. Now, the entire battlefield has simply turned into a raging inferno. The key point is, when the flames died down, both biological groups were completely intact. They could understand the fire phoenix beast. But those dragons are also immune to fire damage? They can also cast magic? Aren't they Zerg? Are they Warcraft? The same question arose in the minds of almost everyone. Inside the top-floor private box, the old minister stood by the window and asked, for what seemed like the umpteenth time, could there be a mistake? Are those dragons really not magical beasts? The group of family heads remained silent. People who previously assured that they would not make mistakes. Faced with scenes that repeatedly defied their understanding, They no longer dared to boast that they were absolutely without fault. The city lord had no choice. I could only wave and call the staff outside the door for what seemed like the umpteenth time. The staff member numbly accepted the order, went downstairs, and quickly walked towards the opposite platform. Not long after, numbly I returned. It gave the exact same answer as before. My lords, after further in-depth testing by the battlefield system, the giant dragons that Qin Tian from the Zerg Academy were indeed Zerg creatures. Chapter 69: The Final Battle of the Champions. A Duel of the Dragons. Chapter 69: The Final Battle of the Champions. The twin dragons battle for supremacy above the battlefield. A look of contentment appeared on Qin Tian's face. The other party used every means at their disposal. It even unleashed fire-based domain magic comparable to forbidden spells. Not only did it fail to devour the dragon in the slightest. On the contrary, with the rapid depletion of magic power, the group of fire phoenixes all showed clear signs of fatigue. It's like someone punching cotton. Unable to cause any damage. I even exhausted myself. If it weren't for the Phoenix clan's innate special fire immunity, this battle should have ended long ago. We can annihilate them all simply by reflecting their magic. Qin Tian thought to himself. The dominant race on Ice Crystal Star is the Ice Demon Beast. It can only absorb and reflect ice magic. The Devouring Dragon, which has fused with the Ice Demon's genes, it can absorb and reflect magic of almost any type. This is not surprising at all. Magic is composed of magical elements. Magical elements are also a type of energy, with the Ice Demon gene as a foundation. Is it ice magic or fire magic? What's the difference? Essentially, both represent the ultimate use of energy. The only regret: the Devouring Dragon has no magic power. The only way to deflect a magical attack is to use the absorbed magical energy. Unable to retaliate with the same intensity as the Ice Demon. Opposite. Duan Yuding was unwilling to accept it. The thought of giving up flashed through my mind. But the idea was quickly forgotten. She gently bit her lip, unleashing a killing intent towards the flock of fire phoenixes. Magic is ineffective. Then, let's fight hand to hand. Want to struggle a little longer? Qin Tian shook his head slightly. At his behest, 500 whiptail dragons poised to pounce. They immediately spread their wings and went to meet them. Roar! Chirp! The next instant, a deafening roar. A piercing, high-pitched cry. It echoed across the sky in an instant. The dragon and the phoenix are two species that can be considered the most powerful in biological civilization. They collided violently. A primal, bloody battle unfolded in the sky. Dragon feet and phoenix claws. Dragon head and phoenix beak. They all transformed into deadly weapons, pouring down on each other's bodies. In a short time, above the chaotic battlefield, dragon blood splashed. Phoenix feathers scattered. Occasionally, one can see two dragons and phoenixes intertwined and falling downwards. Some perished together. But more whiptail dragons took flight again. The power of Warcraft. It lies in their terrifying magical attacks. Just like the Crimson Scale Ape and Abyss Treant that Qin Tian had dealt with before. If it were Fire Phoenix under Duan Yuding's command, it will only be easier. A large-scale fire spell can wipe it out. But having lost its most powerful magical reliance, their physique is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary wild beasts. They are nowhere near comparable to the dragon race. Inherited the powerful physical body of the dragon race. It has also evolved 3 sharp whip-like tails suitable for close combat. How could a fire phoenix possibly be a match for a whip-tailed dragon? Finally, after losing more than 100 fire phoenixes, Duan Yuding gave up her futile struggle. Staring at Qin Tian in the distance, a consciousness was tragically transmitted. I surrender! In fact, from the moment the order to charge was given, Duan Yuding realized this outcome. She could not and dared not exhaust all 500 fire phoenixes. The more powerful the Warcraft civilization race, the lower the fertility. The smaller the ethnic group size, the better. 3 whole months. It has been on the planet for nearly 100 years. Her Fire Phoenix clan is still in the primitive stage. The entire population is only 1,000. Once more than half is lost, subsequent evolution will be even more distant. A slight misstep could even lead to the risk of extinction of the entire population. The tournament rules stipulate that the Warcraft civilization can only participate with 500 units. That's the reason. Furthermore, the outcome was already quite clear. Unwilling to accept the obsession in his heart, there's no need to increase casualties unnecessarily. Withdrawal consciousness. Duan Yuding looked at the man in front of her. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. No wonder he refused the title that was offered to him. They are fully capable of competing for it. Why bother delivering it yourself? After regaining his senses, seeing Qin Tian get up to leave, Duan Yuding quickly spoke up. Young master, wait! What is it? That. Duan Yuding pursed her red lips. A blush suddenly appeared on Baiji's cheeks. After hesitating for a while, as if summoning immense courage, she lowered her eyes slightly and said shyly. Tinger and the young master of the Lin family were just playing along. There was no romantic relationship between them, let alone any physical intimacy. Oh, Qin Tian responded. He opened the door to the battle room and went out. Duan Yuding's red lips parted slightly. They stood there stunned. Having already spoken so bluntly, disregarding any sense of propriety. He's so clueless about romance. Just like that, he left? My God! He really won? For a Zerg civilization to defeat a Warcraft civilization is truly unprecedented. And it's the Phoenix clan, ranked among the top 10 in the Warcraft civilization. Absolutely unprecedented. This battle is worthy of being recorded in history. I heard the gasps of amazement from the surrounding crowd. A group of Zerg Academy contestants. Everyone was so excited that their faces flushed red. Although they were eliminated in the first round of the group stage. But they were glorious in defeat. Because of their graduating class. They created a miracle of the weak defeating the strong. This rewrote the Zerg's century-long history of weakness. More importantly, it gave everyone hope. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but recall the time when they first entered the department. Instructor Su's admonition. There are no inherently inferior civilizations, only lazy and weak creators. As long as you work hard, anything is possible. And now, they witnessed this possibility firsthand. They rested for half an hour. Amid the expectant and excited gazes of tens of thousands of people, Qin Tian and Lin Tianyang, dressed in white, stepped onto the high platform. The final championship battle of the tournament. A clash of dragons. They're both dragons, who will win? I think Lin Tianyang has a better chance of winning. After all, the demon dragon is a genuine dragon creature. Even the Fire Phoenix, a true member of the Phoenix clan, was defeated. How can you compare them? The Fire Phoenix clan is only in its primitive form, while the Demon Dragon clan has evolved a generation and its combat power is nearly 300,000. Furthermore, putting magic aside, in terms of melee combat alone, the physique of the demonic dragon is no less than that of those insected dragons. Don't forget that the Zerg have a numerical advantage. How big can his advantage be? Can he really field tens of thousands of animals? That makes sense. If they have evolved to a level comparable to dragons, their population size certainly won't be too large. Even if 1,000 of them were to fight like we just did, it would still be a 2-on-1 situation. Anyway, there's a chance of a fight, so it'll be even for both of them. Discussions and debates arose among the audience. Having learned from the lessons of the previous matches, No one was foolish enough to confidently predict who would win or lose. Brother Qin's race is truly astonishing. I admire him greatly. Inside the battle room, Lin Tianyang laughed loudly. Similar wording. Similar compliments. This made Qin Tian frown slightly. Hesitate slightly. He still spoke. If I said that I cannot compare to your dragon race, would you nod in agreement? Then you'll admit defeat and surrender, handing over the championship title and the viscount's rank? Well. Lin Tianyang was stunned. They quickly understood. He shook his head and laughed. If my guess is correct, the Duan family intends to win over Brother Qin with the title of Baron? Yes. Brother Qin refused. Right. So. Lin Tianyang smiled nonchalantly and said, Since Brother Qin does not want to accept charity, why would I do something so disliked? Of course, my Lin family is certainly willing to recruit someone as talented as Brother Qin. To be honest, my trip to Linen was solely for Brother Qin's sake. However, after seeing you today, I have given up on the idea of recruiting you. Given Brother Qin's character, he would certainly not be willing to live under someone else's roof. Therefore, Brother Qin, you can rest assured that I will do my utmost in this battle. Whether we win or lose, we don't need to take it to heart. Let's just treat it as a normal exchange of skills. Afterwards, if Brother Qin thinks highly of me and the Lin family, I would be extremely fortunate. If they don't like it, then the Lin family is simply not fortunate enough to have it. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. He truly hadn't expected the other party to be so straightforward and frank, without any attempt at concealment. I never expected that. A young master from a prominent family with an extraordinary status in the royal city. A creator of the mighty dragon race, ranked among the top 10 in the Warcraft civilization. In front of him. They're adopting such a humble attitude. Low too. It doesn't evoke any feelings of disgust or aversion in people. That's for the best. Let's begin. Brother Qin, please. Please. Chapter 70. First place in the grand competition. Granting of titles and land. Chapter 70. First place in the grand competition. On the battlefield where titles and lands were bestowed. In the spatial passage. The two giant dragons began to fly out one after the other. So this is the legendary demon dragon clan? This body. It looks so much like a real dragon. Qin Tian stared in awe at the creature in the distance. Although I had read about the dragon race in the library before. I've seen related illustrations in the catalog. But seeing living things with one's own eyes. It still surprised him greatly, and made him extremely envious. The frost dragon on ice crystal star. In Qin Tian's eyes? In reality it is no different from a winged lizard. And those demonic dragons on the other side. That truly aligns with his aesthetic. The entire body resembled a dragon, or a python. It was also more than twice the size of the whip-tailed dragon. It is over 200 meters long. It has 2 horns on its head, a long beard hanging from its mouth, a snake's neck, eagle's claws, tiger's paws, and ox's ears. Its body is covered in dragon scales, as black as ink. If it weren't for the 2 enormous pairs of wings that really ruined the atmosphere. It really is almost identical to the Eastern dragon. But, as I watched, Qin Tian's brows gradually furrowed. At last, I had no choice but to send a questioning inquiry to Lin Tianyang in the distance. Is this what you call an all-out battle? The dragons that appeared earlier were all right. Each one exuded a fierce aura, strong and majestic, yet possessed immense magical power. But the remaining dragons. It's not apparent from the surface. However, upon closer inspection, it is not difficult to discover that its magic has faded, its energy is waning, and it is filled with an air of old age. Some of them were noticeably smaller, and showed no signs of ferocity whatsoever. There was even a hint of panic and fear in his eyes. So, besides the 100 demonic dragons among them, The rest were all old, weak, sick, disabled, and deformed. What does Brother Qin mean? Lin Tianyang first conveyed a sense of doubt. Then, as if he understood what Qin Tian meant, he realized. He laughed and said, "Doesn't this better demonstrate Lin's determination to do everything in his power? The dragon race has a poor reproduction rate and a very small population. I have almost exhausted my savings for this battle. You see, I even sent out old dragons and dragons that were not yet adults." Regarding this explanation, Qin Tian would never believe it. The dragon race is indeed very poor at reproduction. But the dragon race is an exception. According to the records of the creators of the dragon civilization that has emerged over the past century, even the smallest dragon clan has over 2,000 members. This is the number of adult dragons excluding the old and young. If you do this, I won't accept your favor. Brother Qin, you jest. What talk of sentimentality here? Come, let's settle this once and for all. Unless all my demonic dragons are destroyed, I will never admit defeat. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. There was no choice but to issue a command of will. Below, all the Zerg dragons have come out in full force. No cooperation. Complete disorder. They all rush forward in a swarm. Unlike Lin Tianyang. For this battle, he really played all his cards. There are 857 whip-tailed dragons remaining after the battle with the Fire Phoenix. In addition, there were 3 batches of 1,800 devouring dragons and blue-spotted dragons that multiplied over half a month. A total of 4,457. The demon dragon race is a rare type of dark elemental magical beast. The magic released was also of the dark attribute. Qin Tian could not guarantee that the devouring dragon could absorb this special magical energy. Therefore, the blue-spotted dragon was specially evolved by fusing the genes of the eagle beast, the main race of the azure wood star. Powerful injury recovery ability. This allows the blue-spotted dragon to possess extremely strong endurance in combat. But no need for it anymore, since the other party has made it clear that they want to give it away. Anyway, I can't lose no matter how I play. Above the battlefield, the 2 dragon clans flew up and down continuously. Their massive bodies became entangled. They fought their way from the sky to the ground. They fought from the ground to the high sky. The dragon roared. Blood splattered. On the scene, it can be described as extremely bloody and intense. But the dragon never used magic. Only close-quarters combat. It is roughly equivalent to the whip-tailed dragon. This kind of battle, it's really hard to lose, as both dragons fell to their deaths from time to time. Just as Lin Tianyang said, he did indeed fight until the last dragon. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on winning first place in the competition. Congratulations. Congratulations. Just exited consciousness. Then I heard Lin Tianyang's congratulatory voice from across the room. Qin Tian stared at the other person speechlessly. A short while later, he emphasized again. I won't accept your favor. What are you saying? My demonic dragons were almost all dead, and I only managed to kill 100 of Brother Qin's giant dragons. How can you talk about feelings? Faced with Lin Tianyang's serious-sounding nonsense, Qin Tian was both annoyed and amused. He had assumed the other person was truly as refined and humble as before. He had the demeanor of a polite and gentlemanly man. Unexpectedly, this guy is actually completely shameless. Forced delivery. The key is that you can't actually get angry. It's like someone giving you a gift. It's fine if you don't care. Could it possibly give rise to anger or resentment? Off the field, it had already completely boiled over. In fact, from the start to the end of the battle, a fierce battle. The strong visual impact. The audience's voices were almost constantly heard, especially as Qin Tian walked out of the battle room. This caused the entire scene to erupt in another round of cheers that were loud enough to pierce eardrums. good. Ha! Inside the private room on the second floor, Su Jian slammed his hand on the railing in front of the window. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dean Ma, along with the other Zerg Academy instructors, was trembling with excitement. They were extremely satisfied with just third place. Winning second place brought them immense joy. Unexpectedly, Qin Tian was able to go even further. We won first place. Win first place. That is a Viscount title, which is many times more noble than a Baron. This was something they never dared to imagine before. From today onwards, we can no longer address him by his given name. That's right, of course. Lord Qin, please accept my bow. Ahem, no need for formalities. Go away, what's it to you? Ha! A group of Zerg Academy instructors were playing around like children. Everyone's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. He remains silent until he makes a stunning statement. With this one person, a century of weakness can be overcome in a single day. Sigh, why isn't our plant college as lucky as us? With such achievements, the Zerg Academy will likely rise to a position far above ours in the future. Not to mention you, even our Beast Academy has to step aside. The instructors from the Plant Academy and the Beast Academy all sighed in amazement. Even Zhao Meng looked on with envy. Previous champions of the competition. Although they were all taken in by the Beast Academy. But that was just a Baron. How could he possibly compare to a Viscount? Dean Wang would occasionally glance at Dean Ma, who was not far away. The previous shame and anger were gone from his eyes. They dared not harbor any more jealousy or resentment. A Viscount was born. There is a Zerg Academy under the protection of a Viscount. How could he possibly provoke them? The enthusiastic atmosphere lasted for quite some time. It wasn't until the old minister, dressed in his official robes, and the special envoy from the capital led a group of officials and heads of households onto the high platform that the ceremony was held. This gradually quieted down the venue, according to past practice. Next, to be witnessed by tens of thousands of spectators, the ceremony of bestowing a title was performed. Originally, according to the ancient rites of the Great Xia dynasty, we respectfully receive the imperial edict. One must be clean and tidy. Incense must also be burned and an altar set up. But the Great Xia dynasty already existed in name only. All etiquette and rules should be simplified as much as possible. The old minister came before Qin Tian. He held up a golden imperial edict. A solemn shout. Imperial edict from the Emperor of Great Xia. Qin Tian took a step back and knelt down. Lin Tianyang behind him also knelt down. At the same time, inside and outside the stadium, everyone left their seats. He bowed and knelt before the old minister who appeared on the screen. A chorus of shouts. Long live the king! 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 The century-long decline of imperial power. The people of the four countries have long since come to recognize only their own princes, not any emperor. In their eyes, the so-called imperial edict, completely equivalent to the king's decree. It was indeed a royal decree. It was just a formality, disguised as an imperial edict. The old minister was used to it. It seems they didn't hear these outrageous remarks at all. He didn't even blink. He remained solemn. He slowly unfolded the imperial edict in his hand. Recite. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Lenin Academy, with its long history of over a century, has served the nation by selecting talented individuals, thus contributing greatly to the country. I am deeply gratified. Under. It was a long series of preludes. Nothing more than. The three major academies of Linen City were praised in a standardized manner. In Qin Tian's ears, it's like listening to a report from a past life. The preceding long paragraph of standard wording. You can use it for anything. The real difference. It lies in the final reward. On the day of the grand competition, Qin Tian of the Zerg Academy, victorious in every battle, bravely won the championship. He is truly a talent of the empire and a pillar of the nation. Therefore, Qin Tian of the Zerg Academy is hereby awarded the title of champion in the grand competition. He is hereby appointed prefect of Wuhan Commandery. He is hereby granted the title of Earl of Wuhan. His fief is Wuhan Commandery. This is the imperial decree. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience was stunned. Isn't the champion of the grand competition a viscount? How come it suddenly went up another level? He became a count? Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. This was something he never expected. You should know. Regarding titles, the kingdom of Pingxi has always been extremely stingy. Annual competitions. Linen City has only one baron at the highest rank. The other 4 cities were merely viscounts, one rank higher. This year, due to 2 Warcraft civilizations, Linen City was temporarily granted the same treatment as the other 4 cities under the king's decree. Besides, in this peaceful era, there are almost no ways to obtain a title. Viscount. The fiefdom is one county. And the earl. That's an entire prefecture. This is equivalent to a province in Qin Tian's understanding. The 2 are not even in the same league. Lord Wuhan, receive the imperial decree. The old minister stepped forward and whispered a reminder. Your subject Qin Tian thanks your majesty for your great kindness. Qin Tian spread his hands out and raised them above his head. The old minister handed the imperial edict to Qin Tian. He then flattered her in a fawning manner. My lord, please rise. Qin Tian stood up. He raised the imperial edict, turned around, and looked around. In a short time, after a brief silence in the meeting room, in an instant a roar of excitement erupted, several times more fervent than before. Congratulations, Marquis Wuhan! Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Congratulations, Marquis Wuhan! Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Congratulations, Marquis Wuhan! Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 71 Establishing a Government Office and Military Headquarters. The clan heads congratulate each other. Chapter 71 Establishing a Government and Building a Military Headquarters. The head of the family, Qi He, celebrated the establishment of a government headquarters within the inner city of Linen. Outside a newly built mansion. 2 Zerg Academy students. He was wiping the plaque of the Marquis of Wuhan's residence that had just been hung up. There were some other students nearby. Large red bouquets woven from silk are tied to the 2 stone lions in front of the gate. Outside the house, it was filled with a noisy and bustling crowd. In the distance, various horse-drawn carriages were arriving in an endless stream. In the house, several female students were helping Qin Tian change his clothes. What he was wearing? It is the noble robes of earls inherited from the old system of the great Xia dynasty. She wore a long shirt underneath. She wore a black overcoat. Gold thread trimming. Adorned with silver threads. A solemn texture. It subtly dispelled the slight childishness on Qin Tian's face. The overall impression is one of solemnity and authority. Uncle, everything is ready. Fatty Xiong appeared outside the door. Suddenly, he saw Qin Tian inside the room, dressed in the count's robe. This immediately made him subconsciously suppress the slight impatience on his face and replace it with a respectful expression. Okay, I'm coming right now. Qin Tian waved his slightly oversized sleeves and walked out. Outside, Zerg Academy students were busy everywhere. The Earl, a graduate of his own academy, is about to establish his own residence. Many students were eager to help. Fortunately, they were there. This saved Qin Tian, who was temporarily without any officials, a lot of trouble. Lord! Lord! Along the way, everyone stopped and bowed to Qin Tian in greeting. Those who helped out in the palace. In addition to students of this academy. Naturally, a group of instructors were also present. Near the gate of the mansion, Several long tables were set up. Dean Ma was standing to one side with several instructors. On the table at the very front, there was a blank red gift book lying there. Su Jian sat behind his desk, pen in hand. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, he immediately said, "My lord, it's almost time. We've been waiting for you. Let's begin." Qin Tian walked to the table and said, "Clang!" Jian Yuanyan, the young master of the Jiang family, who had transformed into a doorman, struck the gong in his hand. As the former Minister of Rights, who was standing at the forefront of the crowd outside the gate, entered the mansion. "Shout loudly. The minister has arrived! Ha ha ha, congratulations! Congratulations on the auspicious opening of the Marquis of Wu's residence! I wish you good health and happiness!" The old minister laughed heartily. A servant immediately stepped forward and presented several blue gold cards tied with red flowers. "Your Excellency's congratulatory gift is 500,000 taels of gold." Dean Ma announced the song loudly. He accepted the gold card with both hands. He handed it to the instructor behind him, and placed it in the prepared gift box. Su Jian then began to write a note. "Thank you, sir. Please come in." Qin Tian responded by cupping his hands in greeting. "The royal envoy has arrived. Congratulations on establishing your new residence, Your Excellency. May Your Excellency be blessed with good fortune and health." The special envoy, who was not much older than the old minister, waved to the servants behind him. "Your Excellency's gift is 500,000 taels of gold." "Thank you, please." After greeting the special envoy, Qin Tian then turned and entered the mansion. The entire city of Linen. Those who deserve his personal welcome. There are only these two. A figure representing the nominal emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Another representative is the Prince of Pingxi. Lin Tianyang, the young master of the Lin family of Wangqing, has arrived. His gift is 400,000 gold coins, plus an additional land deed. The chief inspector of the censorate has arrived. A gift of 400,000 taels of gold, plus 10 luminous pearls. The city garrison commander of Linen has arrived. I am sending a congratulatory gift of 300,000 taels of gold, plus 500 servants. The Duan family patriarch has arrived. His gifts are 300,000 taels of gold and a pair of jade and coral. The head of the Qin family has arrived. His gifts include 300,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of brocade. The announcements of congratulatory gifts continued for more than half an hour before finally stopping. Inside the hall and in the courtyard, the dozens of tables set up for the banquet were almost all occupied, with Lord Qin, the host, signaling the start of the banquet. Amidst the flattery of various wealthy patriarchs, high-ranking officials, and numerous other officials, starting with the old minister, they toasted the earl one by one. Except for the two special envoys, Qin Tian had no choice but to drink it all to give them face. The rest were basically just a perfunctory dab on the lips. Even so, after a banquet, Qin Tian was still feeling dizzy and lightheaded from drinking. I went to bed early after the party ended. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. Yesterday's gift list included 500 servants sent by the city magistrate's office. Since it can be given as a congratulatory gift, she was definitely not an ordinary maid or servant who had just been sold into servitude to a wealthy family, and didn't know the rules. Instead, they all underwent rigorous training. Just like in their previous lives, they possessed skilled professional abilities such as maternity nurses and caregivers. They all performed their roles very well today. Lord Bo got up. There were maids waiting outside the door to serve them. After washing up, the exquisite meal has also been served. After finishing the meal, Qin Tian returned to the hall. While drinking the after-meal tea served by the maid, he casually flipped through the gift list that Su Jian had presented yesterday. The gift money was not much. The prices range from 100,000 to 500,000. This doesn't mean that those wealthy and influential families are stingy. There are 2 special envoys representing the Emperor and Princes, with a cap of 500,000. How dare they overstep their bounds? However, everyone received a separate gift. All kinds of rare treasures, silks and satins are available. It must be said, when a person gains status and power, those who want to curry favor with you, it can be said that it can arrange your clothing, food, housing and transportation in a very clear and organized way. At this time, Fatty Xiong walked into the hall yawning. He was so busy yesterday that he stayed at home. Brother Qin, good morning. Damn, I was exhausted yesterday. Seeing Qin Tian at the top, Fatty Xiong greeted them and plopped down in a chair. But very soon, he suddenly realized something and stood up in a state of fear and trepidation. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian simply smiled, sipping the tea in his cup. Road. It's already been acted out. Well, Fatty Xiong grinned sheepishly. He did indeed have the intention of bringing the 2 sides closer. He deliberately acted very casually. But it's impossible to say that you're without any setbacks or fears. Today is different from the past. The person who used to call him brother, he is now a count who is about to take charge of a prefecture. The difference in status between the 2, just like the difference between an ordinary citizen and the creator. By the way, you must have had a hard day yesterday. Qin Tian put down his teacup and said, there weren't enough staff in the manor yesterday. Dean Ma and instructors like Su Jian were busy welcoming and seeing off guests. Fatty Xiong, who was closest to Lord Qin, he practically became the head butler of the Earl's mansion. Busy inside and out, handling all sorts of trivial matters. I'm really exhausted. His body was noticeably looser and more flabby. It's not hard work, it's not difficult. It's my blessing to be able to serve Lord Earl. Fatty Xiong hurriedly bent down and said, go to the treasury and take 20,000 taels of gold later. Thank you, Your Excellency. Fatty Xiong did not refuse. Rewards from superiors to subordinates. Unlike gifts between friends, refusing to accept it is disrespectful and ungrateful. And there must have been over 100 students who came to help yesterday, right? Reporting to Your Excellency, there are a total of 182 people. Okay, this afternoon you'll have to make another trip and deliver 5,000 gold coins to each person. Also, after thinking about it, Qin Tian continued, give another 500,000 to Instructor Su for the deans and other instructors' salaries. As for how to allocate it, let him decide for himself. Yes, Lord. Fatty Xiong accepted the order and withdrew. Outside the door, a servant came in and reported, my lord, the young master of the Lin family has come to request an audience. Lin Tianyang, please come in. Soon, led by a servant, Lin Tianyang, dressed in white, entered the mansion. Lord Fukang. Brother Lin, please. Qin Tian stood up to greet him. The guests and hosts took their seats. Qin Tian spoke. Thank you very much for your generous gift yesterday, Brother Lin. A mere few 100,000 taels of gold, why should Your Excellency express your gratitude? Oh, Your Excellency is referring to the land deed of the Earl's mansion? Then there's even less reason to express gratitude. The mansion was originally a reward from the imperial court, and the land deed just happened to be kept by me. Yesterday, I really didn't have anything else to offer, so I shamelessly presented the land deed as a congratulatory gift. I hope Your Excellency will forgive my rudeness. Brother Lin, you're too kind. The entire Earl's mansion occupies 4 or 5 acres of land. Again, it's in the inner city where land is incredibly valuable. The mansion has everything from small bridges and flowing water to pavilions and terraces. There are hundreds of large and small houses. The decoration is extremely elegant and luxurious. In terms of cost, at least tens of millions. Pingxi Kingdom has long suffered from cold and poverty. Even a dignified earl who established his own household only symbolically bestowed 500,000 gold. How could the imperial court possibly spend so much? However, seeing that the other party was pretending to be stupid, Qin Tian didn't dwell on the matter. He then turned to look at Lin Tianyang. Asked, "Brother Lin, did you already know?" "Know what?" "Manor. A fiefdom? Lord, you mean your fiefdom, Wuhan County?" "Good." Qin Tian turned to the servants outside the door. "Someone bring me the map! Someone bring me the map!" The capital city. Inside the residence of the Inspector General of Jinbei Kingdom, Fan Yixian ordered his subordinates to retrieve a map of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hang it on the wall directly in front of the hall. In the hall, the inspectors from the other 3 kingdoms were also seated there. "Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know why I've gathered you here today. The Central Plains have been left untouched for a century due to border issues. My king believes it is time to make a decision." Fan Yixian reached out and emphasized the location of the capital city on the map. They also drew a circle around a region surrounding the capital. The Great Xia imperial power declined over a century. In total, 13 states were almost entirely divided up by the 4 major vassal states. Among them, Jinbei Kingdom and Pingxi Kingdom have the largest territories, each occupying 4 states. The strongest force. A vast, sparsely populated, and harsh western region. Anong Kingdom and Jingnan Kingdom each occupy 2 provinces. But they are all extremely wealthy. The remaining state. It is the central state, where the capital of the Great Xia dynasty is located. Because it is located in the Central Plains, in the heart of the 4 kingdoms. It is a strategic location that military strategists must contend for. It is said that whoever controls this province controls the entire country. Regarding the question of how to demarcate the boundaries for the division of Zhongzhou, the 4 countries remain deadlocked and continue their disputes. And under mutual restraint, we cannot rashly start a national war. So it was put aside. For a century, the 4 countries intentionally ignored the issue of the Central Plains border. They all tacitly agreed to be located between their own country's border and the capital. A prefecture was established. Civil officials were appointed to govern the area. No troops were stationed there. In the 4 countries, although Pingxi Kingdom was the weakest, but the old prince was always weak but not cowardly and extremely fierce. The names of the 3 cities, Zhuxian City, Shimo City, and Mai City, which are all places where the Creator gathered, are a testament to this. So, this prefecture is located between the border of Pingxi Kingdom and the capital. The old prince upheld his fierce and unyielding spirit. Name it. Wuhan. Chapter 72. The building is about to collapse. A storm is brewing. Chapter 72. The building is about to collapse. A storm is brewing, my lords. What are your thoughts on the Central Plains? Inside the residence of the Inspector General of the capital, Fan Yixian glanced at the 3 people present and asked, "My Pingxi Kingdom still maintains the same intention. Aside from the area within a few miles of the capital, the remaining land in Zhongzhou will be divided equally among the 4 kingdoms." Fu Wahai spoke first. Before Fan Yixian could speak, Gray, whose temper was always impatient, immediately said in a cold voice, "What a joke! Since ancient times, the capable have always been rewarded. How can they be divided equally? My Jingnan Kingdom is powerful enough to take 50%. Fart!" Upon hearing this, Guo Wenzu immediately objected. He angrily rebuked. "Your Jingnan Kingdom demands 50%. Where does that leave my Anong Kingdom? Are you suggesting that my country and Jinbei Kingdom share the remaining meager half of the land? Humph! If you're not happy, let's fight! How much we eat depends on our own abilities. Fine, let's fight. Are you scared of me?" Guo Wenzu was not intimidated at all. In this day and age, a nation's comprehensive national strength, it is far from the ancient times when it depended solely on the amount of soldiers, horses, money, and provisions. Most of them. We need to look at the strength and number of domestic creators. Among the three great civilizations, Anon Kingdom uniquely possesses a branch of technological civilization. The number of creators ranks second. It ranks only below the Pingxi Kingdom, a gathering place for biological civilization. However, their strength is far superior to that of extraordinary civilizations. There are countless kinds of technological weapons, in addition to the vast wealth accumulated over a century. Even though its national strength is somewhat inferior to that of Zhenbei Kingdom and Jing'an Kingdom. But it's really not that bad. Fu Wenhai sat to one side, like an old monk in deep meditation, silent and detached from worldly affairs. Even though Guo Wenzu just excluded the entire Pingxi Kingdom, he couldn't bring himself to say anything indignant. A weak nation has no diplomacy. With such national strength, what can he do? Certainly, if it were the strong-willed old prince here, they will definitely slam their fists on the table and rise up in protest. Like Guo Wenzu, who made the arrogant statement, "I'll fight if you want, who's afraid of who?" But how could he disregard the safety of the nation for the sake of a moment's anger? Pingxi Kingdom was very poor. No money, no food. The creator is also the weakest of all biological civilizations. Once war breaks out, he wasn't surprised that his country was destroyed by someone else. First place. Fan Yixuan picked up her teacup and blew on it. I savored it slowly. I deliberately waited for the atmosphere to become tense for a while. Only then did he put down his teacup and play the role of peacemaker. He spoke seriously. My lords, please do not act rashly. A national war has far-reaching implications. It is not something to be taken lightly. The great Xia dynasty has enjoyed 100 years of peace and prosperity, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Once war breaks out, it will inevitably harm the common people and cause great suffering to the people. This can only be considered a last resort with no other options. Fan Yixuan didn't rule out the possibility of a definitive answer. In fact, for Zhenbei Kingdom and Jing'an Kingdom, dividing the territory by force is the best option. Both countries are the strongest nations in the world today. It is located in both the north and south, without border disturbances. Naturally, there are no conflicts of interest. But nation wars are not simply a matter of you fighting your own battles and me fighting my own. To force a war, outmatched, the kingdom of Pingxi and the kingdom of Anon will inevitably form an alliance and stick together for mutual support. If the two great powers were truly determined to form an alliance, that would be fine. But that's simply unrealistic. If Pingxi Kingdom and Anon Kingdom were to launch a pincer attack on one of them, the other country will simply sit back and watch the two sides fight. If necessary, they might even secretly fuel the fire and add fuel to the fire. They might even launch a war to destroy a nation. Let's form a three-nation alliance and destroy one of the three nations first. Neither of the two major powers can guarantee that they can extricate themselves from the situation. In a situation where two weak nations turn their spearheads against each other, no one should lightly declare war. This is why the Central Plains remained stagnant for a century. As Fan Yixuan said, war should only be used as a last resort when negotiations fail and there are no other options. Does Lord Fan have a better plan? Fu Wenhai aptly offered a latter. As a special envoy of a country, if you don't even have this much insight, wouldn't you have wasted your life? The best course of action. Fan does indeed have one. Fan Yixuan gave Fu Wenhai an approving look. He continued. The world today. The power of a nation largely belongs to the creator within its own borders. So, for a corner of the land, it is better to mobilize troops and send them to fight each other, which would only waste the country's strength. Why not unleash the power of the creators of all nations and wage a small-scale battle? The victor gains territory, the loser loses territory. It's perfectly reasonable. What do you all think? Fu Wenhai frowned upon hearing this. Gray and Guo Wenzu also had their brows furrowed. Is Fan Darren joking? This is what you call the best course of action. The two looked at Fan Yixian with suspicion. The Creator is the foundation of every nation. A large number of deaths would inevitably cause serious damage and endanger the foundation of the nation. Since that's the case, why not just have a decisive battle to unify the two sides? Hee. Fan was indeed joking. It would be unwise to risk the life of the Creator over a mere dispute over territory. Therefore, Fan has an even better plan. Obviously, Fan Yixian wasn't that naive. This was a suggestion that none of the three kingdoms could accept. This statement is mainly to lay the groundwork. Fan Yixian glanced at the three people staring at her. They didn't wait for anyone to build a ladder. He stated frankly, "The best strategy is a contest between the civilizations of the Creator race. At the time, each country sends out the strongest among its creators. Within the planet, they command their respective races to fight to the death. The same principle applies: the winner gains land, and the loser loses land. It's just the loss of some organisms. That is, it will not have any effect on the Creator himself. This also solves a problem that has plagued our four countries for a century. Does anyone have any objections?" After Fan Yixian finished speaking, then someone else spoke first. "Now that things have come to this, Fan will no longer try to cover it up. This is the decision that our country can come up with that best suits the current national situation and the interests of all countries. The Central Plains. My king has no intention of delaying this any longer. And it has been explicitly instructed. Either the countries agree. The only option left is a national war. Before you all express your opinions, I must offer a word of advice. Once the national war begins, what's done is done. What's done is done." Inside the Marquis of Wu's residence, Qin Tian pointed to Wuhan County, which was sandwiched between the border of Pingxi Kingdom and the capital city on the map. Looking at Lin Tianyang, he said, "You mean, even if I resign from my position as prefect, it won't work? Your Excellency is joking. The royal decree has been issued, and there are tens of thousands of witnesses. How can it be done as one pleases or not?" "Ha, you really didn't know beforehand?" "My lord, although my Lin family is large and powerful, with businesses all over the country, my father is the current Grand Secretary, and my Lin family holds 3 of the 8 chief inspectors in the royal city. My eldest sister is the king's most beloved princess, and the stepmother of the only princess in the country." "All right, I know your Lin family wields immense power in the government." Qin Tian interrupted Lin Tianyang's endless rambling. "What I, Lin, am trying to say is that no matter how powerful the Lin family is, they are not gods after all. How could they possibly know the king's sudden decision? Perhaps the king issued 2 royal edicts. One was an almost public announcement of the viscountship and the fiefdom of Ji County, which was not a secret at least in the upper circles. The other was a secret edict, such as when the earl won the championship, a secret edict would be issued. In short, if I, Lin, knew..." "What would you do if you found out?" "Then I'll definitely feel more at ease giving it away." Qin Tian. "Actually, it can't be considered a gift, Lord. To be frank, even if I go all out, my chances of winning are at most 50-50, and possibly even lower." Lin Tianyang said this without the slightest hint of humility. That battle. 500 demonic dragons faced off against more than 4,000 insected dragons. The chances of winning are extremely slim. Rather than fighting to the death and suffering a crushing defeat, why not just give up and admit defeat? You can still earn some goodwill. Seeing that, Qin Tian ignored him. "It seems that in order to remedy the situation," Lin Tianyang quickly added, "But rest assured, my lord, if I had known in advance, I would have informed you and would not have let you take on such a hot potato. Now, there's another one to this." Qin Tian took a deep breath. He forced back the profanities that were about to spill from his mouth. The world, after a long period of unity, will inevitably divide. After a long period of division, it will inevitably unite. This is the general trend. The Great Xia dynasty enjoyed a century of peace. The era of the Creator has also developed for a century. It had actually reached the point where it should have collapsed long ago. This is also why he is so eager to seek a higher position. Before the building collapsed. At the very least, one must possess a certain amount of external power that belongs to oneself. But once a war of unification breaks out, the prefectures and cities established by various states within the Central Plains will inevitably bear the brunt. If given a few years to patiently develop, having possessed enough of the original source, a sufficient number of Zerg creatures were summoned in batches. Let alone a mere Wuhan prefecture. Even if they went to the capital and kicked that puppet emperor off the throne. So what if you personally ignited the fuse of the four-nation war? But right now, everything is still in its infancy. He was thus forced into the clutches of these four coveted nations. My lord, there is no need to worry too much. Everything has two sides. You might as well think more about the good side. Forget it, what's done is done, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. By the way, what's your purpose in coming here? Oh, I almost forgot, I came here specifically to deliver a gift to the Earl. Lin Tianyang reached out and patted it. An elderly man with a kind face, who was over 50 years old, walked in from outside the door. Lord Fukang. The old man bowed to Qin Tian. I noticed that the Earl's mansion has many servants and men, but it lacks a steward in charge. Lin Tianyang pointed at the old man. This man is the steward of my household, named Uncle Wang. He is honest, upright, and exceptionally capable. Please accept him, Your Excellency. Housekeeper? Lord Qin gave Lin Tianyang a meaningful look. A short while later, he nodded and said, Okay, thank you. If Lord Bo has anything to say, he can convey it through Uncle Wang. Good. Then I, Lin, will not bother you any longer. After watching Lin Tianyang get up and leave, Qin Tian looked at the old man standing bowing before him. From this day forward, you shall be the grand steward of the Earl's mansion. This old servant thanks you for your kindness, Lord. Okay, go and get to work. Yes, Lord. I watched the old man's retreating figure. Qin Tian's fingers tapped rapidly on the table unconsciously. So, that Prince Pingxi. Still clinging to my reputation as a demon? Is it a test? Or are you absolutely certain? Regardless. All of this gave him a vague sense that the building was about to collapse, and a storm was about to break. If it weren't for the imminent battle, how could Pingxi Kingdom possibly allow someone who might be a demon to join them? Should they be pushed to the front lines? After thinking for a long time, Qin Tian sank into his consciousness. Enter Mars. Welcome, Sovereign! The Queen Mother's voice came. Qin Tian didn't waste any words with him. He spoke directly. I need to evolve a batch of humanoid creatures. Chapter 73 Humanoid Creatures. External Guards. Chapter 73 Humanoid Creatures. Humanoid Guardians from the outside world? The Queen Mother seemed not to understand the meaning behind the Sovereign's words. A hint of doubt appeared in the enormous dragon's eyes. The dragon tilted its head slightly, appearing to be deep in thought. After a moment, the Queen Mother raised her head. He tentatively sent a questioning thought to Qin Tian. Not specific words. Instead, it is a blurry image of a humanoid creature. Back then on Blue Sun Star, Qin Tian once captured several humans and threw them onto Mars. After failing to obtain the source, he threw the corpse to the Queen Mother. Therefore, the Queen Mother's gene pool contains human gene sequences. Qin Tian closed his eyes. Observe carefully the images that appear in your consciousness. In the picture, the human silhouette is very prominent. It has a head, arms, legs, and other structures. But the Queen Mother may be trying to increase their fighting strength. It instinctively fused with some insect genes. Its feet transformed into sharp, blade-like legs, resembling those of a killer insect. The flat hands also resemble sharp blades. No! The insect-like features are too obvious. Qin Tian opened his eyes and shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the image disappeared. Soon, the Queen Mother sent out another image. It still doesn't work. The Zerg's carapace is not needed on their skin. We communicated repeatedly several times. A human body, at least superficially perfect, finally took shape in Qin Tian's consciousness. After the breeding order was issued, Qin Tian opened the system interface. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stages, 4th generation evolution. Population size, 387,221 individuals. Planetary origin, 132895. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. The evolutionary index of a parasite population. It remains a 4th generation evolutionary form from the whip-tailed dragon stage. The devourer dragon and the blue-spotted dragon evolved later. It's just about proliferating generations. It is not an evolutionary generation. To reach the next level, the next generation's combat power must be more than twice that of the whip-tailed dragon. That is, the minimum standard is 400,000 combat power. The size of the entire ethnic group. Compared to half a month ago. Instead of increasing, it decreased. During this period, various species were needed to incubate the competition. This led to a temporary halt in the reproduction of the population. In addition to the more than 50,000 camel-carrying insects that are dedicated to serving the queen and caring for the larvae, the second-generation killer insects have been continuously weakened by driving away the beast hordes on Beast Planet. Nearly 50,000 heads were lost. There is about 300,000 left. After the internal competition, the 3rd-generation Slayer war bug. They've been doing reconnaissance missions from the sidelines. However, more than 28,000 remain. The 3 major dragon creatures. The Fire Phoenix and Demon Dragon races suffered some losses in the grand battle. However, more information is being added later. In 3 pits not far from the Queen Mother. It contains thousands of dragon eggs of whip-tailed dragon, devourer dragon, and blue-spotted dragon. The egg-laying and growth cycles of dragon creatures are far too long. This can't be rushed. As for the upgraded versions of the killer bug and the annihilator bug, not many hatched before the competition. All of it was consumed in a few battles. Qin Tian had no intention of continuing to reproduce and replace the 2 original races. The reason is nothing more than incorporating dragon genes. This results in a breeding cycle that takes more than a year. Its combat power is only 1 or 2 times higher than that of the 3rd-generation striker war bug. It is difficult to achieve scale in the short term, especially when the source of resources is gradually decreasing. He cannot put the cart before the horse and blindly pursue superior combat strength. 1 month. A full 30 years on the planet. The source only increased by a little over 5,000. On average. It takes 2 days to obtain a little bit on the planet. We must now accelerate the efficiency of acquiring the source. Let's develop Aoki Star. There are also issues regarding the future evolutionary direction of the entire parasitic insect race and the division of individual populations. These all need to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He pondered for a moment. Qin Tian cleared his mind of these thoughts. He looked at a white insect egg, about the size of a person, that had just been laid by the Queen Mother. The most urgent task now is. The first priority is to increase the external influence that truly belongs to us. In particular, they were about to set off for their fiefdom of Wuhan County. He needs to strengthen his absolute security even more. No matter how well things develop on the planet, if you can't even guarantee your own safety, what else is there to talk about? In fact, all the efforts of the Creator on the planet. It was originally intended to better serve the outside world. This is the identity of a demon. Qin Tian glanced at the spatial passage of the beast star. I couldn't help but grit my teeth. If it weren't for that Qin bastard's massacre 100 years ago, He doesn't need to worry about so much anymore. With the current hundreds of thousands of sources, even if it cannot support the summoning of millions of war insects, you can also prioritize summoning a small group of Zerg creatures to protect yourself. But under this title, he can only be like an ordinary creator. Summon a creature first. The key point is, even if you summon the most powerful whip-tailed dragon among the parasitic insectids, it is also far from reaching the safety threshold in Qin Tian's mind. And he also urgently needs a group of subordinates he can trust and use. So, they evolved a group of humanoid bodyguards who were absolutely loyal to them. That became one of the few options available. To break free from consciousness, Qin Tian ate a simple dinner, and then immediately went back to the planet. The consciousness has just manifested. He immediately received feedback from his mother and his mind. At the same time, they also saw a human male standing beside the Queen Mother. So fast? Qin Tian was slightly surprised. It took no more than half an hour. That is, 1 week on the planet. The humanoid insect egg that the Queen Mother laid has now hatched and grown. Dominate! The male human was facing Qin Tian. He knelt on one knee and performed a human ritual. Stand up. Qin Tian floated down. He carefully looked around and examined it thoroughly. Human males are completely naked. Square face. Its silhouette is powerful and resolute. His muscles were so prominent and strong that it was almost excessive. And that enormous mass. Qin Tian glanced at it speechlessly. He casually summoned a killer war insect. He pointed to the male humans. Under its will, the man and the insect immediately charged at each other. Just one glance. The male human was violently thrown away. One of the arms was even severed by the war insect's sharp forelimbs. As expected, it's still too weak. The physical attributes of the human race, no matter how strong, and ultimately they can't compare to the war insects designed specifically for killing. Qin Tian shook his head slightly. The insects, which wanted to continue their attack, were driven away by the shouts. She flashed to the front of the male human. One of his arms was severed. Suffering such a severe blow, he didn't even frown the slightest bit. He immediately got up without saying a word. Qin Tian lowered his gaze. It landed on the wound on the other person's arm. Inside the body. It really is the structure of an insect. On the surface, this humanoid creature is indistinguishable from humans. But at the arm's severed point, what is revealed is the skeletal structure unique to insects. Simply put, they are insected creatures disguised in human bodies. At this point, Qin Tian was not surprised at all. Otherwise, how could the growth cycle be so fast? How could the pain from the injury be so low? In this way, the previous idea is no longer feasible. Qin Tian sighed. He waved. Let the killer insects end that human man's short and insignificant life. With the Empress's abilities, Qin Tian believed it was entirely possible to give birth to a kind of, regardless of external characteristics or internal organs, they can all remain organisms that are almost indistinguishable from humans. But humans cannot survive on Mars. It is estimated that they will die immediately after hatching. Not to mention, what's the point of summoning more ordinary, weak humans? Is this a waste of our resources? And then there are the insected humanoids who wear human skin, like the male human we just saw. Their combat strength is definitely stronger than that of ordinary humans. He could barely fulfill the duties of a temporary bodyguard. But if a large number are summoned to the outside world, encountering some danger, injury and death will be inevitable. It is easy for outsiders to discover its inhuman nature. This aroused suspicion among the foreign nations regarding their identity as demons. Rather than that, why not just summon some Zerg creatures? At last, So we still have to rely on the human soldiers on Blue Sun Star. Qin Tian frowned deeply. Well-trained soldiers? To reach a certain scale. Their combat power is definitely far superior to that of ordinary humans. And thousands upon thousands were summoned. And you don't have to worry about leakage issues. The only trouble. It's about loyalty. Dominate! I sense your distress. Qin Tian looked at his mother, the Empress, who was watching him. How could my emotions be so clearly expressed unintentionally? He hesitated for a moment. Qin Tian spoke. I'm thinking about how to control the life and death of some ordinary species. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion appeared in the Queen Mother's eyes. It wasn't the same kind of confusion as before. Instead, it seemed as if they were wondering why the ruler would be troubled by such a thing. The next moment, the Queen Mother's body twitched. A single egg was laid at the tail end. No. To be precise, it was a large cluster of insect eggs. Each one is only the size of a grain of rice. This is? Qin Tian looked over. Soon, he suddenly realized. He then gave a wry smile and sighed helplessly. Or perhaps they're a bit too close to the situation to see it clearly. Just as the Queen Mother was confused. Why would I be bothered by controlling the life and death of other species? How could I possibly worry about such a trivial matter? After all, his dominant civilization and race. But it's a parasitic insectoid race. Chapter 74 Companion Creatures. Summoning a Dragon. Chapter 74 Companion Creatures. Summoning a giant dragon to host the insect race. The most basic ability. It is parasitism. It coexists with the host. And using parasites as a medium. In a single thought. To control and hold the life and death of its host. Is it that difficult? Ironically, I had worried about this for so long. It's true what they say, the darkest place is under the lamp. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. He looked at the cluster of insect eggs that the Queen Mother had laid. These eggs should be the primordial forms of the parasite. Or rather, it is a deeper level of degradation. It is much older than the worms first seen on Mars. If these ancient parasite eggs are used as a medium, can control the life and death of others. So, can it be done directly from the outside world? Qin Tian suddenly thought of another possibility. He immediately sent a message of inquiry to the Queen Mother. After receiving an affirmative answer, Qin Tian did not hesitate. An incubation order was immediately issued. At the same time, the order was then relayed. Using the previous human body as a template again. Mix in as many frost dragon genes as possible. In addition, further enhance its resilience by incorporating certain components of Egobreast genes. Let's just merge them. The specific combinations and choices are up to you. In short, give me the complete gene sequences of the entire race. A batch of the most powerful humanoid creatures has been hatched. Qin Tian simply gave up interfering. Fusion genes. This is not child's play. It's not something you can just mix and match randomly. It is possible that the two genes are incompatible. Or there may be rejection. He just opens his mouth and gives random, incoherent orders. I'm afraid it might backfire. Ultimately, this resulted in a useless deformity. Give it to the Queen Mother. That will give you the best results. All you need to do is provide it with a human body. In terms of quantity, first, reproduce to 50 people. Summon large numbers of humanoid creatures to serve as ordinary soldiers. Death would likely attract attention. But he summoned a small number as his personal bodyguards. There are still no problems. When it really comes down to sending the personal guards to fight on the front lines, do we still need to worry about this damn demonic identity? I will obey the will of the sovereign. The Queen Mother closed her dragon eyes. His body then began to tremble. Qin Tian did not stay on the planet for long. Returned to the outside world immediately. They found a spacious area in the backyard of the mansion. Stand in the middle position. Then his consciousness sank back to Mars. They darted to the whip-tailed dragon's habitat. Under his gaze, a whip-tailed dragon immediately flapped its wings and took flight. It hovered in the air ahead. Qin Tian glanced at the giant dragon that was about to be summoned. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated. Begin to carefully perceive your body in the outside world. Summon creatures. Its principle. It's similar to fighting or invading other planets. First, we need a coordinate point. Then open the corresponding spatial channel. The difference is, the two require almost completely different origins. The fusion stone is the medium for communicating with the planets. It's like a central hub. It connects billions of planets in the vast star field. Therefore, between planets, there is already a stable connection between them. Normally closed. When using instruments or crystal balls to sense the coordinates of the other party's planet. Consume a little more of the planet's essence to open a relative spatial channel. It's like a closed door. The creator only needs to expend a little effort to reach out and open this door. However, there is no passage to the outside world. The fusion stone is stored in the capital city of the Great Xia dynasty on an outer planet. It can also be understood as the planet merged by the creator with the planet in which he himself lives. They belong to two different planes of existence. There are coordinates. No passage. The only option is to force it open. Furthermore, the passageway is unstable and extremely chaotic. It was filled with all sorts of violent energy turbulence. Even the dragons, the most physically powerful creatures in biological civilization. There was no way to resist the strangulation of the turbulent currents. So, this requires a massive amount of planetary origin as support. Gradually, under Qin Tian's deliberate perception, in my mind, a blurry figure standing in the courtyard slowly appeared. Buzz! The next moment, as Qin Tian's will erupted, the vast Martian origin was rapidly detached from Mars. Powerful energy fluctuations. This creates a series of strong vibrations in the air. To the naked eye, it was as if thick fog suddenly rose from the surface of Mars. They rapidly converged in front of Qin Tian. This forms a massive primordial gas mass. Vast energy. In the air. Start squeezing inwards. Start stirring and tearing wildly. Like a piece of white paper that has been torn apart. A tiny crack was gradually torn open in the air. Outside the crack, Qin Tian's true form, standing with his eyes closed, was faintly visible. The original fog-like gas mass. It was immediately divided into two. One of the streams flowed in like water through the crack. They kept forcibly widening and expanding the cracks. The other stream flowed towards the whip-tailed dragon. It completely enveloped it. Receive! Qin Tian transmitted a will. The whip-tailed dragon quickly folded its wings and curled up its massive body. The outer protective shield then rapidly compresses inward. It continued until it pressed against the body of the whip-tailed dragon, which was curled up in a ball. It's still too big. This consumption. Qin Tian looked at the giant sphere in front of him with a pained expression. He summoned the system and stared at the rapidly decreasing source value on the interface. Meanwhile, it continuously channeled its primal energy into the protective shield surrounding the whip-tailed dragon's body. The essence required to summon creatures. Primarily used to protect the fundamental protective shield of living organisms. As for the point of breaking through the expansion space crack, it is almost negligible. Therefore, size of the organism. This will determine how much of the source energy is consumed. Intelligent races in extraordinary and technological civilizations. Small size. Extremely low consumption. However, the planet's original energy is usually nearly depleted. while the planet of biological civilization is rich in resources. But its body is huge. The consumption of vital energy is extremely terrifying. Based on the explorations and practices of some creators over the past century, a creature as large as a whip-tailed dragon, even if you curl up to minimize your volume, the original protective shield formed. At least half of the planet's original essence must be extracted to condense and strengthen it. Otherwise, it would be easily torn apart by the violent turbulence within the crack. This caused the organisms inside to die. The summoning failed. Convert it to numbers. Mars originally had more than 80,000 primordial elements. In other words, the price of summoning a whip-tailed dragon. A staggering 40,000 units of origin energy. 3 months. Nearly a century on the planet. In total, we obtained about 50,000 units of primordial energy. That costs 40,000 in one go. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel sorry for him. With continuous investment of the source, the protective shield is getting denser. Once the minimum standard is met, Qin Tian immediately cut off the source of the transmission. Ahead, the whip-tailed dragon's form completely disappeared. Instead, it is a massive, black sphere brimming with energy. On the other side, the spatial rift has also expanded to a sufficiently large extent. Qin Tian had a thought. The giant black sphere immediately swelled like a rubber ball. It was instantly propelled into the crack passage. Outside world. The backyard of the Earl's mansion. A huge black shadow shot out rapidly from the crack in the sky. Only a thin layer of the original protective shield remained. It then shattered and dissipated. The whip-tailed dragon, which had been curled up inside, stretched out its body. It landed behind Qin Tian's main body. Roar! The whip-tailed dragon's wings were outstretched. Raise the dragon's head. He roared to the sky. The high-pitched and long dragon roar. Sweeping out. Rippling across the silent night sky of Linen City. It lasted for a long time. Chapter 75 The Dragon Guard. The Parasitic Queen. Chapter 75 The Dragon Guards. The Parasitic Queen's continuous dragon roars. It pierced the night sky of Linen City. It also shattered everyone's beautiful dreams. The heads of various families. The leaders of the various forces. Even the 2 special envoys who are still staying and have not yet left. They were all startled awake and quickly walked to the door. They looked in surprise in the direction from which the dragon's roar came. Not long after, countless people in black. They leaped rapidly from the various mansions. They turned into streaks of afterimages in the night. Inside the Marquis of Wu's residence. Almost at the same time as the dragon's roar sounded, Uncle Wang then appeared outside the back gate. The servants and men in the mansion were not much slower. They then appeared in various parts of the backyard. They stared wide-eyed at the 100-meter-long dragon in the courtyard. There was shock. There was horror. More. My legs were still trembling instinctively. But no one left out of fear. Even as the dragon let out a threatening growl, they only instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Let's turn our attention back to the Earl standing in front of the dragon. In the courtyard, Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the surroundings. His body trembled immediately. He seemed somewhat physically exhausted and lacking in energy. One hand on his forehead. He braced himself against the dragon's head, which had just lowered itself, to steady himself. Uncle! It's nothing. I just summoned a creature and my consciousness is too depleted. I'll be fine after a night's rest. Everyone, you can go now. Qin Tian waved his hand. This stopped Uncle Wang from helping him up. He also waved away several maids who wanted to come forward to serve him. Turn around. He left the backyard, trembling. The newly summoned whip-tailed dragon followed closely behind. They stood guard closely behind them. Back in the bedroom, Qin Tian closed the door. The fatigue on his face disappeared. His hunched body straightened up. Summoning creatures does indeed drain the creator's consciousness. After all, the consciousness of the creator is merged with the planet. The origin is the core energy of a planet. In other words, the two complement each other. Once the source is consumed in excess, this will inevitably have some impact on the consciousness of the creator. However, Mars currently has a total of over 130,000 primordial atoms. A reduction of 40,000. It's far from enough to make him that seriously ill. Through the crack in the door, Qin Tian coldly stared at Wang Bo and a group of servants who had not yet dispersed in the distance. Those people. So they're still thinking about my identity as a demon lord? You want to see me? Is it really possible to summon hundreds of dragons with a wave of the hand? He had a demon title on his head. In addition, the competition was too dazzling. How could they ignore themselves? How could they dare to take their eyes off themselves? For example, Wang Bo. Was this really a thoughtful gesture from Lin Tianyang? Of course. Lin Tianyang's deliberate reminder before leaving. This is tantamount to explicitly revealing Wang Bo's identity. This person was appointed as a mediator between the Lin family and the Earl's mansion. At the same time, it's a fact that everyone is well aware of. But what about the servants? These people were all gifts sent by the city lord. One can imagine how many hidden centuries are mixed in among them, and how many people from various major families are involved. All of this. Qin Tian knew what was going on. Since you accepted it so generously, this is tantamount to tacitly condoning this spying behavior. They didn't take it to heart. Anyway, once he summoned the creature that would accompany him. After further expanding and strengthening their own capabilities, these small fish and shrimp can't make any waves. But for some reason, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw pairs of people staring at me. It felt like being surrounded by enemies. This suddenly made Qin Tian feel a deep sense of loneliness. Perhaps this feeling has lasted for a year. It's just that these feelings are usually buried deep inside. At this moment, all the emotions stirred by the scene erupted. In this world, he has no family. No relatives. Only myself. The whip-tailed dragon guarding the courtyard outside the gate. It seemed to sense the ruler's dejected mood. A low, muffled sound came from behind. Oh! A smile appeared on Qin Tian's lips. He looked out at the pair of enormous dragon eyes that were fixed on him. The intense loneliness in my heart was immediately dispelled. They might be eager to summon creatures to accompany them, in addition to strengthening their own security. More importantly, it's about seeking companionship. Although they are insectoids, they have no emotions. But they will always be with me. They will never betray themselves. Turning back to the bed, Qin Tian slowly fell asleep. A giant dragon guards the outside. A strong sense of security. Even if you let it sleep soundly. A smile still lingered on his face. Compared to Lord Qin's peaceful sleep, the city of Linen, shrouded in darkness, appeared incredibly busy. That dragon's roar. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. In the uncle's house, figures flashed by from time to time. Normally, there were some weak maids and lowly servants. They all transformed into nimble black shadows. Some climbed over the high wall. Some walked on the rooftop. Each at its fastest speed. He then relayed what he had just witnessed. Roar! The next morning, a dragon's roar echoed once again from the Earl's residence. The whip-tailed dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. On it, Qin Tian lowered his body slightly. Turning his head to look down at the increasingly smaller city of Linen, he saw. Feeling the cool, strong wind blowing in my face, I felt an indescribable sense of joy. manifesting a consciousness on the planet to confront the insected creatures under its command. You can personally ride a giant dragon and soar through the sky. The feeling is always different. Until it tilted upwards and flew to a certain height. The whip-tailed dragon then slowed down. It exhibits a parallel and stable flight attitude. Qin Tian, who was sitting on its back, shifted his body slightly. During a violent takeoff, 2 of the 3 whip-like tails of the whip-tailed dragon extend forward. The interlacing and overlapping structures form a structure similar to a seatbelt. Qin Tian was securely pinned to his back. At this time, he felt a little uncomfortable from the tightness. The next moment, without waiting for Qin Tian to give the order, there was no conscious communication either. The whip-tailed dragon immediately loosened its grip on the whip-tail. Hee. What a perfect understanding! Qin Tian chuckled softly. He gently stroked the cool carapace on the back of the whip-tailed dragon in front of him. The Creator summoned his creatures to the outside world. It seems that a stronger bond can be formed with it. It even achieved a kind of spiritual resonance. A dozen minutes later, the whip-tailed dragon landed in a deep mountain. Its massive body descended. It crushed a large area of trees and vegetation. A fierce aura emanated from his entire body. It startled all the birds and beasts in the area in an instant. Early in the morning, I rode the whip-tailed dragon away from the mansion. Besides experiencing the thrill of flying. Most importantly, Qin Tian sensed the information within the planet sink into consciousness. As the consciousness of the Creator gradually manifested above the forbidden zone on Mars, all the insects below immediately lowered their bodies. Dominate! Dominate! Located on the side of the Queen Mother, a large group of men and women knelt on the ground and greeted them respectfully. Qin Tian flashed past. I sized up the 50 men among them. Compared to the human who reproduced earlier, these people were not particularly strong. But its body is covered with patterns that resemble black dragon scales. Lighter color. It's like a faint, barely noticeable tattoo. Dragon race genes, huh? Qin Tian thought of the group of demonic dragons under Lin Tianyang's command. During the grand competition, after each battle, he hardly needs to give any orders. The war bugs or whip-tailed dragons under your command will drag back a portion of the enemy species' corpses. In his eyes, these are competitions. In the simple mindset of Zerg creatures, it is a series of hunts for survival. After the hunt, they dragged away their spoils. This is their instinct. Soon, Qin Tian then received confirmation from his mother. The 50 men in front of them. It is based on dragon genes. It evolved by combining some savage beast and insect genes. Qin Tian didn't pay much attention to the dragon guards he planned to summon. Instead, he immediately went to the only woman kneeling in the room. The woman had fair skin. Her facial features perfectly fit the description of beautiful. However, her temperament is not as delicate and weak as that of ordinary human women. Instead, it was filled with a sense of aloofness and coldness. Like a queen on high above. It was so striking that one dared not look up at it. Even Qin Tian, the ruler, was in his presence. It also gave him a feeling that strangers should not approach. This is not disrespect. Rather, it is because they are born this way. This is what Qin Tian asked his mother yesterday. And after receiving confirmation from the Queen Mother, one of the derivatives of commands, humanoid creatures evolved entirely from Zerg genes. Think about it a little. Combined with her unique abilities, and an innate, aloof, and arrogant temperament, Qin Tian named it Parasite Queen. Chapter 76 External Clone. Terrifying Royal Guard. Chapter 76 External Clone. The Terrifying Royal Guard's Parasitic Queen's Abilities. There is only one. It looks very much like the Queen Mother. But it's not as powerful as the Queen Mother. Procreation! I will obey the will of the Sovereign! The parasite queen bowed slightly. A cold and indifferent response followed. Then spread your hands out and place them steadily on your abdomen. On a smooth, flat belly. A tremor gradually appeared at the navel area. Not long after. Then a small clump of white rice grain-sized insect eggs was expelled from it. Obviously, this is not a scar left by the umbilical cord falling off like in humans. It is a special cavity that evolved specifically for laying eggs. Fine. It's still within acceptable limits. Qin Tian let out a soft sigh. He had been genuinely worried that the parasitic queen would lay eggs like humans. He turned around. Where his gaze swept, the 50 dragon guards immediately stood up. This face. Why does it feel so familiar? Qin Tian was taken aback. Just now, the group of demonic dragon guards knelt down and bowed their heads, so their faces could not be seen. As he stood up, it immediately gave him a sense of déjà vu. Soon, Qin Tian realized something. Instinctively, she reached out and gently touched her face. He then frowned slightly and glanced at the Queen Mother below. So, did it evolve based on my appearance? The Creator's form is a manifestation of the planet's origin. Under normal circumstances, the creatures on the planet will only perceive the will of the Creator. It is impossible to see the Creator himself using visual senses. But the second-generation Queen Mother. It seems like I can see myself. At least, there will be a general outline. This happened when the second-generation queen hatched and faced herself. Qin Tian had a clear understanding of this. Upon closer inspection, some places are noticeably different. It can be seen from a distance. He really does look remarkably like me. Qin Tian's eye observed carefully. Think about it a little. He still didn't blame his mother for acting on her own initiative. They didn't even try to eliminate these clones. Everything has two sides. It's a mixed bag. Summon these people out. It can indeed easily cause some unnecessary trouble. But it cannot be denied that it will certainly play a crucial role at certain times. He waved his hand and summoned a killer war insect. At Qin Tian's behest, the two sides immediately turned on each other and started fighting. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Under Qin Tian's astonished gaze, he was thrown out of the air. It wasn't the dragon guards I had imagined. They did not receive orders from the ruler. The battle between the man and the insect did not stop. The dragon guard rushed forward quickly. The war insect, which had just landed and hadn't even had a chance to turn over, was firmly pinned to the ground. Both fists swung down rapidly. It almost created streaks of afterimages. In no time at all, the killer insect's entire body was reduced to a pile of minced meat. That strong? Qin Tian flashed to the front of the demonic dragon guard. Like the parasite queen, the dragon guard exuded a cold and stern aura. His face held a stern expression. A brief battle. His facial expression remained unchanged throughout. Pity. The human body is still too weak. Qin Tian looked at the blood-soaked back of the demon dragon guard's hand. It was covered with many wounds. This should have been during the attack on the killer war bug. Wounded by the sharp spikes covering the body of the war insect. Otherwise, if the dragon guard's outer defenses are strong enough, or provide a weapon strong enough to break through the war insect's carapace, Qin Tian had no doubt that a one-hit kill would occur. A short while later, Qin Tian summoned 10 more killer war insects. After a brief struggle, Qin Tian was very satisfied with the result. 1 against 10. The dragon guards easily wiped out a swarm of war insects. In addition to the dozen or so cuts on his chest and back, he didn't even show the slightest sign of exhaustion or panting. This immediately piqued Qin Tian's interest. Why not just bring in a whiptail dragon? It expressed its intention to attack. Roar! The whip-tailed dragon roared. Its enormous body lunged down. Below, the dragon guards remained calm. There was not the slightest bit of fear. A pair of calm and steady eyes, like those of an eagle. With a sharp, cold glint in its eyes, he stared intently at the colossal object in the sky, which was countless times larger than himself. The next moment, the demon dragon guard leaped into the air with a powerful push of his feet. He raised both fists and took the initiative to meet the attack. Boom! Then came an even louder explosion than before. Watching as he was flung away like a cannonball by the whip-tailed dragon, it slammed down again onto the dragon guards who were stuck in the deep pit on the ground. The expectant look in Qin Tian's eyes slowly faded. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. It's still too presumptuous. Limited by the external human body. No matter how strong the dragon guards are, it also has its limits. How could it possibly be a match for a whip-tailed dragon with a combat power of 200,000? Qin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the pit, he had thought the dragon's personal guards were dead. He actually managed to get up again, albeit shakily. Such immense power. Even a single war insect would be smashed into mincemeat. Qin Tian stared wide-eyed in surprise. But, having taken this blow, the dragon guards were indeed badly injured, if not killed. His entire body was covered in blood, a truly gruesome sight. The skin on my back was completely shaved off. The dark gray muscles underneath were exposed. No wonder it has such a strong vitality. Besides the external human skin, these internal muscles probably evolved from the fusion of red scale ape genes. The bones are certainly not from the genes of ordinary human beings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to withstand such a powerful impact without breaking and shattering. And this regenerative ability must be due to the genes of the griffin. Qin Tian came up behind the demon dragon guard. In a short moment, the large wounds on his back have stopped bleeding and are beginning to scab over slowly. Pfft! Just then, a sharp whip tail suddenly pierced through his chest. It emerged from behind the dragon's bodyguard. Qin Tian was startled by the sudden commotion. I came to my senses. His face immediately darkened. I was just focused on observation and analysis. They completely forgot to give the whip-tailed dragon the order to stop. For insected creatures, the will of the ruler is above all else. A kill order was given. Until death do us part. Within their limited thinking. But they lack the wisdom to read between the lines. They will not give their opponents any chance to catch their breath. Suffering this fatal blow, the dragon guard's body trembled violently. His head slowly lowered. He was hanging on the end of the whip. However, in the next moment, the dragon guards slowly raised their heads again. A surge of immense energy erupted from his body. The human pupils, which are originally round. At this moment, his pupils had completely transformed into vertical pupils, just like those of the dragon race. The dark dragon patterns on his body gradually became visible. In the blink of an eye, layer upon layer of dragon scales, seemingly real, piled up. Roar. A series of deep roars, like those of a ferocious beast. The sounds kept coming from the throats of the dragon guards. He stared coldly at the whip-tailed dragon in front of him. Both hands grabbed the whip's tail at your chest. The body muscles tensed up. A sudden burst of power. Then, under Qin Tian's completely bewildered gaze, the enormous whip-tailed dragon's entire body was propelled by its power. The dragon guards spun rapidly in place, causing the dragon to spin around at high speed. Huge size. Rapid speed. It exploded with a series of whistling sonic booms. Call out! This is fucking ridiculous! Qin Tian's eyes trembled. His gaze remained fixed on the whip-tailed dragon, which had been thrown far away. An image of a child lifting an elephant involuntarily comes to mind. In a short time, My heart surged like waves. Silence lingered for a long time. Chapter 77 The Earl Returns the Gift. A Body-Strengthening Elixir. Chapter 77 Lord Returns the Gift. Body-Strengthening Elixir. No wonder he suddenly became so vigorous. It turns out it came at the cost of lives. It activated the hidden dragon genes within me. Qin Tian closed the species information on the system interface. The dragon guards, though human in appearance. But in the end, they are insected creatures born from the Queen Mother. Or rather, it belongs to a special branch of the parasite species. Naturally, there is data and information similar to that of the killer worm and the annihilator worm. Information displayed. The Dragon Guard's combat strength is not high. Only 30,000. But it possesses an incredibly powerful ability. Sacrifice. The external human physical framework. It simply cannot withstand the power of the dragon's genes erupting. Therefore, during evolution, the Queen Mother buried the dragon's genes within her body in a latent form. Once activated, it's equivalent to draining bodily functions and burning one's life force. Also, the immense force can also damage organs composed of genes from other species within the body. It's like an irreversible, one-time burst skill. Ultimately, they will inevitably face death. The time of survival. It depends on how much of the dragon's genetic power the dragon guards activate. It can increase combat power tenfold and last for several seconds. It can also be slightly extended to last for 10 minutes, or even longer. On the ground below, the dragon guard had already fallen and was lifeless. Already severely injured and on the verge of death. The force that just sent the whiptail dragon flying. It drained and burned away what little life he had left. Buzz! With Qin Tian's will, a vast amount of primordial energy rose once again on Mars. The remaining 49 dragon guards and one parasitic queen. They all sat on the ground, hugging their knees and shrinking their bodies. Streams of primordial energy then floated over. On the outside of each person's body. This forms individual protective shields, each only a few tens of centimeters in diameter. According to records, such a small size as humans. Summoning one person out will only cost a maximum of 500 origin points. Compared to Whiptail Dragon. Wow, the difference is amazing. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. However, even a mere few hundred points of origin. Even for extraordinary and technologically advanced civilizations, this is a luxury. According to statistics over the past century, both of these are great civilizations. The planet's fundamental resources are all depleted. The highest is no more than 1,000. It is said that the origin of the planet of intelligent races has dried up. The fundamental reason is the emergence of intelligent races, while the origins of biological civilization are numerous. But no one would be foolish enough to deliberately summon smaller species in order to gain a numerical advantage. Moreover, the quantity isn't really that large. It usually takes a year and a half or even longer to develop. Evolve the species under your command to a certain limit. The first summoning attempt will only be made after maximizing combat power. As for the Zerg civilization, does it consume its own essence to summon a bunch of primitive insects to expand the number of ordinary insects in the outside world? In the air, the spatial crack has been widened to a sufficient extent. Qin Tian's gaze swept over. One by one, the primal shields began to rise. Outside world. The whiptail dragon lies prone in the spatial rift above. One after another, black orbs brimming with energy shot out rapidly. One by one, the dragon guards fell to the ground from the shattered protective barrier. They immediately scattered around. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, fully alert. Even with a whiptail dragon present, there is absolutely no danger in the surrounding area. But protecting their master is their instinct. Not to mention, they came to the outside world. Their bond with the ruler is even deeper. It reached a level of near-perfect harmony with the mind, much like the whip-tailed dragon. At the instant of leaving the spatial rift, they then perceived the thoughts and intentions of the ruler. At the same time, they also gained a deeper understanding of their responsibilities. Not long after, the space rift closed. Qin Tian opened his eyes. Looking around at the group of dragon guards and the parasitic queen, he pointed to the package he had prepared beforehand on the back of the whip-tailed dragon. "There are clothes inside, put them on." "Yes, Lord." Upon hearing this, a look of enjoyment appeared on Qin Tian's face. This feeling of almost being connected on a spiritual level is truly, truly comforting. He didn't even need to give any special instructions. The subordinates naturally changed their way of addressing him and stopped calling him Master. After everyone had finished dressing, Qin Tian, along with the parasite queen, mounted the whip-tailed dragon. He glanced again at the group of dragon guards who were smearing mud on their faces to cover their features. He shook his head and smiled. He didn't bother to say anything more. Returning to Linen City, Qin Tian did not return to the mansion. Instead, he took the parasite queen for a tour of the city. They went into a shop called Lingdan Pavilion. Generally speaking, for this kind of business, they are mostly businesses from a large family in Jinbei Kingdom. They sell health-strengthening pills or longevity pills. Certainly, in Qin Tian's view, these seemingly expensive elixirs. In reality, it's no different from the gene I remember. Peace of mind is far more important than practical results. Inside the shop, upon seeing guests arrive, a waiter immediately came forward. The short, stout shopkeeper was sitting behind the counter doing accounts. I looked up and glanced up. His body trembled. He hurriedly got up, put on a big smile, and invited Qin Tian and the other person into the inner hall. Obviously, he was probably one of the tens of thousands of spectators at the competition a few days ago. "I've met Qin Tian, this newly promoted earl." After instructing the servants to serve tea, the short, stout shopkeeper stood bowing to one side. With a smile, he asked, "My lord, are you here to buy elixirs?" If your excellency desires any elixir, simply send a servant to give the order, and I will personally deliver it to your residence." "There's no need for you to do this, your excellency. I need to refine a batch of special elixirs." "Refine?" The shopkeeper was slightly taken aback. Then, with a hint of difficulty, "You flatter me, sir. Our shop only sells elixirs, we do not refine them." "Is that so?" Qin Tian picked up his teacup and took a small sip. That was all. The parasitic queen standing behind her stepped forward. She coldly reached out and grabbed the shopkeeper by the neck, lifting him up directly. With his other hand, he took out a tiny insect egg, about the size of a grain of rice. The short, stout shopkeeper instinctively tried to struggle. But their weak strength was utterly powerless to resist in the slightest. The parasite queen forcibly pried open the shopkeeper's mouth. They put the insect eggs in. They didn't care whether the other person swallowed it or not. These ancient parasite eggs are so tender they practically melt in your mouth. The growth cycle is extremely short. In less than a few minutes, the parasite queen then threw the short, fat shopkeeper to the ground. Turning around, he said, "My lord, my child has awakened." Qin Tian nodded. "Put down the teacup in your hand. Close your eyes and immerse your consciousness into the swarm of insects." As the darkness before their eyes disappeared, intertwined points of light began to flicker in the dim space. Not many. There are only a few dozen. This is the external swarm consciousness network. The light spots inside vary in brightness and intensity. The brightest of them all is definitely the whip-tailed dragon. The large group that had gathered together were clearly the dragon's personal guards. The remaining, faintly glowing star drifted alone in the distance. It must be the parasite queen. Qin Tian projected his consciousness over there. Without attachment, it continued to penetrate deeper. within this ever-expanding spot of light. It has another small, dark space. There was only one dim, almost invisible point of light inside. Implantation into consciousness. In the blink of an eye, a scene came into view. In the picture, Qin Tian saw himself. I saw the aloof parasitic queen standing to the side. Moreover, it's not as bleak as when you first entered the perspective of the war bug. On the contrary, it is very clear. It is basically the same as what you see with the naked eye. It even made Qin Tian feel a sense of panic and helplessness. So, is this the shopkeeper's true feeling? Even after learning about the parasite queen's abilities on the way. But experiencing it firsthand still surprised him slightly. He withdrew from consciousness. Qin Tianshong glanced at the parasitic queen. Having received the Lord's instruction, the parasite queen immediately closed her eyes. Soon, the panic on the shopkeeper's face faded. It was replaced by a stillness like stagnant water. Hee. Qin Tian stood up with a smile. Arriving in front of the shopkeeper. Slightly lower your body, he asked again. Now, can we refine a batch of special elixirs? I will obey the will of the sovereign. It was evening. Qin Tian, who had spent the entire day at the Spirit Pill Pavilion. They returned to the mansion. Lord Wang Bo, who had been summoned, entered the hall. He bowed to Qin Tian to greet him. Yes, I'm in a good mood today. I went out for a walk and bought some things along the way. Qin Tian pointed to a large box placed at his feet. The box was filled with small porcelain bottles, each about the size of a thumb. These are health-strengthening pills from the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Everyone has been working hard lately. Distribute them, 1 bottle for each person. Yes, Your Excellency. Thank you for your reward, Your Excellency. In addition, Qin Tian then pointed to an even larger box on the other side. Those are elixirs for prolonging life. All the prominent families who came to offer their congratulations on the day the government was established. There are also wealthy merchant families who paid their respects but were not qualified to attend the banquet. Tomorrow, send someone to deliver 5 bottles to each household, and 10 bottles to each household. Consider this my return gift. Chapter 78 Taking Control of the Earl's Mansion. The Desolate Land. Chapter 78 Taking Control of the Earl's Mansion. A deadly night in the desolate land. Qin Tian sat in front of the bed. Submerge your consciousness into the swarm network. The light spot representing the parasite queen. It is no longer as dim as it was at the beginning. The dazzling light it emitted. It almost completely obscured the brilliance of the whip-tailed dragon. Compared to before, it has also increased in size considerably. Inside, there are countless sparkling points of light. Qin Tian attached his consciousness to these points of light one by one. Different scenes began to appear in my field of vision. Some were completely dark. The parasitic host should be resting. Some continued to move around. The familiar scenes inside the mansion kept changing. Some remained still. And his gaze would sometimes close and sometimes suddenly open. They might be the night watch maids or servants who are dozing off. Also, Qin Tian also discovered many dark perspectives belonging to insects. The image appears to be moving slowly. The image then shifted to the faces of the servants, who were gradually climbing onto the bed and falling asleep. Then it crawled in through the ears and nose. The parasite eggs don't just passively become ingested by humans to become parasitic. At a certain time, they will also hatch at the optimal time and actively seek out the nearest host. In short, as long as you accept Lord Qin's elixir, they would never escape the fate of being parasitized. This parasitic growth is very strong. But there are still too many restrictions. After observing for a while, Qin Tian withdrew from consciousness. First, the host larvae cannot be directly manipulated. The only way to indirectly control the host is for the parasitic queen to drive the larvae to suppress the host's consciousness. In Qin Tian's understanding, similar to how larvae block certain brain nerves in the host to seize control of the body. However, this would inevitably cause great harm to the host. This was also confirmed by the parasite queen. Just like controlling the manager of the spirit pill pavilion. If this happens a few more times, he'll be completely ruined. Secondly, parasitism is not undetectable. Putting aside other things, only cultivators and magicians summoned by the creator of Jinbei Kingdom and Jing'an Kingdom. There are countless methods and means to detect it. It can even easily detect abnormalities within the injured parasitic host. There is also the technological equipment from Anong. It must be said, the technological development of Anong is highly distorted. The vast majority of its technological facilities were summoned from within the planet by the creator. Then, based on this, we can conduct further in-depth research. For example, the exploration system that was bound to the planet before the creator merged with it is a good example. Such high technology can be developed. However, it cannot even achieve the most basic system interconnection. Otherwise, during the grand competition, why should the deans of each college manually submit the racial evolution data of the participating colleges? Under sharing, all combat strength stats are clearly displayed. There will never be a situation where people estimate combat strength based on evolutionary generations. But even with technological gaps and limitations in technical conditions, Qin Tian believed that there was still a medical device available to check physical conditions. Anyway, control measures should be used as sparingly as possible. Otherwise, there are too many lunatics caused by controlling their bodies. To raise people's awareness, this will lead to large-scale physical examinations. We discovered that many people's bodies were being controlled by parasites. The resulting panic and anger can be imagined. Once all 4 countries investigate together, tracing the source back to ourselves. Qin Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that by then I'll not only have my title of demon confirmed. I guess we should add an anti-humanity prefix to it. In fact, parasitism is far from being inhumane. Unless commanded by the will of the ruler. The host larvae are just like ordinary parasites. The small amount of nutrients absorbed will not have any effect on the host. The two sides will simply coexist. But people don't care about that. Under the endless rage, in the end, he will only be hated and attacked by everyone. Currently, it can only be used as a monitoring method. And it cannot be too rampant and spread to the other 3 kingdoms. The kingdom of Pingxi has no qualms about it. It can quickly create a nationwide intelligence system. Undeniably, among the creatures summoned by the creator of biological civilization, there must be some extraordinary individuals with an incredibly keen sense of smell. But, firstly, the quantity will inevitably be scarce. Secondly, so what if you notice it? They're just a bunch of speechless, inarticulate fools. The next day, Qin Tian went out. They brought back the 49 dragon guards who had arrived the previous night. Everyone was fully armed, wearing a ghost face mask. He was clad in armor, wore a cloak on his back, and had a long sword at his waist. Combined with his sharp eyes and cold demeanor, it gives you a chill down your spine with just one glance. The mask was purchased from a shop. The weapons and armor were selected from the armory in Linen City. When the Earl intervened, the city lord would not and dare not refuse to give them face. Furthermore, the Earl's residence has a quota of soldiers. All the necessary supplies should have been provided by the Linen City Armory. Back at the mansion, Wang Bo and his servants were astonished to see a group of black dragon guards. Qin Tian casually offered a reason. As for whether to believe or not, he didn't care at all. Overnight, the host larvae have completed their parasitism. The entire Earl's mansion was now under his absolute control. The parasitic queen monitors everyone's every move around the clock through her larvae. If anyone shows any unusual behavior or dares to send messages outwards, they will be brought under control. Or they simply ordered the larvae to devour its brain. Kill it directly. With enough power. Within his own mansion. Qin Tian wouldn't stoop to the point of being on thin ice. From this day forward, you two are responsible for protecting the parasite queen. Follow at all times and be at their command. Qin Tian pointed to two of the black dragon guards. Yes, Your Excellency. After the two left, Qin Tian waved his hand. A group of black dragon guards immediately scattered in all directions. They began to take over the defense of the entire mansion. Besides the two of them protecting Qin Tian, the ruler, every step of the way. Another 10 people were assigned to guard the perimeter at a distance of 100 meters around the perimeter. The rest were scattered throughout the mansion. Finally, we can focus on developing our tribe and acquiring our origins. With the parasitic queen's parasitic surveillance. In addition to the combat strength of the black dragon guards. At least, in this small city of Linen, no force will be able to threaten the Earl's mansion. Qin Tian took out the crystal ball he had bought on his way back home. A total of 4. The planet is entirely populated by level 4 magical beast races. They are Earth Element, Saturn Rings. Water Attribute, Water Spirit Star. Wind Attribute, Wind Star. Metallic Attribute, Venus. Qin Tian originally wanted to buy some planets with rare magical attributes. For example, Lin Tianyang's kind of dark planet. However, there are not many planets that have been merged with their creators. Even fewer remained after they fell. Unless it's in a city like Zhuxian, or the royal city where the Warcraft civilization is concentrated. It's almost impossible to buy one in places like Linen. Sink into consciousness. Qin Tian communicated with one of the crystal balls. With a swarm of destroyer insects that had been ordered to assemble beforehand. Enter the spatial passage that has opened ahead. Outside the passage, it is a lush and green grassland. The air was thick with moisture. It should be that water attribute planet called Water Spirit Star. Qin Tian looked around. He then frowned. Something just doesn't feel right. Soon, he then realized what was happening. It seemed a little too quiet around us. Outside the passage exit, we didn't see a single living creature. It was like a desolate, lifeless place. Wrong. I checked it before buying it. I remember there used to be a large group of water-type magical beasts living here. Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to float upwards. What catches the eye? On the grassland? Not a single magical beast was seen. There. The vegetation didn't seem to be this lush before. Qin Tian looked at the area not far from the passage. That area and the ground extending thereafter. It is covered with patches of dark green aquatic plants that are over 10 centimeters tall. It stretches as far as the eye can see. It resembles a green ocean. The grass at the passageway was only a few centimeters high. This creates a very stark contrast. Most importantly, Qin Tian looked at the swarm of insects. At this moment, the first few Slayer Zerglings to emerge. They all huddled together and stopped moving. And he stared intently at the seemingly empty green ocean in front of him. As if, what are they afraid of? Chapter 79 Bizarre Species. Unlimited Troop Production. Chapter 79 Bizarre Species. The infinite multitude of soldiers, the war bugs can be described with the word fear. Perhaps that's a bit inappropriate. Under the will of the sovereign. The swarm of insects is fearless and undaunted by death. But there was no command from the ruler. Every living thing has the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. Obviously, the striker insect probably sensed the danger. But there's clearly nothing down there. Qin Tian floated down. On the ground formed by aquatic plants, a layer of shallow water, about half a finger deep, had accumulated. on this water-rich planet with a high humidity level. This is perfectly normal. Like the striker Zergling. In just this short moment, water droplets were dripping from the outer shell of the carapace. Most importantly, the water was crystal clear. There is no source of crisis. Enter! Qin Tian summoned a war insect. Squeak! The destroyer war bug, which was just moments ago hesitant and fearful. The instant Qin Tian issued his will, as if they had been given stimulants, it roared to the sky, spread its wings, and fiercely pounced forward. Qin Tian's gaze was fixed on the figure of the war insect. There was nothing unusual. Until Qin Tian ordered the Slayer war bug to descend to a certain altitude. Suddenly, ripples spread across the water. The next moment, splash! The water surfaced in front of the war bug. Like a towering, monstrous wave. The entire water layer suddenly rose and then rolled back. It completely enveloped the fighter insects in midair. Not liquid water? Qin Tian frowned. The giant wave did not, as one might expect, cascade down through the war insect's body. Instead, it presents a state of momentary stillness. And fast curing. It rapidly coalesces into an amber-like structure. What the hell is this? Qin Tian looked at the towering giant amber with a strange expression. This should be a type of living organism. But such a bizarre ability. It's really beyond human imagination. As time goes by, the amber looks as if it has been baked at a high temperature. It is getting drier and drier. Gradually, tiny cracks appeared on the amber. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Final. Bang! A crisp sound. The entire enormous amber. The destroyer Zerg trapped inside collapsed with a deafening roar. It shattered into pieces scattered all over the ground. A short while later, the amber fragments gradually melted away. Unlike before, it was not as thin as water. Instead, it forms clumps of viscous substance. They began to wriggle and stick together. Finally, it solidified into a transparent, jelly-like creature, resembling slime. Breakdown? No. It's about division and integration. Qin Tian was slightly taken aback. Immediately attach your consciousness to a Slayer war bug. Command the war bugs to approach slowly, facing an increasingly close enemy. The slime turned around and glanced at it. I wasn't flustered at all when it happened. He slowly finished eating the food in his mouth. Water was gushing from one side of her body. Not long after, it then turned back into clear water. Qin Tian controlled the Slayer war bug to land on the ground and continue forward. Stop outside the area covered by shallow water. Try to get the war bug to stick out its long beak. Everything ahead remained calm and normal. No attack as expected occurred. Qin Tian no longer hesitated. Immediately ordered the Slayer insect to drink a mouthful of water at the edge. Smack! Before flying back to the passage, the Slayer war bug spits out the water from its mouth. Perhaps it has separated from its original form. This small clump of water has solidified somewhat. It kept wriggling on the ground like mud. This thing. Is it too strong or too weak? Exit the war bug consciousness. Qin Tian curiously floated down to take a look. To say it's strong. Even the weakest creature. It is also possible to easily remove a part of its body, just like this. You could say it's weak. Once you venture deeper, it transforms into shallow water. Covered by the water it stirred up. There is almost no chance of survival. Water will flow into the body through the body's orifices. Then it kills its prey by rapidly solidifying and fragmenting. Genes capable of division. Regarding the evolution of the war bug, it doesn't seem to be working. But it can be considered an extremely special and rare gene. The order was given to take one of the Slayer war bugs back to the slime organization. after conveying the will to explore in other directions to the airborne war insect swarm. Qin Tian returned to Mars. Communication opened up space portals to 3 more warcraft planets. After assigning the reconnaissance tasks, Qin Tian flashed back into the penalty area. He looked down at a woman standing beside the Queen Mother. Dominate! Qin Tian responded. Without saying much. A direct burst of willpower draws upon the essence of Mars to open a spatial passage to the outside world. The woman, curled up in a ball and enveloped in primal energy, was sent out. They have taken control of the Earl's mansion. He doesn't need to do what he did before. They specifically seek out remote, secluded mountains to summon their creatures. Back to the outside world. Qin Tian looked at the woman who had just gotten up from the ground. He commanded. Set off immediately for Wuhan County. Do everything in your power to spread your children's love. I hope that before I set off for my fiefdom, to have complete control over every single blade of grass and tree there. Woman. It was before Qin Tian left yesterday. The second parasitic queen who commanded the mother queen to reproduce. After speaking, Qin Tian summoned 5 demon dragon guards. It conveyed the will to protect the parasitic queen and travel together to Wuhan County. If it weren't for safety reasons, he has no need to summon any more parasitic queens. Firstly, 1 parasitic queen is more than enough for now. Secondly, just like what's right in front of us, this will inevitably reduce their already limited defensive resources. The parasite queen is not a combat species that evolved specifically for killing. It's okay for dealing with ordinary people. They are no match for the creatures that accompany the creator. In case of death, the parasitic larvae it breeds will become uncontrollable, unless the ruler intervenes and takes control. But that's not realistic. Qin Tian couldn't possibly spend all his time monitoring the Zerg network to gather intelligence. Qin Tian suddenly had a feeling. He immediately sank into consciousness and entered Mars. Welcome to you, Lord! What is it? Qin Tian flashed to the sky above the Empress and asked. Just now outside. He sensed the strong fluctuations in the Queen Mother's consciousness. The voice that came through had a distinct tremor. This is the first time. Reporting to the Lord. Slave, I have found a way to accelerate the reproduction of our race. The Queen Mother raised the dragon's head. His eyes shone with an undisguised excitement. In fact, the Queen Mother never stopped experimenting with fusion and modulation of gene sequences. This allows them to evolve a higher-level next generation to improve reproductive efficiency. Even if the price is its demise, the Zerg will not allow 2 queens to coexist. The next generation is born. This foreshadows the inevitable elimination of the previous generation of Queen Mothers. But the Zerg do not have the concept of living a life of compromise. In their cognitive understanding, only through the continuation and development of the entire ethnic group. The next generation of Queen Mother, huh? No! Master! This slave may have discovered a new path for development. The Queen Mother seemed so excited that she was almost incoherent. He lowered his head and looked in front of him. Qin Tian followed his mother's gaze. I saw that transparent, viscous mass wriggling, he said in astonishment. The slime organization? Yes, Overlord. The genes of this species are very likely to enable our race to achieve continuous development that spans more than 2 generations. The Queen Mother stopped speaking. An extremely complex message of consciousness was transmitted. Hiss! After digesting this information, Qin Tian's eyes widened suddenly. Breathing almost froze. If all goes well. Just as the Queen Mother conveyed. The only thing that came to his mind was only 4 words. Unlimited unit production. Chapter 80 The Queen of the Insect Clan. Dividing the Central Plains. Chapter 80 The Queen of the Insect Clan. dividing the skies above the central plains forbidden zone. Qin Tian closed his eyes. I forcibly calmed my surging emotions. From the moment the Zerg were born, the problem of slow population growth. It was constantly troubling him. But regarding this, he was at a loss. The unique consciousness network of the parasitic insectids. This determines their uniqueness. All individuals are concentrated in one network. Obey the will of the one and only supreme ruler. In the original primitive system, the ruler of the entire tribe is the queen who procreates. But the supreme nature of the creator, Qin Tian, succeeded the Empress Dowager as her successor. To become the new ruler, the queen then became just an ordinary reproductive mother in the tribe. When Qin Tian left the planet, all swarm consciousness will return to the queen, to improve the reproductive efficiency of the population, in addition to evolving into the next generation of queens at a higher level. The only solution is to increase the number of queens. But this clearly goes against the swarm's soul will. If Qin Tian forcibly reproduces multiple queens, once we leave the planet, the swarm's consciousness cannot be transferred or unified. This will cause extreme chaos and even collapse. This was originally an incurable disease. However, to Qin Tian's utter surprise, the bizarre genes of a slime, it completely altered the unique structural system of the parasitic insectid race. Unlimited unit production! Infinite reproduction! Qin Tian stared at a huge white insect egg that the queen mother had just laid. If all goes well, the entire population can expand infinitely in a short period of time. This is not just idle talk. It's not an exaggeration. Time is passing quickly. I don't know how long I've been waiting. Under Qin Tian's expectant gaze, and in the mother queen's troubled gaze, in the insect den, a hybrid insect slowly crawled out. It has a body structure similar to the killer insect, but it would be several times larger. And it drags a huge belly behind its tail. Is it feasible? Qin Tian looked at his mother, the Empress. Your Majesty, this servant does not know. Qin Tian nodded. I didn't ask any further questions. This was, after all, a completely new attempt by the Queen Mother to break the established system of the clan for the first time. Whether it can be successful or not, we'll have to wait and see what the killer queen spawns next. This queen is a single insectoid mother that evolved from the mother queen. To be precise, it's just a simple cultivation room. They lack the ability of the queen mother to absorb and integrate genes and to nurture and propagate their race. Otherwise, that would be considered a ruler at the level of a queen mother. It only provides the nutrients needed for the eggs to grow. Just like Qin Tian's understanding of surrogacy. Below, the queen mother's body trembled. An undeveloped killer war bug embryo was expelled. Upon receiving the order, the queen insect immediately stepped forward. Quickly swallow the embryo into your mouth. The culture chamber is inserted into the body. I don't know how long I waited. Finally, the queen began laying killer eggs. A few days later, insect eggs hatch. A larva emerged. Call. At the moment the larvae hatch, Qin Tian let out a long sigh of relief. The queen mother also showed a hint of relaxation after being tense. The man and the dragon exchanged a glance. It was a success. The single point of consciousness that had just appeared in the swarm network. There was no rejection whatsoever. They blended in naturally into the group. The war insect embryo that was swallowed by the queen insect. It is the product of the queen mother's fusion with slime genes. It has extremely strong ability to split and replicate. Almost as long as there is an unlimited supply of nutrients. It can then divide rapidly without limit. New embryos are formed. Then it gradually grows into an egg. The queen produces about 1,000 eggs per day. 1 month later, the first batch of 1,000 killer war insects has completed their growth. Every day after that, there will be 1,000 war insects. 1 year. That's 330,000. Qin Tian's eyebrows twitched wildly. In fact, disregarding the evolutionary level of the Queen Mother, the biggest factor hindering the development of an ethnic group, it's not the growth period for the war bugs. Rather, it refers to the gestation period of the Queen Mother. Everything in the world has its own laws of development. Even the most evolved species. It is also impossible to directly erase the gestation process. It will only reduce and shorten. For example, the previous Queen Mother bred a batch of war insect eggs. It takes about a month for the eggs to slowly mature inside the body. The second generation queen, however, can withstand even greater energy consumption. The duration has been increased to 10 days. But splitting is different from gestation. It can almost be done continuously and without interruption. Most importantly, unlike the Queen Mother, the queen insect is not subject to a single limitation. They could absolutely continue to reproduce as a special ethnic group. A single queen can increase the number of warrior insects by 330,000 per year. Once the scale increases, it will achieve millions, tens of millions, or even more per day. A growth rate that is simply immeasurable. Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately relayed the order to his mother, the Empress. Propagate the third generation of exterminator queens with all our might. The first queen was just an experiment. The experiment was successful. With this template, there will be no problems after the various branch groups of insects evolve. I will obey the will of the sovereign. The Queen Mother closed her dragon eyes and began to reproduce. Qin Tian glanced at the currently somewhat empty restricted area. One can imagine. Several days later. Several years on the planet. The sheer size of the ethnic groups here must be terrifying. Rapid increase in quantity. In addition, the queen insect consumed a huge amount of resources. This means a massive amount of food. But this is precisely the problem that Qin Tian is least worried about. Planets outside every open space passage outside the restricted zone. The city will be its food supply base. Outside world. The Earl's mansion. Qin Tian had just opened his eyes. Then I saw the parasite queen standing solemnly to one side. Originally, I was in a great mood because of the development of the community. It vanished instantly. The parasite queen constantly monitors each host through its parasitic larvae. Primary responsibility. Of course, it's for the safety of the ruler. Anything involving terms such as Qin Tian, Earl, or Earl's mansion. The parasitic queen will immediately possess the larva's vision. The entire conversation was monitored and watched in real time. If it is harmless, it will be automatically filtered. But now that the parasite queen has appeared in front of him, this means that the matter at least affected their own interests. Even life-threatening. Explain. Qin Tian frowned and spoke. My lord, the special envoys from the four kingdoms gathered in the capital a few days ago, intending to divide up the Central Plains. To divide up the Central Plains? Yes, I have basically confirmed this matter, but I have not yet found out the specific form it will take. Them. Qin Tian ignored what the parasite queen said next. Stand up. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the parasitic queen in front of him. Road. You want a share of my land? Chapter 81, The War of Four Nations. Tech Planet. Chapter 81, The War of Four Kingdoms. The Technological Planet and the Wuhan Prefecture's fiefdom. Qin Tian was initially resistant. But as Lin Tianyang said, it has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the emperor is far away. I can finally relax a little. Regarding security issues, now that we have the whiptail dragon and the demon dragon guard. In addition, the parasitic queen's vast intelligence network is gradually expanding. Even if a national war really breaks out, this is enough to receive advance notice and evacuate safely. And now that the four countries are sitting at the negotiating table, this indicates that the chances of war breaking out are rather slim. The benefits of the fiefdom of Wuhan Commandery. This made it even more prominent, magnified countless times. Far from the capital region of Shikoku, the entire Wuhan prefecture, under the control of the parasitic queen, he could have been even more unrestrained. Summon more dragon guards. Or a dragon guard legion of hundreds of thousands. Even. Why not just summon the Zerg queen? They multiplied into an overwhelming swarm of insects that wiped out the four kingdoms. My lord, Lin Tianyang requests an audience. A servant reported this. Oh, what a coincidence, I just thought of him, and he showed up. Qin Tian waved his hand. Not long after, Lin Tianyang came into view. I don't know if this guy is trying to show off. Or does he really have obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness? Every time I saw him, he was dressed in a pristine white outfit, without a speck of dust on him. In the sunlight, it was so bright it was almost blinding. Uncle. Lin Tianyang paused outside the door. He looked at the masked soldier in armor who was blocking his way. The demon dragon guards took over the defense of the Earl's mansion. Even the servants and slaves who were parasitized were not allowed to. No one may approach within 10 steps of the ruler, let alone an outsider. Please come in. Until Qin Tian's voice came. The soldiers with the grimaces then stepped aside to let them pass. After entering the door, looking at the two identically dressed, masked guards standing behind Qin Tian, he felt the two pairs of cold, persistent gazes fixed on him. Lin Tianyang felt a chill run down his spine, especially as he got closer to Qin Tian. The increasingly intense chill. Lin Tianyang had no choice but to stop from a great distance. He forced a smile and bowed, saying, Lord Bo, congratulations. Oh? What's there to be happy about? Qin Tian gestured to the chair, indicating that it was safe to sit down. I have received information that the four kingdoms will not engage in a large-scale conflict over the Central Plains, and there will be no war for at least the next 2 or 3 years. Is the news true? Of course, otherwise why would Mr. Lin have come here so rashly? Lin Tianyang said confidently. The division of the Central Plains will likely be decided by the four nations through a race war within the planet, with the creation of their creators. Racial war? Qin Tian glanced at the parasite queen beside him. The parasite queen nodded slightly. So, it has been parasitized. But they didn't receive that message. This only proves one thing. Lin Tianyang arrived immediately after receiving the news. It has to be said. Qin Tianxin greatly admired Lin Tianyang. Assess the situation and act accordingly. Moreover, they are well versed in people's hearts. I know I dislike those overt and covert schemes. Then you can be straightforward with yourself, without hiding anything, and open your heart. He has an upright and honest image. His words and actions were just like those during the imperial examination and the day after he established his residence. They even made it clear when sending an undercover agent. They knew that trying to win them over wouldn't work. So they changed their approach to making friends. And he was always extremely attentive without any ulterior motives. The fact that they immediately sent a report upon learning of the news from Zhongzhou speaks volumes. Certainly. All of this is based on having enough qualifications to make connections. Having lost his count status. Without the title of demon. Without the dazzling facade of a promising future. It's nothing. He was a young master from a prestigious royal family, a creator of the demon dragon clan. Why would someone with nothing better to do than fawn over you? Are you sure? Qin Tian asked. That's roughly right. This was Jinbei Kingdom's proposal, and Jing'an Kingdom also agreed. Our country and Henan Kingdom basically have no right to object, unless they want to start a national war, but that's impossible. We're still going through the official negotiation process, and the specific date and method haven't been decided yet. Thank you for informing me, Brother Lin. You're too kind, my lord. It's nothing, no need for thanks. Lin Tianyang forced a smile. He glanced at the two masked soldiers. He immediately stood up, cupped his hands, and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't bother you any longer. He was constantly being stared at by two cold, sharp eyes. It made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Take care, Brother Lin. I watched Lin Tianyang leave. Qin Tian reached up and rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. Technological civilization. There are also magical civilizations and immortal cultivation civilizations. How should we fight? As expected. In fact, there is absolutely no possibility of any unexpected events. The kingdom of Pingxi is doomed to defeat various high-powered weapons and technological civilization. Defeating biological civilizations is like child's play. Not to mention those magicians and cultivators whose individual combat power is terrifying, capable of destroying the world with a wave of their hand. The best outcome. 1 or 2 cities fell in Pingxi Kingdom. Or it is highly likely that they will withdraw from the struggle for territory in Zhongzhou. This means that the Wuan commandery, which had barely been in his hands, was now his fiefdom. That's all. Even if I play myself, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Their previous population size would probably have been crushed. Now that we have a queen, things are a bit better. We can grow to a certain size, but we can only struggle a little. Qin Tian thought helplessly. This is not about boosting the morale of others. The 4 kingdoms are divided into territories according to the races under the Creator's command. It will definitely be a gathering of the strongest. The problem is, it had only been a little over 3 months since he merged with the planet. Less than a century has passed on the planet. How could they possibly compare to a race that has integrated with other planets for decades and developed for tens of thousands of years? There is absolutely no comparison between them. If the development time is similar, he can rest easy without any psychological pressure. Or, not to mention tens of thousands of years. Even if you give him 1,000 years to develop. Given the Zerg's current terrifying reproduction rate, it's not far-fetched to simply wipe out the entire planet of those ancient races. My lord, Hanlin Xiong requests an audience. Qin Tian waved for his servants to bring in Fatty Xiong. Compared to the previous Lin Tianyang, faced with the fixed gazes of the 2 dragon guards, Fatty Xiong was even more pathetic. My legs started trembling as soon as I entered the room. This is not an exaggeration. The dragon guard is a fusion of various insectoid and savage genes. It is also blessed with powerful dragon genes. The feeling it gives people. It's like a ferocious beast that could pounce and devour anyone at any moment. And that is indeed the case. For all those who are close to the sovereign, the dragon guards always held their sword hilts. My whole body is tense. They have taken steps to block any factors that could potentially endanger the ruler. Uncle Fukang. Oh, it's been a while, you've gained quite a bit of weight. Qin Tian laughed. Ever since I finished the task of receiving the reward he assigned me. Qin Tian deliberately distanced himself from Fatty Xiong. It's not that Qin Tian is heartless. Others are busy doing things for you. Once it's over, they ignore the person. He did this precisely to cultivate that connection. Given his status and title, most people who get involved will not have a good ending. Moreover, those who can get close to him, it also requires paying a certain price. Thank you for your kind words, Your Excellency. Don't stand, sit down. Uncle Xie. Fatty Bear straightened his body. His buttocks probably only touched the chair surface. His face showed a hesitant, awkward expression, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Just say what's on your mind. You know I don't like beating around the bush. Yes, lord. Fatty Bear licked his slightly dry lips. A little more dawdling, Qin Tian said with an open face. Lord, I want to work at the Lord's residence. Qin Tian was stunned for a moment. He was just thinking about this. Fatty, you should know a little bit about this, so are you sure you want to come with me? I want to follow Lord Earl and make a name for myself. Actually, it would be good if you could get a good job after you graduate. After saying that, Qin Tian felt that it was a bit too ruthless. Moreover, the household does indeed need someone as skilled in financial management as Fatty Xiong. We can't leave all the mundane matters to our personal dragon guards. He paused for a moment. He added, In that case, you should think it over carefully. If you really want to come, I won't refuse. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, right, there's something I really need you to do for me. Please give your orders, Lord. Uncle Ben wants to purchase some technologically advanced and extraordinary civilization planets. I've been searching in Linen City for several days, but haven't found anything suitable. A technological planet? Before Qin Tian could finish speaking, Fatty Xiong. He then spoke first. My lord, my father went to Anon Kingdom a few days ago and brought back one. He originally intended to sell it to the Planetary Merchant Guild to make a profit. If you need it, please wait a moment, I will be right back. Half an hour later, Fatty Bear brought back a dark green crystal ball. My lord, my father told me that this is a human planet, and its technology seems to be at level 3. However, I haven't had a chance to go and see it yet, so I don't know if it's true. Yes, you can ask Steward Wang to take the money from the treasury yourself. Yes, lord. After the fat man left, Qin Tian immediately sank his consciousness back to Mars. Communication has opened up a spatial channel. Unlike biological civilization, according to the classification, Level 3 technological civilization, we've almost entered space and begun exploring the universe. According to Qin Tian's understanding, not much different from the previous life. It might even be higher. Chapter 82 Cosmic Creatures. I want to get my hands. Chapter 82 Cosmic Creature. I want to get it outside the restricted area. Before a newly opened spatial passage, Qin Tian turned to look at the destroyer warbug soaring in the air. He glanced again at the slayer war insects that were entering and leaving the beast planet. At last, they decided to abandon the idea of carrying war insects. Planets with intelligent races are different from planets with biological life. They were suddenly confronted with a colossal monster beyond their comprehension. This will inevitably plunge the entire world into panic. This could raise alarm and cause unforeseen trouble for oneself. Outside the passage, it is a mountain forest. It's not a desolate mountain wilderness. It seems to be in the suburbs. At the edge of sight, you can clearly see towering skyscrapers rising up. Crimson Star. As expected, Xing lives up to its name. Qin Tian gazed at the red buildings in his line of sight. Just like biological civilization, whether it's technology or extraordinary civilization, planet names are chosen by the creator according to his own preferences. Or it could be arbitrarily chosen based on planetary features. While looking around, Qin Tian suddenly heard a faint, melodious laugh. They floated towards the direction of the sound. On the north side of a small hill, Qin Tian saw two people cuddling together. So it's the human race from Crimson Star. Qin Tian curiously approached the two of them from the front. It is affected by various factors such as the planet's geographical environment. Between intelligent races, it is rare to find humans on Blue Sun Star who are not so different from those on the outside world, like those on Great Xia. According to the creator's definition, generally, as long as there is a head on one shoulder, hands and feet, facial features are quite similar. They can all be collectively referred to as the human race. Take these two for example. Despite being 2 meters tall, she was incredibly slender. His skin was like red-hot iron. No hair. His forehead was high and prominent. The eyes are like a normal person squinting, forming a slit. The nose is also only about the size of a thumb. There is a hole on top. But their male and female characteristics are very similar to those of humans. Moreover, judging from their arm-in-arm posture, and the woman's coy, shy, murmuring facial expressions, it's easy to see. These two people. Oh? Is it being adjusted? Judging from the man's hand movements. If I had arrived a few minutes later. The two are probably about to get straight to the point. Qin Tian looked up towards the direction of the spatial passage. Squeak! A suppressed, sharp screech. This interrupted the man below from making any further moves. Far away, a swarm of killer war insects rushed in. Two of them pounced. The two unfortunate wild couples, who had burst into terrified screams, were forcibly dragged towards the passage. Disperse! Qin Tian unleashed a wisp of his will. The remaining killer insects immediately scattered. Conduct a small-scale sweep around the passageway. After a moment, all the war bugs returned. After confirming that there are no other potential risks, Qin Tian controlled his consciousness to drift toward the city in his line of sight. Gradually, some vehicles began to appear on the ground. It was very similar to the car Qin Tian remembered. But it has no wheels. It flies just centimeters above the ground. It resembles a magnetic levitation device. Perhaps it is also related to the roads paved with red materials. We followed the road into the city. Everywhere you look, there is a constant flow of traffic. The streets were also teeming with people. Some of them, looking hurried, were probably on their way to work. Some walked slowly, as if strolling leisurely. Basically, the lives of humans are largely the same. After observing the surroundings for half a day, Qin Tian left the city. Similar to plant civilization, a branch of biological civilization, the difference in strength between different levels of technological civilization is also significant. According to the classification of creators of technological civilization, any planet that has developed technology can be called a Type 1 technological civilization. A Level 2 technological civilization must at least develop powerful and lethal weapons. For example, the nuclear weapons in Qin Tian's memory. Separated from the planet they live on. Begin exploring outer space. It is the minimum standard of a third-level technological civilization. The next level up is Level 4 technological civilization. That means having the ability to colonize other planets. So, from only the external part, it's difficult to tell how advanced the technology on this planet really is. Only by deploying a large-scale war bug. Only then can we get a rough estimate. But there is one thing Qin Tian is certain of. This crimson star. It should lean towards gene technology. Because in many high-rise buildings, which resemble research labs, he saw a large number of images of various gene structures. Return to Mars. The passage has been closed. Qin Tian flashed into the restricted area. Not far from the Queen Mother, a group of enormous creatures were lying there. Countless camel-carrying insects. They are dragging animal carcasses back and forth to feed the animals. It looks like a scene of extreme busy activity. Except for the initial killer queen. There are also the annihilator queens that the Queen Mother has bred during this period. It was several sizes larger than the war bug. A huge belly also extends from the tail. At this moment, they are all slightly wriggling. One by one, the war insect eggs are being produced rapidly. In terms of speed, it is clearly no match for the killer queen on the other side. How many eggs can the third-generation Slayer war bug lay per day? Reporting to the Lord, we can produce 408 per day. Only 400 or so? Qin Tianhua did the calculations. Soon, the slight dissatisfaction that had just arisen in his heart immediately subsided. The 2-month growth cycle of the striker war bug remains unchanged. with the queen insect relentlessly working. Every day 2 months later, all will add 408 Slayer Zerglings. That's over 130,000 a year. 10 queen insects. Planet year. More than 1.3 million new Slayer insects can be added from the outside world every day. In addition, there is a daily production of 330,000 killer warbugs. That's enough for now. A large number of queens hatch and reproduce into exterminator Zerg. It was to develop Aoki Star and quickly obtain the source. This allows them to summon insect creatures to protect themselves. However, since the 4 countries are unlikely to engage in a war in the near future, that way, you won't need too many people. Currently, external forces are sufficient to ensure one's safety. Too much. On the contrary, it is easy to cause trouble. Unless one can instantly summon insect creatures powerful enough to overwhelm the 4 nations. Think about it a little. Qin Tian spoke to the Empress Dowager. Suspend the breeding of the Slayer Queen. The other 3 major dragon species. Each species reproduces 1 queen insect. The rest of the time, utilize all the stored genes. A completely new species has evolved. Combat strength is the priority, and reproductive efficiency is secondary. In addition, it would be best to evolve a few more war insects with special abilities. Qin Tian thought for a moment. 2 more sentences were added. There's no need to rush. We must find the optimal solution for the entire gene pool. Fusion genes. Evolution of new species. It's not about randomly combining genes. It was the Queen Mother who first experimented with the compilation within her body. The result after thousands and thousands of failures. For example, the killer war bug. Imagine it's the successful product of the 1000th attempt to fuse several genes. Subsequent experiments. It is possible that a species that is stronger in every way may emerge. However, because the killer war bug was the first successful case, they were then kept by the Queen Mother and became a member of the tribe. Continued to reproduce queen insects. This will inevitably delay the evolutionary process. Only by focusing our efforts can we evolve a new generation with even greater combat power more quickly. The 4 nations race war. Qin Tian decided to try and make an effort. Although it's a bit of a pipe dream given the Zerg's current strength. But after all, it concerns his own fiefdom. Furthermore, the territory we had just acquired is gone. What was the point of his 3 months of hard work? What a joke! If the 4 countries were to break out into a war, that would be one thing. If it's a hot potato, just throw it away. The key point is, war is highly unlikely. Moreover, Wuhan County has an excellent geographical location. The heart of Great Xia. The center of the 4 countries. It is a place of constant warfare. Later, when they possess sufficient power, you can hit wherever you want. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Development has been arranged. Qin Tian flashed into the space passage of the Myriad Beast star. It floated in. Under the big tree not far outside the passage. The rock still lives there. They have basically made it their nest. Oh, Creator, you've finally arrived. Oh. Qin Tian chuckled softly. I didn't pay attention to the resentment in the other person's words. They were confined to a certain area by a few Slayer insectids all day long. He is a person. None of them will feel good. He didn't go crazy and cause trouble everywhere. It is already extremely rare and precious that they only complain a few times. Qin Tian drifted down, arriving at eye level with the rock leaning against the tree trunk. He opened his mouth and said, I want to know everything about that cosmic creature. Didn't you say you didn't need it? The rock tilted its head and gave Qin Tian a strange look. Then her eyelids drooped. Besides, so what if you know? Do you intend to take advantage of it? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian nodded very seriously. Road. Right. You're right. I really intend to do it. Chapter 83 Obtaining its Genes. Not impossible. Chapter 83 Obtaining its Genes. Not impossible. Ha ha! That's hilarious! You get it? Ha! After a moment of stunned silence, the rock frantically pounded the ground with its wings and laughed loudly. The emanating fluctuations of consciousness were almost manic. But as the slayer insects slowly descended, the rock stopped laughing. Its wings stopped flapping. Then it raised its head and looked at Qin Tian. Are you kidding me? What do you think? Qin Tian's tone became slightly more forceful. Although it's a bit of wishful thinking. But this was the only one he could think of. It could be before the Four-Nation War begins. A method to dramatically enhance the overall strength of the race and contend with those powerful immortal cultivation technology civilizations. Given the current development efficiency of the parasitic Zerg. Unless the Four-Nation negotiations can be postponed for another year or two, there might still be a tiny chance of winning. Otherwise, there is absolutely no hope. If I told you, would you summon me out? The rock blinked its eyes and asked with a look of intense anticipation. I will consider it. Oh, then that's impossible. You know the answer already? Qin Tian, too lazy to argue, spoke frankly. Actually, based on Qian's nature within the Great Rock, summoning them out shouldn't be a deliberate act of spreading the secrets of their origin. For over 100 years, it has been on the planet for over 36,000 years. Such a long time. Alone on a planet shrouded in the shadow of death. For an average person, he had long since given up hope and committed suicide. But this guy has endured it and survived to this day. One can imagine how terrifying is perseverance. How resilient is his character. The determination to live. How intense it was. They have held out for tens of thousands of years. Finally, an opportunity has arrived. Such a person. How could someone who has just escaped death do something that would lead them to their doom? Of course. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Qin Tian was unwilling to take that risk. To put it another way, even if Qin was unaware of this secret, he has no obligation to waste his resources to help him see the light of day again. The two were not familiar with each other. We've only known each other for a short time. Conversely, the rock can live peacefully on this planet of 10,000 beasts. There's no need to worry or be afraid when facing that cosmic creature on Thundercloud Star. That was already the greatest mercy he could show. We should be even more grateful to them. After a moment of silence, as if bestowing an appointment, the rock spoke. What do you want to know? Everything. Qin Tian couldn't hold back any longer. Okay, what I know is that one day more than 100 years ago, when I attached my consciousness to the rock spirit bird to check on a newly discovered group of magical beasts, that cosmic creature appeared, spat at the planet, and then I was gone, losing contact with my external body. That's it. Otherwise what? Did you think I fought that cosmic creature for days and nights before being defeated? I mean... Qin Tian took a deep breath. I barely managed to suppress the urge to smash this thing to death. Road. Its physical characteristics. Its abilities. Is it possible for it to leave Thundercloud Star? The rock shifted its body slightly. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Road. I don't know about its body. Over the years, I've traveled all over the planet countless times, but I've never seen its full form. Anyway, it's very big. As for ability, didn't you see it too? What kind of powerful attack do you think it would use against creatures like us, which are not even ants? Oh no, we don't even have the authority to make it do anything. Just like you said before, it's already a natural disaster if someone just sneezes at us because their nose is itchy. At last. It's sleeping, or rather, hibernating. In the tens of thousands of years before you came, it woke up less than 10 times in total. it will probably sleep for another hundreds of thousands of years. Don't you even know what a rock is? Qin Tian sighed inwardly. But it wasn't surprising. It really is. The difference between the two is too great. They're not even in the same league. Planetary beings stood before them, like a mayfly compared to the stars. The probability of killing the opponent. It's not much different from destroying a cultivation planet that has been developing for hundreds of thousands of years with the Zerg at this stage. But Qin Tian managed to barely achieve his goal for this trip. Knowing that cosmic being wouldn't leave. Or perhaps it's enough that he won't leave Lei Yun's star during his lifetime. They couldn't handle it before the Four Kingdoms War. One day, the Zerg will evolve into a space species. It's not too late to try it out later. Before leaving, Qin Tian seemed to have thought of something. Turning back, he looked curiously at the rock and asked, "How have you survived for tens of thousands of years?" He didn't believe that the body of the rock could survive for tens of thousands of years. Even a celestial beast wouldn't be likely to be one. What's more, it has degenerated into a monster-like creature. This is already the 358th generation. Understood. Qin Tian nodded. Simply put, Qin may have relied on the generations of the rock to reproduce. They survived by transferring their consciousness from the mother to the offspring. How to do it? Qin Tian hadn't tried it and didn't know. However, it's not impossible when you think about it. Return to Mars? Qin Tian flashed into the restricted area. I checked on the Empress's condition. The dragon's eyes were still tightly closed. The body remained still. The plundering of the planet over the past century. The Queen Mother's body contains countless genes from various insectoids, savage beasts, and magical creatures. A combination of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of genes. Almost astronomical figures. It's not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Next generation war bugs. Its combat power should be slightly higher than that of the whip-tailed dragon. But it lacks the genes of more powerful organisms. I doubt it will be much better. Whether it can advance to the 5th generation evolved form with a combat power of 400,000 is a question. Even if a certain number of numerical advantages can be formed by the support of a large queen, it would also be difficult for them to defeat a cultivation civilization that has been developing for tens of thousands of years. The same applies to technological civilization. The time difference is too great. At most. Thinking of this, Qin Tian was suddenly taken aback. Immediately, his eyes lit up and his face showed surprise. Because he probably thought of one. A way to kill that alien creature. At least, it can cause severe damage. At worst, there shouldn't be any problem with getting injured. And just a little bit. The blood or skin of that cosmic creature will suffice. Chapter 84: The Snipe and the Clam Fight. The Fisherman Benefits. Chapter 84: The Snipe and the Clam Fight. The Fisherman Benefits within the restricted area. Qin Tian looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky. A smile played on his lips, his expression captivating. At this moment, he remembered a saying from his past life. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Currently my Zerg. In the eyes of that cosmic being, insignificant as a speck of dust. Faced with those technological and cultivation civilizations that have developed over tens of thousands of years, it is as fragile as thin paper. Regardless of which side. These are all mountain peaks that he cannot reach. Since that's the case, why not let them fight each other to the death? So they can reap the benefits without lifting a finger? An invincible fleet in a high-level technological civilization can traverse the stars. Cultivators in high-level cultivation civilizations can even traverse the universe. Once they break free from the planet's constraints, that would pose a threat to that cosmic creature. One civilization is no match for it. Then let's unite the two great civilizations. The species on one planet cannot compete. Then give me 10 or 100. He didn't believe it. It gathers countless cultivators and numerous interstellar warships. We cannot cause even the slightest harm or bleed to that cosmic creature. It's easier said than done. But it's incredibly difficult to do. Qin Tian withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. This involves many issues. Each one made him feel almost desperate. However, it is not entirely impossible to realize. Compared to the helplessness felt when facing that cosmic creature, there is always a glimmer of hope. Outside world. In the uncle's house. Qin Tian sat in the hall with his brows furrowed. The War of Four Kingdoms. Currently in the negotiation stage. It will likely begin in 1 to 2 months. So, he doesn't have much time left. He must obtain the genes of that cosmic creature within a month. The remaining 2 weeks. A new generation of war insects has been created through fusion and evolution. And a large number of queen insects reproduce. In the other half month. Massive troop production. Certainly. This is based on the premise that everything goes smoothly. Lord. Uncle Wang walked in. With Qin Tian's advance order. The black dragon guards standing at the outer gate did not stop them. How much money does the government have left? Qin Tian asked. Reporting to Your Excellency, the treasury still has 23.85 million taels of gold remaining. As the chief steward of the Earl's mansion, they naturally knew exactly how much money they had left each day. More than 20 million? Qin Tian tapped the table with his finger and muttered something. The Earl's mansion currently has no properties under its name. The money in the mansion was all the gift money from various families when the mansion was established. There were nearly 100 people at dozens of tables attending the banquet that day alone. There were also wealthy merchants from prominent families who were not qualified to attend the banquet but only offered gifts. Added together, more than 20 million is really not much. Regarding money, Qin Tian didn't take it to heart. That's enough. The expenses within the government are not high. The dozens of black dragon guards and the parasitic queen under his command do not require salaries. The remaining servants are not many. The biggest expense is feeding and caring for hundreds of mouths. Tens of millions of dollars is enough to last for several years or even longer. But at this moment, when needed, he then truly realized what it means to regret not having enough money when you need it. My lord, would you like this old servant to fetch the account books? No need, you can go down. Qin Tian waved his hand. His move was not because he was checking the accounts and worried that his servants would embezzle funds. Just to get a general understanding so that you have a clear picture. Moreover, let's set aside Wang Bolin's role as a spokesperson for his family. The mere fact of being parasitized makes it impossible. Anything that harms the safety and interests of the sovereign. All of these will be monitored and dealt with by the parasitic queen. Outside the door, a servant bowed and reported. My lord, the person has arrived. Let him in. Yes. Not long after, the fat bear appeared. My lord, you wanted to see me? Qin Tian pointed to a chair, indicating that he should sit down and talk. Then he asked, Have you thought it through? Reporting to Your Excellency, I have made up my mind. How? I've decided to follow Lord Earl. Good. Qin Tian didn't ask any further questions. There was no questioning of any ulterior motives. A person actively and proactively seeks to curry favor with those in power. They either seek advancement for the sake of their own future. There must be a compelling reason for doing so. If it were someone else, they might hesitate and weigh their intentions. But for Lord Qin, this is no big deal. From now on, you will be in charge of managing the money in and out of the manor, and will be considered the second steward of the Earl's manor. Thank you for your help, Lord. Fatty Xiong was flattered and stood up to bow and express his gratitude. Qin Tian waved his hand. But before that, go and do 2 things for Uncle Ben. Please give your orders, Lord. Firstly, I've recently become quite interested in elixirs and plan to acquire the elixir pavilion as an asset under my household. You can talk to the manager later and mention my name. I don't think he'll be ungrateful. As for the amount of money needed, you can decide and negotiate it yourself. It's a small matter and doesn't need to take up too much time. Yes. Secondly, after you've dealt with the matter of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, take 20 million gold from the treasury and make a trip to Anong Kingdom and Jinbei Kingdom to acquire unclaimed planets. Is that right? My lord, an acquisition? Fatty Bear thought he had misheard. She looked up at Qin Tian with a puzzled expression. The Creator generally does not specifically purchase unclaimed planets. It's completely useless. Especially between civilizations on different planets. Qin Tian bought that Crimson Star before. He thought it was just to satisfy his curiosity. No need to ask any more questions, just do as instructed. Also, the technological planet must be at least level 3, and the cultivation planet must be. Qin Tian paused. Immerse yourself for a while. He shook his head again and said, Forget about the cultivation planets. Your main purpose for this trip is to go to Anong Kingdom to acquire technology planets of level 3 or above. 20 million gold coins, buy as many as you can, and return quickly. Unlike technological civilizations that rely solely on external technological equipment, individual cultivators in the immortal cultivation civilization are already extremely powerful. Not to mention those powerful cultivators who can traverse the starry sky. Too many variables. It is also very dangerous and difficult to control. It would be troublesome if things went too far. Moreover, both technologically advanced planets and cultivation planets are extremely expensive. It is far beyond what a biological planet can compare to. Especially planets that have reached the level of a third-level technological civilization. Even 20 million gold probably wouldn't buy much. Yes, Lord. Once this matter is settled, the Xiong family will be under the protection of the Earl's mansion. After some time, they can either move to Wuhan County with the whole family, or they can continue to stay in Linen City. Lord Xie, I will take care of it right away. Wait. Qin Tian called out to Fatty Xiong, who was about to turn and leave. There is a rule in the Earl's mansion. Before Fatty Xiong could ask, Qin Tian turned to look at the parasitic queen standing outside the door. He waved. Guards, bestow the elixir. Chapter 85 A Deafening Roar. The swarm of insects pours forth. Chapter 85 A roar shatters the heavens. The insect swarm pours down after the parasitic queen's birth. Qin Tian then set a very basic bottom line for himself. Anyone around them. I will surely grant you the elixir. Regardless of the amount of affection. They wouldn't care about morality at all. Even fathers and sons can turn against each other. Mother and daughter can become enemies. What about a classmate who is only somewhat familiar with you? He couldn't possibly do that for a little bit of so-called loyalty. Disregarding their own safety. Leaning back in the seat, Qin Tian watched as the fat bear withdrew, having received his orders. Next, we can only wait for them to return after acquiring the unclaimed planet. Only then can everything be implemented as planned. 2 days later. With a fluctuation of consciousness. Qin Tian's consciousness manifested in the forbidden zone of Mars. The planet has been there for over 2 years. The Queen Mother finally completed countless gene fusion experiments. A new generation of war insects has evolved. And it has now reached maturity. Not far from the Queen Mother. 3 newly formed war insects with extremely exaggerated body proportions were lying on the ground. Qin Tian flashed to the front of the largest one. Upon closer inspection, this war insect can almost be called a war beast. Its height of over 70 meters resembles a small mountain. Its entire body is covered with a thick layer of armor. Especially the head area. It's like installing a giant door panel. It was completely enclosed. The top is raised. It extends downwards on both sides. Its eyes are sunken deep inside its shell. Its mouth, almost entirely covered by the carapace of its head, was filled with fangs. A single horn protrudes outwards from the front, especially the neck area. It has a pair of huge, scythe-like blades. The joints are covered with sharp spikes. His limbs were strong and powerful. Lying on the ground, it resembled an ancient ferocious beast. It was filled with a destructive violence. Just one glance. Its name was already set in Qin Tian's mind. Destroyer War Bug. It's pretty much what I expected. A combat force of over 250,000. Slightly taller than the whiptail dragon. But it is also extremely limited. Qin Tian opened the message and checked it. The only pity is that I don't have the ability. It's probably because the Queen Mother fused with more insect genes. After all, he ordered his mother. When the gene pool is concentrated to evolve the strongest war bug. Priority combat power. Secondly, there's reproductive efficiency. It has incorporated too many savage and magical beast genes. This will inevitably lead to an excessively long growth cycle, similar to that of the three major dragon clans. Qin Tian then approached the second war insect. This war bug is far smaller than the destroyer war bug. It appears to be only a dozen meters long. Its back is covered with sharp spikes about half an arm's length long. It has 6 limbs. Get on all fours. The pair of hook-like limbs at the front are extremely eye-catching. Their combat strength is a bit low. Only 80,000. However, it actually has 2 abilities. It must have been the Queen Mother acting on her own orders. A special type of insect that has been bred. Qin Tian looked at the ability descriptions on the War Insects information page. I immediately thought of a name that perfectly matched its characteristics. Lurker Zerg. Qin Tian lowered his eyes slightly. The will is sown. The lurker war bug's 2 forelimbs swung rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, they then dug a hole in the ground. It completely buried itself underground. Moreover, when entering the pit, its hind limbs will also sweep away the mud to seal the burrow entrance. To some extent, it is a cover-up. Then, one by one, sharp thorns broke through the soil. It brought forth sharp whistles of wind. It's way too small. Qin Tian arrived at the last insect. I curiously examined the tiny bug, which was only the size of a basketball. Its body was also swollen and bulging like an ellipsoid. But it has 2 wings, each twice the size of its body, growing from the front to the back. As thin as a cicada's wing. It flashed so fast that there was almost no sound. Corruptor blasting bugs! I saw the little one's information. Qin Tian immediately decided on a name. This little creature stores a large amount of corrosive liquid in its abdomen. It also contains highly toxic substances. The only way to fight. It's a suicidal attack. Self-disclosure of one's body. He sprayed highly toxic acid from his body onto the enemy. In terms of power, I don't know. Qin Tian's gaze swept over the other 2 war insects. Ultimately, it landed on the destroyer war bug. The next second, the will command has just been issued. Before Qin Tian could react, it felt like a fleeting afterimage flashed before my eyes. Bang! Not far away. A loud bang was heard instantly. Qin Tian shifted his gaze to that direction, staring blankly at the corrosive smoke billowing from the destroyer war bug. And a large hole the size of a bowl appeared on his back. Is it because the destroyer's defense is too weak? Or are the corruptor bombs just too strong? In fact, Qin Tian had no doubt about the strength of the destroyer war bug's carapace. Judging from his physique, he is definitely the type that focuses on defense. Estimated combat strength of 250,000. Most of it was blessed. So, the power of that little thing's self-destruction. It's that terrifying? Qin Tian arrived above the destroyer war bug. He looked down at his back, which was still emitting smoke. Traumatic openings at the wound site. It's clearly more than twice the size of the previous one. And it's getting worse. Corrosive liquid continuously flowed inwards along the carapace. In the blink of an eye, the destroyer warbug's body was completely pierced through. A mixture of dark green, viscous liquid and wisps of blue smoke flowed across the ground. Although it only has 50,000 combat power. But it's fast. Highly corrosive. It can cause continuous damage. And it's highly poisonous, TSK. It must be said. The corruptor blast brought Qin Tian a pleasant surprise. It is much larger than the previous two types. Once a quantity is formed, they surge towards the enemy in overwhelming numbers. That scene? Absolutely gorgeous. Turning to look at the Queen Mother, Qin Tian issued an order. Destroyer war bugs! Infiltrator war bug! Corruptor blasting bugs! Each of the 3 major groups will produce 10 queen insects. 3 more days passed. When Qin Tian arrived at the Martian restricted zone once again, what catches the eye? It was an ocean of densely packed insects. It stretches as far as the eye can see, excluding the growth time of the 3 major insect queens that hatch in less than a day. 2 days outside. 2 years on the planet. The destroyer war bugs have multiplied to over 4.6 million. There are over 16 million spies. And corruptor blastoises. It has reached a terrifying 34.3 million. Qin Tian stared at the system information interface. I was completely bewildered. Reporting to the Lord. The reproduction rate of the new generation of war insects has been greatly improved. The destroyer warbug has a growth cycle of 5 months and 8 days, and lays 801 eggs per day. The growth cycle of the lurker warbug is 1 month and 12 days, and it lays 2,311 eggs per day. The corruptor exploding bug has a growth cycle of 10 days and lays 4,807 eggs per day. The Queen Mother's voice. This finally brought Qin Tian back to his senses. So fast? Forget about the Slayer war bug. It's even higher than the 2nd generation killer insect? Besides the Destroyer war bug, the other 2 war worms each outnumbered the Slayer war worms by several times. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Tian, having regained his composure, I figured it out immediately. The killer warbugs are a species that evolved on the planet 3 months away 60 years ago. Limited genes. The Empress did not attempt a selection process. The same applies to the striker warbug. In addition, it is mainly composed of savage beast genes. This further impacted efficiency. The 3 newly evolved warbug races. It was the Queen Mother who repeatedly visited the planet. The experiment incorporated results from over 2 years. It is very likely that from many species that have been successfully tested, the best one selected. And it is still based primarily on Zerg genes. It is not surprising that they reproduce at such an astonishing rate. He glanced at the swarm of insects that filled his field of vision, a dark mass. Qin Tian flashed to the edge of the penalty area. Communication opened the Scarlet Star space channel. Outside the passage, unlike before, when there was only 1 pair of wild mandarin ducks, unfortunately, some people who looked like they were on a picnic or enjoying the spring scenery appeared. Oh! Qin Tian stood in midair. He stared at a group of shocked and stunned eyes. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They didn't care at all. Raise your right hand. Then gently wave it down. Inside the spatial passage behind. In an instant. A piercing roar. A swarm of insects has descended. Chapter 86 Floating City. War Mobilization. Chapter 86 Floating City. War Mobilization on the Crimson Land. A black torrent surged rapidly, densely packed with war insects of all sizes. Like a flood, It was pouring out wildly from the exit of the space passage. And under Qin Tian's will, they all let out a series of fierce screeches that echoed through the sky. It transformed into waves that swept towards the city where the human race had gathered. On the road, the terrified screams of the crimson alien, accompanied by the roar of the car. It's starting to increase. But soon everything returned to calm. Wherever the swarm of insects passed, the human corpses vanished without leaving a trace. Broken parts of the suspended vehicle were scattered everywhere. Distance. A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly sounded throughout the city. It broke people's busy yet monotonous and numb lives. Some faces showed surprise. Some stamped their feet in confusion. More. He then looked up at the sky and glanced at it. He then continued on his way. Let's just treat it as a normal alarm test. Until, as the deafening roar gradually grew clearer from its faint beginnings, so too did the sound become increasingly distinct. Upon seeing the enormous, ferocious, and terrifying reptiles appearing in their field of vision, that finally woke everyone up. Especially seeing those of their kind who had been caught being cruelly devoured by countless insects. The spilled blood, flying limbs, a chilling and terrifying scene. It completely ignited the deepest fear in everyone's hearts. A series of hysterical, piercing screams erupted. They all turned and fled into the distance. A sense of panic spread rapidly, like layers of advancing ocean waves, to make the entire city, in a very short time. It then descended into a state of extreme chaos and disorder. Too fast. If this continues. In the sky thousands of meters away, Qin Tian's consciousness possessed a fighter insect, looking out at the city from afar. Then the will spread out. This slowed down the swarm's advance. This trip. He was not trying to conquer the Crimson Star. That's also impractical. Besides the 3 major dragon creatures, the other 5 major branches of the race each contributed 1 million troops. A total of 5 million war bugs. It is far from enough to conquer the world. Moreover, even intelligent species cannot be conquered. It's just temporary oppression. Against the backdrop of an alien invasion. Among intelligent races, there will always be some so-called saviors. With a shout, led those who are enslaved, launching one endless resistance after another. All for the sake of restoring the glory that belongs to our people. To achieve true conquest. Only extinction. But the countless war insects consumed. To conquer a desolate planet. What's the use? Qin Tian suddenly turned his gaze to the ground. The earth seemed to be shaking. You can clearly see the insect swarm shaking its bodies. Not long after, patches of red light began to rise rapidly from the edge of the city, forming a protective shield-like structure. It enveloped the entire city. At the same time, this also prevented the continued influx of insects from outside. As the ground tremors became more and more intense, Qin Tian looked on with surprise. The entire city rose slowly from the ground. It eventually hovered at a height of more than 10 meters above the ground. Protective shield? Floating city? Inside the protective shield, it occasionally emitted beams of light that resembled weapons. Obviously, the crimson aliens inside also began to fight back. Clean up the first group of killer war bugs that entered the area. Qin Tian swept his gaze across the outer swarm of insects. The destroyer war bug is the slowest. At this moment, they all fell to the very back. One of the destroyer war bugs received the Overmind's command. Immediately lower your head and follow the path opened up by the swarm of insects. Launch a sprint. It slammed hard into the protective shield, floating several meters in the air. It's less than half the height of the warbug's limbs. Buzz! A powerful impact. The entire protective shield trembled instantly, creating ripples. But then an even more intense red light burst forth. This allowed it to stabilize quickly. Not in the form of electricity. It should be a transformation of some kind of energy. At this time, a faint rumbling sound could be heard. Qin Tian looked up. At the edge of the sky, a large group of triangular flying objects, resembling fighter jets, streaked through the air. But unlike the fighter jets Qin Tian was familiar with, those things don't fly in a plane. The wings flipped over. It hovered vertically in the far distance. It did not swoop down. It's more like reconnaissance. Whoosh! Sensing the will of the ruler, a large swarm of Slayer war bugs and corruptor bombs immediately broke away and rushed forward. They also did not rush into attack. It hovered in the air thousands of meters away. This creates a situation of mutual stalemate. Scarlet Star. Inside the military honor room of the Union building, the officers, all dressed in Scarlet Star uniforms, sat upright. The atmosphere was tense, and their expressions were solemn. A screen was hanging on the opposite wall. It is currently playing footage in real time of countless giant crawlers besieging the floating city. First place. A Crimson Star commander stared at the latest intelligence report that had just been submitted. Both hands. A slight, uncontrollable tremor. A long time. He took a light breath. The intelligence report was flipped over and placed on the table. Get up. Whoosh! All the officers present stood up at the same time. Order all 108 Crimson Legions of the Alliance to immediately proceed to the battlefield. Activate strategic weapons reserves. Initiate Level 1 war order. Prepare for full-scale war. But Commander Beth. I know, I will personally consult His Excellency the Consul. Base raised her hand. He interrupted one of the officers. After the meeting, Beth sat back in her chair. He stared intently at the intelligence report on the table. After a short while, he rubbed his face. He straightened his clothes. He got up and pressed a button on the table. Soon, an elderly woman's figure, formed from light, appeared. General Beth, I need to know what exactly happened. Your Excellency, we may very well be under invasion by an alien civilization. The governor's figure swayed slightly. They were clearly also impacted by this information. No one understands what this means better than they do. When one civilization has the ability to invade another civilization, and it started with killing, this usually represents the side that was invaded. The final result: either be enslaved, either be extinct. General Beth, are you sure? Your Excellency, this is a newly submitted image of a wormhole. Beth picked up the intelligence report from the table. Those giant reptilian creatures came from inside this wormhole. Has their civilization become so advanced that it can create and use wormholes? Yes, but we will not give in. Of course, General Beth, we will fight to the end. I will use my wartime authority to activate the Alliance's Level 1 war mobilization order later. Your Excellency, I request approval to use the Crimson Side for targeted strikes. Approved. Faced with the invasion of a powerful civilization, we must use all our strength. May the Crimson never fade. General Beth placed his right hand on his chest. Bow your head slightly. His expression was solemn. May the Crimson never fade. Chapter 87 I am the Swarm. Ubiquitous. Chapter 87 I am the Swarm. Everywhere at the edge of the sky. Located on the east and west sides of the floating city. An endless torrent of armored vehicles is rolling in. A massive legion of human soldiers is advancing in an orderly fashion. In the sky, the number of various types of fighter jets gathered. They were almost countless, densely packed together. Oh. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Qin Tian stared at the endless rows of red dots approaching. Less than an hour after the swarm appeared, the enemy's organized troops were already in sight. But that's normal. instant messaging devices in a technologically advanced civilization. It allows commands to be issued layer by layer with almost no gaps. Especially in situations where there is a united front against a foreign invasion. It can even be unleashed to an extremely terrifying degree. The human army stopped a kilometer away. Faced with those terrifying, enormous reptiles in sight. A lingering fear was visible on the faces of every soldier. Some legs were trembling. Some of the fingers gripping the guns were trembling uncontrollably. Peace has been with them for far too long. Grown too. They have long forgotten what war looks like. In addition, the enemy is an alien species never seen before. This made them even more miserable. Stop! Disperse! Qin Tian expanded his will. The swarm of insects besieging the floating city. The attack was immediately halted, and the attackers quickly dispersed to both sides. From an aerial perspective, the Kuroshio current and the red dot are clearly divided into two parts, east and west. It spread out far and wide. There is a 1,000-meter buffer zone between the two sides. This creates a confrontational stance. The human legion awaits orders from above. Qin Tian was also waiting for the other side's higher-ups to appear. The war was destined to be protracted. He didn't want to waste his time on something so meaningless. A swarm of insects poured out. It's to get the other party's attention. Incidentally, it also reveals its fangs. The more fearful the enemy, the more bargaining power you hold in your hands, the stronger your negotiating position becomes. Are those tanks suspended in midair? What about those rocket launchers? Mecha? Qin Tian looked at the various armored vehicles in the human army with great interest. Try to distinguish based on your own understanding. The largest number of them. It's a uniquely shaped, suspended tank. Without tracks. There is only one cannon muzzle. There were also some cube-shaped weapons that resembled shipping containers. The surface is riddled with holes. Also, Qin Tian also saw a mecha legion. His 7 or 8 meter tall stature stood out among a large group of human soldiers. It stands out particularly. A technological civilization that has developed normally. It will never be as distorted as the great Xia and Ong kingdom. They will have some involvement in various fields. It will only emphasize one single aspect. Just as Qin Tian was observing, a sudden burst of red light shattered the silence of the battlefield. Perhaps it was due to excessive nervousness. There could be other reasons as well. On the eastern battlefield, a Crimson Man soldier pulled the trigger of his weapon. Shot one of the killer war bugs on the other side. A hole was left in the shell. Green sap was flowing continuously down the wound. Squeak! I feel physical pain. This instantly triggered the ferocity of the killer insects. Instinctively, it let out a fierce screech and charged toward the opposite side. Squeak! Roar! The surrounding war insects immediately responded. Move your limbs and follow closely. Like a fuse. More and more war bugs are joining the charge, and the area affected is expanding. Led by the first killer insect, which resembled a bayonet, they charged towards the opposing human army. Almost in the blink of an eye. The insect swarms across the entire eastern battlefield then launched a general offensive. Boom! The human legion immediately launched an attack. Countless beams of red light shot out simultaneously. Huge bursts of energy poured from the cannon muzzle. The massive mech legion began to move. In a short time, the cannons roared. The chirping of insects was deafening. A violent commotion. This quickly attracted the attention of the western battlefield. The human race launched the first attack. The black swarm of insects surged forth in the next moment. The prelude to war. Because of a human soldier's mistake. Open it completely. Midair. Qin Tian did not stop the insect swarm's counterattack. Before the negotiations began. It's not unnecessary to warm up a bit. The human race of this world. To be so obsessed with the color red? Qin Tian looked curiously at the battlefield below. Not only ground, buildings, vehicles, and fighter jet armor. Even the light emitted by the weapons. It was also entirely crimson. Seem. This world is nothing but monotonous red. You can no longer see any other colors. And what other weapons? It's not an ordinary bullet, it's more like energy. So, this is ultimately biased towards an energy-driven civilization. Or should the focus be on genetic research? Qin Tian frowned slightly. I had to start questioning my initial judgment. The battlefield below. The two races soon came into contact. The scene was extremely chaotic. It is also extremely bloody. Scenes of human soldiers being torn apart by war bugs can be seen from time to time. Qin Tian's gaze lingered briefly on the Mecha Legion. It was moved away immediately. Crimson Star clearly hasn't put much effort into its mechs. The long-range attack with countless flying objects that Qin Tian had imagined did not occur. They can only engage in close-quarters combat. The warbug's greatest advantage lies precisely in close-quarters combat. The melee weapons extending from the mech's hands were completely unable to penetrate the warbug's carapace. Their size of 7 or 8 meters is even more insignificant in the face of the warbugs, giving them no advantage whatsoever. Even incredibly small. The mountain-like destroyer warbugs could knock down a large number of them with a single charge. With a sweeping motion, the fawn-like blades of the forelimbs. It also cut countless mechs in half, turning them into scrap pieces scattered all over the ground. Those energy weapons do more damage to the swarm than they do. Qin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. Look at some of the human soldiers who have taken to the air on the battlefield. Without the support of external equipment, it floated up in the air and moved quickly. Holding a gun, he sniped the warbugs below. But each person was enveloped in a red shield. The kinetic energy clearly comes from this. Under Qin Tian's gaze, several human soldiers flew quickly toward them. It hovered several tens of meters ahead. One of them stepped forward. They were gesturing and saying something. Qin Tian could not understand the other person's language. But I could still understand the gestures. The other party wants to negotiate. But how did they manage to blend into the swarm of insects? They came directly to me? Soon. Qin Tian suddenly realized. To increase visibility for easier spectating, the slayer insect he possessed broke away from its swarm. It moved forward a certain distance. Behind them were swarms of slayer war bugs and corruptor bombs. Like a crane standing out from the crowd of chickens. It is indeed too conspicuous. Can! Qin Tian transmitted a thought. The voice, acting directly on the mind, startled the other person. He then regained consciousness and left quickly. Not long after, an older Crimson Starman flew up with several soldiers. No need to speak, you can communicate what you think in your heart. Qin Tian was the first to transmit his consciousness. To avoid communication barriers. The elderly Scarlet Starman also paused for a moment, stunned. Try to mentally recite a sentence. Respected alien visitor, my name is Beth, and I am the Supreme Military Commander of the Alliance. May I ask why you are attacking us? I need to understand your level of technology. Why should we understand us? You have too many questions. Very well, Your Excellency, we can sit down and discuss this at our leisure, but before that, can we cease hostilities? Can. Qin Tian's will descended. All the war insects immediately withdrew. The human legions also followed the orders of their officers. They stopped using their weapons and did not pursue. The battlefield turned into a fierce battle. Until the moment of stillness. The dominant will and the instant communication between technological civilization. It made the war extremely smooth. Then, may I ask, are you the supreme commander of this Zerg swarm? Beth asked. Yes, I am the master of the swarm. Okay, I understand. Beth nodded. Suddenly it broke free and flew away quickly into the distance. The next moment, Qin Tian sensed something. Control the Slayer warbug to look up at the sky. Within the field of view, distant horizon, an arc-shaped beam of energy is rapidly approaching. And it continues to split. Divide into two parts for. When they arrived overhead, it has now become a densely packed expanse. Final. Boom! Countless arcs of light fell. It easily sliced through the body of the annihilator insect that Qin Tian was possessing. They also slaughtered a large number of war insects in the surrounding area. It landed on the ground with a series of loud bangs. The Overmind is dead! Issue the order! All out attack! All out attack! Slaughter all the Zerg! From a distance, Beth loudly instructed his adjutant beside him. However, when he saw another insect, identical to the one before, fly up, and the words that appeared in my mind, it stunned him. Are you talking about me? Qin Tian regained control of a Slayer war bug and slowly approached Beth, transmitting a consciousness. Are you talking about me? With the sound, Beth looked down and stared at the other giant insect on the ground that was responding. Or, it means us? Beth's face was filled with disbelief and horror. Squeak! All the insects stirred into a frenzy. They all tilted their heads back. It erupted with bursts of ear-piercing shrieks. Qin Tian moved a little closer. The war insect's fierce eyes were fixed on Beth's terrified face. A cold, detached consciousness was slowly transmitted. It is a swarm of insects. Everywhere. Chapter 88, Either you die, or you are exterminated. Chapter 88, Either you die, or you are exterminated. Squeak! The insect's sharp, trilling chirps. Above the crimson star. The echoes continued for a long time without stopping. They stared intently at the human soldiers in the distance. His body trembled violently, and he became extremely agitated. In their emotionless eyes, it is filled with endless ferocity and violence. It was as if the ruler only needed to reveal the slightest intention to attack. They will then pounce on it fiercely, disregarding everything else. Tear those humans to pieces. They sense the wrath of their master. They too are responding to this boundless rage. In the sky. Beth's lips trembled. He looked in horror at the swarms of insects on the ground, which were already on the verge of exploding. Then he looked ahead at the war insects that were coldly watching him. His expression was shocked, and his face was pale. He couldn't imagine that such a creature could exist in the universe. The ruler of this swarm of insects before us. Or, in his understanding, the supreme leader of the race. It could actually be a single insect. It can even transform into every single insect. This means that the opponent cannot be killed unless their entire population is exterminated. But that's obviously impossible. He did not believe that the entire opposing group consisted of only the millions who entered Crimson Star. Inside that open wormhole, there will definitely be more. Beth's body began to tremble violently. He knew he had made a colossal, fatal mistake. Facing a powerful, unknown alien race. He actually relied on his own narrow and pitiful cognitive concepts. To attempt to kill the overlord of the swarm. To destroy the enemy's command structure. Thus, we can win this interracial war. Trying to calm the fear in my heart. In order to salvage the terrible consequences of the mistake. Beth pleaded silently in her heart. Your Majesty, this is all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. I apologize to you, I beg for your forgiveness, I plead for your pardon. As I said before, we can sit down and discuss this, perhaps we can accept your request. No, I won't accept it. Qin Tian transmitted his consciousness. The sneak attack failed to kill him. Is an apology all it takes? According to the normal script, Qin Tian should unleash his boundless will at this moment. All the Zerg warbugs that were parasitized were used, including other common insects throughout Mars. Completely wipe out the human race of Crimson Star. Let them pay the price for their stupidity. Let them feel the terror of angering a Zerg overlord. However, in order to ensure the feasibility of the plan to hunt extraterrestrial creatures, this was also to allow the species to evolve and develop into space-based species more quickly. He held back. He regained his senses. We cannot act solely based on personal emotions, ignoring the development of the ethnic group, wasting time on this. But no punishment was imposed. It would make you appear too weak. This would put them at a disadvantage in subsequent negotiations and in their future position. After a moment's thought, Qin Tian continued. You have offended me, and I cannot forgive you. But I am merciful. So, I'm giving you two choices. Firstly, I can accept that this is your personal mistake as the Supreme Commander. In return, you will pay with your life and voluntarily walk into that spatial passage. Secondly, my immeasurable hordes will unleash my fury, and the war will continue indefinitely until your complete extinction. You only have 10 minutes to consider. After Qin Tian finished speaking, he controlled the Slayer warbug to retreat. Two choices? There was really no choice. One person dies, 10,000 live. In any race. These are all things that don't need to be considered. Really. In just a few minutes, Beth came alone. He was not accompanied by any soldiers. Your Majesty, I hope my life will appease your anger. Beth bent down. He bowed deeply. Turn and leave. Enveloped in a red protective shield, it flew towards the location of the passage. There was no fear of impending death on his face. Instead, it was filled with a sense of righteousness and fearlessness. In a war, if death is inevitable, heroic sacrifice, it is the most glorious destiny in the heart of every general. Placed on the ethnic group, it will be magnified infinitely. The death of a person. This will ensure the continuation of the entire ethnic group. As Beth's figure entered the spatial passage, all the war insects, under Qin Tian's will, in an instant they receded like a tide and returned to Mars. Not long after, a black dragon guard emerged from the spatial passage. A few days ago, Qin Tian commanded the Empress Dowager. Another batch of black dragon guards and parasitic queens were bred. Firstly, it is to meet the demands of the outside world that we have to continue to expand our influence. Secondly, it is also for use in current and future negotiations with technological civilizations. The Black Dragon Guard's human appearance. It can reduce barriers caused by different species. Negotiation venue. As per Qin Tian's request, they chose the floating city, which was the closest one available. At the same time, he also instructed that all forms should be kept as simple as possible. Even so, Qin Tian's Black Dragon Guards received the highest level of hospitality. This is the tragedy of being weak. I was slapped. Not only can you not cry out in pain, you also have to put on a smiling face. In the large conference room, representatives from both sides took their seats. Scarlet Star's side. Apart from the female governor who had just arrived and was seated at the head of the table. 10 more people. They were seated on the left side of the conference table. On Qin Tian's side, only the Black Dragon Guard was sitting directly opposite the female governor. However, the other party was very considerate, and reserved an entire row of empty seats on the right. They can choose not to send extra representatives. They had no choice but to adopt such a humble posture. Oh! Qin Tian observes from the perspective of the Black Dragon Guards. Looking at the pairs of conflicted and complicated gazes staring at them, I couldn't help but smile. The consciousness dispersed and settled in the minds of everyone present. You can try to think of it as my true form killing me. Perhaps it will succeed? You can take a gamble. Isn't that so? If I die, the tribe will lose its leader and fall into chaos. You will have eternal peace. Upon hearing this, the representative of Scarlet Star tensed up. The female governor opposite immediately thought to herself, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. I once again offer my deepest apologies for our foolishness. Immediately, the female consul rose. The representatives of Scarlet Stars all stood up. Place your right hand on your chest. Bending over and bowing one's head, he offered the highest level of respect to the demon dragon guard, who sat at the head of the table representing Qin Tian. All right, let's begin. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. The female consul took her seat. Although I am puzzled as to why someone with your level of technological expertise would want to know about our inferior technology, I will sincerely answer any questions you may have. First, what aspects of your technology are you focusing on? This was the part that puzzled Qin Tian the most. Gene research, like those gene warriors you see, is our greatest achievement. The female governor replied. Gene warriors? Like Beth, who can form a red shield around their body and fly into the sky. Yes, our planet has a very special mineral called crimson, which contains enormous energy. Based on our countless years of research, we combined the energy of crimson with our genes, giving us the ability to fly. Our weapons are also powered by crimson. The combination of energy and genes? Perhaps, after returning, we can let the Queen Mother try it out. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. It seems like he's thought of something. Suddenly asked, What did you use to ambush me? Qin Tian remembered that those arc-shaped red rays came from the sky. The female governor pursed her lips. He smiled wryly. Your Majesty, that is a space weapon used to protect Crimson Star, called the Crimson Scythe. It can carry out extremely precise pinpoint strikes against enemies on the ground, and its energy comes from Crimson Stone. Qin Tian was taken aback. Space-based weapons? Chapter 89 Cooperation and Win-Win. The Earl is in danger. Chapter 89 Cooperation and Win-Win. Lord Bo possesses a dangerous space-based weapon. This is merely Qin Tian's understanding. It probably doesn't belong to the category of actual space weapons. After all, the power wasn't too great. It was far from what I had imagined. The last question, and the most important one, I hope you will not hide it from me, otherwise my wrath will wash over the entire Crimson Star. Your Majesty, please believe in our sincerity in seeking peace. Do you have your own space fleet? The female governor was slightly taken aback. It seemed quite unexpected. But he immediately said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, we don't have our own fleet, we only have a spaceship that has just been developed and put into use. Only one? Qin Tian frowned. Not entirely unexpected. Crimson Star is, after all, only a level 3 technological civilization planet. Alright, let me explain the purpose of my trip. Qin Tian controlled the Black Dragon guards to scan the area. He casually made up a story. Tens of thousands of years ago, an ancient cosmic creature came to our home planet. It attacked us and nearly wiped out our people. In the end, only I escaped with a small number of people. After tens of thousands of years of development, our clan has grown to its former peak size. But we have lost the technological gap, and all we have left is the ability to break through spatial channels. No. I want to go back to my home planet, but it's located in space outside my home planet, and I can't hurt it. So, I need your help. Kill or drive away that cosmic creature. The representatives of Scarlet Star gradually widened their narrow eyes upon hearing this. The female governor was also in a daze. A while later, she then came to her senses and said, Your Majesty, please forgive my offense. If your once great race was nearly wiped out by that cosmic creature, how could we possibly be, and now we only have one warship? Qin Tian had his demon dragon guards raise their hands to interrupt the female governor. Besides you, other technologically advanced races have joined. There may be races inside that have a higher level of technology than yours. At that time, I may ask them to help you further improve your technology in space warships. Furthermore, if you harm that cosmic creature, I will allow you to share its genes. Hiss. The group of representatives collectively gasped. The female governor was also taken aback. But they quickly realized what was happening. With barely suppressed excitement, he said, Your Majesty, Crimson Star is ready to answer your call. I will immediately issue orders to gather all the materials needed to build the spaceship. After saying that, the female governor seemed to have thought of something else. A hint of sorrow flashed across his face. It is free from any other sentimentality. It was merely an emotional expression. Oh. Qin Tian instantly understood the female governor's expression. He laughed and said, If I appeared in a humble or equal manner, would you take me seriously, or would you believe me? Your Majesty, your arrival is our greatest honor. The female governor stood up and bowed slightly. For the first time, I felt a surge of respect that I deserved. With the help of a more technologically advanced civilization. It is an opportunity that every low-tech civilization can only dream of. But what if we were to share the genes of an extraterrestrial being? It will also bring about a qualitative leap in the genetic technology of the entire Scarlet Star. As for the small number of deaths caused by the invasion, and the enormous cost of death that will inevitably be incurred in the subsequent encirclement and suppression of cosmic creatures. What does it even matter? The path of racial development, covered in thorns and extremely rugged. Death is always inevitable. Negotiation, or rather cooperation. It was achieved smoothly. We did not sign those useless treaties and restrictions. There's absolutely no need for that. It was originally a win-win situation where both sides benefited. Return to Mars. Qin Tian flashed to the Empress's side. One side. Beth's body lay there. On the other side, 10 black dragon guards and a parasitic queen stood there. Qin Tian glanced at the corpse. Open the passage to the outside space. All the guards and the queen were sent away. Back to the outside world. Qin Tian ordered the newly summoned parasitic queen and 2 of the demon dragon guards to go to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. That property originally belonged to a powerful family in the Northern Kingdom. It was successfully acquired by Fatty Xiong a few days ago. It came under the name of the Earl's Mansion. Besides the 2 alchemists, the original short, stout manager and all the staff were dismissed. Fatty Xiong also arranged for new manpower. It has been closed for the past few days. This move can be seen as a form of acceptance. This parasitic queen will now reside permanently in the Spirit Pill Pavilion, refining elixirs, while expanding and building intelligence networks. It can also provide the Earl's Mansion with a stable source of income. Lord! Outside the door, the original parasite queen walked in. Seeing her, Qin Tianxia subconsciously rubbed his head. I felt a sudden headache. The number 1 parasite queen is solely responsible for her own safety. It currently also has the largest intelligence network. I don't usually bother him. And once it appears, this usually means something bad is coming. Speak, what is it now? Reporting to Your Majesty, Xiong Hanlin's identity has been confirmed. Were they people planted by outsiders? Yes. Qin Tian nodded. Not surprised at all. It is common sense. He didn't blame Fatty Xiong for his betrayal. Who told him to be the person closest to Lord Qin? Many times, when someone in a higher position approaches you, you have no choice at all. Otherwise, that angered those people. The best outcome he could expect is for his entire family to be wiped out. Those who were almost killed were secretly purged. Have you found out who they are? Qin Tian asked. The prince's mansion. Qin Tian raised his head. This was beyond his expectations. But on second thought, it's actually quite normal. Pingxi Kingdom originally belonged to someone else. What's wrong with assigning more staff? Besides Fatty Bear, many of those servants were also the old prince's men. The entire Earl's mansion. Whose spy is it? Whose secret agent is it? They have all been clearly identified and categorized. After Lord Qin prepared to return to his fiefdom. Following this line. Then call out names one by one, slowly. Besides? Qin Tian frowned. My lord, I received word through the children that some forces are preparing to take action against you. Qin Tian's breathing became labored. He noticed the vocabulary used by the parasite queen. Some forces? Should we take action? Chapter 90 Technological Civilization. Level 4 Planet. Chapter 90 Technological Civilization. The outskirts of the restricted zone on Mars, a Level 4 planet. Exit of the space passage on Aoki Star. Qin Tian floated high in the sky. Originally, the two-headed wolves, unicorns, and countless other groups lived nearby. The carefree, comfortable life of leisure is long gone. What catches the eye? All of them were bloody killings and sieges. On the ground, the black tide formed by the killer war bugs stretched endlessly. A figure rushing back and forth. It carved out furrows in the ground. Small groups scattered in various places. Sometimes dividing and surrounding. Sometimes they would pursue and kill from a distance. A centralized network of consciousness allows them to coordinate almost perfectly. They drove countless monsters into the passage. In the sky, the sniper insect transformed into a sharp arrow and flew at high speed. A body moving back and forth. It produced a series of sonic booms in the air. Lightning-fast speed. This made the desire to escape for the flying monster races a pipe dream. In a moment of terror, they unleashed a torrent of wood-based magic. After realizing that it could not play any role, they instinctively panicked and flew toward the only open passage. I originally planned to go to my fiefdom. Then we'll call out names one by one, slowly. I didn't expect this. They actually dared to unite and name us first. Oh, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. Qin Tian chuckled coldly, looking down into the passageway below. Slayer and Annihilator warbugs are continuously emerging. Compared to the beginning, there are some differences between the two types of war insects. Most notably, it refers to the numerous tiny pores that cover their carapace. This is an upgraded version of what Qin Tian ordered the Queen Mother to evolve a few days ago. It was specifically designed to plunder the essence of Aoki Star. Their dominant Zerg genes give them an extremely fast reproduction rate. The Ice Demon gene makes them virtually immune to magic damage. The holes on the insect's carapace, and the scales that split open on the devouring dragon's body. The principles are similar. But for the sake of reproduction, it's paramount. The Queen Mother removed a portion of the Ice Demon's gene sequence. It can only make the two major war bugs immune, but cannot cause a rebound. The primary means of attack is still physical. In terms of combat strength, it did not decrease. On the contrary, it improved quite a bit. The number of killer insects reached 50,000. The number of striker war bugs is approaching 100,000. Return to Mars. Qin Tian glanced around. In sight, wherever the eye can see, the swarm of insects surged. Mercedes round trip. Amidst the chaos and hustle, there is an extreme sense of order. A few days ago, under Qin Tian's will, the entire host-insected swarm entered a frenzied, machine-like operating mode. The only target it points to. Origin. Origin. Life is unpredictable. Plans can never keep up with changes. I originally intended to postpone acquiring the original essence and focus on evolving my race. But some people force you to make changes. He slipped into the penalty area. Qin Tian looked at his mother's throbbing belly. Giant white eggs, each as tall as a person, are being produced rapidly. A human-shaped embryo can be vaguely seen inside. Also, inside a tunnel. And one after another, fully trained black dragon guards continued to appear. They all headed towards an area not far away. There. It has already gathered a scale of no less than 1,000 people. Outside world. In the uncle's house. Following the usual practice of the past few days, Qin Tian. After listening to today's enemy situation report, the parasitic queen was driven away. I picked up the teacup and sipped it for a while. A moment later, after being away for 10 days, Fatty Xiong appeared outside the door. My lord, these are 4 unclaimed planets that I purchased by scouring the entire Anom kingdom. It took quite a while, so please forgive me. Thanks for your hard work. Qin Tian indicated that everything was fine. Anom kingdom is unlike Pingxi kingdom. Strict control is exercised over unclaimed planets. Generally, domestically developed, unclaimed technologies are not allowed to freely flow into other countries. Certainly, money makes the world go round. The 4 in Fatty Bear's hand. This is the result of his efforts in traveling around during this period. And the whereabouts and route of Fatty Bear. Constantly under the surveillance of the parasitic queen. Aside from one encounter with someone from the prince's residence during that time. Besides exposing his undercover identity, he spent the rest of his time diligently handling the tasks assigned by Lord Qin. My lord, the 4 unclaimed planets cost a total of... Alright, there's no need to report the price details. I trust you. You've been working hard for many days, go and get some rest. Qin Tian interrupted. Yes, thank you for your trust, lord. A hint of guilt flashed in Fatty Xiong's eyes. He hurriedly stepped forward and handed over the brocade box containing the unclaimed planet. When turning around, his body paused for a moment. In the end, he still walked away. Qin Tian shook his head slightly. His gaze swept over the 4 brocade boxes beside him. The general process of how Fatty Bear bought the planet and information about the planet. The parasite queen had just reported to him. Qin Tian took one of the brocade boxes. The box contains an accompanying brief history of the planet. Qin Tian picked up the brief history of planets and flipped through it for a while. According to a brief history, this planet is a Type 4 technological civilization. It's called Mokexing. Intelligent races also belong to the human race. It leans towards engineering machinery technology. I've gotten a general idea. Qin Tian sank into consciousness. Inside and outside the Martian restricted zone. It was still a busy scene. The area where the Black Dragon Guard is located. The number of people has increased significantly. It looks like a densely packed area. I hope I won't need it. Otherwise. Qin Tian glanced at it. These people are just being prepared. Preparations for the worst-case scenario. Or rather, it's a desperate last resort. The crystal ball that connects to the outside world of Mok Star. A spatial passage has been opened. Qin Tian floated directly inside. Unlike Scarlet Star, the swarm of insects first displays its power. Then bring them to the negotiating table. A level 4 technological civilization already possesses the capability to colonize other planets. It has at least one colony on a planet in this galaxy. The killings within the planet were not enough to threaten them. This is Qin Tian's predicament. No matter how strong the swarm. No matter how large the quantity. What's the point if you can't even get into space and touch them? This is actually one of the reasons why he urgently needs cosmic biological genes. The other side of the passage. As soon as Qin Tian appeared, he fell into a prolonged daze. Before our eyes. No mountains, no water. A jungle of buildings made entirely of steel. Some tower thousands of meters high. Some are even disc-shaped, soaring straight into the sky. It may have even extended into outer space. The key point is, Qin Tian didn't see a single human. The whole world was deathly silent. His first impression of him was one of endless coldness. According to a brief history of the planets, Mach should be overpopulated. And it doesn't seem like it has experienced internal turmoil. There are no signs of war damage on the ground. On the contrary, it's very clean. The air doesn't seem to contain any pollutants. Qin Tian recalled a brief history of the planet. Control your consciousness to continuously float upwards and expand your field of vision. That is. Qin Tian looked at the ground several thousand meters to the west. That was the only area in sight that was not covered by buildings. And its scope is extremely wide. There were some huge covers on the ground that looked like manhole covers. One after another. Most importantly, Qin Tian was beside those manhole covers. Finally, a figure was spotted. Robot? It floated above the figure. When we get closer, Qin Tian discovered that they were not the human race he had imagined. Instead, it is a cold, mechanical object that is 2 meters tall. And its entire body is incredibly smooth. It looked like a humanoid product cast from molten iron. His face was as black as iron and devoid of any facial features. Long and slender neck. Her arms and hands were equally slender. Below, the robot was flipping over a huge manhole cover in front of it. Only through the closing gap. When I saw the mountain of skulls piled up inside, Qin Tian frowned. Raise your head again. I subconsciously looked at the countless manhole covers stretching out in the distance. He glanced again at the robot that had left. She blinked. So, the human race of this planet. It's very likely that the robots they created themselves will be extinct? Became one. A world ruled by robots? Just as Qin Tian was surprised. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps hitting the ground came from behind. It's getting more and more urgent. It's getting denser and denser. Qin Tian immediately floated up. At the end of the line of sight, one after another, robots exactly the same as before. They were pouring out of the previously silent steel buildings. Long queues formed. They quickly gathered together again. They assemble a massive robot army that almost fills the entire field of vision. It really is a planet overrun by robots. Qin Tian sighed. The next second, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and glanced at the location of the spatial passage. He glanced again at the direction from which the robot army was coming from. Suddenly, a possibility became clear to me. Such a large quantity. Such a big commotion. Could it be that they want counter-invasion of one's own planet? Chapter 91 Invincible on this star. Instant annihilation. Chapter 91 Invincible on this star. Instant annihilation. Tisk tisk. That reaction speed. Far from being comparable to Scarlet Star. Qin Tian sighed slightly. They surveyed the rapidly gathering robot army from all directions. At this point, he actually felt it was only natural. The robots of Mach have wiped out their creators. It should have taken over most of the technology. Or it can also be understood as Mokexing, which leans towards engineering machinery. The pinnacle of technology was the development of artificial intelligence. Machines have taken over the world, without the interference and obstruction of the human race. A race that possesses a unified network for coordination, much like the Zerg. This will only accelerate the technological development of Mok Star. At least, the development of the home planet. It will reach an extremely terrifying level. This is evident from the steel jungle that stretches as far as the eye can see. The surface appears lifeless and empty. In reality, they had mastered the details with remarkable precision. Perhaps at the very moment the spatial passage opens, it was detected by the artificial intelligence of Mok Star. and make a decision immediately. In the logic of the machine, they lack the complex emotional thinking and indecisiveness of intelligent races. Only 0 and 1. Certainly. This is Qin Tian's understanding. Not all mechanical objects in the universe are like this. But I think it should be about the same. Based on this, when a spatial portal appears on your planet, faced with an unknown threat from within the passage, either passively wait for defense, either take the initiative to concentrate your forces and launch an attack. Obviously, the artificial intelligence of Moke Star chose the latter. I was originally thinking about how to get to know these cold machines. Now look what's happened. That saves trouble. Qin Tian turned and floated towards the passage. As for concerns, a planet without a creator. To invade a planet where a creator exists, it's a complete joke. Return to Mars. Qin Tian's gaze swept downwards. A surge of will. The insects near the passage immediately scattered. Clear out a large area. Qin Tian stood floating in the air. Look ahead to the entrance of the passage. It didn't take long. A team of 10 robots walked out of the passage. Each person's arms switched to devices resembling gun barrels. The harsh Martian climate did not affect them. Their steel-like bodies, made of some kind of material, also allowed them to withstand the planet's high temperatures. Their eyeless faces turned around, scanning the insected creatures in the distance. Data symbols began to appear on the bald head. It seems to be conveying a message. Reconnaissance, huh? Qin Tian smiled slightly. He slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! Mars originated from the Earth's surface and then rippled outwards. The resulting fog instantly enveloped the 10 robots. They formed circular shields, much like those used when summoning Zerg creatures. While imprisoning them, it also cut off the transmission of information. Boom! The robots inside immediately launched a counterattack. The gun ports extending from the arms emitted beams of white light. But they simply cannot penetrate the fundamental layer that surrounds them. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Seeing that it had no effect, a group of robots had arms that flowed like mercury. It quickly condensed and transformed into long swords that shimmered with energy. Bang! The long sword slashed out. A layer of energy that appears to be like a thin film. Yet it remained completely still and was indestructible. The origin is the core energy of a planet. In other words, it is the immense power gathered from the entire planet. It can even withstand the violent turbulence within spatial rifts. How could it possibly be shaken by some mere ordinary energy weapons? In midair, Qin Tian kept his right hand raised. They deliberately waited for the robots to struggle for a while. Subsequently, a gentle clench of the hand. The next moment, smack. The original protective shield suddenly contracted inward. There was not the slightest hindrance. Each of the 2-meter-high spheres. It shrank dramatically in an instant to the size of a washbasin. As the outer primordial energy dissipates, the iron ball, compressed to its limit by immense force, fell to the ground. On their own planet, the Creator is invincible. The source of invincibility. That is the origin of the planet. Really. Just as Qin Tian had predicted. The dead robot did not receive any system prompts to retrieve its origin. Plunder the source. It involves extracting the life energy of living organisms. These robots are nothing but lifeless pieces of scrap metal. After a moment, another team of 100 robots entered Mars through the passageway. Qin Tian followed the same method. They separated 100 strands of the original source and forcibly crushed them. As long as the source is sufficient, he can then divide the primordial energy into countless forms. They wiped out more than a dozen teams of robots in succession. From the initial team of 10 people, it gradually grew to a massive scale of several thousand people. Annihilated in an instant. One batch came in, and another died. One group came in, and another was wiped out. Finally, they lost another legion of tens of thousands. The artificial intelligence on Moke Star stopped sending robots into their deaths. It has no effect whatsoever. Death has no effect on emotionless machines. Enter! Qin Tian's gaze shifted to the distance. The order was conveyed. A black dragon guard who had been dispatched by him beforehand. Immediately walk over and enter the spatial passage. On the other side, the robot army surrounded the entire space passage. Everyone's arms transformed into weapons, aimed at the exit of the passage. With the appearance of the Black Dragon Guard, they all gathered there again. How should we communicate? Qin Tian followed behind the Black Dragon Guards. He stared at the lifeless mechanical race before him with a great deal of trouble. Consciousness communication that has always been successful. It completely lost its effectiveness here. The fluctuations of consciousness that were just transmitted. Just as he expected. What followed was utter silence. Left with no other choice. Qin Tian could only possess the Black Dragon Guard. In the human language of Blue Sun Star. Try to speak in words. I am here to seek cooperation, not to harbor any hostility. However, to Qin Tian's surprise, the words had barely left his mouth when. Then one of the robots stepped forward. A series of data flashed rapidly above my head. It's like they're analyzing and deciphering. A moment later, a broken, cold tone in the language of the Blue Sun Star rang out. Humans are not welcome on Moke Star. Otherwise, die. Chapter 92 I am not human. The Machine Leader. Chapter 92 I am not human. The Machine Leader replied. Of course. In your eyes, humans are an inferior race. Qin Tian looked at the robot in front of him. Let the Black Dragon Guard speak. This was evident when he saw the piles of skeletal remains under the manhole cover. The thought process of these robots has been basically determined. Before the mock aliens created artificial intelligence, there will definitely be many conditions to restrict it. To prevent the rapid development of artificial intelligence from spiraling out of control. For example, the 3 laws of robotics in Qin Tian's memory. But there are no absolutely perfect rules in the world. At the time, it seemed perfectly under control. It is merely the limit of logic that an intelligent race can conceive of. Having developed to a certain extent, this will inevitably cause the existing contradictions to gradually come to light. Ultimately, it expands infinitely. When artificial intelligence breaks through this understanding, and when deeply entangled in the laws set by the human race, they would then conclude that the existence of humans seriously hindered their own development. Cleanup will be inevitable. That's probably what Moke Star is like. In the logic of artificial intelligence, humans have an innate advantage in intelligence. Utterly useless. He has far too many flaws. These defects. Let them judge that humans are an inferior race. It has nothing to do with the level of civilization. Even if a human race that has developed into a multidimensional civilization stood in front of them, they will not change this judgment. They would simply attribute the difference to different development times. So, they do not welcome a substandard group, as Qin Tian had anticipated. But my race is not human, but rather the Great Zerg. Qin Tian controlled the Black Dragon Guard to slowly open its arms. In the next instant, squeak! A series of violent screeches suddenly rang out. Inside the passage behind, the war insects started about rapidly. The frenzied and ferocious body was clearly visible. After speaking, Black Dragon's bodyguard lowered his arms. The screeching disappeared in unison in an instant. Opposite, the data stream on the robot's head continued to flash for a moment. He then raised his right arm to switch to a different type of searchlight. Scan the dragon guards up and down. It appears to be detecting the body's structure. The results were obtained. The data in the robot's head flickered slightly. The message was relayed. Leaders need to know about your cooperation. Oh. Has the leader finally appeared? Qin Tian's consciousness, located above the demon dragon's personal guards, smiled. Dealing with these robots, you must gain the other party's approval. At the very least, bring them to the same position. The universe is vast. There are countless species and races of various kinds. However, very few can truly achieve strict adherence to orders. Apart from the mechanical race in front of us, the only one Qin Tian could think of was his own Zerg race. The two are very similar. They all have a group network of concentrated individuals. Hunting a cosmic creature whose body is the size of a star, Qin Tian replied. The robot's head started flashing again. However, this time it didn't flash many times. The leader has agreed to meet with you. After delivering the message, the robot returned to the group. At the same time, all robots put away their weapons. 2 rows of people turned around and took a few steps back. A path was cleared. At the end, it's that giant, disc-shaped building that stretches straight into space. Stepping inside the building, what Qin Tian saw at first glance through the demon dragon guards. It's those huge screens on the walls. The entire interior is filled with screens. And it extends upwards so far that you can't see the top. The screen was filled with densely packed data. One robot after another faces the screen. Or stand on the ground at the bottom. Or it may be suspended in layers of high air by some kind of kinetic energy. Every now and then, I'd reach out and manipulate the data stream. No wonder there aren't many robots outside. No wonder we couldn't hear anything. They used to work entirely in buildings. Qin Tian looked around in astonishment. Along the way, the number of robots seen. It was far more numerous than the massive army that had previously surrounded the space passage. Each robot is processing data on the screen in front of it. There was complete silence, not a sound. There is no need to make a sound to communicate. Data interconnection enables them to communicate seamlessly. They had absolutely no curiosity whatsoever. Along the way, from beginning to end, not a single robot turned around to glance at the dragon guards passing by. This kind of ethnic group, countless times more terrifying than the Zerg. Once it develops, Qin Tian shook his head. Even the most powerful war insects need to rest and eat. It's impossible to be fully engaged in hunting every single moment. And this mechanical race. Yet it can go without eating or drinking and without wasting a single second. Following the 2 robots leading the way, we entered a small room. There was already a robot waiting inside. Its overall appearance is no different from other ordinary robots. Nothing special about it. The same smooth outer shell. The same slender body. You are the leader? I want to know about that extraterrestrial creature. The other party got straight to the point without any preamble. Qin Tian did not dwell on the issue of his identity. The robot race is unlike the human race. One's social status and social standing can be discerned from outward appearances. Their differences. The main difference lies in the internal structure. Qin Tian controlled the demonic dragon guards to scan the room. There were no chairs. He could only continue standing up. However, the prerequisite is that I need to understand your level of civilization first, such as your colonization of planets, or the number of your interstellar fleets. We have completed the colonization of 8 suitable planets in this system. The first interstellar mothership will be assembled in 17 days, 8 hours and 29 minutes with a full interstellar fleet of 598. With the ability to travel to ultra-long distances, we will attempt to leave this system and head to extrastellar regions in 29 days and 0 hours. Level 5? Qin Tian was stunned. Leaving our local galaxy. Begin exploring exoplanets. It is a symbol of a level 5 technological civilization. He remembered that the parasite queen had given a report. Moke Star was the first planet that Fatty Bear bought. It was about 6 days ago to the outside world. When making the purchase, Fatty Xiong deliberately immersed himself in the process and checked everything. Payment was only made after confirming that there were no discrepancies between the planet's development and the brief history of Mach. According to brief historical information, at that time, Moke Star was still under the rule of humans. There is only one colony planet, and it was only recently colonized. In other words, 6 days outside. 6 short years on the planet. The robot race on Moke not only wiped out the entire human race. They've even developed to the point where they're about to advance into extraterrestrial star systems and reach the level of a level 5 technological civilization. But they want the terrifying number and tireless efficiency of those robots outside. In addition, they had a colony planet as a foundation. What remains is the initial capital accumulation. Qin Tian suddenly felt that everything was perfectly reasonable. That cosmic creature lives in the outer space of my home planet. It is extremely powerful. I can provide space portal support, and you need to provide a fleet to hunt it down. We have no experience with extraterrestrial life and cannot calculate the odds of hunting it. We will not take the risk. Oh? Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, staring at the robot leader before him. He laughed and said, "Then why did you waste your time meeting with me? In fact, for your group. At the moment we agreed to meet, they had already decided to cooperate with me. Isn't that so?" Chapter 93 5 Races Cooperate. The Day of Departure. Chapter 93 5 Races Cooperate. On the day of departure, the robot leader fell silent. The facts are just as Qin Tian said. He couldn't refuse. Logic wouldn't allow him to refuse. Not long after, the interstellar mothership will be completed. His people will venture out to explore uncharted galaxies beyond our own. Unknown dangers. It will inevitably appear. Prior to this, the AI has already performed the calculations countless times. Countless potential dangers were simulated. One of them. It is a threat from extraterrestrial life. If it is possible before departure, or postpone your departure time. Let's start by using an alien creature as a practice subject for real combat. If we encounter similar cosmic beings again in the vast star field in the future, they then gained experience in dealing with it. It can increase the fleet's survivability by at least 10%. This was also what the leader thought when he learned about Qin Tian's cooperation details. Logical reasoning immediately led him to agree to the meeting. I agree to your cooperation. Our terms. No, you are not qualified to make conditions. Qin Tian controlled the demonic dragon guards to raise their hands. You only need to expand the size of your warships at all costs starting today. Deal with that cosmic creature. We need a large number of warships. In addition, 4 more technological civilizations will join. It might be the inferior race you've identified with. But I hope you can abandon your prejudices and discrimination. Cooperate with them for now. At last, you can disagree. This is your freedom. Isn't that so? The negotiations went smoothly. The strongest feeling Qin Tian got from contacting the mechanical race was, they are extremely rational. The choice between 0 and 1. Compared to being suddenly attacked by alien creatures in the universe in the future. This resulted in huge losses. Even the entire massive fleet was destroyed as a result. Several races and civilizations unite to attempt to besiege a cosmic creature and accumulate combat data. It is undoubtedly the best choice. Leave Moke Star. Qin Tian communicated with the other 3 technological planets. All 3 planets are Type 3 civilizations. One is called Tyrant Star. One is called Morton Star. The other one is called Sophia Star. Their level of civilization is not much different from that of Scarlet Star. There weren't many warships. There are no colonized planets. This means having no scruples. The killings on the planet were enough to threaten their very survival. Under Qin Tian's onslaught of insect swarms, they were brought to the negotiating table through a semi-threatening approach. Finally, it was successfully completed in a win-win manner, just like with Scarlet Star. Whether the focus is on genetics, engineering, or mecha, a cosmic creature, these are all extremely valuable research subjects for them. Most importantly, Qin Tian agreed to provide them with technical support for the development of warships. Technical consultant. Of course, it's the Moke Star mechanical race, a level 4 technological civilization. Period. Qin Tian risked opening the space passage of Thundercloud Star. This allowed the 5 races to witness the existence of that cosmic creature firsthand. This has been confirmed. A collaborative meeting of 5 major technological races. Under Qin Tian's leadership, representatives from various factions met at Scarlet Star. Specific content of the meeting, and how the mech race helps the other 4 races develop warship technology. Qin Tian had no interest in knowing. I didn't go. Just as he said to the leader of the machine race. Hunting cosmic creatures. His only responsibility was to provide a passageway for warships to pass through, instead of participating in the action. After all, the attack from that cosmic creature, however, it can harm the level of consciousness. Tens of thousands of miles from the Forbidden Zone on Mars, Qin Tian opened the spatial passage where the 5 major technological races resided. They are laid out in a triangular pattern. It was not turned off again. This will facilitate future cooperation and movement among the 5 ethnic groups. At the same time, 100 black dragon guards and 1,000 whip-tailed dragons were transferred to oversee the operation. People of the 5 ethnic groups are prohibited from staying on Mars. All of this has been done. From beginning to end. Qin Tian spent several months on the planet. Fortunately, things have settled down for now. The plan is proceeding as he envisioned. A month in the outside world. 30 years on the planet. How many warships can the 5 races develop? Ultimately, will we be able to use the numerical advantage of our warships to damage that cosmic creature and obtain its genes? That's beyond his control. At present, what he can do. That's all. Regardless of when the 4-nation war began, it was still the little money left in the Earl's mansion. None of that was enough to make him do more. In case the plan fails, he can only wait until he has accumulated enough wealth. You can purchase more advanced technology planets. Let's go after that alien creature again. Anyway, that gene won't run away anytime soon. Back in the restricted area, Qin Tian arrived at the nest not far from the Queen Mother. Inside, there were countless eggs, each as tall as a person. Inside was the embryo of the Black Dragon's personal guard. Some were just formed. Some are as big as children. Some are about to complete their growth. The eggs of humanoid organisms. Unlike other war insects, the larvae hatch from their shells before feeding and growing. It can grow directly inside the egg. The nutrient fluid in the eggs is sufficient to sustain them until they reach adulthood. He toured the area. Qin Tian then flashed to a neighboring nest. This is also a batch of humanoid eggs. However, this is different from the previous location where the Black Dragon Guard's lair was stored. Each egg inside is enveloped in a primordial layer, used to protect the organisms inside. Through the source layer, you can vaguely see some humanoid creatures that are almost adults. Let's calculate the days. According to the time on the planet, distance from adulthood, it will probably take another year or so. Equivalent to a day in the outside world. That's about it. After observing for a while, Qin Tian withdrew from consciousness. Upon entering the hall, it attracted the number 1 parasitic queen. Has the date for departing for the fiefdom been set? Reporting to Your Excellency, it's settled 3 days from now. Qin Tian nodded. Following the usual practice of the past few days, the question was asked again. What about those people? Have there been any changes? Just like before, nothing has changed. Their plan is still to make their move on your way, Lord. Where are the manpower? There's been no increase or decrease. Excluding the ordinary assassins, the 6 factions have a total of 46 creators. Of these, Jinbei Kingdom has 8, Jing'an Kingdom 9, Anong Kingdom 11, and Pingxi Kingdom 15. Of the remaining 3, one family has 2 and another has 1. The summoned creatures of the 2 families are the weakest and can be ignored. The other 4 kingdoms are very strong. I haven't fully investigated them yet, but based on my observations over the past few days, their trip seems to be just a probe, and they don't intend to actually. All right. Qin Tian waved his hand. Whether it's true or false, we can't be careless. How are our plans coming along? Rest assured, Your Excellency, the basic arrangements have been completed. Well, I'll start making moves on the rest over the next 2 days, he. Speaking of which. Qin Tian suddenly laughed. He looked up at the parasitic queen in front of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Let's forget about those major powers. 2 insignificant families dare to make a move against me. Them. Are you tired of living? Chapter 94 To obtain this person. Willing to fight a nation war. Chapter 94 To obtain this person, we are willing to wage war in the capital. The residence of the Inspector General of Jinbei Kingdom. Inside the hall. There were 8 people sitting there. There were men and women, old and young. They were all dressed in white gauze. Each one possessed an outstanding and ethereal quality, like dust in the air. The only one standing in the hall. He was the owner of this mansion. And he was obsequious with a fawning smile. Lord Fan, is such a large-scale mobilization really necessary? One of the elderly men with a long beard looked at Fan Yixuan, who was standing in the middle, and asked with a frown. It's utterly ridiculous that we, the 8 creators, need to be mobilized to deal with some Wuan Earl of Pingxi Kingdom. It's a complete waste of time. Any one of our cultivators could easily handle it. Indeed, just a mere creator of a biological civilization. Humph, Lord Fan, you should know what price our cultivators will pay once they make a move. The others also showed displeasure. Cultivators summoned by the creator of the cultivation civilization. Its strength is undeniable. Moving mountains and filling seas is as easy as picking up a stick. But at the same time, it also faces a very awkward problem. The spiritual energy in the outside world is extremely scarce. It could even be described as depleted. It is very difficult for cultivators to absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power. However, using spells consumes a great deal of energy. This results in a long-term deficiency of spiritual energy within the body. To this end, 100 years ago, the Jinbei Kingdom summoned numerous cultivators to a certain location within its borders. A large spirit-gathering array was set up. They barely managed to create a state that resembled a paradise on earth. The Northern Kingdom called it a sacred place. Cultivators summoned by the creator of the cultivation civilization, including himself. They usually stay in the holy site. They will only be deployed when needed. A century of peace. These creators are rarely invoked. This is the first time that all 8 of them have gathered together like this. Certainly, these people were all sent on orders from the Prince of Jinbei. Even if they are dissatisfied, they dared not blame the prince. He could only vent his resentment on the fat man in front of him. Please calm down, gentlemen. This operation does not require all of you to participate. Perhaps there's no need to take action at all. Just in case. Fan Yixuan felt extremely bitter. He knew perfectly well that these people were using him as a punching bag. But all we can do is endure it. Who can blame them when they're the supreme creator? But I'm just an ordinary person with some status. The identity of that Marquis of Wuan. I'm afraid you gentlemen are already aware of this. Originally, it was created by a Zerg civilization. But they evolved creatures comparable to dragons. At this point, Fan Yixian looked embarrassed. His expression seemed somewhat wistful. Actually, the people who can sit in his position. How could he be an idiot? How could they not know the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free? At the time, it was learned that Qin Tian had merged with an insectoid planet. Giving up on winning them over was merely a tacit understanding between him and the other inspectors from the three kingdoms. After all, they were all given orders that required immediate action. Everyone should use this opportunity to step down so that no one will fight for power and thus save their lives. Moreover, he reported the details afterwards. It was the Prince of Jinbei who ordered the secret observation. The other three kingdoms remained silent. It's estimated that this also reflects the tacit understanding among the four princes. Otherwise, for a creator whose strength is unknown, it's not worth wasting a lot of manpower on open and covert struggles and cutthroat competition. It would be better to observe the situation first, and then make a decision. But now, the observations have yielded a conclusion. So what? The long-bearded old man still spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Let alone the fact that he only summoned one dragon, even if he summoned hundreds like the demon lord 100 years ago. So what? Would that be worthy of the 8 of us being mobilized? The fact that the Marquis of Wuhan summoned one means either that he is truly ordinary, or that he is deliberately hiding. Such a person is dangerous, so we must test his strengths and weaknesses. When a person is driven into a desperate situation and his life hangs by a thread, it is no longer possible for him to hide. After Fan Yixian finished speaking, fearing that these gentlemen might misunderstand or blame them, he quickly added, "Besides, when your subordinate reported to your highness, I once mentioned a conjecture from the previous generation. The fact that the demon from 100 years ago could summon hundreds of cultivators with a wave of his hand only means that he could summon at least several hundred people, not necessarily the limit. Due to that person's sudden death, everything remains unknown. Perhaps his extremely hostile planet was, in contrast, extremely rich in resources. Enough to support the summoning of tens of thousands of people. The same applies. What if that Marquis of Wuhan could also summon thousands, tens of thousands, or even more dragons?" The long-bearded old man was taken aback. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Those in positions of power always know more information than ordinary people. The story of how the demon was killed back then has been passed down. It's just a matter of the four countries trying to save face. In fact, the demon lord died suddenly. Otherwise, given the opponent's strength, the four countries may have long since disappeared into the annals of history. The power of the demon lord. It mainly comes from the inexhaustible spiritual power of the group of cultivators under his command. In the outside world where spiritual energy is depleted, it is simply impossible. But it is rumored that each time they besiege an enemy cultivator, they are in their peak condition. Afterwards, some people speculated that perhaps the origin of that demon's planet was vast and boundless. It is also possible that a method for obtaining the original source has been found. In short, the source is inexhaustible. When the cultivators under his command run out of spiritual energy, they are sent back to the planet to replenish it. Then another batch comes out. In this uninterrupted manner. That's how they became invincible. Now, a character similar to the demon appears. Furthermore, the evolved organisms have shown distinct differences. Even if they are not powerful cultivators. But what if it were possible to summon countless dragons? For any country, they will all be a terrifying force that cannot be ignored. Most importantly, if the vast source that supports its summoning is not inherent to the planet. Instead, they discovered the method for obtaining the source. This thought came to mind. The long-bearded old man's expression changed, and he immediately asked, "When to make a move?" Wu Anbua is on his way to his fiefdom when he receives intelligence that the other three kingdoms are also pursuing the same goal. Once we test Wuan's strengths and weaknesses, we will be fine. However, if he does summon hundreds of dragons, regardless of whether they are for our use, we must seize them and bring them back to our country to find out the reason for the abundance of his planet's resources. Is it inherent, or is there some method to increase them? The other 3 kingdoms will definitely fight to the death to intercept him. Fan Yixian raised her head. Scanning around. She straightened her body slightly. He said with a slightly serious tone. My lords, this operation is of paramount importance. It is highly likely to touch upon the fundamental problem of insufficient source of creatures that has plagued the Creator for centuries. Fan is telling the truth. Apart from you gentlemen, tens of thousands of creators and cultivators throughout the Holy Land are now under the King's command. Stand by. If the Earl of Wuan is truly extraordinary, encountering excessive obstruction from the 3 kingdoms, tens of thousands of cultivators from the Holy Land will all be mobilized. We must obtain this person at all costs. To this end, my king is even prepared for a full-scale war. Chapter 95. The bone is thrown out. The dogs rush to snatch it. Chapter 95. The bone is thrown out. The dogs rush to grab it. Thud. Inside the residence of the Inspector General of Pingxi Kingdom, in the capital, a lean old man slammed his fist on the table in anger. Why would the prince abandon such an important person? Is the prince senile? My lord, please be careful with your words. Fu Wenhai, who was seated at the lower end. At this point, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and interrupt. Your Highness is very wise. There is a reason for this arrangement. Fu Wenhai wasn't flattering him. The Prince of Pingxi was a bit too strong-willed. But he has absolutely no brains. Acting on impulse. How could it have survived for 100 years amidst the chaos of the 3 kingdoms period? I really can't see any reason for this. Even the lean old man knew he had spoken out of turn. He sat back down in his seat, feeling rather disgruntled. But still unable to understand, he said, a Zerg civilization evolved into dragon-like creatures. It also has an infinite rating and planetary environment, similar to that of the century-old Demon King. In my opinion, on the day the title is bestowed, he should be immediately recalled to the capital. If we could summon hundreds of dragons, this will greatly enhance our country's power. One person is worth 100 creators of the Warcraft civilization. Not to mention the methods for obtaining the planet's origin. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we should never let it go unchecked. But what about the old prince? He actually sent that person to Wuan County. That's fine then. Knowing that the other 3 countries are preparing to test the waters, the creators of each country have also made large-scale mobilizations. But the prince only sent a dozen or so of us stationed in the capital to keep an eye on things. If the Marquis of Wuan were forced to summon hundreds of dragons, he would certainly be no match for the creators of the other 3 kingdoms. What can we, a dozen or so people, possibly do? Even if we risk our lives, we cannot escort the Earl of Wuan back to his country. Fu Wenhai listened patiently to the old man's complaints. Wait until the other person has finished venting. He then spoke. My lord, let me ask you this. What would happen if the Marquis of Wuan summoned hundreds of dragons? Didn't I just say that? The lean old man frowned. He glanced at Fu Wenhai and said, the creators of the other 3 kingdoms gathered together for this test. If the Marquis of Wuan summons hundreds of creatures, they will surely be fought over by the 3 kingdoms and taken back to their respective countries. This is not just a matter of whether Marquis Wuan is powerful or not. It involves the fundamental nature of obtaining the source. If Marquis Wuan knew the method, it would be discovered by one of the countries. This will mean that the creators within the planet will have an inexhaustible source, continuously summoning life from the planet. This is tantamount to completely overturning the current balance and breaking the pattern of division. Once the Great Xia is unified, it will spread like wildfire. Our country originally held the upper hand, and the flames of unification should have been ignited by our nation, but Fu Wenhai couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his hand to interrupt the other person again. He opened his mouth and asked again. Has your excellency forgotten the strength of our nation? Have you forgotten the covetous eyes of the other three kingdoms? Would they be foolish enough to sit back and wait for you to discover the origin and then grow stronger? Faced with a series of questions from Fu Wahai, the lean old man was suddenly startled, as if waking from a dream. The initial excitement finally cooled down completely. Suppose that the Marquis of Wuhan summoned hundreds of dragons. My king has summoned him back to the capital. We learn that the reason is the inherent abundance of the planet's source, rather than the acquisition of the source. Spread the word. You would believe that? How could the other three kingdoms possibly believe it? And who would risk the destruction of their country to distinguish between truth and falsehood? So, sir, whether or not Marquis Wuhan knew the method to obtain the source. Which country obtained it? Which country will become the target of everyone's criticism? What awaits us will inevitably be the punitive expedition of the three-nation alliance. Any one of the other three countries could probably put up a fight against the coalition. But our country has absolutely no power to resist. Rather than that, why not just throw the bones away? Let a pack of wild dogs come and steal it. The lean old man listened in a daze. Then he looked towards the western direction of the royal city. A wry smile, a shake of the head, hands clasped, and a bow. Your Highness possesses great wisdom. I truly admire it. At the same time, the same thing was being planned in the other two inspectorate offices in the capital. Jing'an Kingdom is the same as Jinbei Kingdom. External magic is scarce. It simply cannot meet the needs of the magicians. There are also places similar to holy sites within its own borders. The outside world is like a hodgepodge. It contains all kinds of energy. Yet all kinds of energy are extremely scarce. And the kingdom of Enom also urgently needs a large amount of resources to summon those more powerful and larger technological weapons. Wuhan City. It is the capital of Wuhan County. Its prosperity level. It surpasses even Linen City in many ways. This place is, after all, close to the capital of the Great Xia, where the four kingdoms are concentrated. It is also a necessary stop for merchants and travelers. The city was also home to many families. The Fong family was the most powerful among them. The family owns numerous businesses. It is almost ubiquitous. Especially this year. Fan Xiong, the young master of the Fong family, successfully integrated. He became a creator of the Thunder Eagle clan's magical beast civilization. This further elevated the Fong family's power to its peak. In Wuhan County, where royal power was weakened, he practically became a local tyrant. The civil officials sent by the Pingxi kingdom to govern the region were more like figureheads. Regardless of the size of the matter, all of these must be approved by the Fong family before they can be implemented. Inside Fong Mansion, Fan Tianhong was reviewing the letter that his subordinate had just presented to him. His body trembled slightly. Her complexion was also slightly flushed. Father, what is it? Fan Xiong, standing behind him, couldn't help but ask. A letter has arrived from the capital. Fan Tianhong put away the letter. He didn't hand it to his son. Instead, he recounted the story with slight excitement. The four kingdoms are preparing to test the strength of the Marquis of Wuhan on his way here. A test? Should we then suspend the assassination operation? No! This is a tremendous opportunity for the Fong family. Fan Tianhong took a deep breath. Adjust your emotions. Turning to Fan Xiong, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. If the four countries take action to test the waters, there will only be two possible outcomes. First, the Marquis of Wuhan is equivalent to a demon from 100 years ago, which will cause four countries to fight over him, and it is very likely that a war will break out between the two countries. Secondly, Marquis Wuhan is just an ordinary person. If the four kingdoms remain at peace, the war between the four kingdoms will continue. If it is the former, our Fong family can wait for the right time to act. If it is the latter, the giant dragon summoned by the Marquis of Wuhan will inevitably be destroyed when the creators of the Four Kingdoms test it. This is a golden opportunity. The previous assassination plan was just an attempt. With that dragon protecting it, the success rate was not high. But without the dragons, he is incredibly fragile. In the war between the Four Kingdoms, Pingxi Kingdom is destined to lose. Wuhan County may fall into the hands of Jing'an Kingdom or Jinbei Kingdom. Our Fan family controls Wuhan County, so we can wait for the right price to go. The position of prefect. Even a noble title is not a luxury. The Fan family will truly become the masters of this region. So, we must not allow the Earl of Wuhan to arrive in Wuhan County alive. Chapter 96 Departure for the Fiefdom. Attack en route. Chapter 96 Departure for the fief. The Earl was attacked on the way and set off for his fief on the same day. In the uncle's house, I started getting busy early in the morning. In fact, this busy period began 3 days ago. The first one is, it is only right that the Earl's journey is safe. Originally, riding a whip-tailed dragon was the most convenient. But that's precisely the most dangerous part. In the event of an attack, Lord Qin was sitting on his back. Whip-tailed dragon has difficulty retaliating. They opted for the old-fashioned horse-drawn carriage. Large-sized, multi-person convenient transportation in Shikoku. Only the magical airships of Jing'an Kingdom and the multifunctional airships of Anong Kingdom. The other two countries are much the same. Outside the Earl's mansion, dozens of horse-drawn carriages were lined up in a row. A group of servants were busy moving items. After everything was in place, Lord Qin, dressed in a black nobleman's robe, walked out of the mansion. When boarding the middle carriage, Lord Qin stopped. He looked at Su Jian, who had come carrying a bundle, and his family, with a puzzled expression. My lord, I'm tired of staying at the Zerg Academy. I've been in the dean's position for a while now, and it's not very interesting anymore. If you don't mind, I would like to follow you from now on. I hope your excellency will grant my request. Su Jian cupped his hands and said earnestly. Lord Qin paused for a moment. He didn't say anything. He simply nodded. That counts as an agreement. He stepped onto the carriage. Not long after, the convoy of cars began to leave the Earl's mansion in a grand procession. May you have a safe journey, my lord. Respectfully seeing off the lord. People frequently bowed in respect on the street. Some civilians knelt down to bid farewell. Lord Qin would occasionally lift the gauze curtain and wave in response. The people of Linen City generally know that the Earl is setting off for his fiefdom today. The Earl's residence did not deliberately conceal it. After exiting the east gate, the 1,000 soldiers who had been waiting outside the city immediately stepped forward. This is the guard team dispatched by the city garrison. They will escort the Earl to his fiefdom. 1,000 soldiers were scattered at the front and rear of the convoy. 50 black-faced guards with ghostly faces followed closely on both sides of the Earl's carriage. Next up was Su Jian, who was riding the giant ice crystal scorpion. In the sky above, the massive figure of the whip-tailed dragon soared and circled. They traveled for 3 days. May your journey be safe and sound. They did not encounter any of the dangers they had imagined. Until noon on the 4th day. The threatening, high-pitched roar of the aerial whip-tailed dragon. This brought the entire convoy to a stop. Hundreds of meters in the air. Fan Yixian's figure, riding a crane, rose and fell. Obese body. The crane beneath him showed a hint of pain in its eyes. Beside him, it was the same long-bearded old man riding a crane, along with 7 other creators. Unlike before at the Inspector General's office, behind each of these creators, there stood a person dressed in white. The man was dashing and elegant. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy. They stood on various magical artifacts that emitted a dazzling, iridescent light. His face had an ethereal expression, as if he were detached from worldly affairs. dust under the sunlight. Automatically move away from the scattered particles. It's as if even the slightest touch would be a desecration of it. In the air ahead, a mirror floated in the air, emitting faint divine light. The resulting rays of light enveloped everyone within them. That dragon's senses are so sharp? It's detected us? Fan Yixian stared in astonishment at the roaring dragon in her line of sight. How could a mere fool see through the illusion of the glass mirror? The long-bearded old man chuckled softly, pointing to a distant area. My fairy servant told me. 15 people gathered there. It should be the creator of Pingxi Kingdom. The isolation magic cast by their magical beasts was too rudimentary, and that stupid thing detected it. And those 2 places, there were several to a dozen people gathered there, probably from Jing'an Kingdom and Anong Kingdom. The long-bearded old man pointed to 2 more directions. This airspace appears to be empty and devoid of anything. In reality, it was overcrowded. Oh, by the way, there are 2 groups of fleas behind that hill and in that grove of trees. Did you arrange that? The long-bearded old man glanced at the ground. He looked at Fan Yixian beside him. No, it wasn't me. Fan Yixian immediately shook her head. However, I have received information that, in addition to the 4 of us, there are 2 other families with personnel. One is the Fang family of Wuhan City, and the other is the Wan family of the capital. Wuhan County was originally the Fang family's territory, so it's understandable that they would try to take advantage of the Marquis of Wuhan. The Wan family is quite interesting. What benefit would they gain from assassinating Marquis Wuhan? But it doesn't matter. Let them get through this first. Maybe we won't even need to lift a finger. Fan Yixian shook her head, not paying much attention. Then he looked at the carriages on the ground. My lord, do you think that Marquis of Wuhan can really summon hundreds of dragons? I would hope so. Yes, if we can obtain the method of acquiring the origin from him, tens of thousands of cultivators in Maijinbei Kingdom will no longer be trapped in the Holy Land. When they emerge, it will be the day Maijinbei Kingdom unifies the Great Xia. High in the sky on another horizon, Fu Wenhai, riding an eagle-shaped magical beast. He glanced at the giant dragon in the distance that was staring at his area. He patted his mount and flew rapidly backward with the dozen or so people around him. A gray magical shield enveloped them, following them like a shadow. After retreating several hundred meters, the group of people stopped together. My lord, if Marquis Wuhan is unable to summon other creatures, please ensure his safety. We must not let him actually die at the hands of those petty villains. He is, after all, a count personally appointed by my king. Fu Wenhai turned to the lean old man beside him. Rest assured, Lord Fu, we will defend the prince's honor to the death. The ground below, with the sound of a dragon's roar, 1,000 soldiers drew their weapons. 50 black dragon guards swept their cold eyes around. Soon, in a small hill and a grove of trees, groups of men in black, wielding sharp blades, charged forward menacingly. Aya! The servants and maids screamed in fright. Although most or all of them possessed skills far exceeding those of ordinary people. But faced with this scene, their external roles prevent them from doing anything other than panic. They could never have known that they were already exposed to their master like plucked quails. Protect the Lord! Protect the Lord! Some soldiers quickly moved to surround the Earl's carriage. Others split into 2 groups and actively went to meet the 2 groups of black-clad assassins. Kill! In the blink of an eye. The most primitive and fierce battle. It then unfolded in this area. Slashing with a sharp blade. Blood splattered everywhere. The sound of wind stirred up by the weapons, mixed with the screams of the wounded. It began to ripple. Every now and then, you could see both sides falling down. But there were too many assassins. They were densely packed, at least several times the size of the guard. The fighting area rapidly advanced towards the carriage where the Earl was located. In no time, the soldiers guarding the outer perimeter had no choice but to rush forward. Immediately afterwards, They are the black dragon guards on the inner side. However, the bodyguards, who appeared imposing and aloof on the surface. However, it lacked any of the expected combat strength. They were even extremely weak. In the ensuing battle, one glance, he was then slashed to the ground by the assassin. The red flesh at the wound site was turned outwards. Blood continued to flow. The mask on his face slipped off. They revealed faces that were either rugged or slender. Roar! In the sky, the whip-tailed dragon roared repeatedly. Flames billowed from his mouth. The three whip-tails danced in the air, creating a series of whistling sounds. His body lunged left and right. Yet it cannot escape the small area around it. It was as if they were trapped by an invisible dome. Roar! Far away. It is located on both sides of the hill and the woods. Several monstrous beasts roared as they charged in. They charged straight at the giant ice crystal scorpion that was the only one guarding Su Jian by the carriage. The two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Whoosh! At the edge of the sky, a thunder eagle demonic beast let out a sharp cry and swooped down. Crack! A bolt of lightning quickly formed in the air, and then descended. It slashed at the middle carriage, which was now all alone. Boom! Under the powerful destructive force of magic, the carriage exploded and shattered into pieces instantly. Amidst a flurry of sawdust, Lord Qin's body flew high into the air. It slammed hard onto the ground and rolled far away. Chapter 97. You dare to challenge me? You dare to challenge me? Chapter 97. You dare to act as an independent prefecture. It covers a quarter of the vast Central Plains region. This made the territory of Wuhan County very vast. Besides the capital city, it also governs other counties. There are also more than a dozen fortified cities, dozens of county towns, and numerous townships and villages. A vast geographical area. This resulted in a long, continuous boundary line. The border between Pingxi Kingdom and Pingxi Kingdom alone stretches for nearly 1,000 miles. Linan City was located at the easternmost point of Pingxi Kingdom. It can also be called a border town. Leading to Wuhan City and the capital city further east, there is a wide and flat main road. People coming and going to do business. Most people take this main road. It is convenient, quick, and relatively safe. But narrow boundary. This usually means a long and arduous road ahead. Like a large expanse of scattered silk threads. Ultimately, they will all converge on either Wuhan City or the capital city. At this time, a desolate area hundreds of miles from the main road. A dozen or so men and women, dressed in rags and looking like refugees, were hurrying along. The word vagrant. This may be unfamiliar to the four major countries. Although there is a significant gap in status between ordinary people at the bottom of society and the creator in different countries. But as long as you keep a low profile and don't be foolish enough to provoke others, even the creator wouldn't be idle all day causing trouble, killing people, or playing around. A fairly harmonious environment. This allows ordinary people to live a life that can barely be described as peaceful and prosperous. And the Central Plains. It belongs to a no-man's land. How can there be any security in the four countries if there are no troops stationed there? Except for the capital city, county towns, and areas near some large cities. Other areas are basically in a state of perennial chaos. There were countless bandits who ruled the mountains. There are countless bandits who specialize in robbing trade routes. After all, money stolen is always easier to obtain than money earned through hard work. It also smells better. In this chaotic situation, the resulting loss of families, death, and displacement is unimaginable. It's perfectly normal for some people to become homeless. The group of men and women were panting and staggering. Or rather, only the man at the very front, his face covered in dust, walked with unsteady, exhausted steps. The others were also disheveled and looked like miserable, suffering people. But pairs of sharp, eagle-like eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Ahead, a small village gradually came into view. There are not many houses. There are only a dozen or so. Which outpost is this? Qin Tian wiped the sweat from his face, which was covered in dust, and looked at the small village, then stopped and asked. Reporting to Lord, this is the 274th stronghold. The parasite queen, dressed similarly in the filthy attire of a village woman, immediately replied. How far are we from Wuhan City? There are still 382 left. Qin Tian nodded. With the help of the parasitic queen, they walked towards the village. Within the village, there are only 5 villagers. 3 of the male villagers were strong and burly. The other 2 elderly men had sallow complexions and were hunched over. But he was also tall and strong, like a burly man. Especially in the eyes. There was none of the cloudiness that one would expect from an elderly person. Instead, he appeared radiant and his cold glint shone through. They saw Qin Tian and his group walk in. The 5 people remained silent. Some brought out chairs. Some took out the prepared food. 2 other people were stationed outside the village to keep watch. Is today the 4th day? Qin Tian took the food and asked a question while eating. Yes, my lord, it's almost noon. The parasite queen estimated the time and said. What about over there? Have a safe journey. They haven't made a move yet? Qin Tian found it somewhat strange. For the itinerary of the next few days. He has been very busy recently. Keeping your feet on the ground is a bit of an exaggeration. But it certainly didn't stop. Nothing else. You're afraid of dying. First, divide the route into 2 routes. A visible line. A hidden storyline. Even if the parasite queen had obtained accurate information, the other party was merely testing the waters and had no intention of killing. But Lord Qin would never risk his life for the chance of the other party accidentally killing him. Some time ago, in addition to producing a large number of black dragon guards, the Queen Mother also had many. They also evolved a group of ordinary humans under Qin Tian's orders. They used in primordial encapsulation to protect these frail humans as they grew on Mars. One of them. He looks exactly like Qin Tian. He took his place and went to Wuhan City openly via the main road. The remaining ordinary humans replaced the original Black Dragon Guard clones and the parasitic queen. Hidden clues. It was the side path that I had taken. A stronghold was set up every few miles. There are hundreds of routes. It extends all the way to Wuhan City. The thousands of Black Dragon Guards summoned in batches. They were all scattered throughout these strongholds. At least 2 or 3 people. There are at most 4 or 5 people. It was practically a patrol every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Only this method is available. Only in this way can a large number of people be kept as hidden as possible and not attract attention. This also maximizes security. Certainly. The Black Dragon Guards born from the Empress's lineage. They all have different appearances and shapes. For example, the elderly and villagers in this village. But, even with 1,000 plans and 10,000 arrangements, accidents are always unavoidable. In the short time that Qin Tian was eating, suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. Outside the village, a group of people were galloping towards them from the south. A group of Black Dragon Guards quickly surrounded the Earl. The 2 officers on guard immediately retreated. Qin Tian sat in the middle. The body was tense. This route area. The Black Dragon Guards would clean up the area around each stronghold beforehand. Moreover, the outposts along the way will be abandoned. The Black Dragon Guards within the stronghold would all disguise themselves. The refugees formed groups on either side of where the Earl was located. It vaguely resembles a circular protective formation. They set off together towards Wuhan City. In principle, no one will slip through the net and come into contact with the core of the Inner Lord. Most importantly, Qin Tian noticed the direction from which the other party appeared. South. That's the direction of the main road. Although the group of people were riding horses, which were ordinary and low-class mounts, it is unlikely that the creators of the four nations sensed something and came to help. But what if? Buzz! Qin Tian's expression darkened slightly. A massive surge of will instantly erupted within the swarm's consciousness network. In just a few breaths, before that group of people even reached the edge of the village, looking very far away, one after another, swift figures began to appear. And the number continues to increase. A perspective from the sky. Countless figures raced and galloped across the land. They swarmed towards the small village in the middle like a swarm of locusts. Wow, so many people have come here again. I think this place was raided just about 2 weeks ago. Haha, not bad. That girl was really pretty back then. If it weren't for the boss taking a liking to her, I really wouldn't have been willing to give her to just anyone. A bunch of pigs, do you even know this is our Green Wolf stronghold territory? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off this time. There are already enough slaves in the village. Behave yourselves and hand over anything of value you have. Hey, second master, there's a woman among them. It really is. And with that young lady too, while I'm in a good mood, hurry up. Otherwise, I'll slaughter you bunch of pigs and dogs. A group of people reined in their horses and stopped outside the village. Holding a steel knife, he pointed it at Qin Tian and the others inside and laughed wildly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's body slowly relaxed. They turned out to be just a group of ordinary mountain bandits. Qin Tian glanced at the parasite queen beside him. His expression held a hint of dissatisfaction. Lord, it was my oversight. The parasite queen immediately bowed and apologized. She coordinates the personnel arrangements along the route primarily through her consciousness network. So many small fish and shrimp appeared close to the Earl without being noticed and eliminated in advance. They didn't even provide an early warning. This is indeed a very serious dereliction of duty. Be more careful next time. Qin Tian responded with a single sentence. I didn't investigate further. No matter how robust the security network, it is impossible to be completely foolproof. Stand up. Qin Tian observed the group of bandits with great interest. Pointing to the ground beneath his feet, he laughed and said, The territory of Green Wolf's stronghold? Your territory? In front of me. You think you're worthy? You dare! Chapter 98 Remind this uncle. Wipe out his entire family. Chapter 98 reminds Uncle Ben. Annihilate his entire family in the battle. Or rather massacre. It didn't last long. In front of the Black Dragon guards, a group of ordinary mountain bandits are no different from a group of ants on the ground. Even at the moment their identities were confirmed. Qin Tian then transmitted the command in his mind. Other Black Dragon guards were rapidly approaching from all directions. They immediately stopped their speeding journey. They turned around and returned to their respective prearranged routes. Smack! One of the Black Dragon guards, who appeared to be an old man, threw a bloody head that had just been twisted off onto the ground. His upright figure bent slightly. He regained his original hunched and aged appearance. Qin Tian glanced at the head. It was that extremely arrogant man who was previously known as the second in command. His eyes were wide open. He seems to have died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Perhaps. He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Why would such a group of terrifyingly powerful people exist in this desolate wilderness? It's even less likely that they would know. A high and mighty creator. A dignified Earl of Pingxi Kingdom and the true master of Wuhan County. Why would I be in this godforsaken place? Lord Qin sat down and continued eating. The Black Dragon guards began to clean up the traces. The body was buried on the spot. A moment later, seeing that Qin Tian had eaten and drunk his fill, the parasite queen. He opened his mouth and asked, "My lord, shall we depart immediately?" She needed to communicate with all the black dragon guards in the vicinity in advance, to keep pace with the core team of the Earl. Qin Tian's will as the Overlord can descend into the consciousness network space of the swarm, to issue orders or to infiltrate and investigate. However, it will not form a separate point of consciousness. No connection. Other insected creatures would naturally be unable to sense it. So, either Qin Tian constantly disperses his will within the consciousness network for coordination. Alternatively, one might need a Zerg creature nearby to act as a medium to relay orders, making it simpler and more convenient to be a hands-off manager. For example, Parasite Queen. Stay here for now. Specific details? It depends on the situation on the main road. Qin Tian ordered one of his black dragon guards to fetch water to wash off the disguise from his face. In the end, the creators of the Four Kingdoms did not kill them. The double is still alive. Only then could he continue to Wuhan City to replace and reappear. Otherwise, if he dies, can the dead be brought back to life? He had already thought of his escape route. They'll find a mountain stronghold or an even more secluded place to live out their days for a few years. Only when a country is strong enough can it emerge without restraint. Whether you want to sweep across 4 countries at that time, it's better to find peace and stability somewhere. It all depends on his own will. But this is exactly what Qin Tian least wants to see. One could enjoy a better quality of life as a wealthy landowner, who would willingly live a life of ignominy, hiding in some dark corner like a rat that can't see the light of day. Lord Earl. The Parasite Queen suddenly spoke at this moment. The voice rose slightly. Qin Tian raised his hand. He sensed it too. Sink into consciousness. Enter the swarm consciousness network. Qin Tian immediately possessed the consciousness of that substitute. The Queen Mother's evolved substitute, and those ordinary humans. It can only be said that it is infinitely close to human capabilities. Some of the seemingly insignificant core organs are still insect-like in structure. Essentially, it still belongs to the insectoid species. Naturally, they also possess unique points of consciousness belonging to the Zerg. After a brief period of darkness, the view in my eyes gradually returned to brightness. The first scene Qin Tian saw. It was a violent jolt and tumbling. Were they blown away? So ruthless? But the stunt double was not killed in the attack. Qin Tian controlled the stunt double that had fallen to the ground to raise its head and move the camera. I saw a patch of charred blackening on the stunt double's arm. It was probably the result of instinctively raising one's hand to block the attack. They also saw a large number of black-clad assassins and their rapidly falling guards and Black Dragon's personal guards. And in the distance, there was a carriage whose interior had been blown beyond recognition. Crack! Above the sky, a bolt of lightning magic quickly coalesced. In the instant the lightning struck, Qin Tian saw a Black Dragon guard flash past in the double's line of sight. It shielded the substitute from the magical attack. Boom! The next moment, blood rained down. Fragments of the corpse kept falling. The Black Dragon guard was completely enveloped in lightning. They were directly ground into powder and fried into minced meat. Is this the magic that attacked the stand just now? Qin Tian thought of the charred marks on the substitute's arm. The carriage that a high-ranking official would ride in is certainly not ordinary. In terms of protection and safety, it will inevitably be greatly strengthened. Perhaps this is the reason. That's how the stand-in survived the previous lightning strike. He only suffered a minor injury to his arm. In the air. Soon, another bolt of lightning took shape. Another Black Dragon guard lunged forward to meet the lightning. Thunder roared. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene of risking one's life to save the Lord. In this area, it appeared again and again. Before setting off, Qin Tian had ordered his black dragon guards to protect the substitutes' safety with their lives. As a member of the Zerg, although they were as weak as ordinary people, yet it perfectly embodied the will of the ruler. Qin Tian stopped watching the tragic scene unfold before him. Controlling the stand. Raise your head. Look at the whip-tailed dragon, which is trapped and roaring in the air. What a pity! If the whip-tailed dragon is on our side, I feel much more at ease on this journey. The Black Dragon Guard's combat strength is only 30,000. Only by initiating the sacrifice and burning of life can. Only then will combat effectiveness increase exponentially. The maximum could be 10 times the amount, up to 300,000. But it can only last for a few seconds. The whip-tailed dragon typically has a fighting force of 200,000. In addition to the advantage of flight, it can indeed give people a great sense of security. However, as a creature summoned by the Earl for protection, he suddenly disappeared instead of staying by the Earl's side to protect him. Even if the double looks very similar to Qin Tian, it will still arouse suspicion. Roar! Just as Qin Tian raised his eyes to look around, a powerful dragon roar suddenly rang out. They probably noticed the stand's gaze towards the whip-tailed dragon. Perhaps they wanted to completely extinguish any hope of survival. A celestial sword radiating a dazzling, blazing light flew away at breakneck speed. He slashed at the whip-tailed dragon from the sky. Whoosh! The dragon's head separated in an instant. With the disappearance of that cage, the severed dragon head and the headless, enormous corpse, they all plummeted downwards. Cultivators from Jinbei Kingdom! Qin Tian's expression darkened. Immediately control the stand-in to look around and search. But they gained nothing. The sky was completely empty. But this must be the work of a cultivator. Very good! Today you have slain one of my whip-tailed dragons. One day I will destroy your entire holy land. Qin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The loss of a whip-tailed dragon. He wasn't particularly distressed. There are many more on Mars. If he wanted, he could reproduce an endless number of them. But that whip-tailed dragon was ultimately the first creature he summoned to keep him company. He died just like that. Not feeling sorry for someone doesn't mean you're not angry. No. He was indeed far from being a match for those cultivators. It could even be described as insignificant. But in the future, it may summon countless Zerg creatures or hatch a Zerg queen. Even the most powerful cultivators. They will surely perish under the swarm of insects. Chirp! The thunder eagle in the air let out a sharp cry. No more lightning magic was cast. The meager amount of magical energy was insufficient for it to be released indefinitely. The entire massive body lunged down. Sharp, hook-like claws attacked the stand-in lying on the ground. Smack! A black dragon guard leaped to block him. It was instantly swatted away by the thunder eagle's wings. However, this also caused his body to tilt under the force. The fatal blow that was originally aimed at the stand's head was moved downwards. 5 deep, horrific wounds, revealing bone, were left on the stunned double's shoulder. Steady your body. The thunder eagle was preparing to continue its attack. Several balls of blazing fire suddenly plummeted downwards. It smashed him away violently. Presumptuous! You despicable scoundrels! How dare they assassinate our Marquis of Wuhan? This is absolutely outrageous! With the voice, more than a dozen figures gradually appeared in the air. Fu Wenhai sat atop the magical beast, his face contorted with rage. Forced to the point of being severely injured and on the verge of death. They haven't summoned hundreds of dragons as they imagined. Then we can truly confirm the fact that Marquis Wuhan was an ordinary person. In a small village hundreds of miles away. Qin Tian opened his eyes after breaking free of the substitute's consciousness. I didn't follow up on the matter. Now that the people of Pingxi Kingdom have appeared. This indicates that the probing has basically ended. We can continue our journey now. Qin Tian Chao waved to the parasitic queen, He got up and walked a few steps towards the edge of the village. As if he had thought of something. He stopped, turned around, and asked, "By the way, is that Thunder Eagle from Shikoku or one of those two families?" "Reporting to Your Excellency, it is one of the families, called the Fong family, and the family is located in Wuhan City." "Oh." Qin Tian nodded. Immediately. Looking at the parasite queen, he earnestly instructed, "We've arrived in Wuhan City. Remember to remind Benber. The first thing to do. Exterminate his entire family. Chapter 99 Upright and Honorable. Smash him to death. Chapter 99 Upright and Honorable. Several days after he was killed, Qin Tian reined in his horse and stopped in front of a small hill. The parasitic queen and a dozen or so black dragon guards each had a mount behind them. Everyone looked travel-worn and exhausted. On the vast plain at the horizon, it is a dense cluster of buildings. It stretches as far as the eye can see. There. This must be Wuhan City. Qin Tian pointed to the vague outline of the city wall that was faintly visible in the middle of the building complex. Yes, Your Excellency. That's what the parasite queen replied. In fact, they entered the territory of Wuhan City 2 days ago. The area of a city today. It does not refer solely to the small area enclosed by the city walls. Instead, it is centered on the city. A vast area that radiates and spreads far and wide in all directions. In Qin Tian's understanding, the area of a prefecture is equivalent to that of a large or medium-sized province in my memory. Capital city. It is similar to a provincial capital city. For example, according to Qin Tian's understanding, Wuhan County could very well be called Wuhan Province. Wuhan City is equivalent to Wuhan City, the original ancient city. It's more like the city center. It is also the most populous and prosperous place. How much longer until the stand-in arrives? Qin Tian withdrew his gaze and asked. It will probably take another 10 days or so. So long? Qin Tian frowned slightly. There's nothing we can do about it. The four nations finished their probing and shifted their attention away from him. With fewer concerns, there's no need to be as cautious as in the past few days. He rode the horses left behind by the bandits and galloped away. Even so, it took more than 6 days to arrive. On the stand-in side, Lord Bo was severely injured. The guards and bodyguards suffered heavy casualties. Treating the injuries and drawing up a new guard team will both take time. It will definitely be much slower. He glanced at the city again. Qin Tian spurred his horse and galloped away, heading south along the edge of the plain. After half a day, the group stopped in front of a small hill. At the foot of the mountain, standing there was the second parasitic queen that Qin Tian had sent back then. Behind him were the 5 black dragon bodyguards who had accompanied and protected him at the time. Lord! Lord! The 5 people knelt down and greeted them in unison. Qin Tian waved his hand. Parasite Queen number 2 got up. He led everyone to a mountain villa located halfway up the mountain. The resort occupies a large area, but there were only a few rooms in the house. Most of the area is occupied by pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water. There are also clusters of blooming flowers and lush bamboo groves forming verdant paths. This place is not far from the city center of Wuhan, similar to the suburbs. It was originally a place where a wealthy businessman in the city would relax. It now belongs to parasitic queen number 2. As for that wealthy businessman, a black-clad guard brought over the washing utensils. Qin Tian wiped it clean quickly. Wash away the dust and grime from the past few days of travel. We arrived at the villa's living room. The 2 parasitic queens are already waiting. My lord, my child has become completely parasitic on the Fong family and could wipe out the entire clan at any time. The second parasitic queen spoke up. Swarms can sense each other within a consciousness network. Between the parasitic queens empowered by intelligence, It also enables real-time communication and information sharing. This attempt by the Four Kingdoms and two major families to probe and assassinate Qin Tian, the ruler, is part of a larger effort. It was the second parasitic queen who first discovered this through the intelligence network she established in Wuhan County. Then share it with parasite queen number 1. Qin Tian's order from that small village a few days ago. The second parasitic queen was obviously also shared at the same time. And before Qin Tian arrived, preparations have already begun. For them, the will of the ruler is above all else. My lord, I disagree with this approach. The mass death of parasites may lead outsiders to discover the existence of the parasitic larvae. I suggest sending the Black Dragon Guards to assassinate them. The first parasitic queen objected. No, it won't be exposed. I can do it all at night, killing them in their sleep, and then controlling my child to break free from the host. No one will find out. You can't guarantee that everyone in the Fong family is asleep at the same time. At least we can eliminate most of them, and then send the Black Dragon Guards to finish off the rest. But the occurrence of a large number of unknown deaths will inevitably cause panic among people. I can spread my children's parasitism widely, suppressing and reducing their fear. You cannot parasitize the creators of the Four Kingdoms. The mysterious deaths of members of the Fong family will once again arouse the suspicion of the Four Kingdoms towards the Earl. They have no evidence. This will be detrimental to the Lord. Qin Tian squinted. They watched the two parasitic queens argue with great interest. This is the inevitable result of endowing intelligence. The parasite queen's intelligence genes. The human race from Blue Sun Star. Just like how a newborn baby's innate intelligence comes from the parent's genes. The emergence of wisdom. It will vary due to many factors such as different personal experiences and upbringing. Different personalities and ways of thinking gradually develop. The number 1 parasitic queen stays by her side for a long time to protect her safety. People are becoming more cautious and conservative in their thinking and actions. The second parasitic queen was raised by an outsider. This leads to a tendency towards being radical and direct. Lord! Lord! The argument ended inconclusively. The two parasitic queens looked at Qin Tian together. From the moment the Fong family set their sights on Benbo, this sealed their fate of destruction. The difference. By what means and in what manner? Qin Tian gestured for the two to remain calm. But no matter what, we must wait for the substitute to arrive in Wuhan City. Benbo can only make a move if he shows himself. So, during this period, you two's most important task. It means finding out every single member of the Fong family. We must not let a single one slip through the net. Benbo will not allow anything to come back to life. What I find even more intolerable is the cliché of a remnant of the Fong family who, in the future, endures hardship and grows slowly until he becomes powerful enough to seek revenge. Since the decision has been made to exterminate the entire clan, we must nip it in the bud. In this world, everyone has the opportunity to merge into one planet. This provides fertile ground for everyone to grow. Make everything possible. It's also simpler. If some members of the Fong family were missed, their descendants were fortunate enough to merge with a cultivation planet. It summoned a powerful cultivator. Even if it won't pose a threat to me in the future. But the occasional assassination attempts are also a major headache. All right. Go down and get to work. Qin Tian waved away the two parasitic queens. With his current power, dealing with a family, whether it's the parasitic queen's larvae, or he summoned the thousands of Black Dragon Guards who were about to gather around him, they could be killed with a flick of the finger. The problem is, these forces all live in the shadows. Qin Tian shook his head slightly. As for taking advantage of a time difference, take advantage of the fact that the Earl arrived in Wuhan City to wipe out the Fong family. He had considered it as well. But the key point is that they just assassinated you. In the blink of an eye, the entire clan suddenly died or perished? In short, they finally managed to clear themselves of suspicion. He didn't want to get into trouble over such a trivial matter. This will make the 4 countries turn their attention back to you. These clandestine forces cannot be used. Okay. Then let's be upright and honorable. Use the power of the Marquis' mansion to crush them. Chapter 100 Time flies. Things change, people change. Chapter 100 Time flies. Things have changed above the Martian forbidden zone. Qin Tian's consciousness gradually manifested. For matters concerning outsiders traveling to the fiefdom, he has not appeared on Mars for more than 10 days. More than 10 years have passed on the planet. But the entire parasitic insectoid race did not stop. It has been developing in accordance with his will. Planet name Mars. Civilized race, parasitic insect race. Evolutionary stages, 4th generation evolution. Population size, 768,549,642 individuals. Planetary origin, 654214. Auxiliary function, God-level deduction technique. Qin Tian opened the system interface. I also checked the information on other species in the branch. After more than 10 years of development, the entire population has grown to over 700 million. Among them, there are more than 400 million killer insects. The upgraded version has an egg-laying efficiency comparable to that of the flood bug. Up to 4,300 per day. The growth cycle has also been shortened to half a month. The number of striker warbugs has just surpassed 200 million. Each day, they lay only about half the number of eggs as the killer warbug. The growth cycle is also more than twice as long, taking more than a month. They were the main force plundering the origin of Aoki Star. The queens of the 2 major groups. Qin Tian bred 20 of them. They lay eggs almost every day without interruption. The remaining 6 subgroups. Besides the 3 major dragon clans. The other 3 species. Qin Tian set a reproduction limit a long time ago. The number of destroyer warbugs is limited to 10 million. There are 50 million lurker insects. The corruptor burrowers are controlled at 100 million. There is no other reason. Food shortage. Qin Tian initially thought that with 6 planets, Beast Star, Blazing Star, Earth Ring Star, Water Spirit Star, Wind Radiant Star, and Golden Light Star, as logistical bases, there would be no problem with food shortages. But what no one expected was that the new generation of species evolved from the Queen Mother. None of them are suitable for hunting. One is too slow. A purely passive attack type. The other was an entirely suicidal attack. If it continues to develop without end, they are simply unable to support themselves. With these numbers totaling over 100 million, they could barely maintain their basic needs and achieve a balance between food supply and demand. When the Killer Warbug and the Annihilator Warbug plundered the origin of Aoki Star, the corpses left behind by the horde of monsters driven to Mars, it can only satisfy the consumption of its own large population. In particular, the number of monsters in large areas of the Aoki Star space passage has decreased. This led to a gradual decrease in the efficiency of the expulsion. The food crisis for both ethnic groups will inevitably become increasingly prominent. For now, we're still holding on. No need to worry about it. Over the past 10 years, we have only obtained more than 650,000 original resources. Planet time averages less than 200 points per day. The difference compared to back then is just too great. Qin Tian looked helplessly at the original value. The magical beasts on Aoki Star possess immense vitality. Each can provide 0.02 to 0.05 points of source. The vast majority remained above 0.04. In addition, the sheer size of the population is terrifying. When the planet Aoki was first created, on average, more than 1,000 sources can be harvested every day. In just over 3 years. That is, more than 3 days in the outside world. He received over 1.3 million. It is precisely because of the support of abundant resources that he then continuously summoned a total of 2,500 black dragon guards from the outside world. More than 600,000 origins. Summon a group of Blue Sun Star soldiers. That's more than enough. Qin Tian closed the information interface. He glanced in the direction of the Queen Mother. There are still more than 2,000 black dragon guards remaining inside the restricted area. But even if it is summoned, it cannot be used openly. He urgently needs some forces that can be made public. Let's calculate the days. More than 40 days have passed since I helped that sixth prince seize the throne. It's been over 40 years on this planet. Such a long time. Could little six have already passed away? Or perhaps he didn't ascend the throne? Or perhaps their country was destroyed? Qin Tian became slightly interested. The lifespan of the ancient humans on Blue Sun Star. I'm almost 60 years old. But I didn't pay much attention to it. What he wanted was someone who looked exactly like a great Xia person. Furthermore, the Blue Sun Star soldiers possessed combat power superior to that of ordinary humans evolved from the Queen Mother. As for the others, for example, in terms of loyalty, the Parasite Queen's children are enough to solve the problem. Parasitic control over the summoned planetary humans and the outside world humans. The main difference is that the planetary human race appeared on the outside world, without the ties of family and relatives. There is no involvement of any power or influence. It is like a blank sheet of paper. They could only survive by relying on the Earl's mansion. Summoning a whiptail dragon. Qin Tian opened the Blue Sun Star space passage and floated inside. The sky outside the passage was just beginning to lighten. It should be morning. Qin Tian transferred his consciousness into the whiptail dragon's body. They ascended into the sky and flew directly towards the capital of the Great Yen dynasty. Several hours later, the vast imperial city gradually came into view. Hee. This means that an alien species has appeared on a low-level planet. The impact it will have. But it depends on the situation. Little Six should at least be able to secure his throne. In sight. Statues of the killer insects can be seen everywhere in the imperial city. Especially in a wide square in front of the palace gate. There stands a huge dragon-shaped sculpture with outstretched wings, ready to take flight. It bears a striking resemblance to the whiptail dragon. A bronze tripod was placed in front of the statue. Inside, the incense smoke was thick and the incense was burning brightly. Every now and then, one could see ordinary people with their families coming forward to burn incense and kneel down in worship. Qin Tian sized him up for a while. Then, controlled the whiptail dragon to descend rapidly. It landed in front of a main hall inside the palace. Mythical beast. A divine beast has descended. Quickly report to His Majesty. The appearance of whiptail dragon. This immediately threw the entire palace into chaos. Especially the guards who were stationed in the main hall. They saw the enormous body of the whiptail dragon so close at hand. Immense pressure. The endless fear it brought. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Many of them joined the army and entered the palace after the country was at peace. I've only ever heard the legend of the divine beast descending to help His Majesty quell the rebellion during that battle. Where have I actually seen it? Not long after, an elderly emperor with white hair and beard was helped out by a eunuch. Little Six, huh? It hasn't collapsed yet? But judging from his age, he probably doesn't have much time left. Qin Tian watched this scene from the perspective of the whiptail dragon. I couldn't help but feel a little sad. Time flies, and things change. The Creator's short few dozen days. But that is the entire life of the human race on this planet. Below. The old emperor pushed away the eunuch beside him. His wrinkled face gazed at the whip-tailed dragon in the sky. His expression was complicated. He seemed to be overwhelmed with mixed feelings. It's like feeling satisfied when a wish has been fulfilled. The voice said it would return in 10 years. He waited for decades, one after another. Every year was spent in constant fear and anxiety. He waited until he was about to be buried. He still didn't get to see the other person arrive. Everything. It felt like a dream. As life draws to a close, he suddenly had an urgent desire. I hope to see him again before I die. Otherwise, it is a defect. It is a great regret that something started but never finished. But as the emperor who rules a country, he also really didn't want the other person to appear. Mythical beast? Heaven? He didn't believe it. The moment I saw those creatures, he never believed it. The embellishment was merely a means to consolidate the throne. But in any case, both sides are extremely powerful. They could have easily wiped out my fourth brother's army of hundreds of thousands back then. Naturally, it could also easily destroy its seemingly powerful empire. They're here! The old emperor sighed deeply. Put aside your conflicting emotions. He knelt down, trembling. Yes. I am coming. I've come to collect the promise I made back then. Chapter 101 He didn't believe in evil. He died. Chapter 101 He didn't believe in evil. He died. I, the Emperor. I, the lonely one. Solitary. The aged and decrepit Emperor raised his head, facing the enormous, ferocious dragon head before them. His lips trembled as he changed his self-reference several times. But in the end, it has been replaced with that familiar yet unfamiliar past. Shao, I have never forgotten heaven's instructions, nor have I ever forgotten the promise I made. Do you really believe in God? Shao doesn't believe it. Fear? Yes, Shao, I'm scared, very scared. Then do you know that I have never cared about your country? Nor have I ever cared who sat on the throne? That's why Shao is afraid. Soldiers! You are the most valiant warriors of the Great Yen. You are the most loyal warriors of the Great Yen. Someday in the future, God may descend upon us again. You will answer the call of heaven on behalf of our Great Yen and dedicate yourselves. Your sacrifices will be seen by the Great Yen. His Majesty will see them too. The Great Yen will not forget you. His Majesty will not forget you either. Your parents. His Majesty will send people to take care of them. Your children. His Majesty will also send people to take care of them. Your memorial tablets will be placed in the Hall of Heroes and Martyrs. They will also be engraved on the Monument of Merit, so that all the people of our Great Yen may forever pay their respects. Start training. Above a cliff, Qin Tian stared at the mountains below through the whip-tailed dragon's perspective. A scene depicting a general giving a passionate and inspiring speech to rows of soldiers. 20,000 of the most elite soldiers, replacing the old with the new. The most inspiring words, the most rigorous training. It's the same every year. Every month. Every day. Shao said it. Shao has never forgotten it for a moment. Behind, the old emperor, leaning on his cane, walked up unsteadily. His expression revealed an endless sense of vicissitude and emotion. Decades of waiting. Persistence that comes again and again. Finally, it's no longer a pointless struggle. Today, I will take 1,000 people with me. Aren't you going to take it all? If necessary, I will return, or I may disappear from this world forever, but... Qin Tian controlled the dragon's head, turning it towards the old emperor. I hope that when I need it, your Dian will have enough manpower available. Shao, in accordance with the will of heaven, I will write this precept into the Edict of Succession and pass it down through generations. The old emperor bowed slightly. They did not feel the slightest dissatisfaction. It only consumes a little bit of food. It's just a matter of losing some manpower. For the peace of a country. What does it even matter? Inside the villa, a spatial rift opened rapidly. Groups of figures enveloped in the primal shield shot out rapidly. The shield dissipated. One by one, Blue Sun Star soldiers clad in soft armor fell to the ground. The group looked around at the tranquil and peaceful environment filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. They all looked bewildered. It lasted for half an hour. The spatial rift in midair gradually closed. Directly below, Qin Tian then opened his eyes. 1,000 Blue Sun Star soldiers. They were all concentrated in this rather spacious mountain villa. It still feels a bit crowded. Scanning around, Qin Tian spoke loudly. Are you surprised? Are you feeling very lost? Benbo can tell you. The heaven that your emperor speaks of is none other than myself. The mythical beasts you have heard of are creatures under my command. Your world and Benber's world are two similar yet different worlds. I don't want to go into details. You'll have time to learn more about it later, and someone will answer your questions. All you need to know is, from this moment forward, you must be loyal to Benber. You will dedicate the rest of your lives entirely to Ben. Qin Tian waved his hand. A group of black dragon guards immediately stepped forward. They began distributing a magic pill to everyone. The 2,500 black dragon guards who had previously fallen behind. After this period of time, about half of them have arrived. Once all distribution is complete, Qin Tian spoke again. The pills in your hands are a special kind of elixir. It was personally crafted by Benbo and is connected to Benbo's mind and spirit. Eat it. Benber through the elixir. I can control your life and death in the blink of an eye. It can also sense what you are thinking and feeling. Certainly. It's completely harmless. This is merely a means of control, to prevent your betrayal and to ensure your absolute loyalty to Benber. Benbo went to great lengths to summon you into this world, not to kill you. What Qin Tian said was half true and half false. Human hearts are unpredictable. After you become familiar with this world, among these people, there will inevitably be some greedy individuals. For example, being bought off by other forces. Rather than secretly parasitizing and monitoring. Let these people be so confused and oblivious that they do things that are detrimental to the Earl's mansion. It would be better to directly nip their greedy thoughts in the bud. Before being bought off with money. First, they need to consider whether they are destined to enjoy it. This also avoids wasting the original resources. After all, each of these people consumed 500 units of source energy. The soldiers of Blue Sun Star looked at each other in bewilderment. Their eyes revealed fear and apprehension about the unknown. But he was met with the cold gazes of the black dragon guards around him. They didn't hesitate much. They all swallowed the elixir. Furthermore, they are subjected to continuous brainwashing every day. All the content is about sacrifice. So, each of them had long been prepared for death. He did not die as I had imagined. Instead, they can live in another world. That was already a huge surprise. A moment later, Qin Tian's gaze fell on one of the people at the very front. Pointing out, take him for example, he doesn't believe in this evil, he has doubts in his heart, and he even dares to be disrespectful to me. The words fell. Aya! Amidst a series of piercing screams. The soldier was seen frantically rubbing his head as he collapsed to the ground, struggling. Within a few short breaths, it became completely still and lifeless. Qin Tian withdrew his hand. He glanced at the terrified faces of the Blue Sun Star soldiers. Later, you will be divided into 100 teams, with 10 people per team. They will become the captains of each squad. They will carry on the will of Benber. Qin Tian pointed to a group of 100 black dragon guards who had come up. After saying that, no more words. The rest can be left to the black dragon guards. Back in the living room, Qin Tian rubbed his temples. Outside the door, the second parasitic queen, who had been away for several days, walked in. Qin Tian looked up and glanced at it. He opened his mouth and asked, "Have you figured out the situation in Longmen City?" "My lord, we've investigated," There are a total of 13 escort agencies, the largest of which is called Longmen Escort Agency, with more than 5,000 escorts. Yes, immediately take this batch of Blue Sun Star soldiers to Dragon Gate City, and parasitize the head of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency and some of the managers. Control them to expand the number of escorts, and place all the newly summoned Blue Sun Star soldiers into the agency. In terms of time, we must do this before the substitute arrives. Yes, Your Excellency. Chapter 102 The Day We Enter the City. The Day of Extermination. Chapter 102 The Day of Entering the City. Several days after the extermination of the clan. On the main road leading to Wuhan City, dozens of carriages that were moving forward suddenly stopped. My lord, what is it? Fu Wenhai, riding the magical beast, immediately landed. He looked at Lord Qin, who was stepping out of the carriage, and asked. The injuries on Lord Qin's body. The main problem was the claw marks from the monster on my shoulder. After being bandaged and treated, he recovered somewhat. It does not affect the operation. There was almost no sign of injury from his appearance. Uncle Ben needs to pee, he can't hold it in. Lord Qin replied. He then quickly walked towards a grove of trees not far away. Several of Black Dragon's personal guards quickly followed. Not long after, Qin Tian returned. He looked up at the dozen or so creators of the Pingxi kingdom who had accompanied and protected him all the way. He asked Fu Wenhai, who was still waiting in front of the carriage. Lord Fu, how far is it from Wuhan City? Reporting to Your Excellency, Longmen City is about a few miles ahead. After passing Longmen City, it will be another 10 miles or so to reach the territory of Wuhan City. Oh, I've heard that the escort agency industry is quite prosperous in Wuhan County. Indeed, Wuhan County has always been rather chaotic, with bandits causing trouble year-round, harassing and robbing caravans, leading to, Fu Wenhai subconsciously glanced at the 5 remaining guards behind Qin Tian. Seemingly understanding something, he said. Does the Earl intend to? Lord Fu guessed correctly. I plan to hire a group of bodyguards to protect the goods, and naturally, I will protect them myself. This is just to ensure safety for the time being. Once we have a firm foothold in Wuhan City, I will find a way to slowly recruit some mansion guards. Someone, come here! Before Fu Wenhai could say anything more, Qin Tian directly gave the order to the Black Dragon guards. Take some money and go ahead to Longlong's place. My lord, it is Longmen City, Fu Wenhai replied. Yes, go to Longmen City and hire as many bodyguards as possible. Yes, lord. He watched as the Black Dragon guards rode off on horseback, having received their orders. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. He shook his head again. Not enough, still far from enough. Immediately, Qin Tian closed his eyes. Soon, under Fu Wenhai's astonished gaze, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open in the air. A huge black shadow darted out. Roar! The whip-tailed dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. This? Fu Wenhai's eyelids twitched, and he froze. The dozen or so creators above also frowned collectively. Subsequently, a hint of regret appeared in everyone's eyes. The test yielded results. They classified Qin Tian as an ordinary creator. In other words, the planet's essence can only support a maximum of 2 summons. Under normal circumstances, the creator will attempt to summon the first creature to accompany it 1 to 2 years after merging the planet. In another 3 to 5 years, a second creature will only be summoned after all the creatures under its command have been evolved to their maximum potential. This is how combat power is maximized. But in a short time, Qin Tian then used up all of his original essence. This is tantamount to prematurely exhausting the potential for developing biological combat capabilities. Qin Tian opened his eyes. He ignored the stares of the group of people. I glanced at the whip-tailed dragon circling in the air. Only then did he feel satisfied and at ease, turning around and getting into the carriage. The convoy continued its journey. When we were almost at Longmen City, Fu Wenhai, riding a magical beast and flying through the air, was accompanied by a dozen or so creators. From a great distance, I could see a huge, dark mass of people gathered outside the city. However, none of them were surprised. That's understandable. They just survived an assassination attempt. He almost lost his life. Anyone in that situation would be extremely cautious, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. They've even used up their last remaining creature. Not to mention hiring more ordinary people. Ahead, the Black Dragon Guard, who had led a large group of bodyguards, came forward to report. Qin Tian did not show up. They were not allowed to stop when passing through Longman City. The convoy's speed actually increased significantly. They traveled continuously for several hours. Wuhan City is visible in the distance. Officials within the city had already received the news and were waiting several miles outside the city to greet them. Stop the carriage. Qin Tian came out. In the sky, Fu Wenhai patted his mount and landed. My lord, we are almost safe here. I will not go into the city. I still have many mundane affairs to attend to in the capital. Thank you very much, Lord Fu, for escorting me all the way. I will certainly repay you handsomely in the future. Qin Tian cupped his hands and said. Although Fu Wenhai, representing the Pingxi kingdom, also harbored the intention of observing and testing the waters. But they intervened promptly after the initial probing ended. It saved his life. After confirming that he was just an ordinary person, he became an escort. It was entirely for his safety as a count of this country. There were no ulterior motives involved. It's already quite rare to receive a package delivered right to your doorstep. He glanced at the dozen or so creators of the Pingxi kingdom who were flying away in the air. Qin Tian turned his head and looked at a group of officials in front of him. Welcome, Lord! Welcome, Your Excellency! The group immediately rushed forward, knelt down, and kowtowed. Only one old man and one young boy remained standing out conspicuously. He met the questioning gaze of Lord Qin. Not only did they not flinch or show fear. Instead, she slightly raised her chin. Until one glimpsed the whip-tailed dragon circling in the sky. The two of them then changed their expressions. He immediately knelt down. Please rise, everyone. Qin Tian slightly raised his hand. Everyone stood up. Wang Bo and Xiong Pengzi were standing at the very front. The two stewards of the Earl's mansion were sent by Qin Tian in advance to arrange the handover. Therefore, he was not in the accompanying motorcade. Lord, are you all right? My lord, is your injury? The two men stepped forward first and asked anxiously. Obviously. News of the assassination attempt on the Marquis of Wuhan has reached Wuhan City. It was a false alarm. Qin Tian indicated that everything was fine. Looked at the person in official robes who came up behind him. My lord, I am Yu Wenyao, the acting prefect of Wuhan County. Your lord has had a long journey, and I have prepared a welcome banquet to help you get rid of the dust of your journey. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Tian did not refuse. When they reached the old man and the young man, they stopped walking. Who are these two? My lord, I am Fang Tianhong, the clerk of Lord Yu, and this is my son, Fang Xiong, the old man said. Oh? The Fang family from Wuhan City? Hee, I've heard of the Fang family's illustrious reputation back in Linen City. You flatter me, Your Excellency. By the way, Your Excellency, I am very busy with many matters, and I hope you will forgive me for not being able to host a welcoming banquet. It's no big deal to be delayed for a short while by trivial matters, ha ha ha. Come on, Lord Fang, have a drink with me, brother Fang Xiong, come too. Qin Tian interrupted Fang Tianhong with a loud laugh. Without saying a word, he personally took the other person's hand and walked into the city. A large group of bodyguards followed behind him. Gradually decrease. Not long after entering the city gate, they scattered and vanished without a trace. Only 5 personal guards remained with Qin Tian. The welcome banquet was held at a restaurant. Qin Tian chatted and laughed throughout the meal. The toasts were offered to everyone, creating a joyful atmosphere. It lasted for several hours. After the party ended, the officials took their leave. Qin Tian then grabbed Fang Tianhong and Fang Xiong, who were about to leave. With a slightly tipsy expression, he said, "Lord Fang, I am new here and have a question for you." "Please speak, Your Excellency." Fang Tianhong bowed, his brows slightly furrowed. "Excuse me, where is the vegetable market in this city?" "Kaishika?" Fang Tianhong was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Does Your Excellency mean the common people in the marketplace?" "More or less." Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, Lord Fang, I'm unfamiliar with this place. I'm in a particularly good mood today, so I'd like to trouble you to take me for a stroll around Kaishika. Lord Fang may not know this. Uncle Ben has a quirk. When he's in a good mood, he especially likes to stroll around Kaishika." Chapter 103 Execute Lord Bo's Orders. Exterminate his entire clan. Chapter 103 Executing Lord Bo's Orders. Exterminate his entire clan. Bang! A private room in a restaurant in Wuhan City. The door was kicked open suddenly. On the large round table in the center of the room, it was filled with delicious food and fine wines. Only 2 young men were sitting at the table. However, there were more than a dozen beautiful women in light veils accompanying and serving her. Some people massage their shoulders. Some are fed. Some people send alcohol. Surrounded by a group of women, a sea of color and laughter filled the air. Both of them were embracing each other, their clothes disheveled, and their hands were groping each other. They're having a blast. The sudden sound of the door being broken down startled the 2 of them. One of the young men in white immediately stood up, angrily. Looking at the man in black standing outside the door, and the 2 men dressed as bodyguards behind him, he scolded. "Who are you people? How dare you disturb my enjoyment?" The man in black glanced at the person who had spoken. I ignored it. Instead, he looked at another young man who hadn't spoken. He waved lightly behind him. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, swords in hand. What do you want to do?" The young man initially didn't pay any attention. He continued to tease the beautiful woman next to him, oblivious to his companion's angry rebukes. "It's just that we ran into a few clueless people. Why should I speak up myself?" However, soon, when he saw the 2 of them heading straight for him, and he was holding a rope and had a fierce look in his eyes, he finally started to panic. "Presumptuous! Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Fang family. My father is Fang Qingming, and my uncle is Fang Tianhong. How dare you!" The next moment, smack! The young man's voice abruptly stopped. His head was grabbed by a bodyguard and slammed hard against the table. To facilitate binding. "Aya!" The women were instantly terrified, their faces paling, and they fled in panic. The young man in white was also shocked and took several steps back, knocking over the chair behind him. He stared wide-eyed at his companion, who was slumped on the table as if unconscious. My heart was pounding wildly. Even doubt. Such a loud sound just now. What if he accidentally runs over and kills this young master from a collateral branch of the Fang family whom he just met? I was stunned for a long time. The young man in white barely managed to recover his senses. Hesitate a little. He turned to the man in black outside the door and said tremblingly, "Sir, is there some misunderstanding?" Halfway through the conversation, they met the cold, sharp gaze that swept over them. The young man in white suddenly shuddered. He immediately shrank back and dared not utter another word. Not long after, in his terrified gaze, the 2 bodyguards then dragged the young master of the Fang family away, who was lying there like a dead dog. At the same time, a bustling street in the city. Another man dressed in black led 2 bodyguards. In full view of everyone, they pinned a man and a woman to the ground and tied them up, completely ignoring their angry shouts and taunts. In front of the city gate, 2 carriages that had just driven in. They were stopped by more than a dozen bodyguards. Ahead, the person standing there was also a man dressed in black. Inside a shop outside the city, several men lay dead in pools of blood. The middle-aged shopkeeper huddled in the corner. The man in black in front of her was trembling with fear. A large mansion within the city. It was already completely surrounded. In a courtyard within the mansion, a scene of utter chaos. Lying there was the corpse of a Thunder Eagle demon beast. Standing beside him was a man whose entire body was covered in black dragon scale patterns. Its body swayed precariously, and its life force was rapidly fading away. He held on for a moment before collapsing and dying. Another man in black outside the courtyard immediately stepped forward and began collecting his companion's body. Other parts of the mansion. The bloodshed was equally chaotic and horrific. The crying and screaming continued for a long time. Until one by one, the bound people were escorted out of the mansion. At this moment, whether inside or outside the city, whether its shops and residences on the main streets and alleys, arrests were seen almost everywhere. Any resistance, they were all mercilessly slaughtered. Those who were arrested, without exception, they were all driven to converge in a certain direction. A street in Wuhan City. Fang Xiong seemed to sense something and looked towards the mansion, his expression suddenly changing. Father. He quickly caught up with Fang Tianhong, who was chatting and laughing with the Earl. Just as I was about to speak, I saw the people nearby suddenly rush forward like a tide. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the characters, Fang family, are faintly visible. Anyone who knows Fang Tianhong and Fang Xiong. While running, he kept glancing at the two of them with an unreadable and complicated look. When did this happen? Fang Tianhong asked curiously. He certainly couldn't sense the rupture of consciousness when his magical beasts died like Fang Xiong. Go and see for yourself, you'll find out. Qin Tian replied with a smile. At the end of the street. It is an extremely open, bustling urban area. Most of the vegetable stalls in the city are concentrated here. This created an open-air vegetable market similar to what Qin Tian knew. At this time, the outskirts of the market were crowded with people. There was shock. There was schadenfreude. There was much discussion and a lot of noise. As Fang Tianhong and his son walked over, the crowd fell silent and made way for them. When I saw the scene inside, Fang Tianhong's eyes widened suddenly. Fang Xiong's face turned deathly pale instantly. It's inner urban area. The stalls have been cleared out. But it's not empty. Instead, it appeared extremely crowded. One by one, the Fang family members had their hands bound. Or they knelt on the ground, weeping in terror. Or they may collapse to the ground, their fate unknown. Some had messy hair and were covered in blood. From all directions, members of the Fang clan were being led in and thrown inside. Those responsible for guarding the area. Apart from some black-clad bodyguards. The largest group consisted of bodyguards whose attire was extremely distinctive. I'm sorry, Lord Fang, I forgot to tell you that at one time in my hometown, Kaishika was actually also called the execution ground. You! Fang Tianhong turned his head and glared at Qin Tian, who was now far away from him and protected by several black-clad guards. His face was contorted and his expression was distorted. At this moment, anger was not the first thing that surged in his confused mind. It wasn't Qin Tian, this newly promoted young earl with little power. How did he realize he had been assassinated and take revenge? It was not the group of bodyguards who appeared to be hired guards that were seen outside the city earlier. Why would they obey Qin Tian's orders and dare to attack the Fang family? Instead, how is this possible? Throughout Wuhan County, everywhere you look, there are Fang family properties. Fang's people were everywhere. The Fang family members were killed and arrested. Such a big commotion. Why didn't he receive any reports from his subordinates? Oh. Qin Tian stared at the disbelief on Fang Tianhong's face. I found it somewhat amusing. Really? Annihilating a large family in broad daylight. No matter how powerful a force is, it cannot operate silently. But with Lord Qin, anything is possible. The parasite queen parasitized the entire Fang family. Keep track of the location and movements of each of them. This is equivalent to having a precise coordinate point, shared in real time with the Black Dragon Guards. The Black Dragon Guard coordinated and allocated capture targets within the consciousness network. Each then led a varying number of Blue Sun Star soldiers to their target location. Everything is in place. All squads attack simultaneously. Not a second slower. It won't be even a fraction faster. Consciousness networks can keep everyone in complete alignment of actions. Act simultaneously. And the arrest was completed in a very short time. How could we possibly let the news leak out? Qin Tian's gaze fell on a Black Dragon Guard beside him. Sensing the will of the ruler, the Black Dragon Guard immediately stepped to the front of the crowd. His cold gaze swept around. He said sternly, "The Fang family has committed insubordination. They attempted to assassinate the Earl of Wuhan. The evidence is irrefutable. Their crimes are unforgivable. Respect the laws of Pingxi Kingdom. Implement the decree of the Marquis of Wuhan. The entire Yi family. 582 people with the surname Fang. Behead them all and display their heads. Cut." As soon as he finished speaking, all the Blue Sun Star soldiers dressed as bodyguards in the arena. They raised their swords in perfect unison. Swish, swish, swish! The blade flashed. The crying, screaming, and shouting stopped instantly. On the ground, in a short time, blood splattered. A sea of people. Chapter 104 The Five Race Alliance. A first attempt. Chapter 104 The Five Race Allied Forces. The first attempt at Wuhan City. Prefectural Governor's Office. A group of officials stood on both sides. They all looked terrified. After each person had reported their assigned duties, he immediately bowed and returned to his original position. The newly appointed Earl above. On my first day in Wuhan City, they swiftly and decisively wiped out the Fang family, who had held absolute power in Wuhan City, without a sound or any resistance. This truly refreshed their perception of this Earl. I am new here and the affairs of the prefecture are not yet clear. For now, everyone will perform their duties as they see fit, and will be transferred or appointed or dismissed later. The Earl's residence will issue the relevant documents. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. Qin Tian gained a general understanding of the people's livelihood and finances in the lower prefecture. He then dismissed the group of officials. The governance of Wuhan Prefecture. He didn't intend to personally intervene in every detail. You can leave everything to your subordinates. Under the surveillance of the parasite queen. This essentially eliminated the possibility of subordinates lining their own pockets and growing their own power. Qin Tian looked at Su Jian, the only person in the hall who was allowed to sit there, his body wrapped in bandages. On the day of the assassination, Su Jian single-handedly withstood the attack of several demonic beasts. His ice crystal giant scorpion was killed in battle. He himself was also seriously injured and fell into a coma. He was later sent to a nearby town for treatment and recovery. Upon waking, he insisted on rushing back to Wuhan City. Arrived today. Brother Su. Subordinate. Su Jian was flattered and struggled to his feet, wanting to kneel down. No need for such formalities. Qin Tian raised his hand to stop him. Brother Su, once you've recovered from your injuries, you'll temporarily serve as the city's garrison commander, leading 500 soldiers. This position will be gradually expanded to oversee the city's security and defense. This official position. It's not small, but it's not really big either. There were no troops stationed in Wuhan County. But all families, big and small, adhered to their duties. Even the bandits and brigands outside only raid areas far from towns. There has never been a case of storming into a city to rob, kill, or set fires. Because everyone knows that if too much unrest occurs in Wuhan County, this gave the Pingxi Kingdom an excuse to send troops to occupy the territory. The good days for everyone are basically over. Therefore, the title of City Garrison Commander was more nominal than substantive. In order to protect the Earl, the summoned companion creature dies. He himself was also seriously injured. This position is indeed unworthy of such merit. But Su Jian showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Lord. I will certainly live up to your expectations." It must be said, Su Jian is a very straightforward and shrewd person. From the very first test, I placed my bet on Qin Tian. He gave up his position as dean and took his family with him to his fiefdom. Be faithful to one's husband until the end. It seems they recognized that Qin Tian's achievements were far from limited to this. As long as I can stay by his side, why worry about not having a better future? As for whether Su Jian was an undercover agent sent by a certain force, Qin Tian did not have the Parasite Queen investigate. Just keep it as a memento. Moreover, given his current laundered identity, whether it is or not, it doesn't really matter anymore. Certainly, the bottom line of parasitism will not change. Okay, everyone go and get to work. Qin Tian waved his hand. Your subordinate takes his leave. This humble servant takes his leave. Su Jian, Wang Bo, and Xiong Pengzi all withdrew in unison. 2 former stewards of the Earl's mansion. They arrived at the fiefdom of Wuhan County. Their rights and status have also risen accordingly. Qin Tian had made arrangements beforehand. Wang Bo temporarily took charge of civil affairs within the prefecture. Fatty Xiong is in charge of the county's financial revenue and expenditure. Lord, another family, the Wan family. Monitor the situation first, and do not take any action for now. Qin Tian spoke up. I don't want to waste my time on this kind of thing. Moreover, they wiped out the Fang family with swift and decisive action. He was already a bit too sharp. Then they would target the Wan family, whose roots were far away in the capital. This will inevitably attract a lot of attention. I'll deal with it slowly when I have more free time later. There are also 4 countries, especially the Northern Kingdom. One day he will lead the swarm of insects to raise their so-called Holy Land. They returned to the inner quarters of the mansion. The entire route was guarded by masked bodyguards. It is the same as the Earl's mansion in Linen City. The mansion is permanently staffed with 50 Black Dragon bodyguard clones. 100 Black Dragon guards were formed by 1,000 Blue Sun Star soldiers. Besides allocating half to Su Jian, the rest will involve cooperating with Fatty Xiong to take over the Fang family's properties in various parts of Wuhan County. The outside world has finally stabilized for the time being. You can focus on developing your community with peace of mind. I don't know. How are the preparations of the 5 tribes going? Qin Tian sank into consciousness. For the past 10 days or so, he has been busy with his own safety outside. I haven't been paying much attention to the preparations for the 5 clans. But, with or without him, this does not affect the development of warships by the 5 major races. He flashed to the location of the 5-race spatial passage. Located on one side of the Moke Star Passage, a robot is standing there. Look at its deep red outer shell, which has been baked by the high temperature of Mars. They've obviously been here for a long time. Upon seeing Qin Tian, the robot's head immediately flashed with data and transmitted a message. Zerg Overlord, the leader requests to speak with you. After this period of decryption and analysis, the robot has mastered the human language of Blue Sun Star. His speech was no longer as hesitant as before. Okay, I'm coming right now. Qin Tian summoned a black dragon bodyguard. Enter Mokstar. As soon as it appeared, he was immediately slightly taken aback. In sight, warships of various shapes and sizes stretched out far into the distance, densely packed together. Some were placed on the ground. Some are suspended in the sky. And there are layers upon layers. It completely obscures all space in the field of vision. Shouldn't interstellar warships be built in outer space? Could it be to facilitate entry into the spatial passage? So, we'll start construction directly on the ground? How was the power source handled? Qin Tian looked around curiously. Control the black dragon guards to follow the robot. Follow the only remaining small space to the disc-shaped building again. Compared to before, the building appeared completely empty. You rarely see people operating robots. The data stream on the screen was still flowing rapidly. Enter a room. Inside, apart from the robot at the very front that looks almost identical but is presumably the leader, there are. Also seated were the female governor of Crimson Star and the supreme leaders of the other three races. It's like a discussion meeting. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The group rose and bowed. Zerg Overlord, we are about to launch our first attempt to attack that cosmic creature. Robot leaders lack the empty formalities of human leaders. He spoke directly to the Black Dragon Guard representing Qin Tian. How many warships were built? The 5 major races, totaling 1 million ships. 1 million? Qin Tian was stunned for a moment. But on second thought, it's quite normal. For more than 10 days. The planet has been around for over a decade, gathering resources from 5 planets. In addition, countless people from 5 races devoted all their efforts to its construction. Building 1 million warships is not surprising. Especially the highly efficient mechanical family. There are enough materials. For them, it's just a matter of mass copying. It is estimated that most of these 1 million warships were built by them. What's the general plan? Qin Tian looked at the robot leader and asked. Use Mokstar as the base of attack. All warships assemble on Mokstar. Then we will all enter Thundercloud Star together. The robot leader paused for a moment. He continued. According to the AI's calculations, that extraterrestrial creature is far beyond our imagination. This battle, it was just an experiment. The chance of harming it is 0. Our race needs to collect combat data to update the attack patterns of future warships and the hull resistance materials. So, Zerg Overlord, during attack, our race needs to keep the space passage between Mokstar and Layun Star open. Qin Tian nodded. Is this a sign that they're abandoning Mokstar? No wonder there are hardly any robots inside this building. If the spatial passage between the 2 planets is maintained, the aftershocks of the alien creature's attack will inevitably spread throughout the entire planet Mok. Among the 5 major clans, only the machine race can be so arrogant. The home planet was abandoned so easily. After all, they also have 8 colony planets. The robots of Mokstar. Most of them probably migrated to other colonized planets. Now that everything is ready, what's the point of delaying? Qin Tian glanced around. He raised his hand. Let's begin. Chapter 105: A Million Warships. Weapons Unleashed. Chapter 105: A Million Warships. Weapons rained down tens of thousands of miles beyond the Martian Forbidden Zone. The spatial passage between the 5 races gradually closed. Qin Tian flashed to the other side of the planet, a relatively forbidden zone. A crystal ball for communicating with the outside world. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the space passage to Mokstar has been reopened. Because the fusion divine stone serves as the central medium, there is a stable spatial channel between the planets merged by the Creator. Like lines connected together. Thread ends. In other words, the entrance point of the passage is not constant. It can be set freely on a planet by the Creator. It's like a movable door. As long as you don't leave the planet, it's fine. The exit point on the other side of the passage is fixed. The specific fixed location is based on the coordinates of the last passage opened by the creator of the opposing planet. For example, what if Qin Tian opens a spatial passage next to the Queen Mother in the Forbidden Zone, and suddenly dies unexpectedly? Mars became a homeless planet. So, the location where future creators will open the exit passage to Mars space portal. It was right next to the Queen in the restricted area. This also explains the efficiency with which Qin Tian's creatures plunder the essence of alien life forms. The fundamental reason why it will gradually decrease. The export route is fixed in one area. The biota near the entrance to the passage was completely driven away. We must push further out. This greatly increases the time cost of the round trip. The space portal to Moke Star is now fully open. Qin Tian then opened the Thundercloud Star space passage directly in front of him. To form a docking. It's like fitting the ends of two water pipes together. Call. Qin Tian let out a soft sigh. At the open entrance to the Thundercloud Star passage, there was no stream of light emitted by that cosmic creature. It's a bit like the saying, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Ever since I almost got brain dead after being sprayed with that spray. Every time he opened Lei Yunxing, he felt a sense of dread. Actually, if you think about it. In principle, it's unlikely. According to Qin, for over 30,000 years on Thundercloud Star, where he was located, that cosmic creature awoke less than 10 times. That's equivalent to waking up once every 3,000 years or so. Since the last time he woke up, only a few decades have passed. It doesn't get up at night that frequently. Certainly. Safety first. Just like he confirmed for the 5 clans last time, Qin Tian. The moment the Thundercloud Star channel opened to the size of a fist, he immediately teleported back to the restricted area on the other side of the planet. And it is ready to detach from consciousness and return to the outside world at any time. It's better to be safe than sorry. After sensing no movement, Qin Tian's will erupted. A rich source immediately emerged from the Martian surface. They rushed rapidly toward the interfaces of the 2 spatial channels to surround and cover them. It forms a tape-like effect. Even the connected water pipes can leak. What's more, 2 enormous spatial passages? It's impossible to achieve a truly seamless connection. Buzz! Moke Starfield. A powerful starting device. In addition to their densely packed numbers, a series of sonic booms erupted and surged forth instantly. One by one, the warships began to tremble. The deafening sound quickly dissipated. Red rays of light rose from the hull of the ship. The entire hull was encased inside. They then glided forward and entered the passageway one by one. Is the power source for this movement provided by Crimson Stone? Qin Tian stared at the red protective shield on the outer layer of the warship in the picture, which looked very familiar to him. The warships inside the protective shield come in several different shapes. The largest number. It's those steel-like black and gray materials. The forward section is sharp and diamond-shaped, making the hull extremely aggressive. They should all be warships built by the mech race. There are also some other 4 groups with slightly bulky, triangular or cylindrical hulls. But without exception, all the warships were very small. They are almost all several tens of meters long. 4 ships traversing the stars. It can be described as miniature. It is precisely because of its small size that the ship is so small. This enabled the 5 tribes to build 1 million ships in just over a decade. According to the mechanical leader's introduction, these warships are called fighter-destroyers. The design was based on the limited information Qin Tian had provided about that cosmic creature. Its biggest advantage is its speed and agility. Besides the power source and some necessary equipment, the rest of the equipment consisted of various weapons. To deal with an unknown, powerful cosmic creature whose body is as large as a star, any other features are superfluous. All warships should be considered disposable items. Also, during the gap when the fighter group enters the space passage. There are also countless spherical reconnaissance aircraft with diameters of several meters. They serve only one purpose: transmitting video signals, used to observe combat scenes and provide research data. We entered Thundercloud Star. White ion tail flames immediately shot out from the bottom of each reconnaissance aircraft, causing them to rise rapidly. Quickly escape from Thundercloud and enter outer space. The screen flickered for a moment. The news spread quickly. The body of the cosmic creature that Qin Tian had always longed for gradually appeared. As a large number of reconnaissance aircraft rapidly moved away, the line of sight was reduced. A complete picture of life in the universe. It finally came into Qin Tian's view. Looks so bizarre? Like a fish and like a wild beast. And there are so many tails. Is that an arm? Tisk tisk. Qin Tian felt a slight pang of regret. It was far from what I had imagined. The alien creatures had pitch-black skin. The head resembles that of a crocodile. But it's not that long. Its head has several flippers. There are 2 forked tentacles that stand upright on either side above the corner of the mouth. The tip of the tentacle is a fleshy ball-shaped object. The eyes are closed, indicating a dormant state. Then, like the sides of a fish's body, it has 2 long, narrow arms. It has a dozen or so tails at the end. Or it could be described as having arms like an octopus. It floats and sways up and down in the void. Below, the destroyers did not immediately take off. Instead, it moved rapidly towards the surface of Thundercloud Star. The kinetic energy provided by Crimson Stone. To keep the fleet in near-perfect silence. I waited for who knows how long. The million-strong fleet of destroyers has finally all sailed out. At the same time, the ship tilted upwards and activated the starting device. Buzz! Views from reconnaissance aircraft in space. Countless white trails of flame appeared from all over the planet. Like a dense array of sharp arrows. The projectiles shot out in all directions. Visual effects. It is extremely impressive and grand. Oh! Such a loud noise. It's still not awake? Qin Tian looked at one of the images. The cosmic creature merely moved. It's like turning over and changing sleeping position. Perhaps the roar of those million warships. It is enormous to the tiny creatures of this planet. But in the ears of this cosmic being, it's like a mosquito buzzing in your ear. When the swarm of war insects surrounded and killed Qian's rock, it's possible that I just happened to be unlucky enough to be awakened by it. This avoids the losses incurred before the war. It allows for the safe and orderly deployment of warship groups. Just as Qin Tian had guessed. A large fleet of destroyers, designed to target cosmic life forms, ascended into space. No attack was launched immediately. Instead, it began to move up, down, left, and right. As more distant destroyers gradually flew in and joined the fray. The enormous body of an cosmic creature. They were silently surrounded by 1 million warships. Depending on the type of weapon it carries. Or for the purpose of obtaining experimental data. Some are far away. Some are close. Some were even pressed directly against the skin. But, compared to the bodies of cosmic beings, the seemingly massive size of the warships, in reality it seems extremely ridiculous. It's like a giant surrounded by a swarm of flying ants. The next moment, in Qin Tian's expectant gaze, all warships simultaneously unleashed their whole weapons. A series of dazzling and spectacular fireworks burst forth. It illuminated the entire world. Boom! Bang! Bang! There is no sound in outer space. But that didn't stop Qin Tian from imagining the earth-shattering noise that was emitted. The tactile sensation of the body surface. The cosmic creature's body twitched slightly. The 2 fleshy balls at the tips of the antennae on either side of the mouth. It first gradually lights up. It emitted 2 soft rays of light. The enormous eyelids then began to twitch and twitch. In an instant, 2 clusters of dazzling light, as white as the sun. In that dark starry sky. Blooming in an instant. Chapter 106 Extreme Shame. The World of Death. Chapter 106 Extreme Shame. In the outer space of Thundercloud Star, the world of death. The firelight flickered. Brilliant and dazzling. Millions of destroyers are equipped with a wide variety of weapons. The various attacks launched. It collided with the cosmic organism. Sometimes silent and immersed. Sometimes huge fireballs burst out. At times it bursts forth with rippling waves. As the camera zooms in, it creates a series of close-up shots. Among these weapons, Qin Tian saw the most primitive bullets and shells. They also saw a massive energy sphere at a slightly higher level, a red beam of light, and a giant chain of lightning. They even saw the massive ripples that spread rapidly from the explosion of a strategic space weapon, similar to a nuclear bomb. Various low-level or high-level weapons. They keep popping up one after another. And that cosmic creature had already awakened. Looking at the little things that were unleashing various weapons at him. It blinked its 2 eyes, which shone with dazzling light. It seemed like he was confused. Soon, the mouth slowly opened to the sides again. He made an expression that was both terrifying and complex to look at. It is. Enjoy? Qin Tian couldn't understand the facial emotions of a cosmic creature. But he understood the meaning conveyed by the other person's subsequent body language. Faced with attacks from all sides, it did not retaliate angrily. It didn't emit the flowing light I had imagined. Instead, stretch your body. Then it slowly rotates and flips. It seems to be to distribute the weapons as evenly as possible throughout the body. Qin Tian raised his head. He looked at the robot leader beside him. The mechanical race has no facial features, so nothing can be discerned. Qin Tian then looked at the other 4 clan leaders standing on the other side. From the faces of these people, he got the answer he wanted. Awkward. Our own side. The 5 ethnic groups united. It took more than 10 years. It consumed endless manpower and resources. The million-strong warships built. Just to give it. Itchy? The Zerg overlord, that's normal. Before the war began, I conveyed the AI's calculations to you. The chances of damaging it in this battle are 0. The robot leader spoke. I know it's unlikely, but it can't be that outrageous. Qin Tian pointed to the extremely shameful scene. An attack from 1,000,000 warships couldn't even make him feel the slightest pain? Yes, its power far exceeds our computing capacity, but we did not come away empty-handed from this battle. The robot leader faces the screen. Qin Tian patiently continued reading. Indeed, as the leader said. The battleships then ceased their futile attacks. They then turned their attention to the tails and eyes of the cosmic creatures. Or areas that appear to be weak points, such as the tentacles around the mouth and the soft glowing growths on them. To launch a concentrated attack with greater output. The fact that the defenses weren't breached was expected. However, Qin Tian could clearly see slight contractions and tremors in certain key areas when they were attacked. The final concentrated fire did not last long. Under the crazy output, the warships quickly ran out of weapons and energy reserves. Even all the propulsion energy was exhausted. All the warships lost power. They turned into metal lumps in space and drifted everywhere. The warships are equipped with the mechanical race's intelligent systems. No human control required. These were consumables used in experiments. Smack! Qin Tian controlled the Black Dragon guards to turn off the projected image on the light screen in front of them. In fact, this battle footage is just a recorded video. According to planetary time, several months have passed since that battle. Qin Tian wouldn't risk being harmed by the streaks of light that might be emitted by cosmic beings. Stay in Woxing to observe live combat. After opening the space tunnel between the 2 planets, they returned to the outside world. The other 4 races also returned to their respective planets and closed the portals. Even the machine race boarded the spaceship before the battle began. In outer space, reconnaissance aircraft stretched from Thundercloud Star all the way to Moke Star to conduct remote control command over extremely long distances. During our first 10-year trial, our tribe collected a great deal of data. In our second attempt, our race will upgrade our warships' weapons and develop new warships, which may give us a chance to access its pain receptors. On the third attempt, our clan has a certain chance of injuring it. The robot leader did not mention a fourth attempt. After all, Qin Tian initially gave this joint operation only 30 years. Try it in a 10-year cycle. The Thundercloud Star Space Channel will be closed when the time is up. I can give you another 10 years, giving you a fourth chance. However, I hope that this final attempt will not be a matter of chance, but will actually achieve the effect of at least injuring it. Qin Tian spoke up. The previous estimate was incorrect. The 4 external countries spent more than 10 days probing them. After the initial probing, negotiations will continue regarding the 4-nation war. The schedule has not yet been finalized. But it will be soon. So, he should have another month. Even more. Break away from the Black Dragon's personal guard consciousness. Return to the outside world. Qin Tian reached up and rubbed his temples. The power of extraterrestrial life forms far exceeds our imagination. Given the current technological level of the mech race, it is estimated that it will be difficult to develop a weapon powerful enough to actually cause damage to it. Unless the mechanical race suddenly experiences a technological explosion in the last 30 years, breaking through several technological bottlenecks in succession. But this can only be done by chance and luck. The chances are slim. Lord. Fatty Xiong walked in from outside the mansion. What is it? My lord, I have made some progress on the matter you instructed me to handle a few days ago. Oh? Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The first thing he instructed after wiping out the Fong family was, it means taking over the Fong family's property and confiscating their property. All property shall be nationalized. That is, Master Qin's purse. And he ordered Fatty Xiong to use the money he had plundered. Go to the other 3 countries to continue acquiring unclaimed planets. My lord, I have already sent people to the 3 kingdoms, and I have also personally gone to the capital these past few days. Fatty Bear stepped forward. A brocade box containing several crystal balls was brought up. Thanks for your hard work. Qin Tian waved his hand. Your subordinate takes his leave. Fatty Xiong bowed and left. Open the brocade box. Qin Tian checked the brief history and information about the planet inside. Unlike last time, this time, the funds are plentiful. The planet he had Fatty Bear acquire. The 3-level standard remains unchanged. But aside from technologically advanced planets, there are also extraordinary civilizations on planets, such as those related to immortal cultivation and magic. Interesting. There's actually such a civilization system among extraordinary civilizations? Qin Tian's hand paused on one of the planetary histories. They immediately took out the corresponding black crystal ball. With a touch of curiosity. Sink into consciousness. Communication with this planet has opened a space channel. The moment I stepped out of the passage, Qin Tian frowned, feeling the rush of decay. Decay. Dirty. Filthy. And what catches the eye? Countless, lifeless, and densely packed walking corpses. Chapter 107 The Undead Army. Come on in if you dare. Chapter 107 The Undead Army. Come and conquer this land if you dare. Life was extinguished, and death permeated the air. One by one, stiff bodies slowly drifted away. His gray-white eye sockets were empty and blank. What catches the eye? There were countless swaying corpses everywhere. Even the trees showed signs of complete decay. There wasn't a trace of green on the bare branches. The sky was also gloomy and hazy. Thick layers of black clouds. It almost covered the entire horizon within sight. The undead, huh? Qin Tian looked down at the vast expanse of walking corpses. Some bodies were broken. Some of them were covered in white bones. Some were reduced to mere skeletons. Just as Qin Tian was observing, the scene in my field of vision suddenly froze for a moment. One by one, the dead stopped their bodies. They all turned their heads in unison. Everyone turned their attention towards the spatial passage. The next moment, the earth surged. All the dead rushed towards the entrance of the passage like a tidal wave. The speed is not fast, but it's not nearly as sluggish as it was before. Some are close by. They even rushed into the passageway. We've been discovered? Qin Tian immediately floated down. It is not surprising that a world of the dead is classified as a transcendent civilization. After all, death energy is also a type of energy. And since it can be called a civilization, it's impossible that they were all dead bodies. There will definitely be intelligent ones. Or it could be called conscious, higher-level control over the undead. Return to Mars? Qin Tian closed the passage. He glanced at the horde of undead pouring in. Not many. Only a few hundred. They were all the lowest-level resurrected corpses. Its only advantage is that it is very difficult to kill. However, they were slaughtered by an even larger number of ore insects. He was quickly torn to pieces and turned into a pile of minced meat. Ha! Qin Tian suddenly appeared in the pile of shattered corpses. He looked at a small, thin undead creature whose upper body was still wriggling. A teardrop-shaped pendant hung around her neck. It was emitting a faint light at that moment. Qin Tian possessed the body of a black dragon guard. He stepped forward and grabbed the pendant. I suddenly felt a slight tingling and stinging sensation in my hand. It felt like being electrocuted. Qin Tian immediately ordered the black dragon guards to retreat rapidly. At the same time, the pendant suddenly burst forth with a dazzling burst of light. The light quickly condensed. Finally, a human figure was projected. Technological equipment? Qin Tian was somewhat taken aback. In a naturally developed civilization system, in principle, there will be no other civilization product. Wrong. Not a projection? The projected image is of a human. The outline is extremely clear. He looks like he's not even an adult yet. Most importantly, as the boy's gaze shifted and took in the surrounding scenery, the panic and fear expressed in his eyes and face. This means that this footage of the teenager was not pre-recorded. It's more like a real person. Where is this? Am I dead? Qin Tian narrowed his eyes as the boy's mouth opened and closed. The intermittent voices that appeared immediately in my consciousness. This basically confirmed his guess. This is not a recorded projection. Rather, it is the boy's complete memories or consciousness. This also means that teardrop-shaped pendant must be a more advanced technological product. A simple projection communication product. Scarlet Star can do that. But devices that store memories or consciousness like this, let alone Scarlet Star. Even the mechanical race doesn't have this technological capability. Who are you? Qin Tian attempted to communicate. Really? This wave of consciousness has just been transmitted. The boy immediately turned his gaze to the black dragon guard who was possessing him. Who are you? Where is this place? Answer my question first. Qin Tian paused for a moment. He added, You're already dead, so what are you still afraid of? Upon hearing this, the boy was taken aback. It seemed like only then did they realize what was happening. There was a brief silence. The calmed-down youth looked at the black dragon guard and said, My name is Alan, and I am one of the 100,000 human seedlings on planet Oka. Fire? Qin Tian frowned slightly. He had previously read a brief history of planets. Oka is the name of that undead planet. But if we take the boy's words into account, in the dim light, he seemed to have guessed something. Yes, my death means the Fireseed project has failed, and we may already be extinct. All right, tell me everything you know. Here's what happened. Listening to the boy Alan's story, Qin Tian nodded occasionally. At times, I am very confused. Some of them were similar to what he had just guessed. For example, Oka was originally a technologically advanced planet dominated by humans. One day, the entire planet was suddenly shrouded in a thick aura of death. People on the ground died one after another. They gradually rose up and became spirits of the dead, on the verge of annihilation against the undead army. The human race chose 100,000 young men and women as the seeds to continue their lineage. They prepared to board the spaceship and escape from planet Oka. It probably failed in the end. But what Qin Tian found highly suspicious was, according to Alan, Orca had just begun exploring space. They do not yet possess colonies. Its technological level might not even be as advanced as that of Crimson Star. This is clearly inconsistent with the technological products that project images of teenagers. What's the deal with that pendant? Qin Tian asked. I don't know either. Alan glanced at the teardrop pendant. He shook his head and said, All I know is that when I was chosen as the spark, I was taken to a laboratory, where I was unconscious for a period of time. That's how I got this pendant. Then I was told that if I appeared as a projection of the pendant, it would mean that I was dead and the Spark project was likely to fail. My final mission was to convey a message to the life forms that could activate the projection. What? The undead are about to descend, please prepare to resist. That's it. It's gone. Qin Tian nodded. I didn't pay attention to this warning. He pondered for a moment. He then looked at Alan and asked, Where is that laboratory? At the Federal Institute of Technology. Qin Tian frowned. Half an hour later. The space portal on planet Oka has opened once again. Thousands of killer insects swarmed out first. Sweep away the undead at the exit. 100 whip-tailed dragons followed closely behind. They flew out one by one and then took off. A black dragon guard rode on the back of a whip-tailed dragon at the very front. She wore a teardrop pendant around her neck. Qin Tian's consciousness finally floated out. A surge of willpower manipulated the essence of Mars to seal the entrance to the passage. He then imbued his consciousness into the black dragon guard, guided by Alan as projected by the pendant. All the whip-tailed dragons flew towards the northeast. Water drop pendant, a technological product. It is definitely not an experimental product of a mere level 3 technological planet. So, there is only one explanation. The human race on planet Oka may have experienced a technological stagnation. Certainly. Regardless, it's all worth him verifying. However, it had only been a few minutes since it took off. 100 whip-tailed dragons were under Qin Tian's will. They all hovered again. At the end of the line of sight, huge flying creatures made entirely of skeletons. It is flying rapidly towards this place, carrying with it a deathly aura. At first glance, it almost blotted out the sky. Qin Tian's face darkened. He never imagined that one day they will be completely crushed by their own habitual numerical advantage. But Qin Tian didn't hesitate. He turned and ran. If you can't beat them, there's no way to fight it. When facing undead creatures, as the fighting continued, what's mine will become its. It's still its own. Outside the passageway exit, the assembled army of the dead. By this time, vast oceans of the dead had formed. All I could see were heads. It stretches as far as the eye can see. The thousands of war insects that had just been tasked with clearing the area were already submerged. Back to Mars. Qin Tian was preparing to close the passage. Suddenly it stopped again. Outside, the massive undead army quickly parted to the sides. A death knight, shrouded in deathly aura and whose face was obscured, slowly stepped out. It seems to be deliberately creating a certain effect. As the undead knight's horse continued to move forward step by step, the corpses of war insects along the way, it started to tremble. He then stood up again, and they all focused their gaze on the completely lifeless place, aligned with the passage, and their former masters within the passage. Oh! He glanced at the war insects that had already turned into undead. Then he glanced at the undead knight who was standing directly in front of the passageway, seemingly staring at him. Qin Tian smiled. This show-off really annoyed him. He simply waved his hand and removed the seal from the source. He then controlled the black dragon guard to provocatively beckon to the undead knights outside. The meaning is obvious. Come on in if you dare. Chapter 108 Mechanical Legion, Lord of the Undead. Chapter 108 Mechanical Legion. Inside the Lord of the Undead's passage, Qin Tian stared at the undead knight outside. I was a little nervous. It's not that I'm worried the other side will stubbornly lead their undead army to actually invade Mars. On the contrary, he was worried that the other party would back down. There is some displeasure with the deliberate provocation. But more than anything, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill the undead knight. The opponent's entrance posture. The opponent's methods and capabilities. This clearly indicates their identity. Not the boss. He should at least be a leader. The undead and the Zerg are very similar. It all comes down to the group obeying a unified will. The difference is, the undead's unified will is not like that of the human army, which has a hierarchy. But it's not too complicated. Once the undead knight dies, it can definitely destroy part of the undead army's command structure. As for winning or losing, Qin Tian is not under any pressure in this regard. Any undead knight who dares to set foot on Mars, he can guarantee that they will never return. The creator is invincible on his own planet. The mech race perfectly illustrates this point. To deal with an entity like the undead knight, whose individual combat strength seems quite formidable, it just consumes a little more of its own resources. Duh. Amid Qin Tian's expectant expression, the undead knight, who had been dormant for a long time, finally moved. The undead horse beneath him moved its hooves as if they were burning with ghostly flames. He walked straight to the passageway. Then a massive undead army surged forth and followed. Only, before Qin Tian could experience much joy, the undead knight, who had only taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped, turning my head to gaze at the sky behind me. Then, looking into the passageway, the black dragon guards continued their provocative and humiliating posture, their fingers still twitching, and this time the pace had noticeably quickened. The dense aura of death covering its body suddenly surged and contracted a few times, like being angry. It also seemed like a sense of resentment. But in the end, he turned and slowly walked away. Did you receive orders? What a pity! Qin Tian withdrew from the possessed consciousness. He glanced at the undead legion that had scattered as the undead knight left. He waved helplessly, closing the spatial passage. After thinking about it for a moment, Qin Tian flashed to Moke Star. The teardrop pendant was given to the mechanical race for research. It didn't take long. The mechanical leader then appeared before Qin Tian. Zerg Overlord, your guess was correct. Our tests have shown that the item you brought is a highly technological product. Our current technological level is insufficient to complete the cracking work. We need time. Qin Tian raised his hand to interrupt the leader. My purpose in coming here is not for you to crack the code, just to verify it. The Zerg Overmind, we have confirmed its level. So, did you see the image projected by the pendant? Yes. Therefore, I need you to deploy your mechanical legion to sweep away the undead on planet Oka and head to the Science Institute laboratory mentioned by the projected boy Alan, or that failed spaceship that should have escaped, to search for potentially more advanced technological products and related information that may exist inside. If the undead weren't so special, Qin Tian would never allow the mechanical race to take action. His own massive swarm of insects was enough. Moreover, it allowed the machine race to mobilize a large number of troops for battle. It will more or less affect the progress of its technological development. But what if something is discovered on planet Oka? Their technological products are far superior. This will undoubtedly bring about a qualitative leap in the technology of the mechanical race. Compared to relying solely on vague breakthroughs in one's own technological bottlenecks to develop weapons that could harm that cosmic creature, Qin Tian still felt that this method was more reliable and faster. The mechanical leader's logical reasoning did not disappoint him. Without the slightest hesitation, the data on my head was flashing rapidly. A series of orders were immediately issued. After all, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. This is especially true for the mechanical race. The casualties of soldiers caused by war. For them, it's just a matter of reducing the amount of material. The terrifying coordination of the network. This eliminates any sluggishness in the mechanical race. In less than half an hour, troop transport ships landed on Moke from outer space. They then regrouped on Mars via the space tunnel. There are also a much larger number of bombing drones, fighter jets, and other air combat units. As Qin Tian opened the spatial passage to planet Oka, a swarm of bombing drones flew in rapidly. First, a localized cleaning operation was carried out. Troop transport ships followed closely behind. Land outside the passageway. One by one, the robots stepped out quickly and in an orderly fashion. They advanced slowly forward, forming rows of single-file lines and unleashing their weapons. To deal with the undead, mechanical beings are almost always the natural enemy of mechanical beings. At least we won't see the absurd phenomenon of more and more people getting hurt. Boom! A violent explosion, mixed with the release of firepower. In an instant, it rippled across the desolate planet Oka. From the air, among the densely packed undead on the ground, huge bursts of fire kept erupting. This creates vacuum zones. In front of the robot army, waves of the dead rushed forward. And then, large swathes of trees fell down. But there were just too many undead. At the end of the ground, an even larger wave is sweeping in. Distant horizon. A dark shadow, obscuring the sky, rapidly approached. A vast, overwhelming, suffocating aura of death. Like a monstrous wave crashing down on the space passage. At the same time, a small shuttle departed from the passageway. It veered rapidly toward the side of the battlefield. The black and gray exterior of the aircraft twisted and gradually merged with the surrounding scenery and disappeared. After flying invisibly for a few minutes, the shuttle turned around again. It flew straight towards the Federal Institute of Technology in the northeast. Through the aircraft window, Qin Tian controlled the Black Dragon guards to look at the battlefield on the distant land. As the undead army continued to pour in, the robot's advance speed slowed down significantly. It has almost reached a stalemate. However, this battle isn't really about fighting to the death. It was merely to attract the attention of the dead. Buy them some time. About 2 hours later, a vast, dilapidated city came into view. Perhaps it's because of the allure of the battlefield. There weren't many undead in the ruined city. Guided by Alan's projection, the shuttle stopped in front of a collapsed building. A dozen robots immediately jumped out of the building carrying water droplet pendants. Qin Tian did not follow them inside. Responsible for keeping watch outside. Every now and then, he would crush a few wandering undead. I waited for almost half an hour. A group of robots hurriedly returned. However, just as they were about to board the shuttle, A huge cloud of deathly energy rolled in from the distance. And in an instant, they arrived above the crowd. In the thick, black aura of death, gradually, a pair of dark green eyes were revealed. Bang, bang, bang! The robot immediately raised its weapon and began firing. The effect was negligible. Or rather, it has no effect whatsoever. The energy beams fired from the weapon vanished the instant they touched the mass of death energy. Buzz! From the deathly aura, a ripple spread out in an instant, like a fierce gust of wind. They immediately knocked the black dragon guards and more than a dozen robots to the ground. The churning mass of deathly energy floated down. It slowly landed in front of the black dragon guard. A hoarse, hollow voice rang out. A lowly, filthy, shameful, and insignificant life form. I am Orvis, the great Lich King and Lord of the Undead Legion of Okastar. I need to make a deal with you. Chapter 109 Cooperative Deal. The Brilliant Empire. Chapter 109 Cooperative Deal. The Brilliant Empire's feint attack plan fails. They were caught red-handed. Qin Tian thought it was perfectly normal. My heart was completely unmoved. If only some ordinary people are resurrected using death energy. It has no special or powerful combat capabilities to support it. How could the undead possibly wipe out a level 3 technological planet? Moreover, it is a civilization that may experience a technological shift and possess even more advanced technological products. But Qin Tianjin didn't expect that. The undead big boss actually came in person. And yet he dares to be alone. Isn't it afraid of being counterattacked? The undead don't have my omnipresent bug swarm. However, upon hearing about the deal, Qin Tian still ordered the black dragon guards to relax their tense bodies. They temporarily abandoned their plan to sacrifice all their life force and unleash their full combat power in order to try and sneak up on and kill the Lich King. As for the barrage of insults from the other side at the beginning, this is similar to how the mechs look down on the humans. The same reason why humans like to call lower animals beasts. Inherent racial hierarchy discrimination. What kind of deal? Qin Tian asked. I need a large amount of life form conversion material. A living organism? Qin Tian was puzzled. I understood immediately. The power of the undead race. Apart from a certain degree of immortality and resurrection, the most important aspect is the scale of the terror. They are even more in dire need of gaining an overwhelming numerical advantage over their enemies than the Zerg. This is their foundation. The entire Oka alien race is now extinct. Without replenishment. The source was cut off. This caused the undead race to reach its limit and lose the possibility of further expansion. On this point, Qin Tian felt there was a difference in intelligence. Seeking only temporary pleasure by draining the pond to catch fish and burning the forest to hunt. Exterminate them completely, leaving no trace of their existence. This has led to the current situation where they have severed their own foundation. Or, it can also be considered as an innate arrogance and prejudice. Perhaps it lies in their cognitive processes. The world of the dead. No life should exist there, nor is it permitted. Simply put, they are inflexible, stubborn, and inflexible. Yes, I can provide you with a continuous supply of my race's war bugs. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. No! No! I don't need your ant-like insects. Qin Tian blinked. I felt that I had been greatly offended. I found it even stranger. The undead power of the resurrected war bugs. Are they not even as good as those weak ordinary humans? But they didn't dwell on the issue any further. It would be better to minimize the losses of your own insectids. Okay, no problem. I can provide you with any planetary species you want, or even an entire planet. But the key point is... Qin Tian tilted his head. He emphasized. What can I get in return? As you said, this is a deal. Oh, by the way, please don't make such a stupid and ridiculous threat as saying that your life is in my hands and you have no right to negotiate. You can kill this body of mine right now. You could also try leading your undead army into the planet where my race lives. Let's see in the end whether it's my clan that perishes, or yours. In the air ahead, the green light in the Lich King Orvis's eyes continued to flicker slightly. A wave of inquiry emanated from it. Are you searching for artifacts left behind by the human race on this planet? Yes. Qin Tian did not hide anything. Otherwise, what are they doing here sneaking around? The ruler of a civilized group. It's impossible to fool someone like that. In exchange for this permission, I will allow you to do this. Make a deal. Qin Tian agreed without hesitation. He had guessed the other party's condition. I didn't really weigh it. No matter how powerful the undead race becomes, it also cannot truly pose a threat to him. Once the spatial passage is closed, everyone does their own thing without interfering with each other. Moreover, the undead can also transform into undead warbugs when they invade Mars. If he's eyeing the undead planet, what's the point? The deal is done. They probably received an order from the Lich King. The battlefield where the two sides clashed fiercely in front of the space passage. The undead army was the first to cease its attack. The robot army also collectively put away their weapons. In front of the passageway, Qin Tian broke free from the possessing consciousness. The shuttle will return with the technological items and some data it found. They then arrived at Moke Star. He needs to wait for the test results. Is there any groundbreaking technology that could allow the mechanical race to break through to a higher level? Incidentally, let's discuss this with the mechanical leader. The area where robots were dispatched to conduct a large-scale search of Orca. Alan was just a teenager. The information we have is very limited. Even the exact location of the spaceship that may have failed to escape is unknown. They could only guess a general range based on limited information. He also had to choose a planet for the Lich King to fulfill his promise in the deal. Just as I was thinking. Then the mechanical leader walked over. Nothing of value was discovered? Qin Tian asked. It only took about 10 minutes in total. That's it. Zerg Overlord, we are detecting. But we deciphered one of the technological products. It's not technologically advanced, and it's not encrypted. The mechanical leader handed over a palm-sized, spherical object. Before Qin Tian could ask, he proactively explained. This is a recording device. A message recorded by a human from the Orca Star Institute of Technology. The amount of information and data is enormous. I think you should know. Attention! Zerg Overmind, based on our understanding of your intelligent life races. This message has a 99.99% chance of having an emotional impact on you. The mechanical leader paused for a moment. The data on his head was flashing rapidly. It seems to be searching for words that can express this. Soon. The mechanical leader uttered 2 words. Shocking! Oh? Zerg Overmind, I suggest you find a room, calm down, and watch with a peaceful mindset. That's really exaggerated. Qin Tian gave the mechanical leader a strange look. But I still followed their opinion. The mechs won't make baseless accusations like the humans do with their fancy tricks. They controlled the Black Dragon guards to enter the only room with tables and chairs from the 5 clans conference. Sitting in the chair, place the spherical instrument on the table in front of you and turn it on. The instrument first projected a beam of light. Then, the figure of an old man with white hair and beard and a slight hunchback gradually materialized. Wearing a white coat, he was dressed like a scientist. But it is clearly different from the live-action footage of Alan. The old scientist did not look around. Moreover, due to the angle of the shot, he didn't look at the Black Dragon guards. The undead have no interest in technology. In their eyes, there is only death. So, only non-undead races will open this device to watch this recording. This is a secret of my clan's history, and also a disaster caused by my clan. When you or your race get this instrument turned on, I don't know if this is your good fortune or your misfortune. The old scientist's opening remarks made Qin Tian's lips twitch. There was a hint of inexplicable disdain in his expression. Yes, when you hear this, you will feel disdain and be confused. Qin Tian. Don't rush, please read on first. The distant past. My race was once a magnificent and splendid cosmic empire. Footprints have spread across endless star fields. The empire at its zenith. They once effectively controlled the universe. Up to 2,000 superclusters. Qin Tian initially dismissed the idea with a sneer. But the old scientist then emphasized it again. Especially when the tone and wording of the last sentence are emphasized. Qin Tian was suddenly stunned. He tried hard to recall the little knowledge he had left over from his previous life. It made him even more. I was completely dumbfounded. Even breathing seemed to freeze for a moment. Supercluster? More than 2,000? In my memory. Earth in a past life. It's just a planet in the solar system. The Sun is one of the billions of stars in the vast Milky Way galaxy. The galaxy clusters above that. It contains hundreds and thousands, or even more, of galaxies like the Milky Way. Above that are superclusters. There are at least dozens of galaxy clusters. The number can be as high as several thousand or tens of thousands. The ancestors of the Oka star race. They actually control 2,000 superclusters? This is fucking ridiculous. Qin Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. For the first time, I felt like my brain was completely overwhelmed. Because, at this moment, he could no longer imagine 2,000 superclusters. How many planets are inside? It's also unimaginable how many intelligent life forms exist within them. The ancestors of the Oka aliens, who could occupy such a vast star field. Its level of civilization. How terrifying will it become? The key point is, this terrifying behemoth. And how did it collapse and disintegrate? Ultimately, to be reduced to the state of Oka star. So pitiful that he was actually killed by a mere undead. Extinction? Chapter 110 The undead begin. The empire perishes. Chapter 110 The beginning of the undead. The demise of the empire. Yes. You were deeply shocked. You're incredible. You won't believe it. In the light screen image. It seems to be to give Qin Tian, the viewer, time to process his emotions. The old scientist paused deliberately for a moment, then spoke again. Aren't you recording a video? Qin Tian stared at the old man and subconsciously asked a question. It was as if the other person had witnessed the scene firsthand every few words they spoke. It revealed the expression on his face, which came from within. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Tian realized the problem. His reaction after hearing these words. This is very likely exactly how the old scientist felt after learning about his ancestors' history. Judging others by one's own standards. That's how they made such an accurate prediction. You're right. Back then, when I was young, I inherited this historical secret from the previous generation of scholars. It's exactly the same as your current situation. I was thinking. A cosmic empire that was so vast at the time. How could things have fallen to such a pathetic state? There are too many doubts and questions here. Even if I knew the whole story, I would still remain deeply skeptical. The old scientist's projection was originally of him sitting behind a table. He then stood up and walked out. The projected light moves accordingly. It disappeared until it lost the ability to capture information about the body. A short while later, the light is refocused. An image appeared showing an elderly scientist entering with a cup and taking large gulps of water. I'm sorry, I need to adjust my emotions whenever I think about this issue. The elderly scientist put down his water glass. Place your hands crossed on the table. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long while. He then raised his head and continued. You should have seen the root cause of the empire's decline. Undead? Qin Tian thought to himself. That's right, they are the undead. Since you were able to retrieve this recording from Oka Star, it means you're bound to encounter them. I just don't know if our clan has escaped their invasion at this time. Or perhaps we'll just be wiped out by those damned undead? Hee hee ha. As the old scientist spoke, he suddenly burst out laughing. Do you know? I did not use the mind to store my memories. Instead, I used video recording. So that I don't have to grieve over this kind of thing after I die. Let's just keep this as a beautiful dream. In my dream, my race multiplied generation after generation on the planet Oka. Until our race acquired the ability to build spaceships and escape to the farthest edges of the star system. The mind of thinking? Is it a teardrop-shaped pendant that projects an image of Alan? Thinking of this, Qin Tian immediately looked at the old scientist. Pity. Ultimately, it was just a video recording. It's impossible to truly achieve the same level of mutual understanding as before. I can give an answer as soon as I think of something. Huh. Something's not right. Qin Tian was taken aback. According to the old scientist, he must have recorded this video before the spirits appeared. Even the planet Oka is still far from having the technology to build spaceships. Otherwise, he wouldn't have uttered the rest of his sleep talking. But he seemed certain that one day in the future, it's as if the dead will eventually descend upon the planet Oka. Similarly, the other party did not provide a timely explanation for Qin Tian's doubts. Instead, he started talking to himself. The universe is too vast. 2,000 star clusters are beyond our reach. But in the vast universe, it is just a drop in the ocean. Our ancient empire has never stopped exploring the star field. Until one day, an imperial exploration fleet discovered a planet with extremely strong energy fluctuations. That is a gaseous planet formed from black gas energy. We call this kind of energy evil energy. Evil energy? Is it deathly still? Fel energy is very special. Even with the Empire's technological level at the time, it was impossible to detect its harmfulness. The exploration fleet was also very cautious at the time. This is the foundation of survival in the universe. They did not approach rashly, but only sent a research ship to get close and study it. However, the exploration team still underestimated Fel energy. It infected all the researchers on the research vessel. The first infected were the progenitors of the undead race that you are seeing now. Under the transformation of Fel energy, the progenitors of the undead became incredibly powerful, capable of treading on the stars. They are very similar to the humans who call themselves monks on some planets that the Empire has discovered. But they are far, far more powerful than those monks. Bewitched by Fel energy, a group of undead progenitors launched an attack on the fleet. They easily destroyed the entire exploration fleet and infected everyone. They hunt star beasts everywhere. Using that Fel-powered planet as its core, and combining it with the corpses of countless star beasts, a necromancer mothership was built. That was the beginning of the Empire's rapid decline. It is also the beginning of a catastrophe that will befall the entire universe. Speaking of which, the old scientist seemed to be there in person. He was breathing heavily. He picked up the water glass and drank most of the remaining water in one gulp. He then wiped his mouth hard. With vacant eyes, he murmured. The undead mothership sailed toward the core star system of the Empire, scattering seeds of death on those inhabited planets along the way. All life-bearing planets were rapidly corrupted and infected, becoming a haven for the dead. Not long after, undead warships made of solidified bones rose up on those planets, chasing after and joining the ranks of the undead mothership. The Empire's warships could not break through the undead warships' Fel energy defenses, and even the most advanced cosmic weapons were ineffective. But the Fel energy emitted by the undead warship can ignore the Imperial warship's defenses and instantly corrode and infect everyone inside. This caused the already massive undead fleet to grow in number with each battle. That was a doomed interstellar war. So, the former empire of the Oka aliens. Is this how they are eliminated and assimilated? Yes, just as you imagine it now. The Empire was powerless to resist and ultimately abandoned its core star system, fleeing to the edge of the universe. But the expansion of the undead race did not stop, and our race was forced to flee time and time again. A chase? Qin Tian frowned. No, they are not hunting down my kind. The entire empire has been destroyed, and our people have long since lost the right to be their adversaries. Their expansion, their rampage. It is for. Let the entire universe become a paradise for the dead. The strength that my people have survived time and time again. They were merely objects that were casually assimilated as they passed by. Just like they treat other life-bearing planets. The rampant expansion of the undead has made our race's escapes increasingly difficult. It has also caused our race to continuously lose various once glorious technologies. By the time it came to the lineage on planet Oka, who knows how many tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions of generations had passed? The scholars who have been responsible for preserving our history for generations have long forgotten the concept of time. Our race has completely degenerated into a planetary race, and even returning to space has become extremely difficult. Even the history of my clan is only known to us, the inheritors, and a few others. But our people have not given up hope. Just like generations of fugitives before them. From the moment we escaped to planet Oka, we began preparing for our next escape. Because we know, one day, that massive undead fleet will pass through our homeland once again. They will repeat themselves as they have countless times before. Again to our homeland. Sowing the seeds of death. Chapter 111 New Weapons. Dimensional Reduction Strike. Chapter 111 New Weapon. Dimensional Reduction Strike projected on the light screen. The old scientist's story came to a halt. He fell into a long silence. Before projection, the Black Dragon Guard sat in a chair, influenced by Qin Tian's possessed consciousness. His expression was equally grave, with his brows furrowed. Seeds of death scattered across the planet. What is it? After a while, Qin Tian looked at the old scientist. I couldn't help but ask the question aloud. Just then, the old scientist also snapped out of his reverie. He opened his mouth and said, I know there are a lot of questions here. But I'm sorry. I cannot offer any explanation. This statement clearly refers to that period of history. This is not an answer to the question Qin Tian just raised. Death Seed. Could it be the Lich King and the Death Knight? Qin Tian guessed to himself. These two undead are clearly not Oka aliens who were resurrected from the dead. So, the massive undead fleet the old scientist spoke of. Every time we pass a planet inhabited by life. Why abandon a few powerful undead as messengers? I think you might regret watching this video now. As I said before, when you turn on this instrument, it is both your good fortune and your misfortune. The undead are spreading wildly throughout the universe. Our people have reached the end of their road. Even if we manage to escape from planet Oka, we may still perish next time. So, finally, I sincerely hope that you and your race can avoid the fate of my race. The words fell. The recording ended. The old scientist's image has disappeared. Qin Tian frowned as he stared at the recording equipment on the table. The old scientist is right. He did regret watching the video. Ignorance is bliss. But now that we know, regardless of whether it's true or false, all of this was enough to cause him concern. Because this threatens his very foundation. All the planets fused together by the creators through the divine stone. They all exist in the same cosmic plane. This means that undead fleet ravaging the universe. They could pass by Mars at any moment and scatter seeds of death. These seeds that have arrived. Qin Tian didn't care. With the source in hand, they could be completely wiped out. The problem is, He didn't believe that the undead would simply sow the seeds and then abandon them. They must have some form of communication. If a seed on a certain planet dies and loses contact, this is bound to attract attention. The creator is invincible within the planet. They are completely helpless against enemies from outside the planet. Not to mention, the enemy is an interstellar undead fleet capable of easily crushing an ancient cosmic empire. Break free from the possessing consciousness. Qin Tian flashed to the front of the Queen Mother in the Forbidden Zone. Dominate! Immediately lay the mother's eggs! Qin Tian didn't waste any words. After conveying the order, then they immediately returned to the outside world. He led a group of black dragon guards to a side room in the backyard of the prefect's mansion. Activate the mechanism in a hidden spot inside the room to open a secret room. In this world inherited from an ancient feudal country, enclosed rooms are very common. Especially in places like Wuhan County, where war could break out at any time. How could the governors of the prefectures throughout history dare to be careless? In the prefect's mansion, besides the secret room, there is also a secret passage that extends outside the city. Before Qin Tian arrived in Wuhan County, as the residence where the future ruler will live, the second parasitic queen quickly figured out everything about the prefectural governor's mansion. Entering the secret room, Qin Tian glanced around. The indoor area is very large. It must have been reinforced and expanded by several prefects. This might be their only chance to save their lives. They have no choice but to take it seriously. Moreover, all kinds of furniture are available. The walls were piled high with dry food and other supplies suitable for long-term storage. Clean up! Qin Tian waved his hand. A group of black dragon guards immediately stepped forward. They started moving things out of the house. After working for more than half an hour, the secret room was completely cleared out. Qin Tian stood in front of the door. Close your eyes and sink into consciousness to enter Mars. In the penalty area, the Queen Mother has already given birth to a maternal insect egg. Unlike the eggs of the war bug, each generation of Queen Mothers will constantly nurture a maternal egg within their bodies. In case of an accident, they can give birth to a replacement in time, to prevent a population from going extinct due to the loss of its mother. Only by receiving the Lord's command. Only the previous generation's queen would absorb the fully formed maternal egg within her body. Then, the genetic evolution of the next generation of mother cells is further fused. And what Qin Tianxia had achieved before. It is the laying of eggs from the mother, not evolution. Buzz! Qin Tian's will spread. The primordial energy was released instantly. It enveloped the mother egg, tore open a spatial rift in the outside world, and sent it out. 50 black dragon guards were also sent along with them. Compared to Mars, the female insect eggs, which are about 10 meters long, are not considered large. From the outside perspective, it is an absolute behemoth. Fortunately, the enclosed space is also quite spacious. There is more than enough space to store the mother's eggs horizontally. From this moment forward, you 50 people are responsible for protecting this fertilized egg around the clock. You are not allowed to leave this place even for a moment. From now on, the secret room and the entire backyard will be off limits. Anyone who approaches within 100 meters of this forbidden area, no need to report. Kill them on sight. Qin Tian's gaze swept over the newly summoned group of black dragon guards. This was his prepared escape route. The planet merged by the Creator. The external world in which the Creator lives. They belong to two different cosmic planes. If one day in the future, the undead fleet really does arrive on Mars, it can't be that the very foundation is wiped out. We can settle for developing our business outside the local area. Certainly. This is just in case. Unless absolutely necessary. Qin Tian will never abandon his foundation on Mars. The time difference between the outside world and the planet is 1 day compared to 1 year. This is its huge advantage. Just like the mother worm egg, which is also the queen. The incubation and growth cycle takes several years in total. He only needs to stay outside for a few days before returning to Mars to see the queen mother in her adult form. But it summoned the outside world. That's a real few years. As for summoning the adult queen mother, that's even less realistic. Firstly, the enormous size would consume an astronomical amount of vital energy. Secondly, their large size makes them impossible to hide. The same applies to the war bugs. It will be extremely difficult to develop in the outside world. Back to Mars. Qin Tian suddenly sensed something. He flashed into the spatial passage where the 5 races were located. After the first attempt to attack the cosmic creature ended. Just like before. To facilitate the entry of the 5 ethnic groups. All of their spatial passages are concentrated in one area. A group of whip-tailed dragons and black dragon guards were keeping watch around them. An additional black dragon guard stood on one side of the Moke Star passage. As a liaison. To avoid a repeat of the last instance where the mechs couldn't find themselves and waited in vain. The sensation I just received. It was sent by the black dragon guard, who was in charge of liaison. Qin Tian possessed the body. He asked the robot waiting in front of him. What's up? Zerg Overlord, our race has developed a new space weapon that requires 10 live experimental organisms. Newly developed weapon? Could it be that there has been success in deciphering the technology of Orchestar? Qin Tian didn't ask any further questions. 10 people were directly selected from the group of black dragon guards who were supervising the area and sent into Moke Star. Upon entering the disc-shaped building, the mechanical leader was standing in a room. It remains motionless and in a static state. The data stream above his head was flashing rapidly. It looks like it's exchanging information with other robots. Qin Tian had just entered the room. The mechanical leader immediately stopped and turned around. Has there been a technological breakthrough? Qin Tian asked. Yes, the Zerg Overmind. Based on research data from planet Oka, our race has developed a weapon. The initial mechanical experiments have been completed, if the live experiments are successful. This proves that this weapon can kill that cosmic creature. Qin Tian was stunned. He took note of the mechanical leader's wording. Subconsciously asked, Are you sure it's not some kind of probability? Or even a fatal injury? The mechanical leader did not answer. A beam of light emanated from his head. A recording screen appears. The scene depicts a huge laboratory. A palm-sized transparent crystal cube is placed on the ground in the middle. Dozens of robots stood neatly in a circle around it. The 4 mechanical arms on the wall trembled violently at the same time. It sends out waves of force fields. The robot and the cube gradually floated up. Not long after, a massive force field, visible to the naked eye, enveloped it entirely. The central cube began to evaporate rapidly. Gradually, a crystal clear, thin film-like object was revealed. It's like a thin piece of paper. That is. Qin Tian was taken aback. It seems like he's thought of something. The moment the piece of paper was revealed, then it burst forth with an increasingly dazzling white light. And it spread rapidly to the surrounding areas. As soon as the robots came into contact, the steel body immediately began to twist and pull wildly. It quickly melted into it like flowing water. Almost in the blink of an eye. The paper touched the force field shield and stopped expanding. The previous dozens of robots had completely disappeared. The screen flickered. An aerial perspective appears. On that enormous, mercury-like piece of paper. No longer transparent. The bodies of robots are clearly imprinted on it. It resembles a mechanical painting. The image disappeared. Qin Tian withdrew his gaze. He turned and stared in surprise at the mechanical leader. He said incredulously, "This is the space weapon you developed? Dimensional reduction attack? Two-dimensional foil?" Chapter 112 Another Hunt. Cosmic Creatures. Chapter 112 Another Hunt. At Qin Tian's instruction, the cosmic creatures. 10 black dragon guards followed a robot away. Not long after, the mechanical leader projected another image. The same huge testing ground. The same palm-sized crystal cube. However, this time the test subjects were changed to 10 black dragon guards. Soon, with the force field waves released by the robotic arm, the same scene repeated itself. The cube ablation expands rapidly. The distorted, abstract imagery produced by touching the black dragon's personal guards. Can't life forms be completely two-dimensional? Qin Tian looked at the various limbs that were highlighted within the force field shield of the experiment. Above the flat film scroll. Has a brain. It has half a body. There is also one leg standing upright. Yes, Zerg overmind, this is not a true dimensional attack type of law weapon. It has many flaws and is a product of failed technology. But it was successful. Qin Tian looked at the mechanical leader. An excited and thrilled look appeared on his face. According to what the mechanical leader said before, among the scientific research items being searched, they discovered experimental data and related records. Record the information described above. It is roughly said that the Oka aliens preserved information about a type of conventional weapon that the Empire once possessed. We want to break down and develop it. However, the technological level of regular weapons, it far exceeded their technological level at that time, which had fallen to its lowest point. The experiment inevitably failed. The machine family simulation corrected some errors in the experimental data. And on this basis, to make changes that are in line with the current technological level of the machine race. The principle is similar to the process of accelerating particles to enough energy to trigger vacuum decay. However, the machine race is currently unable to develop a high-energy particle accelerator that can provide the ultimate energy for particles. It can only barely reach the state of pseudo-vacuum decay. According to Qin Tian's understanding. Simply put, it is essentially a pseudo-diverse foil. Life forms cannot be completely two-dimensional. It also cannot be expanded indefinitely like a real two-dimensional foil. The machine race once conducted experiments in space. Cancelled the force field shield. The extended range of the pseudo-diverse foil is only about 1 kilometer in diameter. But that's enough for Qin Tian. He doesn't need a perfect, predictable weapon. Anything that can harm cosmic life is acceptable. Several hours later, under layers of commands, a new round of attacks is ready. In Mokstar, one by one, the shuttle-shaped warships began to rise into the air. They sped inside through the 2 open, connected spatial passages. It erupted with bursts of sonic roar. The first time, because I didn't understand extraterrestrial life. This leads to being extremely cautious and careful in everything one does. This time, there were no more scruples. Even Qin Tian did not return to the outside world as he had before. The consciousness is suspended in the forbidden zone of Mars. A rich source of energy gathers on one side, just in case. On the other side stood a robot responsible for real-time battlefield projection. Picture. It quickly became apparent. It didn't go into hibernation? Qin Tian stared at the pair of eyes in the picture, eyes as bright as the sun. On second thought, compared to the millennia-based units of measurement it uses for each sleep, this short period of recovery is hardly worth mentioning. In space, faced with yet another large, densely packed swarm of tiny creatures, the cosmic creature also showed no intention of attacking. Instead, he turned his body over. He adopted a backstroke floating posture. It seems like I didn't get enough last time. I want to scratch that itch again. A beast is a beast. Even if they evolved into space creatures, they would still be idiots. So what if the defense is high? So what if the attack is strong? Dimensional reduction attack. It doesn't care about your defense level or attack power. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. watching the warship ascend into space and begin to move up, down, left, and right. The encirclement formation that was formed was far less dense than the one last time. The time interval is too short. During this period, the 5 tribes built a total of only over 300,000 ships. But it's more than enough. They have reached their respective designated encirclement positions. All warships simultaneously launched a wave of miniature drones. Each drone carries a pseudodiverse foil. The principle of pseudodiverse foil is not complicated. Products of simple particle acceleration. Mechs are almost mass-produced. This weapon, which cannot be considered a true dimensional reduction attack at all, still has similar characteristics. The strong and the weak are divided. Its weakness lies in its small range, making it easy for opponents to escape, and its relatively slow speed. It is strong because the regional 2-dimensional space it forms is almost a no-go zone for 3-dimensional organisms. In the picture, one drone after another hovered. They released the pseudodiverse foils they were carrying. As the limiting force field dissipates, the next moment, a series of dazzling white lights erupted in an instant. And it expanded rapidly. From a distance, like ripples spreading out from the edge of a pond. And they quickly reached their limit, forming huge, fixed discs. In the middle of the pond, the cosmic creature had long since abandoned its playful demeanor. The massive body turned upright. 2 pairs of eyes, radiating a dazzling light, scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! A series of streaks of light formed a sweeping trend. Suddenly, it continuously spewed out from the mouth of the cosmic creature. But when it comes to the 2-dimensional region, the endless stream of light was instantly absorbed into it. Any matter in 3-dimensional space is an object assimilated into 2-dimensional space, including energy. It continued to spew for a long time. The cosmic creature stopped. His enormous eyes narrowed slightly, forming crescent-shaped light. And the shaking frequency increased significantly. Oh? So you've finally realized fear? Qin Tian smiled. Although the enclosed 2-dimensional regions are very dispersed from each other. But it's more than enough to seal off the escape space of a massive cosmic creature. However, soon, Qin Tian's smile froze on his face. As the warship group launched its second wave of drones, they flew directly towards the cosmic creatures through the gaps in the 2-dimensional area, seemingly sensing the threat of death. The cosmic creature opened its mouth and suddenly spewed out an even more intense stream of 7-colored light. However, it did not attack the swarm of drones that were approaching from the surrounding area. Instead, they gathered in front. Extrusion. Collapse. Broken. Final. Under Qin Tian's bewildered gaze, the 7-colored light actually tore open a spatial rift. The cosmic being let out a silent roar as it looked up at the sky. The light in his eyes flickered rapidly for a while. Just as the 2-dimensional region extended by the drone's pseudo-2-dimensional foil was about to touch him, he then plunged headfirst into the crevice. Qin Tian was stunned, looking at the empty space. He was lost in a prolonged daze. Until a long time later. Only then did he grit his teeth and accept the fact that the cosmic creature had escaped, his face grim. I wanted to wave the robot next to me away. But I was truly unwilling to accept it. Commanded to start the playback. Initial. Everything is still normal. I watched the footage of the cosmic creature escaping several times. And the direction where its gaze finally fell. Qin Tian's expression suddenly changed. Then his figure flashed. It appeared in a nest in a restricted area. He squinted at the 2 frost dragon eggs that had not yet hatched. A short while later. Then he flashed to the big tree where the rock of the beast star was located. Oh, so you finally remembered me? Do you know why that cosmic creature came to Thundercloud Star? Qin Tian ignored Qi Yin's tone and asked directly. Nonsense. Qin replied casually. He asked curiously. Why are you asking this for no reason? I'm just curious, The universe is so big, why did that cosmic creature choose to focus on Thundercloud Star and stay there for tens of thousands of years? Just a coincidence. No, it can't be a coincidence. Qin Tian shook his head. Looking down at the rock, he said with a smile, I once surrounded and killed 2 frost dragons. They fought to the death without retreating. They persisted for a very, very long time. They slaughtered millions of my creatures. Only when he felt his life was threatened and was in despair did he reluctantly leave. Then I discovered that they were protecting their children. Just now, I'm hunting down that cosmic creature. When one senses death before escaping, it also carries a kind of reluctant to part. Chapter 113 Second Collaboration. Mechanical Style. Chapter 113 Second Collaboration. The mechanical style has gone mad. You're insane! The rock stared in shock. He clearly understood the meaning behind Qin Tian's words. Yes, I was indeed being a bit far-fetched. But you can't deny that this possibility exists. Isn't that so? Qin Tian's lips curved into a smile. At that time, that cosmic creature clearly broke through a spatial rift. They could have escaped immediately. It lingered until the two-dimensional space of the pseudo-two-dimensional foil diffusion was almost upon it before leaving. Especially seeing its lingering gaze fixed on Thundercloud Star at the end. This further solidified Qin Tian's belief in this idea. He glanced at the rock that was standing there dumbfounded. Qin Tian turned and floated back to Mars. He immediately teleported to the space passage on Mook Star. He possessed a black dragon guard and went inside. Compared to the previous quietness, Mook Star was particularly lively at this moment. Everywhere you look, you see robots busily dismantling those steel buildings. It's like recycling materials. Further out on the horizon, spaceships are also constantly being launched into space. Are they getting ready to move? Zerg Overlord, our cooperation has ended. In front of the disc-shaped building, a robot blocked the Black Dragon's guards. Oh, is it really that realistic? I have a new cooperation proposal and I need to meet with your leaders. Qin Tian spoke up. I didn't really mind it. Such a long-standing collaboration with the machine race. The foundation is that cosmic being. The plan has now failed. Naturally, the need for contact is automatically eliminated. Cold, emotionless machines lack the complex feelings of humans. They won't do anything like trying to save face if a deal falls through. The data in the robot's head flickered. He quickly moved aside. In front of a screen wall displaying flowing data, Qin Tian met the leader of the machinery. Are you leaving Mook Star? Yes, Zerg Overlord. Our mothership was completed on Colony 6 10 years ago, and the trial voyage has ended. We are going to restart the plan to explore extraterrestrial planets. The mechanical leader turned to face Qin Tian. I don't intend to waste time. Zerg Overlord, state your cooperation details. Don't rush into that. I'm a little curious, don't you want those potentially more advanced technological products that might exist on planet Oka? Zerg Overlord, based on our race's research and calculations on intelligent life, the chance of you helping us for free by exchanging a planet for the cooperation of the undead race, assuming our cooperation ends, is less than 0.1%. Our race has nothing to offer in exchange for what you want. Pleading is useless and will only be rejected by you. But you could have waited until I reached an agreement with the undead and finished my search before bringing out the pseudo-two-dimensional foil weapon. Qin Tian asked curiously. The machine race simply follows logical algorithms in a very rational way. It doesn't mean they're stupid. Please note, Zerg Overlords, greed and cunning are flaws of intelligent life races, and one of the many reasons why they are considered inferior by our race. It's that damn racism again. But, fine. Keep it up. Qin Tian smiled slightly. He then asked, since you are so knowledgeable about the life races, you should know that the vast majority of life races will protect their offspring. Yes, in your words, it's called nature. Therefore, I speculate that the reason why that cosmic creature stayed outside Thundercloud Star for tens of thousands of years, coupled with its reluctance to leave before escaping, is this. After thinking about it, Qin Tian continued. For example, is its child somewhere on Thundercloud? Or is it simply that planet? Compared to the former, Qin Tian still prefers the latter. After all, considering the size of that cosmic creature, how could their offspring be so small? It seems impractical on the surface. It even seems absurd, laughable, and utterly despicable. But disbelief does not mean non-existence. Or, in other words, it's just that their pitiful and narrow-minded perception has led to the limits of their own thinking. In Qin Tian's view, the universe is vast and full of wonders. My cooperation requires you to provide technological equipment support to help me find that possible cosmic creature cub. The condition is that it may contain high-tech products left behind by planet Oka. Qin Tian explained his purpose. He also added, of course, I will only provide a spatial passage. The previous agreement with the undead is null and void. As for whether your two races will fight or negotiate, that's up to you. The mechanical leader did not think. They agreed very quickly. They didn't really have a choice. A failed experiment on planet Oka. They then developed weapons far exceeding their technological level. Perhaps we can continue our research for many more years based on this. Moreover, it allows access to more high-tech products. If there is even the slightest hope, logic doesn't allow them to give up. Not long after returning to Mars, one after another, scientific research and exploration vessels sailed in. At the same time, there are also countless troop transport ships and fighter jets. Really? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, the Mechs intend to take a hard line against the undead. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that I control the spatial passage. In addition, the initial dozen or so attempts to attack Mars were all unsuccessful. The machine race will never discuss cooperation. This is their logical style. Can do it. I'll try not to ramble on too much. Regarding this collaboration, the main purpose is definitely to find the offspring of cosmic creatures. Whether it's a threat from the undead fleet in space, or is it the four-nation war outside? All of this made him urgently need to obtain cosmic biological genes to evolve the Zerg into a space species. Another option is to utilize the more advanced technological products of planet Oka to support and accelerate the development of the mechanical race, a race with enormous future potential. At last, it's a dog-eat-dog situation, of course. Qin Tian was unaware that the undead fleet was sweeping across the entire universe. The ultimate goal is to destroy all species. Or is it merely for the purpose of developing and expanding the ethnic group? Former. There's nothing more to say about being an enemy of the entire universe. But if it's the latter, it basically has nothing to do with the mech race. The remaining creatures, including the Zerg, are all objects of assimilation by the undead. The key point is, the mech race is extremely effective against the undead. It has developed to a certain extent that it can pose a threat. If we take advantage of this opportunity, tease a little. Ideally, the machine race would wipe out all the undead on Orca. Let the undead write down the mechanical race's names in their notebooks. They became mortal enemies. In the future, at least it can buy me some time to develop. Open the space passage to Thundercloud Star. The mechanical race's probe ships flew in one by one. Some began assembling equipment. Some conducted in-depth regional reconnaissance. Others ascend into the sky to conduct extensive scans of the planet's surface for signs of life. Qin Tian toured around Thundercloud Star. Returned to Mars. Seeing that the Mechanical Legion had almost fully assembled. Then the portal to Oka Star was opened. Outside, the Lich King's body, writhing with deathly energy, floated in the air. Below are 5 undead knights shrouded in deathly aura. Behind them, it was an endless army of the dead that stretched as far as the eye could see. It seemed like they had been waiting for a long time. They're clearly still thinking about the deal. Qin Tian possessed a black dragon guard and went out first. Humble life forms. I'm waiting for your commitment. In midair, the Lich King's hoarse, slow voice immediately came through. Qin Tian's breath itched. Finally, trying to calm things down, I said, "Sure, but before that, I'd like to ask a question. To trade with you is the greatest mercy I can show." Qin Tian looked at the Lich King. The next sentence. "Is it called? Don't be shameless." "All right. Then let's make a deal." Qin Tian abandoned the idea of trying to extract more information before the battle. He slowly raised his hand. He waved. Behind. In an instant, guns roared. Fighter jets roared overhead. Chapter 114: The Day the War Begins. Exploding the planet. Chapter 114: The Day the War Begins. Exploding through the planet. Boom! The roar of war. Once again, it resounded across the silent planet Oka. Dense flames erupted from within the passageway. The Lich King and the Death Knight at the forefront were the first to be hit. Beams of light rained down on them. A surprise attack. With concentrated firepower. It didn't even manage to harm it in the slightest. They were all blocked and dissipated by the deathly aura surrounding them. Whoosh! In front of the Lich King, a basketball-sized energy bomb is coming. An arm as withered and dry as twigs. Emerging from the Lich King's churning, dense aura of death. He grabbed the bomb in front of him with one hand. The black aura of death spread and climbed up his arm in an instant. It enveloped the bomb, forming a black cloud of gas. Buzz! With a muffled sound. The violent explosion caused the black mass of death energy to expand several times in an instant. But it quickly shrank again. And then it retreated back into the Lich King's body. The location of the energy bomb. A faint afterglow from the explosion flickered for a moment before vanishing. Retract the withered and decaying arm. The Lich King lowered his eyes slightly. He glanced at the black dragon guards on the ground. Then he turned his gaze to the seemingly empty space above. Did you see me? Or did it sense it? Qin Tian's consciousness, hovering above the black dragon guard's head, frowned. But I didn't take it to heart. He then turned his gaze to the 5 Death Knights below. These undead leaders each rode a different mount. Among them was the undead horse ridden by the one we had seen before. There are also 2 wolf-like forms. The other 2 were unidentified skeletal beasts formed entirely from fused, ghastly white bones. Opposite. The Lich King stared at it for a moment. Then it turned and floated away. The 5 Death Knights below also turned their mounts around and slowly left. At the same time, an endless, dark army of undead surged forth like a tidal wave. Inside the space passage, one after another, heavily armed unmanned combat aircraft burst out, unleashing a barrage of firepower from their wings. Troop transport ships followed closely behind, dropping off fully armed melee robots. Falling into the tide of the dead. The robots' arms transformed into energy beam blades, sweeping and tumbling rapidly. One by one, severed limbs, broken arms, and chunks of flesh were scattered and strewn about. However, their domineering attitude, like wolves among sheep, did not last long. Some were quickly overwhelmed by the surrounding horde of undead. Forced to activate the self-destruct sequence, a massive burst of flames erupted. The powerful energy raged and tore apart a large number of undead. The vacuum zone that was formed was filled back in just a few seconds. In the rolling, crowded waves of the dead, the number of explosions is increasing. And they are getting denser and denser. The 2 sides in the war were locked in a fierce battle almost immediately upon contact. What catches the eye? All that could be seen were the dazzling, fiery rays of the explosion, and countless limbs flying wildly through the air. But the suicide attacks of melee robots are not ineffective. At least temporarily, they suppress the undead horde's advance. They gained enough time. This allows the remote robots behind to form an orderly queue and fire together to advance. At the exit of the passage, various fighter jets, spaceships, and even larger and more powerful mechs and vehicles poured out continuously. At the edge of the earth, a terrifying number of undead swept in like an overwhelming tide. Qin Tian observed for a while. They then returned to Mars. The war will not end anytime soon. At the moment, it was just the opening ceremony. The robotic exploration team on Thundercloud is continuing its search. They were not affected by the war. In fact, for the mech race, the military force needed to attack Oka Star and even annihilate the undead race. It's probably just a drop in the ocean. They wiped out the Mach Star people in a very short time. This alone is enough to show the size of their ethnic group. They occupied the resources of 8 colonized planets. After more than a decade of continuous development, the entire mech race's military strength, Qin Tian estimated that it might have reached 12 figures or more. Detached from consciousness. Back to the outside world. Qin Tian opened his eyes and saw the number 1 parasite queen, who seemed to have been waiting nearby. He immediately frowned as if by reflex and said, "Who else wants to harm me?" "No, my lord, it's news of the war between the 4 kingdoms." "Call." Lord Qin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He wasn't afraid of some lazy bum causing trouble. "It's annoying. I still feel very frustrated. Clearly possessing sufficient power. But we still have to be just as careful as when dealing with the small Fang family." Qin Tian reached out and picked up a cup of tea that was placed beside him. He asked as he spoke, "The date has been set?" "Yes, sir, in half a month." Qin Tian's hand stopped. His brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again involuntarily. Looking up at the parasite queen. "Are you sure?" "My lord, the source of the intelligence is a personal maidservant of Fu Weihai, the Inspector General of Pingxi Kingdom. It is unlikely to be wrong. The news should be announced in the next 2 days." "That's too fast." Qin Tian slammed down the teacup in his hand. He originally thought it would take at least another month. But now it hasn't even been halfway through. After a moment of reflection, he then asked, "What about the rules? Each country can send 100 people to fight. The specific rules outside the arena are still unknown, but there are no restrictions on the race war between the creators inside the arena. So, there's no limit on the number of participants?" "Yes." "Well, finally some good news." Qin Tian nodded. If there were no quantity restrictions like in the Grand Tournament, even with the current size of the Zerg, we can give it a shot, no matter how small. We'll be focusing on this issue for the next couple of days and working to find out the detailed rules as soon as possible. "Yes, Lord." Parasite Queen number 1 accepted the order and left. Qin Tian, who had wanted to catch his breath in the outside world, couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately re-entered the planet. If that extraterrestrial creature cub truly exists. Before the war, they found a way for the Queen Mother to absorb her genes and evolve into a space species. That would be perfect. Otherwise, he must then ramp up the reproduction of all the war insect populations. He flashed to the entrance of the Thundercloud Star Passage. He possessed a black dragon guard and went inside. It took more than 20 minutes to return to the outside world. Several days have passed on the planet. The mech race exploration team should have a preliminary result. "How's it going? Have you found it yet?" Qin Tian approached a robot and asked. "Zerg Overlord, our race has completed scanning 86% of the area of Thundercloud Star and has not yet found any signs of life. According to our clan's calculations and analysis, the probability of life existing on Thundercloud Star is less than 1%. Qin Tian's expression slowly darkened. My heart sank and I fell into a deep trough. After a long silence, he faced the robot in front of him. He said with a cold and gloomy expression, "Report this to your leader immediately. I need to send more people. Speed up the detection." The skin yielded no results. "Then drill a hole into the planet. Completely destroy this entire planet." "Not yet." "Then let's blow up the entire thundercloud star." Chapter 115 Drilling into a Planet. Internal Discoveries. Chapter 115 Drilling into a Planet. The entire sky of Thundercloud Planet is discovered inside. A large number of exploration ships are returning from all directions. Information summary complete. A robot approached a black dragon guard, who was possessed by Qin Tian. A light flashed from his head, projecting an image of a detection report. There are only 3 very simple data points above. The area explored by the Reynolds planet, 100%. Surface detection of signs of life, 0. Deep detection of signs of life, 0. Qin Tian remained expressionless. He didn't speak. The robot retrieves the image. He turned around, boarded a probe ship, and led the fleet into the space tunnel to leave. Not long after, 4 heavy machinery engineering vessels slowly entered through the passage. Except for one of them, which was moored not far away. The other 3 engineering vessels all dispersed and flew towards distant points on the ground. Also, 4 more warships rose into space and dispersed. On the ground not far from the passage. Inside that engineering vessel, which was as large as a giant cruise ship. One by one, mechanical parts of different sizes and shapes flew out. Each part has its own power unit. Large and small flames shot out from the bottom and floated in the air. And they begin to automatically assemble with each other. Under Qin Tian's gaze, a massive piece of machinery was quickly assembled. The mechanical equipment has 3 huge support arms, each tens of meters thick. The bottom is driven deep into the ground for fixation. The 3 support arms slope upwards and converge together. A telescopic arm with a diameter of over 10 meters extends vertically downwards from the top. It is attached to a spiral drill bit of the same size. Above this telescopic arm located in the middle, there are also retractable mechanical tubes that are constantly fitting together and coalescing. It's like a series of interconnected water pipes standing upright. It soars straight into the sky with no end in sight. Boom! Following the robot's operating instructions, the massive spiral drill bit emitted a loud hum. It rotated rapidly toward the ground. In an instant, dust filled the air, and dirt swirled in the air. Qin Tian calmly watched this scene. They waited patiently and did not leave. He wasn't just saying that in anger. This is no joke. With the technology of the mechanical race, he believed that life detection would not be wrong. Thundercloud stars should just be an ordinary celestial body. There are no cosmic creature offspring. But this is the only hope for his race to evolve. Without turning the entire planet upside down. By physically breaking through the interior. It even exploded. How could he possibly give up? The mechanical leader also fulfilled all their requests. Without hesitation, there was no room for doubt. Qin Tian controlled the spatial passage for attacking planet Oka. It can be turned off at any time. This effectively cuts off the mech race's Achilles heel in acquiring Oka's technological products. Moreover, for the mech race, Qin Tian's request was nothing to begin with. This large drilling machine will be used by the mechanical race to explore extraterrestrial regions in the future. Mining is an indispensable tool for collecting planetary minerals, producing resources, and upgrading the species. They are almost stockpiled in bulk. Used for deep drilling and even penetrating planets. All you need to do is keep adding a large number of telescopic arms. As per Qin Tian's request. At the exact center of the 4 directions of Thundercloud Star, east, south, west, and north. Each set up a drilling rig. Simultaneously, drilling began to penetrate the interior. And in the space directly above each device, one warship hovered on each side. It contains a planetary bomb similar to an annihilation bomb. Even after drilling into the planet's core, nothing was found. The warship will then release a total of 4 annihilation missiles. Enter the planet's interior through the drilled hole. To fulfill Qin Tian's wish to completely destroy the entire planet into space debris. Hopefully, we'll find something. Otherwise. Qin Tian took a deep breath. Otherwise, the Zerg space evolution will be a long way off. The 4 external powers will most likely lose the war. Not to mention losing the hard-won fiefdom and foundation. Most importantly, the planet will one day be visited by a fleet of undead. Whether it's sowing the seeds of death, or perhaps they simply unleash a concentrated barrage of space weapons. He could only stare helplessly. They had absolutely no chance to fight back. There's no way to escape. Time. It passed quickly amidst the roar of the machines. I don't know how much time passed. The rapidly spinning equipment in front of us suddenly emitted a crackling sound that gradually subsided. The telescopic arm retracts quickly. The entire drill bit is severely worn. It was likely caused by contact with the planet's crustal rock layers. How many meters did you drill? Qin Tian glanced at the robot beside him. The Zerg overlord has now descended to 2,025,574 meters. According to our calculations, the radius of this planet is 4,586,211 meters. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression darkened. Unbeknownst to them, they have already drilled through nearly half of the planet's radius. There was still nothing there. No abnormal information was reported from the other 3 drilling rigs. This means that the possibility of it getting closer and closer to his expectations was getting smaller and smaller. However, at that very moment, we just replaced the equipment with one that rotates the drill bit downwards at high speed. It shook violently again before stopping. The brand new drill bit, which had retracted, was completely deformed. In principle, that's simply impossible. The drill bit developed by the mech race is made of an unknown material. Extremely hard and durable. It had been driven more than 2 million meters before it was replaced. How could it wear down so badly so quickly? What happened? Qin Tian immediately asked. A glint of light appeared in his eyes. His biggest worry right now is that everything goes smoothly. The Zerg overlord has, according to calculations, found an unknown ore body with a hardness exceeding that of the drilling equipment with a 97% probability. No detection footage? Due to interference from the planet's internal magnetic field, the ground cannot receive the signal. Should we send an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft? Due to magnetic field interference, the remote reconnaissance equipment will also lose control. Rest assured, Zerg Overmind, we will try to replace it. Wait a minute, I'll send the creatures down first, I'll do it myself. Qin Tian couldn't wait any longer. The consciousness immediately floated forward. They went straight down into the drilling hole. As it declines, it was getting darker and darker, until he completely lost his sight. It is unknown how long they have been in the air. Finally, Qin Tian sensed the bottom. Consciousness expands downwards. I wanted to investigate the condition of the bottom rock strata. Unexpectedly, consciousness passed right through it. I sensed an empty and quiet space. The rock strata are not solid? Is there another world inside? Qin Tian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he carefully continued to fall and merged into it. Consciousness is not a physical entity. It can ignore the obstacles of physical entities. A moment later, Qin Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Sure enough, a space appeared before them. The surroundings were no longer as pitch black as when they were inside the tunnel. It was just a little dim. You can see the surrounding scenery very clearly. The left, right, top, and bottom areas are all empty. Directly in front of us is a rock formation. The angle formed by the front and rear rock layers makes this space resemble an abyss. No. It's not an abyss! Qin Tian scanned the area from afar. This angled space does not extend vertically up and down or horizontally as he had just thought. At the end of the line of sight, it appears to have a certain inward curvature. It's just that it's too far away to be very obvious. Qin Tian closed his eyes. Start letting your mind wander and imagine the scene. Rock strata that do not touch each other. The space gradually curves inward in the middle. Gradually, a huge sphere appeared in my mind. So, the interior of this planet. It encloses another sphere? I just thought of this. A powerful suction force suddenly came. Qin Tian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked down at his own body. Consciousness is formed from the condensation of the origin. Now, under this suction force, the fundamental energy of consciousness is being rapidly extracted. Surge towards. Qin Tian looked up in surprise at the rock formation in front of him. It is. Absorb my essence? Almost in the blink of an eye. The primordial energy of the consciousness was almost completely drained. Only a very thin, almost invisible layer remained. However, Qin Tian was not flustered. The body formed from the origin. It's merely an outward appearance. Even if it is completely lost, it is not enough to harm its consciousness. Returning to Mars to replenish one's essence will allow one to manifest a complete body once again. Only, in the next moment, I sensed the voice coming from my consciousness. This immediately made Qin Tian's expression freeze. The sound is not a specific word. It is a very short and constantly repeated message. A strange, indescribable expression gradually appeared on Qin Tian's usually indifferent face. He couldn't understand the specific content of the message. But you can definitely understand the meaning behind it. The general meaning of the message. A straightforward translation. In Qin Tian's language, there are many words that can express this. For example, mother. Mother. Chapter 116 Utterly Awkward. Absorption and Evolution. Chapter 116 Utterly Awkward. Absorption and Evolution. So, this enormous sphere inside the planet, it actually belongs to that cosmic creature. Egg? Qin Tian stared at the rock wall in front of him that was transmitting messages from inside. I was deeply surprised. That cosmic creature looked very much like a mammal. What he has been searching for is its cubs. To my surprise, what we found in the end was an egg. But after thinking about it, and yet, it felt perfectly natural. Leaving aside the vast universe, it is on the planet. There are also many reproductive methods that do not match their appearance. There are even a few cases where mammals are oviparous. For example, in Qin Tian's memories of his previous life, there was a creature called a platypus. I came to my senses. Qin Tian stretched out his transparent palm and gently stroked the rock formation in front of him. It's as if you can feel the rhythm of life pulsating within it. At this moment, all the worries and sorrows that had accumulated in my heart during this period of time, collect them all. Instead, it was an overwhelming feeling of excitement and relief. Hee. Is it treating me like its parent? I thought of the voice that had previously appeared in my consciousness. Qin Tian found it somewhat amusing. But I wasn't too surprised. Many organisms exhibit imprinting behavior. They take the first moving object they see as their mother. This kind of cosmic creature is obviously no exception. As for its ability to see its own consciousness, Qin Tian found it even less strange. After all, its true mother. However, it is a powerful being capable of damaging the consciousness level and breaking through spatial rifts. How could their descendants possibly be ordinary? Since it's possible to communicate through consciousness, it must have grown to a certain stage inside the egg. It might hatch at any time. If I could be born as a member of the Zerg. Qin Tian's breathing became labored. He then shook his head. Right now, the important thing is to get down to business. He glanced around from a distance, looking left and right. Qin Tian didn't delay any longer. It will immediately penetrate through the outer layer of rock and return to the ground. He informed the machine race of his discovery. At the same time, the mechanical family also obtained results based on the analysis of the contaminants on the contact surface of the damaged drill bit. The protective shell of the egg is mainly composed of ordinary mineral particles, but it contains some kind of energy. Therefore, it becomes extremely hard. This is also the main reason why the life detector loses its effectiveness due to isolation. The source of energy. It must be a protective measure sprayed out by that cosmic creature when it lays its eggs. However, after countless millions of years, it dissipated and evaporated. The energy inside the protective shell has become extremely thin, practically negligible. The mechanical race also found a way to deal with it. High-power energy beams can effectively break down the weak energy within the protective shell. This damages the rock mass structure. Certainly. At Qin Tian's request, the mech race cancelled their plan to use heavy energy machinery for direct blasting. Bottom of the pit. The dozen or so robots that had just landed. They are busy assembling and installing several small energy neutralization machines. Qin Tian floated into the rock first. After waiting for a while, several slight noises came from the outer rock wall. It seems the robot outside is activating the neutralizer to break down the door. Qin Tian looked at the egg that was shaking in front of him. In a short moment, the egg was shaking more and more rapidly. It is also getting more and more intense. Even under its influence, the entire thundercloud star began to tremble violently. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Did it sense the danger? Qin Tian hesitated for a moment. As the commotion grew larger. If this continues, it is very likely that thundercloud star will collapse and shatter as a result. Left with no other choice, Qin Tian could only grit his teeth. Difficult. And extremely shameful. Another consciousness spread out, causing immense embarrassment. Child! Don't be afraid! My mother is here! The next second, seemingly comforted by her mother, the shaking weakened until it gradually came to a stop. Behind, several blue lights appeared. Smack! A loud bang. A rock face as tall as a person collapsed and fell. Are you sure it won't cause any harm? Qin Tian watched as a group of robots flew in using powered devices. And the energy cutters they carried, several meters long and half a meter thick. Her eyelids twitched involuntarily. Yes, the Zerg overmine. Make a hole and extract a small amount of tissue. This poses no threat to its massive size. One of the robots spoke. Alright, let's begin. Several hours later, Qin Tian returned to the ground with more than a dozen robots. Arriving in front of the Black Dragon Guard, a robot handed over the glassware it was holding. Only, when it is extended, the robot paused. The Zerg Overlord, the leader, has sent a message. Although, according to calculations, the feasibility is very low. But the leader still requested that our race be given a copy of the cosmic biological gene for research. Qin Tian possessed the Black Dragon Guard. He simply reached out and took the vessel from the other person's hand. Knowing it's impossible, why did you even speak up? Alright, you can go back now. From this moment on, without my permission, you are not allowed to approach within 100 meters of the Thundercloud Star space passage. Otherwise, this is tantamount to declaring war on our race. I will immediately close the space portal to Orca Star. After saying that, Qin Tian's gaze swept towards the entrance of the passage. Squeak! The next moment, a massive swarm of insects poured out. It transformed into 4 torrents that rushed towards the drilling holes in all directions. They will guard the entrance to the borehole at all times. It wasn't that Qin Tian took advantage of her and then turned his back on her. The genes of cosmic organisms. It will be the main gene of the entire Zerg race in the future. All war bugs will evolve based on this. They gave away the very foundation of their community to others. Do you want others to thoroughly research and analyze your weaknesses so they can develop targeted weapons to threaten you? Especially machines, a group devoid of emotion. They won't be grateful to you just because you gave them a little something. If we were to encounter each other in the universe in the future, I would show no mercy. Furthermore, the cooperation between the 2 parties was limited to this. Qin Tian did not promise to give the other party the genes of cosmic organisms. After personally watching all the mechanical engineering ships depart, Qin Tiankai returned to Mars. Directly manipulate the primordial energy to envelop the glassware. He slipped into the restricted area. The vessel was presented to the Queen Mother. Qin Tian took a deep breath. With a hint of suppressed excitement, he passed down a will that was enough to completely change the fate of the entire Zerg race. Absorb! Merge! The next generation of the Zerg Queen. Chapter 117: The Rules of the Great War. The Queen Mother disappears. Chapter 117: Battle Rules. The Queen Mother disappeared above the Forbidden Zone. Qin Tian gazed at the Mother Queen on the ground, who was absorbing and fusing the genes of cosmic organisms. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. During this period of time, he never inquired about the evolution and development of the group again. During this period, the Killer and Annihilator warbugs continued to plunder the source of Aoki Star. In addition to the hunting activities of 6 other major subgroups on several planets, they brought back the genes of countless magical beasts and savage monsters. New and original gene pools. Even if it were entirely possible to evolve a next generation of an even stronger queen, this will elevate the entire community to a new level. He deliberately chose to ignore it. The reason for this is, my standards are too high. Their gaze had already fallen upon a cosmic creature. Why would they care about development on the mere surface of the Earth? Even if we create 10 or 100 more planets for the Zerg to endlessly plunder and collect genes, it would also be difficult for a species to break free from the constraints of the planet and evolve into a space species in a short period of time. It's like someone suddenly having the possibility of becoming a billionaire overnight. Naturally, they lose the motivation to strive and accumulate wealth bit by bit. What's going on? Qin Tian collected his thoughts. He looked at his mother's abnormally trembling body. He seemed to be enduring immense pain. His breath and consciousness quickly became chaotic. In less than a few breaths, the Queen Mother's enormous dragon head fell limply to the ground. The chance of survival was quickly extinguished in the next moment. It's because the genetic level of cosmic beings is too high. The body cannot sustain the energy required for fusion and gestation? Qin Tian's expression darkened. He suddenly realized a problem he had overlooked. Given that the Queen Mother is currently far from having evolved to the limit of terrestrial species, how could it be so easy to give birth to offspring that incorporate the genes of cosmic organisms? The burden it places on the mother. One can only imagine how terrifying it would become. Are we going to fail? Qin Tian's gaze shifted to a white insect egg standing not far away. That was the mother's body, born to the Queen Mother. The original mother egg was summoned to the outside world by Qin Tian. Having left this planet, even beyond this cosmic plane, unable to perceive it, the Queen Mother began to conceive a new maternal egg within her body. Before fusing with the genes of cosmic organisms, they produced it. This was originally a necessary safety measure to prevent accidents during the evolution of each generation of the Queen Mother. Qin Tian didn't notice at all. In fact, even if you notice it, there's nothing you can do. Whether successful or not, he has to give it a try. But now, It was clearly a failure. Qin Tian looked at his mother, who was now barely breathing and on the verge of death. His face was slightly distorted. I felt extremely unwilling. This failure. This does not mean that the next generation of empress will necessarily be successful. To this end, he had to continue collecting various genes and conducting round after round of trials. The time and effort required. It will be a very long and painful process. It's like having mountains of gold and silver but being unable to enjoy them. Furthermore, the generational vacuum created by the queen's death would also affect the clan. Die. Thinking of this, Qin Tian was suddenly stunned. He immediately glanced in the direction of the space passage of the beast star. Immediately, Qin Tian grasped at this as if it were a lifeline without any hesitation. An immense willpower erupted instantly. Buzz! The origins of Mars are rapidly emerging. Then it surged in like a flowing stream into the mother's body. Qin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He gritted his teeth and stared intently at the position of the Queen Mother, which was almost completely obscured by the dense source of energy. At this moment, he no longer cared whether it was effective or not. They didn't even consider whether the cost of consuming their source energy was worthwhile. The only thought. It means using the only means available to save the Empress's life at all costs. Martian surface. Like a fog-like origin rapidly spreading. The frenzied momentum pouring into the Queen Mother's body showed no signs of abating. Until it lasted for a long time. All the primordial energy was absorbed by the Queen Mother. Sensing that the Queen Mother's aura had completely stabilized, Qin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The hundreds of thousands of source energies I just accumulated. Just like that, it's gone. Qin Tian opened the system interface. Look at the original value of 0 points displayed above. She gave a slight, bitter smile, but showed no regret or heartache whatsoever. The source of acquisition. It was originally intended for unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, what's the point? Moreover, the external security forces are currently sufficient. He also doesn't need to summon any more creatures. I also took a closer look at the Empress's condition. After ensuring that no unexpected events will occur, Qin Tian returned to the outside world. In the afternoon, the parasitic Queen No. 1 arrived at the main hall of the mansion. He was also holding what looked like a rolled-up map. My lord, the rules of the Four Kingdoms War have been thoroughly investigated. Explain. The rules are a bit complicated. The Queen unfolded the items in her hands. Qin Tian glanced at it. It is indeed a map of the Great Xia dynasty. However, many small squares were drawn around the capital city of Daxia on the map. Besides the capital, the remaining Central Plains region was divided into 400 parts by the Four Kingdoms, corresponding to the 400 creators who were sent to fight by the Four Kingdoms. The parasite queen pointed to the small squares on the map. He continued. The terrain within the battlefield will be mapped as a scaled-down version of the Central Plains region. Just like the small squares in this map. Before the war began, each nation's creator stood in their own square, guarding the territory within that area. In the course of war, it begins with those who come into contact with each other at the outermost edge of the border. The loser loses ground, the winner gains ground, keep moving forward and meet the next opponent. Qin Tian nodded. I roughly understood. So, the only opponents for Pingxi Kingdom might be its two neighboring kingdoms, Xunbei Kingdom and Jing'an Kingdom? And the same goes for Anong Kingdom? Yes, Your Excellency. Ha, another example of hegemony. Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. Obviously, making such a rule, it will only benefit the two major powers the most. They only have to face the creators of two weak nations. As for occupying all the land belonging to Pingxi Kingdom and Anong Kingdom, continue fighting. Or should we just give up? It all depends on the wishes of the two princes. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the remaining two defeated countries. However, the latter scenario is more likely. Although magical civilization differs from cultivation civilization, but it's not as outrageous as biological civilization and technological civilization. Moreover, besides the magical civilization, Qin Kingdom also has many other extraordinary civilizations created by its creators. So, this war between four kingdoms, it was essentially a move by two powerful nations to divide up the Central Plains. The key point is, such rules leave one speechless. It's like a real military battle taking place outside. How much one takes depends on their own abilities. It also spared soldiers from casualties and material losses caused by war. By the way, how did the creator arrange for the Pingxi kingdom to participate in the war? Did the king of Pingxi directly appoint the 100 strongest people, or was it through a selection process? Qin Tian asked. This battle doesn't resemble the grand competition in Linen City. All the creators have just merged the planets. Everyone has the same development time, which is fair and just. This time, each country will definitely send its strongest warriors to fight. For example, those older creators who have developed their planets for decades and tens of thousands of years. Pingxi Kingdom has not yet made a specific decision regarding the arrangement of personnel to participate in the war. Yes, continue the investigation, and report back immediately if there is any news. Qin Tian waved his hand. I don't really care about this. Since space species have evolved, regardless of victory or defeat, he will inevitably interfere. After all, it concerned his own fiefdom. I can do it myself. They also had some capital. Why should we rely on others to shape our own beautiful land? After dinner, before going to bed, Qin Tian, who was always concerned about the safety of his mother, I sank into my consciousness and entered the planet, intending to take one last look to put my mind at ease. However, the consciousness has just manifested. Qin Tian was completely stunned. The spot where the Queen Mother was originally lying in the penalty area, it was completely empty. Queen Mother. That's all? Chapter 118, The Third Generation of Mother Queens. The Space Insect Race. Chapter 118, The Third Generation of Mother Queens. The Space Insect Race's Martian Forbidden Zone. Qin Tian's expression darkened slightly. The Queen Mother disappeared. His first thought was of the machine race and the undead race. Mars today. Apart from a few unclaimed planets, only the space passages between Moke Star and Oka Star were opened. But then I thought about it again, and realized it was unlikely. The machine race does not know where their true form is. Without 100% confirmation, they won't suddenly go crazy and do something as illogical as wiping out their own base. It's even less likely that the undead race turned the tide and invaded Mars. Qin Tian didn't believe he could defeat a species that didn't have warships and only existed on a planet, and under extreme restraint. The mechanical race, which has already developed to the point of being about to explore extraterrestrial star systems, is so easily defeated and no match for them. A short while later, Qin Tianxing ascended to the sky. Looking around from a distance, the Queen Mother's enormous and conspicuous body was still nowhere to be seen. But Qin Tian was able to relax a little. There are no war bug corpses on the Martian surface. There was no sign of a battle. Certainly. Most importantly, the outer perimeter of the restricted area is dedicated to protecting the Queen Mother's massive swarm of war insects, as well as the more than 2,000 black dragon guards not far away. Everything remained intact and quietly in place. Qin Tian immediately flashed to the sky above the group of black dragon guards. This area has essentially become their camp. Dominate! Dominate! Sensing Qin Tian's will, all of Black Dragon's personal guards immediately knelt down. Qin Tian looked down at one of the people below. A consciousness transmitted a question. Where is the Queen Mother? Mother Queen! The black-clad guard responded. And it raised its head high. Qin Tian followed his gaze and turned to look at the sky. The distant horizon. A black dot is rapidly enlarging. Could it be that? Qin Tian's pupils contracted. My heart was suddenly filled with a surging, overwhelming feeling. How could that be? How is that possible? How long has it been? How long has it been? Half a day outside is half a year inside the planet. The third-generation queen not only hatched. They even went through a long growth period, growing from juveniles to adults. This is utter nonsense. Even the growth cycle of the second-generation empress takes several years. The 3 generations of queen mothers who merged the genes of cosmic organisms. It only took half a year? Even if Qin Tian didn't believe it. But as the black spots get bigger, I sensed that increasingly familiar fluctuation of consciousness drawing closer and closer. Qin Tian had no choice but to accept this unbelievable fact. Is it because of the primordial energy? Qin Tian suddenly thought of a possibility. Previously, the second-generation empress was critically ill and her life force was waning. This led him to make a desperate, last-ditch effort, resorting to any possible treatment. He poured all the hundreds of thousands of essences into the Mother Queen's body without any regard for anything else. Thinking about it afterward, that's definitely a bit too much. They brought that giant rock, which was 100 meters long, back to life. It was merely a few points of the original essence separated from the consciousness. Even if the second-generation queen consumes a great deal of energy to give birth to the next queen who integrates the genes of cosmic organisms, there's no need for so many. Perhaps a few hundred or a few thousand sources would suffice. Therefore, the only explanation. It's the origin of hundreds of thousands. 99% of them were stored in the third-generation empress's eggs. As a source of nutritional energy. This led to its rapid, forced growth. High in the air. As the distance continues to close, the appearances of the 3 generations of empresses gradually appeared and occupied Qin Tian's entire field of vision. A massive body. There are thousands. No. It must be at least tens of thousands of meters long. It's like a train that's been stretched and magnified countless times. The second-generation queen, whose body was hundreds of meters tall, was as small as an ant in front of her. The 3 generations of empresses had the same jet-black skin all over their bodies. Its head is shaped like a mantis, resembling a triangular insect. Above, a pair of upright tentacles. At the top was a lumpy growth that was emitting a faint glow. It has a huge, long, flat, paddle-shaped limb on each side of its body. The abdomen is still enormous and accounts for 2/3 of the body's area. It also has a dozen or so wrist-like tails at the rear. Generally speaking. Actually, it's not that different from that cosmic creature. Qin Tian was not surprised at all by this. After all, if the Queen Mother fused with the genes of a single, powerful organism, they will inevitably be influenced by their characteristics and exhibit similar forms. For example, the second-generation Queen Mother fully transformed into a dragon form after fusing with the Frost Dragon. Dominate! The 3 generations of queens descended. It almost caused a sound like an earthquake. The body lying face down on the ground. From a distance, it stretches out like a mountain range. Even though I was already mentally prepared, Qin Tian was still shocked for a while. Only then did I gradually calm down. Looking into his mother's eyes, which were several times larger than his own consciousness, Qin Tian said with a hint of anger. Why go alone in space without protection? Do you know how important you are to your community? Once danger is encountered, it will be a devastating blow to the race. The Queen Mother bowed her head slightly. Dominate. The slave's body is no longer adapted to survival on the planet. The starry sky is my home. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression softened slightly. But he still insisted. Until a species of human species develops in space, no one will be allowed to go into space alone. I will obey the will of the sovereign. The Empress Dowager dared not disobey. Evolving to the space level, it simply wasn't used to staying on the planet. It doesn't mean that it's impossible to survive. The space evolution of the entire race is urgent. I will propose several criteria. Try to combine them with the cosmic biological genes in your body to evolve a new generation of space race. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Tian pondered for a long time. He revised his wording and said, the first and most important species, the Zerg mothership species, must first have a large internal space to serve as a living chamber for transporting the Zerg swarm. Secondly, its outer shell must be highly defensive. Ideally, it should be able to incorporate genes for ranged attacks. In short, it must maximize its spatial attributes. Secondly, for large species that use ranged attacks, prioritize attacking, then defend. Third, for large melee species, speed is paramount, while attack and defense are secondary. Fourth, a defensive large species. Its defense must be absolutely strong, and other aspects are optional. It will be the shield to protect the mothership. Finally, you can try to conduct fusion experiments on various types of ordinary space war insects and select the best ones, but the only prerequisite is that they must reproduce quickly. This is a simplified configuration by Qin Tian based on the Zerg-style reorganization of the mech race's carrier fleet. Currently, within the gene pool of the 3 generations of Empress Mothers, there is only one type of cosmic organism with the same genes. It can only be used as a basis to combine different savage beasts, magical beasts, and insects, 3 types of low-level genes. Diversification is simply unrealistic. Even the several estimates he put forward would be difficult for the Queen Mother to perfectly realize. Only later, when I lead a swarm of space insects to hunt down some space beasts, will I be able to succeed. Having collected enough advanced genes, only then can they selectively create complete interstellar Zerg fleets. The order has been conveyed. Qin Tian immediately fell into deep thought again. As the Zerg are about to make their first foray into the vast universe, he will have to face a problem that will give him a real headache. Food. Chapter 119 Return to Kyoto. The Caring Queen. Chapter 119 Return to Kyoto. The Caring Queen in the Outside World. 5 days later. Above the Wuhan County Prefectural Governor's Mansion, the massive body of the whip-tailed dragon slowly descended. It is located in the spacious courtyard in front of the main hall of the mansion. Parasite Queen No. 1 stood to one side. After more than 10 minutes, Lord Qin walked out from the main hall. Are you ready? My lord, everything is arranged. Parasite Queen No. 1 bowed slightly. 2,400 Black Dragon Guards arrived at their destination 3 days ago and set up a protective network. 500 of them were dispersed inside to provide covert protection, while the remaining 1,900 were scattered on the outside to guard against unforeseen circumstances. In addition, besides the 50 Black Dragon Guards that remained, the remaining 50 also set off yesterday. Parasitic intelligence is handled by No. 2 and shared with the slaves in real time. Okay, let's go. Qin Tian stepped forward. I rode on the wings that the whip-tailed dragon had left behind. As the mastermind, intelligence chief, security advisor, and personal butler, the parasitic queen is No. 1. Without waiting for Qin Tian's instructions, they automatically followed and sat in the back. Roar! The whip-tailed dragon roared and soared into the sky. Target. It points directly towards the western capital. Detailed rules of the Four Kingdoms War. The Pingxi Kingdom had already issued a notice to the entire country several days ago. There's basically no need for the Parasite Queen to investigate further. Now, in any town, you can find restaurants and tea houses on every street and alley. Talk of this battle is everywhere. The location where the 4 countries fought each other. Located in the heart of central China. It is also the capital city of the Great Xia, the most central city among the 4 kingdoms. The deployment of troops from the Pingxi Kingdom. It was pretty much as Qin Tian had expected. They directly dispatched the 100 strongest senior creators in the country. But after all, it's a dispute over territory, involving fundamental interests. It also concerns the dignity and reputation of the nation. In addition, there is still half a month to go. This rule is not locked. Any creator of this country can go to the capital to challenge any participant. This saved Lord Qin the trouble of finding another way to interfere. This message has been confirmed. The primary task is naturally to address the security issues of the dominant power. All of Black Dragon's personal guards were deployed to provide covert protection. Half of the 1,000 Blue Sun Star soldiers who formed the Black Dragon Guard were drawn off as the visible bodyguards. The rest is about parasitic surveillance to obtain intelligence. Certainly, the probing is over. With a major battle imminent, no one will pay attention to the villain they once mistakenly thought to be. This measure was taken only as a precaution. No one would complain about having too much security, especially in the capital at this time. The power that has been gathered, they can definitely be considered the top group among the 4 countries. Without worries. We don't need to be as careful as last time. As the whiptail dragon sped along at high speed, it took less than a day. The outline of the capital city could be seen in the distance. The Grand Imperial Palace, located in the very center of the capital city. It stands out particularly in terms of visual perspective. The towering palace walls form the distinction between the inner and outer palaces. Up to 1,000 steps lead up to the magnificent, gilded, and sculpted main hall. The surrounding area is filled with well-arranged and equally magnificent palaces. This layout alone is enough to tell you that. How powerful the ancient Xia dynasty was after its founding. Did you ever think of that? Back then, I was just a tiny, insignificant ant in this imperial city. Having just arrived, with no relatives or friends to rely on, all alone, I was in a daze, living in constant fear and anxiety. But only a few months have passed. I, a mere ruler of a nation, can actually ride a giant dragon and look down upon this being that once filled me with fear with disdain. Qin Tian glanced at the parasitic queen behind him. Perhaps influenced by the grand palace below. This made him feel a surge of pride. Looking back on those days. Looking back at the present. The stark contrast is truly moving. Given time, the ruler will surely be able to look down upon all living beings on this earth with the grace of a celestial being, and all creatures will humbly prostrate themselves at your feet. Oh! Qin Tian turned to look at the parasite queen with a smile. Has contact with humans had such a significant impact? A cold, domineering queen. He's even learned to flatter himself now? It circled in the air a few times. The whiptail dragon hovered above a hotel that was dozens of stories high. Is this the place you booked? Yes, my lord, this place has the highest level of security and privacy in the entire capital. The industries of Ndingwa. Qin Tian recalled for a moment. He was familiar with this tallest building in the capital. When I first transmigrated here, he had assumed it was an ancient place similar to Earth. When you see a modern high-rise hotel, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It wasn't until I understood the general background of this world that I gradually felt relieved and accepted it. The capital city is a melting pot of 4 kingdoms, and anything can happen. Like a place to stay. Besides the hotels in Anong, there's also the immortal pavilion of Jinbei Kingdom, and the magic 7-colored house of Jing'an Kingdom. This hotel. I think it was called the Royal Court Hotel? Qin Tian chuckled and shook his head. It's an incredibly corny name. But in this context, and in the capital city where the palace is located, it is a perfect match and exudes nobility. That is indeed the case. This hotel is the only state-owned enterprise operated by Anong in the capital. All conditions are the best. It is only open to the creator and people of a certain status and position. They do not receive ordinary citizens. No matter how much money you have, it won't work. Before they were merged, Qin Tian only glanced at it from afar. Even if one were to become the creator and have the right to stay for one night, it would still be a luxury. Nothing else. The price is outrageously expensive. 99,999 per person per night. However, this amount of money is insufficient now that they have just finished rigging off a large family's assets. Moreover, for Lord Qin, who possessed the tax revenue of an entire prefecture, it's not even a drop in the ocean. The hotel has an entrance on the rooftop. They also set up a special helipad, used for the mounts of the creators to take off and land. As the whip-tailed dragon flew down, a man in a suit and tie, who looked like the lobby manager, jogged up to greet them with several staff members. Prepare good feed, carnivorous, and in large quantities. Yes, sir. The manager immediately beckoned and gave the order. The summoned insected creatures also need to eat. Previously, the whip-tailed dragon was cared for by special personnel in the Earl's mansion and the Prefect's mansion. Follow the manager through the entrance gate. The first thing you see is 2 rows of more than a dozen female greeters. Welcome! Welcome! The group of female greeters immediately bowed. They were all tall and slender. And she wore a short skirt, stockings, and had long legs. I wonder which technologically advanced planet and kingdom learned this from. But facts have proven that. No matter which world. That's human nature. There is demand only when there is need. Qin Tian glanced around. He subconsciously glanced at the parasitic queen beside him. His brows furrowed involuntarily. In fact, the parasite queen's appearance is truly impeccable. Long hair draped over his shoulders. Fair skin. Smooth cheeks. Big eyes, small nose, red lips. Ignoring the cold demeanor, she looks like a cartoon girl who stepped out of a comic book. But the ancient and gloomy long dress she wore was from the great Xia dynasty. Her beautiful body was completely covered up. It has lost some of its charm. The parasite queen booked a penthouse suite. The space is very large. It has all kinds of settings. The room also features ambient lighting. The lighting effects can change depending on the weather and time of day. Evening. After finishing the meal, Qin Tian lay on the bed. I casually flipped through a hotel project list that was placed beside me. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door. Come in. My lord, 10 black dragon guards have already moved into the 2 suites next door, and another 20 black dragon guards have been arranged to stay downstairs. The parasite queen pushed open the door to report. The safety of the ruler cannot be entirely entrusted to the hotel. Arranging the necessary protective forces is her job. Qin Tian nodded. Put down the project list in his hand. Just as I was about to settle down and go to sleep, his gaze fell upon the parasitic queen standing before the bed. He was completely stunned. The parasite queen somehow acquired a set of stockings and a short skirt, modern clothing from Anong. And it's already on my body. Under the light. Those long, slender, and fair legs. It was so bright it was almost blinding. Chapter 120 Zerg Mothership. That's all. Chapter 120 Zerg Mothership. This was done the next day. Lord Qin slept until noon. After washing, the parasite queen brought lunch. The stockings and short skirts have been replaced with the ancient style of the great Xia dynasty. As for yesterday's events, he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Have you gotten in touch with Fu Wahai? Qin Tian asked while eating. As the inspector stationed in the capital, Fu Wahai naturally became the person in charge of the Pingxi kingdom in this 4-nation war. All matters related to the creator's participation in the war must be coordinated by him. Challenges are no exception. Lord, we've made contact. Fu Wahai will personally arrange this challenge. What about time? Tomorrow. Not this afternoon? Qin Tian asked curiously. The challenge is only allowed for 10 days. 5 days were reserved for the creator to adjust and plan the warring factions. 5 days have passed now. Time is so tight. Why is Fu Wahai so slow? My lord, this is an invitation that Fu Wahai asked me to present to you. The parasite queen handed over a golden invitation card. Just say what it is. Qin Tian glanced at it but didn't look at it. They're having a meal. The invitation is from the Emperor of Great Xia, inviting the creator of the four nations to a welcoming banquet. Fu Wahai hopes that you, Lord, will attend as well. The venue is the Hall of Preserving Harmony in the palace, and the time is set for Shinshi, 3 to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. A welcome banquet? Qin Tian paused. To a group of people who came to carve up what little land they had left. A welcome dinner to wash away the dust of travel? Is that emperor out of his mind? Immediately, Qin Tian seemed to understand something. He ate and laughed as he spoke. He's not stupid, on the contrary, he's very smart. All right, tell Fu Wahai that I will be there on time. The parasite queen accepted the order and left. Just then, Qin Tian suddenly sensed something. He quickly finished eating and returned to the living room to drift off into thought. The Queen Mother has completed the fusion and evolution of a new generation of interstellar species 4 years ago in planetary time. And it laid its first batch of experimental insect eggs. After a long growth cycle within the egg, could it be that it has finally blossomed and borne fruit? Welcome, Sovereign! The Queen Mother's voice came over. Qin Tian ignored it. He immediately darted to high altitude and searched the surroundings with his eyes. Soon, he noticed the other Queen Mother lying beside her. Qin Tian was stunned. He was certain he wasn't seeing things, regardless of appearance or body size. They are exactly the same as the Queen Mother. What's going on? Why have you bred another mother? Qin Tian asked, puzzled. No, Lord, this is a newly hatched new species. A new species? Wait, what did you say? Just hatched? Qin Tian immediately realized what was happening. He stared at his mother in surprise, pointing to its enormous body, which was the same size as itself. You mean this is a larva? Yes, Master, this is a mothership-like species that has evolved according to your will. It has just been born and is just a child. It will continue to grow for another 10 years. A child with a body length of 10,000 meters. But Qin Tian also calmed down. If it is a mothership-type species, such a large juvenile body is perfectly normal. But the key point is, why is it almost identical to the mother? The Master can only sustain the continuous growth of his body by using the genes of cosmic creatures as the main body. This is just an larva. As it grows, the fusion of some Zerg and Warcraft genes will gradually change its external form. Seemingly noticing Qin Tian's confusion, the Queen Mother explained via voice. Yes, make sure to feed the swarm without interruption. It seems very hungry. Qin Tian stared at the larva. This child. Ever since I appeared, I've been burying my head in food. The area in front of his head was originally piled high with the corpses of various creatures. The reduction is almost visible to the naked eye. He swallowed the small beast carcass whole. Larger monsters would just casually chew a couple of bites as a token gesture. Crossing the central area of the forbidden zone where the Queen Mother resides, Qin Tian flashed several locations in front of him. Besides mothership-type species, there are also 16 eggs of a new generation of insects. 6 of them are large species. 10 ordinary space war bugs. Unlike ordinary ground-based insects, these eggs, which are of this size, do not feed and grow after hatching. Instead, it will first form a cocoon. The insect eggs will continue to grow inside the cocoon, utilizing the nutrients contained within them. They will only emerge from their cocoons when they reach a state similar to mothership larvae. Therefore, they should be placed at intervals. Leave room for the cocoon to grow. At this point, all 16 insect eggs had spun cocoons ranging from hundreds to thousands of meters in size. Looking around. Long, round, white cocoons. I checked them one by one. Qin Tian was preparing to leave his consciousness. Sudden. A faint sound of tearing apart a cocoon could be heard. In the distance, several smaller pupae, each hundreds of meters long, tore open with cracks. Gradually, the dark bodies inside were revealed. Outside world. It was nearly 3 p.m. Qin Tian left the hotel with the parasite queen and 5 black dragon guards. The hotel did not use the airship specifically provided for transporting guests. They did not hire a horse-drawn carriage. I chose to walk. Anyway, this area is all within the central circle of Beijing. It is not far from the palace. Crossing 2 blocks. They walked several hundred meters further on. Then we saw the towering outer walls of the palace. In the huge square in front of the palace gate, a high platform, almost the same size as the square, stands tall. Groups of people are busy working up there. Some are on fixed brackets. Some of them seem to be carved on a wide platform. In the very center of the platform, there was a miniature palace model that was several meters tall. Is this the platform? Qin Tian asked the parasitic queen beside him. Yes, Lord, those people on the stage are carving a map of the Central Plains region according to a certain scale, and then calculating and dividing it into 400 regions of equal size. Each region represents a part of the real Central Plains land. Hee, isn't this too much of a bully? Taking away someone's land, and doing it right under their nose. Qin Tian shook his head slightly. In front of the palace gate. They were standing there waiting for Fu Wenhai. Behind him were 2 elderly men in their 60s and 70s with wrinkled faces and white hair and beards. It should be the older generation of creators of Pingxi Kingdom. Lord. Lord. The group greeted him with a greeting. They were not in a very good mood and looked very worried. Facing the creators of Jinbei Kingdom and Jingnan Kingdom. With virtually no hope of victory, they are on the verge of losing territory. The pressure this put on them is unimaginable. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Then the wrinkle asked, Is that all? Yes, it's an invitation from the Emperor, so it's hard to refuse. Sending a few representatives will suffice. Fu Wenhai answered. What about the other 3 kingdoms? They're about the same. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian suddenly lost interest. His main purpose in making this trip was to see the creators of Jinbei Kingdom and Jingnan Kingdom. Let's get a feel for the situation. As a result, only a few people showed up. He overestimated the presence of that great Xia Emperor. Lord Fu, I suddenly feel unwell. This banquet. Your health is of utmost importance. Fu Wenhai smiled wryly, indicating his understanding. Qin Tian turned and left. I'm too lazy to put on airs. I didn't think much of it. Just consider it a trip to clear your head. Arriving at the high platform, Qin Tian stopped and glanced at it. Just then, a man who looked like a supervisor glanced over. Their eyes met. It seems that they feel it's no longer appropriate to avoid it. The foreman jumped down, bowed, and said, This humble servant, Wan Kui, greets Lord Qin. Huh? You recognize me? Qin Tian asked in surprise. Your name is renowned and known to all. How could I not recognize you? How's the progress? Qin Tian asked casually. Reporting to your excellency, it will be completed in another day or 2. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Qin Tian waved his hand. I didn't disturb them. They had only taken a few steps when, as if he had thought of something, he paused. Surname Wan? I remember on the way to my fiefdom, wasn't one of the 2 families that tried to assassinate me called the Wan family? Yes, Lord, this person is from the Wan family. The design and construction of this platform were also contracted to the Wan family. What a coincidence, have the Wan family become parasitic? It has been parasitized, and the second is in charge. However, due to the Wan family's power and its location in the capital, the situation is complex. Cultivators from Jinbei Kingdom often appear, as well as some medical institutions operated by Anong Kingdom. In order to avoid being discovered, the second does not dare to be too unscrupulous and has only parasitized less than half of the Wan family. That's enough. I was just worried that the time between the start of the war was too short, and it was an old enemy. After a moment's thought, Qin Tian looked at the parasite queen. He pointed to the nearly completed platform, controlling thousands of families. This place. Ordered. Chapter 121, A Towering Inferno. 1 in 1,000. Chapter 121, A Towering Inferno. 1 in 1,000 nights. In the vast square in front of the palace, hundreds of fires broke out simultaneously from all around the high platform. With a crackling sound, the fire spread rapidly, quickly becoming a vast, all-encompassing blaze. Fire! Quickly, put out the fire! Soaring flames. It pierced the night sky and illuminated the earth. It startled most of the capital city. It also alarmed countless people and forces. The people on night duty at every household screamed in alarm. More people are rushing to the scene. The fire was too fierce and intense. They worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning before finally managing to extinguish the fire. Fortunately, the area around the square was relatively open and the virus did not spread outwards. But the thousands of square meters of high platform inevitably turned into a pile of ruins. In front of the ruins, Wan Tianhe, the head of the Wan family, turning to the groups of people who had arrived one after another, he cupped his hands and said, "Gentlemen, please convey my message to the esteemed officials on my behalf. I will definitely investigate the cause of the fire and give you all an explanation. Today, Mr. Wan will urgently dispatch more people to clean up the site and restart construction. He will definitely not delay the construction period or postpone the battle." They dismissed the inquiries sent by the 4 countries' inspectorates. Wan Tianhe's face immediately darkened. He glared at Wan Kui, the foreman behind him, whose face was so blackened by soot that it was no longer recognizable. "What exactly happened?" "Uncle, I don't know either. It might have been an accidental fire." "Accident?" Wan Tianhe pointed angrily at the ruins ahead and said, "Are you stupid? How could an accident cause such a large fire to burn like this? Arrest all those who were the first to arrive at the fire scene last night, including those on night duty. Whether you use torture, coercion, or bribery, I don't care what methods you use, get them to talk within 3 days. I'd like to see which fool in the capital dares to set its sights on the Wan family. Also, immediately gather people to start work, that's all. You don't need to worry about the battle arena." Wan Tian waved his hand in utter disappointment. He looked at the young man standing beside him. From now on you will personally oversee the construction of the battle arena. There are still 10 days left, plenty of time. It's perfectly feasible to rebuild it. We absolutely cannot afford any more mistakes." "Yes, father." Inside the hotel's penthouse suite, as Qin Tian straightened his clothes, he looked out the window at the thick black smoke rising in the distance. "Has the aftermath been properly handled?" "Rest assured, Your Excellency, once the fire is set, Number 2 will immediately detach all the larvae from the host, ensuring there will be no mishaps." "That's what Parasite Queen Number 1 replied. Yes, we must be careful in our actions in the capital and not let the other countries notice anything. It's a bit of a pity that this fire didn't affect the schedule. My lord, there's no other way. If we don't act now, once it's completed, the battle arena will be handed over to the people from the 4 kingdoms to garrison, and then... That's why I said it's a pity." Qin Tian straightened his sleeves. I glanced again at the plume of black smoke outside the window. As they walked out, they said, "Pass down the order. Until the second phase of the battle arena is completed. Let the second parasitic queen parasitize and control a group of Wanjia people again. Set another fire. Burn it." After leaving the hotel, a blimp arranged by the hotel was already waiting outside. The Pingxi Kingdom Inspectorate is located in the west of the city. The journey was not as short as yesterday's trip to the palace. Transportation is essential. The passenger airship developed by Anong is oval-shaped. Different sizes. A single person who is over 1 meter tall. There are also multi-person figures that are several meters long. A designated person at the front controls the steering wheel. The last few rows are passenger seats. The kinetic energy is provided by a crimson-colored energy mineral. This type of energy stone has a wide range of uses in Anong. Most of the technological equipment developed independently is based on this. Like the most basic lighting fixtures in a hotel. The light is generated by the continuous heating of the transistors supplied by the energy stone. The airship was not fast. It floats forward at a height of half a meter above the ground. Its flight pattern is roughly similar to that of a whip-tailed dinosaur. But in terms of comfort, it is definitely much better. Sitting in the back seat gave Qin Tian the feeling of riding in a private car in his previous life. They arrived at the residence of the Inspector General of Pingxi Kingdom. In the living room, besides Fu Wenhai, there was also a man in his 70s sitting there. That's probably the opponent I'll be facing this time. And he should also be the weakest of the 100 participating creators. After exchanging pleasantries, each person took their seat. Fu Wenhai spoke first. My lord, the purpose of the challenge is mainly to select those in our country who may be stronger than the creator who is participating in the war. To avoid excessive internal friction and weaken our strength at the start of the war. Therefore, the challenge was subject to certain limitations. Each side may only send 1,000th of its own race to fight. As long as their strength can be verified. Qin Tian nodded to indicate that he understood. There was no requirement for the number of participants in the Four Kingdoms War. If either side sets any restrictions on the challenge. Even if the creator wins the war against Pingxi Kingdom, there will still be losses. It could even lead to severe losses. It is impossible for the population to recover to its peak state in a short period of time. This goes against the original intention of the challenge. This is tantamount to damaging one's own strength. Fu Wenhai waved. Several servants pushed in a machine. A crystal ball is placed inside the machine's recess. It stores the coordinates of an unclaimed planet. That is, the battlefield between the two sides. By the way, may this gentleman's surname be? Qin Tian looked at the old man opposite him and suddenly asked. Your Excellency, my surname is Tang, and my given name is Shanha. Then, Lord Tang, is your species a terrestrial or a flying species? This. What impact will it have? Tang Shanha gave Qin Tian a strange look. But he immediately replied. My lord, my race is a ground species, a magical beast called the Black Shilin. Okay, let's begin. Qin Tian reached out and touched the crystal ball, penetrating his consciousness. Appeared on Mars. Qin Tian flashed to the location of the clan outside the restricted area. Since the other party is not a flying species, he had no intention of using the dragons or the Slayer warbugs, who were busy plundering the source of power. The same applies to the killer warbug. Open the system interface. I checked the total number of ethnic groups. Qin Tian communicated and opened a spatial channel in the battlefield. Willpower then bursts forth and spreads. The area where destroyer warbugs, lurker warbugs, and corruption suicide bugs are located. They immediately surge towards the passage. Inside a spatial passage on the opposite side of the battlefield. One after another, Qilin beasts with flames swirling around their bodies surged out. Outside world. The instrument slowly projected a battlefield scene. Fu Wenhai held a cup of tea. I glanced at the Qilin monster that appeared first. Then he looked to the other side. Huh! It's not a dragon. What are those little round balls? Insect? Hiss, there are also those kinds of monsters? Aren't they a bit too exaggerated in size? This Earl is truly full of surprises. Fu Wenhai paused for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. At the top of the screen, it also shows the number of tribes from both sides that participated in the battle. This instrument is almost the same as the one used in the major competition. Each has its own battlefield system. In the picture, the numbers displayed by the black Qilin monster gradually stopped. It stopped at 3,000. Calculated at 1 per thousand. It indicates that the population of Tangshan River is around 3 million. Meanwhile, the numbers representing Qin Tian on the other side continued to fluctuate wildly. It will probably be around 20 or 30,000. Fu Wenhai didn't pay attention. The Zerg population is the largest among all biological civilizations. Only soon, when the number increases to 50,000 words. Fu Wenhai frowned. When it reaches 100,000. Fu Wenhai put down his teacup. Then 200,000. 500,000. 800,000. Finally, when the number jumps to 1 million. Fu Wenhai's face turned ashen. He could no longer hold back. Immediately touched the crystal ball to appear on the battlefield. He shouted anxiously in the direction of Qin Tian. Lord! Lord! What are you doing? What are you doing? 1,000th! We can only send 1,000th of our race's population to fight. Qin Tian looked at Fu Wenhai. I'm a little confused. Yeah, isn't it supposed to be 1,000th of the battle? We just got 1 million, wait, another 600,000 will be enough. Fu Wenhai. Tangshan River. Chapter 122 Defending the Nation's Borders. Expanding the nation's territory. Chapter 122 Defending the Nation's Borders. Expanding the nation's territory by 1,000th. 1.6 million. In other words, the main race under Qin Tian's command has reached 1.6 billion? Lord, are you kidding me? Fu Wenhai asked in disbelief. Unlike Fan Yixian, the Inspector General of Jinbei Kingdom, he was the creator of the Warcraft civilization. Although their race was ordinary and belonged to the lowest class. But he was well aware of the dilemmas that all creators in a biological civilization must face. Food. Creatures from different planets. The differences are enormous due to the influence of various complex conditions, such as the climate, environment, and different elements in the air of their respective planets. Even if two planets are very similar. For the organisms that live there, they also belong to extraterrestrial species. They cannot eat each other. It is even equivalent to poison. For a century, countless creators of biological civilizations have also attempted to hunt creatures on unclaimed planets. On the one hand, for the sake of food needs. On the other hand, it attempts to break through the limits of species evolution. But without exception, they all failed. Creatures on this planet devour creatures from other planets. Due to a strong rejection reaction, they all died one by one. Therefore, the main race under the command of the creator of biological civilization. Let's not even talk about using this to break through evolutionary limitations. Their food sources can only be obtained from the ordinary races on this planet. And this further prevents the main race from developing and multiplying without limit. There is an upper limit. After all, every planet has a stable food chain running from bottom to top. Every group in the food chain needs to hunt for survival. As the top dominant ethnic group. If the reproduction is excessive and the demand is too great, under the onslaught of predation, this will inevitably lead to a sharp decrease in the population of a certain group in the food chain. They were subsequently wiped out by other ordinary ethnic groups. Ultimately, this led to the complete collapse of the food chain and a mass extinction event. The result is like the Rock clan on Thundercloud Star. They were forced to kill their own kind for food. This is absolutely disastrous for the creators of biological civilization. 1.6 billion. Lord, are you sure you're not joking? Tangshan River also floated over at this time. He asked, his face full of disbelief. His 3 million Qilin beast men. It is the maximum limit that one's own planet can withstand. Their daily food consists of at least half of the 1.5 million other ordinary creatures. In addition, the hunting needs of countless common biological groups. The number of creatures that need to be hunted on the planet every day will reach tens of millions. This is barely enough to maintain a balance between reproduction and death. It won't break the entire food chain. And the 1.6 billion main ethnic group. The daily food expenditure would require at least 800 million organisms. What a terrifying number this is. He simply couldn't imagine how Qin Tian had done it. My lords, when it comes to a war between four nations, would I, Benbow, ever resort to deception? Qin Tian glanced at the two of them and said. In fact, he faced the same problem. Although the parasite species has a unique way of absorbing genes, this allows them to hunt creatures from unclaimed planets for food without being poisoned. But food became increasingly scarce. This forced him to once again limit the size of the two major branches of the race that were plundering the source long ago. The maximum number of killer insects is 1 billion. There are 500 million fighters. Besides half of them continuing to plunder increasingly distant monster hordes on Qingmu Star. The remaining half were to hunt in batches on the other 6 planets. In addition, there are over 100 million dragons from the 3 major dragon races and 3 major groups. The total number is over 1.6 billion. That barely meets their food needs. Otherwise, let alone 1.6 billion. Adding 2 zeros at the end wouldn't be a problem. But this problem will be resolved soon. After obtaining the genes of cosmic organisms, he immediately gave the order to Fatty Xiong. Send him to the cities and capital of Pingxi Kingdom, where the 4 great creators are concentrated, to acquire unclaimed wood attribute magical beast planets. No level restrictions. No quantity limit. In a few days there will be a steady supply of food. Reproduction will never end. Furthermore, what benefit would it bring to you, Uncle Ben, if you were deliberately being arrogant? Could it be that I, your humble servant, have traveled all the way to this capital just to weaken your clan before the war begins? Qin Tian added. Please forgive me, Lord, that's not what I meant. The Tangshan River looked bitter. 1.6 million to 3,000? Is this bullying? How do we fight this? Or is it still necessary to fight? The key is to look at those massive, armored insects below, as big as buildings. They don't look like they have low combat power at all. But Tang Shanhe immediately composed himself. He said seriously. My lord, let's begin. If you defeat my 3,000 Qilin demonic beasts, I will naturally withdraw. Anyway, he would never simply admit defeat. This is, after all, a matter of national importance. How can it be treated lightly? Fu Wahai nodded as well. They didn't leave. They clearly intend to observe in person. After Tangshan returns, Qin Tian unleashed his offensive spirit. 300,000 destroyer war bugs immediately lowered their heads and charged forward. A massive, mountain-like body. A terrifying, overwhelming number. The ground began to shake violently. Then, 500,000 lurker insects immediately burrowed underground and moved forward. It was as if an earth dragon had turned up layers of high mounds of earth on the vast battlefield. 800,000 corruptor explosives are on standby. Opposite, the Qilin beast also strode forward to greet them. Not very large, around 5 meters tall. However, after evolving for tens of thousands of years, it reached its own limit. How can we judge strength or weakness based on size? Putting aside other things, only the black flames that permeated his entire body. This demonstrates its formidable combat power. Boom, boom, boom! In Qin Tian's view, the leading Qilin was the first to collide with the destroyer war bug. A series of explosive sounds erupted. There was no blood and gore as I had imagined. The expanding black flames around the Qilin blocked the destroyer war insect's charge. The next moment, the air surged violently. Countless black cracks appeared from the swarm of destroyer war bugs. Like a piece of white paper that has been forcibly torn open. It continuously tears and cuts at the carapace of its internal war insects. A piercing sound, like a knife scraping against glass. It spread instantly. In just a few minutes, a large swarm of thousands of destroyer war bugs was shredded into mincemeat. Dark magic? Qin Tian was slightly surprised. This special type of magic seems to be able to directly kill the organism's body regardless of the external medium. The top expert of Pingxi Kingdom truly lived up to his reputation. Such a peculiar attack method alone. That would be enough to annihilate any relatively powerful enemy. But for Lord Qin, that's all. Soon, as the ground soil was turned over, one by one, sharp thorns pierced the soil. The sheer number of them formed was as if an entire area of the ground had been lifted up. The Qilin beast horde immediately released a large amount of black crack magic, turning the earth spikes into dust. However, some people inevitably lose their balance due to the dramatic undulations of the ground. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian released his will. 800,000 corruptor burrowers surged forth. A dark shadow, obscuring the sky, descended in an instant. Below were the sharp spikes of the lurking war insects. The destroyer war bugs continued their charge forward. Above them was the baptism of corruptor blasters. A true coordinated operation of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Especially the explosive insects. The Qilin's magical attacks were completely ineffective against them. A toxic acid, even more potent than sulfuric acid, fell and sprayed down like a torrential downpour. The hissing sound of corrosion was almost constant. The battle has reached this point. Or rather, at the moment the exploding bugs are released. The outcome was basically a foregone conclusion. Outside world. Tangshan River, detached from consciousness. There was no sign of dejection after the defeat. Everyone has patriotic feelings. This is especially true for the elderly. They wanted to contribute to their country. Especially this battle. Domestic. From the king to the 100 officials. From ordinary people. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. They cannot retreat. They won't back down. Yet they knew they were doomed to fail. The immense pressure this placed on them was unimaginable. Now, there is someone stronger who can take my place. Besides the relief of unloading burdens. More. That would be a great relief. Ha ha ha, good. Good. The younger generation is truly formidable. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Tang Shanhe laughed twice, his eyes reddening. Immediately. This elderly man had gray hair and beard. Take a few steps back. Stand upright with palms together. Bowing and kneeling. Bend both elbows down. The entire body then lay flat on the ground. He actually prostrated himself before Qin Tian in a deep bow. And with a tone far beyond his years, he shouted loudly. This old man is Tang Shanhe. Thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of this old man, defend the nation's borders. Expand the nation's territory. Chapter 123. You know the length. I know the depth. Chapter 123. You know the length. I know the depth of Lei Yunqing. Qin Tian's consciousness floated out from the hole. He would come over every few days during this period. Make your presence known. It can also help cultivate the bond between father and son or mother and daughter. In case the child forgets about you after a while. Not far from the Thundercloud Star Passage. It is the space passage between Moke Star and Oka Star. The various armored legions of the machine race continue to pour into Oka Star. Since the start of the war. It has never been interrupted. After all, there are billions of undead on the entire planet Oka. Even if they stood still and let the machine race kill them, it wouldn't be over in a short time. Qin Tian stopped in his tracks as he was about to leave. They looked at the Lich King, who had suddenly appeared in the space tunnel of Oka Star, surrounded by deathly aura. Bang bang bang! The Mechanical Legion immediately halted its advance. A barrage of various weapon beams and projectiles rained down upon them in an instant. But just like before, they failed to harm the Lich King in the slightest. Buzz! Qin Tian spread his will. The hundreds of black dragon guards stationed near the passage immediately stepped forward. It stopped the machine race's useless attack. Qin Tian did not possess the black dragon guard. He flashed directly to the entrance. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Reach out your hand. He made a gesture of invitation. He believed that the other party could see his consciousness. And that is indeed the case. The Lich King did not look around. Her eyes, like ghostly flames, stared directly into Qin Tian's eyes. Their eyes met. For a long while, the Lich King averted his gaze. It then slowly swept its light across the surrounding Mars. They turned around and returned to planet Olka. Coward! So, in the end, they just didn't dare to come in? A hint of disappointment flashed across Qin Tian's face. It was like his routine parent-child interaction. The Lich King has gone mad for some unknown reason. I've also been visiting Mars from time to time lately. The weakness of the machine race lies in the lack of a single, powerful machine entity. Perhaps we can develop it after we've plundered the technology of Olka Star. However, there is currently no way to deal with the Lich King's unbridled behavior of coming and going as he pleases. The key point is, when the Lich King arrived, he stood in the spatial passage, glanced around a few times, and then turned and left. If it dares to take another half step into the Martian zone, Qin Tian was confident enough to keep him. The Slayer and Killer Worms have never stopped plundering the source of Aoki Star. I've accumulated some over the past few days. Not much, but it's more than enough to crush the Lich King. As for attracting hatred, joke. Does he grovel and submit? If we encounter an undead fleet in the future, can we let him go? Regardless of whether the ultimate goal of the undead race is to destroy all species in the universe or to expand and increase their population, the Zerg under his command are all destined to be assimilated by him. But, compared to the previous anxiety, Qin Tian felt much more at ease now. The Zerg interstellar fleet is beginning to take shape. After a while, when they grow up, they will be able to set foot in the starry sky, facing the undead fleet. If you can't win, you can at least retreat strategically. His Zerg race doesn't get weaker the more they fight, unlike the Olka aliens. As long as there is a period of stable development, this would allow them to quickly multiply into a much larger Zerg army. In fact, the three races of Zerg, Mech, and Undead have many things in common. Simply wanting to annihilate either side in a lightning strike. All of this is nothing more than a fool's dream. He slipped into the restricted area. That mothership-like species had grown much larger than before. Just as the Queen Mother had said, his outward appearance began to show some obvious changes. Its body became round and fat, unlike the flat body of its mother. The triangular head also appeared somewhat elongated, especially the ventral side. Cavities resembling retractable gates have appeared. The remaining celestial species also hatched in the previous 2 days. The larvae all present as uniform black worm-like bodies. Its shape will gradually change and eventually become fixed as it grows. The Queen Mother obeyed his orders. In total, 3 large species and 5 common starspace war bugs evolved, including the queen of each species. A total of 16. These species are all experimental in nature. We'll have to wait until they've fully grown and it's proven they have no flaws. Only then will it develop as a branch of the ethnic group. After that, the queen insect will begin to reproduce and multiply continuously. After inspecting the area, Qin Tian broke free of consciousness and returned to the outside world. Inside the hotel, the parasite queen stood guard nearby. Upon seeing the ruler awaken, he immediately handed over a document he was holding. Lord, this is the intelligence that Fu Wahai just presented. Qin Tian took it and looked through it. There are only 2 documents. One is Jinbei Kingdom. The other one is from Jingnan Kingdom. It contains information about the participants from both countries. This refers to the opponent that the creator of Pingxi Kingdom will soon face. These are all intelligence gathered by the Pingxi Kingdom based on its own spies. Further analysis and inference yielded general information. It's impossible to truly understand the details of every opponent. This can only be used as a reference. Each of the 100 native creators who participated in the war received a copy. Qin Tian, who defeated Tang Shanhe to secure a spot, was no exception. This Jingnan Kingdom is interesting. Most of those who went into battle were women. Especially this one. She's actually a princess? Qin Tian pulled out one of the documents. The information indicates that the person in question is Princess Leah of Jingnan Kingdom. There are also corresponding photos above. The information is also quite detailed. Lord! The parasite queen seemed to sense something. Suddenly, I looked up at the door. At the same time, a doorbell rang. Qin Tian put down the documents in his hand. He glanced at the parasite queen. I looked at the door again. He raised his hand, signaling one of the black dragon guards standing by the door to open it. A woman wearing a black burqa stood outside the door. Behind them was a group of men and women dressed in the same manner. Upon seeing the woman at the very front, Qin Tian frowned immediately. But she still immediately got up to greet him. Princess Leah's presence is an honor to our humble abode. Please come in. Huh? Marquis Wuan actually knows me? Princess Leah walked in. Besides a maid, all the other followers were kept outside. Your Highness is joking. Just as you know I live here and have come to visit, there's nothing strange about it. Qin Tian laughed. The guests and hosts took their seats. The parasite queen brewed tea and stood to one side. Qin Tian did not speak first. He simply observed the princess before him with great interest. He was thinking about this princess. They actually came knocking on our door? Just like the photo. Princess Leah was not considered pretty. It's at least somewhat inferior to the parasite queen. Oval face. Perhaps due to her birth, she possesses an exceptionally outstanding and poised demeanor. There is a red dot between the eyebrows. Unlike specially applied cinnabar. It looks more like a birthmark. Opposite. Princess Leah was also watching Qin Tian. The two sides observed each other openly for a while. Princess Leah spoke first. This princess dislikes beating around the bush. This trip is specifically to invite Marquis Wu to my Jingnan Kingdom, to be granted the title of Marquis. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. He then smiled and shook his head. Your Highness may not know, but a few days ago I survived an assassination attempt, which resulted in the death of my personal dragon. For safety, I recently used my last remaining personal creature slot to summon another dragon. My potential has reached its limit, and my strength has become quite ordinary. The Marquis of Wuhan is no ordinary man. Oh? Hee hee. Princess Leah smiled. Suddenly, he looked up at the parasite queen beside him. This young lady isn't from this country, is she? Qin Tian's pupils contracted slightly. He maintained a smiling expression on his face. Your Highness has a good eye. Indeed, she is a slave I purchased from Anong Kingdom. Is that so? Princess Leah glanced again at the two black dragon guards standing by the door. As far as I know, the people around Marquis Wuan are all the same, hundreds? Or thousands? It seems that none of them are from this country. The phrase, not a native of this country, is relevant. Princess Leah deliberately emphasized her words. The meaning is already self-evident. Oh. Qin Tian smiled. It seems the princess understands me quite well. Yes, just as I just said, Marquis Wuan is no ordinary man, and I know your capabilities very well. Yes, you know my limitations, but I also know your strengths and weaknesses. Qin Tian paused for a moment. He continued. Princess Leia's magic planet is dark elemental, or rather, it belongs to the dark magic system. It is good at curses and summoning, but its weakness is that it is too fragile and can easily give the enemy an opportunity. Therefore, I think the princess should find a way to make up for this weakness, so as not to be caught off guard when the war starts. Thank you for the reminder. That's all I have to say. Marquis Wuan can take his time to consider it. My words will remain valid until the war between the four kingdoms ends. Princess Leia did not say anything more. After saying that, he got up and left. Oh right, Ben suddenly remembered something. What? Qin Tian looked at Princess Leia, who had stopped and turned around to look at him. A slight smile curved the corners of his mouth. Between you and me. That last sentence. It seems like we should say it the other way around. Chapter 124 I want her dead. Come and kill me. Chapter 124 I want her dead. Come and kill me. I want her. Die. Inside the hotel suite. Qin Tian's face was cold and stern, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, Your Excellency. I'll arrange for men to be on the spot. The parasitic queen immediately turned and left. Without the slightest hesitation or doubt. For all Zerg creatures, the will of the ruler is everything. Regardless of right or wrong. Let alone talk about whether it's right or wrong. So, the importance of the Zerg overlord is self-evident. A superior leader will lead the people to the top and restore their glory. A foolish leader will lead the entire race into the abyss and toward destruction. Wait! Qin Tian called out to the parasitic queen, who had just stepped out of the room. He reached out and rubbed his cheek. She got up and went to the washroom to wash herself with cold water. With both hands on the table, Qin Tian looked at his face in the mirror. Perhaps it was because my growth had been too smooth all along. It made him almost forget to maintain the necessary vigilance and reverence. So much so that one day someone suddenly came to his door and unveiled his hidden veil. This caused him to completely lose his mind and fall into chaos. Forcing myself to maintain a calm demeanor in front of the other person. They weren't so panicked as to be at a loss for what to do. In fact, they could even casually crack a joke. That was the limit of what he could do. Princess Leia was referring to someone who wasn't from this country. It does not refer solely to the Pingxi kingdom. It's not the Great Sea either. It's more like they've decided to summon it themselves. Especially when the other party mentions having hundreds or thousands of people around them. It refers to more than 2,000 Black Dragon Guards and 1,000 Blue Sun Star soldiers. Has the other party come to know me to such a terrifying extent? And he. But they knew nothing about the enemy. His previous claim of knowing. It was just information provided by Fu Weihai. After leaving the washroom, Qin Tian had regained his composure. She must have figured out our background. I just don't know to what extent. Qin Tian sat back in his chair and spoke slowly. My lord, am I a parasite? No. Qin Tian raised his hand. We need to determine first. Does she really have all our cards up her sleeve? If they knew everything about us, what's the point of parasitizing again? Qin Tian pondered for a moment. Asked, are there any places outside the city like this, places for reciting poetry and enjoying the moon? The location should be secluded and sparsely populated. The parasite queen closed her eyes. It seems they are communicating and sharing information obtained by number 2 from its parasitic existence in Beijing. After a while, the parasite queen spoke. My lord, there is a manor called the Sun Garden in the southern mountains outside the city, which is dedicated to tourists to enjoy flowers and the moon. Now it is the season when all the flowers are withering, so there are few people and the place is remote. Where are our manpower? 500 Black Dragon Guards are inside the city, the remaining 1,900 are deployed outside the city, and the other 50 Black Dragon Guard units are on their way. Yes, issue the order. All Black Dragon Guards outside the city are to immediately disperse to and around Sun Garden tomorrow. Qin Tian thought for a moment. He added, "No, this matter should be addressed sooner rather than later. Send an invitation to Princess Lian now, telling her that I invite her to admire the flowers." At this point, Qin Tian stopped. They looked toward the door together with the parasite queen. Before the doorbell rang, the black dragon guard, who was standing guard to one side, reached out and opened the door. Outside the door, standing there was the black-robed maid who had previously been following Princess Leia. "Your Excellency, Her Highness the Princess has invited you to visit the Eastern Garden outside the city to admire the flowers. Do you have time?" Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. He then nodded in agreement. "Yes, please convey this to Your Highness. I am honored." Nanshan, Eastern Garden. Qin Tian and Princess Leia walked slowly side by side. Behind them followed a large group of their respective guards and attendants. Along the way, the two remained silent, continuing on their way. The surrounding scenery of small bridges and flowing water is serene and beautiful. He seemed out of place compared to the few tourists, chatting and laughing in the park. Arriving at a pavilion, Qin Tian stopped in his tracks. Turning to Princess Leia beside him, he asked curiously, "What does Your Highness mean? You invited me to admire the flowers, yet you remained silent. Are we just going to continue like this?" "I'm waiting." "Oh? What are you waiting for?" "They're just waiting for Marquis Wuan to kill me." Princess Leia blinked. He pointed to the somewhat deserted park around him, and smiled. "Look, I've even found a place for you." Qin Tian was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and said, "Your Highness is too kind." "Is that so? Lord Wuan may not know, but I dislike those complicated and roundabout ways. I always prefer to be straightforward. Some of the things I said during our previous meeting will surely make Lord Wuan suspicious. Rather than going through all that testing and probing, let's just be direct. Since the princess is so straightforward, then I will no longer hide anything. I want to ask, what do you know?" "Everything." "For example?" "For example." Princess Leia turned around. He made himself face Qin Tian. He reached out and poked Qin Tian's chest with his finger. "For example, this body that looks like you." Qin Tian's true form was far away in the hotel. His expression immediately darkened. He then took control of the Black Dragon Guard clone in the Eastern Garden Pavilion. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm really curious, where does your confidence come from? Aren't you afraid of dying? You can give it a try." Princess Leia shrugged indifferently. "Good." Qin Tian nodded in agreement. At the same time, he controlled his clone to raise his hand and reach out to Princess Leia in front of him. The movement was very slow. This left the opponent ample room to dodge. This also gave the group of black-robed attendants standing outside the pavilion ample time to step forward and provide assistance. But from beginning to end, Princess Leia did not move. The black-robed guards seemed not to see anything at all. Until Qin Tian grabbed Princess Leia's slender, smooth neck and lifted her up. Click! A crisp sound. Princess Leia's head slumped down, and she was lifeless. "Just like you see. I'm very direct. I also dislike pointless probing." With the voice, one of the guards in black robes stepped forward from outside the pavilion. "Lift the hood over your head." It revealed a face that looked exactly like Princess Leia's. The prominent red mole between his eyebrows was not shifted by the slightest bit, nor was it any different in size. She walked up to the pavilion, arriving in front of Qin Tian. Her slightly curved, crescent-shaped eyes gazed into Qin Tian's eyes. It seemed they wanted to use this opportunity to see through Qin Tian's true form, who was far away in the hotel. He continued with a smile. "So, what I want to tell you is, us. They belong to the same category of people. Chapter 125 She Doesn't Deserve It. Zerg Cannonball. Chapter 125 She Doesn't Deserve It. Inside the Zerg Cannonball Hotel Suite. Qin Tian peered through the black dragon guard clone's gaze. He glanced at Princess Leia, who was leaving with a group of followers, and the substitute corpse that was carried away by the other party. Break free from consciousness. He then closed his eyes and sensed for most of the next half hour. When I opened my eyes again, a smile appeared on Qin Tian's lips. He leaned back slightly. Oh, are they the same kind of people as me? Her? They deserve it. Princess Leia may have learned some of her secrets, through some means. For example, the thousands of personal guards summoned. Or perhaps it's a clone of oneself. But it's impossible to know about his parasitic abilities. Otherwise, how could someone be completely unaware of being parasitized? When he controlled his clone to twist the substitute's neck, they had secretly placed several insect eggs on the corpse. After the insect eggs hatch, the larvae successfully parasitized the ordinary followers who had come into contact with the corpses without anyone noticing. On the way back, the other party was unaware. Even the princess, who might ultimately appear as a stand-in. Faced with those few parasitized followers, they did not show any abnormalities whatsoever. And, looking back now, if the other party truly knew that I possessed the ability to parasitize, would they be foolish enough to try and win them over? Parasitism is a bug. It is easy to lose control and be parasitized on a large scale, thus taking over the nest. Outside the door, Parasite Queen number 1 has returned. Qin Tian asked. Have there been any unusual movements of planetary merchants or unclaimed planets in the towns and cities of Pingxi Kingdom recently? Reporting to Your Excellency, I have been closely monitoring this aspect and have not found anything unusual. Ha, you don't even know how to obtain the source? Qin Tian sneered. He overestimated that princess. The origin of life on a planet with biological civilization. It has the most of all civilized planets. If the other party finds out this secret, how could they remain indifferent? Previously, his parasitic intelligence network did not cover the Jing'an Kingdom. This results in a blank information field. This princess, who thought she knew him inside and out, jumped in front of him, baring her teeth and showing off her power. They even dared to threaten me with this. If I don't go to your Jing'an Kingdom, will you reveal my true colors in public? Do you really think having a few clones is enough to stop you? Parasit all the people of Jing'an Kingdom within the capital. Investigate. Before the end of the Four Kingdoms War, I need to know the true location of that princess and all information about her. 2 days later. The investigation is progressing far faster than Qin Tian had anticipated. Especially after hearing the latest surveillance information obtained by Parasite Queen number 1. This made a strange look appear on his face. After pondering for a while, Qin Tian spoke. Continue to monitor the situation and wait until the Four-Nation War is over before making any decisions. She is a creator participating in this war, and also a princess. If anything happens to her, it will be very troublesome. Before taking action, we must first distance ourselves from the situation. The Parasite Queen accepted the order and left. Qin Tian checked the time. Immediately sink into consciousness. The first batch of ordinary space war bugs that hatched stopped growing yesterday. The planet grows in the amount of time that a day on the outside can take a year to complete. It should have already completed its development. Really? The moment consciousness manifests. What you see at first glance. These are 5 wingless war insects that can float in the air. The 5 war insects are of different shapes and sizes. But what they have in common is, they all have several wrist-like tails at their tails, like those of a queen. Some are several meters tall. Some are over 10 meters long. The function of these wrists. It's probably used for their power support and steering in space. Following Qin Tian's will, the 5 war insects immediately swam over quickly like fish and lined up in a row. This turtle shell? Qin Tian frowned as he examined the first type of war insect. It really looks like a turtle shell magnified countless times. 100 meters in size. The body is flat and slightly concave inward. The bottom is covered with dense tentacles, each several tens of centimeters long. Its head was almost invisible, hidden among a cluster of tentacles. Only a pair of ant-like mandibles were visible. 430,000 combat power? Qin Tian opened the system interface and saw the information about this war insect. I was immediately taken aback. This is the only type of war insect. This allows the entire parasite race to advance to the 4th generation of evolution. But thinking about it, it is, after all, a fusion of the genes of that cosmic creature. So there's nothing surprising about it. Shield bug. After reading the introduction of this bizarre war insect, Qin Tian felt that this name suited it very well. This should be a purely defensive insectoid evolved from the Queen Mother. It has no offensive power whatsoever. All of its combat power was concentrated on the armored shell on its body. It can use its tentacles to attach itself to the bodies of other insects. It forms a protective armor layer. It is equivalent to a parasite. The second type of war insect appears to be of the combat type. It is also the largest of the 5 war bugs. It is over 500 meters long. Its mouth is covered with fangs like a crocodile's. Its body, like that of the Queen Mother, exhibits a certain flattened curve. On either side, however, grew 2 thick, muscular arms, like those of an alien creature. Its hands extended into terrifying, sharp claws several meters long, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. 1.08 million combat power! Upon seeing the information about the insect war, Qin Tian, who was somewhat prepared, was not surprised. This is clearly the main space war bug that the Queen Mother evolved. Qin Tian was too lazy to waste his brain cells. They named it the Tyr beast. The 3 types of war insects do not appear to be very different at first glance. Uniform balloon-shaped body. Or like the pufferfish that Qin Tian had come to understand. Certainly, it belongs to the supergiant category. Their diameters are all around tens of meters. Corrosive acid? Highly toxic liquid? Qin Tian stared at the information on 2 of the war insects. The first thing that came to mind was the Corruptor Blaster. Perhaps for the sake of maximizing a single attack. The Queen Mother has divided and upgraded the attack methods of the Corruptor Blasters. This led to the creation of these 2 types of self-destructing war bugs. It contains highly corrosive acid. The other is a highly toxic liquid. Corruption exploding bugs. Highly poisonous explosive insects. There's no need to hesitate about the name. Select according to its characteristics. At last, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the last type of war insect. This equally bulky war bug also belongs to the self-destruct type. But what's inside isn't liquid. Instead, it consists of tens of thousands of parasitic larvae that hatch. Looking at the war insect's bulging abdomen, Qin Tian's brows gradually furrowed. Even the external environment caused goosebumps to form on the body. Because he can now completely fill in the blanks in his mind. The fear and nausea of being overwhelmed by a dark mass of worms covering my face. Parasitic banlings! Qin Tian shook his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. The combat power of the 3 types of barbarian bugs is not as high as that of the first 2. They are all only around 200,000. However, the subsequent damage caused by this type of war bug. Combat power is no longer a reliable indicator. Especially parasitic worms. The psychological damage inflicted on the enemy will be immeasurable. After learning the general information about the 5 types of war bugs, Qin Tian immediately teleported to the sky above the Empress. Seemingly sensing the Dominator's doubt, the Queen Mother spoke first to explain. Master, the slaves were born eager to fly into space, not just because they were not adapted to life on Earth. The slave owner wants to experience the environment of space in order to prepare for the evolution of the next generation of the race. Space is unknown to our people. The memories passed down from previous generations of Queen Mothers are not suitable for space. Therefore, based on their own understanding of space, slaves evolved race types suitable for space warfare. Large-range attack species that have not yet fully matured will evolve a special cavity in their bodies. The high pressure inside the cavity can launch the war bug to the battlefield faster and more quickly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian glanced at the 3 self-destructing bugs. A word immediately came to mind. He blurted out, "Zerg shells?" Chapter 126 The Demise of the Undead. Die. Chapter 126 The Annihilation of the Undead. Die. Compared to other technologies or supernatural civilizations that have entered interstellar space, the Zerg's artillery attacks are still too outdated. But there's nothing I can do. Currently, there is only the gene pool of one extraterrestrial being. This level of gene strength. It's difficult to find a match for the genes of inferior organisms on the surface of many planets. Whether it's the Queen Mother or a mothership species. Even the external form of the newly hatched and grown main force-tearing beasts. Both can reveal the significant characteristic of the universe's biological genes as the main component. But this is only temporary. Everything. And this is only the beginning. Once the Zerg space army has multiplied to a certain size, search for and hunt those cosmic beasts that live in space. We have obtained enough genes. They evolved greater attack capabilities and stronger species types. It will be a piece of cake. The ground below the restricted area. The queen of the 5 war insects lies on the ground. In addition to its even larger abdomen, its appearance is no different from that of the war bug. Qin Tian flashed into the sky. His gaze was fixed on a spot somewhere outside the restricted area. There. It brought together a huge number of common insects. After several months on the outside planet, hundreds of years have passed on the inside planet. Almost all insect species from Mars have migrated here. Buzz! As Qin Tian's will radiated outwards, common insect populations began to swarm rapidly toward the restricted area. Under the pressure of Qin Tian's will, they did not resist. They were quickly slaughtered by the swarm of war insects protecting the Queen Mother. The corpse was then dragged by countless camel-carrying insects towards the queen of several space war insects. With the genes of cosmic organisms. In addition, food is currently scarce. Their only remaining value. They become food for the queen insects to reproduce. Billions. This should be enough to temporarily meet the needs of producing space war bugs. Support until you can purchase a new unclaimed wood attribute monster planet. Qin Tian glanced at it. He flashed into the space passage of Thundercloud Star. Conduct regular parent-child interaction activities. Half an hour later, Qin Tian returned to Mars. He glanced towards Mokexing. The number of mech race legions has decreased significantly during this period. Today, all we can see are rows of machinery resembling engineering vessels heading into Oka Star. Moreover, it seems that the Lich King hasn't visited Mars for quite some time. Is it almost over? Qin Tian transferred his consciousness into the body of a black dragon guard. Upon entering the planet Oka, I approached a robot and asked, "The undead race has been wiped out." The Zerg overlord, the undead have not been wiped out. They still have one last stronghold, and our race is organizing a strong attack. Oh? Where is it? Qin Tian immediately became interested. I intend to witness firsthand the demise of the undead race on this planet. Coordinates 654:296. Just point me in the right direction. Southeast. Qin Tian nodded. It summoned a whip-tailed dragon. Control the black dragon guard to ride on. The area around the spatial passage was mostly filled with piles of undead limbs and severed bodies. But as we delve deeper, the robot has more and more broken parts. Engineering vessels are floating around, with robotic arms extending out to collect samples. They've clearly already started cleaning up the battlefield. After flying for an hour, finally, a vast army of robots came into view. In the middle of being surrounded by robots, a large area covered by black, deathly aura. A rocket launch pad is faintly visible. A rocket yet to be launched stands tall on top. Even the section where the rocket broke apart can be seen to have a spaceship fixed to it. No wonder the machine race really did try to wipe them out. This place is clearly one of the escape ship launch sites for the Oka Aliens Fireseed project. There should be a lot of scientific data that we plan to take with us on the spaceship. Heh, these undead deserve to be wiped out for taking over this place. Still stubbornly holding on and refusing to back down, Qin Tian watched with amusement as groups of undead appeared and disappeared amidst the deathly aura. The undead knight can also be seen among them. The machine race only wanted the technology of the Oka aliens. It's not about wiping out the undead race here. If the Lich King or the undead knight leaves with the remaining undead, the machine race is very unlikely to pursue them. Inside the lower enclosing circle, nearly 100 heavy energy cannons are being assembled. An exaggerated cannon barrel. Even from Qin Tian's perspective high in the sky, it can also be described as a behemoth. It looks to be several hundred meters long. In just over 10 minutes, all energy cannons have been assembled. Boom! With a series of strong tremors, a familiar blue beam of light shot out from the cannon muzzle. Neutralizer? I remember inside the Thundercloud Star Cave. The light emitted by those robots when they broke through the wall was also this color. The dense area of deathly aura in the middle, with the continuous input of nearly 100 blue light beams. It faded very quickly, at a rate visible to the naked eye. Inside, the Lich King ignored the loud commotion coming from outside. It then floated into a rusty, dilapidated shed. On the ground in the middle, it had the spine of a strange beast embedded in it. A skull stands at the top. The Lich King floated forward. He reached in and injected a stream of death energy into it. The skull immediately emitted a black halo, and wisps of black smoke slowly flowed from his eye sockets, swirling continuously. It forms a black circle. Another undead figure, shrouded in deathly aura, gradually appeared within the circle. Priest, the Oka Star race is about to perish. Yes, Orvis, I know, but I cannot send a rescue ship to help you. We are facing the same problems as you, and we are suffering fierce resistance from the Moran machine race and the Moran constellation. We have lost 8.02 million fleets. The battle here has attracted the attention of an ancestor, and the mothership has already set sail. No, High Priest, I do not need help, but I wish to see the ancestors one last time before I perish. I'm sorry, Orvis, the message you delivered has opened up a new path for our people. Your contributions will be remembered, and your demise will also be seen by the progenitor. The black smoke dissipated. The necromancer inside the circle disappeared. Click! The skull then cracked open. The Lich King's deathly aura surged violently a few times. It then gradually calmed down. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from outside. The Lich King slowly turned around. The deathly aura that had just calmed down instantly boiled over again. Whoosh! The Lich King's figure instantly darted out of the shack. It appeared high in the sky. It glanced down at the mechanical race rushing into the launch site. Then, his gaze fell upon the whiptail dragon not far away on the opposite side, and the black dragon guard sitting on it. Opposite, Qin Tian stared at the suddenly appearing Lich King. He immediately spoke. I'm just here to watch the show, please ignore me. You and your ant-like race will eventually perish in the hands of my race. Oh yes, you're right. Qin Tian did not refute. After all, who would take a dead person seriously? Oh no. It was a dead person to begin with. For someone who dies a second time, we should always be tolerant. Death will come to your world one day. Yes. Your filthy body will decay and decay. Your pathetic soul will wither and perish. I know you're desperate, but please vent your anger on those lumps of iron. Please ignore me, I was just passing by. Helpless, Qin Tian controlled the black dragon guard to raise his hand. He pointed down. The Lich King remained unmoved. His dark eyes remained fixed on the black dragon guard that Qin Tian was possessing. They held their positions for a short time. They saw the deathly aura churning around the Lich King gradually subside. Qin Tian thought the other party would turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, the Lich King suddenly attacked. It transformed into a wisp of black mist and arrived in an instant. Go to hell! Qin Tian. Chapter 127, A Vision for the Future. Reduced to ashes. Chapter 127, Future Vision. The capital city was reduced to ashes. As the four-nation war draws near, it began to grow increasingly noisy and prosperous. The population in the city surged several times over. What catches the eye? There was a constant stream of people. But it wasn't as joyous and lively as the Leningrad competition back then. Instead, it presents a polarized atmosphere. The people of Jinbei Kingdom and Jing'an Kingdom need no further explanation. Everyone's face was beaming with smiles. The people of Anong were somewhat worried. The kingdom of Pingxi, on the other hand, was in a state of complete despondency and decadence. After all, it involves a territorial dispute. After all, it involves the national image and reputation. Most importantly, it concerns the vital interests of many people. Those who are able to travel thousands of miles to the capital. They are mostly from powerful and wealthy families in their respective countries. Some members of the clan served as officials in the imperial court. Some held noble titles and possessed fiefdoms. This will determine the territorial boundaries of each country in the Central Plains, and thus acquired a vast territory. Ultimately, someone needs to govern and manage it. Who wouldn't want to get involved? On the street, one after another, savage beasts galloped away at high speed. Private airships shuttled back and forth. In the sky, various cranes and magical beasts soar and land. Various magical spaceships floated and glided. The surge in high-ranking officials from various countries. This filled the entire capital city with a dreamlike and magnificent scene. Fantasy, cultivation, and technology. This is how the world should be. Inside the hotel suite, Qin Tian stood by the window, gazing at the dreamlike scene of the endless stream of people outside. A dreamy look involuntarily appeared on her face. Does the Earl really like this kind of world? Certainly. Qin Tian withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the parasitic queen beside him. He shook his head regretfully and said, Unfortunately, it's only temporary. Once the war between the four kingdoms ends, this rare sight will disappear. On the surface, this world is a collection of three great civilizations, yet they are clearly distinct and incompatible. If that day ever comes, I hope to see with my own eyes a magnificent and splendid world where the three great civilizations are truly integrated. No longer a fleeting phenomenon like what we see now. It could even go further. For example, Qin Tian pointed to the flying magical beasts in the sky. Combining fantasy and technology, assembling a matching exoskeleton armor on the bodies of these magical beasts. Or the integration of technology and cultivation, using a more intuitive data-driven approach to quantify spiritual power and mass-produce cultivation levels like an assembly line. For example, could a completely new parasitic cultivation system be created by using the bodies of parasites, between cultivators and insectids? With the three major civilizations as a foundation, we can try many things and research even more. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a complete waste of this colorful world? A knock on the door. This interrupted Lord Qin's vision of the future. Qin Tian suppressed his wandering thoughts. Return to your window seat and sit down. He waved. A black-clad guard pushed open the door and walked in. He was holding a brocade box in his hand. 50 Black Dragon Guard units arrived in Beijing yesterday. This increased the size of Lord Qin's overt security forces. Guards stood in the corridor outside the door. It extends all the way to the stairwell. Also, the large amount of gold cards and money, escorted by the Black Dragon Guard, finally arrived. Qin Tian immediately ordered the Parasite Queen to send people to the Chamber of Commerce in the capital to acquire the unclaimed wood attribute magical beast planet. Today has clearly been fruitful. Just 3? Qin Tian opened the brocade box and took a look. Yes, Lord, due to the sharp increase in the number of outsiders in recent days, most of the unclaimed planets in the Chamber of Commerce have been rented out. There are not many wood attribute planets left, and the situation is complicated. In order to avoid uncontrollable accidents, I have not used parasitic control methods to forcibly interrupt the rental time of others. If Lord wishes. Alright, there's no need to rush this. It's better to be cautious. Just send people to stake out and buy the goods at major chambers of commerce. He gave an instruction. Qin Tian then sank into his consciousness. He appeared in the penalty area and then slipped to the outside. After communication opened a spatial passage between the 3 planets. Immediately spread the will. Half of the killer and annihilator warbugs were diverted to the 3 planets. At the same time, an order was issued to all ground branch insect colonies to resume reproduction. Outer area. The spatial passage belonging to planet Oka has long been closed. When the Lich King suddenly attacked, he killed the Black Dragon Guards and Whiptail Dragon mounts that had possessed him. Qin Tian stopped paying attention to it. It was just a pathetic hysteria before he died. There is an energy neutralizer for the mechanical race. In addition, there are various technological weapons and a robot army of tens of billions. Confined to planet Oka. The only exit is in a dead zone on Mars. The Lich King, trapped in a desperate situation, couldn't stay afloat for long. Some time ago, they may have wiped out the Lich King. The Mechanical Legion, having swept away the technology of Oka Star, also withdrew and returned. Just like the first time. There was no pleasant cooperation afterwards. There was not a single word of expectation for future cooperation. After the robots have completely withdrawn, Qin Tian immediately closed the spatial channel on Moke Star. There's no need for those hypocritical words when dealing with the mechanical race. He slipped into the penalty area. Looking around. White cocoons formed from the pupae and the black bodies of the larvae. It covered the entire ground within sight. Pupae vary in length. Larvae also vary in size. And every now and then, fully developed adult war bugs can be seen floating up. They converged on the distant, mid-air group. Even if they are stacked up layer by layer. The area is inhabited by the 5 war insect races. It also extended beyond the restricted airspace thousands of miles away, stretching for an unknown distance. Dominate! How many offspring did the 5 space war bug queens reproduce? Reporting to the Lord, there are 3 adult tear-breaking beast queens, 5 shield beast queens, and 8 queens of each of the 3 types of explosive beasts. Accelerate the queen's reproduction rate! Qin Tian gave the order. Although it incorporates the genes of cosmic organisms, this results in the growth cycle of all 5 space war bugs being measured in years. However, the queen insect continuously reproduces and produces eggs. The growth cycle of the war bug has long lost its meaning. Once the first batch of eggs laid on the first day have completed their long growth cycle and developed, then a new batch would be added every day. So, the current reproduction efficiency of the Zerg. It is limited only by the number of eggs laid each day and the number of queens. The Ripper lays 350 eggs per day. There are 750 shield bugs. The 3 types of explosive insects are not much different, all around 1300. The day after tomorrow is the day the war begins. There are 2 more days, which means 2 years. Qin Tian silently did the calculations, including the number of hatched during this period. When the war started, the main force of the Rippers numbered only around 700,000. There are fewer than 3 million shield bugs. There are more than 7 million of the 3 types of explosive insects. This quantity is far from enough to deal with those millions of cultivators and mages, but far more powerful. There's really not much chance of winning. In addition, there are huge losses in each battle. They can't even last a few games. And Qin Tian looked towards the distance not far from his mother. The motherships that are still developing and the 3 large species. They also need time to grow. Withdrawal consciousness. Qin Tian got up and went to the French windows. He pointed to the battle arena located in the square in front of the palace. He gave an order to the parasitic queen beside him. No need to wait any longer. Let's do it tonight. Burn it to ashes as possible. We can burn it all down. Chapter 128 All imprisoned. Mothership sets sail. Chapter 128 All imprisoned. Mothership set sail amidst flames. It illuminated the night sky once again. Around the battle stage, the craftsmen looked completely bewildered. They seemed not to understand why they were peacefully sleeping in bed. Why did I find myself here the moment I opened my eyes? Until the flames grew larger and larger, turning everything red. Everyone then suddenly woke up. They all screamed in panic. Fire! 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 Inside a shed not far from the battle arena, Wan Hongyu, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by the noise outside. He rubbed his eyes and got up, intending to scold him. Wait until you can hear the call clearly. Suddenly I felt a jolt. It was like being instantly sobered up, as if cold water had been poured over my face. He rushed out of the shed without even having time to put on his coat. Seeing the fire spreading across the stage, he was completely stunned. You bunch of useless trash! What are you still standing there for? Fire! Get the fire out of here! With Wan Hongyu's stern shout, more and more people began to join the firefighting efforts. Fortunately, having learned from the previous lesson, Wanja has gone to great lengths this time, using more fire-resistant wood. In addition, fire prevention measures were also taken. The fire did not burn for most of the night as it had before. It was extinguished in less than an hour. The entire platform still maintains a relatively complete structure. However, we could see a small portion of the surface collapsed and most of the countertop completely blackened and cracked. The wooden bucket that Wan Hongyu was carrying slipped from his hands. Exhausted from the exertion, the body collapsed to the ground. On the street in the distance, a carriage pulled by a wild beast sped towards us. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Wan Tian had jumped first. Looking at the battle stage, which had been burned beyond recognition, his face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. "You're..." Wan Hongyu shuddered. His vacant gaze quickly regained a glimmer of clarity. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet. "Father." Wan Hongyu was almost in tears. Not an adjective. A few tears were indeed slowly sliding down her smoky cheeks. In all honesty and integrity, since taking on this job, in order to impress his elderly father, he was so dedicated and responsible. A young master from a large family. He even ate and lived with the craftsmen every day. Especially since it was completed today. He examined it carefully from beginning to end many times. They worked until late at night before finally going back to their shed to sleep. Who would have thought that something would suddenly go wrong? "You..." Wan Tianhe was about to ask. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the large group of guards rushing towards him. And the cranes, magical beasts, airships, and magical spaceships that flew in from midair. A look of fear immediately appeared on his face. The last fire. Since the start of the war is still far off, there is plenty of time. The special envoys from the 4 countries then sent someone over to inquire about the reason. There was no excessive reprimand afterwards. But this time is different. The day after tomorrow is the day the war begins. Once delayed, the consequences. His family simply cannot afford it. Soon, the envoys from the 4 countries arrived at the stage one after another on horseback. Looking at the charred and collapsed tabletop, even Fan Yixian, who always liked to present a kind and gentle image, his chubby face also looked a little gloomy. He turned to Wan Tianhe below. He spoke in a cold voice. Lord Wan! What's going on now? Wan Tianhe also held an official position in the capital. He was appointed Minister of Works. Although the Great Xia dynasty declined and was almost extinct, it was merely a nominal official title. But it was precisely because of this that he got the job. Lord Fan I. Humph! Wan Tianhe! What is your crime? These repeated fires, were they intentional? Gray shouted angrily. His fiery temper was nothing like Fan Yixian's politeness. Lord Ge, please let me explain. All right. You don't need to explain anymore. The battle arena is none of your business, Wan family. This matter will be reported to the king at the next meeting. You can stay home and atone for your sins. As for the rest of you... Gray scanned the area. He said in a deep voice. Someone come here. Take down the foreman and all the craftsmen involved in the construction. Put them all in jail. Once the cause is found, we will hold them accountable one by one. The guards immediately obeyed and stepped forward. They captured and took away all members of the Wan family, including Wan Hongyu and the craftsmen. In the sky, the 4 envoys ignored Wan Tianhe, who was kneeling and pleading for mercy. I don't have the time or inclination for that. Especially Fan Yixian and Gray. The division of Zhongzhou between the 2 countries after this battle is now a foregone conclusion. They even began to make arrangements for taking over the Central Plains territory. The battle arena is now destroyed by fire. This will inevitably affect the timing of the upcoming war and subsequent overall planning and arrangements. Lord Fu, Lord Gua, what's going on? Gray approached the 2 of them. There was a hint of doubt in his voice. What does Lord Ge mean by this? Do you believe that this was our doing? Lord Ge, now that this battle has been decided, what difference does it make to us whether it's a day earlier or a day later? Guo Wenzu and Fu Wahai spoke up one after another. Then why did the fires keep happening? All right. Fan Yixian flew over on a crane, interrupting their argument. The most important thing now is to repair the battle arena as soon as possible. We can't afford to delay any longer. As for who deliberately set the fire, we can investigate that after the battle is over. Master Gua. Fan Yixian looked at Guo Wenzu. I need you to arrange a team as soon as possible to start the work and calculations overnight. Okay, I'll send engineers over right away. Guo Wenzu nodded in agreement. Setting up the battle arena is not difficult. The difficulty lies in drawing the map of Zhongzhou on the table. In particular, the average score was calculated for 400 regions. Not too much. It is even more essential. After all, each region represents a certain proportion of the real land in Zhongzhou. The area occupied by each country will be divided according to the above. This is why the countertop cannot be used once it is damaged. Below, Wan Tianhe watched the 4 envoys depart quickly. He knelt completely on the ground. A long time. He suddenly raised his head, scanning the surrounding dark, shrouded streets. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Who is it? Which damn bastard is it? You have repeatedly harmed my family. Okay. You'd better not let this old man find you. Otherwise, I will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces. I will make you wish you were dead. Achoo. Qin Tian sneezed. I rubbed my nose, which suddenly felt sore. I glanced out the window at the fading flames in the distance. They returned inside. I bet the Wan family is cursing me. My lord, I will immediately send men to slaughter the entire Wan family. No, I was just saying. There's no need to complicate things now. We can deal with that princess together after the war between the 4 kingdoms is over and before we return to our fiefdoms. Qin Tian raised his hand to stop the parasite queen. If it were any other person in power, people around you might just be trying to curry favor and shouldn't be taken seriously. But in the case of the parasite queen, this is definitely not a joke or something I said casually. By the way, what's the situation at the fire site? Have you detected it through the parasitic host? There are parasitic hosts among the guards of the 4 countries' special envoys. I just confirmed this through their vision. It wasn't too smooth. The Wan family was prepared and only damaged a small part of the battle arena. The Wan family's craftsmen have been arrested and imprisoned. The repair of the battle arena has been taken over by the 4 countries' special envoys. I expected this. Everything can happen once or twice, but not a third time. But at least we can buy some time. Qin Tian didn't pay much attention. If time is still not enough, then let's use some tricks to buy time when the war starts. There's no need to fixate on the battle arena. The next day, after waking up and eating, Qin Tian drifted into consciousness. The consciousness has just manifested. What catches the eye? It was a colossal beast floating upwards, soaring straight into space. A massive, continuous body. It completely occupied the entire field of vision. And on both sides of the body, it is covered with rows of cavity holes that resemble hatches. Countless war insects automatically accompanied them. It swam and soared upwards. Zerg Mothership. Set sail. Chapter 129 Large Species. The prototype of the insect ship. Chapter 129 Large Species. Insect ship prototype in outer space on Mars. Qin Tian's consciousness possessed the tearing beast. They gazed at the enormous object suspended in the void from afar. The mothership insect is over 500,000 meters long. It was dozens of times that of the Empress. Its external form has also undergone tremendous changes. It is no longer as flat as the Queen Mother's. The entire body is cylindrical. The tail also has wrist-like limbs. But it is thicker and longer. It takes up almost half of the body length. Some are still. Some fluctuate up and down. The entire body is covered with rows of hatch cavities on both sides. Different sizes. Different parts. The quantities are also uneven. For example, the rear hatch is located around the upper part of the stern. There are only a few dozen. The first half of the body consists of several hundred parts. But relatively small. Less than halfway to the rear hatch. And they are concentrated in the lower part of the chest cavity. Paddle-shaped limbs on both sides of the front of the body. It is not as long and narrow as the Queen Mother's. Instead, it became wider and more curved. It resembles 2 giant scythes. The mantis-like head also turned into an irregular circle. It huddles inside the carapace that extends from its chin. The most striking feature is its pair of eyes. Like cosmic beings, it bursts forth with a dazzling white blaze in the dim void. Qin Tian controlled the tear beast to slowly move forward. It swam towards the tail of the mothership insect. As they get closer, the rear hatch cavity grew larger and larger in view. Until they came close. A 500-meter-long tearing beast stood in front of the hatch. They became completely like ants. Qin Tian had no choice but to order the ripping beast to raise its head high. Only then could one barely make out the top of the hatch. Unlike the hatch located on the belly, the hatch in front of us, including dozens of cavities around the tail. A soft, pale blue light emanated from the surrounding area. The cavity is now in a closed state. Under Qin Tian's will, the compressed hatch tissues began to twitch. Then it slowly contracts and opens. Qin Tian controlled the tear beast to float inside. There is another door ahead. With the entrance closed, the door in front of us slowly opened. It reveals an extremely large interior space. It would be more than enough to house 100 or so queens. Qin Tian looked around in amazement. The interior wasn't dark. Swarms of insects, resembling fireflies, flew by from time to time. It illuminated most of the space. At the end of the line of sight, only faint, dim points of light could be clearly seen. This clearly demonstrates just how vast the space inside the mothership is. However, considering the already enormous size of the mothership bug, that's not surprising. Exit the mothership's internal space. Qin Tian glanced around. 3 large space species. They have already grown up. They are currently hovering on either side of the mothership bug. The 3 species vary greatly in size. Furthermore, they have absolutely no resemblance in appearance. One of them was several kilometers long. It looks like a giant ellipse. The tail has wrist-like limbs. Its bulky, spherical body is a dark reddish flesh color. Furthermore, there are several cavity hatches on each side, resembling those of a mothership insect. The closed mouth is pulled open to both sides. 980,000? Less than 1,000,000 combat power? A ranged attack species, huh? Qin Tian opened the system interface and took a look. It floated down. Released the command of will. Sure enough, the large creature slowly opened its mouth. A terrifying black hole appeared. Numerous, tongue-like tubular objects emerged. It is clearly a kind of ejection chamber that the Queen Mother had previously mentioned. No wonder their combat strength is so low. He himself may not have much combat ability. The combat capabilities mainly rely on the support of Zerg artillery shells. There should also be a living storage chamber inside the body. Name. Let's call it Starship Cannon Bug. Qin Tian just picked a name randomly. Then we came to another species. This is exactly the opposite of what just happened. Its jet black body is long and narrow, stretching out for tens of thousands of meters. Moreover, its streamlined shape resembles a giant centipede. The head is triangular. The front end is sharp as a knife. The front half of its body has densely packed cone-shaped forelimbs at both ends. The tail section is dark red and does not fork. It is also the only species among the many space branch groups that does not have wrist-like limbs. A melee attack type? Qin Tian looked around. The order he gave to his mother. Evolutionary melee combat prioritizes speed for large species. The body structure of the species in front of us clearly matches this characteristic. It should be the product of the Queen Mother selecting a single insect gene and fusing it with the genes of a cosmic organism to evolve. 5.72 million! More than 5 times the size of the ripping beast. After reviewing the information about this large war bug, Qin Tian wasn't particularly surprised. After all, it belongs to the melee-type large species. Shadow Guards. After a moment's thought, Qin Tian decided on the name of the species. From now on, they will be responsible for protecting the mothership bug. Compared to the first 2, the last species seemed rather unremarkable. It is a defensive species that evolved under the orders of the Queen Mother. Approximately 1,000 meters in size. Its cylindrical body is covered with a thick layer of carapace. Low combat strength. Only a little over 1 million. And it has little offensive power. After a little thought, Qin Tian then gave up on propagating this type of large species as a branch of the race. Shield bugs already exist. There is no need to reproduce this type of purely defensive species. Back above the entire swarm, Qin Tian instantly released his will. Possession! A swarm of shield bugs gathered together. They immediately surged and flew towards the mothership insects. One after another, hundreds of meters tall bodies covered it up. The dense tentacles at the bottom pierced into the mothership's body. Even its mandibles clamped down on the mothership bug's flesh. Firmly hold your body in place. The two will form a parasitic relationship. The nutrients required by shield worms. It will also be extracted from the mothership bug. He glanced at the starship cannon bug. Qin Tian then ordered another group of shield worms to surge forward. Strengthen its external defenses. As for the Shadow Guardian warbugs, Qin Tian had no intention of going to unnecessary trouble. As a large melee species, the Queen Mother took defensive capabilities into account during her evolution. Its body is covered with a layer of insect carapace. Another layer of shield bugs attached. This will inevitably significantly reduce its speed and flexibility. Everything is arranged. Qin Tian began to control the tier beast to climb upwards rapidly. As the distance continues to increase, the entire massive space-based Zerg fleet gradually came into view. But what followed was an increasingly strong sense of insignificance. In fact, just as Qin Tian transferred his consciousness into the tearing beast that had flown into space, I already had a vague feeling about it. The newly evolved space races are all very large. Especially behemoths like the mothership bug, which are hundreds of thousands of meters long. Placed among ground species, it's utterly absurd and unrealistic. But for the boundless starry sky, they are truly like mayflies in the ocean. Just like looking down from Qin Tian's perspective at this moment. It's as inconspicuous as watching a flock of birds fly by in the sky from the ground. But a rudimentary Zerg fleet has already taken shape. Below, the mothership bug is located in the middle position. A gunner bug and a shadow guard bug guard each side. They were constantly surrounded by countless swarms of space war bugs. At first glance, we already have the confidence to explore the starry sky. Qin Tian glanced at the Zerg fleet. Then I looked at the dark, endless starry sky before me. Searching for and hunting star beasts? Chapter 130 The Great Battle Begins. Pre-battle rules. Chapter 130 The Great Battle Begins. Pre-battle rules, Martian Forbidden Zone. After Qin Tian delivered the new evolutionary will to his mother, he then looked up at the sky. Under his orders, the Zerg space fleet is returning in full force. The previous impulsive attempt to hunt star beasts in a moment of madness, it had already cooled down by then. In fact, given the current size of the Zerg fleet, it's definitely worth a try. But for this, he had to face two unavoidable problems. First, you must have a specific goal. The vastness of the universe. No matter how many star beasts survive, it's like a handful of sand scattered in the vast ocean. Moreover, the universe has no up, down, left, or right. If the fleet randomly chooses a direction and searches blindly, if you're lucky, you might run into one. If you're unlucky, even searching for 10 or 100 years will be in vain. However, this problem is easy to solve. He has just conveyed the evolution of a speed-type small space species. It is specifically designed for searching for traces of star beasts. Secondly, there's food. This is a problem that has been troubling him, and that he has no way to solve for the time being. Space tunnels on unclaimed planets. It can only be opened up within the Martian area. Stepping into the starry sky. Alternatively, they could find a habitable planet along the way and replenish their supplies there. Alternatively, they could breed a Zerg species as a food source. The former relies on probability. There are countless stars in the universe, but very few planets have evolved life. The latter is also unrealistic. Everything is governed by the law of conservation of energy. Even if a species with a very short growth cycle evolves, larvae also need to eat to grow. To put it another way, it feeds only on larvae. But what terrifying scale would the larvae need to reach? How can we satisfy the consumption of a massive population of millions, or even hundreds of millions or billions in the future? The food problem was not effectively solved. Qin Tian would never be so eager for quick success as to send a Zerg fleet deep into space. Otherwise, once trapped in the cosmic star field, with nowhere to go but to heaven and nowhere to go but to Earth, the entire fleet would be at risk of being wiped out. Outside world. With the 4 countries personally dispatching a large number of personnel, it only took 3 days. The damaged battle arena was then repaired and completed. And during this period, Each country sent several creators to supervise and watch over the construction day and night. This completely eliminates the possibility of anyone sabotaging it. The Four-Nation War, delayed for several days. The curtain finally rose the following day. Early in the morning, a massive influx of people from the city then surged toward the square in front of the palace. It filled every available space around the battle arena. It has even extended far into several surrounding streets. In midair. Furthermore, there were also numerous creators and dignitaries watching the battle, riding their mounts or traveling in airships and magical spaceships. The dense formations almost completely obscured the surrounding airspace. Far away, Lord Qin arrived slowly with a group of black dragon guards. Wherever they went, the dense crowd automatically pushed back to make way for each other. Lord! Lord! Arriving at the west platform, the creators of Pingxi Kingdom, who were participating in the war, all bowed and greeted them respectfully. Among these people, they were all elderly people with white hair and beards and hunched backs. His grandson is probably even older than Qin Tian. Moreover, all the clans under his command have evolved to their limits, and their individual combat strength is far superior to Qin Tian's. Some of them were even winners of the grand competition who were granted the title of Viscount. But no one dared to disrespect Qin Tian, who held the title of Earl. Whether it is Pingxi Kingdom or the other three kingdoms, the concept of nobility is deeply ingrained in people's minds. Insubordination. Not only is it a violation of the law, it was also a provocation against royal power. After all, the four countries never truly opened up to the outside world. The kings of each country are also princes. The protection of the peerage system was almost to the point of being harsh. Just like the day Qin Tian arrived in Wuhan City, to slaughter the entire Fang family so brazenly in public. That's the main reason. He's upholding royal authority. Lord, these are some rules of engagement. Please take a look. Fu Wahai handed over a document. Qin Tian took it and flipped through it briefly. Not much content. First, let's talk about the map on the battle stage. The map was drawn to a certain scale based on the entire Central Plains. Several palace models representing the capital city stand tall in the middle. The four directions, east, west, south, and north, correspond to the territories of the four kingdoms in the Central Plains. However, it is not within the scope of the four countries' overt or covert control to facilitate the calculation and division, excluding a few areas around the capital. The remaining Central Plains region is divided into 400 equal-sized areas. 100 per country. In other words, before the war, the four kingdoms initially possessed the same territory in the Central Plains. The area unit used. It was not the square kilometers that Qin Tian was familiar with. However, the difference is not significant and can be translated and replaced. According to the markings in the document, the Central Plains covers an area of approximately 1 million square kilometers. The four countries are rounded up to a whole number here. Total area, 1 million square kilometers. 250,000 per country. 100 creators. Each person is responsible for protecting 2,500 square kilometers of land. Everyone! I'm sure everyone is already familiar with the rules of the battle. But before we go to war, I think it's necessary to say a few words in front of the world. This battle, everyone should protect their own territory. The victor gains land. The loser loses land. This decision was reached after consultation and final agreement among the four countries. No country may renege on its promise midway. Otherwise, this is tantamount to declaring war on the other three countries. Therefore, please strictly abide by this rule and do not overstep or provoke anyone. High above the high platform, Fan Yixian personally took on the role of host, holding a high-frequency microphone. A serious gaze slowly swept across the crowd. He began by briefly explaining the rules of the battle. Certainly, He was just making a cameo appearance before the show started. This battle is unlike the grand competition in Linen. A designated host is needed to announce the results and arrange the next match. Once the battle begins, apart from the intermission after each game, the established process continues every day, until a final decision is reached. Fan Yixian patted his mount and left the battle arena. The creators of each participating nation ascended the high platform one by one. At first glance, a group of elderly people with white hair. There were very few middle-aged people among them. Young faces are even fewer. The creator is high above. On their respective planets, they could manipulate events with a flick of their wrist, rivaling even the gods. However, the issue of lifespan remains unavoidable. As for the elixir of immortality from Jinbei Kingdom, and the gene-enhancing potion from Anong Kingdom, it only increases by a small amount. When Qin Tian first transmigrated, they were extremely surprised and puzzled by this. The merged planet failed to grant the creator an increase in lifespan? But I gradually figured it out. The creator era of this world. It can actually be viewed as a special civilization system. A century. For a civilization. Like a newborn baby opening its eyes to explore this amazing new world. Clumsily making their way forward, confused and bewildered. Perhaps, in a few hundred years or even a few decades, someone will discover how to use merged planets to increase lifespan in the outside world. But right now, that's clearly still wishful thinking. Qin Tian's location. It is located to the right of the Jingnan Kingdom. And it was the area where the first row would engage in combat. This was a request he made to Fu Wahai after securing a spot in the competition. He didn't want to confront the powerful cultivators of the Jinbei Kingdom in the early stages. But no one had the patience to stand in line and wait for the person in front to be defeated and take their turn. So, we can only pick the easy targets first. The first battle was against the Jingnan Kingdom's opponent. Also an elderly woman. He is still in relatively good health. At least it wasn't hunched over and trembling like most of the creators who participated in the war. Between the two, there is an upward-pointing pipe standing there. A crystal ball is set in the center. The old man glanced at Qin Tian and didn't intend to waste any more words. Touched the crystal ball directly to prepare to enter the battlefield. Wait. My lord, I have a question to ask. Qin Tian raised his hand in a gesture. What is it? The other person paused. Qin Tian hesitated for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, Bember wants to ask. Do you have any air combat units? Chapter 131 The Light-Giving Device. You can kill slowly. Chapter 131 The Light-Giving Device. You slowly kill your way through the Four Kingdoms War. Unlike the Linen Grand Competition, where players take turns fighting one by one, this competition is different. Instead, they are done simultaneously. Every country will face rivals from the other two countries. Anyone who comes into contact with the infected person automatically enters the battlefield. Just like in real war. It's the same principle as a country dividing its forces to resist an invasion by two countries that share a border with it. For example, the Pingxi Kingdom had a total of 100 creators. On the left side of the stage, there were 50 people facing off against 50 people from Jinbei Kingdom. The 50 people on the right are facing the 50 people from Jingnan Kingdom. First battle. The 10 people in the first row. They will simultaneously fight against 5 people from Jinbei Kingdom and 5 people from Jingnan Kingdom. The same principle applies to the other 3 kingdoms. On the high platform. As more and more people enter the battlefield. From above each opponent, the projector began displaying battlefield images on light screens. Each side features 10 people battling, projecting 10 images. 4 sides. Ultimately, 40 battlefield scenes will be displayed. This battle. The 4 kingdoms are not motivated by money. They don't care about this small amount of profit. The main purpose was to divide up the territory of Zhongzhou. The construction of this simple open-air battle arena is a testament to this. Otherwise, they could simply spend some time building a large venue, like the Leningrad competition, and profit from selling tickets. The 4 countries issued an order to keep everything as simple as possible. End this battle as soon as possible. Those below cannot disobey orders. But where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. Interests that a country of this size cannot afford to consider. This could be considered extremely profitable for any family or power. How could they possibly give up this opportunity? A simple battle arena. It seems there's no way to profit from this. But there are always more solutions than problems. As battlefield scenes appeared one after another in midair, those creators and dignitaries who watched the battle, they all took out a handle-shaped device. This is a short-range remote control technology developed by a large family in Anong Kingdom based on the technology planet. Footage of 10 simultaneous battles within the country is lined up and crammed together. This will inevitably limit the size of the projected light screen. The handle device is similar to a thumbs-up button. Each person can select the battle they want to watch using the button above. The system will collect the number of people with the most data. A large light screen image is projected onto the 10 individual screens. Soon, under the control of those important figures in the air, corresponding to the 4 directions above the country's location, each of them then displays a separate battlefield scene. On the 3rd floor. That is, it is located at the very top of the 4 large screens. There is also a unique giant light screen. There are 2 types of light-giving tools. One type is the expensive VIP version, which is available to the creators and the powerful from the air. Another option is the cheaper, standard version, which is available to spectators on the ground. The system will determine the number of likes. Select the most popular battle scene from 40 and project it onto the giant light screen. Make it visible to everyone. However, the battle had just begun. The giant light screen has not yet displayed any images. To the right of the battle stage, Qin Tian looked at the old man opposite him. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. The reason I asked earlier was because the main reason is the creator symbol on the other person's clothes. It's not a magic icon. Rather, it is a plaque symbolizing a high level of martial arts civilization. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Tian realized he had asked a really stupid question. This also falls under the category of habitual thinking. In advanced martial arts civilizations, warriors generally cannot fight in the air. But since they were able to surpass those stronger magical civilizations and advance to the top 100 to represent the Qin Kingdom in the battle, how could they be ordinary weaklings? How could it be that it can't even do something as simple as flying? Really? The old man frowned immediately upon hearing this. His wrinkled face darkened slightly. He said with a hint of doubt and anger, "Is Marquis Wuan joking with this old man? Or is he mocking the lack of talent in my Qin Kingdom? Sorry to bother you, let's begin." Qin Tian was too lazy to explain. After saying that, he reached out and touched the crystal ball on the tube in front of him, sinking into his consciousness. After a moment, the battlefield scene was conveniently displayed on the tube connecting the crystal ball between the two. Within the battlefield, Qin Tian's consciousness stood in midair. The space below was filled with a dense, dark mass of war insects pouring out rapidly. Opposite, inside a newly opened spatial passage, a human warrior also emerged rapidly. These people were all strong and healthy, holding various weapons. They were wearing different suits of armor. Perhaps they received instructions from the creator in advance. It's also possible that they were overconfident in their strength. All the warriors who came out saw the enormous monster on the other side. I was only slightly surprised. They showed no sign of fear whatsoever. High martial arts civilization. I wonder what kind of energy they cultivate, and how strong they are. Qin Tian surveyed the ever-growing number of martial artists. Every civilization has many branches. The martial arts civilization is no exception. There are no rules or restrictions in this battle. Unlike grand tournaments, the battle won't wait until both sides have assembled before starting. The warriors charged at them as soon as they stepped out of the passage. The war insects below also roared and swept away. Buzz! With a slightly surprised expression on Qin Tian's face. Below, groups of martial artists were seen flashing red light, extending to weapons. It also suddenly unleashed several fiery red blades, each several feet long. Boom! Boom! With a series of loud bangs. The first martial artist to make contact leaped up and slashed down with his weapon. In an instant, he cleaved the war insect in front of him into several pieces. Even violent bursts of blade light scattered outwards. It transformed into streams of sharp energy that tore a small patch of war insects around it into pieces. Some rose directly into the air. It left trails of red afterimages as it met the war insects in the air. In an instant, limbs rained down from the sky. The rippling blade light also stirred up pieces of flesh on the ground, creating blank areas. The martial artists moved through the area as if it were empty. It advanced forward at a near-crushing pace and at a speed visible to the naked eye. The chi and blood cultivated. Even the weakest one should have the strength of a high-level martial artist. According to combat strength standards, probably over 1 million? Extraordinary civilizations are indeed ridiculously powerful. Qin Tian clicked his tongue in admiration. But that's all. Combat strength is merely an assessment of one's level of ability. It cannot determine the outcome of a battle, especially on the basis of large-scale legion operations without restrictions on the number of troops. This further diminishes the advantage of high combat power. Moreover, the first time encountering an extraordinary civilization, to test the opponent's skill level, the first to enter the fray are the lowest level killer and annihilator Zerg. The one-sided massacre was entirely expected. Qin Tian shifted his gaze away from the battlefield. He then turned his gaze to two rapidly fluctuating numbers in the air. The battlefield system used in this battle, Anon Kingdom, has probably undergone a complete upgrade. It can directly display the number of creatures deployed by both sides within the battlefield. Half an hour later, one of the numbers stopped. The number was capped at 5 million. On the ground battlefield, all that could be seen was the figure of a famous human warrior swiftly slaughtering war insects. But the other number is still fluctuating rapidly. Accompanying it is a continuous swarm of insects released from the passageway. It was as if they could not be killed or slaughtered completely. Time is passing quickly. The numbers are constantly hitting new highs. 10 million. 50 million. Emperor Wulin! I have a question. How many creatures do you still have left to fight? Upon seeing the number surpass 100 million, and when there was still no sign of it stopping, the elderly figure opposite finally couldn't help but send out a question. Qin Tian raised his eyes, looking at the old man who was staring at him. With a bit of mental fatigue, he opened his mouth and answered. Not much. Only 500 million. Kill him slowly. Chapter 132 King-level Massacre of a City. Emperor-level Annihilation of a Nation. Chapter 132 King-level Massacre of a City. Emperor-level Annihilation of a Nation above the battlefield. Opposite. The old man, the creator of the Jing'an Kingdom, fell into a prolonged silence. I don't know what it would be like to hear such a terrifying number as 500 million. Were they startled or terrified? Qin Tian withdrew his gaze. Let's look down at the battlefield again. The face on the consciousness body once again showed a look of listlessness. The weariness in his voice just now. It's not that I'm putting on airs or trying to show off. Rather, it is a real manifestation of a state. Since the start of the war, more than an hour has passed. 100 million war insects have just emerged. This means that all remaining 400 million war insects will enter the battlefield. It will take at least another 4 hours. Add the time spent fighting or being slaughtered by the opponent. This battle will take 7 or 8 hours. Previously, invasions of unclaimed planets involved hundreds of millions of invaders. The main thing is that you can wander around and take in the sights, and maybe even possess a war bug to do some reconnaissance, so it's not boring. I'm currently keeping a close eye on the battle scene. Not to mention it's boring and tedious. It can also easily cause mental fatigue. As for the death of the war insects, Qin Tian didn't take it to heart at all. Several days ago, he ordered the Queen Mother to do everything she could to propagate all the branch clans of the Insect Queen. Yesterday, the number of Killer Worm and Annihilator Worm Queens had already exceeded 100. And it continues to increase. One day on the outside is equivalent to 1 year on this planet. The 2 major groups of Insect Queens will each have at least a dozen more. But even if we calculate based on 100 queen insects, a single killer queen planet can breed 4,300 war bugs per day. The planet has a lifespan of over 1.56 million years. 100 queen insects equal a terrifying 156 million. Then take into account the population of the Slayer war bugs, the 3 major dragon races, and the other 3 subraces. The entire Zerg planet experiences a daily increase of 300 to 400 million in size every year. And as the number of queens increases, this number will continue to grow exponentially every day. So, the loss of a mere 500 million war insects. For Qin Tian, what does it even matter? Hey, sir! Kill him slowly. I'm going back now. Call me when you're done slaughtering. Qin Tian didn't want to waste any more time here. A consciousness was transmitted. Before the other party could answer, they floated directly into the space tunnel and returned to Mars. Outside the penalty area, Qin Tian came out, intending to check on the space race. Suddenly, I sensed a fluctuation emanating from my consciousness. He immediately flashed to the sky above the Queen Mother in the restricted area. Dominate! The space reconnaissance bug has completed its reproduction and growth. Even without the Queen Mother's reminder, Qin Tian also saw the group of new species floating in the air. 4 days outside. 4 years on the planet. The first batch of scout bugs were evolved by the Queen Mother. They have already completed their entire growth cycle. Qin Tian flashed to the front and arrived. The scout bug's body is very similar to that of the Shadow Guardian war bug, but it needs to be much larger. According to the message from the Queen Mother, the scout bug's bloated body is primarily for storing food, while maintaining speed, to maximize the time one can survive in space. I've gotten a general idea. Qin Tian then released his will. The order was given to send the reconnaissance insects into space to search for the star beasts. The vast majority of this group is destined to perish on the journey. After leaving Mars, in the vast universe, no matter how much food your body stores, it will eventually run out. If they don't find a habitable planet to replenish their food supply, they couldn't possibly survive. But that is their mission and the meaning of their existence. Every batch of reconnaissance insects that will be bred in the future, send them into space immediately. There's no need to wait for my command. In addition, Qin Tian glanced in the direction where the major clans were located on the ground. After thinking about it, he continued. The Killer Worm and Annihilator Worm Queen have multiplied to 200. The other 6 ground-based insect groups eventually reached 100 individuals. Stop everything. Then it will focus on multiplying all the space race queens. All queens are descended from the Queen Mother. 8 tribes on the ground. 5 ordinary war insect swarms in space. In addition to 2 large species and the newly formed scout bug. The Queen Mother can simultaneously incubate up to 16 queen eggs within her body. These eggs all require the Mother Queen's nutrients. There's also the mothership bug. Due to its special characteristics, the Queen Mother is unable to reproduce the Queen Mothership. only one can give birth to a child. If the number of queens is reduced, this can somewhat reduce the burden on the mother queen and increase the speed at which the parasite eggs develop within her body. Moreover, ground-based insectoids can only handle the first few battles at best. The current number and reproduction rate are more than sufficient. When facing even more powerful magical and cultivation civilizations, they will still have to rely on space war bugs. Several hours later, Qin Tian sensed the fluctuations of consciousness coming from the direction of the battlefield. Is it finally resolved? They returned to the battlefield. To Qin Tian's slight surprise, the battle is far from over. Instead, the swarm gained the upper hand. Originally, when he left, the enemy's millions of warriors had already pushed the slaughter zone into the spatial passage close to their side. But at this time, however, they were pushed back to the area between the two passageways. One by one, the warriors continued to slaughter the war insects before them. But it was clearly not as fierce and easy as when he first wiped out a large swarm of insects with a single strike. You can even see bloodstains on some of the people. A few were even engulfed by the swarm of insects. Hee. Is he exhausted? Qin Tian smiled. These martial artists are powerful. But ultimately, the human body has its limits. It is impossible to maintain a peak strength of 1 million combatants indefinitely. It's like someone chopping wood. The first cut easily cleaved it in two. The fifth cut might be a little difficult. The 10th cut might not be enough to split a piece of firewood completely. The 20th strike might even leave you so weak that you can't even control the blade. Not to mention, those martial artists weren't facing inanimate objects. Instead, they were swarms of ferocious, fearless war insects. Numbers in midair. It can display the number of remaining creatures on both sides of the battlefield in real time. There are currently over 100 million war bugs remaining. Few martial artists were lost. Only a little over 10,000 died in battle. Compared to a number of 5 million, it is almost negligible. But since casualties have occurred, this indicates that all the remaining martial artists have reached a certain limit. The battle continued. The death toll will inevitably increase rapidly. Opposite, the old creator floated over. At the same time, a consciousness was transmitted. Does the Marquis of Wuhan know a saying that is widely circulated in the high martial civilization? What? King-level massacre of a city. Emperor-level annihilation of a nation. What do you mean? The old man did not answer. He simply turned his head and looked into the distance. Qin Tian followed his gaze and looked over. Inside the opposite spatial passage, a man and a woman slowly flew out. The man was unarmed. The woman held a long knife. Under Qin Tian's questioning gaze, the man arrived at the densest part of the insect swarm almost instantly. Both fists erupted with a blinding red light. Immediately, he hurtled towards the swarm of insects on the ground like a meteor. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, like the explosion of a strategic-level technological weapon. Rings of violent shockwaves rose up and rapidly spread outwards. Wherever they went, one by one, the war insects turned into dust and fragments in an instant. At the same time, the number in midair decreased by more than 1 million. One punch to annihilate 1 million war insects? Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the long knife in the woman's hand suddenly glowed bright red. The blade's aura surged and instantly extended for hundreds of feet. Boom! The woman wielded a long knife and suddenly swept it horizontally. A series of ear-piercing sounds pierced the air. The overwhelming number of Slayer war bugs within sight instantly vaporized and disappeared. The numbers in the air have fallen by nearly 10 million again. Qin Tian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. This is what I call a king-level massacre of a city, or an emperor-level annihilation of a country. The realm of advanced martial arts civilization is divided into 7 levels. Primary grade, intermediate grade, advanced grade, king grade, Emperor grade, Saint grade, and God grade. King level and Emperor level martial artists are invincible on Earth. Slaughtering cities and destroying countries is as easy as pie. The old man glanced at Qin Tian. His tone carried an undisguised arrogance. So you want me to surrender? Qin Tian asked. Yes. Those 2 king-level and emperor-level warriors are my only 2 strongest combat forces. I had no intention of using it unless I was forced to. But since they've already taken the field, it means there's no suspense left in this battle. Therefore, Marquis Wuan, surrender. If you surrender now, you can still preserve some of your tribe and avoid extinction. Of course, to be honest, whether your clan is wiped out or not is of no concern to me. I just don't want to waste the strength of 2 subordinates. I am even less willing to waste the lives of my warriors. They are different from your stupid insects. They have feelings and concerns, and they are also connected to me. Many of them are people I watched grow up before they embarked on the path of martial arts. They are like my children. I can't bear to see any of them lose their precious lives for some lowly insects. It's not worth it. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian grinned. He laughed. He stepped forward and stood before the old man. Stare into the other person's eyes. He laughed and said, If it's just those first few sentences, I might make an exception and let you have some offspring. But you just had to say something that really annoyed me. A king-level martial artist and an emperor-level martial artist have emerged. You really think you're invincible? 1 punch to wipe out 1,000,000? Slaughtering millions with a single strike? Okay. Can. Qin Tian's smile faded, and his expression gradually turned cold. A powerful will burst forth instantly. The long quiet passageway. Swarm. Another torrential downpour. A sharp screech. Once again, it shattered the immersive battlefield. 500 million isn't enough for you to kill? All right. Then. Give me another billion! Chapter 133 Annihilate them all. Leave no one alive. Chapter 133 Exterminate them all. Leave no one alive. Ha! Lord Wuan is quite the joker. The old man was slightly taken aback. He laughed twice and shook his head slightly. Do you think Uncle Ben is bragging? Qin Tian asked. Yes, I don't believe you have 1 billion more living beings. The old man answered decisively. Don't say he doesn't believe it. This would be utter nonsense to any creator. A planet with intelligent life. Provided that it is possible to grow grains as a staple food. We still need to maintain the delicate ecological balance in nature. What's more, a biological civilization that feeds entirely on hunting other species. The previous amount was 500 million. This already greatly surprised the old man, and made him feel that it was unbelievable. He simply wouldn't believe it if it were twice as much. I had my suspicions. The main biological remains of Marquis Wuan are at most no more than 100 million. This should be all the quantity you have. I do not wish for too many casualties among my warriors, but that does not mean I cannot. Since the Marquis of Wuan brought about his own destruction. So, I will grant your wish. I will exterminate your entire race. The old man snorted coldly. His gaze swept across the distant battlefield. A man and a woman hovering in the air. They immediately transformed into 2 streaks of red light, and rushed into the swarm of insects. He did not use the previous earth-shattering punch and earth-shattering slash. That was clearly their ultimate move. It will definitely consume a lot of energy, and won't be used more than a few times. Even close combat inflicts extremely terrible casualties on the swarm. Where the 2 fought their way. Each war insect was as fragile as a sheet of paper. It burst into clumps of juice and shattered into pieces of minced meat that flew everywhere. Its body continued to charge and crash through the swarm of insects without stopping. From an aerial perspective, like a shooting star leaving a long, fiery red trail. 2 fiery red figures sped back and forth, darting about. in the vast expanse of black ocean. It leads to one blank route after another, like countless white lines drawn on a black sheet of paper. Further away, one by one, the martial artists followed the old man's will and commands. They launched a desperate counterattack. They unleashed the last of their vital energy and blood to launch a counterattack against the swarm of insects. High in the air, Qin Tian stood side by side with the old man. There was no unnecessary talk. It's like facing a dying person. Why bother arguing with them anymore? The screech of the war insects echoed across the land. The warrior's low roar pierced the sky. As the killing continued, casualties, it inevitably began to appear. The screams of the human race rose and fell across the battlefield. War between two races. There was no room for pity, nor for retreat. The moment they appeared on the battlefield, only death can bring peace. In the pitch black, surging swarm of insects, from time to time, one can see huge plumes of red blood mist rising up when a martial artist self-destructs. Before the deadline, they chose to perish together with the enemy. The violent energy was like a series of heavy bombs. It tore apart the bodies of the surrounding war insects. Time. It passed quickly amidst the relentless killing and the spilled blood and severed limbs. One of the sets of numbers jumping in the air. It easily surpassed 100 million and continued to rise, much to the old man's slight surprise. She frowned slightly. The old man glanced at Qin Tian beside him. Finally, he spoke up loudly. "Lord Wuan, I can give you one more chance." Qin Tian ignored it. He simply gazed calmly at the battlefield below where the fighting was taking place. Soon, when the number increased to 200 million, the old man couldn't help but say again, "Lord Wuan, why bother? Why must you allow your people to be wiped out for this battle? Take my advice and admit defeat. Tell your swarm to retreat, and I promise I won't pursue or harass you. I'll even leave you some seeds to reproduce." Qin Tian still ignored him. He kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield. I don't know how much time passed. Looking at those figures that have already surpassed 300 million and are approaching 400 million. The old man's eyes twitched. Finally, they abandoned their haughty attitude, turning to face Qin Tian. His tone carried a hint of pleading. "Lord Wuan, how about we call it a draw?" A smile curved Qin Tian's lips. He glanced at the battlefield again. Smiling, he looked at the old man and asked, "May I ask your age, sir?" "I am 78 years old this year." "That's quite an advanced age." Qin Tian nodded. Then, changing the subject, she asked with a hint of doubt, "But to have lived so long? But don't they understand that they should maintain a sense of awe towards people and things?" "That's fine then. You don't even have the most basic respect for your opponent. Are the lives of your human warriors so precious? Are Benber's Zerg lowly and inferior? But did you see that? Your laughable, precious, and powerful martial artists. Now. But they were slaughtered by Benber's war insects." Qin Tian pointed to the battlefield below. Under an endless swarm of insects. The number of martial artists who have died has long since exceeded 1 million. The entire battlefield. Everywhere you look, there's a wave of black Mercedes-Benzes. The remaining less than 4 million warriors were all at their last gasp. Together, they could barely hold off the onslaught of the war insects, completely losing their offensive and advancing capabilities. Even the man and woman, who were at the king and emperor levels respectively, showed clear signs of fatigue. The speed is not as fast as it was at the beginning. They also lost their unstoppable momentum in slaughtering the swarm of shuttles. At this moment, they are guarding the area outside the defensive circle formed by the martial artists, filling in the gaps and making up for any shortcomings. Wherever the war insects breached, they would dart over and clean it up. Once the two are exhausted and trapped by the swarm of insects, unable to extricate themselves for a while. Or perhaps it simply perished somewhere. The entire already precarious warrior defense group will collapse instantly. Ultimate fate. They could only be slaughtered by the swarm of insects. Yes, you don't understand these principles. So, then let Benber spend the last part of your life teaching you how to do things and treat people. In the next life. Remember, you can be high profile in your actions, but you must be low profile in your personal life. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian's command was issued instantly. The swarm of insects released at the entrance of the passage immediately split in two. One side veered to the left. The other one rushed rapidly to the right. After going around in circles, the two swarms of insects eventually converged at the exit of each other's passage. This blocked any possible escape route for the opposing martial artist. At the same time, one by one, mountain-like destroyer war insects began to appear at the entrance of the space passage. Under Qin Tian's gaze, the destroyer Zerg swarms lined up in rows. They all lowered their ferocious heads, their red eyes flashing. Following the encirclement opened by the swarm of killer insects, they charged madly towards the location of the martial artist with all their might. The earth roars. The roar shook the heavens. A loud noise. Finally, a hint of fear and panic appeared in the eyes of the man, woman, and countless martial artists. Lord Wulin! Are you really going to wipe them all out? The old man trembled and turned around angrily. She glared at Qin Tian with a hint of hysteria. Good! Just like Benber just said. To teach you a lesson. Benber's decision. Slaughter every warrior who enters the battlefield. Leave no one alive. Chapter 134 Slaughtering the Masses. Enraged to the point of vomiting blood. Chapter 134 Slaughter to the end. Enraged to the point of vomiting blood. Squeak! Within the battlefield, all the war insects looked up to the sky and cried out in unison. At the same moment, they launched their final attack on the martial artist. On the earth, the black swarms surged forth in waves, one after another. At the end of the line of sight, tens of thousands of destroyer warbugs, their mountain-like bodies swaying, charged forward. In midair, the man and woman watched as more and more gaps appeared in the defensive perimeter behind them. Then he looked at the newly appeared giant monsters. Fundus. They all revealed a sense of helplessness and despair. They might not be afraid if they were at their peak, but their exhausted and empty bodies spoke volumes about their current weakness. Buzz! A dim red light emanated from their bodies, concentrated in his fists and long sword. He dodged and faced the group of enormous monsters. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The bodies of the 100 destroyer war insects at the forefront fell down. Amidst the billowing dust, the figures of a man and a woman, trembling slightly, slowly came into view. The man among them. His face was flushed, and there were faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. It was clearly caused by the powerful charging momentum of the destroyer war bug and the recoil force from its hard carapace. The two caught their breaths for a moment, facing the second wave of massive war insects charging forward. He had no choice but to dash forward again. Depleted chi and blood, in addition to the injured body. This prevents them from achieving a one-hit kill like before. A finishing blow is needed when facing the third wave of enemies. They even had to maneuver for quite a while before they could barely kill him. But only a few hundred. Among countless enormous monsters, everything seemed so pale. Behind the two, the entire vast battlefield had already shown signs of a devastating defeat. Groups of martial artists were almost completely engulfed by the black swarm of insects. Die. Slaughter. Screams. It became the main theme on the battlefield. Last side. It seems to have received a command from the Creator. Numerous warriors gathered their strength and turned back, attempting to break through the swarm of insects and retreat back into the spatial passage. However, as the area with the heaviest defenses among the Zerg swarms on the entire battlefield. How could it be possible to break through so easily? One of the war insects died. 2 immediately pounced. Annihilation. Immediately, a large group of people filled the vacancies. Under the relentless and frenzied counterattack of countless war insects, the retreat route from the rear not only failed to advance even half a step. Instead, it was compressed inwards by a certain distance. From an aerial perspective, the black wave is rapidly encroaching forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. The human warrior's defensive zone shrank rapidly. The red light flashing within it was also decreasing, until one is completely immersed. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield area that can be seen within sight. Everything turned into a deep, dark black. All the war insects raised their heads. Their reddened eyes were fixed on the only man and woman remaining in the air above. Its screech and roar pierced the sky. The former prowess of both men is long gone. Her hair was disheveled and fluttering in the wind. The clothes were tattered like rags. It was covered in bloodstains and drops of liquid, and was full of filth. They raised their heads. His cloudy, dull eyes looked around. It seems they are trying to find the location of the Creator. But in the end, the two looked away in disappointment. He glanced around at the vast, seemingly endless swarm of insects. A resolute glint flashed across his ashen face. Kill! With 2 loud shouts. Among the swarm, the powerful shockwaves from the 2 self-destruction burst into the sky. On the high platform, the old man slowly opened his eyes, his expression blank. Looking at Qin Tian, who was staring at him, he opened his trembling lips. What do you want to say? But she could never bring herself to say it. Final. He turned around shakily and walked off the stage. His originally robust physique, it instantly became hunched over and bent over. In a completely blank mind, the voice that filled him with despair echoed continuously. 5 million mid to high level martial artists. They were all killed in battle, none survived. The 2 strongest king level and emperor level warriors. They all self-destructed and perished. Laugh. It seems they can no longer accept such a heavy blow. The old man's body trembled and he staggered. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. His face turned ashen in an instant. Hee. That's all the psychological resilience she has. You dare to look down on people like that? Qin Tian glanced at the old man being helped away by several guards from the Jing kingdom. He shook his head slightly. If the opening and closing of the spatial passage were not in the hands of the other party, he might then order the Zerg swarm to invade the enemy's planet. They slaughtered all the potential future martial arts prodigies in the region. He glanced around in the blink of an eye. His battle with the old man lasted the longest. It took a full 7 or 8 hours. The battles of the others had already ended. Some even stepped down midway through the match to rest before returning to the stage for a second round of competition. The 4 creators of Pingxi Kingdom who were originally standing beside him on the side of Jing Kingdom were now on the side of Jing Kingdom. The outcome has already been decided. As expected, all ended in defeat. Qin Tian looked towards the edge of the platform. At the 4 sides of the platform, each screen projects a small image showing the winner or loser. Above is a small map of Zhongzhou divided into countless irregular squares. It is exactly the same as the pattern carved on the tabletop underfoot. The difference is, the projected map now features color-coded divisions. The area representing Pingxi Kingdom is pale yellow. Jing'an Kingdom is deep blue. Anong is green. The Zhenbei Kingdom is deep red. At this time, the 5 areas on the left bordering Zhenbei Kingdom have all been replaced by deep red. Apart from the position where Qin Tian was standing, on the right side, and the small area where the old man had just been defeated turned pale yellow. The remaining 4 regions all turned deep blue and were occupied by the Jing Kingdom. The first round has 10 battlefields. 9 players were defeated. In fact, this was exactly what everyone expected. Millions of magical beasts versus millions of mages and cultivators. Without a numerical advantage, the individual strengths are vastly different. The outcome was already predetermined. Qin Tian won this battle. It was also thanks to their sheer size, dozens of times larger than the enemies. It took several times longer than a normal battle to slowly wear down the opponent. Relatively speaking, the losses can be described as extremely severe. A total of 1.5 billion war bugs. The death toll was a terrifying number, nearly 1 billion, with 70% of the population killed. With a sigh, Qin Tian was preparing to step down from the stage to rest for a while. But then he saw 4 creators from the Qin Kingdom, dressed in burqas, come up on stage and stand beside him. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face. The foot that had just been lifted was involuntarily lowered again. He opened his mouth and frowned, saying, "You." They occupied Benber's land. The 4 people looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems I didn't understand what he meant. This uncle is the governor of Wuhan Commandery, and his fief is Wuhan Commandery. You've taken Ben's land. Qin Tian pointed to himself. He then pointed to the map area representing the territory of Wuhan County at the feet of the 4 people. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. So, let's pack you all together. The 4 of them exchanged another glance. One of them said in disbelief, "What the Marquis of Wuhan means is, you want to take on all 4 of us by yourself?" Qin Tian nodded. He beckoned with his finger. He touched the crystal ball in front of him. I'm too lazy to waste time killing them one by one. Bring it on. The 4 of you. Attack together. Chapter 135 Magical Civilization. Alchemy System. Chapter 135 Magical Civilization. Beside the alchemical system platform. Located on the side of Pingxi Kingdom. Fu Wenhai looked at Qin Tian, who had emerged from his conscious state after his first victory on the stage. His perpetually listless and dejected expression. Finally, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Lord! We won! Tang Shanhe, standing beside Fu Wenhai. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. He was defeated by Qin Tian and replaced in the competition. He did not return to China but stayed. Subsequently, the 9 defeated creators who had participated in the battle suppressed their dejection. A slight smile appeared on their lips as well. After that, the people of Pingxi Kingdom standing on the ground, including the nation's own creators and dignitaries watching from above. At this moment, their faces, etched with the weariness of the war since its beginning. For the first time, they all showed expressions of joy. 9 consecutive losses. We finally won a game. But soon. Like a sweeping cold wind. Starting with Fu Wenhai, who was sitting at the very front. Even until the very end, the powerful and influential figures of Fang Pingxi Kingdom. The joy on everyone's faces slowly faded. A sense of loss has returned. This created a desolate atmosphere throughout the entire Pingxi Kingdom camp. The battle in which Lord Qin defeated Tang Shanhe. It's not a secret. It had already spread among the upper echelons of the country. Believe it or not. At the very least, they all received information that Lord Qin had 1.6 billion main biological entities under his command. It has now been confirmed. Witnessing firsthand that Lord Qin's battle involved a quantity of 1.5 billion. They defeated their rivals, the Qin Kingdom, on a massive scale. This certainly pleased them. But that's all. They all saw the information that had just appeared on the battlefield screen. Lord Qin mobilized almost his entire force. In the end, the losses amounted to as much as 70%, nearly 1 billion. What if we win one game? It was just a fleeting moment. With a remaining total of 600 million organisms. How should we play the next match? Even if we take a step back. Even if Lord Qin only loses 100 million in each battle. By himself alone. They were powerless to reverse the situation and had no chance against the 100 creators of Jinbei Kingdom and Jingnan Kingdom. In short, the loss of territory and land for the Pingxi Kingdom is now a foregone conclusion. In fact, everyone has long since accepted this cruel reality psychologically. Within the battlefield, Qin Tian's consciousness floated out again. The proposal was to fight four opponents. Dissatisfaction certainly played a part. But more importantly, I want to eliminate these crippled opponents as soon as possible. Those four just won a game. Both sides must have suffered some losses. He did not believe in the four defeated creators of the Pingxi Kingdom. Each side's millions of magical beasts couldn't even outnumber half of the other side's manpower. So, we'll have to face each other sooner or later. Rather than giving the other party time to breathe and recuperate. Why not take this opportunity to completely annihilate its remaining strength? Opposite. The four spatial passages opened one after another. The four creators of Jingnan Kingdom were the first to fly out. A deep sense of helplessness and anger was evident on everyone's face. Just finished a match. With losses on both sides. They hadn't planned to fight another battle and deplete their remaining manpower. They don't need to take action. With the same number of people, the remaining people of Pingxi Kingdom will be taken care of by other people in the country. But faced with the challenge posed by the Earl of Wuhan, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. The previous battle with the Marquis of Wuhan. They all saw it. The opponent still has at least 500 million living beings remaining. In a one-on-one situation, even if we win, we will suffer heavy losses. By working together, we can at least minimize the risk of even greater casualties. They're all alchemical magic systems? Under Qin Tian's gaze. The first ones to appear were at the four spatial passages opposite. He wasn't the magician I had imagined. Instead, they were magic cannons. Its appearance is very similar to the primitive howitzers that Qin Tian knew. A simple device consisting of a cannon barrel and 8 wheels. But it is much larger. A cannon barrel tens of meters long and a muzzle several meters in diameter. From a distance, they resemble a series of armored behemoths. Moreover, it does not require human intervention. It has its own mobility device. They are scattered on the ground, neatly arranged in a line. Following the appearance of the magic cannon, there were countless magical spaceships flying in the sky. The hull of these spaceships was also covered with numerous cannons. Those who came out later. They were magicians dressed in black robes. They all stood behind the magic cannons. Like other civilizations, magical civilizations also have many branches. Besides the mainstream cultivation systems, the most numerous system is alchemy. It's somewhat like a combination of magic and technology. The magical airships commonly seen in the Jingnan Kingdom are a common form of civilian transportation. It is a derivative product of this system. In midair, the four sets of numbers representing the opposing team's participation in the battle were rapidly changing. 100,000. Million. 5 million. It lasted for several hours. The fluctuating numbers gradually slowed down until they stopped. 1.5 million magic spaceships. 3 million magic cannons. 6 million magicians. A total of 10.5 million. Is this all the strength you have left? Qin Tian withdrew his gaze. They didn't launch an attack as impatiently as they had in the previous battle. Of the 100 creators from Jingnan Kingdom who participated in the war, high-level civilizations are, after all, a minority. There might even be only one person. Most of them still use the alchemical magic system or cultivation magic system that we see now. He must use this battle to gain experience for future battles. Buzz! Once the other party is ready. Qin Tian then relaxed his will. One by one, the war insects surged out. The black tide swept away wildly. Boom, boom, boom! Almost immediately after, the warbug swarm arrived in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly, thousands upon thousands of magic cannons on the opposite side shuddered. Huge bursts of magical energy projectiles rained down on the swarm of insects in an instant. It exploded into miniature mushroom clouds that shot into the sky. The internal war insects were instantly blown into pieces of flesh and corpses scattered all over the ground. Boom, boom, boom! Before the war insects could even get past, the carcasses of their own kind scattered on the ground. A dense barrage of magical energy projectiles rained down once more. Swarms of war insects swarmed in, amidst intense artillery fire. And then, large swathes of trees fell down, under the opponent's almost uninterrupted crossfire. The central area of the battlefield had been completely turned into a death zone. They didn't even need the magical airships in the sky to fire, relying solely on the ground-based magic cannon array. This has already prevented the entire swarm from crossing the median line even half a step. The role of those magicians? Just to charge the magic cannon? Qin Tian looked down at the group of mages who seemed to be channeling magic into the magic cannon. They did not pay attention to the death of the insect swarm. The insectoid killers deployed were the lowest level ones. 100 million. It was originally intended for testing purposes. The firepower is indeed very strong. We can't get past that forbidden zone of death in the middle. Unable to close the distance. They can only be destined to be slaughtered. However, the weaknesses are also quite obvious once you get close. But the other party should have some protective measures in place. Qin Tian pondered for a moment. His gaze then turned to the spatial passage. Not long after, swarms of lurker insects began pouring out of the passage. Chapter 136. Congratulations, Lord Earl. Defending the country's borders. Chapter 136. Congratulations, Lord. Defending the country's borders. Disperse. Within the battlefield. Under Qin Tian's command, the black swarm immediately halted its suicidal frontal charge. Two torrents surged to the left and right. The intention is quite obvious. It quickly attracted the other party's attention. The magical airships that had been hovering in the air immediately scattered in all directions. They are arranged in a figure-8 shape above the swarm of insects. The gun barrels outside the hull all pressed down. Boom! 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 A barrage of dense magical projectiles rained down instantly. They landed among two swarms of insects below, attempting to flank and attack from behind. At the same time, the magic cannon position in the distance. They began to move the cannon in an orderly and skillful manner. In midair, the magic spaceship's indiscriminate attack did not last long. As swarms of Slayer warbugs emerged from the spatial portal and surged forth. One by one, the magical ships had to raise their cannons. Instead, they turned their attention to threats from the air. But they also accomplished their tasks. The magic cannons below are now fully arrayed. From the original single-line formation, it transformed into a series of defensive formations. The cannon was aimed at all areas in all directions, leaving no blind spots. Protect against attacks from all directions. Outer ring position. A middle-aged male magician released a burst of magical power. Through the control magic orb embedded on the side of the magic cannon. Correct the cannon body that was slightly off-center. After confirming that everything is correct, he severed the control over the magic. Suddenly, he looked at the ground beneath his feet with some confusion. Frowning, he turned to his young companion who was controlling the magic cannon and said, "Do you sense that something is wrong?" "What?" "I always feel like there's something underground." "Underground? I don't notice anything unusual, Brand. Focus your attention on those nasty bugs." "All right." Brand shook his head. "I was just about to inject some more magic power into the magic cannon." "Call out." A sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang out. A bone spur as thick as an arm burst from the ground between the legs of the young companion. Under Bran's horrified gaze, it pierced through his entire body and sent him flying high into the air. Before he could even come to his senses, accompanied by another sound, Bran felt a piercing pain. The line of sight then quickly rose. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, the scene that was seen, it was the earth surging violently, and magicians and magic cannons that were lifted into the air and then crashed down from the ground. Opposite, Qin Tian stared blankly at the spectacular scene in the distance where the entire ground had been overturned. I was completely stunned. They really got wiped out in one fell swoop? Originally, it was just an attempt by the lurker war bugs to launch a sneak attack deep underground. To everyone's surprise, the other side was completely unprepared for the underground attack. A volley of bone spikes from millions of lurker insects. Not only did they succeed in one strike, it even destroyed the entire magic cannon position in an instant. Everything seemed very puzzling. But it actually happened right before my eyes. How is this possible? Damn it! When did those bugs get underground? Those magicians didn't even notice the insects underground? That bunch of useless trash! That bunch of idiots! In the distance, in midair, the four creators of Jing'an Kingdom stared at the wrecked, overturned magic cannon position below. His face turned ashen in an instant. They had just focused all their attention on the enemy's flying insects attacking the magic ship. They didn't even notice the movement on the ground. In fact, even if you notice it, you can't detect it. A swarm of hundreds of millions of insects, constantly multiplying, scattered across the vast, boundless battlefield. How could one possibly notice the disappearance of a mere few million war bugs based solely on visual observation? Oh! Qin Tian was stunned for a moment. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the remaining million-plus magical spaceships in the sky, the will surged forth once more. Roar! At the entrance to the lower space passage, the dragon's earth-shattering roar reverberated instantly. One after another, whip-tailed dragons, devouring dragons, and blue-spotted dragons surged out. It soared into the sky, rapidly flipping and swooping towards the magical airship. Boom! 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 A fierce barrage of artillery fire erupted. The dragon's massive body continued to fall. The slayer insects also fell like raindrops, but with an infinite number. Everything seemed so pale. Soon, some whip-tailed dragons broke through the magic spaceship's firepower coverage. It landed on the rapidly rising magical shield outside the spaceship. The three whip-tails whipped and pierced with sharp gusts of wind. Violent ripples spread across the protective shield. Gradually, more and more dragons and destroyer insects are swarming outside the shield. It almost completely obscured every part of the ship's hull. From a distance, they look like a series of pitch-black spheres. Although it is impossible to break through the shield on the spaceship in a short time. But the weight is getting heavier and heavier. This caused some magical spaceships to gradually become unstable. It started shaking violently and continuously. They plummeted to the ground, bursting into bursts of fire that shot into the sky. Outside world. Under the high platform, Fu Wenhai, Tang Shanhe, and a group of people from Pingxi Kingdom. From Qin Tian's initial confusion upon re-entering the scene, the astonishment of the four in World War I. Then came the astonishing annihilation of the magic cannon position, and the lingering shock of watching magical spaceships crashing to the ground, exploding, and bursting into flames on the screen. The emotions kept rising. It brought almost everyone to a standstill. Until the battlefield scene disappeared, Qin Tian broke free of consciousness, opened his eyes, and walked down from the high platform. Fu Wenhai was the first to wake up and quickly went to meet him. This old man congratulates you, Lord, on your consecutive victories. You have defended and expanded our territory. Congratulations, Lord Marquis. For defending the country's borders. Congratulations, Lord Marquis. For defending the country's borders. Other people from Pingxi also realized what was happening and bowed in congratulations. Even the creators and nobles of their own country, who were riding their mounts and floating in midair to watch the battle. They all hurriedly flew to the ground and lowered their bodies. Even the 4 defeated creators. He immediately knelt down, trembling all over. Regardless of what happens in the future. At least in this battle. Qin Tian reclaimed the territory they had lost in the war. That's all. That's enough to make them worship sincerely. Get up! Qin Tian waved his hand. I glanced at the dim sky. A hint of fatigue flashed across his face. They fought from dawn till dusk. More than 10 hours without stopping. In addition, they didn't even have time to eat in between. It really made him both hungry and tired. He declined Fu Wenhai's offer of a banquet. Qin Tian then returned to the hotel with the Parasite Queen and a group of Black Dragon guards. The 4 kingdoms war stipulated that only 2 matches could be played each day. After all, unlimited battles are extremely time-consuming. Qin Tian was among the last to emerge. After dinner, I took a nice, relaxing shower. Qin Tian was lying in bed, intending to get some rest. Suddenly, I sensed a fluctuation in my consciousness. And then, quite helplessly, it sank into Mars. Dominate! What's up? The slave has received feedback from the scout bug. Oh? You've found a star beast? Qin Tian perked up slightly and said with delight. No, Master, the scout bug discovered a planet with intelligent life, not far from our planet. Moreover, after the scout bug returned with the information, it was destroyed in outer space. I have sent 2 scout bugs from nearby to that planet, but they have not dared to get close. Outer space? Very close to us? Qin Tian frowned. Think about it a little. He immediately said. Order the mothership to set sail immediately and stand by. All other space races, prepare for war. Chapter 137 Heavenly Dust Sacred Domain. Trespassers will die. Chapter 137 Heavenly Dust Sacred Domain. Trespassers will die in the Martian Forbidden Zone. Qin Tian stood with his eyes closed. Submerge your consciousness into the swarm network. In the dimly lit cyberspace. Central location. It was a large, dense cluster of light spots. It almost coalesced into a sphere of light emitting a white glow. It illuminated a large area of space. This is clearly a swarm of insects from Mars. The largest and most numerous. Outside the central light sphere, there is also a small sphere of light. Although its size cannot compare to it. But its brightness is not much less. This must be the space group to which the mothership belongs. Within the space where the 2 light spheres are unequal in distance, there were also many scattered points of light. And it is moving quickly. Some had just escaped the area covered by the brightness of the 2 light spheres. Some are so deep in the darkness that they are almost invisible. These are probably reconnaissance insects scattered across the starry sky. Qin Tian expanded his vision and searched around. They quickly found 2 stationary points of light. It really is too close. They're still within the brightness range emitted by the Martian swarm's photospheres. Qin Tian attached his consciousness to one of the light spots representing the reconnaissance insect. After a brief period of darkness, a desolate and dark cosmic void slowly appears in the visual field. Fine. It's not a technological civilization. Qin Tian gazed at the azure planet at the edge of his vision. My slightly anxious heart finally relaxed a little. That planet's outer space. There were no floating steel warships. There are no products belonging to technological civilization. At first glance, it looks very clean. Qin Tian's biggest worry was encountering a mechanical race like Mokexing. On Mars, with the blessing of primal power, he fears no matter how powerful the unclaimed planetary races within the space tunnel are. In addition, they held absolute initiative. Opening and closing the spatial passage is entirely up to their will. Then they became even more fearless. But the civilizations on nearby planets are different. Our greatest reliance, primordial energy, will become useless. An active advantage can be completely turned into a passive one. Once a mechanical race appears, network coordination comparable to that of a swarm of insects. Compared to the greater efficiency of mass production of a large population, it could very well drag the entire planet Mars into an endless quagmire of war. Even a single intelligent life form with advanced technology would be extremely troublesome. It's not a technological civilization. Is it an extraordinary civilization? Qin Tian controlled the reconnaissance insect to slowly fly over. Since it is possible to kill a creature that roams the stars, it should at least have developed to the point of being a space-based sequence. Or it may possess corresponding space weapons. In sight. The blue planet is getting bigger and bigger. As soon as we stepped into outer space, a white dot of light appeared from within the planet, and it magnifies at a speed visible to the naked eye. It ascended into space almost instantaneously. It arrived in front of the scout bug in an instant. Humans? Cultivation civilization? Qin Tian was slightly surprised. The figure that appeared ahead was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face. Forehead protrusion. White clothes fluttering. He had an air of otherworldly wisdom and detachment. His body radiated a powerful spiritual energy that expanded and surged from his body. He treaded on the void as if walking on flat ground, completely at ease. What kind of creatures are you? How dare you repeatedly trespass into my heavenly dust star sacred domain? Just as Qin Tian was looking at it, suddenly, a booming sound, like thunder, echoed in my mind. Is this an attempt to communicate? Tianqian star? Sanctuary? Qin Tian was stunned. Immediately, without backing down, he retorted. Intrusion? Our race has not entered your planet. Why did you kill my kind of creatures without permission? The old man's expression froze for a moment. They seemed somewhat taken aback by the response. However, he quickly realized what was happening and said coldly, The star fields near Tianqian Star are all within the territory of my holy domain. Unauthorized trespassers shall die. Oh. Qin Tian found it amusing. His voice also involuntarily deepened. So, do you want to start a war with my people? The old man was silent for a moment. A moment of blankness flashed across his face. The next second, the old man's eyes shone brightly. External spiritual energy suddenly erupted. It generated violent ripples that spread outwards. Ants! Tianqian Star is my sacred ground. Leave immediately. From this day forward, you shall never set foot on Tianqian Star again. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind annihilating your entire race. The cold, stern voice disappeared. Instead, a long and ethereal melody was heard. Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. A short while later. Or control the scout bug to turn around and leave. Break free from consciousness. Qin Tian immediately opened the system interface to check on the space race. The current number of orcs has just surpassed 1 million. There are more than 10 million of the 3 types of space bug shells. The shield bugs stopped reproducing at his command when they reached 5 million. Purely defensive factions only need some reserves. The other 2 large species may be due to their complex genes or large size. The Queen's division efficiency is very poor. Moreover, the growth process is far too lengthy. It is far from being able to produce as many as the 3 major ordinary space races. The Shadow Guards have only multiplied to a little over 10,000. There are only about 20,000 Starship cannon bugs. As for the Mothership bug, only the Queen Mother can conceive and reproduce. The second egg that was just produced is still in the cocooning stage. But, overall, the development is progressing much faster than Qin Tian had initially predicted. Current population size. It can no longer be calculated simply. After all, the number of queens in each colony is constantly increasing. Close the system interface. Qin Tian looked at his mother and commanded. From today onwards, besides necessary eating, the Zerg fleet must not return to the ground. All space races that have completed their development must also be launched into space as soon as possible. Be ready for battle at all times. The principle of one cannot tolerate another snoring beside one's bed applies here. How could Qin Tian not understand? This is especially true in the vast universe where the dark forest theory applies. The two great civilizations were so close to each other. Sooner or later, a conflict will break out. It's just that the power of choice is in the hands of the more powerful party. After thinking about it, Qin Tian then said, if nothing happens during this period, at the earliest 30 years, at the latest 50 years, the Zerg fleet is advancing to attack Tianqian Star. The war between the four external countries should end in a little over a month at most. Now that I have free time, I can finally have more time. In addition, the Zerg fleet has also developed to a certain size. Regardless of whether Tianqian came to cause trouble or not, he must engage in an interstellar war between races. At least, we need to thoroughly understand this neighbor's background. The next day, the war between the four kingdoms continues. Yesterday's battle. Each country participated in 2 rounds of a total of 20 battles, with wins and losses on both sides. In Pingxi Kingdom suffered a complete defeat in all 10 battles against Jinbei Kingdom, as expected. They lost 10 territories. Between with Jingnan Kingdom. Because of Lord Qin, this dark horse. Instead of losing any territory, they miraculously gained a peace. Lord Bo Fukang! Lord Bo Fukang! As Qin Tian slowly approached. From Fuwahai. This included members of various families from Pingxi Kingdom who were watching the battle. All of them bowed in reverence. It's nothing like the perfunctory attitude I felt when I first arrived yesterday. Gentlemen. Arriving at the bottom of the battle stage, Qin Tian scanned the remaining creators who had participated in the battle. He opened his mouth and said, Benbo felt that the matches were too time-consuming and exhausting. So, Benber has a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Fu Wenhai immediately, on behalf of the creator, he declared, Please speak freely, Lord. Today, we will have 10 battles in 2 rounds against the Jingnan Kingdom. Please go first, and I will go last. Does the Earl intend to? Fu Wenhai narrowed his eyes. They seemed to understand the unspoken meaning. Good. Qin Tian nodded. He continued. Benber means, you all should first cripple the 10 people from Jingnan Kingdom. At last. Benbo, go on the field and finish off the enemies. Chapter 138 Reaping Heads. 1 against 10. Chapter 138 Reaping Heads. The idea of taking down 10 enemies single-handedly. Qin Tian actually had it yesterday. 2 matches. The first one-on-one match. It took nearly 8 hours to grind. They fought another 1 billion war bugs. In the second match, it was 1 against 4. It only took a little over 4 hours. Most of the time, his creatures would enter the arena and wear him down. The various war insects suffered losses of less than 500 million. In comparison, fighting a group of half-crippled opponents undoubtedly results in less loss and saves time and effort. Certainly, yesterday's events may have had an element of surprise. There's no guarantee that we'll achieve the same result if we try again. But no matter what, Qin Tian really didn't want to waste the whole day on battles. Let's just have a decisive battle and finish it off as soon as possible. Lord, what you mean is, are you confident in dealing with those crippled creators of the Jingnan Kingdom? Fu Wenhai asked with a hint of excitement. They clearly noticed the key point in Qin Tian's words. To defeat a crippled Jingnan kingdom opponent. Other creators of the same country who participated in the war could certainly achieve a complete victory. But a group. If Qin Tian could do that. This means that Pingxi Kingdom is very likely to retain all 50 pieces of territory located on the Jingnan Kingdom's side. It should be fine. Qin Tian didn't make his statement completely. In fact, to deal with the people of Jingnan Kingdom, there is currently no possibility of defeat. The ground-based insect swarm is no match for them. He could certainly utilize the space race. Unless one of the other side has also developed to the space stage. But the chances are very low. Jingnan Kingdom will definitely prioritize assigning these powerful individuals to Anong Kingdom. To confront the interstellar warships under the command of the creator of the Kingdom of Anong. This is actually the main reason why the people of Pingxi Kingdom knew that they were bound to lose this war between the four kingdoms. The powerful cultivators of Jinbei Kingdom can traverse the entire universe. Jingnan Middle School. Those who have mastered the mainstream magic system to a certain level can also travel through the starry sky. When the magical alchemy system is developed to a certain extent, it can even create space magic warships. The technological and cultural advancements of Anong are self-evident. Only the biological civilization of Pingxi Kingdom. Even the strongest force is limited to the ground. Putting aside the issue of being unable to devour alien creatures. It doesn't even discuss whether the food can successfully evolve after being swallowed. Only one star beast happened to land on the planet. At the same time, the probability of being hunted by the creator of biological civilization is infinitesimally close to zero. This essentially eliminates the possibility of biological civilization evolving into space creatures. Qin Tian also relied entirely on luck to obtain the genes of a cosmic creature larva, which enabled the entire Zerg race to transform into a star species. Otherwise, the path of evolution is equally long and uncertain. Therefore, like the kingdom of Pingxi, a civilization confined to the ground. How could they possibly be a match for other civilizations that possess space-based attack capabilities? They could wipe out all life on the surface with just one annihilation bomb. Lord, may I ask a question? How much of your main organism is left? Standing beside Fu Wenhai, Tang Shanhe couldn't help but speak up. A lot of. More than enough to take on 10 people at once. Qin Tian replied. He didn't know the specifics either. I only have a rough estimate in mind. After all, the number of each ethnic group is increasing rapidly every day. The information he possessed was also outdated. All right. There's no need to ask anything else. Qin Tian raised his hand to interrupt Fu Wenhai, who was about to speak. The gaze turned to all the participating creators. What Benber needs you to do? Only a little. Kill as many of your respective opponents as possible. To relieve Benber's stress. Upon hearing this, the group of creators exchanged glances. Without the slightest hesitation, they all bowed. Your Excellency can rest assured. We will certainly do our utmost. This was not a problem for them. No matter what. They all need to go out and fight anyway. My lord, I'll be right back. Fu Wenhai didn't ask any more questions. He got up and headed towards the area where the Jingnan Kingdom was located. Time is limited each day. There are only enough for 2 rounds of matches. They wanted Lord Qin to reap the rewards. The only option is to combine the first 2 rounds of 10 battles into one, and conduct them simultaneously. Regarding the issue of the number of sessions, we definitely need to talk to the person in charge of Jingnan Kingdom. Not long after, Fu Wenhai returned and nodded to Qin Tian. The Jingnan Kingdom also agreed. The Four Kingdoms War had virtually no rules or restrictions. The bottom line remains unchanged: the loser loses territory and the winner gains territory. The other issues can be decided by the 2 sides themselves if there are no objections. Soon, when the time for war arrives, the creators of the 4 nations have all taken the stage. On the Pingxi Kingdom side, the pillar inlaid with a crystal ball, originally used as a battlefield feature, in front of the 5 people in the second row, was moved to the position of the first row. As 10 players from each side entered the battlefield, the image on the light screen gradually appeared. Creators of 6 alchemy systems. The other 4. Is it a magic training system? Qin Tian glanced at the 10 people from the Jing'an Kingdom on the battlefield. The focus was on the mages who floated out of the spatial passages in 4 of the battlefields. The 2 sides didn't waste any time on it. After emerging from the passage, they charged at each other. Hordes of monsters and various spells cast by mages, and the towering rays of light emanating from the magical airships and magic cannons. In an instant, it filled the entire battlefield. This? Qin Tian stared at the battle for a moment. In the end, they could only helplessly turn their gaze away. I wanted to learn about those magic training systems before the battle, but I found that I had watched nothing at all. The dazzling light unleashed by countless spells obscured the battlefield. Even the large light screen on the second floor could not be clearly displayed, not to mention the tiny, cramped scenes below. I waited boredly for several hours. The blinding light finally subsided and came to a standstill. The outcome of the battle was as expected. All 10 creators of the Pingxi Kingdom were defeated. Qin Tian got up and stretched. He walked up to the high platform. Reach out your hand. In response to the 10 creators of the Jing'an Kingdom who had just exited consciousness, he beckoned with his finger. Hee, see that? Among the Jing'an Kingdom crowd watching the battle from midair, some people quickly noticed Qin Tian's provocative behavior. He laughed loudly. Is this Marquis of Wuan from Pingxi Kingdom planning to challenge several of our people again, just like yesterday? How utterly ridiculous! Does he really think my Jing'an Kingdom has no one to rely on? What he relies on is nothing more than those burrowing insects. Humph, he only benefited from the sneak attack after his defeat yesterday. The people of Jing'an looked down at the high platform below. They whispered amongst themselves, their faces showing disdain. Yesterday was the final battle between Pingxi Kingdom and Jing'an Kingdom. Due to the excessive duration, by the end, most people had left. Not many people stayed to watch the game. But the opponent has 1 player taking on all 4 of our players. And the unprecedented news of defeat. It still spread very quickly. Most of those who came to watch the match were people of high status and position, relying on their respective networks of connections. I've learned most of the details. Some even obtained concrete information. It is said that yesterday's battle has already attracted the attention of the Inspector General. That's right, Lord Gur has already made arrangements and prepared targeted wording. Oh? How exactly? Just wait and see how he dies. Under the high platform, Gray turned his head and glanced at the location where Fu Wahai of Pingxi Kingdom was. He then turned his head and squinted at Qin Tian on the stage. He smirked. He sneered. A bunch of naive fools. I was lucky and won once yesterday. Want to come a second time? Chapter 139 The Same Trick Repeated. A Thoughtful Act. Chapter 139 The Same Trick Repeated. A thoughtful act on the high platform. Faced with Qin Tian's provocation. Of the 10 creators of Jing'an Kingdom, an elderly man of rather plump build stepped forward. He asked to confirm. Is Marquis Wuan planning to challenge us all at once? Yes, Benber challenges all 10 of you. Qin Tian withdrew his hooking finger. Certainly. One of you may send out a soldier. You can also field half or all of your players. The choice is in your hands. Qin Tian pointed to the entire blank area beneath their feet. This represents the border between the 2 countries and the territory of Central State. The battle was won. The victor must first stand on the territory guarded by the defeated opponent. It's like declaring sovereignty. Subsequently, only when other creators of the same country go to confront the other side in the newly conquered territory. Only when the line collapses, Upon arriving in the territory of Pingxi Kingdom, Qin Tian can forcibly challenge anyone who crosses the border, and the other party cannot refuse. Just like yesterday when we fought those 4 creators of Jing'an Kingdom. Hee. Upon hearing this, none of the creators of Jing'an Kingdom felt the slightest surprise. They exchanged a smile instead. As expected. Yesterday's humiliating battle. Afterwards, the Jing'an Kingdom's Inspector General, Gray, also gave a briefing to all personnel. Everyone already knew the answer. Before the war, Pingxi Kingdom suddenly proposed changing and merging the 2 rounds of matches. Based on what happened yesterday, the people of Jing'an could roughly guess what was going on. However, it cannot be entirely certain that Wu Anhua, having tasted success, will come again. But just in case, regarding the arrangement of 10 players, Gray made the corresponding adjustments. As it turns out, they really dared to speak so arrogantly. And they've gone even further, no longer content with just challenging 4 people. Lord Wuan, oh Lord Wuan! You underestimate the Jing'an Kingdom! You underestimate us! The well-to-do old man chuckled and shook his head. He took another half-step forward and arrived at the territory of Pingxi Kingdom. The remaining 9 people also stepped forward and crossed the line at the same time. At their age. In addition, matters of national importance involve territorial interests. There will never be a naive scene like someone in their youthful arrogance saying, "I can handle you and me alone." The 2 sides gathered in front of the pillar. No further words were spoken, including Qin Tian. A total of 11 people touched the crystal ball in front of them together. The light curtain located above. The battlefield scene soon appeared. Within the battlefield, Qin Tian's consciousness floated out and rose into the sky. A swarm of black insects followed closely behind. Inside the enormous spatial passage, on it, swarms of Slayer war bugs and the 3 major dragon races quickly flew out. Below, it was a tidal wave of countless killer war bugs, destroyer war bugs, and lurker war bugs. In the last battle, in order to test the other party's strength and weakness, he deliberately waited until they had made all the necessary arrangements before launching the attack. This battle, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to give the enemy time to prepare and attack him. As soon as they entered, all the insects rushed forward at his command. The same applies to the other side. Inside the 10 spatial passages, one after another, magical airships flew in rapidly and turned around. Inside the densely packed rows of cannon muzzles on the side, in an instant, a deluge of magical energy projectiles erupted, almost forming a continuous barrage. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion. In the air. On the ground. Wherever the eye can see. All that could be seen were towering mushroom clouds bursting open and the shattered remains of war insects being blown away. Disperse! Qin Tian immediately unleashed his will. The swarm of insects that poured out of the passage quickly scattered and raced to the left and right. Spread out as far as possible, to avoid horrific casualties caused by excessively dense numbers. To buy time, Qin Tian looked at the countless magic cannons and mages that appeared behind the spatial passage opposite him. A magical spaceship firing at the swarm of insects. This was clearly to buy them time to prepare. But regarding this, he had no choice. They could only watch helplessly as the magic cannons rapidly and systematically formed an array. The 2 spatial passages were already extremely far apart. A sufficiently large battlefield area was reserved in the middle. Even if the swarm of insects charged at full speed, they wouldn't be able to reach it in a short time. What's more, there are also continuous attacks and obstructions from magical airships flying out at this time. Unlike the last battle, the magic cannons immediately formed a circular defensive formation upon entering the field. And besides the charging magicians, above them, at intervals, floated numerous groups of mages. Looking from afar, It completely covered the entire sky above the magic cannon position. Buzz! A surge of powerful magical energy suddenly emanated from the area. Mud swamp technique! Freezing barrier! All the airborne magicians began chanting spells while waving their wands. In the blink of an eye, a cold wind howled around the massive magic cannon emplacement. Tiny frosty patches quickly appeared on the ground, spreading out and eventually freezing into solidified ground. At the same time, around the outermost circle of the position, the soil churned up and quickly turned into a muddy swamp. They encircled the entire magic cannon emplacement. This created a barrier zone several meters long. Have you gotten smarter? Is this prepared to deal with the lurker war bug? Qin Tian smiled. Turn your attention to the central area of the battlefield. The swarm of lurker insectids, having already burrowed hundreds of meters underground, is slowly advancing. At his command, they immediately ceased concealing their whereabouts. They rose up one after another, forming tall mounds on the ground, and quickly rushed towards them. Hee, that Marquis of Wuhan really wants to use the same old trick again. It's ridiculous. Does he think we'd let him succeed in his sneak attack? With mud outside and frozen soil inside, how dare he order those underground insects to charge and kill? They're just courting death. Bring us as much as you want, we'll eat it all. Above the magic cannon emplacement, the group of creators from Jing'an Kingdom sneered as they watched the countless mounds of earth rapidly approaching from the distant land. In a short moment, the raised mound then lurked to the edge of the swampy mudflats. But just as they expected, then, in an instant, he fell into a state of deep concentration. Not long after, the mud was churning violently. The bodies of insects struggling within are faintly visible. He glanced at the countless mounds of earth still rising continuously from beneath the ground in the distance. Several of the creators of Jing'an Kingdom no longer hesitated. Immediately release your will. Below, the group of mages in the low sky raised their wands once more. The wrath of the earth! With the sound of chanting spells and shouts blending together, the ground outside the mud pit suddenly shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. The soil was shaking violently. Exciting. Extrusion. Within it lurked countless war insects. Or it could be pressed into a meat patty. Or be torn into pieces. The ground is constantly rising and wriggling mounds. It calmed down almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Opposite, Qin Tian withdrew his connection with the consciousness of the lurking insectoid swarm. He glanced at the group of Jing'an Kingdom creators who were staring at him with sneers. A smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, raise your head. Looking up at the sky thousands of meters above the magic cannon position. With his command, the massive swarm of corrupted insectids, which had already flown to that airspace and gathered there, was now a dark mass. At the same time, stopped flapping its wings. It fell freely downwards. Swarm of insects! Watch out for the swarm of insects above! Soon, the sky looked like a mass of insects pressing down from under dark clouds. This attracted the attention of some mages above the magic cannon position. They all spoke up and loudly reminded him. The next moment, wind blades, lightning, earth spikes, and all sorts of other spells appeared in a deluge from the sky. They attacked the swarm of insects that had landed. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Tian unconsciously closed his eyes. At the same time, a series of rapid, popping sounds rang in my ears. I can already picture the chilling scene that's about to unfold. I couldn't help but instinctively shiver again. And in a very considerate way, it gave those mages, whose faces were about to be covered in corrosive venom, a moment of chilling relief. Chapter 140 No Remains. Asteroid Debris. Chapter 140 No Remains. Outside the asteroid debris. On the Jing'an side. Creators and dignitaries in midair. And the spectators below. when you see the ground within the light screen battlefield covered in churned mounds of earth. As they swept towards the swampy mud outside the magic cannon position, almost as if committing suicide, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, is this Marquis of Wuhan from Pingxi Kingdom out of his mind? Such a large swamp, couldn't he see it? I think he had no other choice. Indeed, with the barriers of swamp and frozen soil, the sneak attack failed, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and order the burrowing worms to continue their attack. It's pointless. With a mage with a cultivation system protecting them, those insects can't possibly break through the defenses. The alchemical magic system focuses on the development of magical energy technology, researching and creating all sorts of magical machines. Mages are generally not of very high rank. Their strength is naturally not that great. Basically, this mainly involves injecting magic reserves into the magic energy machines. Just like the magic cannons and magic spaceships that fire magic projectiles, which are a kind of destructive energy body transformed from magic power. Magicians within a cultivation system are exactly the opposite. Focus on studying various forms of magic. This makes their combat power almost comparable to that of cultivators of the same level. The magic cannon position is intact, so there is no suspense in this battle at all. Of course, that was Lord G's original intention in arranging for 4 creators to cultivate the magic system. If nearly half of the magicians in the cultivation system hadn't been killed by those few people from Pingxi Kingdom, losing their offensive capabilities, this battle would have been much easier. It's enough to hold the magic cannon positions. With the help of the aerial magic ships, it's only a matter of time before we wipe out those insects. Alchemy-based mages are weak. But the magical machines it created, the widespread destructive power it causes is in no way inferior to the large-scale magic released by a mage with a cultivation system. Moreover, it can be mass-produced. It is far less difficult than cultivation. This is also the main reason why there are so many alchemical magic systems. On the other side, the region where Pingxi Kingdom is located. A group of spectators, including Fu Wenhai. They all frowned, their faces full of confusion. What is the Earl trying to do? Even if we're discovered, we don't have to go to our deaths like this. Yes, we can simply lie underground and wait for the right opportunity. Why rush things? At this moment, whether it is Jing'an Kingdom or Pingxi Kingdom, all eyes. They all instinctively focused on the underground swarm attacking a swampy area in front of the magic cannon position. Almost no one noticed the massive swarms of flying insects rapidly ascending into the air at the exit of the spatial passage behind them. In fact, a vast battlefield. Focusing on the screen image. A chaotic scene of countless swarms of various insects flying around in all directions. It's simply not enough for people to discern the details. Until the underground lurking war insect swarm was wiped out by the Earth's fury magic unleashed by the mages. As expected, the people of Jing'an Kingdom burst into loud laughter. The entire Pingxi Kingdom was plunged into a state of deep sorrow. Above the magic cannon emplacement, a swarm of insects descended like a black cloud, obscuring the sky. The expression on everyone's face froze instantly. Bang, bang, bang! Within the battlefield, high in the air, under the attack of countless spells, an endless cloud formed by hundreds of millions of corruptor exploding insects. In an instant, a series of rapid, crackling sounds rang out. A black, foul-smelling, corrosive, and highly toxic liquid. It was beyond description as simply a torrential downpour. It was more like a torrent of seawater being poured down from the sky. Aya! A high-pitched scream. A pitiful wail. It pierced the entire battlefield in an instant. And then it completely stopped in a very short time. The corrosive liquid of the insects. It can even melt through the carapace of the destroyer war bug in seconds. Moreover, the body of a mage is already weak and frail. When the water is poured over your face, almost immersed in corrosive liquid, the bodies of the magicians were completely melted away in just a few breaths. even if a few managed to release magical shields in time. But under the continuous onslaught of corrosive liquid, like giant waves crashing against one's face, he quickly lost his balance and fell from the sky. The magic shield vanished instantly upon losing control. Even if it falls onto a ground covered in corrosive liquid, it will still inevitably melt. Opposite. Until the screams stopped. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes. Subsequently, my eyelids twitched again. At the end of the line of sight, the entire magic cannon emplacement. It had completely turned into a vast ocean of corrosive liquid. What catches the eye? Thick plumes of black smoke were rising everywhere. Inside, besides the magic cannons that were submerged, soaked, and gradually melting and corroding, there was not a single magician in sight. Not even a single bone remained. And high in the sky, like an endless corrosive liquid, the water continues to fall without stopping. Each of the exploding bugs is the size of a basketball. Adding the hundreds of millions, they exploded simultaneously. One can only imagine how terrifying the corrosive liquid that was spilled must have been. The 10 creators of Jing'an Kingdom inside the arena were already frozen in place. The people from Jing'an and Pingxi kingdoms outside the stage were also collectively petrified. It's Qin Tian. He was stunned for quite a while. Coming to one's senses, he glanced at the millions of remaining magical ships in the sky. Qin Tian unleashed his will. Inside the lower spatial passage, the 3 major dragon races and the Annihilator war bugs surged out like a tidal wave once again. Without the support of the massive ground-based magic cannon array, just like when we fought the 4 creators last time, the destruction of the magic airship fleet, it's simply a matter of how much time it takes. Several hours later, Qin Tian withdrew from consciousness. Looking at the silent scene, he then glanced at the stunned expressions on everyone's faces below the stage. Qin Tian frowned in confusion. Even with the shock of the exploding bugs annihilating the magic cannon positions, it couldn't possibly last for several hours. What happened? Qin Tian followed the gaze of the crowd. Look to the left, towards the location where Pingxi Kingdom is fighting Zhenbei Kingdom. On the high platform, an elderly man from Pingxi Kingdom slumped to the ground, staring wide-eyed, pale-faced. Raised a violently trembling hand. He was pointing directly at the proud creator of the Northern Kingdom standing before him. This? Qin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. They looked up at the battlefield scene displayed on a light screen above them. Within the screen, a cultivator hangs in a dark starry sky. Far ahead in front of it, a planet. It is falling apart. Several massive pieces of celestial debris, and countless large and small pieces. They are slowly drifting and scattering in all directions. Qin Tian took a deep breath. He glanced at the creator of the Northern Kingdom on the platform. He then looked at the old man on the ground, who was trembling all over and had a deathly pale expression. He murmured in disbelief. This cultivator under the command of the creator of the Northern Kingdom. They actually took the planet created by the creator of the Pingxi Kingdom. For the whole. It's broken. Chapter 141: A slap in the face. Utter humiliation. Chapter 141: A slap in the face. Utter humiliation on and off the battle stage. The crows and magpies were completely silent and immersed in their surroundings. Everyone was like a statue. He stared blankly at the image of the collapsing star displayed on the light screen, until the cultivator in the scene transformed into a streak of light. It sped away, gradually disappearing into the dark, deep expanse of the universe. Everyone then came to their senses. The vast venue gradually began to regain some of its sound. The people of Zhenbei Kingdom chatted and laughed softly. It seems they received advance notice and were prepared. The look on everyone's face. It was simply the awe-inspiring sight of a planet being destroyed. Besides the shared unexpected color, the other 3 kingdoms, The expressions they displayed were all different. The Jing'an kingdom was equally shocked. They had no contact with the Zhenbei kingdom during this battle, so there was no conflict. The people of Anong. Amidst the shock, a hint of worry also surfaced. But it's not very strong. As for Pingxi kingdom, they then collectively revealed their deep sorrow and boundless anger. They all stared at the area where Zhenbei kingdom was located. Fu Wahai stood up with a gloomy expression. Climb up the high platform. They helped the elderly man from Pingxi kingdom to his feet. He raised his eyes and stared at the creator of the northern kingdom in front of him. She licked her lips a few times. In the end, they dared not speak out against their anger. He then turned to the audience and asked in a deep voice. Fan Yixian, how dare you break the rules of war? You've committed an act of annihilation. What makes you say that, Lord Fu? Fan Yixian lowered her eyelids. I glanced at the scattered celestial debris on the screen. He chuckled softly. The war between the four nations has no rules or restrictions, including whether or not a planet is destroyed. So how can it be considered a violation of the rules? You! Fu Wenhai's beard trembled with anger. His eyes were practically spitting fire. The war between the four kingdoms was indeed unrestricted. However, it is an unspoken understanding that everyone should avoid involving each other's planets. After all, over the past century, there has never been a precedent of a creator planet being destroyed. Moreover, in this battle, the races under the command of the creators of each country will determine the victor. There was no need to go to such lengths to commit such heinous and destructive acts. Having lost the planet, the creator has essentially severed the foundation. They will completely become ordinary people. All right, Lord Fu, there's no need to say anything more. The creator of the Northern Kingdom spoke up in a cold voice. I am setting a precedent in history. I just don't want to get entangled in this pointless mess with you ants anymore. Your defeat is inevitable. Why stubbornly continue the fight and invite further humiliation? The small Pingxi kingdom should not and has no right to participate in the Central Plains struggle. This battle is just a warning. I hope you will be sensible and surrender your remaining forces in the war against our country. If you still dare to recklessly go on stage, I wouldn't mind taking action again and annihilating all of your planets one by one. Fu Wenhai's expression changed. The intense sense of humiliation caused his body to tremble almost violently. The other party's words. It's not just a slap in the face to him, a special envoy of a nation. It is an insult to the dignity and national pride of the entire Pingxi kingdom. Suppressing the grief and anger in his heart, Fu Wenhai looked up and glanced at the Jing'an kingdom and the Anong kingdom below the stage. Grace simply turned his head away, pretending not to see it. Guo Wenzu remained silent and looked away. Upon seeing this, Fu Wenhai gave a bitter smile. A sense of desolation suddenly welled up in my heart. This is the tragedy of being a weak nation. Because of weakness. Because there are no space species that can threaten the other side. Then Zhenbei Kingdom can bully you and target you with impunity. You can only accept the rules set by the other party without having the power to change them in the slightest. The other two countries. If it doesn't concern you, don't get involved. The magicians of Jing'an Kingdom. Cultivating to the extreme allows one to set foot in space. There are also magical warships that traverse the starry sky. The Kingdom of Anong also possesses a large number of interstellar fleets. The Zhenbei Kingdom would not and dare not attempt to destroy their planet, since it does not involve their own interests. Why should someone change the rules for you? Evening. Inside the hotel, Qin Tian sat in the living room. A small video recording device was placed on the coffee table in front of them. The video is currently playing footage of the afternoon's battle where cultivators destroyed the creator planet of Pingxi Kingdom. No suppression using the source force? Has the source energy been completely exhausted? In the picture, that cultivator came from the battlefield of the unclaimed planet. He teleported instantly through the spatial portal of the creator of the Pingxi Kingdom to enter its planet. Then rapidly ascend into outer space. Ultimately, they used a magical artifact that radiated a dazzling divine light to destroy the entire planet. During this period, the creator of the Pingxi Kingdom never used his primordial energy to suppress or obliterate it. It's not that I don't want to. Probably not. It's not surprising at all. Creator of biological civilization. In the time it takes a few years for a planet to develop over thousands of years, that's a different story. They will basically devour all the ordinary species on this planet. To evolve one's primary biological species to its ultimate potential. Subsequently, they can only rely on the long years to slowly reproduce and evolve naturally. Good luck. Perhaps it can evolve again every few hundred years. Bad luck. It's possible that even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, we'll still be stuck in the same place. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the creators of the biological civilization, approximately 10 years after merging with the planet, that will use up both summoning opportunities. The creators who participated in this battle in Pingxi Kingdom were all elderly people over 50 years old. He had already summoned 2 creatures to accompany him. The original energy has been almost completely consumed. The remaining few. It will also be completely consumed over tens of thousands of years on the planet. For example, using the original source to experimentally evolve the races under its command to break through their limits. Lord Fu Wenhai has sent someone to invite you to his residence for a meeting. The parasite queen entered to report. Qin Tian reached out and turned off the recording. It must be about the subsequent war between the 4 kingdoms. We arrived at the inspector's residence by the hotel's airship. After entering the door, even from a distance, you could hear the arguments and shouting coming from inside. The Northern Kingdom has gone too far. I do not agree to surrender. What else can we do but surrender? Do we want to follow in Lord Lu's footsteps? Humph. If you're scared, you can just admit defeat. I don't have that kind of face. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that I'm being realistic. It's a situation where we're bound to lose. What good would it do to go on stage if not to become a laughingstock? This is utterly absurd. I, an old man, knowing I was doomed to defeat, went forward to uphold the dignity of the nation and to fight for that last bit of national spirit, only to become a laughingstock? What good is it for a country to pursue abstract ideas without focusing on practical matters, relying solely on momentary courage? Alright. We're on different paths, so let's not work together. No matter what you plan to do, I will never admit defeat. Even if it means the collapse and disintegration of my planet, I will lead all my races to storm into his Tianqian star and slaughter them all, taking some of that old bastard's cultivators with me. As Lord Qin appeared in the hall, the heated debate eventually subsided. He scanned the group of creators from the Pingxi Kingdom who were participating in the war. Qin Tian slowly walked up to the person who had just spoken. He asked, puzzled. If Benber didn't mishear what you just said, the planet of that creator of the Northern Kingdom is the name Tianqian Star? Chapter 142 Propagation and Inheritance. Slaughter and Annihilation. Chapter 142 Propagation and Inheritance. The entire massacre took only half an hour. Qin Tian then left the inspector's office. Fu Wenhai and a group of creators from Pingxi Kingdom. The matter under discussion. It's simply a matter of fighting or surrendering. With Qin Tian currently being the strongest among all the creators participating in the war in the entire Pingxi Kingdom, he is undoubtedly the strongest of his race. In addition, he was a dignified Earl of Pingxi Kingdom. In fact, it would have been entirely possible to suppress all the debate and come up with a definitive resolution. But regarding this, Qin Tian offered no opinion. Or rather, I can't be bothered with such trivial matters. Whether or not one joins the battle, it will have little impact on this fight. Furthermore, he couldn't care less about such trivial matters. Back at the hotel, Qin Tian took out a piece of intelligence that Fu Wenhai had gathered. It is information about the creator of the Northern Kingdom. All 4 countries are extremely strict in protecting information about their respective creators who are participating in the war. Fu Wenhai's share before the war. It's simple and rough, mostly blank. After 2 days of covert investigation, including the star-destroying battle that afternoon, targeted investigation and screening, I have obtained some general information. The creator of the Jinbei Kingdom was named Gu Tianqian. The planet's name is clearly derived from the last 2 digits of its original name. This is common among the creator. Also, it refers to the opponent's strength. Only one cultivator can set foot in space? Is it that neighbor? Qin Tian opened the video recording. After watching it carefully for a while, I had no choice but to give up. The small screen made it impossible to clearly see the cultivator's appearance. But based on just the name, it is difficult to determine whether the two are actually the same planet. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tian sank into his consciousness and entered the planet. He flashed above the Queen Mother. He commanded, "Contact all scouts in the sky. With that celestial star as the center. Search all directions for any debris or remnants of celestial bodies nearby." The planet merged by the Creator, scattered throughout the vast universe. It's possible they're in the same galaxy. They may also be located in different star systems, extremely far apart. Once you enter the other planet, without the spatial passage, if the distance is too far, this means that it is virtually impossible to return to the planet they are on. Since Gu Tianqian only has one cultivator who can set foot in the starry sky, they even dared to order it to enter the space portal of the creator of Pingxi Kingdom and destroy the entire planet. I'm not worried about losing this one and only strongest fighter. So, there is only one possibility left. The two people's planets are very close to each other. That cultivator could easily fly back on his own. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Queen Mother closed her eyes and began transmitting commands. The scout bugs only seek out star beasts, unless specific instructions are received. Even if they see celestial debris while passing by, they will simply ignore it and not report it. Outside the penalty area, there are 8 more spatial passages compared to the previous period. Every day, the Parasite Queen sends people to stake out the Planetary Business Guild in the capital, Wuhan Prefecture, and the even more distant Linen City. The orders to acquire other towns and cities in the Pingxi Kingdom had already been issued. After some time, an even larger number of wood elemental monster planets will be continuously delivered. Qin Tian darted around to survey the surroundings. We stopped briefly when passing by the Beast Star. After hesitating for a moment, I floated inside. "You've arrived!" Just out of the Beast Star space passage, Qian's voice appeared in my mind. Moreover, unlike the previous times, he was not full of resentment and sarcasm, and even used polite language, which was extremely rare. Hee. Qin Tian smiled. I came to the big tree and looked at the rock. "Speak, what is it? Do you want me to release you from the confinement area?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll allow you to move freely on this planet, but you'll need more bodyguards." Qin Tian agreed. Sometimes he had to admire this guy's tenacity. Since the rock arrived on the planet of 10,000 beasts, for several dozen days outside, on this planet, there are only a few decades. He consistently behaved very well and kept to himself. They eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep in an area around this big tree. However, considering that this guy has survived on Thundercloud Star for tens of thousands of years, a few decades is nothing. Besides, Qin then transmitted his voice. "Don't push your luck. No, the lifespan of this rock spirit bird I inhabit is at most a dozen years. I need to propagate and pass on my consciousness to prolong life." Qin Tian nodded. Qin was able to survive for tens of thousands of years. It relies on the rock to pass on its consciousness to the young through generations of reproduction. But if your entire tribe is gone, how will you reproduce? Qin Tian asked with some confusion. So I need to find a suitable warcraft race to breed and crossbreed. Qin Tian was speechless. I really wanted to ask Qin a question. Is the rock that lives here male or female? In the previous hundreds of generations, when experiencing mating with the consciousness of a human, do you feel anything? What kind of feeling would that be? It was fine before, since they were all of the same kind as the rock. Perhaps you'll get used to it after doing it a few times. But now they've been reduced to causing trouble with other monster groups. It must be said, in order to survive, this guy has truly endured far too much in silence. Alright, you can find a suitable race to breed on the Warcraft planet I've created. As long as you are on the planet. Unless it comes from his summons. Otherwise, Qin would never have been able to return to the outside world. Knowing the source method does not pose a threat to him. And it's still somewhat useful to him right now. I've come to see you mainly to ask you some questions. Please speak. It involves whether one can outlive the next generation. Qi Yin's attitude was much more respectful than before. Some of the cultivators under the command of the creator of the cultivation civilization are powerful enough to step into the starry sky. But why are those who summon the outside world not too strong? Qin Tian spoke up. Whether it's the cultivators summoned by the Northern Kingdom. He was a magician summoned by the Jing Kingdom. Aside from the limiting factor of external energy depletion preventing the replenishment of spiritual or magical power, their actual strength is also extremely limited. Let alone someone as powerful as Gu Tianchen, who roams the cosmos and destroys a planet. Even the massacre and annihilation of a city and a country by a man and a woman in the first battle against Jing'an could not be accomplished. The rock raised its head. Somewhat strangely. This is not a secret. Even if you don't know anything about cultivation civilization, you should be able to guess the general idea. Yes, but I need to confirm. The root cause is actually very simple. Cultivation requires the consumption of primordial energy, and the higher the realm, the greater the consumption. That's really true. Qin Tian murmured. Therefore, the creators of extraordinary civilizations all summoned their beings in advance. Otherwise, the source will be exhausted. What's the use of cultivating to a high level? This is probably the main reason why there aren't many powerful beings on planets with extraordinary civilizations who can set foot in space. Just like Gu Tianchen. The planet has existed for tens of thousands of years and there is only one person. Summon 2 cultivators to go out. It basically depleted 99% of its original essence. The remaining amount is simply not enough for more people to break through to a higher level. So fast? Qin Tian suddenly looked up at the spatial passage. Immediately returned to Mars and slipped into the restricted area. Overlord, the scout bugs have reported that they have discovered planetary debris. Qin Tian immersed his consciousness into the insect swarm network. From the perspective of one of the scout bugs. Sure enough, we saw a large, broken piece of a star floating in the sky. As expected. It's not too far from that star, Tianchen. Based on the distribution of scout bugs in the network, Mars, Tianchen, and the debris area form a straight line. Tianchen star is located in the middle. Distance from the wreckage area. It is less than 1/3 the size of Mars. Detaching from swarm network consciousness, Qin Tian did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. Order the mothership to stockpile sufficient food and lead all space races to Tianchen star. Is the Overlord preparing to go to war with Tianchen star? No! Qin Tian raised his hand. It's not just about starting a war. Tianchen star has seriously threatened the foundation of Mars. So, before the other side discovers Mars, we must strike first. Slaughter the entire life force of Tianchen star. Chapter 143 Reorganizing the Fleet. Outpost Base. Chapter 143 Reorganizing the Fleet. Outpost Base and Outer Space on Mars. The entire Zerg fleet descended rapidly at the Queen's summons. Inside the penalty area, the mothership's massive body lay horizontally on the ground. Pfft. The hatches around the abdomen and tail retracted and slowly opened. Under high pressure, streams of air shot out from the living chamber. It unleashed a series of dense and intense sonic booms, like howling winds. Countless killer war insects, already waiting in the wings. They immediately began dragging the corpses of monsters into the cabin. The mothership worm appears to have a massive body over 500,000 meters long. But compared to spacefaring groups that are hundreds of meters tall, it's still too small. It can only be used for storing food and queen insects. Qin Tian sighed softly. Even the smallest explosive insects, with a diameter of only tens of meters, it can only accommodate tens of thousands of them. For the space population, which numbers in the tens of millions, it is almost negligible. Qin Tian opened the system interface and took a look. There are currently 13 ribbed beast insects. The number of shield worm queens is fixed at 10. The maximum number of queens for the 3 types of explosive insects was 26 each. There are 5 Night Guardians and 5 Starship Cannon queens. After a moment's consideration, Qin Tian then released his will. Order 10 queens of each of the 5 common space warbug types. And all 2 large species of insect queens entered the mothership insect's living chamber. More than 2 million rift beasts. There are more than 30 million of each of the 3 types of explosive insects. 5 million shield bugs. More than 20,000 shadow guards and more than 40,000 starship cannon bugs. More than a day. That is, a little over a year of reproduction on the planet. This more than doubled the size of the entire space population. But compared to ground-based populations, their reproduction rate is already very slow. Especially now, when combat power is urgently needed. Qin Tian raised his eyes. Under its will, among the starship cannons swarm high in the sky, 30,000 fell. It is distributed in 3 hierarchical sequences, upper, middle, and lower. 10,000 on each floor. Immediately, Qin Tian spread his will once again. The number of hatching explosive insects, highly toxic explosive insects, and parasitic explosive insect swarms each decreased by 30 million. They converged into a swarm of 10,000 starship cannon worms on 3 different levels. 3 types of small long-range attack fleets were formed. Some of the exploding bugs entered the living chamber inside the starship cannon bugs opening. With sufficient firepower, it can conduct air strikes at any time. Compared to a mothership, the internal space of a starship cannon bug that is less than 10,000 meters long is even smaller. It's already the limit to accommodate 500 exploding insects. This means that only 500 shells can be loaded at a time. It'll probably be gone after a dozen or so salvos. The best way. After storing several exploding bugs directly inside the starship cannon bug, the insects continue to reproduce and multiply to ensure a continuous supply of ammunition. However, given the current scarcity of the queen of the burrowing insects, it's simply impossible to achieve. The remaining 2 groups. Qin Tian chose an integer. 2 million rift beasts. 20,000 night guardian war insects. The reorganization is complete. The first Zerg interstellar long-range combat fleet has largely taken shape. A mothership insect. The 5 common space populations each had 10 female worms. 5 queens from each of the 2 large space colonies. The main combat unit, the Ripper, has 2 million units. 10,000 of each of the 3 types of starship cannon bugs. The stockpile of exploding shells is 30 million each. Shield bugs supply 5 million. 20,000 shadow guards protecting the mothership bug. Not many. However, it possesses a certain degree of combat and strike capability. The number of scout bugs has now reached tens of thousands. All scattered throughout the starry sky. Some have even ventured beyond the boundaries of their own galaxy. Qin Tian immersed his consciousness into the insect swarm network. An order was issued. Soon, the tens of thousands of light spots represent the scout insects. A dozen or so of them came to a standstill. These hovering scout bugs. This indicates that a star exists in the surrounding airspace. Qin Tian possessed his consciousness and examined each one. 2 planets were selected from them. The common point is that it's not too far from Tianqian star. Both are at a similar distance between Tianqian star and that broken planet. In comparison, after weighing the options for a while, Qin Tian chose one of the planets. If we disregard the concept of space, it is roughly located in the southeast direction of Tianqian star. That is, on the route slightly to the right between Mars and Tianqian. This planet will serve as an outpost for the expeditionary fleet's attack. The First Interstellar War. Even if you only need to face one cultivator, Qin Tian also maintained sufficient rationality and caution. The role of outpost bases. Firstly, as a deception point. To mislead the enemy into thinking it is the homeworld of the Zerg. If the attack fails, it can attract the enemy's attention. This would prevent the foundations of Mars from being put at risk. In the cosmic star field, once the location of the home planet is revealed, this would be extremely dangerous, even catastrophic, for any ethnic group. Secondly, it is also used for fleet assembly, destroying a star in the blink of an eye. One can imagine how powerful that cultivator from Tianqian star must be. With only a Zerg fleet of tens of millions, there is simply no way to guarantee a high success rate in an encirclement and suppression operation. According to Qin Tian's plan, at least 10 times the current quantity is needed to ensure everything goes smoothly. Exit cyberspace. Qin Tian flashed into the sky. I glanced at the mothership insect, which had already completed its food reserves. The next moment, all newly formed space races, under their will, they surged and ascended into space. Beyond space, Qin Tian attached his consciousness to a tearing beast. Control it to break away from the group and climb upwards to open up the view. From a distance, navigating with the mothership bug as the center, Shadow Guardian war bugs hovered on the left and right sides. The 3 starship cannon bugs led their respective massive insected armies, positioned at the top and bottom. The outermost group of torn beasts spun and circled tightly. The entire fleet formed an extremely tight spiral battle formation and sped toward the outpost. As they drift further and further apart, it soon turned into a black dot and disappeared from sight. Break free from consciousness. Qin Tian gazed at the now empty restricted area. His brows gradually furrowed. The first expeditionary fleet has set sail. He had to face a very tricky problem. How to breed more space races in the shortest amount of time. According to his original plan, they will not attack Tianqian star until a month later. Now they are forced to act prematurely. This is not just for the sake of the four-nation war outside. It was also to eliminate its threat to the foundations of Mars. Gu Tianqian's ruthless methods towards the creator of Pingxi Kingdom. God knows what he did after discovering Mars. Will he go mad and order his cultivators to carry out another planet-destroying act? The consciousness falling from the high sky. His gaze inadvertently swept over the Queen Mother's body below. Qin Tian was suddenly taken aback. As if he had thought of something, he immediately asked the Queen Mother, "Can primordial energy promote the development of the Queen's eggs?" "Your Majesty, this servant is also unable to confirm. But it should be feasible." Qin Tian recalled for a moment. "I remember my mother back then. It was only through the power of its original energy that it was able to hatch and grow in just a few days." Open the system interface. 8 newly developed wood attribute planets. This has caused the Martian origin to surge by a staggering 2 million units in just a few days. Qin Tian thought about it for a moment. I decided to stop hesitating and wavering. Burst forth with will. Immediately, thick streams of primordial energy, resembling a fog, spread across the Martian surface and surged toward the Queen Mother. Based on the current growth trend of the source. In addition, there were the wood attribute planets that were subsequently provided. Even if it's wasted and useless, there's no need to feel bad. The next day, early in the morning, led by a black dragon bodyguard, Fu Wahai, we arrived at the top floor of the hotel. My lord, you wanted to see me? Fu Wahai entered the room, bowed, and looked at Qin Tian, who was sitting in the living room, and asked, Well, Benber needs you to do something. Please speak, Your Excellency. To delay the war? This? What? You can't do it? Qin Tian frowned slightly and glanced at Fu Wahai. No, my lord, stalling for time is not the problem. What I want to ask is... Purpose? Qin Tian interrupted Fu Wahai. Looking out the window towards the battle arena, he pointed. Give Benber some time to develop and reproduce his people. Benbo will do it for you. Raise the entire Tianqian star to the ground. Chapter 144 Be patient. Let's wait and see. Chapter 144 Be patient. Let's wait and see. It's passing by quickly. A few days later. Inside the hotel's penthouse suite. The parasite queen pushed open the door and entered. He approached Qin Tian, who was eating breakfast. My lord, Fu Wahai sent word that they can no longer delay and will return to the battlefield today. 5 days should be enough. Qin Tian took a napkin and wiped his mouth. A few days ago, Fu Wahai used the excuse that whether or not to surrender needed to be reported to the king. The fighting on the Pingxi side was suspended. Neither Jinbei Kingdom nor Jing'an Kingdom made things difficult for them. The decision to surrender rests with the king. This is perfectly reasonable. Certainly. It's just an excuse to delay. Jinbei Kingdom threatened to destroy the star. It concerns the fundamental question of the creator. Given the inevitable defeat, even the Prince of Pingxi could not force him. Whether to surrender or fight is a decision the creators themselves must weigh. In other words, do we have 3 days left? Qin Tian asked. The first round of the competition. 2 battles are fought between different countries every day. 5 players per game. In summary, it will be completed in 5 days. They had already participated in the 4 battles over the previous 2 days. And in the second round of the competition. This raises the question of whether to fight or negotiate. For example, if the Jinbei Kingdom and the Jing'an Kingdom occupied most or all of the land of the other 2 kingdoms. The border has been joined. It's highly unlikely they'll continue fighting. But if we sit down to negotiate, the time required will not be completed in just 1 or 2 days. Yes, Your Excellency. That's what the parasite queen replied. Okay, continue to keep an eye on the battle arena and report any developments immediately. Qin Tian gave an instruction. Just like a few days ago, they entered Mars. The primordial energy induced the hatching of insect eggs, which was confirmed on the second day. Qin Tian was not surprised at all. Of course. Otherwise, how could the Queen Mother have grown up so quickly? The consciousness manifested within the restricted area. Qin Tian immediately extracted the primordial energy of Mars and injected it into the Queen Mother's body. It has almost become the norm. During this period of time, every day, the killer war bugs and annihilator war bugs plunder the primal energy from 8 wood elemental planets. At least several 100,000. Up to millions. Qin Tian provided everything to the Empress Mother without reservation. Help it accelerate the development of insect eggs. The results are obvious. At this moment, within the restricted area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, wherever the eye falls, it was filled with countless queens and eggs of space creatures of all sizes. Even the mothership's insect eggs laid 7. Moreover, It has broken out of its cocoon and grown rapidly to a size larger than the second naturally grown mothership insect. Just like the Empress Dowager back then. The eggs that reproduce contain a vast amount of primordial energy. It can accelerate the development of eggs into larvae and then into adults in a way that forces growth. In another area, the first few batches of queen insects that hatched have already grown up. There are more than 100 of them. Yesterday, the first batch of space war bugs produced has also passed its growth stage. They began to steadily increase the number of war bugs every day. 30 tier beast insect queens. 80 queen insects of the 3 major explosive insects. 12 starship cannon bugs and 7 shadow guard queen bugs. In another 2 days, the 7 mothership bugs should be fully developed. Qin Tian stared at the system interface. He glanced again at the locations of the mothership insects whose growth was accelerated by primal energy. I did a mental calculation. Each tier beast bug on the planet produces 350 per day, resulting in a sustainable population of over 120,000 per year. There are nearly 500,000 queens of the 3 types of explosive insects. The interstellar cannon worm is 20,000. There are only a little over 10,000 shadow guards. Including today, there are still 4 days left. It takes 4 years on the planet. Even excluding the various queen insects that hatched afterward. If we consider the size of the first expeditionary fleet, matching 7 mothership worms, there is more than enough room to build 7 new fleets, including the one at the outpost. Although it did not reach the initial estimate of a minimum of 10 fleets. But we can also try an offensive. To bring my thoughts back to the present, Qin Tian unleashed his will once again. Buzz! The reserve tens of thousands of units of primordial energy immediately, and rapidly spread and converged in one place. It then began to collapse under intense pressure. Soon, a spatial rift was torn open. The silhouette of a mothership insect can be clearly seen inside. And the surrounding area was swarming with countless space war bugs. That was the outpost planet where the first expeditionary fleet was located. The principle of spatial channels. It is based on the coordinates of the corresponding planet. For example, there are stable spatial channels existing between creators. Or perhaps a spatial rift forcibly torn open by external forces. Similarly, using a Zerg unit as the coordinate point, it is also entirely possible to open a spatial passage. This spatial rift links the outpost planet. Actually, it's pretty much the same as the outside world. The difference is, because they are in the same cosmic plane, there was no energy turbulence inside the crack, unlike the flow leading to the outside. It allows Zerg creatures to enter and exit freely without the need for the protection of primordial energy. As the crack opens to a sufficient size, swarms of Slayer warbugs, clutching the corpses of monsters, began to surge into the crevice. The first expeditionary fleet carried limited food supplies. Only enough for the journey. During this period, Qin Tian relied on this method of feeding to replenish his food supply. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day the war began. After disappearing for several days, Lord Qin reappeared on the battlefield. Lord! Lord! Fu Wahai led a group of participating creators in a resounding welcome. A hint of anticipation flickered across everyone's face. Especially Fu Wahai. The intense expectation in his eyes almost transformed into sharp glints. A few days ago, regarding Qin Tian's promise, even a fool could understand its deeper meaning. To defeat the cultivators under Gu Tianchen of Jinbei Kingdom. At the very least, the main biological population needs to evolve into a space species. In other words, Qin Tian has evolved to this level. Although he couldn't imagine. I can't believe it. It's impossible to know whether it's true or not. But I always held on to a sliver of hope. Others also gleaned some information from Fu Wahai. They shared the same thoughts. Someone wanted to come and ask for clarification. But they were also afraid that it was all just a joke or boasting by Lord Qin. Therefore, I've been keeping it all inside. One can imagine the torment they have endured these past few days, especially with the repeated defeats after the start of the war. This made them feel an indescribable sense of endless frustration. Gentlemen, before climbing the platform, looking at the burning gazes in everyone's eyes, Qin Tian paused for a moment. Turning around, he said, "The face I've lost these past few days. The humiliation I've suffered during this period. I'll help you find it. Everyone, please be patient and wait and see. Look at Ben. How to destroy the entire Jinbei kingdom." Chapter 145. If you want war, then let's fight. What a show-off. Chapter 145. If you want war, then let's fight. You're really good at showing off. You'll crush the entire Jinbei kingdom. If a few more years pass, it will be like slaughtering chickens and dogs. But right now, that statement does sound a bit pretentious. Among the creators who participated in the war in Jinbei kingdom, Qin Tian is not the only cultivator with the ability to traverse the starry sky. The vast majority were deployed to the Anton side to counter its interstellar warships. Sending Qin Tian was already a great luxury. Like Jingnan kingdom, there were no extra top-tier personnel to deal with Pingxi kingdom. But then again, spacefaring populations are a deterrent force in themselves. It's just like how Qin Tian's act of destroying stars overwhelmed most of the Western kingdom's participation in the war against the Creator. One person was defeated. It's not that different from the meaning of defeating everyone. Furthermore, given Qin Tian's current reproductive efficiency, which is willing to exhaust all of his daily plundering of origin energy, try every possible means to delay the inevitable. Destroying Jinbei kingdom was no easy feat. But it's by no means a pipe dream. On the battle stage, creators from various countries began to appear one after another. There are 30 matches remaining in the first 3 days. As expected, the entire Pingxi kingdom was defeated. The right side of the platform originally belonged to the 50 pieces of land of the Pingxi kingdom. At this moment, the place was filled with the creators of the Jingnan kingdom. Qin Tian ascended the high platform. His body paused for a moment. He slowly raised his eyes and looked to the right. Wherever his gaze swept, one by one, the creators of Jingnan kingdom subconsciously looked away, not daring to meet his gaze. Their expressions were filled with panic and fear. Qin Tian's initial triumph in defeating 10 people single-handedly, although it was temporarily overshadowed by Qin Tian's devastating act of destroying stars. However, the Jingnan kingdom was shocked and horrified by this afterward. Especially for the remaining 30 creators of Jingnan kingdom who have not yet taken the stage. A strong sense of despair almost rose up. It's true that even if the 10 players from our country won a match, they would all be severely injured. They could be combined to be at least equivalent to 4 or 5 people in their prime. Even so, they were all slaughtered by the other side. And who can rival it? Fortunately, I didn't see Qin Tian for several days afterward. Everyone speculated that his forces were exhausted and unable to fight anymore. Finally, the tension was released. But who could have predicted that Qin Tian would return after only a few days? Since he dared to go on stage, they would never just come to make a formality. Damn it! Just how many creatures does this Marquis of Wuhan have? How could his tribe multiply so quickly? How could his planet possibly have so many common species as food? Don't those damned insects need to eat to survive? There must be over 1 billion dead in total. Could it be that he still has over 1 billion? The faces of the Jingnan kingdom's creators on the stage darkened. They were thinking about the same question almost simultaneously. But this problem, even the people of Pingxi kingdom didn't know that. Even Qin Tian himself couldn't pinpoint a specific number due to the rapid pace of development each day. Let alone outsiders. Most importantly, they were now standing on the territory of the Pingxi kingdom. Whether they want a one-on-one fight or a group brawl, it doesn't matter. They could only passively accept it. Even if we were to form a team of 10 again, like in the beginning, also in a semi-disabled state, they had absolutely no chance of winning. Oh. Qin Tian chuckled and withdrew his gaze. He lifted his foot and walked towards the location of Jinbei Kingdom on the left. Call. Upon seeing this, almost at the same time, a group of creators from Jing'an Kingdom immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The audience from Jing'an Kingdom below the stage and in midair, they couldn't help but relax a little. The pressure Qin Tian put on them was simply too great. After all, whether Qin Tian participates in the war or not may affect the situation of the four-nation war. On the other side, the fierce resistance from Anong Kingdom took them by surprise. The fighting over the past few days. Because it takes so long, you can only manage to play one game a day. Although more wins than losses. But it was still far below their expectations. If anything goes wrong on the Pingxi side, the small amount of land they ultimately gained was far from enough for these powerful and wealthy individuals to divide among themselves. Why did this Marquis of Wuhan leave us to our own devices and allow him to challenge the Jinbei Kingdom? Is he courting death? Some people from Jing'an Kingdom quickly turned their attention to the stage. This is more than just courting death. It's downright self-destruction. That's right, Gu Tianqin has declared that anyone who dares to step onto the stage will have their star destroyed. Since that day, the older generation of creators in Pingxi Kingdom have not dared to take the throne again. This Marquis of Wuhan is quite courageous. These past few days, Fu Wenhai couldn't withstand the pressure and started fighting again. However, this only applies to the Jing'an Kingdom. The situation with Jinbei Kingdom is still dragging on. The reason given was that the king's decree on whether to surrender had not yet been received. Jinbei Kingdom did not urge them. With Gu Tianqin's suppression, the ending was already predetermined. Moreover, the war with Anong is not yet over. Why rush things? However, this Marquis of Wuhan doesn't seem to be acting impulsively. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Rely on? What a joke! Does he think he can evolve his creatures into space-age species? It is indeed impossible. There has never been such a precedent in the past 100 years. This is not a question of whether there is any precedent, but rather that the space evolution of biological civilization is inherently so slim as to be unrealistic. Who cares? What does it have to do with us? Haha, that's right. It would be best if Gu Tianqin could perform another star-destroying feat and completely eliminate this threat. Amidst the discussions in Jing'an Kingdom, the Jinbei Kingdom camp located opposite. At this moment, some people also turned their attention to Qin Tian. They all sneered. Is there really anyone in Pingxi Kingdom who dares to take the throne? It seems that Lord Gu's attempt to make an example of someone didn't work very well. I must say, this Marquis of Wuhan is quite interesting. They're just asking for death. On the other side of the stage, the people of Pingxi Kingdom stared nervously at Qin Tian's figure above. Even Fu Wenhai couldn't help but clench his teeth. My heart was filled with extreme distress. You mean, Lord Bo really evolved the creatures under his command to the space level? Who knows? It's probably for the best. I've heard that if Lord Bo is defeated, Lord Fu will publicly announce his surrender and withdraw from the Central Plains struggle. This is a last resort. Otherwise, are we really going to send the remaining people out to be slaughtered? Amidst the sighs and lamentations of the people of Pingxi Kingdom, and amidst the soft laughter and banter of the Jing'an and Jinbei Kingdoms, on the high platform, Qin Tian arrived at the middle of the territory belonging to the Pingxi Kingdom on the left side of the platform. Looking across at Gu Tianqin, who was standing among a group of creators from the Jinbei Kingdom. Emperor Wuhan! You don't necessarily think. Was my previous warning just a casual remark? Gu Tianqin stepped forward, defying the crowd. Upon arriving at the borderline between the two countries on the platform, frowning and staring at Qin Tian, he continued. Considering your status as a count of a nation, I will grant you a chance. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will destroy your planet. Qin Tian shook his head and smiled. Walk directly to the boundary pillar in front. Reach your hand towards the crystal ball. All right, old man, if you want to fight, then fight. Stop with all this nonsense. You. Gu Tianshan's face darkened. He then gave a cold laugh. Step forward and reach for the crystal ball. Very well, since Marquis Wuan is determined to die, I will grant your wish. As the two sank into consciousness, a small light screen above the pillar began to display a battlefield scene. And with the praise of countless people in Jinbei Kingdom, Pingxi Kingdom, and Jing'an Kingdom. Not only the large light curtain on the second floor. Even the giant light screen at the very top displayed the scene of this battle. Within the battlefield, Qin Tian's consciousness was the first to float out of the spatial passage. Opposite, Gu Tianshan appeared quickly. He was accompanied only by the cultivator who had destroyed the planet. Perhaps in his view, only one person. That's enough. And being overconfident, they did not launch a preemptive attack. They seemed to be deliberately waiting for Qin Tian to finish making arrangements with his clans. After waiting for a while, Gu Tianshan looked at Qin Tian, who was hanging alone above him. He glanced again at the perpetually immersive passageway below. Unable to suppress his brows, he sent out a questioning thought. Lord Wuan, what do you mean by this? He. Qin Tian smiled. The bottom of his eyes remained silent for a moment. He began to speak in the ethereal tone he remembered hearing when he possessed the scout insect and traveled to Tianshan Star. Ants! Tianshan Star is my sacred ground. Leave immediately. From this day forward, you shall never set foot on Tianshan Star again. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind annihilating your entire race. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianshan was taken aback at first. The next moment, his eyes widened suddenly. A look of utter disbelief appeared on his face. Qin Tian flew forward. He came to stand in front of Gu Tianshan, staring into the other person's shocked eyes. He chuckled and said, This one? Execution ground? Lord Gu, you're such a show-off. Compared to you, Benbow. Out of reach. Chapter 146 Rewriting History. Creating Miracles. Chapter 146 Rewriting History. Creating Miracles in the Vast Universe. Some things you have to pretend to be something you're not. Just like when we first encountered the scout bug, an unknown species from outer space. Gu Tianshan possessed the body of one of his cultivators and, in his true form, made arrogant threats to exterminate his clan. It is undoubtedly the most correct choice. The results are obvious. Because Qin Tian was indeed intimidated at the time. In the infinite star field, he believed there must be many cultivation planets without a creator. One or two powerful beings were born. He traveled through the starry sky and found a low-level cultivation planet to use as his training ground. It's not impossible. At that time, outside Tianshan Star, witnessing a cultivator ascend into outer space with my own eyes. It is unclear how many cultivators of this level exist on the planet. In addition, with the appearance of Gu Tianshan, a powerful cultivator, Qin Tian dared not risk a direct confrontation. If one knew that all of this was just Gu Tianshan's pretentious act to drive away enemies. Even if he eventually leaves, they would never leave in such a dejected manner without saying a word. You are actually... Gu Tianshan glared and pointed at Qin Tian in front of him. His tone still carried a strong sense of disbelief. After all, it was all too coincidental. The coincidence was so striking it was almost absurd. That's right. It's me. Qin Tian looked away. He smiled as he looked at the elderly cultivator who was hovering beside Gu Tianshan, riding a flying sword. He used to play the drums a bit. In case of a mistake. This Tianshan Star is not the same as that Tianshan Star. Not only did it make them a laughingstock, it could also lead to the complete annihilation of the Zerg fleet that is about to attack. It could even jeopardize the very foundations of Mars. But the distinctive high forehead on this cultivator's head, this completely dispelled the last vestige of doubt in his mind. Ahead, Qin Tian came to his senses. There was not a trace of embarrassment in his expression at being exposed for his pretentious act later. Or rather, at this moment, there's simply no time to worry about that. He looked up and stared at Qin Tian in front of him. His expression instantly turned incredibly gloomy and unpleasant. A hint of panic flashed across his face. The next moment, Qin Tian said no more and immediately turned around and floated back to the spatial passage. The cultivator was acting under his orders. They returned to Tianshan's star almost instantly. This scene. The onlookers from the 4 countries were completely bewildered. What's going on? Why did Lord Gu go back? Is he no longer going to fight? And what's the deal with that Marquis of Wuhan? Why didn't he send any creatures to fight? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the screen image shifted to Tianshan's star. And following the perspective of that cultivator who was rapidly ascending into the sky, the viewpoint quickly rose higher. A black dot. It began to appear faintly in the picture, getting bigger and bigger. Everyone's pupils. It also expanded rapidly as the increasingly large black dot became clearer, until the light screen fully displayed an image of outer space on the planet Tianshan. The crowd watching from the outside, they were completely stunned and dumbfounded. That black dot. It turned out to be a fleet composed of an incredibly large and densely packed swarm of insects. How is that possible? Could this massive Zerg swarm belong to that Marquis of Wuhan? My God! He actually evolved his creatures into space species. How exactly did he do that? Inconceivable! Absolutely inconceivable! At this moment, whether it is Pingxi Kingdom or the other 3 kingdoms, everyone instinctively gasped in surprise. They stared in awe at the swarm of space insects that almost completely filled their field of vision on the light screen. If it is an extraordinary civilization or a technological civilization, they unexpectedly extended the planet's species to outer space. They probably don't think anything of it. But a civilization that has never set foot in the stars since the birth of its creator. Furthermore, it was an insect-based civilization that ranked at the bottom among biological civilizations. This was enough to shake them to their core. This, after all, changed history and created a miracle. At the same time, this also inevitably means that it completely broke the weak state of biological civilization. From now on, its civilizational status. Therefore, it can stand on par with the other 2 major civilizations. They might even compete to see who is better. Within the battlefield, Qin Tian possessed the body of a tearing beast. Once the darkness dissipates and visibility returns, Qin Tian controlled the tear beast to break away from the fleet and fly forward for a distance. Looking at the cultivator ahead. As expected, at this moment, Qin Tian's consciousness should also be attached to it, examining his Zerg fleet. No wonder you dared to challenge me so recklessly. Lord Wuhan, I must admit that you have repeatedly broadened my understanding. You seem to always be able to create miracles. When the planets were first merged, he stirred up trouble in the capital as a demon. Afterwards, the grand competition in linen of Pingxi Kingdom overturned the entire venue and shocked the 4 kingdoms. Now, you've actually evolved your creatures into interstellar species, something that's unprecedented. My act of destroying a star is unprecedented in a century. Your star clan, Marquis Wuhan, can truly be said to have ushered in a new chapter in the era of the Creator. Although I don't want to admit it. But I truly admire you from the bottom of my heart. Qin Tian's voice came through. His tone was filled with endless emotion. But then she changed the subject. He laughed contemptuously. Ha! However, Marquis Wuhan, with your biological fleet that seems to have just been developed. This paltry number is no match for me. The cultivator under my command is far more powerful than you can imagine. It's a threat. After we slaughter your entire fleet. Regardless of how far away your planet is. Even if it means my cultivation journey is over and I never return, perishing in the vast star field. We will also destroy your planet and utterly destroy your foundation. Qin Tian squinted at Gu Tianchen in front of him. He sneered. He transmitted his voice. Is that so? One fleet isn't enough? All right then. One is not enough. How about we get a few more? As soon as he finished speaking. As the cultivator possessed by Gu Tianchen gradually developed an expression of terror. From the deep, dark star field surrounding Tianchen star. Swarms of insects, even larger in scale than those in the Zerg army. Led by mothership insects. They approached rapidly, swarming in like a tidal wave. And they are located in the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, up, down, left, and right. It surrounded the entire Tianchen star in the middle. Ready to go. Chapter 147 The Star Destroyer. Humans can be destroyed. Chapter 147 The Star Destroyer. Humans can destroy the outer world. The people of Pingxi were the first to recover from their shock. Gazing at the massive, unimaginably enormous insectoid fleet floating in the starry sky on the screen. An irrepressible excitement shone on everyone's face. Ha! Lord Bo is mighty! He truly lives up to his reputation as our Marquis of Wuhan. I knew it! Our Lord always manages to create miracles. He, Jinbei Kingdom, Gu Tianchen, has gone too far. Isn't he threatening to destroy stars with his cultivators? Gu Tianchen probably never dreamed that our Lord's space species would appear directly above his planet. In this battle, it would be best if Lord Bo's swarm could wipe out Tianchen's star in a bloodbath. Yes, to avenge Lord Lu. And to vent our anger. A group of people from Pingxi Kingdom burst into laughter. The previous hazy atmosphere was instantly swept away. Fu Wenhai, sitting at the very front, was so excited that his face turned red. On the other side, the people from Jing'an Kingdom glanced at the joyous scene on the Pingxi Kingdom side. Just because they have a space species, they really think they're invincible? Exactly, a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. Humph, it's just a species that has only recently evolved into space. How strong can it be? With Lord Gu's strength as a cultivator, he can surely annihilate them all. The people from Jing'an Kingdom all spoke up awkwardly. However, there wasn't much confidence in his words. They had never encountered a cultivation civilization on their planet. The only thing I know about him is the power of that cultivator to destroy stars. Some of the mages and magic fleets under the control of this nation's creator can also do this. Regarding the strength of Qin Tian's Zerg fleet, they are even more unknown. This statement is merely a presumption based on an adversarial relationship. Those space bugs are ridiculously big. Is that insect in the middle the mothership of this fleet? Tsk tisk, it's more than 10 times bigger than our technological mothership. Those slender insects, tens of thousands of meters long, next to the mothership, could they be escort ships? And what are those giant balloon-like insects for? On the other side, the people of Anong Kingdom stared in amazement at the image on the screen. Unlike the Jing'an Kingdom, it was not filled with hostility and hatred. His words revealed only the curiosity of seeing a fleet of biological civilizations for the first time. Just like how the Jing'an Kingdom treated the Jinbei Kingdom. They had no border disputes or conflicts of interest with the Pingxi Kingdom. Whether Qin Tian's Zerg fleet is strong or not is irrelevant to them. That Marquis of Wuhan is too naive. Indeed, his fleet dares to attempt to confront Lord Gu's cultivators. He's simply overestimating himself. What a coincidence, the Marquis of Wuhan's planet is actually in the same star system as Lord Gu's planet. It should be, but he's completely walking into a trap. Indeed, if it were too close to Tianchen star, Lord Gu would never let his planet go. This Marquis of Wuhan is really foolish. He could have just focused on peaceful development. Why risk exposing his planet and courting death over a mere regional dispute with the outside world? Jinbei Kingdom region. After the initial surprise, the assembled creators resumed their quiet conversation and laughter. Family members understand their own affairs. There will be no sense of unease like that experienced in Jingnan. With the formidable strength of the cultivators under Gu Tianqian's command, how could a mere swarm of insects possibly stand against them? However, amidst the various thoughts and emotions of the four nations, on the giant light screen at the top, as Gu Tianqian, the cultivator, suddenly turned his gaze, when they saw massive Zerg fleets sweeping in from all directions across distant star systems, the expressions on everyone's faces froze again. The pupils also dilate rapidly. The shock that had just subsided, once again, it couldn't help but surge rapidly and occupy the entire mind. Outer space of Tianqian Star. Gu Tianqian speaks from the perspective of the cultivators under his command, looking at the 7 newly emerged massive Zerg fleets. And it clearly shows the posture of surrounding Tianqian Star in the middle. His face was so gloomy it looked like you could wring water out of it, even under the influence of its intense emotional fluctuations. This caused the cultivator's face to contort into a near-ferocious expression. Emperor Wulan! How about I concede defeat in this battle? I can guarantee that we will keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other. Seeing this scene, even if Gu Tianqian was unwilling, but there wasn't much hesitation. He immediately backed down and looked at the tearing beast that Qin Tian was possessing, transmitting his voice to it. Oh? Admit defeat? Qin Tian smiled. A few days ago, when you destroyed our creator planet, did you heed his pleas? Did you give him a chance to admit defeat? Lord Gu, you have set a precedent for destroying stars. But you should have understood that the moment you ordered your cultivators to attack, those who destroy stars can also be destroyed by humans. Gu Tianqian's face turned cold. So, you're here to avenge your country's creator? No. Lord Gu misunderstands. I have no interest in avenging anyone. Qin Tian shook his head. Benbou's actions have only one purpose. Eliminate the hidden dangers. Just like you said before, we are each other's threat. Being in the same star system means we're destined to fight to the death, so how can we possibly live in peace? As for your promise just now, do you even believe it yourself? Upon hearing this, Gu Tianqian's gaze turned completely serious. He said sternly, You surnamed Qin. I simply don't want the lives of the people on my planets to be ravaged. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Hell, let's go then. Qin Tian smiled. No more words were spoken. Control the Ripper to turn towards the Zerg fleet surrounding Tianqian Star. A powerful will burst forth in an instant. Kill! The next moment, the other 7 fleets surrounding Tianqian Star contained 140,000 starship cannon bugs. At the same time, it opens its huge mouth and extends tube-like cavities. Whoosh whoosh! In the blink of an eye, millions of exploding insects were launched. It streaked through the void in streamlined, air-piercing trajectories as it hurtled towards Tianqian Star. Attack a stationary target. Naturally, there's no need to fire the cannon worms one by one. This is just the first wave of attacks. Almost at the same time, 7 fleets of insect swarms surged forth. More than 400 million explosive insects were the first to detach and swim away. Tens of millions of rippers followed closely behind. You dare! Gu Tianqian's expression changed drastically as he roared in anger. The possessed cultivator's figure flickered repeatedly. I instinctively wanted to stop it, but it stopped again very quickly. The Zerg fleet was scattered throughout the outer reaches of Tianqian Star. The distance is too far, and the number is as high as several hundred million. By himself, even with immense power, there's no way to save them. And everything happened too fast. In just a few breaths, A black swarm of insects formed by swarms of exploding insects and tearing beasts. They had already entered the range of Tianqian star. And it is pulled by the planet's strong gravity. In an instant, they transformed into a dense meteor shower, rapidly plummeting towards the surface of Tianqian star. Damn it! Damn it! Gu Tianqian's body trembled violently. He stared blankly at the trails of the swarm of insects, his face pale. Such a terrifying number. The damage caused to Tianqian star. He could hardly imagine it. Emperor Wulan! The one surnamed Qin! This old man! I'm going to skin you alive! Gu Tianqian was stunned for a long time. He then suddenly twisted his body. It glared angrily at the tearing beast that Qin Tian was possessing. It was as if they had found an outlet for their anger. No ritual implements were used. He did not unleash any magic. He charged forward recklessly, ignoring everything else. Bang! In an instant, the body of the Ripper exploded. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Scattered and scattered. Qin Tian reattached his consciousness to the mothership insect. In the distance ahead, the cultivator possessed by Gu Tianqian still did not use any magical treasures or immortal techniques. He charged through the swarm of insects with only his body. Moreover, his eyebrows were furrowed, his eyes were distorted, and his expression was twisted. He was acting like a hysterical madman. Qin Tian shook his head slightly. With a sigh. This old man. He's probably gone mad. Chapter 148 Bloodbath of the Immortal Sect. Dying with Unresolved Feelings. Chapter 148 Bloodbath of the Immortal Sect. Tianqian Star, who died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. There is no distinction between countries. Those who rule the major cities of this world. It consists of countless cultivation sects, large and small. The strongest among them is the Heavenly Dust sect. Its influence extends over a vast area spanning tens of thousands of miles. Legend. An immortal has descended upon the Heavenly Dust sect. They are protected by the immortals. Located at the foot of the immortal mountain where the Heavenly Dust sect is situated, there is a giant town named Tianling City. The population is in the millions. In the world of cultivation, not everyone can cultivate immortality. Those with spiritual roots are 1 in 10,000. Basically, 90% are ordinary people. Their value lies in serving the various sects. These people living at the very bottom of society. It is impossible to know about the outside world. They also did not know of the existence of a creator. They would be even less aware of what is happening in the sky at that moment. There wasn't even a concept of planets. A life of confusion. A life of mediocrity. As dawn broke, Tianling City gradually began to show some signs of life. Soon it became a bustling and noisy place. The streets and alleys were full of pedestrians. There were aristocratic young masters who indulged in pleasure and wandered about. There are traveling merchants who purchase goods. There were also Tianqian sect's external affairs personnel who went down the mountain to purchase what they needed. There were also some disciples from other sects and immortal factions who had traveled here. Huh! What is that? On the street. Someone suddenly stopped and looked up. Some small black dots appear on the horizon. The black dots in the sky gradually increased in number and density. More and more people noticed the strange phenomenon and stopped in their tracks. Everyone looked up at the sky. Rapid speed. Let each black dot fall into the atmosphere. They burst into flames, leaving long, fiery red trails as they fell to the ground. An infinite number. Like a meteorite, it carried a devastating force. Finally, people came to their senses. Especially when they saw a large group rushing towards Tianling City. This caused everyone to scream and scatter in panic. That is... monsters! They're all monsters! In the midst of a panicked escape, some people looked up and saw the flames from the burning meteorite dissipate. It revealed its gigantic, spherical body inside. This immediately caused a series of piercing screams of terror to erupt once again within the city. Soon, giant bodies appeared high above Tianling City. A massive shadow descended, blotting out the sky and the sun. This caused damage to the entire Tianling City, and even an area extending for several kilometers outside the city. Everything was shrouded in darkness. It felt as if evening had suddenly arrived. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! Amidst the trembling, fearful gazes of some people, the bodies of the demons in the sky suddenly exploded one after another. A series of loud explosions rang out. The sprayed-out patches of pitch-black liquid, like a torrential downpour. It crashed down onto the earth with a loud thud. Ah! A piercing scream. Almost immediately, the sound reverberated throughout the entire Tianling city. Some people were splashed with the black liquid that had fallen to the ground. Terrifying corrosive power. In an instant, countless tiny holes were pierced through his entire body. The intense pain caused it to roll on the ground, howling in agony. Some people were even drenched in black rain. The person instantly evaporated on the spot. There were also some people who were fleeing in all directions. The soles of their shoes melted from the large amount of corrosive liquid that had accumulated on the ground. Following the rapid melting of the feet and legs, let its running body gradually lower down. He finally collapsed with a scream. Even individual houses and buildings, under corrosion, it also began to melt and collapse at a visible rate. Those who hid inside could not escape death either. Inside and outside the city, everywhere was filled with plumes of pungent, irritating smoke. The screams of agony were everywhere. Half-crippled, melted limbs are a common sight. A scene of rivers of blood and carnage everywhere. The vast Tianling city was instantly transformed into a living hell. The same scene. They appeared in major towns and cities on Tianjin Star almost simultaneously. Fortunately, it was covered by highly toxic liquid. In a very short time, they were transformed into desolate, ghost towns. The people inside did not suffer too much pain. Unfortunately, just like Tianling City, it was gradually corrupted. At the same time, a chorus of deafening screams erupted within Tianling City. This had already attracted the attention of the Tianjin sect, located on a nearby immortal mountain. An elderly man in white robes with a long beard was suspended in midair. He gazed solemnly in the direction of Tianling City, and a large number of giant monsters began to appear in sight. As if sensing something, the old man suddenly became solemn, his eyes filled with piety, and bowed deeply. He immediately stood up and a resounding, booming sound rang out. A divine decree has been issued. Extraterrestrial demons are attacking. Activate the mountain protecting formation. Prepare for defense. All disciples of the Tianjin sect, listen to my command. Follow this sect leader. Prepare for the enemy. With the voice. One by one, handsome men and beautiful women in flowing white robes ascended on their immortal swords. Some came from all directions. They quickly gathered behind the old man. The number is increasing. They almost occupied the entire airspace above the Tianjin sect. It extends outwards in an unknown distance. Looking around, there are at least several 100,000 people. As the strongest sect on Tianjin Star that commands the entire world, the Heavenly Dust sect could not possibly have only this one main peak of the immortal mountain. The surrounding hundreds of mountains, large and small, belong to their sect. At the edge of the sky, a massive swarm of millions of exploding insects. They soon discovered a large group of cultivators gathered there. They immediately turned and surged forward. Kill! The Heavenly Dust Sect Master, who was floating at the forefront, narrowed his eyes. A divine thought was transmitted in an instant. In an instant, all sorts of immortal techniques. All sorts of bizarre and wonderful magical artifacts. It radiated rays of divine light. They surged out rapidly from the area of cultivators. They intertwined and formed an overwhelming force that swept towards the swarm of insects. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, vast numbers of insects were strangled and exploded. A series of rapid explosions echoed through the air. A single attack nearly wiped out almost half of the exploding insects. And under the control of various cultivators, one magical artifact after another weaved back and forth through the swarm of insects. A terrifying and sharp aura permeated the air. The sounds of explosions were incessant. In less than a few breaths, millions of exploding insects were slaughtered on their way to attack. Squeak! Roar! Unnatural deaths within the ethnic group. The feedback was immediately relayed throughout the entire swarm network. This attracted the attention of the insect swarms scattered throughout Tianqian Star. They all erupted with bursts of high-pitched, sharp tremors. Above the heavenly dust sect. Before the cultivators could even retrieve their magical artifacts. Within sight. All directions. Even in the sky above, where one can see. They were all dense swarms of insects, surging in droves. The sheer number was terrifying. This caused all the cultivators to change their expressions and feel a chill run down their spines. Bang! High in the air. The first few millions of exploding insects to attack simultaneously chose to self-destruct. A black and green liquid. It fell rapidly from the sky. Buzz! One by one, the cultivators immediately summoned their protective magic treasures. It blocked the attack of the unknown liquid flying everywhere. At the same time, they were forced to scatter and break the defensive formation. The swarm of insects that followed. They were not given time or opportunity to reunite. The entire battlefield was quickly divided into countless areas of varying sizes. Gradually, as the swarm of insects grows larger, the battlefields in various regions are beginning to show increasingly urgent and critical situations. Junior sister! Watch out above! Within one of the airspaces, a male cultivator with striking features and sharp eyebrows summoned lightning to annihilate a swarm of exploding insects. He looked at a stunningly beautiful woman not far behind him and loudly reminded her. The junior sister quickly looked up, seeing hundreds of exploding insects appear overhead. He immediately and subconsciously made a hand seal to remotely control a celestial sword, which shot out rapidly and slashed through the air. Boom! The swarm of insects immediately exploded. However, this batch of explosive insects was scattered. It's not the liquid you might imagine. Instead, they were swarms of plump worms with thin wings, resembling maggots. A dark mass fell from the sky. The junior sister's face paled instantly. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the sky. Although there were protective magical artifacts blocking the way, these insects cannot get close. But seeing the crowd around his body, what met the eye was nothing but countless fat worms. An extremely disgusting scene. It still made the junior sister tremble with fear. Her fair cheeks turned deathly pale in an instant. Even under intense fear, they lost their composure. The magical artifact beneath my feet went out of control. He fell straight down from the sky. Dense worms followed closely behind. And they swarmed forward when the junior sister's protective magic artifact lost its effect. It quickly enveloped his entire body. It formed a huge black worm mass. Inside, worms were rapidly burrowing into the ears, nose, and mouth. Junior sister! The man with the sword-like eyebrows was terrified. His body descended rapidly, leaping forward. A surge of powerful spiritual energy dispersed the swarm of worms surrounding the junior sister's body. Hold it in your arms. Junior sister! Junior sister! As the man with the sword-like eyebrows shouted anxiously and shook, the junior sister slowly opened her dull, cold eyes. Pfft! The next moment, a celestial sword pierced through the chest of the sword-browed man. His body trembled, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. looking at the woman in his arms, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. "Junior sister, you..." Before he could finish speaking, the immortal sword shot out rapidly from his chest. A stroke in the air. Whoosh! The man with the sword-like eyebrows had his head thrown high into the air in an instant. Until death. His eyes remained wide open in disbelief. Chapter 149 Annihilation at All Costs. The Star-Destroying Giant Sword. Chapter 149 Annihilation. The vast battlefield airspace of the Heavenly Dust Sect, traversed by the star-destroying giant sword. As swarms of parasitic insects arrived, the scene was already barely able to withstand the onslaught of an endless swarm of insects. It quickly descended into chaos. A few cultivators, through momentary carelessness. Like that junior sister, she was successfully parasitized. Under the control of the parasites, they all turned their swords on their fellow disciples. Under the surprise attack, scenes of people being killed by their own comrades. The resulting distrust. It spread almost like ocean waves. The groups of cultivators that had originally gathered together dispersed, and fought independently. Even without knowing whether they are friend or foe. Whether it's a nearby member of the same species or a swarm of insects. They all became targets of mutual attacks. Accidental injuries and infighting among fellow disciples are inevitable. "Aya!" The cultivator screams. It gradually spread throughout the airspace of the battlefield. Every now and then you can see bodies being thrown into the air and falling to the ground. Not long after. Then, wave after wave of even larger and more ferocious behemoths appeared and joined the battlefield. The number of cultivators dying began to rise sharply. Torn limbs and severed parts. They fell like raindrops. Even the sect leader of the Heavenly Dust Sect. And amidst the relentless onslaught of the seemingly inexhaustible horde of tearing beasts. His hair became disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and he looked utterly wretched. Especially seeing the disciples of our sect who died and fell on the battlefield. This caused his body to tremble violently. "Our sect has suffered such a calamity! Ancestor! Why haven't you shown up yet? Immortal! Where are you now?" The sect leader of Tianqian sect looked up at the sky and let out a mournful howl. Little did they know. The immortal he spoke of. At this time. It was hovering beside him. Gu Tianqian had long since sobered up from his initial state of rage and madness. They broke free from the possessing consciousness of the cultivator in outer space, who was also the patriarch of the Zhongtianqian sect. Before the battle began, the consciousness entity had already flashed to this battlefield. He looked at the disheveled head of the Tianqian sect before him. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to respond. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Transform into an immortal. It was to control the Tianqian sect in order to command other sects in the world. A method of instantaneous annihilation. It is merely the Creator's control. It only targets the native life forms that are being fused with it. To deal with alien enemies, only the source can be used. However, the planet's original energy had long been depleted over tens of thousands of years. The remaining trace amount is only enough to open the spatial passage. It is completely unusable for killing enemies. Appearing at this moment. What else can it do? Gu Tianqian shifted his gaze. With trembling lips, he gazed at the fallen bodies of the cultivators. Heart. It's bleeding. For ordinary people, he wouldn't care how many more died. But these cultivators were the culmination of tens of thousands of years of his painstaking efforts. That is also its essence. If they are all wiped out or suffer heavy casualties, it will inevitably deal a devastating blow to Tianqian Star. A long time. Gu Tianqian's eyebrows twitched. Look up at the sky. He reattached his consciousness to the immortal cultivator in outer space. Staring at the Zerg fleet ahead, he said angrily. Lord Wuan, do you really intend to exterminate them all? I said I would annihilate your entire Tianqian star, slaughtering every last one of you. Qin Tian responded coldly. This practice seems cruel. But if you want to survive in the universe, we must not show the slightest bit of womanly compassion. Although what currently threatens the foundations of Mars? Only the cultivator ahead. But who knows when the method to extend the Creator's lifespan will be discovered? Who can be sure that the only way to obtain the source is by plundering extraterrestrial life? If Qin Tian is lucky enough to gain more lifespan and does not die naturally in the outside world, they also found other ways to increase the source energy. Give them time. This led to a large number of cultivators venturing into the starry sky on Tianqian star. This would undoubtedly turn Mars into a lamb to the slaughter. By then, they will be powerless to resist. Do not eliminate the enemy when they are weak. A moment of pity. What they might gain in return is their own demise. This is not a regional conflict on the surface. It is not a war between nations involved. It concerns the life and death of tens or hundreds of billions of species on the entire planet. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Qin Tian was also unwilling to go and gamble. Furthermore, if the two were to switch positions, just as Qin Tian said, he will certainly not let Mars go. The difference between the two. Destroying a planet seems clean and efficient, but another method involves sending subordinate tribes to slaughter on the surface, which may seem bloody and cruel. Result. In fact, they are all the same species that went extinct. Moreover, Qin Tian destroyed the planet created by the creator of Pingxi Kingdom. They wiped out hundreds of billions of life forms on the planet in one fell swoop. Qin Tian was even less likely to harbor any mercy. Okay. You want to destroy my heavenly dust star? I will first slaughter your entire Zerg fleet. Qin Tian roared angrily. Under its will and command, a small, exquisite immortal sword shot out from the cultivator's body. Spinning in the void, the exquisite sword blade. It instantly grew by hundreds of thousands of feet. Like a star, it burst forth with endless, dazzling, seven-colored divine light. As the cultivator's divine sense poured out, the giant immortal sword carried an immense, heaven-shattering power. The skies slowly slashed towards the location of the mothership bug. Is this the same planet-destroying technique from before? Qin Tian's eyes narrowed. Even if it's just a matter of consciousness possessing the mothership bug. Even if it's just at the level of consciousness. Qin Tian could also clearly sense the terrifying destructive power contained in this sword strike. It caused his consciousness, which was far away on Mars, to feel a faint burning sensation. Faced with the massive sword that seemed capable of destroying everything. Almost without Qin Tian's orders, the horde of torn beasts circling around quickly leaped forward and charged. Whoa! They couldn't even get close to the giant's sword. It only touched the wisps of light that emanated from it. The massive body of the ripping beast immediately disintegrated. It turned into dust and bits of meat floating in the air. But the Zerg showed no fear. There is no emotion of escaping, retreating, or fearing death. The entire fleet consisted of 2 million ripper beasts. They rushed towards it one after another, just like moths drawn to a flame. Death at any cost. It's not that it has no effect. No matter how powerful the destructive force, it also relies on energy for support. The Ripper was so small that it was barely noticeable. But with thousands or even millions of them piled up, the divine light of the giant immortal sword is clearly being gradually diminished. Is that still not enough? Qin Tian stared at the gradually descending sword. With focused attention. Time has lost its meaning. Unconsciously, 2 million Rippers were all wiped out. In exchange. But it was merely the dissipation of the great sword's light. The 20,000 Night Guardian warbugs guarding the mothership's side. They immediately floated up rapidly. Like a tearing beast. Instinctively, it wanted to shield the mothership with its own body. Qin Tian glanced at the giant sword that was about to strike down from the sky above. Then he looked at the cultivator in the distance. He gritted his teeth. He simply released his will throughout the entire Zerg swarm network. To all Zerg, including the other 7 fleets. An order was conveyed. No need to worry about the mothership anymore. Attack that cultivator! At all costs! Regardless of some losses! Even if it means the mothership is completely wiped out. Surround and kill this man here! Chapter 150 All In. A Battle for Life. Chapter 150 All In. A Battle for Life in Outer Space of Tianqian Star. The mothership worm's massive body swam rapidly. Sometimes it lunges forward. At times, it would suddenly veer to one side and speed away. It was moved several times in succession. Qin Tian looked up at the giant immortal sword that still hung above him. They had no choice but to order the mothership to stop its antics. It is obvious that the mothership has been locked onto by the enemy's fire control radar. Or, to use the terminology of the cultivation civilization, it must have been that cultivator who locked his divine sense onto the mothership worm. No matter how the mothership swarms, that giant immortal sword was always by my side. And it continues to slowly descend, gradually shortening the distance between the two. Let alone trying to save this mothership bug. They couldn't even buy a little time for the 20,000 Night Guardian war insects that were rushing to attack. Is it too late? Qin Tian looked helplessly at the cultivator in his line of sight who was concentrating on controlling the giant immortal sword. Initially, Gu Tianqian possessed the spirit of the ship, rushed into the fleet, and went on a rampage, slaughtering and venting his anger. Once he regained consciousness, he detached himself from his mind to check the situation inside the planet. The cultivator, following his command, also dodged and flew far away. Previously, the two were only communicating telepathically at the level of consciousness. Just keep it within sight. It was not a face-to-face exchange. Therefore, the distance between the fleet and the cultivator, not to mention far. But it's definitely not close. In the boundless starry sky, space has become extremely cheap. That cultivator could arrive instantly using magical artifacts and techniques. Species like the Zerg, which rely on physical close-quarters combat, can only close the distance by flying. But even the Shadow Guardian warbug, known for its speed, it also takes some time to traverse this narrow strip of air between the two people. At least, it looks like. It seemed unlikely that they could reach the cultivator before the giant immortal sword fell. Pfft. Under Qin Tian's will, the hatches of the mothership's entire body opened one by one. A series of oscillating air currents spread out in the void. Its living quarters. One by one, the queen insects began to float out and scatter in all directions. At the same time, all the starship cannon bugs also flew to a more distant place. Since the demise of this mothership bug is inevitable. So, what Qin Tian can do? The only way is to minimize the losses. Whoosh! As a terrifying aura of destruction swept in, a blinding white light, comparable to that of a star, suddenly burst forth in the starry sky. Qin Tian felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. They instantly lost all contact with the mothership bug. Inside Mars? Qin Tian opened his eyes. He then immediately attached his consciousness to the nearest mothership insect. Looking around. In sight, the vast airspace where the fleet was located. It had become completely empty, without any remains or fragments. The mothership insect completely disappeared. The dozens of queen insects that flew away, along with 30,000 starship cannon bugs. Under that sword, they were all completely annihilated and vaporized into dust. The area is actually this large? Qin Tian was startled. The queen insect, due to its enormous abdomen, moved slowly. He could accept being hit by the aftershocks of the attack. But to my utter surprise, Even tens of thousands of starship cannon worms, which were already extremely far from the mothership, were not spared. But then I thought about it again. This sword strike could, after all, destroy an entire celestial body. With such power and a huge attack range. So there's nothing surprising about it. Use a planet-destroying strike against a fleet. Too extravagant. That's truly brain-dead. Consumption cannot be low. I'd like to see. How many more times can you use it? Qin Tian stared intently at the cultivator who was flying rapidly towards them. The opponent did not engage in combat with the shadow guards who rushed at them. Just as Qin Tian said, he clearly intended to destroy all the motherships in the fleet before dealing with the remaining Zerg swarm. Disperse! Enter! Qin Tian issued 2 orders in succession. All queens immediately, and quickly floated out of the live host. Immediately. 20,000 Shadow Guardian war insects were in front. The possessed mothership bug came in second. The small fleet that had been formed charged forward at high speed to meet them head-on. They joined forces with the 20,000 shadow war insects that were chasing after the cultivator. The two sides are getting closer and closer. Upon reaching a certain distance, the cultivator suddenly stopped in his tracks. The exquisite immortal sword spun rapidly in the void once again. In a few breaths, a giant sword, a celestial sword, materialized and radiated divine light. It doesn't look nearly as exaggerated as it did before, which was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was only a little over 10,000 feet in size. The first sword strike was probably the result of Qin Tian losing his temper and irrationally giving the order. After calming down, they might realize that it was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. This allows the cultivators under his command to act freely without interference. Whoosh! The immortal sword cleaved down from the sky. Qin Tian immediately stopped the mothership insect's body. The 20,000 Shadow Guardian war insects at the front, under the surge of their will. He suddenly accelerated, creating swirling vortexes of air around him as he sped forward at full speed. Buzz! A dazzling white light once again shone in the dim starry sky. Qin Tian, who had switched his consciousness out of the other mothership insect in advance. They didn't pay attention to the mothership that was falling apart. His gaze was fixed on the white figure. In his expectant gaze, the cultivator was about to be surrounded by 40,000 Shadow Guardian war insects. He sheathed his sword and his body suddenly plummeted downwards. Qin Tian's face darkened. I suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The detestable aspect of a single, powerful life form. That's the key. Just like this cultivator. The weakness is obvious. Faced with a swarm of insects descending from the starry sky to attack the surface of Tianqian star, he alone has no way to solve the problem. But its advantages are also significant. Just like what's happening right now. The starry sky is empty above, below, left, and right. It is very difficult to trap them without a large swarm of insects. Qin Tian unleashed the vast majority of his ordinary space-based war insect swarms to attack Tianqian star. The original intention was to have Qin Tian order his cultivators to return and weaken his strength. But this old scoundrel didn't play by the rules at all. They completely disregarded the lives of the various sects and countless ordinary humans on the planet. Instead, it found itself struggling in space. This might be the manifestation of extreme hatred. Even at the cost of the sect's destruction and heavy losses, they were determined to slaughter all of their fleets. You want a lose-lose situation? Or perish together? Okay, I'll grant your wish. I can afford to risk it. Can you afford to gamble it? Qin Tian stared at the rapidly approaching cultivator. A surge of will instantly erupted. Gather! The next moment, besides the queen insect that detached herself and remained in place, the remaining 6 mothership bugs. This includes 120,000 Shadow Guardian war bugs that had reached the halfway point, and 180,000 Starship Cannon bugs. In addition, all 40,000 Shadow Guardian war insects returned and ceased their pursuit. Qin Tian didn't even spare the 30,000 remaining starship cannon worms of the Second Fleet. Under his orders, they all converged rapidly into one airspace. Since the ultimate fate of all fleets, they might be defeated and slaughtered one by that cultivator, Qin Tian decided to go all in. In the starry sky, it's unclear whether they received orders from Bu Tianqian. The cultivator paused. They stopped pursuing the mothership bug that it had targeted. In fact, with the mothership speeding at full speed in the opposite direction, it's impossible to catch up in a short period of time. Soon, all the fleets were brought together. The 6 motherships were positioned in the middle. The remaining large space groups were scattered on both sides. Qin Tian looked towards the cultivator in the far distance. A voice from consciousness transmitted. Lord Gu, Benbo thinks chasing after the stars is too troublesome and a waste of time. How about a life-or-death battle between us? Either you slaughter my entire fleet. Either I surround and kill the cultivator who killed you. One game decides the winner.